In the world of Hokage, within the Ninja Academy of Konoha, a golden-haired youth sat earnestly in his seat, seemingly engrossed in the lecture. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discern the vacant stare in his eyes. At this moment, the youth's heart was anything but tranquil. The fortunate news was that he had traversed to another realm, a realm that was none other than the world of Hokage. Even more auspicious was the fact that he had assumed the role of the protagonist. As is widely recognized, this world places significant emphasis on bloodlines and their inherent advantages. Being the protagonist meant possessing the most formidable lineage and the most formidable backing. He was endowed with the Uzumaki bloodline, the reincarnation of Ashura, a vessel for the Nine Tails, and within the Pure Land resided a mentor of celestial stature. It was fair to say that he was connected to the most formidable protagonist imaginable, with even subpar strength allowing for the possibility of extraordinary feats. However, the unfortunate truth was that none of these advantages belonged to him. His name was Uzumaki Menma. Yes, he was the counterpart to the protagonist, the Uzumaki Menma who dwelled within a world of illusion, often regarded as an antagonist. In the Tsukuyomi world, upon learning of his name, others were left in a state of confusion, uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse. The grim reality was that he had become a great villain. Yet, as is well known, the three essential attributes of a villain are unparalleled talent, extraordinary comprehension, and lofty ideals. Menma possessed all three of these traits in abundance. If Naruto were to be characterized as a protagonist blessed with fortuitous advantages, then Menma was the true embodiment of innate talent. With his formidable endowment, composed intellect, and grand aspirations, the path to becoming a powerful figure seemed all but assured. As for his potential dark turn, upon gaining insight into this world, Menma himself contemplated the allure of embracing darkness. As the antithesis to the ninja world, in Obito's vision of a peaceful existence, this realm, despite harboring 5 great nations and 5 great ninja villages, had achieved a semblance of tranquility. The sole reason for this was that Uchiha Madara had not abandoned the village, and Hashirama had not met his untimely demise. This circumstance led to a series of butterfly effects. The first great ninja war never commenced, and with both divine figures in place, who would dare initiate a conflict in the ninja world before their passing? Consequently, the second and third Hokages, due to their respective temperaments, rendered Konoha exceptionally powerful, leaving no opportunity for the ninja world to descend into war. Thus far, this world had not experienced a great ninja war. While minor skirmishes occurred, they never escalated to the level of a full-blown conflict. This was the state of the ninja world, relatively peaceful in such an environment. Ninjas of ordinary caliber might manage to subsist comfortably, yet for someone like Menma, it was an arduous existence, burdened by extraordinary potential. Without the opportunity to realize it, being an ordinary person with superhuman abilities, would one willingly resign to mediocrity? In his previous life, he had led an uninspired and lackluster existence. But now, after being reborn with immense power, he questioned the merit of concealing his talents and living as an ordinary individual. What, then, was the purpose of his extraordinary gifts? His once clear gaze darkened with resolve. This was a fantastical realm, a world of illusions, and he had no desire to be a mere figment within it. Indeed, such a place is hardly accommodating to the strong. I shall set a modest goal, to master all ninjutsu of Konoha. Having fully embraced his identity as Uzumaki Menma, he comprehended his gifts with clarity. In contrast to Naruto, he possessed the ability to grasp any ninjutsu upon a single observation, mastering it effortlessly and even innovating upon it. While currently situated within the confines of the Ninja Academy, Menma's prowess had already surpassed that of his peers. He possessed 5 chakra natures, had mastered numerous ninjutsu, and excelled in sealing techniques. With such prodigious talent, it was little wonder that later on, Menma would entertain notions of seizing the secret arts of the 5 great ninja villages. After organizing his thoughts, Menma gained a clearer understanding of himself. Name: Uzumaki Menma. Age: 8 years. Parents: Uzumaki Kushina, Namikaze Minato. Ninjutsu: 5 nature transformations, sealing techniques, body flicker technique, shadow clone. Technique: chakra level, Jonin. Strength: unknown. In this world, the 4th Hokage was Haruno Sakura's father, Haruno Sho, who had vanquished the Nine Tails and saved Konoha, both sacrificing their lives in the process. Sakura had thus become the daughter of a hero, enjoying considerable popularity in Konoha, a stark contrast to Naruto's reception. Yet, these matters held little interest for Menma, who had uncovered a significant dilemma. He, Uzumaki Menma, was not yet the host for the Nine Tails. In the later stages of this world, Menma would become a Jinchuriki. This implied the possibility of his future role as a vessel for the Nine Tails. His expression fluctuated with uncertainty. Had he been reborn as Naruto, destined from a young age to become a Jinchuriki, he would have merely accepted orders. However, given the chance to choose, why would he wish to become a Jinchuriki? The Uzumaki clan was inherently characterized by their vast chakra reserves. While the Nine Tails might be a treasure to others, for them, it was merely a burden. Should he fail to achieve the status of a perfect Jinchuriki, he would merely be a liability. Furthermore, the Nine Tails in this world was but a counterfeit, lacking the true strength of the original. In later stages, Uzumaki Menma would indeed become a perfect Jinchuriki, yet even he would struggle against Naruto in Sage mode. Such a perfect Jinchuriki was hardly formidable. In comparison, he believed it prudent to study secret techniques or forbidden arts to enhance his power. Throughout the day, Menma deliberated on his circumstances while strategizing for his future. Menma, school is over. Lost in his own thoughts, Menma felt a gentle nudge, opening his eyes to find a black-haired girl standing before him. His mind momentarily befuddled. He quickly recognized her as Uchiha Yumi, his classmate who sat beside him. In this world, the Uchiha clan had not faced annihilation. Their presence was ubiquitous throughout the village, and having lived in peace for so long, they were quite amiable. Menma, in this realm, was the unequivocal protagonist, possessing a striking appearance and a calm demeanor that had enchanted countless young maidens. His treatment at school was akin to that of Uchiha Sasuke. Whenever time permitted, many girls would gather around him. Yes, Yumi, you should head home early as well. Menma nodded with a placid expression. He bore a striking resemblance to Itachi in his youth, embodying the persona he had adopted in this world. Despite this, Yumi's smile was difficult to conceal. She had not anticipated Menma responding to her. His usual demeanor was aloof, often assisting classmates yet rarely engaging in conversation. Menma rose and made his way toward the classroom exit. At that moment, he recalled that he had two individuals awaiting him at home, uncertain whether they had returned today. Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, both elite jonin. At this point, Menma had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique, renowned as the swiftest ninjutsu in the ninja world. Searching his mind for answers, he quickly discerned the reason. A child's body had not yet fully developed, and this technique relied heavily on exceptional reflexes. Thus, Minato had no intention of imparting it to Menma, just yet. In contrast, Menma had already acquired considerable knowledge of sealing techniques. Upon exiting the academy, Menma soon heard a commotion nearby. In a shadowy corner, a tall girl with white eyes was menacingly confronting three trembling children. Her gaze was filled with cold indifference and menace, as if poised to strike at any moment. Cracking her knuckles, the girl's fair hands emitted a series of ominous pops, sending shivers down the spines of the onlookers. The three children stared in terror at the fearsome girl, their eyes wide with dread. Suddenly, the white-eyed girl lunged forward, knocking the three children to the ground. They groaned in pain, their faces streaked with tears and snot. "Humph, if you dare stare into my eyes again, I will break your legs," the white-eyed girl threatened, glaring ferociously at the pitiful children sprawled on the ground. At that moment, the figure of Menma at the corner bore witness to the entire scene, and he could not help but feel a twitch at the corner of his eye. Although he had anticipated this outcome, witnessing it firsthand left him utterly shocked and devastated. The goddess in his heart, the once gentle, adorable, and understanding Hinata, had transformed into a being reminiscent of a rebellious girl. Who among those who watched Hua Ing had not harbored affection for Hinata, the charmingly resilient, yet delicate young lady, unwavering in her love? Yet now, Menma felt as if his dreams had been shattered. His gentle lady had morphed into a delinquent girl. This sensation was akin to discovering, during a meetup, that the tender maiden he had long fantasized about was actually a rebellious girl with dyed yellow hair, clad in short sleeves that revealed her thighs. "Big sister, we will never dare again." The three children quickly knelt down, pitifully pledging their sincerity. In truth, they were wronged. They had merely cast a curious glance at Hinata, only to lock eyes with her, leading to their current predicament. "Keep your eyes peeled from now on. Hinata said fiercely, but as she turned, her body suddenly stiffened. She had noticed Menma standing at the corner. The ferocity on her face instantly transformed into a gentle and gracious smile. "Do, Menma, are you heading home? Would you like to join me?" Hinata's voice was soft, her smile radiating warmth. If it weren't for the 3 bruised and battered children lying behind her, her demeanor would have perfectly embodied that of a sweet and lovely girl. Menma felt another twitch at the corner of his eye, grappling with the dissonance of the moment. Simultaneously, his memories of Hinata began to crystallize in his mind. In this world, Hinata held feelings for Menma, and given her fiery personality, this was nearly common knowledge. Even more dramatically, Hinata was the senior of the ninja school. Any girl daring to approach Menma would find herself warned by Hinata after class, first with a warning, followed by a beating if the warning was ignored. This had led to the current situation where, despite Naruto's popularity among girls, few dared to approach him. As for Yume, she belonged to the Uchiha clan, possessing commendable talent and skill, and had clashed with Hinata several times. Menma was aware of this, but did not intervene, as being surrounded by a group of girls was rather bothersome. He simply aimed to avoid Hinata. What on earth is this? School bullying? After reflecting on the memories of fiery Hinata, he could only express that school life was indeed thrilling. Hinata liked Menma, yet the present Menma felt indifferent towards anyone. However, having traversed into this world, he was different. As he gazed at the adorable girl with Byakugan staring at him, he found himself unable to muster the heart to refuse her. He coolly nodded in acknowledgement. This took Hinata by surprise, almost leaving her momentarily speechless, before she erupted with joy and excitement. Chapter 2. Family. Upon regaining her senses, Hua-Tian joyfully rushed to Menma's side, embracing his arm with enthusiasm. However, she quickly sensed the inappropriateness of her actions and promptly restrained her expression, transitioning to a demeanor of gentleness. Stealing a glance at Menma's countenance and finding him unscathed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Their connection was simple. When they first arrived at school, Hua-Tian had been bullied by other children due to her Byakugan. Yet, being who she was, she retaliated fiercely. Unfortunately, the children had not yet mastered chakra, and their numerical advantage had posed a challenge. It was at that moment that Menma emerged as a gallant savior. Strong, handsome, and cool, yet harboring a gentle heart. Hua-Tian was instantly captivated, vowing to herself that she would marry Menma when she grew up. From that day forth, she became inseparable from him. Menma, caught off guard by her adorableness, found it difficult to refuse her company, and he had no inclination to maintain a cold demeanor, intending instead to gradually influence her. "Would you like to come over to my house? I have plenty of delicious food. Menma, your taijutsu is impressive. Could you teach me sometime? What are your dreams for the future, Menma? What kind of girl do you like?" The children in the ninja world matured quickly, and Hua-Tian, with her extroverted and sociable nature, asked whatever came to mind. Menma felt as though he had made a grave mistake, sensing a burgeoning social anxiety. As the chattering Hua-Tian walked alongside the seemingly composed traveler, their journey home radiated vitality and harmony. Menma had no time for idle thoughts, quietly listening to the young girl's fervent tales. Suddenly, I feel that this version of Hua-Tian isn't so bad. Extroverted girls have a way of uplifting spirits. And as Menma observed her expressive features and continuous chatter, an inexplicable tranquility settled within him. Accepting the present, he recognized the importance of dreams while also valuing the mundane aspects of life. These blissful moments, though sincere, were fleeting. After walking together for a time, their paths would inevitably diverge. "Menma, you promised to come over when you have the time. See you tomorrow at school." Hua-Tian's flushed face beamed with excitement as she waved her right hand vigorously. "Yes," Menma replied, and as he looked at the charming young girl, his previously stoic demeanor softened, revealing a warm, sunny smile. Bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun, Hua-Tian felt as if her heart might leap from her chest. So handsome. Hua-Tian resolved silently, determined to keep a closer watch on him from then on, promising herself to practice diligently at home to surpass that vixen. Little Hua-Tian turned with determination, noting that none of the other girls in class dared approach Menma, except for that little vixen from the Uchiha clan, who disregarded her warnings. It was due to the latter's strength that, at such a tender age, she had awakened her Sharingan. That vexatious little vixen, just you wait. Menma, unaware of these thoughts, strolled along the familiar streets of Konoha. greeting the kind-hearted villagers around him. His parents were both elite jonin in Konoha, and with the warm smile of Minato, he enjoyed a favorable reputation within the village. Now, Menma bore an almost identical appearance to Minato, exuding a cool, composed demeanor with his golden hair. Observing the amiable villagers and reflecting on Naruto's experiences, he felt a sudden surge of happiness. He found himself looking forward to reuniting with his parents, curious about their personalities in this world, unconsciously quickening his pace. He arrived at the doorstep of the home etched in his memory, inhaled deeply, and opened the door. "I'm back." The words slipped from his lips as if inscribed deep within his soul. "Welcome back, Menma. Did you enjoy your day at school?" A gentle voice resonated from the kitchen. Menma momentarily lost focus, realizing that such maternal love was irreplaceable. It was no wonder that even Naruto was drawn to it. "I'm fine," he replied simply, slipping off his shoes and stepping into the living room. A head peeked from the kitchen, with long wine-red hair cascading to her shoulders, and a face adorned with a tender smile. "Just a moment, dinner will be ready shortly." "Okay." She resembled the Kushina he remembered. Yet there was a subtle difference. This version of Kushina was not a Jinchuriki and had not endured the torment of a painful childhood. Now, she radiated maturity and beauty, embodying a nurturing warmth. "Is Dad coming home today?" Menma inquired, noticing Minato's absence. "Yes, he should be back tonight. There shouldn't be any missions." Kushina's voice floated from the kitchen. Compared to the fourth Hokage, this Minato's greatest asset was his lack of overwhelming responsibility. To him, being a ninja was merely a job. Earning a living was paramount, but sacrificing himself or his family for the village was out of the question. Furthermore, in this world that had not experienced the Third Great Ninja War, Minato, though an elite jonin, was not particularly renowned in the ninja realm. Ninja prowess is measured by accomplishments, and Minato lacked any extraordinary feats. "Menma, are you still planning to visit Gaara during the break?" Kushina's voice chimed again from the kitchen. Menma paused, memories flooding back. In this world, he and Gaara were good friends, and he would often visit him during vacations. This world, having avoided the devastation of the ninja wars, was far more advanced in technology than the other realm. For instance, Konoha boasted a tram system connecting to other villages, not to mention Minato's unparalleled speed as a ninja. "No, I'll just stay home during the break." Menma promptly declined, for he was not a mere child. Now that he had entered this world and encountered the extraordinary, he yearned to experiment. Had his mind not been so chaotic today, he would have already tried out the ninjutsu he had mastered. The two chatted casually until dinner was prepared. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound of the front door opening echoed, and a golden-haired young man stepped into the light. His previously expressionless face softening into a smile upon witnessing the warmth of the family setting. "I'm back. Welcome home." The scene mirrored Menma's memories of Minato perfectly. In the dining room, the family gathered around the table, enjoying a meal together, the atmosphere infused with warmth and harmony. They savored the delicious food while engaging in cheerful conversation, laughter ringing out occasionally. After their meal, they collectively tidied up and cleaned, everything appearing so orderly and harmonious. This familial ambience enveloped them in an indescribable warmth and happiness. On the second floor, Menma possessed a small room of his own. Though modest in size, it was well appointed, exuding a cozy charm. The room housed a soft bed, a desk with a chair, and a wardrobe neatly filled with his clothes. Books and stationery were arranged on the desk, indicating Menma's fondness for reading and studying in this space. The entire room sparkled with cleanliness, imparting a refreshing and tidy feel. It was evident that Menma cherished this little sanctuary immensely. Chapter 3. The Golden Finger at Long Last. The moment had arrived to explore his own golden finger. As a traveler, Vortex Menma possessed a unique golden finger of his own. In his room on the second floor, Vortex Menma stood quietly, first gazing at his hands before shifting his attention to the wall. As he activated his ability, his arms seamlessly passed through the solid wall as if it were non-existent. This was his golden finger, an ability to traverse through physical barriers with ease. This power bore resemblance to that of Shadowcat from the X-Men, yet it also echoed the abilities of Uchiha Obito. The only distinction was that he did not possess a personal space like Obito. This extraordinary ability allows him to effortlessly traverse through objects. Neither solid walls nor any other obstacles can impede his advance. Thus, I possess a script akin to that of Detenshi. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly. In this month's Uedo world, where Datenshi does not exist, he has acquired a power identical to that of Datenshi, yet he finds himself cast as a formidable villain. It feels as if he is holding a script that mirrors Datenshi's. In this state, he senses that neither energy, matter, nor spirit can inflict harm upon him. He appears to possess greater prowess than Datenshi's divine might. If this is indeed the ability of the Phantom Cat, its potential must be quite remarkable. He fell into contemplation. In the manga, this power has reached a conceptual level, enabling consciousness to traverse dimensions and parallel realms. With this thought in mind, he approached a mirror. Gazing at the reflection of a face somewhat resembling that of Naruto, his expression fluctuating as he activated his abilities. Different rooms, yet similar visages. At this moment, Schwanwa Naruto, clad in casual attire, sat alone at a table in his room, before him a steaming cup of instant noodles emitting an enticing aroma. However, in stark contrast to this warm scene, there was no trace of joy on Naruto's face. Instead, it was etched with profound loneliness and desolation. Why must they bully me like this? I am no monstrous fox. Schwanwa Naruto murmured softly, his voice tinged with a hint of resentment and grievance. Today, he once again faced the bullying of ordinary people. Despite his strength, which could easily vanquish them, his grandfather, the third Hokage, had advised him that to become a worthy Hokage, he must earn the respect of the common folk, and the ninja code forbids them from harming ordinary individuals. Now, having lost the care of his parents and lacking guidance on how to navigate the world, Naruto struggles to comprehend the reasons behind many of his experiences. All he knows is that those around him continually torment him, labeling him as the Nine-Tailed Fox, which fills him with immense pain and confusion. At that moment, immersed in his thoughts, he remained oblivious to the peculiarities reflected in the bathroom mirror. The image within began to ripple like a tranquil lake, as if some mysterious force was surging within. The consciousness of Menma arrived here, experimenting with his abilities. Is this a parallel world? Only my consciousness has arrived. Observing his current state, he furrowed his brow. He had not fully transitioned, merely his consciousness had crossed over, reminiscent of Datenshi's entry into the Uedo world. He recalled the purpose of his stimulating experiment and began to survey his surroundings. Upon exiting the bathroom with his consciousness, his gaze sharpened, immediately noticing a child seated in the living room. The child bore an identical visage, adorned with 6 whisker-like markings on his face, appearing rather adorable. Schwanwa Naruto. There could be no mistake. So, I have arrived in the real world. Menma's gaze flickered, soon settling into a calm demeanor. His current state was merely a fragment of consciousness, incapable of action here. As for manipulating Ashura, that was a jest. Those familiar with the story know that Schwanwa Naruto is the reincarnation of Ashura's chakra. It is said that heroes often endure various hardships to forge their character. Yet Naruto's experiences can hardly be deemed hardships, but rather bullying. Even so, he chose to protect his village without succumbing to darkness, a notion that invokes a sense of dread, raising questions about the influence of Ashura's chakra. Approaching Naruto, Menma felt a surge of curiosity, carefully observing him. Indeed, subtle differences emerged between them, the most notable being the whiskers adorning their faces. Menma had yet to become the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and had not been influenced by the Nine Tails. His features resembled those of Bofu Minato, exuding a cool and handsome aura, while Schwanwa Naruto, marked by his 6 whiskers, bore a resemblance to a creature of folklore. After an undetermined time, Schwanwa Naruto finally remembered the cup of noodles he had yet to consume. As he lifted his gaze to eat, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing a ghost floating before him. With a thud, Naruto fell backward in fright. "There's a ghost!" he screamed. Fortunately, due to his presence, the place was deserted. Outside, the Umbu merely glanced over, dismissing the incident, their primary duty being to prevent those with ill intent from approaching the Jinchuriki, indifferent to all else. Menma was momentarily taken aback by Naruto's reaction but quickly regained awareness of his own state. As a consciousness, he floated in the air, capable of controlling his form at will. Indeed, he bore a striking resemblance to a ghost. He pondered how to deceive the child. With a subtle cough, he addressed Naruto. "Do not scream, I am not a specter." Upon hearing his voice, Naruto ceased his cries, albeit appearing even more frightened, desperately covering his mouth with his hands. Menma shook his head in disbelief and moved closer, causing Naruto to kick back in terror. "Look at me. We are identical. Alas, it seems you cannot remain calm today." Menma had initially intended to continue the ruse, but seeing Naruto's current demeanor, he reconsidered, recognizing that his own affairs remained unresolved, and it would be prudent to refrain from meddling in this matter. With that thought, his figure gradually faded, and his consciousness returned to his own body. The seated Shuanwa Naruto, now processing the events, raised his hand as if to stop Menma, but the latter had already vanished. "Wait, who are you?" Naruto stood up abruptly, a look of urgency washing over his face as he scanned the surroundings, searching the entire house, yet finding nothing. Disappointment quickly clouded his features. Shuanwa Naruto yearned desperately for validation from a friend, regardless of whether that friend was human. The core of his longing lay in the realization that the face he had just seen mirrored his own. Could it be that he had a brother? In the Uedo world, his consciousness returned to his body, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him, leaving him muddled. With no further thoughts, he lay down on the bed, fully clothed, and succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window onto the bed, where Menma lay cocooned in his blanket, blissfully unaware of the sun's gentle caress. Downstairs, Kushina had prepared breakfast and a bento for Menma to take to school. Typically, at this hour, Menma would have already risen. "Minato, go wake Menma. Why is he sleeping in today?" Kushina glanced up the stairs, calling out to Minato. At that moment, Minato sat on the sofa, engrossed in the newspaper, lost in thought. Hearing Kushina's voice, he responded with an "oh" and stood up, making his way upstairs. Observing Minato's demeanor, Kushina furrowed her brow. Upon reaching Menma's door, she knocked, but received no reply. Minato opened the door, revealing their son still deep in slumber. "Menma, wake up, it's time for breakfast." Minato called gently. Menma groggily opened his eyes, the blinding sunlight prompting him to shut them once more. Yawning and rubbing his eyes, he sluggishly followed Minato downstairs. "Menma, what's wrong? You seem unusually lethargic today." "Oh, I had a nightmare last night," Menma replied casually. "Oh, what kind of nightmare could frighten our Menma?" Instantly, both parents expressed curiosity. In this world, their family enjoyed immense happiness. Both parents were elite jonin, and Menma had been remarkably mature from a young age, composed and gifted, already possessing strength akin to that of a jonin, lacking only experience to further hone his abilities. Both individuals were exceedingly pleased with their son, yet they found themselves perplexed as to what could possibly frighten their precocious child. Menma contemplated for a moment, glancing at Shuemin and Jixinai, eager to observe their reactions. Cough. Cough. "I dreamt that I became that what it called, the Jiue Renzali. You two had passed away, leaving me an orphan, and everyone in the village bullied me, calling me the Nine-Tails Demon Fox, leaving me perpetually hungry." Menma recounted his dream. However, before he could finish, Jixinai's expression darkened. She swiftly delivered a playful slap to Menma's head. All right, enough of that nonsense. Your mother is an elite jonin, and the Nine-Tails is merely that." Although Jixinai was unsure of how Menma had come by his knowledge of the Nine-Tails, she found it ludicrous to think that such a creature could bring about death. Her clan, the Uzumaki, was particularly adept at countering such tailed beasts, not to mention that Shuemin was renowned as the fastest ninja in the world. How could he possibly be defeated by a mere Nine-Tails? Right, Shuemin? Upon realizing this, she turned to Shuemin, only to find his expression somewhat off. Jixinai's heart tightened as she finally sensed something amiss. Menma's demeanor shifted, and he ceased speaking. Still somewhat dazed, Menma finished his breakfast, grabbed his lunch, and departed for school. Once she confirmed Menma's departure, Jixinai's gaze shifted back to Shuemin. "What is happening?" she inquired, her expression growing grave. "The village is preparing to initiate the Renzali plan." Unable to conceal the truth any longer, Shuemin's countenance darkened as he slowly uttered these words. Jixinai's expression transformed upon hearing this statement. Chapter 4. The Renzali plan. Since the death of the previous Renzali 8 years ago, in a bid to seal the Nine-Tails, the fourth Hokage, Haruno Kakashi, and his spouse made the ultimate sacrifice. From that moment onward, Konohagakure found itself in dire straits, having lost its Nine-Tails Renzali. The Renzali is regarded as a formidable weapon within the village, indispensable to its security. Presently, despite the facade of peace in the ninja world, minor conflicts continue to arise sporadically. Other villages possess their own Renzali, and naturally, Konohagakure requires one as well. However, not everyone is suitable for the role of Renzali. Should the Nine-Tails be carelessly sealed within an individual, it could soon spiral out of control, potentially driving that person to madness. Thus, Identifying a fitting candidate for the Renzali is of paramount importance. The ideal candidates are members of the Uzumaki clan, due to their unique physique and bloodline, which enable them to better accommodate the power of tailed beasts. Nevertheless, the situation is far from simple. The Renzali is not merely a tool. They represent the core strength of the village. For Konohagakure, the Renzali must share a profound bond with the Hokage and be entirely under the Hokage's control. Only in this manner can the safety and stability of Konohagakure be assured. Yet, finding a member of the Uzumaki clan who meets these criteria proves to be a formidable challenge. While numerous Uzumaki exist in the world, locating one who can bear the power of the Nine Tails, is willing to swear fealty to Konohagakure, and can forge a deep bond with the Hokage is exceedingly difficult. Additionally, consideration must be given to whether this individual possesses the requisite strength and wisdom to control the Nine Tails, as well as the fortitude to withstand the immense pressure exerted by the tailed beast. Thus, the selection of a candidate becomes increasingly complex. The upper echelons have considered Jukusenai and Uzumaki Menma, but due to age concerns, they favor Uzumaki Menma. This is also the reason for Shuemon's recent discontent. Coupled with Menma's earlier comments, Shuemon's expression grew even more somber. In this world, Shuemon harbors no notion of the will of fire. He merely wishes to protect his family and serve Konohagakure, provided that his family remains unharmed. What conditions have they proposed? Jukusenai furrowed her brow. Once the Hokage issues a directive, as a ninja, there is no room for dissent. Their only recourse lies in negotiating for advantages. Moreover, it is crucial to note that while the Nine Tails is formidable, both of them do not harbor significant trepidation towards it. The next Hokage, Shuemon, spoke in a low tone. The third Hokage has assured him that, should Menma become the Renzali, he will immediately abdicate, passing the position of the fifth Hokage to Tsunade while ensuring that Menma receives focused training. The village will assist him in mastering the power of the Nine Tails, and the sixth Hokage will consider Uzumaki Menma. This proposal is undeniably enticing, in stark contrast to the third Hokage's authoritative demeanor in this world. Tsunade is characterized as a gentle and amiable figure, and their families share a historical connection. Jukusenai had been fostered in the household of the first Hokage during her childhood. Thus, entrusting Menma to Tsunade would bring them great satisfaction. As the saying goes, a soldier who does not aspire to become a general is not a good soldier. Although Shuemon himself does not possess a strong sense of responsibility and has never contemplated becoming Hokage, the prospect of his son attaining such a position alters the equation entirely. Therefore, Shuemon must earnestly ponder this dilemma. This is also the reason for his recent inner turmoil. However, after listening to Menma's recounting today, Shuemon found himself once again engulfed in hesitation. Does his son's nightmare signify something? Perhaps we should decline this proposal. Sighing resignedly, Jukusenai expressed her frustration. Ultimately, this matter had already been disclosed to Shuemon, and it was too late to retract. Furthermore, the conditions presented by the third Hokage are exceedingly tempting. The nurturing program for the fifth Hokage and the position of the sixth Hokage are not things to be easily relinquished. Even Jukusenai herself felt a stir of temptation. The current circumstances leave little room for reversal. Unless they wish to betray the village, there is no turning back. The two could not help but recall the tragic experiences Menma had recounted that morning, and guilt welled up within their hearts. At school, Menma remained oblivious to the events unfolding at home, walking into the campus with a carefree demeanor. The young girls passing by greeted him enthusiastically. "Good morning, Menma." "Good morning." Menma smiled and nodded in response. "Menma replied to me," one girl exclaimed excitedly, prompting the others to join in their enthusiasm. As if Menma's acknowledgement had sent their hearts soaring. Had it not been for Hinata's formidable presence, these girls might have acted irrationally out of sheer excitement. For Hinata was renowned as a formidable character. At that moment, a voice called out, "Menma, these are potato chips my dad brought back from the land of fire. They're delicious, so I'll share half with you." A bag of chips was offered to Menma. He looked up, somewhat puzzled, and his gaze first landed on a pair of bright, yet slightly goofy eyes. It turned out to be Nara Shikamaru. Observing the sincerity in his expression, Menma couldn't help but twitch his lips at the stark contrast. "Thank you, Shikamaru." Menma accepted without hesitation and sampled the chips, which indeed tasted delightful. Upon receiving Menma's praise, Shikamaru beamed with a silly grin. Having traversed into this world the previous day, Menma had been busy sorting through memories and grappling with a whirlwind of thoughts, leaving him little time to closely observe the people around him. The personalities of his classmates were vividly distinct. First to catch his eye was Shikamaru, standing beside him with innocent, college-like eyes that exuded a sense of purity and warmth. Next, his gaze shifted to Shino, who was fervently spraying insect repellent at mosquitoes, focused and determined, as if resolutely intent on eradicating every last one. Further ahead, he spotted Kiba, engaged in a playful scuffle with Akamaru, showcasing his spirited and lively nature. Lastly, his attention turned to Hinata, who had just entered the classroom. With her hair tied in a side ponytail and clad in a punk-inspired outfit, her eyes revealed a hint of rebelliousness. If one has not perused the original work, they might perceive the characters as possessing vibrant personalities, each remarkably distinctive. However, for those acquainted with the original narrative, the stark contrast in character portrayal induces a sense of awkwardness, as if one has stepped into an entirely disparate realm. Menma, upon the arrival of Hodo, retreated to his seat. Upon noticing Hodo advancing towards him, Lushika instinctively shrank his head and hastily distanced himself. "Good morning, Menma," Hodo greeted, raising her hand in a casual wave. "Yes, good morning," he replied with a nod. At that moment, Hodo, with her Byakugan activated, glared fiercely at the surrounding individuals, reminiscent of a dog guarding its food. Though her demeanor appeared rather endearing, Menma could only feel a sense of embarrassment, his toes subconsciously digging into the ground as if they could excavate a 3-bedroom apartment. "Are children today so unabashed?" "Ahem, Hodo, class is about to start," he reluctantly interjected. True to form, upon facing Menma, Hodo instantly transformed her expression, embodying the gentle demeanor of a refined young lady, blushing as she approached him. Menma thought, while this was quite adorable, it was still difficult to accept such enthusiasm at that moment. Before long, a charming young girl clad in the Uchiha clan's attire entered, sporting a ponytail and vibrant bangs, her face perpetually adorned with a smile. Uchiha Yumi nodded with a smile and promptly seated herself to Menma's left, while Hodo occupied the right. Sandwiched between these two young ladies, he felt an awkward tension akin to a battlefield. Choosing to ignore the two beside him, he curiously surveyed his surroundings until his gaze landed on Uchiha Sasuke. In this scenario, Sasuke exuded less of a brooding aura and more of a charming playboy vibe. Seemingly aware of Menma's stare, Sasuke turned his head, revealing a glimmer of pity in his eyes. As a master of time management, Sasuke had dated numerous girlfriends, yet he had never experienced such a chaotic predicament. Thus, he held his brother in disdain, thinking him incapable of managing 2 girls. Of course, Sasuke's internal musings were unknown to Menma. Had he been privy to them, he would have certainly reprimanded his brother. In this world, brilliance was no longer the standard. Rather, it had become rather mundane. Consequently, he embraced a laid-back philosophy, believing that with an elder brother, he simply needed to be a charming playboy to ensure the Uchiha clan's legacy continued. A life devoid of pressure, reveling in indulgence, epitomized the ideal existence of a second-generation heir. After surveying the room, he noticed many unfamiliar faces. This was rather normal, considering that in this Tsukuyomi world, many individuals had not perished, and the butterfly effect brought forth unforeseen characters. Take, for instance, the teacher who had just entered. "All right, class is beginning. Today, we will delve into the practical applications of transformation techniques." At the podium stood a figure with short black hair, adorned with the Uchiha clan's crest. Although it was known that the Uchiha clan had not been annihilated, the sight of them teaching at a school still felt rather absurd. Indeed, the individual at the front was a prominent member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, the master of the strongest Jinjutsu, Kodoame Tsukumi. Having him as an instructor surely raised questions about brainwashing. The absurdity of this world was undeniable. I wonder if this fellow has awakened Kodoame Tsukumi in this world. He mused internally, Kodoame Tsukumi being renowned as the most potent Jinjutsu capable of silently altering a person's will. Chapter 5. Jinjutsu. It appears that Uchiha Shursui in this world will not perish, which is unfortunate. Menma pondered while observing Shursui eloquently discussing crucial knowledge points. A surge of impulse welled within him, as if summoned by some unseen force. Whether influenced by the memories of his original self or not, he found himself harboring the same desire to collect ninjutsu secrets as Menma. Such formidable techniques were held by the powerful, and acquiring them was no easy feat. If he were to follow the path of his original self, Challenging and seizing them one by one would only invite endless trouble. However, Jinjutsu seemed to present an excellent breakthrough. With mastery of Jinjutsu, he could effortlessly attain all that he yearned for. When contemplating Jinjutsu, the names Tsukuyomi, Kotoeme Tsukumi, and Yuhi Kurenai immediately surfaced in his mind. If I recall correctly, Yuhi Kurenai in this world is a devoted collector of Jinjutsu. Furthermore, she had amassed an entire collection of them. With this thought, excitement bubbled within him. Was this not akin to a free library? He hoped that his talents would grant him the ability to learn any technique. As the class progressed, Uchiha Shursui continued to earnestly elaborate on the subject matter. Below, the children, including Menma, seemed hardly attentive. Time flowed by quietly, and before long, the morning session had concluded. At noon, the students dined on their packed lunches within the school grounds. Friends gathered to sample one another's meals, while Menma found this custom somewhat peculiar. As the school was situated within the village, he could not fathom the rationale behind such an odd rule, and eating cold food did little to whet his appetite. Menma, would you like to have lunch together? Widow, seated beside him, was the first to extend the invitation. Yumi, on his right, also gazed at him expectantly. Sure, let's eat together. In his previous life, he would have naturally declined, viewing the petty rivalry among young girls as exceedingly childish. However, his mindset had shifted. Amidst the pink blossoms of falling cherry petals, beneath the flowering tree, a boy sat alongside two girls. Menma found himself leaning against the grand tree, lost in thought as he watched the cherry blossoms dance. What a magnificent sight! Perhaps coming here is a stroke of true fortune compared to the actual ninja world. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. A gentle breeze caressed the air, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Time stood still, and this tranquil atmosphere enveloped him. The two young girls appeared oblivious to any peculiarity, their perception of him unchanged from before. Each opened their lunchboxes. Widow's was a meticulously crafted culinary masterpiece, akin to a work of art, while Yumi's was simple yet homely, filled with warmth. Menma's own lunch was cozy and delightful, evoking a sense of comfort. After finishing their meal, a considerable stretch of time remained until the official afternoon class commenced at 2 o'clock. Menma could not help but internally lament. With such a long wait, it would be better to return home for a meal and come back. Yet, he had to admit, this was indeed an exceptionally suitable place for relaxation. Reclining beneath the shade of the tree, feeling the gentle breeze, Menma lazily closed his eyes and began to savor this moment of tranquility. Sunlight streamed through the foliage, casting a patchwork of light upon him. As if draping him in a golden veil, he relaxed his body and mind, allowing his thoughts to gradually drift away, immersing himself in this serene ambience. Ultimately, being a ninja is akin to being an assassin with little theoretical knowledge. In this world, there would be no indoctrination of the will of fire. So much of the time spent in school was dedicated to practical lessons. The afternoon classes proved to be considerably more engaging than those of the morning. Practicing shuriken jutsu was undoubtedly a thrilling endeavor for the children. Menma, don't you enjoy this? Widow, having grown bolder due to their recent closeness, directly posed the question. Previously, Menma had relished practical lessons, for he was undoubtedly the top student in terms of strength. Yumi also turned to him, sensing the changes in Menma over the past few days. Not really. I just find it a bit tedious, Menma replied nonchalantly. To put it simply, he preferred extraordinary power and lacked much interest in assassination techniques like shuriken traps. The two young girls, of course, could not comprehend his sentiments. After exchanging a few more words, Menma began to practice, differing from the others who were fervently honing their skills. Occasionally, he would experiment with the possibility of channeling chakra into his shuriken. In the pursuit of acquiring additional attributes, the matter of becoming a jonin arises. Within this intricate chakra system, there exist two subtle techniques: transformation of form and alteration of nature. To illustrate simply, the transformation of form can be likened to the Rasengan, whereas the alteration of nature is exemplified by the futon, Rasengan. Mastering the latter essentially signifies one's attainment of jonin status. However, upon experimentation, I find myself still lacking in this regard. If one merely envelopes a kunai with chakra, it dissipates at the moment of release. Only by mastering the alteration of nature can one achieve such feats. The long-awaited end of the school day finally arrives, and for me, it is exceedingly dull. The educational environment offers little of value. Of course, The primary aim of the second Hokage in establishing the Ninja Academy was to foster relationships among the young trainees. Should I employ the shadow clone technique for school? I have yet to test the efficacy of the shadow clone. As I ponder these thoughts, I make my way home, with Hinata chattering away beside me, a presence I have grown accustomed to. Relationships do require cultivation. My peers here are quite interesting. Tonight, I can finally execute my plan, I reflect, filled with anticipation. See you tomorrow. This statement pulls my thoughts back to the present. Yes, see you tomorrow. I nod in response. However, Hinata does not walk away, her expression revealing hesitance. If you have something to say, just speak. This is unlike you, I remark, somewhat surprised. Is there something on your mind? If you have any troubles, feel free to share. I will help. Hinata hesitates before directly asking. Her demeanor is somewhat bashful, a stark contrast to her usual self. This catches me off guard, prompting a moment of confusion as I wonder if she has sensed the change in my body. I noticed you seemed restless all day, Hinata observes, picking up on something amiss, albeit misinterpreting my distraction as worry over some issue. I cannot help but chuckle at her innocent concern. I had not anticipated such an endearing side from her. Unconsciously, I step closer and, under the fierce gaze of the spirited girl, gently ruffle her hair, feeling its delightful texture. You are overthinking it. I simply find the school curriculum exceedingly dull and uninteresting. I admit with a smile, revealing the truth, my current lack of interest in trivial lessons, as my aspirations lie in enhancing my strength. With this thought, a mischievous idea strikes me. Hinata, I truly admire your personality, but your strength could use some improvement. How about we make a pact? If you manage to defeat me, I shall heed your requests from then on. At that moment, I remain oblivious to the cunning nature of my own smile, reminiscent of a sly fox on the verge of mischief. Really? Hinata's eyes sparkle with excitement, her mind already spinning with possibilities. She has even conjured a name for her future child. Indeed, I shall not renege, I assure her, a smile lingering at the corners of my mouth. With our agreement established, we part ways. I pay little heed to the implications of our pact, believing it nearly impossible for Hinata to catch up to me given my current talent, unless she awakens the Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Hinata walks away, giddy with joy. Replaying my words in her mind, my fondness for her current demeanor, is it the boldness or the gentleness she wonders? This thought leaves her perplexed. What demands should she make? A date? A shopping trip? Perhaps a kiss to seal the deal? The silly smile on her face remains undiminished until she reaches home. Have you lost your mind, sister? Hanabi stares at Hinata, perplexed by her expression. It is only then that Hinata snaps back to reality. At my end, I return home. I'm back, I announce. Welcome back, Menma, replies Kushina as I change shoes and engage in casual conversation, oblivious to her peculiar demeanor. Feeling somewhat bored, I venture to the small courtyard to experiment with my ninjutsu. Raising one hand, I declare, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Instantaneously, another version of myself materializes beside me. The sensation is indeed extraordinary. We exchange curious glances, examining one another with intrigue. As anticipated, we are identical, sharing the same thoughts. A mere glance conveys my intent, and the shadow clone comprehends immediately. Experimenting with my newfound abilities, the shadow clone closes its eyes, attempting to shift into a ghostly state, sinking into the earth. Engaging my perception with Kagura Shingon, I seek to determine whether my ethereal self can be detected. Lacking vitality and chakra response, I have genuinely entered a ghostly state, visible yet merely a projection in this world. This bears resemblance to Obito's Kamui, albeit with distinct differences. My ghostly state lacks a time limit, while Obito's Kamui imposes no distance constraints. Continuing my experimentation, I find that, much like Kamui, in this ethereal state, I cannot attack or perform ninjutsu. Movement relies solely on will, akin to a leisurely pace. This aspect diverges significantly from Obito's ability, which allows for spatial marking and traversal through the Kamui dimension. It appears to follow Obito's narrative. Yet, while he seeks to create a world with Rin, my ambition is merely to gather the ninjutsu of this realm. I ponder whether I can attain the strength of a sage of 6 paths. Having traversed into this world as its protagonist, I naturally wish to explore the limits of my power. Yet, I remain unaware that this world is but a figment of illusion. Having completed my exploration of this ability, it is time to test my other skills. Chapter 6, Rasengan. My father has yet to teach me this jutsu, yet I have studied its principles and practice methods extensively. Thus, I am eager to see if I can successfully utilize it on my own. Extending a hand, I begin to gather chakra, following the method imparted by Jiraiya. Gradually, a transparent sphere of wind materializes in my palm. Compressing, concentrating, and rotating the chakra, I successfully form a highly unstable Rasengan. Despite knowing my talent is considerable, experiencing the outcome firsthand reveals just how potent it truly is. The learning difficulty of the Rasengan is rated A. I did not expect to succeed on my first attempt. Elated, I bask in my achievement. Suddenly, a voice exclaims, "Menma, what are you doing?" Startled, I turn around to find a hint of embarrassment crossing my face. Unbeknownst to me, Minato has returned home and, upon witnessing the Rasengan in my hand, displays no signs of joy. Instead, his brow furrows with concern. Sensing my father's unease, I quickly disperse the Rasengan. "Didn't I tell you? You're not ready to learn such a dangerous jutsu yet." Minato's tone turns stern, his expression serious. This perilous technique poses risks during practice. Any mishap could result in harm to oneself. Minato harbors deep concern in his heart, unwilling to let his young son engage with such treacherous ninjutsu prematurely. Thus, whenever I attempt to practice any technique deemed hazardous, he resolutely refuses to teach it. This is not due to possessiveness, but rather stems from his profound care for my safety. The knowledge at school is utterly dull. I was merely curious to see if I could succeed, I confess, slightly sheepish. Menma, feeling somewhat aggrieved, explained his situation. Upon hearing Menma's words, bluffing Shuemon's expression softened slightly. Yet he firmly stated, "Father knows of your remarkable talent, but you must prioritize your safety. If you wish to learn any ninjutsu in the future, you must first consult with me." Shuemin sighed internally, the weight of the Jinchuriki matter lingering in his conscience. "I want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique," Menma declared. Raising his head immediately, a twitch appeared at the corner of Shuemin's mouth, and the guilt he felt vanished in an instant. This little rascal was indeed quite audacious. While Shuemin could teach other ninjutsu, the Flying Thunder God was a forbidden technique in the village, and he would need to report it to the Hokage before teaching it to his son. However, this was not the most pressing concern for Shuemin. Rather, he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers involved in mastering the Flying Thunder God. As a rare space-time ninjutsu, it posed significant risks. "Menma, you are still young." Shuemin prepared to counsel him, not out of reluctance to teach, but from the recognition of the dangers associated with its practice. If Menma were to succeed, he could inadvertently attract unforeseen complications. Disappointment washed over Menma's face. After all, the Flying Thunder God was a technique that stood in a league of its own among the ninjutsu of the ninja world. It was evident that mastery of such a technique was not attainable in the near future, and his countenance reflected palpable disappointment. Shuemin felt somewhat at a loss, yet he remained resolute. "Enough, this technique is too perilous. You should learn something else." Menma furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously. Shuemin's prowess was indeed formidable. In comparison to other ninjas, his development was remarkably comprehensive. In terms of speed, he possessed the Flying Thunder God. In terms of power, he had mastered the Rasengan. He was also adept in sage techniques, sealing arts, and various other skills. It was clear that his abilities were exceptionally well-rounded. However, the options for ninjutsu appeared limited, as Shuemin would certainly refrain from imparting any techniques that bore high risks. With this in mind, Menma ventured, "Are there any ninjutsu akin to the Rasengan that do not require hand seals?" Unsure himself, he decided to present this quandary to Shuemin once more. Upon hearing Menma's question, Shuemin expressed surprise, querying, "Ninjutsu without hand seals?" He found this peculiar request puzzling. Of course, who among the average folk would perform hand seals? Menma mused silently. Both the Flying Thunder God and the Rasengan did not necessitate hand seals. Shuemin sought to achieve unparalleled speed, leaving adversaries with no time to react. Except for the lightning armor technique, none could match Shuemin's velocity. While it appeared that hand seals were executed swiftly and stylishly in anime, the reality of learning them made one wish to forego them entirely. True strength did not lie in the rapid execution of 6 seals per second, but in the ability to manifest one's will with a mere clasp of the hands. I have it. The wind release, gale palm, which originally requires only 3 seals, can be performed without seals once mastered. After pondering, Shuemin identified this C-rank ninjutsu as meeting his son's criteria. Menma, at this moment, was not concerned with the strength of the technique. He merely wished to explore the realm of ninjutsu without hand seals. Without hesitation, Shuemin began instructing Menma in this C-rank ninjutsu. Despite knowing his son's talent was commendable, experiencing it firsthand always left him with a sense of frustration. Any ninjutsu he taught would be grasped with ease, and with a few repetitions, Menma would master it. Wind release, gale palm. Menma raised his hands towards the sky and struck several times, unleashing a gust of air that, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was sufficient to cause someone to stagger. Yet, Menma was quite satisfied, for this technique required no hand seals. He now held confidence in his ability to refine this technique, envisioning a version akin to the air-splitting palm of the ninja world. After dinner, he returned to his room, and with a flick of his finger, a shadow clone appeared beside him. They exchanged nods before the clone melded into the wall and vanished. Nighttime in Konoha was devoid of a curfew. Yet it was not bustling. Apart from the regular night market, few ventured out. The shadow clone utilized Earth Release to find the home of Yuhi Kurenai. In a place like Konoha, information about a collector like her was relatively easy to obtain. In a ninja village, relationships were tightly knit, and everyone had their own identities and backgrounds. Thus, with a bit of time and effort, one could gather a wealth of useful information. As for Jinjutsu, it was not particularly renowned in this world. Compared to orthodox ninjutsu, Jinjutsu seemed somewhat superfluous, often serving only an auxiliary role in battles and failing to inflict direct harm on foes. Nonetheless, this did not imply that Jinjutsu was entirely useless. It merely held comparatively lower practicality. Notably, almost all famous Jinjutsu were linked to the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques, known for their formidable power and unique effects, becoming one of the clan's signature skills. However, the clan's uniqueness and their bloodline limits made it challenging for other ninjas to master these Jinjutsu. In his ethereal state, the clone disregarded all obstacles, freely traversing various places. At this moment, he had lost all biological traits, visible only to the naked eye. In this state, a brief search would easily reveal the Jinjutsu collected by Kurenai. Within her room, numerous towering bookshelves were adorned with an array of Jinjutsu scrolls. The sheer quantity and diversity of these scrolls elicited admiration for Kurenai's extensive collection. The shadow clone casually picked up a Jinjutsu scroll and began to read its contents with great attention. Through this reading, he gained a deeper understanding of the Jinjutsu system in this world. It became clear that not everyone could wield Jinjutsu. One needed the requisite talent. Furthermore, utilizing Jinjutsu required sufficient mental energy, referred to in this world as in release. Only by meeting these criteria could one truly harness the latent power within Jinjutsu. Chapter 7. Sharingan. The moon hung high in the night sky, its light cascading upon the earth and illuminating the rooftop of Yuhi Kurenai's home. The shadow clone remained engrossed in the beloved Jinjutsu in his hands, a torrent of ideas and inspirations flooding his mind. Throughout the night, the clone managed to read only a third of the Jinjutsu material, yet felt an insatiable desire for more. As the sky began to brighten, the clone reluctantly set down the Jinjutsu scroll. I'll return tonight, he whispered to himself before dispelling the shadow clone technique. Meanwhile, Menma lay soundly asleep in his bed, immersed in delightful dreams. Suddenly, a flood of memories from the shadow clone surged into his mind. This overwhelming influx caused his body to involuntarily convulse, abruptly shattering his sweet slumber. Menma's eyes flew open, filled with shock and fatigue. Is this what a shadow clone is? I finally understand why it is categorized as a forbidden technique, he murmured, his complexion paling. The transfer of memories from the clone to the original body, resulting in an avalanche of recollections, was manageable for a single clone, but he could not fathom the chaos that would ensue if he had hundreds of clones like Naruto. Thus, while this ninjutsu was suitable for combat, it was less so for learning, as the brain could hardly bear the burden. It seemed that his plans required further refinement. Closing his eyes, he took a moment to organize the memories in his mind, gaining a clearer understanding. It was evident that as long as one grasped the principles of Jinjutsu and possessed strong mental fortitude, one could create simple Jinjutsu independently. He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, realizing that this situation was untenable and that he needed to devise a plan. After glancing outside at the sky, he lay back down to continue his slumber. It was not until the sun was high in the sky that Shuemin came to rouse him from his sleep. Menma gradually grew accustomed to this way of life. His parents in this world were truly remarkable. Both Both possessed formidable strength and gentle temperaments. In daily matters, he adhered to his mother's guidance, while significant decisions were left to his father. Shuemin had never resorted to scolding or punishment, embodying the ideal family he had always envisioned. Following Shuemin downstairs, Menma washed his face and brushed his teeth, feeling quite at ease as he drowsily ate breakfast. Menma, do you like pets? Shuemin was unsure how to broach the subject of the Kyuubi with him and decided to test the waters first. They exchanged a glance, both reflecting a sense of helplessness. I do like pets, he replied casually, still organizing the memories of illusions in his mind. What about a special pet? Shuemin's expression grew conflicted. Special pet? Menma sensed something amiss and turned his gaze toward his parents, who displayed similarly troubled expressions. What kind of special pet? He asked nonchalantly while lifting his glass of milk. Already aware of the unusual atmosphere. How about a fox? Is it cute? Shuemin was not adept at concealing his emotions, especially in front of family. His thoughts were written all over his face. Suddenly, milk sprayed from his mouth. What the hell, a fox? Menma felt insulted at the suggestion. A wave of powerless frustration surging through him. Observing his parents' expressions, he realized he could no longer deny the reality. He was destined to become a Jinchuriki, as if it were his fate. This was a world where he could not escape the Kyuubi, even in a realm as fantastical as this. The critical point was that while a powerful Kyuubi could be advantageous, this world-s version was a mere counterfeit, with limited strength. Menma truly did not want it. Seeing Menma's reaction, his parents understood he had grasped the situation. In that moment, they both looked somewhat lost, as responsible parents shouldered the duty of protecting their child, yet felt utterly powerless in the face of this predicament. Their primary concern stemmed from their belief that the Kyuubi was not an overwhelmingly terrifying entity. However, they were apprehensive about Menma's ability to accept this truth. Menma fell into a contemplative silence, momentarily unsure of how to express himself. He was not a fool. Having come to understand the true nature of this world, he was better equipped to comprehend certain matters. Some things might seem predestined from a personal perspective, but when viewed from the village's standpoint, Naruto's lineage and his role as a Jinchuriki were steeped in intricate political ramifications. What, then, does being a Jinchuriki signify? The answer was akin to wielding a nuclear weapon. Such immense power must be firmly held by the Hokage faction. For the formidable might of the Kyuubi is not something mere mortals can withstand. Thus, the Uzumaki clan was destined to bear this burden. The first Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido. The second, Uzumaki Kushina. The third, Uzumaki Naruto. Menma remained silent, at a loss for what to do next. You still have time, Menma, you can think it over. After all, it's just a slightly stronger fox. Kushina felt a pang of heartache as she observed her son's demeanor. Menma, what are your dreams? Shuemin asked directly. If his son did not wish to become Hokage, he would have to consider rejecting that path outright. Deep down, he even entertained thoughts of assassinating the Hokage. This was the distinction between the two Shuemin. The Hokage, embodying the will of fire, would sacrifice family for the village. While in this world, Shuemin's priorities were inverted. If eliminating the Hokage could protect his family, he would not hesitate to replace him. I will think about it. I have to go to school now. Menma stood up and walked toward the door. Just as he exited the house, Kushina rushed out after him. You forgot your lunch. Don't feel too pressured. She affectionately ruffled his hair. Okay. Throughout the journey, his brow remained furrowed. Becoming a Jinchuriki was indeed a vexing prospect. Menma did not entirely reject the idea. After all, the power structure in this world dictated that one should possess a formidable beast within them to venture out with pride. The Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and the Akatsuki clan had all followed this path. Yet, what troubled Menma was that the Kyuubi in this world was merely an imitation, with a power ceiling that rendered it unworthy of being a Jinchuriki. Even if he were to become a perfect Jinchuriki, he could not surpass the genuine Naruto. In this world's lore, he was originally supposed to be a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of controlling the Kyuubi and utilizing its strength, yet lacking the so-called Kyuubi Chakra mode or Sage Fox mode. This world was rife with various demons and monsters, wraiths, dragon veins, the Zero Tails, and more. What he truly desired was the dragon vein, possessing vast chakra that could even warp time and space, yet without consciousness. By becoming its Jinchuriki, he would not need to worry about losing control. More crucially, this power would complement his own abilities seamlessly, allowing him to traverse worlds with the power of the dragon vein. For now, however, it remained a mere dream. Sighing, he faced the reality that the Kyuubi was too weak, rendering the prospect of becoming its Jinchuriki entirely unworthy. Sunlight poured into the lively academy, yet it could not penetrate the gloom within his heart. He stood quietly to one side, his gaze betraying a hint of sorrow and worry. Typically cheerful, today he appeared particularly taciturn. Even when greeted warmly by the charming young girls, he merely nodded, failing to respond as he usually would. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, noticing that Menma seemed different today, as if shrouded in a veil of melancholy. Menma, what's wrong? Did something happen? Yumi cautiously approached him, concern evident in her bright, dark eyes. She gently tugged at his sleeve, seeking answers from his expression. Menma shook his head, indicating that all was well. Noticing the young girl's attire, an idea sparked in his mind. In the world of Hokage, also known as the Legend of Eyes, their eyes represented the greatest advantage beyond various external enhancements. Since he had arrived in this world, perhaps he should acquire a pair for himself. Menma suddenly felt intrigued. As for the drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan, he did not dwell on them, viewing them merely as genetic shortcomings. Figures like Obito and Indra demonstrated that they did not require an eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus, to resolve the issue of blindness associated with the Mangekyo, one could either utilize Hashirama's cells or directly tap into Ashura as chakra, or even employ superior powers, such as the chakra of the Akatsuki clan. Speaking of the Akatsuki clan reminded Menma that combining the Byakugan with their chakra could unlock the Rinnegan. However, it seemed this required a certain aptitude, specifically the purity of the Byakugan. Menma, what is on your mind? Yumi asked, a touch of worry in her voice, interrupting his thoughts. Oh, by the way, Yumi, have you awakened your Sharingan? How many tomo do you have? He inquired with curiosity. 2 tomo. Didn't I mention that before? Yumi replied, puzzled by his sudden question. Upon hearing it was 2 tomo, Menma's face twitched, such impressive potential at their age. They were only 8 or 9 years old, and she had already awakened a 2 tomo Sharingan. In a normal world, this would astonish many, yet here, in the realm of Yudu, it was merely another day. Should we find a way to stimulate him and see the Mangekyo? Menma's curiosity was once again piqued. Having arrived in this world, he was eager to discover the nature of the kaleidoscope. Memories of Yume surfaced in his mind, an orphan, having lost her parents in battle, living with her grandfather. Her gentle and generous demeanor, coupled with her laughter, made her fond of Menma, as she was the only one brave enough to openly compete with Hinata for Menma's affection. This situation seems quite manageable, he mused, feeling an increasing sense of familiarity with Menma. A fleeting image crossed his mind, Hinata poking her finger into her chest. Now he understood why this felt so familiar. He was indeed Yuan Yelin. The corners of his eyes twitched. It turned out that Yume was the one holding the script of Obito. Interestingly, their current circumstances bore a striking resemblance to Obito's plight. Both were enamored with Menma. He knew well that the awakening of the Sharingan within the Uchiha clan stemmed from a twisted form of love, often more obsession than affection. Should I test the waters? Menma pondered, feeling a surge of excitement. This could indeed be a unique characteristic of this world, but first, he needed to ascertain whether this young girl truly harbored feelings for him. Yume, my father taught me an illusion technique yesterday. Let me demonstrate it for you. No harm involved. Menma found himself explaining eagerly. Don't worry, I possess the Sharingan. The girl, displaying no fear, activated her Sharingan with resolve. The 2 tomo within her eyes appeared particularly striking. Seeing the Sharingan up close, Menma blinked, captivated by its beauty. Perhaps only he, in his ignorance and fearlessness, dared to gaze upon the Uchiha's Sharingan. Chapter 8. True love illusions are a magical ninjutsu capable of influencing the flow of chakra within an opponent's body through the 5 senses, drawing enemies into a fantastical realm. Most illusions rely on visual cues for execution. Typically, both parties become ensnared through direct eye contact or specific subtle hints. However, there exist rarer types of illusions that utilize sound waves, touch, and other senses to launch an illusory attack. The effects of illusions vary greatly. They can severely impact an opponent's psyche, grant complete control over their body, or even manipulate their emotions at will. What he aimed to explore was the identity of this young girl's most cherished person, as this was his first attempt at employing such an illusion technique. And given that it also belonged to the visual category, he needed to form hand seals to successfully execute the technique. Illusion, Takamagara, with the hand seals completed. The illusion enveloped her in a blissful dream. The girl standing before him fell into a trance, her eyes losing focus while a gentle smile adorned her face. Clearly, she had succumbed to the illusion, a result of her lack of resistance. Menma activated his unique ability, allowing his consciousness to drift into her mind to witness the nature of her illusion. Within a warm family setting, a tall, black-haired beauty wore a tender smile while conversing with a handsome young man who bore a resemblance to Minato. Menma's consciousness manifested in this ethereal realm, and after observing for a while, he grasped the situation. He found himself somewhat speechless. Indeed, the young girl's imagination was vibrant, as she had already envisioned names for their future children, even though she had just entered the illusion. While bemused, he confirmed her feelings. This girl genuinely liked him. So you truly possess Obito's script. If I were to pass away, you might directly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Menma internally lamented. However, observing her mature appearance, he couldn't help but acknowledge that it aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. Is this merely your fantasy, or is it a glimpse of your true self as you grow? But Menma had seen enough. He directed his consciousness to envision his own future self, initially seated and conversing with his beautiful wife. His demeanor shifted as a flicker of clarity returned. He rose and approached Yume. My beautiful wife, it is time to awaken, he said in a teasing tone to the mature young woman before him. Darling, what's wrong? Yume did not respond. Perhaps her consciousness had become ensnared in this delightful dream. Menma sighed, realizing that she was willingly submerged in this fantasy. Silly girl, you have yet to mature. What are you dreaming about? He couldn't resist pinching her cheek. Yume initially looked perplexed, then shock washed over her, her face flushing crimson. The two tomo of her Sharingan emerged, and at that moment, she completely broke free from the illusion. Her face flushed with embarrassment, and the illusionary space collapsed instantaneously. Both their consciousnesses returned to their physical forms. Upon regaining awareness, Menma found himself confronted by a pair of furious Sharingan glaring at him. He even noticed the two tomo slowly rotating, as if a third tomo was about to manifest. Alas, it seems I have taken this just too far. The saying goes, when a good-natured person erupts, it is the most terrifying sight. Yume, originally a kind-hearted girl, found her feelings for Menma to be quite normal in this world. Not an early romance at all. However, the nature of what had just transpired was rather egregious. It was akin to indulging in a lewd dream, only to be discovered. Leaving Yume, with her thin skin, feeling an overwhelming urge to obliterate the world. Under such immense pressure, the two tomo in her eyes transformed into three, awakening her Mangekyo Sharingan. Menma felt a chill run down his spine. No way. You are the real protagonist here. At such a young age, she had awakened the three tomo Sharingan. Should he consider making a sacrifice to the heavens? Oblivious to the situation within her own eyes, the girl shot a fierce glare at Menma before turning and fleeing, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Menma, I almost thought you were going to hit me over this. As she entered the classroom, she turned her head away from him. Menma could only shrug in exasperation. He settled into his seat, and soon after, Hinata arrived, appearing somewhat fatigued. Having taken Menma's words to heart, she had trained late into the night, causing her to wake up feeling sore and drained. Her lack of energy diminished her usual spirited demeanor, and she hardly managed to greet him. Additionally, influenced by Hinata's earlier remarks, her attire today, a short skirt accentuating her long legs and a casual ponytail, exuded a rebellious charm. Menma was at a loss for words. It was almost unfair how beautiful she looked at such a young age. Gradually, other classmates trickled into the school, each exhibiting their distinct personalities, lost in their own worlds. Inspired by them, Unlog ceased dwelling on the troubling matters at hand. If he could delay for a day, he would. He intended to assess the situation before making any moves. After all, it was merely a nine-tailed beast. If necessary, he would wait until he grew stronger to find a way to extricate it. If it could not provide him with assistance and instead became a burden, it would no longer be a boon but a hindrance. To his left, Hinata, weary, succumbed to sleep with her head resting on the desk, while to his right, Yume avoided looking at him, still uncomfortable from the morning's events. Finding solace in his own thoughts, he rested his head on his hand, contemplating the intricacies of illusion techniques. He realized that illusions were indeed a remarkable tool. The more he studied, the more he discovered. Ordinary illusions could only impact the five senses, disrupting an opponent's chakra and ensnaring them in a mirage. However, Advanced illusions directly influence the soul, allowing them to re-enter the illusion. This kind of illusion was truly formidable, epitomized by techniques like Tsukuyomi and Kodoamatsukami. Such advanced illusions are rare. Yet the one utilized by Menma this morning is indeed among them. By influencing the emotions of others, one can ensnare their very soul. Should the individual fail to respond promptly to such emotions, they may find themselves increasingly ensnared. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are the most potent forces affecting human sentiment. Naturally, Menma remained cautious, for the susceptibility to illusions stemmed from the other party's voluntary cooperation. Moreover, given that the subject was merely a child, the reference value was limited. In Menma's contemplation, illusions should ideally take effect on elite individuals. Thus, she began to conceive intricate illusions in her mind. In the classroom, today's lesson was still being conducted by Uchiha Shursui. He naturally observed the state of his students below. However, as a teacher, he understood that the Ninja Academy offered little in terms of substantial knowledge. The primary focus of education here revolved around enjoyment and fostering bonds among classmates. Consequently, as long as the children were not disrupting the order of the classroom, it was permissible for them to doze off or daydream during non-essential lessons. Chapter 9. The peace created by Uchiha Madara within the Hokage building. The atmosphere appeared rather grave. The third Hokage sat quietly at his desk, his countenance aged and solemn, as though bearing the weight of the entire village. Before him stood Namake's Minato, his posture straight, revealing a glimmer of worry and inner turmoil in his gaze. Minato, what have you concluded? Have you discussed this matter with Menma? The third Hokage's voice resonated deeply, imbued with an undeniable authority. Minato lowered his head slightly. Uncertainty etched upon his face. I have spoken with Menma, he began, his voice trailing off as he recalled the child's refusal. But what? The third Hokage pressed, fixing his gaze intently on Minato. Minato raised his head, his eyes reflecting a blend of helplessness and concern. However, Hokage-sama, Menma is still just a child. Could we perhaps grant him a little more time? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, exhaling deeply. Minato, you must comprehend the current circumstances. The external situation grows increasingly dire, with each village possessing its own Jinchuriki, posing a significant threat to our Konoha. Minato nodded silently, recognizing the truth in the third Hokage's words. Yet his heart remained heavy with concern for Menma. Furthermore, Minato, our research team has made notable progress. Should Menma become a Jinchuriki, we are confident that he can be perfected in the shortest possible time. The third Hokage continued, endeavoring to alleviate Minato's apprehensions. Minato's expression became more complex. He understood the implications of this decision for Menma, while also acknowledging the paramount importance of Konoha's interests and security. Yet, as a father, how could he easily place his son in such a perilous situation? In a world devoid of great wars, Jinchuriki were seldom seen, and various villages were engaged in the quest for the perfect Jinchuriki. Even Konoha had not ceased its endeavors regarding the Nine Tails. They had already devised methods to utilize the Nine Tails, establishing a system for creating the ideal Jinchuriki. However, you are correct. We can afford to delay Menma's decision for a while longer. The third Hokage acquiesced to Minato's request. Minato expressed his gratitude immediately, observing Minato's departing silhouette. The third Hokage's brow furrowed in concern. Minato, in theory, was the third Hokage's direct descendant and his disciple, yet this young man seemed lacking, possessing strength but lacking a broader perspective. For instance, regarding the matter of Jinchuriki, if it had been someone from his faction, they would have undoubtedly agreed without hesitation upon hearing of such an opportunity. In contrast, Minato's unwillingness was almost palpable. This disposition will ultimately hinder great accomplishments. The third Hokage mused with a sigh. Yet, what could be done, given that Uzumaki Kushina had chosen this inept individual? Danzo had already reported that the Uzumaki clan was the most suitable vessel for becoming a Jinchuriki. They excelled in sealing techniques and possessed a vast reservoir of chakra, perfectly capable of suppressing the Nine Tails. Thus, the appearance of choice was merely an illusion of choice. Minato, too, furrowed his brow in contemplation, recognizing that Menma seemed reluctant to become a Jinchuriki. Yet, this matter appeared to leave no room for negotiation. For now, it seems we can only delay. Let us see how long we can postpone. If it becomes untenable, then we may have to entrust this matter to him. Minato resolved to delay as much as possible, hoping the child might eventually agree. Should he refuse, Minato would have to pass down his family techniques to him. Flying Thunder God. He understood his child intimately. Fully aware of his exceptional talent, if Menma was inclined to learn, he would undoubtedly master it. However, the crux lay in the degree of danger involved. At this moment, withholding such knowledge was due to concerns over Menma's lack of discernment. Once he matured somewhat, Minato would reconsider the matter. As Minato pondered, his worries gradually dissipated, allowing him to shift his focus to the new tasks at hand. Within the school, Menma had entirely forgotten the matter of becoming a Jinchuriki. He sat there, organizing the memories of illusions in his mind, while simultaneously marveling at the three-tomo Sharingan he had seen that morning. Let us wait a little longer. At that moment, Menma had already devised a series of plans to awaken his eyes. The best method had been suggested by his brother Dato, so Menma merely needed to outline some details. However, given their young physiques, it was prudent to focus on self-cultivation during this period. Thus, the question of how to acquire secret techniques became a conundrum. Secret techniques are the hallmark skills of a ninja, much like his father, Namake's Minato, with his Flying Thunder God technique, which had no copies in their household. Taking Minato as an example, the only way to acquire the Flying Thunder God technique would essentially entail eliminating him and extracting the knowledge from his mind. However, such an approach was clearly untenable. Menma sought their secret techniques without aspiring to become a villain. So what other methods existed? Illusions. Yet, they could not be ordinary illusions. When are people most relaxed? The answer is in their dreams. Indeed, dreaming while asleep is the epitome of relaxation. Dreams are both answers and memories. What one contemplates during the day is often reflected in their dreams at night. Thus, practicing ninjutsu while dreaming seems quite natural. Menma stroked his chin, concluding that if he could develop an illusion that enabled others to fully demonstrate their ninjutsu in their dreams, he might just learn it himself. It appeared that further efforts were needed. In the following days, each night, Menma would dispatch shadow clones to the home of Yuhi Kurenai to study her illusions. After several days, he had thoroughly examined all of Kurenai's illusions. Menma's spirit began to wane. This is too mentally exhausting. I cannot continue like this. His body was still too small, and his mental capacity was limited. If he persisted in this manner, even a genius would be overwhelmed. Presently, he bore an appearance of fatigue, which was directly affecting his outward manifestation. During class, while still in a daze, contemplating ways to improve, Yubi nudged his arm. What is it, Yubi? Menma inquired, puzzled. My grandfather discovered my eye situation, and to express his gratitude, he wishes to invite you to dinner at my home. Yubi leaned in a little closer, her demeanor somewhat bashful. It turned out that while practicing at home, her grandfather had noticed the evolution of her eyes. The old man had been delighted, and upon learning that his granddaughter's eye advancement was due to a young boy, he immediately understood the implications. A wise elder, he was well aware of the intricacies surrounding the evolution of their clan's eyes. Thus, he became quite curious to meet this young lad, feeling compelled to see him for himself. Hence, the current invitation to dinner arose, a rather rare occurrence in this world. Menma initially hesitated to accept the invitation, but contemplated the matter further. He was also somewhat curious about the situation of the Uchiha clan in this world. Thus, without much hesitation, he readily agreed. After school in the afternoon, Menma followed Uchiha Yumi towards the ancestral grounds of the Uchiha clan. Within the village, several families resided together, each possessing their own territory, and the Uchiha clan also had its own domain, akin to a village within a village. In this world, the Uchiha clan fared considerably better. Where Uchiha Madara existed, no one dared to target them. Without the indoctrination of the second Hokage and the targeting of the third, the Uchiha clan, like other families, found themselves on the village's periphery. Ordinary villagers would occasionally visit, and the Uchihas would greet them with friendly smiles. This exemplified the stark contrast between two worlds. As Menma observed the smiling faces of the Uchiha clan, a shiver ran down his spine. It felt unsettlingly out of place. Those faces adorned with Sharingan evoked a sense of discomfort. Do not be afraid. Although they may appear somewhat intimidating, they are actually quite kind-hearted. Yumi seemed to sense Menma's unease and quickly explained. Her voice was gentle and melodious, providing Menma with a sense of comfort. I understand. Thank you for your concern, Yumi. However, compared to you, they certainly do look quite frightening, Menma replied with a smile, his gaze lingering on Yumi's face, a glimmer of affection shining in his eyes. Upon hearing Menma's compliment, Yumi's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered her head, avoiding his gaze. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy. Being praised felt delightful. Menma couldn't help but chuckle at Yumi's bashful demeanor. He reached out to gently ruffle her hair and softly said, "Let us go and see if there are any interesting things to explore." With that, he took Yumi's hand and continued onward. With a plan in mind, he intended to begin preparations immediately, strengthening the bond between them, ensuring they were ready for the future awakening of their powers. Thus, he aimed to cultivate their relationship appropriately. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Yumi's face turned a deep crimson, the blush spreading to her earlobes, making her appear quite endearing. Following Yumi, they arrived at the entrance of a traditional Japanese-style house. A small courtyard lay in front, with a two-story dwelling behind it. Upon opening the door, a patch of grass greeted them, and an elderly man sat beneath the house, his eyes fixed on the entrance. Upon seeing his granddaughter return, a smile spread across his wrinkled face, reminiscent of a blooming flower. "Yumi has returned. Grandfather, this is my classmate, Uzumaki Menma." Yumi introduced her friend to her grandfather with great poise. "Ah, I see, the child of Minato. How wonderful." The old man instantly recognized the family name, his smile widening. In this world, only the ancient nobility were once entitled to surnames, such as those of the daimyo and the long-standing ninja clans, Uchiha, Senju, and Uzumaki. As time passed, some powerful individuals, after gaining strength, sought respect and adopted surnames like these. However, these names were ultimately not acknowledged by the established clans. They were merely self-entertainment. For instance, although Namake's Minato was extraordinarily talented, his lineage posed a significant issue. Despite being an elite shinobi now, certain aspects were solely recognized by bloodline, perpetuating the notion of hereditary privilege. If he were to name his child Namake's, countless invisible limitations would ensue. Therefore, Uzumaki Menma bore his mother's surname, signaling to all that he inherited the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Just by uttering his name, others would instantly recognize his lineage. The Uzumaki clan, too, was among the ancient families sufficiently qualified to be associated with his granddaughter. Ninjas generally have short lifespans, and even in this relatively peaceful world, their average life expectancy is not long. Early marriage and childbearing are commonplace in this society, not to mention the peculiar circumstances surrounding his family. The old man often worried about the day he might pass away, leaving his little granddaughter behind. Now, however, there was less to worry about. With the three Tomo Sharingan, once awakened, it essentially equated to elite shinobi-level combat prowess. With strength and a beloved partner, the future would no longer be a burden for him to concern himself with. Thus, the old man was genuinely delighted. He was also quite warm towards Menma, which made the latter feel a bit awkward, as he sensed a certain discomfort. The grandfather engaged Menma in conversation while Yumi prepared dinner, having already gathered the necessary ingredients, and Menma agreed to dine there. At that moment, Menma listened attentively as the elder spoke of Uchiha Madara. It could be said that this world had transformed into its current state due to the presence of Uchiha Madara. There was no exile, no confrontation with the first Hokage. His direct and indirect influences shaped the entire world. With two powerful figures safeguarding Konoha, no one dared to instigate a ninja war. Once the second Hokage took office, the focus would shift towards development. Chapter 10. Uchiha fan. When Yumi finished preparing the meal, she emerged to find a warm scene. The elderly man and Menma sat together, each holding a cup of tea, the elder animatedly recounting tales while Menma listened intently, occasionally asking questions. The two appeared to interact harmoniously, and Yumi had never seen her grandfather so joyful. Observing Menma, her gaze softened. Her eyes filled with affection that had morphed into an obsession. Menma remained oblivious, simply curious about the development of this world or the enigma of Uchiha Madara. Simultaneously, he heard about something familiar, the Uchiha clan's heirloom, the Uchiha fan. Legend has it that this item was crafted from a branch taken from the Ten-Tails carcass by Indra, shaped into a fan. As a cherished artifact of the Uchiha clan, it was considered a divine instrument, possessing the abilities of the god tree, such as absorbing and releasing chakra. In Uchiha Madara's hands, it could even reflect tailed beast bombs. Its power was formidable. Upon hearing about this item, Menma's interest was piqued. It was the shell of the divine Ten-Tails, undoubtedly endowed with various miraculous capabilities. However, given Uchiha Madara's strength, it was likely merely a token of heritage in his possession. Moreover, apart from Madara, The strength of the clan leaders varied significantly. Fully harnessing the power of the Uchiha fan would be quite challenging. Therefore, it was currently left to gather dust. The ceremonial site of the Uchiha clan was where they often convened in the original narrative. Should we steal it for research? To be honest, he found the object intriguing, or perhaps he was simply fascinated by the Ten Tails. The Ten Tails was a remarkable entity in this world, straddling the line between plant and animal, capable of transforming between the two at will. Under normal circumstances, it could root itself in the earth and absorb natural energy. When battle was required, it could manipulate itself into a living creature for combat. Such a wondrous phenomenon sparked immense curiosity within him, and he yearned to study it closely. Dinner is ready, Menma. Yumi interrupted their conversation. The meal was served, and it was evident that the young girl had put considerable effort into preparing a lavish feast. Menma felt at home as he dined, while the elder watched the two with great satisfaction. After finishing their meal, Yumi saw Menma off, and he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. My grandfather hasn't been this happy in a long time. I have not done anything. It is the old gentleman who finds joy on his own." Menma smiled faintly. For the elderly, listening to their ramblings is the best way to bond. He had no prior experience with this, and his thoughts involuntarily drifted to an old man, his grandfather, a veteran fond of recounting his valiant exploits on the battlefield during his youth. "I must thank you," he said. "Oh, is there a reward?" Menma glanced over and blinked. Yome's body stiffened, pausing in place. "Ah, forget it. I merely intended to tease." Suddenly, the other party drew closer. A chill brushing across her face, a fleeting touch of coldness. "See you tomorrow," the girl said before turning away. Menma was momentarily taken aback. Narrowing his eyes, was that merely an illusion? He touched his face. Yes, it must have been an illusion. Nodding to himself, he turned to leave, absent-mindedly stroking his chin as he walked. Perhaps I could fabricate a false one and pull a fast one. The fan of the Uchiha clan is quite distinctive. Ordinary folk would hardly dare to forge one. Without counterfeit goods, how could one execute such a ruse? It certainly posed a challenge, regrettably. He lacked the skill to create forgeries. Well then, I shall send a clone to investigate tonight. Upon returning home, he realized he had forgotten to inform his parents. Kushina was immediately incensed, but upon learning that her son had merely visited a girl's home, her fury evaporated, replaced by a glint of curiosity in her eyes. "What is that child's name? Which family does she belong to? What is your relationship?" Her gaze sparkled with gossip. Menma felt a wave of exasperation. He naturally understood her thoughts. "It's nothing. I merely assisted her, and she insisted on treating me to a meal." He was reluctant to be labeled so soon. And in truth, he still favored Hinata. In this world, Hinata was both charming and delightful, with her side ponytail, petite jacket, slender waist, and long legs. Her fiery personality was captivating. It was undeniable that she possessed an undeniably striking presence, and most importantly, her attitude towards love remained unwavering. Once she committed, she would never waver. This steadfastness was what made her so endearing, a genuinely admirable perspective on romance. "You little rascal, which girl are you talking about?" Kushina's mood shifted instantly to displeasure. Menma sighed in exasperation. What was this about? Unable to evade his mother's inquiries, he finally divulged. "She's from the Uchiha clan. It seems rather decent." As a member of a shinobi lineage, Kushina's views were similar to others. Upon hearing that the girl belonged to the ancient Uchiha clan, she appeared quite pleased. In this world, there were not many restrictions among shinobi clans. Aside from the Hyuga clan, other clans were not as exclusionary, provided mutual consent was obtained. The Uchiha clan permitted intermarriage with outsiders. At this moment, Kushina began contemplating what arrangements would follow Menma's future marriage. Watching his mother giggle foolishly, he could not help but rub his forehead in frustration. Meanwhile, his father was away on a mission. Feeling bored, Menma ventured into the courtyard to practice ninjutsu. The distance between 0 and 1 in this world is the most profound, and some matters become possible once one takes the first step. It is akin to extraordinary powers. Once attained, future accomplishments are boundless. In a mundane world, without access to supernatural abilities, even the most gifted and perceptive individuals are rendered ineffective. However, Menma possessed such qualifications, an extraordinary bloodline, and vast chakra reserves. Thus, it was imperative to harness this power effectively. Many of the beloved elements from anime could now be manifested. For instance, he had long admired numerous techniques from Dragon Ball, having mimicked them countless times in his past life. Now, it seemed he could replicate them perfectly. The Kamehameha wave, his favorite technique, was the first to be ruled out. This technique gathers the energy within and unleashes it. In this world, it translates to expelling chakra. As the old master would say, it is akin to using a gold brick to strike someone, wasteful and extravagant. Even Menma hesitated to attempt it. It is known that exhausting chakra in this world poses life-threatening risks. The essence of a ninja's combat lies in conserving chakra. Chapter 11. Illusions in the Dream Realm. He created 2 shadow clones to commence experimentation. Thanks to his unique advantage, he had no fear of personal harm, cautiously verifying and boldly experimenting. The results were far from ideal. The nature of chakra proved unstable, dissipating into the air once released. To sustain what he desired in the air, he would either need to master attribute changes or incorporate natural energy. This realization dampened Menma's enthusiasm significantly. If techniques could not be released from his hands, they would serve little purpose. No, suddenly Menma had an epiphany, pondering the differences between himself and others. His abilities rendered close combat the optimal fighting style, and unlike Obito, he possessed no limitations on endurance. I need to practice attribute changes, he resolved, deciding that from now on, he would dedicate 2 clones daily to research attribute transformations. Meanwhile, Kushina produced several scrolls for Menma to study, revealing that he had extracurricular learning to undertake. Sealing techniques, a distinct system, differ from ninjutsu. In this world, sealing techniques can encapsulate nearly anything, from small stones to the Akatsuki clan. There is virtually no individual in this realm who can escape the grasp of sealing techniques. This art has been passed down through the Uzumaki clan for generations. Nearly every member of the Uzumaki clan possesses a foundational knowledge of sealing techniques. Yet mastering them is no simple feat. It is an intricate system requiring extensive knowledge. Since he could remember, Kushina had been imparting knowledge about sealing techniques to him. But even now, Menma had only mastered a handful. Moreover, to unleash the full power of sealing techniques, one must pre-draw the necessary symbols. The study of sealing techniques can be tedious, akin to learning a foreign language, and cultivating a sealing technique ninja is far more arduous than nurturing a jonin. Night falls. Menma's shadow clones commenced their missions. One clone targeted Yuhi Kurenai's residence, moving with the speed of lightning across the night sky. The other clone sped toward the Uchiha clan, its form elusive and ghost-like, difficult to grasp. Within the Uchiha clan, 2 members were patrolling discreetly, their movements light and soundless, eyes scanning their surroundings with vigilance. However, given the village's relatively peaceful state, they were not overly tense or alert. Suddenly, one of the Uchiha rubbed his eyes in disbelief, astonishment etched across his face. "Xiangtai, I think I just saw a head walking on the ground. It dashed past in a flash," he whispered, fear tinging his voice. "Hey you, I told you before. No drinking while on patrol. Are you intoxicated?" His companion frowned, displeased. As ninjas, they adhered to 3 prohibitions: no drinking, gambling, or thievery, especially during missions. Yet the man began to doubt himself. Could it truly have been a hallucination induced by alcohol? To ensure safety, he instinctively activated his Sharingan to scrutinize the area where the head had passed, finding no chakra fluctuations. "Strange, this is ridiculous. I only had 2 liang of liquor today. I shouldn't be drunk." Unyielding, he approached the ground to investigate. Yet, inevitably, he found nothing of consequence. On the other side, the clone found itself at a loss for words. It had entered a ghostly state, swiftly traversing through the earth. But this state could only be perceived by the naked eye. Hence, it would occasionally emerge to check its direction, ensuring it did not lose its way. Unexpectedly, as it poked its head out, it was spotted by someone. However, it paid no heed, for it was truly a ghost now. Upon entering this place, it became increasingly cautious, slowing its pace considerably. The shrine of the Uchiha clan was relatively easy to locate. Soon, Menma found the site, disregarding all individuals, and directly burrowed underground. In this state, it was a genuine specter, requiring no vigilance against anyone. Inside the shrine, a small head gradually emerged from the ground, surveying the surroundings. Once it confirmed that no one was present, it slowly rose, standing in the shrine. The first thing that caught the eye was the emblem of the Uchiha clan above, a massive ping-pong ball pattern. On the wall hung the Uchiha fan. The current Uchiha clan leader seems to be Sasuke's father, Uchiha Fugaku. This item had been left behind, intended for the clan leader's inheritance. Yet it was better served here for all to admire than gathering dust in a home. The clone, unceremoniously, seized it. Examining it closely, it felt somewhat heavy. But its other peculiarities remained elusive for the time being. After careful observation, it returned the item to its rightful place. For the time being, it could not be used. But it could be replaced with a counterfeit. It pondered how to create a fake, so that the real one would ultimately belong to it. After indulging in such fantasies, the clone prepared to depart when suddenly, it seemed to have a realization. Since Uchiha Madara hasn't left this world, then the inherited documents and ninjutsu should also be preserved. The Uchiha clan, one of the oldest families, had a legacy spanning over 1,000 years. The ninjutsu and documents they possessed were beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. In the shinobi world, the Uchiha clan had first faced the betrayal of their leader, losing countless treasures, followed by the night of the massacre, leaving the remnants devoured by Konoha. However, this place was different. With this thought, the clone's gaze shifted downward. Sometimes, humans and animals are indistinguishable to all living beings. The underground is the safest haven. Thus, secret chambers are often concealed. The clone's body sank once more into the earth, and after a period of searching, it ultimately located the hidden chamber. Ignoring all barriers and traps, it passed through. In the dimly lit chamber, the entire space was a cubic structure, lined with rows of bookshelves, each adorned with scrolls. The richness of the collection surpassed that of the Yuhi clan several times over. Excellent, it was just what was needed. The Yuhi clan's illusions had already been examined, and unexpectedly, another treasure had been discovered. More importantly, this revelation opened a new avenue of thought. The underground was indeed the place where the most treasures were buried. The clones searched around, finding the contents remarkably comprehensive: ninjutsu, illusions, taijutsu, sword techniques, and various ocular techniques of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The treasures contained within could sustain it for years. It needed to relay this good news back to share in the joy. Chuckling softly, the clone dispelled itself. Meanwhile, the original body, preparing to rest, suddenly received this surge of memory, and its eyes gleamed with excitement. It had discovered the location of the Uchiha clan's archives, a finding that not only thrilled it immensely but also brought forth a new line of thought. Indeed, if the Uchiha clan possessed such an extensive collection, what of other clans? Perhaps similar treasure troves could be found. This was undoubtedly exhilarating news. However, after the initial joy, Menma fell into a dilemma. If it had to read so many books every night, even its brain would struggle under such pressure. Clearly, a better solution was needed to address this issue. In the days that followed, Menma concentrated on the study of illusions, hoping to make significant breakthroughs in this area. Time flowed quietly, silently slipping by. During this period, Menma's life was calm and warm. In school, he was well-liked, enjoying harmonious interactions with friends and deepening his bonds with two childhood friends. During a practice session, he had sparred with Hinata, and through this encounter, Hinata gained a profound understanding of the disparity in their abilities. She became more determined, while Menma continued his research. The matter of the Jinchuriki seemed like a distant memory. No one mentioned it anymore, and Menma himself paid it no mind. As time passed, the new year approached, and school was on break. The weather grew colder, and snow began to fall. Menma studied at home, his mind filled with extensive knowledge of illusions. He could now execute illusions through all 5 senses. The illusions have been developed. Tonight, I can conduct an experiment. Who should I try it on? Menma pondered, selecting candidates in his mind. For the first experiment, to be cautious, he decided against powerful individuals and chose a classmate instead. As night deepened, silence enveloped the world, marking the late hours when people drift into slumber, savoring the tranquility. In her warm and cozy bedroom, Ino stretched and yawned, casting her gaze out the window. Snowflakes danced down, draping the entire world in a silvery veil. Gazing at the beautiful snowy scene, Ino couldn't help but think of her good friend Sakura. Known as the hero's daughter, Sakura possessed a strong and courageous character along with exceptional talent in ninjutsu. Ino mused to herself, I should go play with her tomorrow. This thought filled her with excitement, eagerly anticipating the morrow's arrival. Thus, she gently switched off the light, nestled into her covers, and closed her eyes, preparing to enter a sweet dream. Soon, the rhythmic sound of her calm breathing filled the room, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Unbeknownst to her, after some time, a small head emerged from the ground, scanning the area. Upon confirming that the person on the bed was asleep, a figure leapt from the earth. Clad in black, the newcomer donned a swirling mask. This was Menma's clone, the mask being one he had encountered during a shopping trip, identical to the one worn by Obito. Featuring a single eye swirl, Yamanaka Ino, his classmate, had always been a beautiful and cheerful girl, highly popular in school. Menma's choice to target her was simple: the Yamanaka clan's secret techniques. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans had inherited their arts across generations, with their secret techniques transcending ordinary ninjutsu, encompassing yin and yang, and possessing various magical abilities. They had practiced these techniques since childhood, and the pig in the Inuzuka clan referred to the Yamanaka clan, whose techniques pertained to mental prowess. This piqued Menma's interest, making it the perfect opportunity to test his own ninjutsu. He began forming seals. Illusion, dream world, an invisible barrier unfolded, enveloping the two. The room fell silent, and everything grew still, while Ino on the bed furrowed her brow. At that moment, she was dreaming, and it was her most dreaded nightmare. In her dream, her father stood before her, demanding to assess her academic progress. Ino's face contorted in distress as she demonstrated her work, listening to her father's instructions. Menma stood nearby, yet the two appeared entirely oblivious to his presence. Menma observed thoughtfully, realizing that this illusion seemed successful, allowing him to glimpse into the memories and experiences within a ninja's mind through their dreams. Simultaneously, he attentively listened, noting that their clan indeed possessed methods for cultivating mental strength. This was foundational training from a young age to enhance mental prowess for future use of secret techniques. The two began their instruction from the most fundamental aspects, elucidating the cultivation of one's mental fortitude. Both listened intently. Time passed, and Menma awoke from her dream, while Jingye remained ensnared in a nightmare. The illusion crafted by Menma served merely as a guiding force. Though it succeeded, there remained room for refinement. Chapter 12. External brain. Upon the dissolution of the shadow clone, Menma received a plethora of memories. Satisfactory. The first phase of the plan was complete, and now it was time to initiate the second phase. Within the chamber, Menma sifted through a collection of scrolls and discovered a small one. The sealing scroll evoked a sense of exasperation. It turned out that her family belonged to the affluent class. Perhaps that was an imprecise characterization, due to her mother. A significant portion of the sealing scrolls and explosive tags in the village were of her mother's creation. Furthermore, their family owned several shops in Konoha that specialized in the sale of such items. Upon discovering this fact, Menma's expression was one of sheer disbelief. She realized that she was, indeed, part of the wealthy elite. It was only logical. In comparison to undertaking missions, being a proprietor was the true path to wealth, especially with such unique skills. Whether it be explosive tags or sealing scrolls, their creation was rather intricate, demanding mastery in sealing techniques. She unfurled the scroll, formed a hand seal, and slapped it down. A burst of smoke enveloped the area. On the ground appeared a Uchiha fan, identical to the original. Crafting this counterfeit had consumed considerable time, especially since it was not produced in Konoha, but elsewhere. After its creation, she utilized summoning techniques to transport the item. With the success of the illusion, it was time to exchange the item. Dispatching a clone, she took the item directly to the Uchiha clan, trading it for the original. There was no conflict, and no one would suspect that someone dared to pilfer from the Uchiha clan. Thus, the item went unnoticed for an extended period. The clones swiftly returned, wielding a massive fan. The Uchiha fan, branches of the divine tree. Menma's eyes gleamed with an extraordinary brightness, akin to two resplendent stars. As she mentally recited the commencement of her plan, an invisible force enveloped everything around her. Menma's true self, bearing the mysterious artifact, quietly descended underground, arriving at a long-forgotten, abandoned laboratory. The air was thick with decay and antiquity, yet for Menma, it was the ideal venue to realize her plans. In the protracted days that followed, Menma no longer needed to attend school. She merely sent a clone to manage appearances at home. The true Menma transformed into a fervent scientist, wholly engrossed in her experiments. At this moment, Menma possessed ample knowledge and means to conduct a variety of intricate experiments and comparisons. She had mentally rehearsed these experimental steps countless times, and now, at last, she could put them into action. Merely a week later, Menma triumphantly achieved her goal. She successfully accomplished her ambition of forging. In this wondrous, extraordinary world, forging was a common and vital skill. In the laboratory, Menma held tightly to an ancient tome, its pages exuding an air of enigmatic mystique. Meanwhile, the once mighty Uchiha fan had vanished from this world forever. Its existence had become a part of history, while Menma, through her intellect and courage, crafted a new legend. To her, the fan was a useless artifact, unsuitable for combat, and she had obtained it primarily for its exceptionally rare materials, nearly impossible to find. In a world devoid of the Rinnegan and Akatsuki, this item was singular. After thorough research, Menma, through her ingenuity and sealing techniques, transformed the artifact into this book. Rather than a mere book, it resembled a tome of sealing. The book silently vanished from her grasp, directly integrating into her being. This was the most extraordinary aspect of the tome. External brain, Menma exhaled in relief, having resolved the issue concerning the memories of her clones. Subsequently, the shadow clones could directly seal their knowledge within this tome, lest her brain be inundated with overwhelming information, leading to her eventual decline in intellect. At home, Menma heard her mother call out that Hinata had come to play. As she descended the stairs, she encountered the rosy-cheeked Hinata. With her playful side ponytail and a red scarf fluttering in the breeze, she was clad in a thick cotton coat to ward off the cold. Yet it could not conceal her petite figure and charming demeanor. Menma, shall we go build a snowman today? Hinata inquired eagerly. Indeed, let us go, Menma replied, not wishing to dampen her enthusiasm. Such was Menma's life over the past 6 months. Observing the two exit their home, Kushina exhibited an expression of helplessness. She was thrilled that her son was so well liked at school, yet as a mother, she also sensed certain discrepancies. Is Menma preparing to juggle 2 relationships? Whom has he learned this from to become so fickle? Kushina had already met both Hinata and Yumi, and she was quite pleased with them. Both were gentle and lovely. And most importantly, they hailed from esteemed families. The Uzumaki, Hyuga, and Uchiha clans were all of ancient lineage. As someone who had experienced such matters, Kushina could discern that both girls had a deep affection for her son, yet therein lay the crux of her concern. Contemplating this, her expression grew conflicted. In the ninja world, there were no laws of marriage or notions of monogamy. However, while ninjas wielded formidable power, they held no societal status. Even clan leaders typically married only one wife. With this thought, Kushina could only sigh, comforting herself that they were still young and that there was no rush. Outside, Menma remained unaware of his mother's thoughts, or else he would have scoffed at them. As for whom he favored, he himself was uncertain. Echoing his mother's sentiment of not being in a hurry, they were still young. This year, they turned 9, and after the new year, they would be considered 10. Graduation would occur at 12, making it premature to ponder such matters. Snowflakes fluttered down, blanketing the world in white. The weather was exceptionally cold. Yet Konoha village radiated a joyful atmosphere. In the streets and alleys, adults played gleefully with children, reveling in the pleasures of winter. The crunching sound underfoot was the result of people treading on the accumulated snow. Despite the biting wind, every heart was filled with warmth. Both adults and children wore radiant smiles, seemingly forgetting all their worries and fatigue. Witnessing the heartwarming and lively scene before them, Menma and Hinata felt a surge of warmth within their hearts. Unconsciously, smiles graced their faces as they embraced the beauty of winter. Thus, they resolved to join the throngs, seeking an open expanse of snow to commence their snowman construction. Hinata, deft in her craft, quickly sculpted a figure resembling Menma, perfectly capturing his likeness. Menma, does it not look just like you? She exclaimed. Hinata, you are remarkable, Menma genuinely praised. Extending his hand, he gathered wind chakra, summoning the swirling snow and wind around him, instantly forming a snowman before him. With his command, a lifelike, enormous snow representation of Hinata materialized before them. What do you think, Hinata? Is it not a perfect replica of you? Menma's lips curled into a smile. As an extraordinary individual, how could he resort to ordinary means? This display of skill truly astonished Hinata. Menma, you are cheating. Hinata was somewhat vexed, feeling both embarrassed and angered. As a ninja, employing ninjutsu is quite commonplace. Is it not? That wretched scoundrel dares to bully me again. I shall give it a try myself. In just 3 sentences, Hinata revealed her true nature, and the spirited essence of the little vixen emerged once more. After a moment's contemplation, she found the situation rather amusing, striking a pose for the gentle fist. Aspiring to mimic Menma, and channeling her chakra to create a grand snowman from the swirling winds and snow. Indeed, she succeeded in crafting one. Yet her control was lacking significantly, rendering it unrecognizable as a human figure. Haha, Hinata looks quite ridiculous. Menma chuckled unreservedly at the lopsided monstrosity. Their antics attracted the attention of other children playing nearby, who stood in awe at the display of skills. Instantly, applause erupted around them, accompanied by joyous laughter. Hinata, feeling a mix of embarrassment and rage, seized Menma by the collar. With her Byakugan activated, veins protruded on her forehead. Her petite face taking on a fierce expression as she leaned in close to Menma's ear. Humph, do not get too pleased with yourself. I will have you listening to me sooner or later. With a haughty snort, she released Menma, who wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing with anxiety. How has Hinata become so feisty? Chapter 13, Meeting the Nine Tails. As the holidays arrived, Uzumaki Menma unleashed his unrestrained spirit, akin to a wild stallion. He had whimsically named his external brain the Ninja World Encyclopedia. This bold move undoubtedly exposed his grand ambitions. After all, possessing an encyclopedia would necessitate the collection of various ninjutsu. This time, he even employed the seldom-used multiple shadow clone technique. While this ninjutsu might serve well in battle, it often proves burdensome for the original when utilized for learning. However, this time, the circumstances were different. Menma effortlessly produced dozens of shadow clones. These clones swiftly dispersed, heading towards the secret chambers of various clans, unabashedly beginning to document the treasured ninjutsu of those families. Meanwhile, in his home, Menma held a book that astonishingly began to manifest text upon its pages. Various ninjutsu such as Katon, Futon, Doton, Raiton, and Suiton sprang forth within this encyclopedia like mushrooms after rain. Observing the ninjutsu within the book filled Menma with immense satisfaction. He had little interest in ordinary ninjutsu and would not train in them, yet he discovered a penchant for collection, relishing the gathering of diverse ninjutsu. With this treasure in hand, he believed that one day he would compile all the ninjutsu from the ninja world within his encyclopedia. Moreover, the true purpose of this book was only just beginning to reveal itself. At Kakashi's residence, one of the clones arrived and glanced around nervously before looking at Kakashi, its body transforming into reality as it began to form seals. Jinjutsu, Dream World. The ninjutsu was instantaneously complete, plunging Kakashi into a blissful slumber. Menma successfully acquired Kakashi's memories. Simultaneously, back at Menma's home, a colorful light appeared on the encyclopedia, recording Kakashi's Raiton, Chidori. Upon seeing this, Menma's interest peaked. He absorbed the book into his body, and the sealed memories of Kakashi regarding Chidori instantly materialized within his mind. Menma meticulously absorbed these memories, formulating a plan. He decided to attempt the technique, aiming to wield Chidori as Kakashi did. Thus, he began to form hand seals, lightning crackling in his right hand. With each successive seal, the lightning intensified, as if yearning to break free from its confines. Menma dissipated the lightning in his hand, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, it worked. He successfully executed Chidori. Though its power paled in comparison to Kakashi's, it was enough to elate him. Just as he had anticipated, leveraging the characteristics of the divine tree, he had managed to create a book capable of storing and sealing chakra. The chakra sealed within it fused seamlessly with the book, completely eliminating concerns of it vanishing. Furthermore, akin to tailed beasts, the divine tree could be sealed within him, granting him even greater strength and skills. This artifact was remarkably similar to the treasures of immortal cultivators. By sealing a ninja's memories and experiences within the book, when the book entered his body, it was as though he had gained an additional brain. Those ninjutsu could be utilized directly, without the need for further study or training. This is the essence of what is referred to as an external brain. Menma's heart brimmed with joy, as he recognized that this discovery would provide him with immense assistance. In the future, when encountering other formidable ninjas, he would merely need to collect their memories and experiences to swiftly master their powerful ninjutsu. This undoubtedly offered him a significant advantage. The success of his plan was so smooth that even he felt somewhat astonished. This was destiny, a harmonious alignment of cause and effect. As the ultimate antagonist, collecting the ninjutsu of the ninja world was his fate. If he were not at home, he would have burst into laughter. What a delightful feeling. And finally, he could indulge in a comfortable, lazy sleep. With that thought, he lay down on his bed and fell asleep. His clones continued their work. no longer fearing the sudden influx of memories overwhelming their minds. As long as the book resided within him, it could serve as another brain. Menma slept soundly until he awoke naturally, stretching and yawning, feeling rejuvenated. He glanced out the window to find the sun shining brightly, the weather splendid, and his spirits elevated. Since it was a holiday, there was no school to attend nor concerns about tardiness. He could relish his free time to the fullest. His parents were both preoccupied with their respective responsibilities. His father, Bo Feng Shuiman, a distinguished elite jonin of the village, had recently been assigned numerous important missions requiring his presence outside. Due to his strength and experience, certain tasks could only be accomplished by him, which kept him perpetually busy. Meanwhile, his mother, Jiu Xinai, was also a busy individual, skilled in sealing techniques. When at home, she would create sealing scrolls for the village's use. Additionally, several shops in the village belonged to their family, and Jiu Xinai often needed to check on their status. Upon rising, Menma's first thought was to summon the encyclopedia. He opened the book to discover it had expanded with numerous new ninjutsu, although he did not intend to learn them. Possessing the memories and experiences of others allowed him to utilize them when needed. The thrill of collecting ninjutsu felt immensely gratifying. First, Konoha, then the ninja world. He aimed to gather all ninjas under his purview. After breakfast, he continued to send out clones to practice elemental transformations while he focused on further researching the sealing book. The holiday was rather unremarkable. Menma observed the time pass throughout the morning, with his parents yet to return. They had left him money to dine out. After unrolling a scroll and rubbing his eyes, he realized that even with his photographic memory and external brain, sealing techniques constituted a vast system. The efficacy of sealing techniques relied on the various combinations of sealing runes, rendering direct replication impossible. One could only rely on their own understanding and combinations. The complexity was dizzying, akin to studying mathematics. By afternoon, Menma grew weary of his studies and decided to shift his mood. What should he do? He pondered. Not wishing to venture outside in the frigid weather, feeling at a loss for activities within the confines of his home. As he scanned his surroundings, his gaze fell upon a nearby mirror, and suddenly, he recalled someone. The true protagonist of this world, Uzumaki Naruto. Since it's so dull, why not see what this little brother is up to? With that thought, he swiftly approached the mirror, activating his special ability. In his perception, it felt as though his consciousness merely traversed the surface of the mirror. Yet in that instant, he had crossed through time and space, arriving in another world. In Konoha village, snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the landscape in pristine white, as everything donned a thick layer of white garments. Naruto sat alone in a room, exuding an air of profound solitude. He gazed quietly at the white snow falling outside the window, his eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and helplessness. Earlier in the morning, Naruto had ventured out, hoping to purchase some food to bring back. However, as was often the case, many shops refused to sell to him, as he had little money left, unable even to afford a bowl of ramen. The cold air permeated the frigid room, where cold food lay on the table. Naruto, now famished, could only helplessly stare at the snowflakes drifting outside, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. At that moment, a phantom figure reappeared in the room. The moment Menma appeared, he observed Naruto's state. Raising an eyebrow, he looked around and then glanced at his own home. Without comparison, one could not appreciate the disparity. Naruto's living conditions epitomized disarray and squalor. One might mistake it for the dwelling of a vagabond. The winter chill further exacerbated the discomfort of the room. This was the plight of a member of the Uzumaki clan, with chakra surging within him. Otherwise, the mere temperature of this room would surely freeze a person to death. Starving and shivering, Naruto's situation was even worse than that of a homeless person. Menma shook his head at the sight of Naruto's pitiful state. Even though he understood the hardships Naruto had endured in his childhood, it was difficult to grasp the extent of that suffering. To them, hunger and cold were already considered significant hardships. Yet for Naruto, these were merely the tribulations of daily life. The true suffering lay in the realm of the spirit. The resentment, curses, and beatings were a collective bullying from the villagers of Konoha. In his past life at school, only a handful of students faced bullying, and even then, victims often chose to end their suffering through suicide or by jumping from heights. However, here, the protagonist faced the bullying of the entire village. Despite this, he maintained a lively and cheerful demeanor, ultimately choosing to forgive everyone. The thought sent a chill through Menma. He had to admit that the brainwashing skills of the third Hokage were remarkably potent. For ordinary individuals, facing bullying might indeed leave them powerless to resist, but Naruto, as a child and a ninja, refrained from retaliation entirely due to the influence of the third's indoctrination. This brainwashing stripped him of his self-protective instincts and courage, leading him to believe that such treatment was normal, even seeking to appease his tormentors. One could not help but marvel at the cunning and cruelty of the third Hokage's methods. Since you're here, would you like to meet the Kyuubi? Menma's gaze shifted toward Naruto's body, suddenly intrigued by the Kyuubi. Without hesitation, he began to draw closer to Naruto. At that moment, Naruto sensed something and turned his gaze in that direction. Is that you, Mr. Ghost? Naruto exclaimed, recognizing the entity with some excitement. Haha, we'll chat later. I want to meet the legendary being, Menma replied, and before Naruto could react, he dove into Naruto's body. Startled, Naruto began to explore with his hands. Ah, Mr. Ghost. What do you want? Menma ignored him, his consciousness arriving in a sewer-like space. The persistent sound of dripping water created an oppressive atmosphere. At this moment, Menma, adorned with black hair and wearing a mask of the Uzumaki clan, was clad in a black cloak, resembling a masked figure akin to Obito. The only thing lacking was a Sharingan. After traversing the narrow sewer, the space ahead suddenly opened up, revealing a massive iron door that stood out in the view. Inside the iron door, heavy and oppressive breaths were distinctly audible. As they approached, a flash of red light suddenly illuminated the interior, followed by the slow emergence of a pair of enormous, imposing eyes. You little brat, you carry a scent that disgusts me, a cold voice echoed in the vast space. Menma understood that the source of this disdain was the external brain within him, as its essence originated from the Ten Tails. Nevertheless, Menma remained silent, quietly observing the colossal figure of the Kyuubi. Incredible. This Kyuubi is truly astonishing. Even though it was created by the Sage of Six Paths, its massive form, with 9 fiery red tails, resembled a mythical creature. Indeed, this was the legendary Kyuubi. You little brat, you still haven't answered my question about that repugnant scent you bear. The Kyuubi glared menacingly with its lantern-sized eyes fixed on the unmoving Menma. Regaining his composure, Menma naturally chose not to respond. The Kyuubi, what an immense chakra, he thought, truly realizing the vastness of its power. In comparison, Menma currently possessed around 100 units of chakra, while the Kyuubi surpassed 10,000. The disparity was staggering. Even Senju Hashirama had more chakra than the Kyuubi, highlighting the strength of such monstrous entities. Without comparison, one could hardly grasp the difference. Menma had no desire to engage in a conversation with the Kyuubi and turned to leave. You little brat, are you mocking me? The Kyuubi's anger flared, irritated by the distasteful aura and the boy's attitude. A terrifying chakra erupted, affecting Naruto in the outside world, causing a faint red chakra to emanate from his body. Menma frowned. Kyuubi, behave yourself. He grasped with his arm, and the chakra released by the Kyuubi vanished effortlessly. Menma had mastered sealing techniques. Dealing with tailed beasts, although challenging, was manageable, especially when it came to the chakra released by the Kyuubi. The Kyuubi's pupils constricted as it recognized Menma's abilities, the Uzumaki clan. Instantly, the Kyuubi became considerably more docile, lying down with its eyes closed. As Menma departed, Naruto, who had been in a state of panic, suddenly experienced a shift in his gaze, and his aura transformed. Uzumaki Naruto raised his hands, his eyes becoming somewhat profound. Could it truly be possible? For some unknown reason, only his consciousness had traversed over, not his physical self. He had pondered whether he could achieve something akin to what Obito had done in the past. In the original narrative, Obito had once possessed Menma, granting him the Sharingan. After reflecting for a moment, he decided to possess Naruto directly. Chapter 14. 2 Souls. One body, what do you want, you monster? At this moment, Naruto's voice trembled with fear. He never expected things to unfold this way, with this monster attempting to seize his body. Calm down. I am merely a pitiful ghost wishing to experience the sensation of having a body. So there's no need to overreact. Menma concealed his true identity. Just then, a gurgling sound emanated from Naruto's stomach. Menma, sensing the condition of this body, could only describe it as tragic. Severe malnutrition left Naruto's stomach painfully empty. He couldn't help but feel helpless, as a proud member of the Uzumaki clan. His body was in such a state. If Kushina were to learn of this, she would undoubtedly take swift action against Konoha. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Numerous powerful ninjas were summoned through Edo Tensei, yet Kushina's presence was notably absent. When Obito summoned the Jinchuriki, he didn't even consider Kushina, highlighting the fear everyone held towards her. Menma shook his head. These matters were irrelevant to him. Although he and Naruto shared the same body, yet were distinct personalities. They were not entirely the same individual. However, since he was here, he was curious to explore the differences between this world and the other. Menma first utilized Naruto's body to test out phasing. Submerging into the ground, he re-emerged. It was still possible. Relieved, he controlled Naruto's body to step outside, instantly feeling several gazes land upon him. This made him furrow his brow. Perhaps due to the presence of Menma, Naruto keenly sensed the numerous gazes directed towards him, stirring a hint of perplexity within his heart. Uncontrollably, he inquired, "Mr. Ghost, who are these people?" Menma's response was succinct and clear, "Just a few little mice hiding in the shadows, watching you." With that, he disregarded the question and walked straight towards the streets of Konoha. As soon as he stepped into the crowd, the penetrating stares from all directions made him feel extremely uncomfortable, as if countless eyes were secretly cursing him. The palpable malice felt like an endless darkness, chilling to the bone, particularly for a child who is as sensitive to adult hostility as a blade of grass swaying in the wind. The gazes directed at Naruto were akin to sharp daggers, imbued with coldness and profound disdain. It was a look of enmity, as if Naruto were their sworn enemy. There were those who regarded him with indifference, others with contempt, and some with anger, a tapestry of negative emotions intertwined to form an invisible net, tightly binding Naruto. Amidst the throng, every step he took felt as though he were treading on the edge of a blade, with a prickling sensation at his back. His body trembled involuntarily, fearful that some irrational individual might suddenly rush at him with a lethal strike. His eyes were filled with terror and helplessness, yet he stubbornly refused to bow his head. This was the attitude of all towards Naruto, a silent form of cold violence. In the past, he had endured even greater torment, not only subjected to these hostile gazes, but also to physical assaults. It was only when the third Hokage issued an order that villagers were prohibited from laying hands on Uzumaki Naruto. However, the scars of past injuries remained deeply etched in his heart, indelible like a brand. This had given rise to the current situation, where the cold violence reflected in their eyes was laden with deep-seated animosity. Damn that wretched Kyubi, back again. I wonder what the Hokage thinks. Why not eliminate him? Why isn't he this bastard starved to death? Damn Kyubi. Be careful. The third Hokage has already ordered not to mention the Kyubi in front of him. Humph. That brat is getting off too easily. The whispers around him were hushed, but as a ninja with chakra coursing through his body, Naruto could hear them quite clearly. Feeling dispirited, he could not fathom why, despite having done nothing wrong, they harbored such hatred towards him. What had he done to deserve this? Why were they bullying him? Sensing Naruto's inner turmoil, Menma's expression grew slightly colder. I am not Naruto. No one is brainwashing him. The disdainful stares from those around him made him exceedingly uncomfortable, and he truly wished to unleash a massive Rasen shuriken upon them. At that moment, within Naruto, despite knowing such situations would arise, he did not wish for his plight to be known by others. That feeling made him feel utterly ashamed, filled with inferiority, prompting him to fall silent. What he feared most was the inability to make friends. For a child, friends were of utmost importance. Even if a friend was not considered normal, he did not want to lose this singular companion. In Naruto's heart, this person who dared to communicate with him was indeed his friend. He had anticipated that Menma would curiously inquire about why those people despised him so. However, Menma was well aware that he held no such questions. After wandering around the streets, they were met only with deep-seated malice. Ultimately, Menma sighed in resignation, despite his desire to assist Naruto. Acting under the vigilant watch of the Umbu and the third Hokage was fraught with challenges. He sighed again, filled with sentiment. Nonetheless, providing Naruto and himself with sustenance was a trivial matter he could easily accomplish. Thus, he casually meandered around for a while before producing a shadow clone, while his true self quietly descended underground. At that moment, the somewhat despondent Naruto, upon witnessing this scene, immediately erupted in excitement. Is this the shadow clone technique? Incredible. I can't tell which is real. Since you can use my body, how did you do it, big brother? Teach me. What about this earth release technique? The incessant chatter was giving Menma a headache. Be quiet. I'll take you to eat. After Menma spoke, his body swiftly traversed underground. guided by the direction he had just scouted. Naruto's body materialized within a warehouse, and without a second thought, he gathered all the food supplies and packed them away. First, he returned home to store the items in the refrigerator, then returned to his clone to exchange back. Thus, the issue of their meals was resolved quietly and effortlessly. He then leisurely returned home. Upon entering, the sensation of surveillance dissipated. What difference is there from being imprisoned? Menma pondered, reflecting on how being monitored outside of a cell constituted a certain way of life. He could hardly imagine living under such circumstances from childhood to adulthood. Were he to find himself in such an environment, he would undoubtedly be unable to endure it. He felt immensely fortunate, for he had not endured such suffering. As for the so-called trials, Menma scoffed. It was a typical case of suffering without reason. Had he been dealt such a fate, he would ensure they understood what true endurance meant. Chapter 15. 1 year at home. Naruto was devouring his meal ravenously, as though he intended to swallow the whole table of food. Although the weather outside was frigid, his heart felt immeasurably warm and content. Aside from the third Hokage, this was the first time someone had treated him so kindly. Big brother Ghost, what is your name? Naruto asked with his mouth full, his words muffled. Just call me Uzumaki, Menma replied nonchalantly, yet his gaze continually scanned the surroundings, as if searching for something. If I were to steal the sealing scroll now, would I be discovered? Menma contemplated internally, his eyes inadvertently drifting towards the distant Hokage building. One hand gently stroked his chin, a sly smile creeping upon his lips. First and foremost, he confirmed that his abilities could disregard all aspects of reality, so as long as the items were placed within, he would surely locate them. The danger lay in the moment of manifestation, as he wondered what formidable entities existed in this world. The opportunity was significant. However, Menma reconsidered and decided against it. There was no need. His current strength was still too feeble. In 2 years, once he graduated, his father would likely teach him the Flying Thunder God technique. Furthermore, Menma's gaze shifted to Uzumaki Naruto. With this fellow around, opportunities would arise in the future. He warned Naruto not to disclose their food arrangements to others, lest those individuals attempt to seize his provisions, which made Naruto nod vigorously, covering his mouth with both hands. Only those who have experienced hunger truly understand the terror of it. Naruto absolutely did not wish to endure that sensation again. Big brother, how do I find you next time? Naruto asked shyly, not wanting to go hungry again. That is indeed a dilemma, Menma mused, stroking his chin. If it were a trivial matter, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. The crucial point was that he was also a source of amusement, contemplating whether he could instigate animosity between Naruto and Konoha. Though the two resided in different worlds, Menma was able to come over due to his unique abilities. But how could he ensure Naruto could reach him? A name of a ninjutsu suddenly emerged in his mind: summoning technique. This remarkable ninjutsu could transcend different worlds to summon creatures. If the ninja realm were likened to a small world, then numerous unseen small spaces existed around, inhabited by various bizarre creatures. By signing a summoning contract with them, one could bring them into this world through summoning techniques. This ability granted ninjas formidable support. This appears to be exceedingly intriguing. Menma contemplated for a moment and decided to give it a try. He extended his arm, and an ancient-looking tome materialized in his grasp. Indeed, this object could be summoned. As he opened a page, Menma immediately began to form seals. A myriad of minuscule characters emerged upon the page. Summoning contract. Come here, young one. Today I shall teach you a formidable summoning technique. Naruto, curious, leaned in to observe. However, without any inherited knowledge, he found himself utterly perplexed. It was a lamentable situation. Aside from bearing the name of the Uzumaki clan, he had inherited nothing else. Unilaterally signing a summoning contract. Menma instructed Naruto to attempt summoning his true self. Naruto, intrigued, commenced his efforts, yet his talent was rather inadequate. After several attempts, he managed to call forth only a few wisps of chakra, which made Menma's eyelid twitch. Merely a few wisps of chakra. The crucial point was that Naruto could not utilize them either. If he could, it would have provided an additional advantage. It appeared that, for the foreseeable future, success was beyond Naruto's reach. He could only practice thrice daily, and once he mastered it, further practice would become unnecessary. Why, big brother? Naruto inquired. His large eyes filled with confusion. Fool, do you wish to steal my chakra? Menma inhaled deeply, observing the chakra within the room. His eyelids twitching at the thought of his own chakra gradually dissipating. He regretted this ill-fated idea, and the incessant summoning became quite bothersome. After delivering a warning, Menma departed from that realm and returned home. Upon his return, Menma sighed in relief, a familiar sensation washing over him. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Home is indeed the most comfortable place." This comfort and warmth instilled an immense sense of reassurance, starkly contrasting with the external world. That realm perpetually exuded an intangible pressure, particularly when viewed through the lens of Uzumaki Naruto. In the days that followed, Menma devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task of collecting ninjutsu. He understood that this endeavor was not merely about enhancing his abilities, but also a step towards realizing his aspirations. With the assistance of shadow clones traversing various locations and the efficient operation of an external brain, his collection efforts progressed remarkably well. His speed in gathering was astonishing, nearly undetectable by others. Aside from the Hokage Tower, all other locations became Menma's targets. As of now, the Ninja World's encyclopedia had documented thousands of ninjutsu, some of which even Menma found too tedious to examine. Nonetheless, he did not allow this achievement to inflate his ego. Rather, he remained even more focused on enhancing his strength. During this time, Menma's body underwent continuous growth and development. In the bloom of youth, his chakra surged like a torrent. With the increase in chakra, his strength saw a significant enhancement. Later, his mother imparted a new ninjutsu, Vajra Lock. This technique was renowned as the bane of tailed beasts, possessing formidable power. Ever since mastering this technique, Menma's Uzumaki bloodline seemed to awaken, becoming remarkably vibrant. His hair began to undergo a transformation, shifting from its original yellow to a striking red, as if foreshadowing a destiny unlike any other. This change brought immense joy to Kushina. The red hair of the Uzumaki clan symbolized vitality and the richness of their bloodline. Menma's transformation signified the awakening of his bloodline. Only Minato refrained from excessive joy, knowing deep down that it would not last long, especially under such circumstances. The matter of being a Jinchuriki had long been forgotten by Menma. As his strength grew, so did his audacity, leading him to frequent the residences of prominent clans, such as the Hyuga and Sarutobi clans. The fruits of labor yielded rewards. Fortune favored the diligent. Through the lips of little Hinata, a budding trader, Menma discovered the Hyuga clan's treasure trove. It turned out that their scrolls were stored on the ground. Initially, he had assumed that everyone, like the Uchiha clan, constructed secret chambers and searched underground for ages. Although he did find several hidden chambers, the contents were disappointingly meager. As for the so-called treasures, in his eyes, they were merely trivial possessions. Upon entering the Hyuga clan's treasury, Menma was astounded. It was filled with scrolls, far surpassing those of the Uchiha clan. Goodness, is this family legitimate? He couldn't help but scoff at the lavish collection. A clan renowned for taijutsu, yet hoarding an entire room of ninjutsu. Was this normal? It was known that the Hyuga clan looked down upon ordinary ninjas, firmly believing in the superiority of their taijutsu. He felt like a mouse in a grain store, utterly elated. Menma began to peruse these scrolls, his astonishment growing as he discovered many long-lost ninjutsu, albeit not particularly powerful, but undoubtedly of great collectible value. This influx of knowledge indeed enriched Menma's repertoire of ninjutsu and strategies. He even felt that he could create ninjutsu himself, having amassed a foundation of thousands of techniques. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and before he realized it, a year had passed. Menma was now 11 years old, and the Ninja Academy typically graduated students upon reaching 12. In other words, in a year, Menma would bid farewell to this campus filled with countless memories. He felt a profound attachment and reluctance towards this impending conclusion of his school life. Unlike Naruto, he did not perceive a mundane existence at school as something undesirable. On the contrary, he thoroughly enjoyed this leisurely and carefree campus life. Here, he forged many kindred friendships and established deep bonds with his classmates. Simultaneously, he continued to learn and grow, gradually becoming an exceptional ninja. As a time traveler, Menma was acutely aware of the harsh realities of this world. However, he did not allow this awareness to render him callous or indifferent. Instead, he faced every challenge and difficulty in life with an optimistic and proactive attitude. Whether interacting with familiar friends or unfamiliar passers-by, he consistently wore a smile and radiated kindness. This warm-hearted demeanor endeared him to many and earned their respect. If the former Menma was perceived as calm, cold, and akin to Uchiha Sasuke, the The current Menma resembled the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, affectionately referred to as Little Son by all. He had established amicable relations with the 12 young ninjas and had a particularly close bond with his childhood friend. To balance his affections, Menma even sought advice from the master of time management, Sasuke. Indeed, in this world, Sasuke was a notorious playboy, often referred to as a human teddy bear, who would eagerly approach any beautiful girl to express his affections and arrange dates. Chapter 16, Learning the Flying Thunder God. Menma, would you like to come over to my house during the break? Hinata invited, her large eyes glimmering with a mix of threat and excitement. Through their interactions, Hinata had changed somewhat. She no longer used foul language, yet her spicy personality seemed to be an intrinsic aspect of her character, which Menma found quite endearing without any intent to alter it. Certainly, Menma discerned the underlying threat in her gaze, yet knowing she could not overpower him. He nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Hinata's face lit up with a sincere smile, her eyes curving delightfully, rendering her quite adorable. For a moment, Menma found himself momentarily captivated by her charm. In this world, ninjas typically matured early, especially at their age. They could already be considered young adults. Unbeknownst to him, little Hinata had begun to exhibit a mature aura and charm, akin to a genuine little adult. Menma's gaze inadvertently wandered, stealing glances at Hinata's physique. Her long legs, slender waist, and subtly rounded bosom epitomized the unique allure of femininity. These transformations astonished Menma, who realized how swiftly time had passed. The once small Hinata had blossomed into a young woman. This realization made his adolescent self, with eyes that often unconsciously wandered in her direction, feel somewhat less captivating. Hinata, aware of his furtive glances, exhibited no shyness. Instead, she straightened her posture, her gaze bold and challenging. Menma felt a flush rise to his cheeks and hastily turned his head away. Hinata smiled triumphantly. Nearby, Uchiha Yumi gritted her teeth in frustration. Her small face puffed up in indignation, fists clenched, before glancing at her own chest, which caused her expression to fall. Some attributes are indeed innate, and what one lacks now will never be possessed in the future. After school, the three of them walked together for a while before parting ways. Upon returning home, Menma exchanged his shoes and saw his father, Bluffing Shuemin, seated in the living room. "Ah, you're back. No need to change shoes. I have time today to teach you a ninjutsu," Bluffing Shuemin said as he rose steadily to his feet and approached Menma. Menma hesitated for a moment, a wave of curiosity washing over him, yet he obediently followed his father to the center of the courtyard. "Menma, you have grown into a young adult." Bluffing Shuemin gently stroked Menma's hair, his gaze filled with complex emotions, pride and affection for his child's growth, intertwined with profound guilt and remorse. Menma lowered his head in silence. Although still young, he possessed a maturity beyond his years. He understood the weight of his father's words. As a Jinchuriki, it was a fate from which he could not escape. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly, for he had come to regard the so-called tailed beast power with disdain, especially the Kyuubi of this world, which paled in comparison to him. However, faced with the pressures of reality, what choice did he truly have? Bluffing Shuemin seemed to sense Menma's thoughts, gently patting his shoulder. "Menma, no matter when or where, your father will always protect you and support your decisions." Menma lifted his head, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Thank you, Dad. I will strive to learn the Hiruzen no Jutsu and become an exceptional ninja, protecting our village and family." Yet, despite his current strength to challenge Konoha, he felt powerless against such destiny. "Can I finally learn it? I wish to be as powerful as my father." The two refrained from mentioning the topic of Jinchuriki. Shuemin began explaining the Hiruzen. This was a forbidden technique created by the second Hokage, yet it flourished under Shuemin's mastery. It is well known that the second Hokage was responsible for its creation, while his successors were tasked with its refinement and mastery. Similarly, this ninjutsu had undergone improvements under Shuemin's guidance. The Hiruzen no Jutsu was now not only swift and efficient, but also more suited for combat, with several modes developed. The first stage of Hiruzen involves learning to plant the Hiruzen mark, which relates to sealing techniques. Without knowledge of sealing, mastering this initial step would prove insurmountable for 99% of individuals. The second stage, Shuemin's combat strategy, the Hiruzen no Jutsu, involves covering the battlefield with his Hiruzen marks, relying on his remarkable reflexes, making it nearly impossible for enemies to evade him. The third stage, the Hiruzen barrier, utilizes the Hiruzen marks combined with sealing techniques to create a barrier that allows for direct teleportation, akin to an alternative Hiruzen teleportation array, albeit with slower speed. If used against living beings, they would have already fled, rendering it suitable only for dealing with certain attacks. The fourth stage, Hiruzen no Icon, is a recently developed technique by Shuemin, allowing for mutual exchange between two Hiruzen marks. After listening to his father's explanation of the Hiruzen no Jutsu, Menma could only describe his expression as one of astonishment. Although he had seen it before, understanding the intricate details revealed the true invincibility of the technique. Observing the shock in his son's eyes, Shuemin couldn't suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Nothing brings greater joy to a father than witnessing such a moment. His years of effort were not in vain. Since learning of his son's reluctance to become a Jinchuriki, Shuemin had tirelessly delved into the Hiruzen no Jutsu, aiming to pass this knowledge onto his son, offering him a choice. Should he still wish to avoid becoming a Jinchuriki in the future, there remained a final path to pursue: to escape Konoha. In this world, defecting from the village is not regarded as a grave matter. 2 years prior, there was a notable case involving the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Itachi, the son of the clan leader, defected from Konoha to establish a peace organization, Akatsuki. Had Uchiha Madara left the village, the subsequent events would have unfolded differently, and Nagato would have never acquired the Rinnegan, yet Akatsuki would still have been born. Now led by Uchiha Itachi, the village's handling of the situation was particularly nuanced. After branding him a rogue ninja, they ceased to monitor him. This was largely due to Itachi's formidable strength. He was renowned as a prodigy from a young age, having awakened the Uchiha clan's ultimate ocular technique, the Mangekyo Sharingan. In essence, Itachi's prowess rendered him a non-issue for the village, and the ambitions of youth could be understood if he wished to venture forth and his father approved. The village elder's opinion would inevitably align. Thus, they merely labeled him a rogue ninja on the surface. While the higher-ups were well aware that should he ever desire to return to Konoha, the village would promptly revoke his rogue status. With Itachi as a precedent, Shuemin's thoughts began to shift. Ultimately, everything is determined by strength. Therefore, to enhance his son's capabilities, Shuemin had worked diligently over the past 2 years, refining and improving the Hiruzen no Jutsu. The current version consumed less chakra, had a greater range, and possessed increased power, leading to what Menma now witnessed, a technique that amalgamated attack, defense, speed, and escape. It can be said that the Hiruzen was elevated to new heights under bluffing Shuemin's guidance. Menma, though puzzled, felt admiration. Contentment washed over him, affirming that the efforts of these past 2 years had not been in vain. He then began to explain the first stage of Hiruzen, which involves planting the Hiruzen mark and how to do so swiftly. As the saying goes, the beginning is difficult. This step can thwart everyone. Numerous challenges arise, not only in planting but also in sensing. Moreover, a single mark combines summoning techniques and sealing techniques, making it a repository of knowledge. Fortunately, Menma possessed a solid foundation, with thousands of ninjutsu techniques ingrained within him. Do you understand, Menma? I do. You can attempt it on your own. If you have questions, ask me. The matter of the mark relies on your heart, how to approach it comfortably, following your intuition. Each person's mark must reflect their individuality, a point Shuemin made clear first. Menma nodded in understanding and began experimenting on the ground, whether summoning or sealing techniques. Menma comprehended them both, yet combining and employing them simultaneously without hand seals posed a challenge. However, determination burned in his eyes, for this was the most magnificent ninjutsu in the world. Chapter 17, Mastering Hiruzen. With a foundation in sealing and summoning techniques, combined with Menma's innate talent, he successfully inscribed his unique mark after just a few attempts. On the ground in the courtyard, a spiral clan mark materialized. So soon, Shuemin raised an eyebrow, aware of his son's exceptional talent, as he effortlessly learned any ninjutsu. Yet, this was Hiruzen, a space-time ninjutsu, and to grasp it so swiftly was extraordinary. Although this is merely the first step, every endeavor begins with difficulty. As long as one can accurately depict the Flying Thunder God mark, it serves not only for combat, but also as a means of escape, even for those lacking innate battle prowess. Truly remarkable, thought Minato, unable to restrain his praise. This ninjutsu had taken him considerable time to master initially. The next step involves transferring one's body, and for the first attempt, utilizing shadow clone technique would be prudent. Minato patiently instructed, aware of the inherent risks in this step, yet grateful for the formidable power of the shadow clone technique, which minimizes potential dangers. Upon hearing this, Menma nodded in understanding and swiftly performed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, a perfect clone appeared beside him. The clone then began to sense the swirling mark on its body, preparing to teleport to its destination. However, due to a lack of proficiency in spatial awareness, the clone failed to reach the designated spot accurately, instead plummeting headfirst from above a large rock. A dull thud echoed as the clone crashed to the ground, dissipating into a cloud of smoke. "Ouch, that hurts," Menma exclaimed, crouching down and rubbing his head as the pain reverberated in his mind. This was the first time Menma had sustained such a serious injury. "Well, it's merely a matter of experience now. Practice diligently," Minato reassured him, not mocking Menma for his failure. On the contrary, a warm smile illuminated his face as he imparted wisdom and techniques. Minato understood that acquiring new skills requires time and practice, and Menma had already demonstrated remarkable talent and dedication. After absorbing Minato's guidance, Menma immediately commenced his training. He immersed himself in the Flying Thunder God technique, attempting it repeatedly. Each failure only strengthened his resolve, while each success filled him with a sense of accomplishment. Observing Menma gradually mastering the Flying Thunder God technique, Minato felt a sense of satisfaction. He realized that this child had grown, no longer needing his constant concern. Menma possessed formidable strength, capable of protecting himself and confronting various challenges. Even in the face of danger, he could swiftly escape using the Flying Thunder God technique. This growth instilled pride in Minato and confidence in Menma's safety. Excited by his newfound skill, Menma created 2 clones and tested his abilities, though still somewhat unrefined. He could now utilize the technique. The small courtyard was alive with movement. By the time dinner arrived, Menma's smile had yet to fade, radiating joy. At the dinner table, Minato shared the good news with Kushina. "Truly, he is my wonderful son." Being praised by his mother, Menma could not suppress the grin on his face. Minato quietly observed all of this, his eyes filled with tenderness and love. The fragrant aroma of food enveloped the warm room, where the family gathered around the table, relishing the evening meal. This was what he had always sought to protect, a warm, harmonious family. As an orphan, Minato had yearned for a complete home. He had experienced the bitterness and loneliness of orphan life, and he would never wish that upon his children. Hence, his dream was simple, to have a perfect family of his own. Between great love and small love, he unhesitatingly chose small love, pouring all his affection into his family. Regardless of the danger, his first thought was always to protect his loved ones. From Menma's perspective, he fully understood and supported Minato's choice. A happy and fulfilling family indeed brings immense joy and satisfaction. This aligns perfectly with his values, allowing him to integrate seamlessly into this family, with a gentle father, a fiery mother, and himself, the prodigy. The next day, under the bright sun and clear skies, Menma had arranged to visit Hinata's home. He pondered whether he should showcase his newly acquired ninjutsu in front of her. After all, having obtained such a marvelous skill, it was only natural to share it with his dear friend. Thus was his current state of mind, and in this world, his closest friends were undoubtedly his childhood companions. Suddenly, a crisp knocking sound resonated from the window, catching Menma's attention. His eyes widened in surprise. It turned out that Menma lived on the 2nd floor. And at that moment, a girl was perched by the window. With her slanted ponytail and short vest, it could only be Hinata. Moreover, her striking thighs were hard to ignore, causing Menma to involuntarily twitch. How ridiculous! While he had not yet mastered the good aspects, Hinata had swiftly picked up on the bad habits of ninjas. How many times had Hinata been told to use the front door? Menma sighed, though he still went to open the window, and the spirited girl leaped in without hesitation, wearing an expression of carefree defiance. "Humph, the front door is such a hassle." Hinata often donned a rebellious demeanor, but the core reason was her apprehension of encountering Menma's parents. While Minato was relatively easygoing, Kushina's overwhelming enthusiasm made even the outgoing Hinata feel uneasy. Interacting with elders, especially Menma's parents, required her to suppress her boldness, leading to an awkward dynamic. Over time, Hinata had grown accustomed to entering through the window. Menma understood this reason very well, and though he feigned reproach, he was secretly delighted. Once inside, Hinata unceremoniously plopped down on Menma's bed, her eyes scanning the room. Menma's space was quite simple, aside from a bed. The walls were lined with bookshelves brimming with books, most of which pertained to the sealing techniques he needed to learn. Hinata grimaced, as she despised studying. If it weren't for wanting to defeat that little vixen and Menma, she would have been utterly disinterested in learning over the past few years. However, she found it disheartening that neither the little vixen nor Menma could be overcome. My dad taught me a new ninjutsu. Can you guess what it is? Menma asked playfully, displaying a childlike eagerness. Typically, he would not express such immaturity. But the Flying Thunder God technique was something he had longed for. This certainly piqued Hinata's interest. Observing Menma's joyful expression, she was somewhat surprised, knowing that he was usually enthusiastic about training but often shunned ninjutsu. During their training sessions, he rarely employed ninjutsu, often exclaiming, "What serious person performs hand seals? Could it be that he has mastered some non-hand seal ninjutsu? Is it Rasengan?" Hinata ventured, playing along, for boys occasionally needed some encouragement, while her curiosity was also piqued. "No." Menma shook his head, indicating she was mistaken, his expression urging her to continue guessing. "Not Rasengan, non-hand seal ninjutsu. Could it be Flying Thunder God?" Hinata, being astute and well-acquainted with Menma's character, immediately deduced the answer, recognizing his singular interest in non-hand seal ninjutsu, especially given his father's famed technique. "Well done, Hinata, you're quite clever." Menma praised without reservation. "You really learned the Flying Thunder God technique." Hinata expressed genuine surprise, as he had been unable to perform it just the day before. Moreover, this is the space-time ninjutsu. Currently, in the entire shinobi world, only Konoha's bluffing Shuemin possesses such a technique, which contributes to his remarkable success rate of 100%, earning him the title of the Yellow Flash. "Come, allow me to take you for a trial." Naturally, Menma wished to let Hinata experience this as well. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped her hand and instantly activated the Flying Thunder God technique. The two vanished from the room, reappearing in the 12th training ground. Within Konoha, there are numerous such training grounds, designated specifically for ninjas to practice their techniques. In an instant, the two young ones found themselves amidst the training area. Hinata was somewhat astonished. On one hand, she marveled at Menma's ability to master this notoriously challenging ninjutsu in just one night, and on the other, she was impressed by his audacity. Her gaze inadvertently flickered to their intertwined fingers, realizing this was the first time he had taken the initiative to hold her hand. She understood her boyfriend's personality well. He was inherently shy, and seeing him take such an initiative was indeed a sign of his joy. Is it because of the unmarked ninjutsu, or the Flying Thunder God? As she pondered this, she tightened her grip, unwilling to let go. Menma, oblivious, continued to guide Hinata through several more experiences. This was her first encounter with the Flying Thunder God, and she found it truly enchanting. Often, before her mind could process the change, her body was already situated in an unfamiliar setting. The two reveled in their playful antics within the small training ground. Chapter 18. Strolling under the gentle breeze and bright sunshine, the young couple sat comfortably in the training ground, both feeling relaxed, and Hinata's expression softened. "Menma, do you have any dreams?" she inquired curiously. "Dreams?" Menma momentarily struggled to formulate a response. Naturally, he could not disclose his desire to collect ninjutsu from the shinobi world. Furthermore, that was merely a hobby. What truly constituted his dream? For a moment, he felt lost. This world was unlike Naruto's, as it was safe and devoid of a pressing need for salvation. What, then, was his dream? He rubbed his chin, genuinely unable to conjure an answer. Observing Menma's troubled expression, Hinata chuckled softly. "Don't overthink it. I don't have any particularly grand aspirations either. I merely wish to become an excellent ninja, to protect my village and family." "How can you give up so easily? Do you remember our promise? As long as you defeat me, that commitment remains valid." Menma smiled, fully serious. If she truly managed to overcome him, he would honor that promise. Hinata initially felt elated, but soon wore a downcast expression. Only their close friends understood the extent of Menma's talent. Defeating him seemed nearly hopeless, yet the prospect of a tantalizing carrot dangled before her, compelling her not to relent. The thought of Menma heeding her every word and distancing himself from that little vixen instantly rekindled her motivation. "You must help me grow stronger." Hinata seemed unfazed. Over the years, thanks to him, she had put forth tremendous effort, managing to keep pace with him, yet the road to truly surpassing him was still long, especially now that he had mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. "Rest assured, I shall assist you wholeheartedly. Having a rival and a goal is the greatest joy of life. So, Hinata, what would you like to eat? Menma felt a pang of hunger. It was a day off, and he had yet to have breakfast before Hinata arrived. Now, with considerable chakra expended, his stomach was beginning to protest. Let us go then. Hinata had also skipped breakfast, having anticipated this moment. Well aware of her boyfriend's tendency to sleep in on holidays. Though her plans were briefly interrupted by the flying thunder god technique. They had now returned to their intended course. As they stood up, Menma realized something was amiss. Their hands were still clasped together. Feeling a touch bashful, he contemplated releasing her hand, primarily concerned about his dignity as a time traveler, not quite an innocent child anymore. Adults often cling to their pride, while children simply embrace their feelings. For Hinata, this boy was undoubtedly just a bit shy. Her grip tightened subconsciously, casting him a fierce glance. Menma, internally thinking, my spicy girlfriend, shrugged helplessly, knowing Hinata was unconcerned about his bashfulness. Konoha's commercial street is among the most bustling locales in Konoha village. Here, one can observe a myriad of individuals, ninjas, civilians, and merchants, all contributing to the vibrancy and vitality of the thoroughfare. Stalls line the streets, offering a diverse array of goods, from fresh fruits to precious ninja tools. The shops on either side are a dazzling spectacle, overwhelming to the senses. At that moment, the two figures seamlessly blended into the throng of people. Menma, now no longer the formidable ninja, appeared as an ordinary child, ensuring he attracted no attention. As they strolled, sampling the delectable street food and absorbing the atmosphere of the bustling city, they eventually arrived at a small yet renowned establishment known as Ichiraku Ramen. Despite its modest size, it is famous for its exquisite ramen, beloved by many. Hey, Menma and little Hinata, come and decide what to eat today. 2 bowls of ramen with all the toppings. Please. They sat hand in hand at a tiny table in the shop, greeted warmly by Uncle Ichiraku, who promptly went to prepare their meal. The two indulged in snacks while engaging in light-hearted conversation. Before long, 2 more individuals entered the shop. Isn't that Menma? Out on a date again? A lively voice interrupted their chat, prompting them to turn their attention toward the source. Menma's expression twitched. The newcomers were none other than Kakashi and his close friend, the exuberant Might Guy. However, their current demeanor was quite contrasting, one brimming with energy, while the other appeared lethargic. As Watergate's apprentice, Kakashi frequently visited Menma's home, so he was well acquainted with him. Menma, huh? Hinata, unfazed by the revelation of their date, curiously inquired, who is this? This is my father's disciple, Hatake Kakashi. Menma introduced. Let youth be unleashed. How about a youthful duel after our meal? If such words had emerged from the watermelon-headed guy, Menma would have been unsurprised. However, hearing them from Kakashi was a twist he had grown accustomed to. Shaking his head, he had no desire to be ensnared by Kakashi's enthusiasm. After exchanging a few more words, Kakashi, vibrant and animated, occasionally uttering youthful phrases, left Menma feeling somewhat exasperated. Their date had been abruptly interrupted. Soon, their ramen arrived, and they hurriedly finished their meal, almost fleeing the establishment. Once outside, they simultaneously exhaled in relief. Kakashi's exuberance was not something everyone could endure. Haha. They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. As they continued their stroll down the street, they purchased various treats, embodying the essence of a couple enjoying a day out. Albeit with a somewhat domineering and willful girlfriend, yet one who was genuinely delightful. There were no unreasonable demands, and her possessive demeanor was undeniably fierce. Thus far, anyone who approaches Menma is promptly warned by Shao Hayata, save for the elusive fox spirit she cannot best in battle. This situation is rather inappropriate. If not for the esteemed 4th Hokage, would we be able to enjoy such a comfortable life? It is merely a matter of everyday necessities. Please accept them, Sakura. A familiar voice echoed, prompting Menma and Hayata to turn. Before them unfolded an amusing scene. Sakura had ventured out to procure provisions, but, due to her status as the daughter of a hero, the shopkeeper refused to accept her payment, resulting in a tug-of-war between the two. Other vendors, witnessing the commotion, sided with the shopkeeper while simultaneously offering their own tokens of goodwill. In no time, Sakura's arms were laden with food, her expression one of exasperation. Menma observed this with a complex expression, reminded of the contrasting fate of his own younger brother, Uzumaki Naruto. Both are descendants of heroes, yet their experiences diverge drastically. Sakura, As the orphan of the fourth Hokage, enjoys the privilege of her identity being publicly acknowledged, the villagers of Konoha shower her with care and gratitude for her parents' contributions, greeting her warmly and offering her sustenance. What are you staring at? Do you fancy her? Hayata, feeling a twinge of jealousy, contemplated a stern warning for Menma once they returned to school. Despite Sakura's illustrious lineage, she must remain at a distance from Menma. Hayata pondered whether such a life would be burdensome. Menma reflected, as a descendant of a hero, every step must align with his father's legacy. Forever labeled as the daughter of a hero, he too must strive diligently, lest he bring shame upon that legacy. Thus, Sakura in this realm is genuinely dedicated to her studies. Hayata was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Menma's musings, and shot him an indignant glare. Come on, keep looking, and I shall poke your eyes out. Menma was startled by Hayata's fierce declaration, as she was indeed one to follow through on her threats. The pair continued their stroll. Sakura, wearied by the proceedings, turned and caught sight of a familiar figure. There they are. Menma, regarded as a prodigy by all, possesses striking features, a remarkable lineage, and a humble demeanor that endears him to many, including the hero's daughter, Haruno Sakura. Regrettably, with Hayata's presence, few dare approach Menma unless they can best her in combat. Yet, Hayata's prowess is formidable. She stands as the undisputed leader in their school, her strength evident to all. Her exceptional abilities stem from both her own efforts and Menma's unwavering support in honing her combat skills and techniques. Chapter 19. The Hyuga clan. At the grand entrance of the Hyuga estate, an ancient family steeped in tradition, Menma felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if ensnared by an invisible pressure. Nevertheless, having promised to visit, he steeled himself to follow Hayata through the gates. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the two Byakugan guards, Menma felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, with nowhere to escape. He suppressed his anxiety, closely trailing Hayata as they advanced step by step. Unlike the Uchiha clan, which resides separately, all members of the Hyuga clan dwell together. The branch family occupies the outskirts, while the main family resides at the core, creating a vast familial commune that underscores the significance placed on unity within the Hyuga clan. Along the way, they encountered branch family members who greeted Hayata with respect. Good day, Mississippi. Indeed, Hayata responded with a dignified nod. Menma, however, felt an odd sensation, reminiscent of the aura surrounding a mafia princess. The expressions of the Hyuga clan members they passed were devoid of warmth, their demeanor stern, casting a shadow over the atmosphere. Upon reaching Hayata's courtyard, both exhaled in relief. Doesn't it feel rather dull? Hayata smiled, her expression hinting at shared exasperation. Menma understood. Even she did not relish this ambience, but he could only adapt. Let us explore your home, he suggested, his smile genuine as he gazed around. The quaint courtyard, adorned with greenery, housed a grand traditional Japanese structure. Yet, in his heart, Menma felt a longing for the warmth of his own home. Entering the living room, a maid approached them. Good day, Mississippi. Please prepare some refreshments. I have a guest. Hayata instructed. The maid merely glanced at Menma before shifting her focus elsewhere. Hayata began to introduce Menma to her home, where opulence met an air of chill. Even her personal quarters bore a stark simplicity, save for her singular passion for flower arranging, with blossoms gracing every windowsill. Hayata's return home soon reached the ears of Hyuga Hayashi, who learned of Menma's identity as the son of the elite jonin, Minato Namikaze. Hayashi's gaze deepened, lost in thought, while Hayata's mother, Yukiko, glanced at her husband. Shall we not pay a visit? She gently inquired, fully aware of the implications. This world is small, with little room for indecision. The two have matured, and a girl bringing home a friend carries unique significance. You should go see, Hayashi sighed. Yukiko rose, contemplating, before summoning Hayata's younger sister, Hanabi. Meanwhile, the maid departed, and the two sat in the corridor, indulging in tea and conversation, with Hayata venting her frustrations regarding family life. Those folks maintain such stern faces at home that I find it hard to even smile, she lamented, sipping her tea, her demeanor relaxing as her true self emerged. Menma chuckled along, wary of displaying mirth in such a serious environment. Who is preventing you from smiling? A gentle voice wafted in from the entrance. Menma looked up to see a graceful young woman accompanied by a little girl, entering with poise. Dressed in a garment reminiscent of a kimono, her hair elegantly styled. Her Byakugan eyes radiated warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. Upon recognizing her mother, Hayata sighed in relief, grateful it was not her father, knowing he would likely embark on a lengthy lecture. "Good day, ma'am." Menma rose respectfully, a sudden wave of inexplicable nervousness washing over him. Yukiko regarded the young man with a soft gaze, silently marveling at how he resembled his father in his youth, handsome and gentle, yet beyond appearance and demeanor. Menma's profound and bright eyes hinted at an edge that piqued Yukiko's curiosity and anticipation. Indeed, a daughter grows up too quickly, as a woman of experience. The exchanged glances between them held a mutual affection that only those well-versed could discern. Yukiko's presence made Menma slightly uneasy, but the warmth of her aura quickly dispelled his discomfort. "You must dine with us tonight," Yukiko invited, wishing for Hayashi to meet him. "I cannot, ma'am. My parents await me at home, and I have assignments to complete this evening." Menma politely declined, lowering his gaze to avoid her penetrating stare. Wu could not help but smile, instantly discerning the subtle thoughts of the other party, yet chose not to expose them. This fellow did not anticipate such timidity. Is he perhaps afraid of encountering Rizu? Having observed and conversed with them, Uga refrained from interrupting the two young ones and departed from the scene. "My mother is doing well, I presume," Hinata jested, recalling the shivers she felt each time she met Menma's mother. That excessive enthusiasm was overwhelming, even for an extroverted girl like her. At that moment, Menma could empathize with the other's sentiments. Young individuals often feel dwarfed by the exaggerated warmth of their parents. The atmosphere between the two returned to its previous casualness, as they chatted amiably over tea. As the sun dipped below the horizon, when Menma prepared to take her leave, Hinata did not insist on her staying, fully aware of her family dynamics. The oppressive atmosphere of a family meal was something she feared might be too much for Menma to handle. Upon returning home, her mother had already returned and was busy in the kitchen. "You're back. Where did you go today?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Menma felt completely at ease. Despite the numerous rules in a large family, her own small home was undeniably comforting. "Just went for a stroll," she casually replied. "Just a casual stroll?" The voice of Kushina carried an inexplicable undertone. Menma had gone out on a date today, and many had witnessed it, including Kushina, who had received the news. In the dimly lit office of the Hokage, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, a cigarette clenched between his lips, gazing out the window at the bustling scene outside. The streets were ablaze with lights and thronged with people, starkly contrasting with the solitude of his Hokage office. "It is time to retire," the third Hokage sighed softly. In this world, his character had undergone significant transformation. If it were not for the fourth Hokage's demise, he would have long since relinquished the position of Hokage. Now, in his advanced years, he had contemplated retirement, but had yet to identify a suitable successor. Among his three esteemed disciples, each was exceptionally talented. Firstly, there was Jiraiya, a man of integrity and formidable strength, one of the few who had mastered sage mode. He had once inquired if Jiraiya would consider succeeding him as Hokage, but Jiraiya expressed disinterest in power, preferring a life of freedom. Then there was Orochimaru, who had not defected but instead devoted himself to scientific research. Despite his remarkable talents and intellect, he showed little interest in becoming Hokage. Lastly, there was Tsunade, whose strength was commendable, yet her demeanor exuded an introverted essence, reminiscent of Hinata from the original world. After careful deliberation, he resolved to pass the mantle of Hokage to Tsunade. However, he still needed to accomplish one final task. Chapter 20. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The matter of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki could not be left for the next Hokage to address. Since he was on the verge of retirement, this task fell to him. Thus, the third Hokage instructed the Anbu to summon Namake's Minato. Upon arriving at the Hokage's office, Minato felt an ominous premonition. "Minato," the third Hokage began. After a brief exchange, Minato exited with a somewhat somber expression. Just as he reached his doorstep, he heard cheerful voices emanating from within the house. He composed himself, replacing his demeanor with a warm smile as he opened the door. "I'm back. Why are you so slow, Dad? Hurry, we're about to eat." A smile spread across Menma's face as she waved. With a smile, Minato entered. After washing his hands and assisting, a lavish dinner was soon laid out. The family joyfully began to eat and chat, during which Kushina curiously inquired about Va's current romantic situation. Menma felt somewhat speechless, unsure of how to respond. Minato contemplated for a moment and decided it was time to speak up. "Menma, there's something I need to tell you." His expression became serious, prompting their smiles to fade. Kushina's brow furrowed, as if she had already guessed what was about to unfold. What is it? Menma asked, puzzled. The third Hokage is preparing to initiate the Jinchuriki project. Upon hearing this, Menma fell silent. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Observing Menma's expression, both felt a pang of sympathy. However, this decision came from the higher-ups, and as subordinates, they had no right to oppose it. After exchanging glances, Minato spoke again. Menma, your strength has improved, and with the Flying Thunder God technique. Would you be interested in venturing out? Menma snapped back to reality, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. What do you mean? But upon seeing their expressions, he began to understand. He had heard from his friend Uchiha Sasuke about Uchiha Itachi's defection. So you both mean to suggest I should defect as well? Are you implying I should join the Akatsuki? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible. In this world, the leader of the Akatsuki was Uchiha Itachi, and each member possessed formidable strength. Joining the Akatsuki could potentially be a wise choice. However, Menma quickly declined, reasoning that becoming a Nine Tails Jinchuriki did not necessitate such drastic measures. Most importantly, even if he became a Jinchuriki, this world was relatively safe, with no Akatsuki attempting to collect tailed beasts. Not at all. I have a stable disposition and no interest in wandering aimlessly through the ninja world. Menma shook his head in refusal. Is the matter of the Jinchuriki confidential? This was information only known to the higher echelons of Konoha. Then I can rest easy. Since I cannot evade it, I shall accept it. Menma expressed a sense of ease. The three fell into silence, resuming their meal. Inside, Menma was seething with anger. Jinchuriki, who would willingly want to seal a monster within themselves? Even if he were to be a Jinchuriki, he was more interested in the dragon vein, devoid of consciousness, possessing gentle power, and naturally carrying spatio-temporal attributes, making it perfectly suited to his abilities, potentially allowing him to traverse time and space freely. Yet, the world would not revolve around him. And some matters were beyond his control. As long as he wished to continue living in the village, he had to adhere to its commands. Agreeing to the plan, the third Hokage quickly received word and began preparations. Following the turmoil caused by the Nine Tails, the fourth Hokage had sealed the beast. But a suitable vessel had yet to be found, and thus the Nine Tails remained sealed within Konoha. 3 days later, Menma was brought before the third Hokage. Menma, you've grown so much, the third Hokage said, a gentle smile gracing his face. Third Hokage-sama, Menma could not muster even a semblance of a smile. Who desires to be a Jinchuriki? Just call me Grandpa. The third Hokage maintained his warm smile, engaging in casual conversation with the two. The father and son, however, were evidently not in the mood, responding absently while their minds lingered on why this old man was still waiting. Soon, there was a knock at the door. Come in. A figure entered, with long golden hair and a proud visage reminiscent of a maiden. Old man, Tsunade greeted with a nod. The gazes of several turned towards her. Tsunade frowned as she regarded the two before her. She recognized them as Menma and his father, the soon-to-be Jinchuriki. Her eyes reflected a hint of sympathy, yet more so a sense of resolve. She understood that this was the village's decision and a necessary measure for its protection. Menma's father clenched his fists tightly, filled with helplessness and anguish. He was acutely aware of what being a Jinchuriki entailed and the pressures and dangers his son would soon face. Yet, he felt powerless to alter this reality and could only accept it in silence. The third Hokage observed the scene quietly, understanding the emotions shared between father and son. However, for the safety of the village, he had no choice but to make such a decision. He hoped that Menma could comprehend his predicament and strive to adapt to his new identity. The room was suffused with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. As each person contemplated the path that lay ahead, Menma's first impression of the other was one of intellectual grace and gentle warmth, reminiscent of an older sister. Menma could not help but scrutinize the figure of Tsunade within this world. Her visage was strikingly similar, adorned with a seal upon her brow, maintaining a youthful countenance that betrayed no hint of age. However, upon glancing at her chest, Menma found himself at a loss for words. His eyes revealed a flicker of peculiarity. The allure of Tsunade's formidable physique was notably absent. Minato noticed his son's gaze and gave him a light tap. Menma snapped back to reality. Embarrassment etched across his face. The other two also took notice. The third Hokage remained expressionless, while Tsunade, unable to voice her thoughts, had already mentally labeled him as a lecherous young lad. With everyone present, the third Hokage began to outline the current situation. In summary, he intended to abdicate. Following this incident, Tsunade would ascend as the fifth Hokage. Let us proceed. After concluding his narrative, the focus shifted to the urgent task at hand, sealing the Nine Tails. Menma suddenly felt a twinge of anxiety. The group followed the third Hokage out of the Hokage building, making their way towards the rear. After an indeterminate duration, they entered a cavern that once served as a sanctuary. Traversing a lengthy tunnel, they emerged into a vast chamber, illuminated by flickering lights. The ground was inscribed with a sealing array, surrounded by individuals standing in grave silence, as if facing a dire threat. The ambient candlelight contributed a touch of eeriness. An uninformed visitor might mistake this for a sinister ritual. Menma was at a loss. It was merely a sealing process, yet they had made it seem so dramatic. With his expertise in sealing techniques, he quickly recognized this as the four-symbol seal, a profoundly powerful art capable of confining a target within a specific space. At the center of the sealing array lay an altar. Go on, do not be afraid, the third Hokage encouraged, patting Menma's shoulder. With a sense of resignation, Menma approached the altar and ultimately reclined upon it. Let us begin. With the third Hokage's command, the sealing ritual commenced in earnest. All the ninjas closed their eyes, chanting incantations, while a powerful surge of chakra emanated from them, converging upon Menma. He felt this force but did not resist, understanding it was preparatory for the sealing of the Nine Tails. As the chakra reached a critical mass, the sealing array on the ground burst forth with brilliant light, and runes ascended from the formation, swirling around Menma. The vessel for sealing the Nine Tails was brought forth by two individuals and placed beside Naruto. Upon opening the vessel, a dark crimson chakra erupted skyward, only to be swiftly restrained by a barrier, morphing into a colossal fox that howled at the heavens. Simultaneously, a dozen individuals began to form seals. For symbol seal, the chakra in the sky began to distort, being pulled downwards. However, the Nine Tails, evidently aware of the impending situation, intensified its struggles. Menma lay there, staring at the thrashing Nine Tails above him, his expression contorting in discomfort. Were these people so weak? Just a single Nine Tails. And so many could not subdue it. How utterly disappointing. Chapter 21. Jumi and Subo Menma gazed intently at the Nine Tails before him, marveling at its colossal and tumultuous chakra. Yet, despite its formidable power and sinister aura, it seemed to lack certain essential qualities compared to the true Nine Tails. Upon closer inspection, Menma discerned that this Nine Tails was devoid of reason and intelligence. Its eyes reflected not a glimmer of wisdom. Just as a stalemate ensued, Menma pondered whether he should intervene. After all, this drawn-out affair was exceedingly tedious. Suddenly, the Nine Tails, realizing its inability to escape, turned its gaze towards Menma, vowing not to be sealed again. Die, brat! It bellowed, its voice echoing ominously within the cavern. In an instant, its chakra coalesced into a gigantic fox's paw, lunging violently towards Menma. Menma, be careful. Minato's expression shifted dramatically as he readied a kunai, prepared to strike at a moment's notice. Tsunade, standing nearby, furrowed her brow, casting a worried glance at the third Hokage. In this critical moment, Menma could no longer endure the Nine Tails' audacity. He resolved to take action, intending to teach this arrogant creature a lesson. Golden chains erupted from within Menma, swiftly ensnaring the colossal paw before him. What is this? It is the sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the adamantine sealing chains. The sight astounded everyone present, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. The chains continued to extend, rapidly ensnaring the Nine Tails in midair. However, perhaps due to Menma's bloodline being insufficiently pure, the sealing force of the adamantine chains did not reach its full potential. Although the Nine Tails was bound, it could still move. This was quite troublesome. Menma's mood soured. Being coerced into becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was already irksome enough, but to endure this torment was unbearable. Rising from the altar where he had lain, he caught the attention of the surrounding individuals, their brows furrowing in concern. The third Hokage opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately remained silent. They watched Menma, their hearts filled with confusion and intrigue. Menma took a deep breath and began to form seals. His fingers danced in the air, swiftly and accurately executing the intricate hand signs. As he moved, a powerful chakra surged forth from him, akin to a torrential wave. For symbol seal, as Menma's incantation echoed, Countless delicate runes emerged from his palms, fluttering like a swarm of lively butterflies. These runes swiftly spread, tightly binding the nine tails. The creature struggled, attempting to break free from this confinement, yet the runes proliferated, growing denser and more tightly wound around it. The chains retracted, and the nine tails chakra completely entered Menma's body. Within Menma, the previously tranquil space suddenly revealed the presence of the nine tails. Upon its arrival, Menma was astonished to find that his external brain reacted to the chakra of the nine tails. A thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to experiment. He directly sealed the nine tails within the external brain, eager to see what would transpire. The moment the nine tails was confined within the external brain, a remarkable quantum reaction occurred between the two. The once lifeless books suddenly appeared to come alive, emitting a faint glow. Menma's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Yet, this was not sufficient. He realized that to ensure safety, more robust measures were necessary. Thus, he executed another sealing technique, the five-element seal, completely enclosing the external brain. The glow emanating from the external brain gradually dimmed, falling into utter silence. Menma exhaled in relief, having successfully sealed the nine tails within his own being. He felt an unprecedented surge of power welling within him. However, gazing at this entity within his body, Menma's expression bore an oddity. Has this become the ten tails? The nine-tailed beasts were fragments of chakra extracted from the ten tails. Their potential stunted, limited only to an increase in chakra volume. Yet now, it seemed Menma had unlocked some hidden switch. By using the branches of the divine tree as a vessel, he had thoroughly sealed the nine tails within. Menma sensed that the consciousness of the nine tails seemed to have vanished entirely, while the external brain had become an integral part of his being, transformed into something akin to a personal talisman. Haha, I never anticipated such an operation. It feels as if the heavens themselves are aiding me. As a thought crossed his mind, the external brain before him began to transform, morphing into a somewhat fearsome Kyuubi. Unlike the true Kyuubi, this version possessed a physical form. Though it was entirely under his control and devoid of independent thought, a lingering sensation of sluggishness remained. Menma quickly detected the anomaly within this situation, utilizing his Sharingan. The Akatsuki clan was known for planting trees, with the divine tree being the Jubi, yet the power of the Jubi was evidently superior to that of the Akatsuki. Why, then, did the divine tree heed their commands? The answer lay in their eyes. Possessing the Rinnegan, they had inscribed this dominion into the genetic makeup of the divine tree, rendering it incapable of resistance. This mastery had been passed down through generations. While the tailed beasts were formidable, they could still be subdued by the might of the three-tomo Sharingan. This illustrates the perfection of the Akatsuki clan's control, though Menma held a decisive advantage. Ensuring continued compliance from the entity required either further refinement or the acquisition of a pair of Sharingan. For now, he decided to vacate the premises. Menma's consciousness returned to his body, and as he opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by a circle of individuals. These individuals were prominent figures from Konohagakure, all of whom were deeply concerned about Menma's well-being. How is Menma? Minato inquired with evident worry. I'm fine, Dad, Menma replied nonchalantly. A mere Kyuubi is not a significant concern for me. Has the seal been completed? The third Hokage scrutinized Menma's eyes, as if seeking confirmation of the success of his plan. The sealing is complete, Menma asserted with unwavering conviction. Though he faced the third Hokage, he felt no fondness for the elder, hence his expression remained neutral. Upon hearing Menma's response, the third Hokage sighed with relief. He understood that if Menma had successfully sealed the Kyuubi, the future of Konohagakure would be more secure and stable. As for Menma's demeanor, he no longer paid it heed. At this moment, he could finally retire in peace. After exchanging pleasantries, Menma was escorted home by Minato. Along the way, Minato inquired about the details of the Kyuubi's sealing and reminded Menma to rest adequately. Menma nodded in agreement, assuring his father that he would recuperate swiftly. Upon returning home, Menma settled onto the sofa, where a scroll materialized in his hands. This scroll had been entrusted to him by the third Hokage after everyone else departed. In this world, since the time of the first Hokage, Konohagakure had endeavored to study the Kyuubi, aiming to fully harness its potential. The second Hokage, approaching the endeavor from a different perspective, sought to utilize the Kyuubi and developed a secret technique known as Human Seppuku. Indeed, This was the jutsu that represented Menma's most formidable ability. Through this technique, he could summon 9 powerful spirit beasts, each of whom possessed strength comparable to members of the Akatsuki. The most crucial aspect was that each summoned beast bore its unique abilities. Within the lore, the Cumin beasts were designed to counter the Akatsuki, showcasing the sheer power of this jutsu. Had it not been for the eventual narrative demise, this jutsu alone could have easily vanquished Uzumaki Naruto. Thus, upon his return home, Menma began to delve into the study of this jutsu. The more he observed, the more astonished and bewildered his expression became, marveling at the creativity and developmental direction it embodied. It must be said, the second Hokage was indeed a genius to conceive of such a cunning stratagem. This technique was a summoning jutsu, but not in the conventional sense. Akin to the Rashomon, it represented a conceptual approach. It integrated celestial phenomena, transforming abstract concepts into tangible forms. For instance, the Rashomon, which in this world had yet to be encountered, had nonetheless been developed into a jutsu. The so-called Rashomon did not merely summon a door. Rather, the essence of this technique lay in partitioning the Kyuubi's power into 9 segments, utilizing the summoning technique as a shadow, akin to invoking a deity. In other words, it bore a resemblance to the concept of divine masks from Irinji Xia, channeling the power of the Kyuubi into 9 distinct beasts. This cerebral pathway was undeniably extraordinary. This secret technique was crafted for the Kyuubi, and it seemed the second Hokage recognized that even with complete control over the Kyuubi, the potential of an individual was limited. Employing the Kyuubi's power to summon these 9 beasts could yield 9 elite Jonin-level warriors. Moreover, these entities would not fear death, allowing for their resummoning upon defeat. Upon reviewing the technique, Menma could only commend the brilliance of his predecessor. It was indeed astute. Most notably, this jutsu was exclusive to the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, rendering it his proprietary technique. It was no wonder the third Hokage had readily relinquished it. Observing the reactions of others, it appeared they were unaware of its existence. Chapter 22. Fifth Hokage Tsunade Menma felt a surge of excitement, yearning to test the jutsu, reminiscent of Pain's 6 paths. Furthermore, this method of utilizing chakra opened new avenues of thought for him. By harnessing faith, the Cumin Seppoka could summon 9 masked creatures akin to spirit beasts to engage in combat. The summoned beasts would be arranged in the order of Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian, Kong, Nan, Bei, Si, Yu, representing the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise, golden serpent, southern dipper immortal, northern dipper immortal, death god, and celestial maiden, similar to the arrangement of the Akatsuki. However, in reality, they were all transformations of the 9-tailed fox, each possessing formidable and unique abilities. What no one anticipated was that after becoming a Jinchuriki, Menma instantly became a perfect one. The Kyuubi of this world was not particularly powerful, and with its transformation into the new divine tree, it was entirely under Menma's control. He was now regarded as a flawless Jinchuriki. Now, I shouldn't be affected, should I? Menma furrowed his brow, contemplating a concern. In this world, Menma's face bore no facial hair, but with the Kyuubi now residing within him, he wondered how things might change in the future. At his current age, he should not be influenced by the Kyuubi. He was eager to find a place to test his condition, but to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, he decided against revealing his current state. In the ensuing days, the third Hokage tirelessly campaigned for Tsunade, hinting at his impending retirement to the outside world. This announcement sparked fervent discussions among the villagers. The townspeople held Tsunade in high esteem. She was not only an exceptional medical ninja, but also revered for her gentle nature as the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Thus, there was no dissent regarding her ascension, as if it were a foregone conclusion. Amidst this backdrop, Konohagakure became unusually lively. One day, after school, Menma walked home, his mind heavy with thoughts about whether his plans could be realized. Although he was well versed in the plot, certain details still required personal verification. As he pondered how to ingeniously orchestrate the narrative's twists, he suddenly heard a commotion from within his home. Are there guests? Menma wondered, feeling quite surprised. Opening the door and announcing his return, he stepped into the living room. Ah, Menma, you're back. Come here, let me introduce you to my master, the great sage Jiraiya of Myobo-Kuzen. Minato greeted him with a warm smile, gesturing for Menma to approach, while introducing the white-haired ninja standing beside him. This individual was none other than the legendary sage of the 3 shinobi, Jiraiya. Greetings, Lord Jiraiya, Menma said politely, nodding in acknowledgement. Ah, you must be Minato's son. Uzumaki Menma, Jiraiya replied. Very good, very good. What a polite child, Jiraiya remarked with a smile, praising Menma. As one of the few ninja who successfully mastered the Sage Mode, Jiraiya possessed acute sensory abilities, allowing him to perceive an immense chakra fluctuation emanating from Menma. To his astonishment, the boy's chakra was even more abundant than his own. Unlike Naruto, Menma did not need to suppress the nine tails within him. He naturally possessed an extraordinarily potent chakra, and coupled with the overwhelming chakra of the nine tails, the result was a remarkable augmentation of his own chakra. Even those with slightly diminished sensory abilities could readily discern the terrifying power contained within him. Should it be unleashed, the sheer magnitude of his chakra could easily subdue a jonin. Teacher, I'm here too. Nearby, a lively young man with white hair jumped around energetically. It was Kakashi, the enthusiastic disciple of Minato. Through their conversation, Menma learned what had transpired. Tsunade had become the 5th Hokage, prompting many jonin who were on missions to return to the village. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Konoha's White Fang had all returned, and Jiraiya, wishing to see his former pupil, had brought Kakashi along, resulting in the current gathering of 3 generations of teachers and students. Observing the animated discussions among the trio, Menma felt a twinge of unfamiliarity upon encountering the scholarly demeanor of Jiraiya. In this world, Jiraiya's earnestness gave him a somewhat rigid impression. Yet it was precisely this trait that earned him respect. He was not only formidable, but also a man of integrity and a writer. Sadly, this fellow cannot escape the clutches of fate. Menma recalled that Jiraiya would eventually meet his demise at his hands, now that he had chosen not to succumb to darkness. Perhaps Jiraiya was spared. After all, Jiraiya's strength was indeed formidable. As night fell, a group gathered around a table for dinner, the atmosphere vibrant and lively. They exchanged thoughts on various topics, from the shifting tides of the ninja world to the breathtaking landscapes encountered on journeys, and even the peculiarities of unique jutsu. Menma listened intently, a longing for the outside world blossoming within him. Perhaps it was time to leave Konoha and explore the vast expanse of the ninja realm personally. He had already amassed a considerable collection of jutsu from Konoha, and finding new techniques would likely require significant effort. With more than half a year remaining until graduation, he would soon enjoy greater freedom. Yet, a question loomed. With whom would he embark on missions in this world? And which teacher would guide them? Menma couldn't help but envision the future. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Kakashi, who sat directly opposite him, brimming with vitality. Kakashi often spoke of youth as if invigorated by a surge of energy. The thought sent a shiver down Menma's spine. He had no desire to become Kakashi's pupil. A week later, Konoha was abuzz with unprecedented excitement. At the front of the Hokage building, a throng of people gathered, jostling for space. Among the crowd were both ninjas and ordinary citizens, all there to witness the occasion. When Tsunade appeared, the assembly gasped in awe. Her beauty was breathtaking, an irresistible charm emanating from her presence. First-time viewers found themselves entranced by her allure. Tsunade's beauty transcended mere appearance. It was her poise and style that captivated. Her allure exuded maturity and confidence, leaving countless admirers spellbound. Under the gaze of the assembly, the 3rd Hokage solemnly removed the conical hat symbolizing the Hokage's identity and respectfully placed it into Tsunade's hands. She accepted the hat, her gaze resolute yet gentle, as she locked eyes with each individual in the crowd, seemingly imprinting their faces in her memory. From this day forth, I am the 5th Hokage. I ask for your support. Tsunade's voice was soft yet firm, resonating in every ear. Her words were like a warm spring breeze, bringing hope and strength to the hearts of those present. In that moment, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Cheers and applause cascading in waves as they expressed their fervent support and anticipation for their new Hokage. How impressive! I too wish to become a Hokage like Lady Tsunade. A boy and 2 girls sat atop a rooftop, observing the festivities. On the left, Yum gazed at Tsunade with starry eyes, filled with admiration. Menma, however, was perplexed. Being Hokage meant dealing with endless affairs daily, confined to an office. What was so alluring about that? He had no desire to assume such a position unless he had a secretary. The thought conjured an indescribable image in his mind, and his gaze inadvertently drifted towards Hinata on his right. Donning a secretary's attire must resemble that of Shizune in this world, Menma mused, having seen Shizune. who bore an uncanny resemblance to Hinata, both in character and physique. "Hey, Menma, what are you daydreaming about?" Hinata frowned, sensing that he was lost in inappropriate thoughts. Clearing his throat, Menma replied awkwardly, "Oh, it's nothing." If Yum hadn't been beside him, he might have teased Hinata to see how she would look in stockings. But now such words felt inappropriate. "Humph." Hinata huffed. "Let us go. It's already over. What are we having for dinner?" Menma stroked his chin, pondering. "You fool. Did you forget again? Yesterday, our classmates planned a gathering for today, and everyone is supposed to attend." Hinata gently tapped Menma's forehead. Having met her parents, Hinata truly regarded Menma as her possession. Menma paid little mind, recalling that during the last moments of school, Akimichi Choji had announced the gathering, and everyone had agreed. Right, I remember now. Let us go? Chapter 23, Sunagakure. The Konoha barbecue restaurant was bustling, filled with enticing aromas. This establishment belonged to the Akimichi clan, renowned for its unique flavors and diverse menu. Here, one could savor not only ordinary pork, but also the carefully raised venison from the Nara clan. As the trio leisurely entered the restaurant, their friends had long been awaiting their arrival. "Menma, why did you arrive so late? Were you trying to slack off?" In a corner of the barbecue restaurant, a group of young people congregated, among them the tall and handsome Akimichi Choji, who looked up to Menma with a teasing grin. At that moment, everyone was busy grilling meat, occasionally engaging in casual conversation, with the highlight of the day being the appearance of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. Her beauty and strength, along with her impeccable background, made her the topic of lively discussion. "Haha, how could that be? I was just delayed by the crowd on the way," Menma explained with a smile as he joined the group, walking over to Ino, picking up a skewer of meat, and focusing intently on grilling it. As classmates, everyone had become familiar with one another. Shikamaru, appearing somewhat intellectually challenged, languidly leaned against his chair, exuding an aura of serene clarity. Meanwhile, the tall and handsome Choji sat quietly nearby, occasionally directing the group's actions with his calm demeanor. Sasuke Uchiha, who often flaunted his charm to impress the girls, had momentarily set aside his aloofness to engage in conversation and barbecue with everyone, though the meat he grilled was exclusively placed before the female attendees. Sakura Haruno, the daughter of a hero, naturally became the center of attention, receiving special care from everyone, her space overflowing with food. On the side, Kiba was amusingly bickering with his pet Akamaru, eliciting a few chuckles. The most composed among them was Ino, who sat quietly, smiling as she observed the group. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed that Ino's personality had subtly shifted, while the others remained largely unchanged. At the conclusion of the gathering, Shikamaru suddenly suggested a trip to a hot spring inn for relaxation, but everyone promptly declined, including the usually indulgent Ino, who felt somewhat out of place among a group of spirited youths. With that, everyone returned to their respective homes, time fleeting like a galloping horse. And the students were once again faced with the reality of school. Konoha had welcomed a new Hokage, yet the daily lives of the villagers had not undergone significant alteration. Since Tsunade's appointment, everything seemed unchanged. However, with careful observation, one could discern subtle changes quietly taking place within the village. For Naruto, these peaceful days felt somewhat tedious. He found himself gazing beyond the village, contemplating whether it was time to venture outside, especially considering that such a lifestyle would persist for several more months. In this era of tranquility, he was uncertain when he might receive orders for a mission outside the village. While the serenity of life was undeniably pleasurable, prolonged exposure to such an existence could gradually erode the spirit. Presently, Naruto had become quite adept at the second stage of his Hiraishin no Jutsu, executing smooth transitions between coordinates without the awkwardness he experienced as a novice. He was also capable of the third stage, although he was still experimenting with the barriers. Upon learning of the existence of such barriers, he had thought to himself that they resembled a teleportation array. With further research, both people and objects could be transported instantaneously. Having made up his mind, Naruto dispatched a shadow clone to attend school the next day, while he himself slipped out of the village. At school, Hinata and Ino observed Naruto, sensing something was amiss, though they couldn't quite place it. While ordinary shadow clones could be discerned through experience and observation, it was nearly impossible for them to detect Naruto's clone. "What are you two staring at?" The clone feigned calmness. "It's nothing, just an indescribable feeling about you today." Hinata frowned slightly. "You're just being overly sensitive," the clone dismissed. Outside the village, in a state of invisibility, Naruto managed to exit without difficulty. In this peaceful world, leaving the village was quite simple, requiring only a brief notification. Previously, he often ventured to Sunagakure to visit his friend Gaara, but this time, he considered engaging in some mischief, preferring to keep his intentions under wraps. Once assured of solitude, Naruto produced a mask resembling that of Obito and swiftly donned it. With a leap, he soared into the air, discovering his newfound ability to fly only recently, a gift that had manifested since he became the perfect Jinchuriki. Beyond Konoha lay vast stretches of forest, an endless sea of green that immersed one in the embrace of nature, evoking a profound sense of tranquility. I shall first visit the land of wind, he resolved, accelerating with purpose and vanishing into the horizon in a flash. The land of wind, a nation established atop a desert, spanned vast territories. However, much of it was uninhabitable due to the arid landscape, resulting in a sparse population. Sunagakure was nestled within the boundless desert, its perimeter fortified by a monumental sand wall, crafted by the first Kazekage to shield against the onslaught of sandstorms. Thus, locating Sunagakure would pose no challenge for someone capable of flight. At that moment, soaring through the sky, Naruto's expression soured as he spat out grains of sand. How could anyone possibly live in this wretched place? He mused, incredulous at the thought of establishing a village amidst the desert, where one could easily ingest sand. The most perplexing aspect was that, while the world operated under the framework of 5 great nations, resulting from a rift between the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, this realm's 2 figures, who were akin to brothers, had failed to conceive of unifying the world. In the mundane world, territorial expansion was limited by communication and military logistics. Yet in this extraordinary realm, where supernatural powers existed, the lack of unity was undoubtedly a human failing. Perhaps, the notion of unity simply did not exist in the minds of these foolish individuals. Worn out from pondering, Naruto soon spotted the outline of Sunagakure. With a swift throw of a kunai, he descended into the sands, and with a flourish, a young boy emerged from the ground. Removing his mask, Naruto transformed his appearance to that of Obito, confident that in this world, where Obito's existence was non-existent, no one would recognize him. At the entrance of Sunagakure, he came to a halt as 2 guards barred his way. "State your identity and purpose for being here," they demanded. With a smile, Naruto replied, "I am a merchant seeking to explore this place for lucrative opportunities." The guards exchanged glances, noted his information in their logbook, and subsequently permitted him entry. This was one of the advantages of peace. During such times, scrutiny of various matters was relatively lenient. Moreover, as this world had not undergone the ravages of a ninja war, the populace's mindset had grown rigid, resulting in diminished vigilance toward strangers. Thus, outsiders like Naruto could easily enter the village, provided they posed no evident threat. Upon entering Sunagakure, Naruto marveled at the village's unique architectural style. Most buildings resembled yurts, constructed from yellow earth, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding desert environment and imparting a rugged, unrefined charm. The streets were lined with an array of stalls, selling everything from snacks to beverages and souvenirs. The enthusiastic vendors beckoned to passers-by, infusing the entire village with vitality and energy. "Don't miss the specialty roasted scorpions of Sunagakure," one vendor called out, brandishing a skewer of tantalizingly aromatic scorpions. Intrigued, Naruto approached, noting the skewer's golden hue and enticing fragrance. "Sample our exclusive beverages before you buy," another vendor offered, presenting cups of exquisite wine. Unable to resist, Naruto accepted a cup and savored a sip, instantly captivated by the rich aroma that unfolded in his mouth. Exclaiming, "This is excellent wine." Various specialties caught the attention of the crowd: mechanical puppets, an assortment of delicacies, roasted scorpions, and fried scorpions, all of which had Naruto salivating, as the alluring scents were undeniably genuine. After spending an entire day exploring the village, Naruto's appetite for more remained unsated, and he had gathered a wealth of information. With his current abilities, gathering intelligence had become remarkably straightforward, not to mention that he had also developed numerous divine trees for this very purpose. Chapter 24. The Art of Theft. Sunagakure boasts numerous treasures, among which the wind release and puppet technique are the most renowned. Wind release, developed by the second Kazekage, Shaman, is a formidable ninjutsu known for its immense offensive capabilities and practicality, making it one of Sunagakure's trademarks. Conversely, the puppet technique is unique to Sunigakure, enabling combat through the manipulation of puppets, presenting a distinctive and challenging skill set. Additionally, the village is home to other exceptional ninjutsu, such as magnet release. However, what truly ignited Menma's excitement was not these traditional techniques, but rather a mysterious physical technique he overheard while dining, known as the 7-day breathing method. This technique sounded incredibly enigmatic and powerful, filling Menma with curiosity. It reminded him of a situation where one could condition their internal organs, with chakra possessing formidable destructive power. Yet at its core, these individuals remained ordinary humans. Excluding certain esoteric techniques, such as the third Raikage's lightning release, which allows a person to contend with the Eight Tails through sheer physical prowess, even in the state of Edo Tensei, capable of withstanding Naruto's wind release Rasen Shuriken. One could only imagine the sheer strength of such a body. Menma found himself intrigued by this unique approach, as opposed to merely unleashing elemental attacks like wind, fire, and lightning. His discovery of this technique was serendipitous. Having arrived in this world, he was eager to observe the state of Gaara. Consequently, he discreetly observed Gaara's mentor as he instructed him in the art of physical training. Menma listened intently, his interest piqued as he recalled this individual, who had only made fleeting appearances but was undeniably formidable. Gaara's physical training instructor, who had developed the 7-day breathing method through diligent practice and exploration. Menma's fascination stemmed from a slight understanding of this forbidden technique, which involves burning the lungs by inhaling a substantial amount of oxygen in a short period, thereby activating the body's cells and unleashing tremendous power. This technique is one of the rare few that exploit the internal organs, presenting a thought-provoking concept. In his previous life, various peculiar theories and speculations circulated online regarding the beneficial or detrimental effects of oxygen on humanity. Debates persisted without resolution. Some perceived it as a possible poison, while others firmly believed it to be essential for life. There were even conspiracy theorists who argued that Earth was a cage for humanity, with oxygen acting as a chronic toxin, as evidenced by the term oxidation, which even metals could not withstand, let alone living beings. In the distant age of dinosaurs, Earth's atmospheric oxygen levels soared above 30, allowing organisms to thrive and evolve into colossal forms. Today, however, our atmospheric oxygen content hovers around 21, all within the confines of a mundane world. In this realm, extraordinary powers exist, with chakra being a form of exceptional energy beyond mere oxygen. Menma pondered these notions while attempting to comprehend the mindset of his counterpart. Was relying solely on substantial oxygen intake to enhance one's physicality a sound approach? Could it potentially have adverse effects, such as depleting one's lifespan? After all, the existence of chakra inherently consumes life force. Yet, the concept of utilizing internal organs provided him with an epiphany. Perhaps, through specialized breathing techniques or training methods, one could derive a cultivation practice akin to the lightning release chakra mode, transforming it into a more potent form of power. This notion gradually solidified in Menma's mind as he began to contemplate how to implement this philosophy in his future training. In this world, techniques are boundless. Chakra resides within the body, to be drawn upon directly when needed, merging mental and physical energies. However, there exists a limitation to chakra. The body has a finite capacity for storage, and excess energy dissipates externally. Menma recognized a missing component that hindered the internal circulation of energy. Excessive energy only dissipated into the surroundings. In essence, it revolved around the dantian or the yin seal. A saying goes, from the moment of birth, one is on the path to death, as the energy within the body perpetually dissipates into the cosmos. Cultivation begins with the retention of bodily energy. Thus, most cultivation philosophies focus on achieving internal circulation, ensuring not a single ounce of life energy is wasted. Strengthening the body is less effective than fortifying the internal organs. The world's nature is rather distorted. Aside from techniques of killing, there appears to be no development. Chakra, brought forth by the Akatsuki clan and disseminated by Sage of Six Paths, was initially harnessed for acts of violence, giving rise to the concept of the ninja. For thousands of years, ninjas have primarily explored methods of killing, seemingly lacking any other aspirations. Menma found this rather disheartening. Observing how the Akatsuki clan has advanced to traversing the cosmos, planting trees, achieving immortality, and even seizing control of others' bodies, while humanity on this planet seems devoid of ambition. Must I also tread the path of the Akatsuki clan, ultimately becoming one of them? A look of disdain flickered across Menma's face. While the Akatsuki clan is powerful, their transformation into bizarre extraterrestrial beings is not appealing. Menma simply desires to remain human. It is time to contemplate the path ahead. Now a Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Menma is uncertain of his true strength, but he believes he has become exceedingly powerful. Yet, he remains at a loss for how to continue his ascent. Under the cover of night, he dispatched several shadow clones to employ Jinjutsu and gather the ninjutsu of Sunigakure. By morning, Menma had successfully collected the techniques he sought: the 7-day breathing method, magnet release, sealing techniques, puppet technique, and wind release secret arts. Upon awakening, he surveyed the ninjutsu in his hands, feeling a sense of satisfaction as he began to meticulously study them. The 7-day breathing method possesses a modicum of lung enhancement capabilities. It is clear that even Konoha's forbidden technique, the 8 gates, is not accessible to just anyone. One must meet certain physical standards before utilization. The breathing method similarly requires an enhanced lung capacity to harness oxygen effectively. This is precisely what Menma seeks: the method to strengthen the internal organs, deriving insights from the instructor's technique to develop methods for fortifying the remaining organs. The instructor's approach is straightforward yet somewhat crude, directly utilizing chakra attributes to refine his lungs, subsequently combining it with atmospheric oxygen to enhance the lung cells, enabling them to accommodate greater oxygen levels, ultimately activating all cells throughout his body. Upon completing his review, a glimmer of fascination sparkled in Menma's eyes. This individual is undoubtedly a rare talent, one of the few in this world with true intellect, as he conceived the idea of utilizing the internal organs to bolster physical strength. Furthermore, this ninjutsu is not yet fully realized. If one could enhance all 5 internal organs, its potential would undoubtedly surpass that of the third Raikage's lightning release armor. However, having gained insight, Menma is confident that he will refine the secret technique. Chapter 25. Orochimaru. On a beautiful day with radiant sunshine, Menma and Konoha, having gained a clear direction, began to undertake experimentation. However, this endeavor could not rely on shadow clones, as they would not yield accurate results. After a brief period of contemplation and hesitation, Menma resolutely decided to conduct the experiment himself. Only through personal experience could he attain the most genuine and reliable outcome. Menma first focused his attention on his lungs, drawing on the experiences of Ji Luo. Without hesitation, he initiated the attempt, quickly feeling a refreshing and soothing sensation in his lungs. The experiment proved successful, unfolding precisely as he had anticipated. As he delved deeper into his experiences, Menma discovered that with each breath, his body seemed infused with boundless vitality. Moreover, there might be other latent effects yet to be perceived, as he was merely at the commencement of his cultivation journey. With the invaluable experience of refining his lungs, Menma grew increasingly bold and self-assured. His gaze gradually shifted to the other 5 vital organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. These organs are intricately linked to the 5 senses and, internally, influence the 5 emotions: joy, anger, sorrow, worry, and fear. Through the cultivation of these internal organs, he could further enhance his strength and perceptive abilities. The more he studied, the more Menma marveled at the human body, likening it to a treasure trove. Although he previously understood that intense anger could harm the body, he had only a superficial grasp of the underlying reasons. Now, endowed with extraordinary abilities, Menma could experiment and observe at will. Excessive emotions could deplete one's vital energy, which emanated from the 5 organs, all of which were closely connected to the body. Menma pondered whether his profound insights stemmed from his elevated understanding. In just a few days of exploration, he had gleaned a wealth of knowledge. Simultaneously, he gained a fresh perspective on the reinforcement of the 5 organs. By harnessing his emotions to mobilize the energies of the organs and aligning them with chakra, he could achieve enhanced effects. Furthermore, the chakra produced through the functioning of the 5 organs differed from the ordinary chakra extracted from the physical body, seemingly possessing its own inherent properties. Menma named this technique for strengthening the organs Yang Qi-Ju. After successfully mastering Yang Qi-Ju, Menma did not cease his research. Since he could control his own emotions through the 5 organs, could he extend this ability to influence the emotions of others? He recalled an anime from his previous life featuring an organization called Quan Xing Xizhang Quang, known for their ability to manipulate their opponent's emotions, immersing them in specific emotional states. This narrative sparked inspiration in Myanmar, and he appeared to have discovered a new direction. In his daily life, he dispatched shadow clones to attend school, forge friendships with classmates, and engage in playful activities with childhood companions. Meanwhile, his true self diligently focused on his research in a somewhat dilapidated laboratory in Konoha village. Whenever he encountered perplexing questions, he sought experimental subjects, such as white mice or local delinquents, using practice to explore his theories. Currently, Myanmar had made significant progress in his research. He discovered that the breath produced by his internal organs wielded unique powers. When this breath struck an opponent, it could plunge them into an extreme emotional state. However, for Myanmar, this effect was still unsatisfactory. He aspired to amplify its potency and efficacy. At this moment, within Konoha village, Orochimaru in the laboratory felt an inexplicable agitation, as his experimental project had hit an unforeseen snag, leaving him restless. It has indeed been a long time since I last ventured outside, he murmured, suddenly realizing he had not stepped beyond the laboratory doors for quite some time. Thus, he resolved to open the laboratory door and stride into the streets of Konoha village. As he walked, the villagers were taken aback upon seeing Orochimaru, but once they confirmed his identity, they respectfully greeted him. Orochimaru responded with a smile and a nod to each greeting. This scene clearly illustrated the respect and admiration he commanded within Konoha village. In truth, Orochimaru was not only an exceptional ninja, but also one of the rare scientists in this world. While dedicated to the study of ninjutsu, he was equally passionate about exploring various intriguing subjects, such as electronics and everyday items. His command of these ancillary technologies often brought about significant transformations and improvements to the entire village. Consequently, Orochimaru was greatly esteemed, as the villagers, despite their lack of understanding, sensed his formidable knowledge and prowess, gradually leading to his reverence. The continuous compliments and greetings elevated Orochimaru's spirits, and as his mood brightened, a torrent of ideas flooded his mind, plunging him into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, his footsteps led him to a certain laboratory. To Orochimaru, the laboratory felt as familiar and comforting as home, guiding him instinctively towards it. As his awareness slowly returned, he found himself in a tranquil grove. I never expected to arrive here, he mused. He recalled that hidden beneath lay an abandoned laboratory, the site where Konoha had once commissioned him to research wood release techniques. However, they later discovered that the first Hokage's wood release was highly aggressive, leaving no test subjects unharmed. If the power of the wood shield were diminished, even if successfully created, it would lose its original significance. Ultimately, the project was discontinued, and the laboratory was closed. What a pity, to have not replicated the first Hokage's brilliance, Orochimaru sighed. Yet, he lamented only briefly. He had numerous other projects to pursue, so he turned to leave. Just then, a peculiar sound emanated from the laboratory below. Goo goo goo. It was a strange noise, reminiscent of a kitten purring. However, upon hearing it, Orochimaru's mood shifted abruptly, a spark of inexplicable fury igniting within him. Oh, I've been ensnared. As one of the Sannin, Orochimaru had never underestimated his strength and instantly sensed the change within him. Realizing he had fallen victim to a test, Orochimaru no jutsu, he exclaimed, as another Orochimaru emerged from his body. However, it was futile. His internal rage could not be suppressed and only intensified, nearly overwhelming his reason. Shunshin no jutsu. In an instant, he determined to flee the area. Beyond the forest, Orochimaru struggled to contain the strange sensation within him, yet his spirit felt drained, as if he had just endured a fit of rage, leaving him utterly exhausted. What kind of bizarre ninjutsu is this? Who is the caster? Orochimaru's mind brimmed with questions, yet his eyes sparkled with a bright light. Meanwhile, in the wood release laboratory, Myanmar had meticulously cleaned the room, leaving no trace of dust. On the ground, a large tiger and a small cat were peacefully napping, while Myanmar quietly observed them. These two animals, one large and one small, belonged to the feline family, with the tiger being a versatile embodiment of strength, remarkable speed, and enduring stamina, capable of traversing mountains and swimming in water with ease. As Myanmar contemplated the five organs, an idea struck him. Hu Bao Lei In. This term plunged him into deep reflection. It was said that this technique had been learned by internal martial artists who imitated a tiger's slumber, capable of strengthening the 5 organs and improving the body. Previously, he had not grasped its significance, but now, with ample time at his disposal, he decided to capture a tiger and a black cat to experiment with his newly acquired methods, soothing both animals until they were entirely relaxed before him, unable to muster any wariness. Menma could now influence the emotions of living beings. At this moment, in the laboratory, the 3 animals lay sleeping soundly, exuding an air of tranquility. As Menma imitated the tiger's snoring, he adjusted his vocal frequencies while introspectively observing his own bodily conditions. By utilizing vibrational resonance to strengthen his 5 organs, combined with his Yang-Chi technique, his cultivation speed increased 5-fold. Simultaneously, he developed remote attack methods. Nature is but sound, or rather, sound waves. Recently, much research has been conducted on the roar of the tiger and the leopard, and it seems that Menma has developed a new skill. Thus, this technique is not merely a tiger's roar, but rather, it should be called the tiger's cry. At this moment, Menma was unaware that a small white snake had stealthily slithered into the corner of the laboratory. The little white serpent raised its head, seemingly adorned with a large question mark above it. Orochimaru, with a puzzled expression, gazed at the 3 foolish deer ahead, perplexed by their actions. These are the Jinchuriki of Konohagakure, Uzumaki Menma. What could he possibly be doing here? Menma has now become one of the upper echelons of Konohagakure. Due to his parental connections and Tsunade's deliberate nurturing, he frequently appears in high-level meetings. Additionally, owing to Menma's proactive cooperation, the higher-ups of Konohagakure granted a favorable position to Kushina, making her the leader of the barrier class. One should not underestimate such a seemingly minor change, as it signifies acceptance by the higher authorities of Konohagakure. Consequently, recognizing his identity as the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Orochimaru immediately identified the child through the little white snake. Orochimaru carefully observed the proceedings and soon discerned what was transpiring. What is he doing, mimicking a tiger's slumber? What could the purpose be? Orochimaru pondered, unable to comprehend the significance of such antics, wondering if it was merely the folly of a child. However, shortly thereafter, the little white snake under Orochimaru's control exhibited signs of agitation, as if on the brink of madness. Orochimaru was startled. Although he could not ascertain the cause of the disturbance, he attempted to quell the emotions of the white serpent, yet even he, as Orochimaru, found himself unable to do so, and could only summon the snake back. How intriguing, truly fascinating. I never anticipated that there would be such interesting individuals within Konohagakure. Indeed, this world is never devoid of brilliant minds. At this moment, within the forest of Konohagakure, Orochimaru stood, wearing a neurotic smile. Who is he? Orochimaru, the scientist of the ninja world, after observing, has come to understand the nature of the research being conducted, and it appears that he has stumbled upon something remarkable, capable of affecting the emotions of living beings, which piqued Orochimaru's interest. How should he approach this individual? Orochimaru was engulfed in contemplation. He genuinely yearned to meet this talent, to discuss their thoughts. After much deliberation, Orochimaru concluded that a direct encounter would be the most effective approach. As long as the individual shared a passion for research, they would likely welcome a meeting. In the laboratory, Menma's face radiated with an unmistakable joy, for he had finally discovered a frequency that resonated with his being. This signified that his cultivation technique was beginning to yield results, and his inner elation was palpable. With this success as a foundation, future explorations of other techniques would undoubtedly be more fruitful. Simultaneously, Menma seemed to foresee the glorious moment when he would transcend to become a celestial being. Presently, even without the power of the 10 tails, he possessed sufficient strength to tread the path of the 6 realms. Through relentless effort and profound study, he had unearthed his own path of cultivation, a sense of accomplishment that elevated his spirits immensely. This was indeed his personal grand achievement. In this moment, he yearned to share his joy with others. Yet he was acutely aware that no one could truly comprehend his current state of mind. It was truly lamentable that in such a vast Konohagakure, no one could fathom his emotions. Menma could not help but feel a sense of regret, for such a profound experience would be difficult to convey, let alone have others grasp its deeper meaning. Reluctantly, he shook his head, burying this sentiment deep within. Menma-kun, that may not necessarily be the case. If you express it, I may understand. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice echoed through the spacious laboratory, startling Menma, who immediately scanned his surroundings. Menma's bloodline awakening was still insufficient. Having not yet mastered the sensory ninjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, he had not anticipated that someone could approach him so closely without detection. It seemed he had been too careless, prompting him to resolve to train harder and master the sensory techniques. "Who goes there?" Menma inquired, his vigilance heightened. "Do not be alarmed, Menma-kun. We are indeed kindred spirits." Orochimaru, clad in a lab coat, entered through the main door. Upon seeing the newcomer, Menma instantly recognized the distinctive visage of Orochimaru. With Orochimaru's arrival, Menma felt a wave of relief. This individual was a scientist, and it was well known that scientists often possessed eccentric minds, engaging in pursuits that were beyond the comprehension of the average person, straddling the line between righteousness and malevolence. Especially in a place devoid of legal or moral constraints, it was fortunate that this world's Orochimaru appeared to retain a semblance of conscience. "Menma-kun, may I inquire about your happiness?" With Menma calming down, Orochimaru too felt a sense of relief and drew a little closer. Menma's gaze flickered as he contemplated. "Share?" Menma stroked his chin, his gaze wavering, as he privately pondered whether this individual was trustworthy. If he could gain this person as assistance, perhaps his research could progress even further. However, in the end, he decided against it. After all, this was their first meeting, and they were still unfamiliar with one another. To so readily expose his experimental findings would be folly. In truth, there is nothing particularly remarkable. I merely stumbled upon some intriguing phenomena. He continued, "If Lord Orochimaru finds these discoveries intriguing, I would be more than willing to share." While he could not easily divulge his results, the interesting observations were indeed worth discussing. He was curious as to how this individual, renowned as the brightest mind in the ninja world, would perceive and react to his discoveries. "Oh, do tell." Orochimaru's interest was immediately piqued. Despite Menma's assertion of having no significant findings, Orochimaru remained skeptical. Just moments ago, he had experienced the terrifying effects of that ninjutsu firsthand and had yet to devise an effective countermeasure. It was evident that Menma did not trust him. Yet Orochimaru understood this mentality. He was now curious as to what Menma had discovered that led to such fascinating research. "Lord Orochimaru, are you familiar with the tiger and the cat?" Menma gestured toward the two creatures on the ground. Orochimaru glanced over, his brow furrowing slightly. Both the cat and the tiger appeared to be ordinary animals, lacking any distinctive traits. "Lord Orochimaru, in the natural world, every species has evolved over millions of years. Do not underestimate any creature. Under identical conditions, humans are often the most vulnerable." Menma was aware that even Orochimaru could fall prey to such common misconceptions. He ceased to withhold information and began to elucidate the capabilities and behaviors of felines to Orochimaru, emphasizing his own findings. The roar of the tiger and leopard. "So, you mean to say that while they are sleeping, they are gradually enhancing their bodies?" This time, Orochimaru was genuinely intrigued. He had never anticipated that the most commonplace of animals could possess such formidable abilities. To gain strength merely by sleeping was an astonishing revelation. At that moment, Orochimaru fully lowered his guard and approached the tiger, placing his hand upon its head, utilizing sensory ninjutsu to assess the internal condition of the tiger's body. Prepared, he continued to sense and indeed felt a slight tremor coursing through the entire body of the tiger. From this, he realized that Menma had not spoken falsely. The enhancement was subtle, albeit exceedingly gradual. However, as a biologist, Orochimaru was not naive. The strength of an adult tiger was sufficient to contend with a low-ranking ninja. Had it not been for their lack of chakra, this creature could potentially be even stronger. In contrast, the human physique was indeed significantly inferior. Orochimaru demonstrates remarkable intelligence. Quickly drawing parallels between the situation with the tiger and humanity, he recalls Menma's behavior of mimicking the tiger while lying on the ground. In that instant, Orochimaru comprehends Menma's experimental intentions and turns to him, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He silently praises this child as a genius, endowed with keen perception capable of discerning what eludes others. "Have you succeeded?" Orochimaru inquires, his tone laden with affirmation. "Yes, I have succeeded," Menma candidly admits, recognizing that there is no need to conceal the truth before such a sage. A triumphant smile surfaces at the corners of his mouth. "Haha, splendid. You are indeed a brilliant child. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Orochimaru exclaims with astonishment, never having anticipated that such a young child could possess such unique thinking and successfully realize his ideas. As a seasoned scientist, he understands the significance of this success for humanity, potentially signifying a reinforcement or even an evolution. Furthermore, the essence of this proposition lies in Menma's inquisitive mind, which is adept at discovering and exploring ideas. Possessing these qualities, Menma's future is boundless, and with his intellect, Orochimaru's own research may advance further. Thus, he extends the invitation without hesitation. Menma pauses, surprised by the unexpected offer to become Orochimaru's disciple. In this world, the role of a disciple carries profound significance, embodying a shared philosophy and trust that can sometimes surpass that of one's own children. Orochimaru is undoubtedly one of the high-ranking officials of Konoha, a member of the legendary Sannin, holding a pivotal position within the village. Moreover, he cannot betray his own village, making the prospect of becoming his disciple seem plausible. Not so fast, Lord Orochimaru. I have yet to graduate and do not wish to rush, Menma replies, choosing not to decline outright, intrigued by the extraordinary allure of Orochimaru. Orochimaru comprehends the implications behind Menma's words, and thus, they commence a dialogue, their thoughts colliding and expanding into a plethora of possibilities. Compared to Menma's somewhat nascent understanding, Orochimaru's wealth of knowledge astounds him, particularly his insights into the human body, which provide Menma with substantial inspiration. Their intellectual exploration diverges into two realms, one rooted in materialism and the other in idealism. Consider the chakra meridians. Every ninja is aware of their existence, and those with the Sharingan or Byakugan can even perceive them. However, upon the death of a ninja, when their body is dissected, one finds no trace of these meridians. This is the profound mystery of the human body. Chapter 27. Graduation Examination. After an engaging conversation, both individuals increasingly appreciate each other's talents. Orochimaru showcases his vast knowledge, rich experience, and a plethora of imaginative ideas, while Menma, well-read in his previous life, has amassed considerable theoretical knowledge, particularly regarding the anime series Naruto. Consequently, in each other's eyes, the support and theories they provide are as monumental as mountains. Orochimaru resolves internally, this disciple shall be mine. No one can impede my decision. He is unwavering, as if no force could shake his determination. With this disciple, his experimental progress will undoubtedly soar. Similarly, with Orochimaru's assistance, Menma's experimental advancements will be significantly enhanced. At last, he successfully develops a technique that perfectly strengthens the body. In this ninja world, individuals predominantly focus on jutsu, often overlooking the importance of principles. There exists no so-called technique, merely a fundamental chakra refining method. Yet, Menma forges a path distinct from the rest. Time flows like a swift river, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. During this period, Menma has clandestinely collaborated with Orochimaru, frequently engaging in discussions, exchanges, and audacious speculations. Thanks to Orochimaru's extensive knowledge of the human body, Menma becomes increasingly adept at developing techniques. Concurrently, Orochimaru, with Menma's assistance, achieves remarkable breakthroughs in his own experiments. Today, Menma visits the classroom in his true form, astonished at how swiftly time has passed, leading him to the brink of graduation. Observing his jubilant classmates, an indescribable emotion swells within him. Over the years, he has relished this campus life, learning and growing alongside his peers, cherishing countless precious moments. As graduation approaches, he feels a twinge of reluctance, longing for the comfort of these carefree days. Menma, you rascal. You should be thinking about who you'll be paired with rather than daydreaming, Hinata remarks with a furrowed brow, worry etched on her face. If we can't be together in the future, life will be so dull. Beside her, Yumi remains silent, harboring similar concerns. Don't worry, Menma replies with a slight smile, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. He understands that if the placement follows the third Hokage's method, it would indeed be uncertain who he would be paired with. However, with the fifth Hokage now in charge, Menma feels assured about the forthcoming arrangements. Orochimaru is his friend and a mentor beyond his years. Jiraiya is his father's sensei, and Tsunade is a senior he frequently encounters. With these connections, he believes he can secure some special consideration. Moreover, as a perfect Jinchuriki, he possesses sufficient strength and potential. undoubtedly enhancing his chances for better placement. With these thoughts in mind, Menma gradually relaxes. As long as they wish to draw him in, the placements are already destined. This is the power of influence and capability. With his strength and relationships, he trusts that the higher-ups will understand. Thus, Menma feels no anxiety regarding his teammates. Furthermore, whether or not a world-ending crisis exists, there is no need for emotional bonds typical of protagonists. Rest assured, with your temper, no other team would want you to. Menma chuckles, unable to resist teasing. You jerk, you've gone too far. After school, I will challenge you to a duel, Hinata retorts, slightly annoyed. Sensing that he has crossed a line, Menma rolls his eyes in response. While Hinata's prowess is certainly commendable, she lacks the extraordinary life he leads. And no matter how hard she tries, she cannot match him. Over the years, Hinata has diligently trained, motivated by the grand aspirations Menma painted for her. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. She struggles to overcome even his shadow clones. As the classmates chatter, Uchiha Shursui approaches the podium with the attendance sheet in hand. After some preliminary remarks, the graduation examination commences. In peacetime, the ninja school examinations are straightforward. Mastering the transformation technique suffices for one to graduate as a genin. The examinations are conducted randomly. Subsequently, in a small adjacent room, two instructors, Mizuki and Uchiha Shursui, await. Students whose names are called will enter the small room to draw examination topics and then be graded by the teachers. Soon, Menma's name is called. He rises from his seat. Go, Menma. His two childhood friends cheer him on from the sidelines. Menma feels exasperated. Is it really necessary? He is not Naruto Uzumaki. And while he hasn't practiced the transformation technique extensively, he is quite proficient in it. The transformation technique is fundamental, and thanks to the refinements made by predecessors, it has been simplified to a single hand seal, making it exceedingly accessible for these novice students. Furthermore, with proficient application, it can serve as a means of survival on the battlefield. If one were to exhibit a touch more intelligence, they might further develop these three fundamental ninjutsu techniques. Shuanwu Menma. The transformation technique of the exam. Shuemu gently announced the exam questions regarding Menma. The transformation technique. Quite unexpectedly, a thought involuntarily crossed his mind. Recalling the ninjutsu in which Shuanwu Naruto excelled, the seductive technique. Observing the serious demeanor of one and the cheerful disposition of the other before him, Menma experienced a whimsical notion of performing a floral display for the two. Ultimately, he dismissed the idea, recognizing that such antics were beyond his capabilities. With a hand raised, a puff of smoke enveloped him. Transformation technique. In an instant, Menma transformed into Hokage Tsunade. The two individuals across from him simultaneously twitched at the corners of their mouths, their gazes fixating upon Tsunade's bosom before quickly averting their eyes, sensing the inappropriateness of their actions. Ahem, one must not disrespect Hokage-sama, murmured Uchiha Shursui, struggling to utter those words. Even the affable Shuemu found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to score the performance. The transformation was indeed strikingly similar, nearly indistinguishable, yet the question remained. Was this a jest at the expense of Hokage-sama? If she were to discover this. Presently, the Tsunade that Menma had conjured was undoubtedly the Tsunade of the normal world, the embodiment of majestic mountains, a stunning and formidable elder sister. Humph, this is the esteemed figure I envision. Do you harbor any objections? Tsunade crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Remarkably, in that moment, both individuals felt an undeniable weight upon them. All right, enough of this. You've passed. Now be on your way. Uchiha Shursui waved dismissively, pondering how else he might express himself. After all, this lad was truly a benefactor. Preventing him from graduating was simply unfeasible. He shook his head in resignation, muttering to himself, "This fellow is truly a headache." Shuemu, unable to restrain his laughter, found the antics of this little rascal rather amusing. Nonetheless, they were obliged to adhere to protocol, as the evaluations at the Ninja Academy were of utmost importance. All right, enough fooling around. Who is next? Uchiha Shursui inquired. A timid voice responded, revealing a bespectacled boy stepping forward, anxiously regarding the two teachers. Let us begin, Uchiha Shursui nodded, signaling the boy to demonstrate his ninjutsu. The boy took a deep breath, formed the necessary hand seals, and executed a transformation technique. Although it did not attain the perfection of Menma's performance, he nonetheless succeeded in passing the assessment. Subsequently, other students approached in succession to undergo their evaluations, some passing smoothly while others required a second attempt. The examination proceeded rather uneventfully, devoid of any unexpected incidents. As for Naruto's side, it was merely a theatrical performance, serving as both a test and a reward. It tested Naruto's will of fire and presented him with the opportunity to learn the ninjutsu contained within the sealing scrolls. It is worth noting that aside from the Hokage, viewing the sealing scrolls required merit points for exchange. Naruto's audacious act of stealing a glance and learning went unpunished, and he was promoted to a genin. Those unaware remained oblivious, while those in the know kept silent. Menma reverted to his original form, accepting his forehead protector and striding out with a swagger. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, the Hokage's office was bustling with individuals. Behind the Hokage's desk, Tsunade sat with a somber expression, while Shizen clutched a black pig, her face flushed, torn between laughter and restraint. Others, like Kakashi and Asuma, kept their heads bowed in silence. Was this brat mocking me? Tsunade could no longer contain her frustration, her temper flaring. The others lowered their heads even further. Ahem, do not be upset, Hokage-sama. It is only natural for children to play. And he did say that this was his ideal of Tsunade, ventured Shizen, and after her soothing words, Tsunade's anger began to subside. The saying goes that what is absent is ever yearned for. In this world, Tsunade was a considerable figure. Detesting the gaze fixated on her chest, anyone caught staring would inevitably face her wrath. However, upon calming down, she acknowledged that the transformation performed by that little rascal had indeed been quite impressive. The group continued to observe the performances of the students, each displaying their skills under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. How do you find this year's students? Tsunade inquired of the jonin present. Hokage-sama, they have all performed admirably, came the consensus of praise. Very well, if you are all satisfied, then let it be so. Tsunade waved her hand, dismissing them. Prior to the examination, Tsunade had already arranged the classes. Unlike the third Hokage's approach, Tsunade was more meticulous, categorizing students based on their interpersonal relationships. Once the Hokage's office emptied, only Shizen and Tsunade remained. Hokage-sama, this little rascal is a bit mischievous. Should we not give him a lesson? Shizen presented Menma's profile, noting his teammates were Hinata Hyuga and Uchiha Yumi. Shizen's implication was clear, suggesting to Tsunade that perhaps they should impose some minor challenges upon him. Tsunade rolled her eyes, her tone tinged with exasperation as she replied, "No need. While this lad may be a bit of a flirt, the bond he shares with them is indeed genuine." Tsunade would not disrupt the ties between the trio over trivial matters. After all, for a Jinchuriki, the significance of bonds far outweighed any other considerations. Observing the younger Jinchuriki, it was evident that few could leave their village. Their fates were often intricately linked to their home, rendering them unable to act freely. Conversely, the older-tailed beasts, those stubborn ones, departed their villages without hesitation. In contrast to the third Hokage's nurturing methods, Tsunade preferred to treat Menma as a strategic asset, content to keep him safely within the village without expecting him to undertake any grand endeavors. In the classroom, following the examinations, all students had passed. Given that Menma's class was an elite one, composed of clan descendants or prodigies, their unanimous success was hardly surprising. Next came the class assignments. Uchiha Shursui ascended the stage to announce the results. All fell silent, anxiously awaiting the teacher's pronouncement. Friends exchanged glances, hoping to be placed in the same class. Class 7, Schwanmu Menma, Hinata Hyuga, Uchiha Yumi. Upon hearing this allocation, the three exchanged glances, smiles illuminating their faces. Conversely, others displayed expressions of disappointment, witnessing their final opportunity slip away before their eyes. That was Schwanmu Menma, handsome, powerful, and gentle in demeanor. Countless girls were enamored by him, especially in contrast to the notorious Uchiha heartthrob, Sasuke, who seemed perpetually occupied with romantic pursuits. In comparison, Menma appeared remarkably devoted. Chapter 28, The Leading Jonin. Following this, they awaited the arrival of the leading jonin. Time ticked by, and Menma sat in his seat, gradually calming his emotions. He began to observe his classmates, noting the anticipation etched on each face as they gazed toward the classroom door. At long last, the first jonin appeared at the entrance, taking away his team. As time passed, more jonin arrived, collecting their respective teams. It was at this moment that Menma found himself taking note of the other squads. He discovered that the composition of the other teams mirrored that of his class, yet due to the Uchiha clan's survival, a few unfamiliar faces were present among them. He was not well acquainted with these individuals and could only glean insights through observation. The 12 little warriors remain largely distributed among various groups, with the exception of the team led by Uchiha Sasuke, which possesses a peculiar distinction. In addition to Sasuke and Sakura, a girl named Onma Yagumo has joined their ranks. She appears exceedingly charming, inciting a flicker of curiosity within Menma, who wonders what kind of person she truly is. Before long, a vibrant figure materializes at the classroom entrance, radiating enthusiasm and wearing a broad smile. Class 6, follow me. Unleash your youth. It is time to ignite the flames of passion, Kakashi exuberantly proclaims, his voice resonating throughout the classroom, stirring a wave of fervor among the students. In an instant, Kakashi vanishes without a trace, as though he had never been there at all. Uchiha Sasuke, his expression a mix of exasperation and resignation, hastily follows suit. Many students, encountering Kakashi for the first time, were expressions of disbelief. Menma feels a sudden wave of relief. Why is that? At that moment, an effeminate, pallid man appears at the classroom door. Class 7, come with me, Orochimaru states before turning to leave. Menma is taken aback. He never expected Orochimaru to become his teacher. It seems this was his own request, for someone of his stature would not typically descend to the role of a contemporary jonin. Moreover, with Orochimaru holding a formal position, one must wonder if he truly has the time to mentor them. Regular ninjas rely on missions for their livelihood, while some, like the heads of the Ninja Hospital, Barrier Division, and Science Academy, hold official positions within Konoha's upper echelons, enjoying autonomy and a stable salary. Is that really Lord Orochimaru? How incredibly handsome. Our guiding jonin is actually Lord Orochimaru. Am I dreaming? Both students are incredulous at the sight of Orochimaru, and it appears he is indeed their instructor. Let us not keep him waiting, Menma asserts, remaining unfazed by the situation due to his familiarity with Orochimaru, having encountered him frequently before. The trio exits the classroom and the school, following Orochimaru into the forest training grounds. I am your leading jonin, Orochimaru. Now, introduce yourselves and become acquainted. The three glance at one another, realizing they are already quite familiar. I am Uzumaki Menma. I enjoy researching various ninjutsu, have no immediate dislikes, and aspire to surpass the first Hokage, Menma states, accustomed to this routine. Surpass the first Hokage? Quite an admirable dream, Orochimaru replies with a smile, refraining from discouragement. Having studied the cells of Hashirama, he understands the immense power of the first Hokage. Surpassing such an individual is a notion that, at least for now, Orochimaru cannot fathom, for it transcends mere ninjutsu. I am Hyuga Hinata. I have feelings for Menma, dislike those who compete with me for his affection, and my dream is to defeat him. Hinata boldly declares, her tone devoid of shyness when mentioning her feelings and glaring fiercely at Yumi when expressing her dislike. The revelation of her dream surprises everyone, even Orochimaru, who had previously overlooked this spirited girl. Yumi merely shrugs. She is accustomed to the rivalry and has no intention of relinquishing Menma. I am Uchiha Yumi. I have feelings for Menma, detest Hinata, and aspire to surpass Uchiha Madara. Yumi, a determined girl, stands her ground without faltering. What do you think you're doing? Mimicking my words? Do you want to fight? Hinata retorts, activating her Byakugan and glaring fiercely at Yumi. Come on, who is afraid? Yumi counters, activating her Sharingan and returning the fierce gaze. Their foreheads nearly touch as both exhibit their determination. Menma, expressionless and accustomed to their antics, separates the two. What an interesting bond, Orochimaru observes with a slight smirk, though he is somewhat disappointed by Menma's nonchalance, as he is thick-skinned and unfazed by others' opinions. Mutual affection among teammates is not uncommon in the ninja world, as shared experiences of life and death can foster unique connections. However, Menma's candidness is indeed rare. What a fascinating group, Orochimaru muses. Since you have acquainted yourselves, I shall forego further discussion. Assemble here at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. Your first task is to demonstrate your skills. Remember, ninjas differ from students in the academy, and I must assess your qualifications. With that, Orochimaru states his purpose clearly, to evaluate the trio. After conveying this, he excuses himself, claiming other matters demand his attention. The three exchange glances. Noting the time, it's just past noon, and none of them have eaten. Where shall we dine, Menma? Hinata inquires directly. Yumi's gaze is also fixed upon Menma. Menma ponders. Realizing returning home is not an option, he would have to trouble his mother, who might be delighted, yet he wishes to avoid the hassle. How about we barbecue right here? We haven't trained together in a while, Menma suggests, observing a nearby stream teeming with fish and shrimp, perfect for a casual meal. Sounds good, both girls concur enthusiastically. At the stream's edge, they share a glance, and Menma steps forward, effortlessly standing atop the water's surface, a skill known as water walking. All three, hailing from distinguished clans, are unsurprised by this display, as they have been trained to execute such techniques. The girls exchange glances, each glaring at the other before stepping onto the water. In no time, fresh ingredients are prepared, utilizing fire release to ignite the flames. Menma employs the Flying Thunder God technique, conjuring a plethora of grilled delicacies before him. Your Flying Thunder God technique has improved, Menma, Hinata remarks. Of course. I am a genius. My mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique has reached my father's level, Menma replies, pride evident in his voice. Despite his focus on research, his training has not faltered. He genuinely enjoys space ninjutsu. Having noted that the concepts of space-time barriers found in novels from his previous life do not exist in this world. In the past, space ninjutsu was unheard of. Who would be foolish enough to study such restrictive barriers? Mastering space-time ninjutsu is no simple feat. Sealing a portion of space is complex. Thus, acquiring such techniques would grant one the ability to traverse the world freely. A glimmer of envy flashes in the girls' eyes as they observe Menma, whose immense chakra renders any notion of exhaustion irrelevant. He wields ninjutsu with ease, treating the Flying Thunder God technique as a mere convenience. Before long, a barbecue grill is set up and the seasoning is sprinkled. The tantalizing aroma wafts through the air, overwhelming their senses. As the girls gaze at Menma's calm demeanor while he cooks, their admiration nearly spills over. What a perfect man, powerful, intelligent, and culinary skilled. Menma, acutely aware of their appreciative glances, remains unfazed, lost in contemplation of what the future holds. Now that all three have reached the age of 12, it is time to consider their plans. His gaze briefly flickered towards Yume beside him. Over the years, with the assistance of Menma, Yume's prowess had significantly augmented, elevating her physical attributes and various skills. The power of her 3-tomo Sharingan was also quite sufficient, and if she activated the Mangekyo at this moment, it should not adversely affect her body. Furthermore, she had already made contact with Orochimaru and could utilize his resources to delve into the study of the Mangekyo Sharingan. As for the eternal Mangekyo, it was not something to be pursued with fervor, as it could be supplemented with Hashirama's cells. Yume, lost in her admiration, suddenly shivered and glanced around. What's wrong, Yume? Menma inquired with a smile, offering her a skewer of grilled meat. Nothing, it smells so good. Menma, your culinary skills have truly improved. Yume quickly became enamored with the skewer in her hand. You scoundrel, why didn't you give me the first skewer? Hinata clenched her small fists, displaying an expression of indignation. Menma was somewhat speechless, questioning the necessity of such contention, and promptly handed her another skewer of grilled fish. Hinata snorted in response. The relationship among the three was indeed peculiar. After finishing their meal, they did not rush to train, but instead languidly reclined beneath the large tree, resting. After a brief nap to rejuvenate, the trio made their way to the training ground. Hinata, you go first. I shall assess your current strength. Menma directed his gaze towards Hinata. She clenched her fists, her small face radiating happiness. Yume instinctively stepped back, crossing her arms, wishing to observe Hinata's progress. They were all quite familiar with each other's capabilities, so Hinata did not hold back in the slightest, her nature forbidding her from doing so. Take this, Hinata exclaimed, adopting the stance of the 8 trigrams fist and charging forward with a series of fluid combinations. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. This secret technique of the Hyuga clan, the gentle fist, specifically targets the internal organs, meridians, and chakra points. With lightning speed, it suppresses the enemy, making it exceedingly difficult to evade. And regardless of a ninja's strength, the human body remains that of an ordinary person. An attack on the internal organs or meridians guarantees death. However, Menma remained composed, effortlessly evading the seemingly formidable gentle fist. Chapter 29, Sparring, 8 trigrams 64 palms. Hinata's speed had increased, resembling a flash of white lightning across the battlefield. Observing this, Myanmar felt a tightening in his chest, fully aware of the gentle fist's lethal capabilities targeting the meridians and internal organs. A careless hit could yield dire consequences. Tailed Beast Cloak. Myanmar inhaled deeply as a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within, enveloping him entirely in a thin layer of red chakra. Behind him, 3 massive tails swayed in the wind, exuding an aura of oppressive might. What dark chakra? Is this your concealed secret, Myanmar? Hinata felt the malevolent energy and was taken aback, yet her determination only intensified. Yume, watching from behind, noticed the change in Myanmar's chakra, filled with an unsettling evil and ferocity, which made her quite uneasy. She quickly activated her Sharingan, the 3 tomo spinning rapidly as she scrutinized Myanmar's every move. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Yume's expression darkened. She had never anticipated that Myanmar would become a Jinchuriki. The identity of a Jinchuriki had always been one of Konoha Village's closely guarded secrets, known only to a select few in the upper echelons. Myanmar had never divulged this secret to anyone, including her. The reason for this revelation was that Myanmar felt that both Hinata and Yume were his closest companions, and he would inevitably need to utilize this power in the future. Hence, he did not actively conceal it. Hinata raised an eyebrow, her movements unceasing, executing a complete set of 8 trigrams techniques aimed at Myanmar. Blocked? How is that possible? She exclaimed, realizing that her attacks could not penetrate the chakra cloak. This is chakra mode, also known as chakra cloak, Myanmar calmly explained. Shall we continue? Hinata asked, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Continue without worry. I will not hold back, Myanmar replied calmly, his tailed beast cloak lending him an aura of formidable pressure. Upon hearing this, Hinata ceased her chatter and once again assumed the stance of a gentle fist, yet this time she employed a different technique. Body flicker technique, a basic ninjutsu that is easy to grasp but difficult to master, allowing individuals to develop their unique variants. For instance, Shunshin no Jutsu, combined with Jinjutsu, creates a shadow flicker that is indistinguishable. Another famous user, the demigod Hanzo, emphasized speed in his body flicker technique. This illustrates that while the body flicker technique may be fundamental, it is undeniably practical. Hinata, having been guided by Myanmar, developed her unique body flicker technique. The Hyuga clan possesses a special physique, not only endowed with Byakugan, but also capable of releasing chakra through their entire body, akin to the principle of Kaiten. Myanmar had observed Hinata's personal experimentation during his study of techniques, noting her remarkable innate talent. Possessing such an extraordinary body, yet only having developed the Kaiten, seemed rather wasteful. It was as if her body contained 360 pathways for chakra release, with the simplest application being the release of chakra from behind, resulting in a powerful thrust. However, after one release, Hinata chose to abandon this approach, finding it too taxing. As the Hyuga clan is the closest to the Otsutsuki clan, their chakra is relatively abundant, yet it pales in comparison to the Uzumaki and Senju clans. Myanmar had never worried about chakra. Since childhood, his chakra reserves had been immense, and becoming a Jinchuriki only augmented that. Thus, he never pondered chakra limitations while crafting techniques. In a world rife with peril and challenges, battles often necessitate precise calculations and strategies. Even experienced and powerful jonin cannot afford to be careless. They must meticulously consider each action and the chakra consumption of every attack. Despite jonin possessing ample chakra reserves, the substantial cost of releasing large-scale ninjutsu remains a headache. Recognizing this, various villages initiated the Jinchuriki program. The vast chakra contained within the tailed beasts, when combined with human intellect and ninjutsu, can yield immeasurable power. This synergy presents possibilities that transcend conventional limits, rendering them the most formidable presence on the battlefield. On the battlefield, Hinata's form flitted like a specter, repeatedly appearing beside Myanmar. Her hands danced like the wind, unleashing the gentle fist, yet failing to breach Myanmar's steadfast defenses. Undeterred, Hinata focused her energy, gathering chakra at her fingertips. As the chakra flowed and coalesced, a cerulean serpent head gradually took shape, reminiscent of a venomous snake poised to strike. This was the ultimate technique she had developed, the gentle fist venomous fang. Without hesitation, she extended her fingers, targeting Myanmar's chakra cloak. Instantly, Myanmar's chakra cloak buckled inward, as if struck by an invisible force. Impressive, your attack power has indeed progressed, Myanmar remarked, his expression unchanging as one of his tails whipped out under his command. Hinata's figure vanished once more. 8 trigrams air palm. With a palm strike, a distinct imprint appeared, landing on Menma and producing a dull thud, akin to striking a massive boulder. Seeing her technique yield no results, Hinata's expression darkened, and she raised her arm, conjuring a swirling chakra disc in her hand. Chi Yuan Slash. The Chi Yuan Slash surged towards Menma's arm with a whistle. Unexpectedly, you have mastered this technique as well. Allow me to witness the potency of your move. Menma's eyes sparkled with delight as 4 tails emerged behind him, forming a protective barrier. Upon collision, a powerful gust of wind erupted, rendering the onlookers unable to open their eyes. The sound of slicing filled the air as the enormous foxtail was cleaved in two by the Chi Yuan Slash, which continued its relentless trajectory towards Menma. Contemplating briefly, Menma skillfully evaded the attack. The Chi Yuan Slash plunged into the river behind him, splitting the water asunder and carving a deep gully into the riverbed. After a considerable time, as the chakra dissipated, the river water gradually converged once more. Remarkable. How infuriating that I cannot master it. Observing the might of the technique, Yume gritted her teeth, her eyes reflecting envy and admiration. Enough already, let us cease our sparring. Hinata is truly impressive. Menma generously lavished compliments, his eyes brimming with encouragement. At that moment, Hinata knelt on the ground, beads of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Typically, a ninja seldom employs ninjutsu, favoring a combination of physical techniques and explosive tags in combat. However, to outsiders, such a method of fighting appeared as childish as a game of make-believe. Not to mention an excessive expenditure of chakra. Menma swiftly approached Hinata, carefully lifting her up. At this juncture, her chakra was nearly depleted, leaving her with little to spare. It seems I must impart some genuinely useful knowledge to them, Menma mused silently. Rest well. Shortly, I shall share with you some valuable techniques, he said gently to Hinata. Have you invented another miraculous ninjutsu? Hinata inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. She understood her young boyfriend well. Whenever he mentioned such things, it signified that he had mastered some remarkable skill or technique. Simultaneously, a wave of sweetness and pride surged within her. This guy always selflessly shares his discoveries and skills, never withholding anything. It made her feel increasingly assured that she had chosen the right partner. Stealing a glance at Yume beside her, her lips curled into a slight smile, her heart filled with joy and contentment. The Hyuga clan possesses a unique chakra, and many of the techniques Menma has developed require mastery over chakra nature transformation and form alteration. Moreover, they demand a vast amount of chakra, which is quite unfavorable for Yume, as none of the techniques are within her grasp. Yume, who possessed considerable talent, had awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan at a young age, with chakra attributes of both lightning and fire. Yet, what truly vexed her was that she could not learn the techniques Menma taught. First, her chakra was insufficient, and second, she had yet to master nature transformation. Come on, Yume, let me see your progress. Menma waved towards Yume. Her expression darkened slightly as they stood in the center of the training ground. Menma heard that you and Hinata made a pact. Yume, unusually, did not immediately engage in battle. Instead, she quietly asked, Menma? He momentarily struggled to recall, but quickly remembered the grand promise he had made to her. Yes. What is it? I want to make a pact with you as well. If I defeat you, you must grow up and marry me. Yume lowered her head, a flush creeping to her earlobes, yet she managed to utter those words. Menma thought to himself that he had assumed Hinata's bold character was daring enough. But it turned out that the honest one was truly the most intimidating. His lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. What, do you disagree? Suddenly, a low, icy voice resonated. Yume looked up, her 3-tomo Sharingan spinning wildly, exuding a palpable pressure. Menma, startled by the Sharingan, instinctively took a few steps back, recalling vividly how she had activated it. Ahem, of course, that is agreeable, I accept. Menma smiled in acquiescence, confident in his own strength. He believed that even if she activated her Manjikyu Sharingan right then, she would not pose a threat to him. Yume's somber expression transformed into a smile in an instant. The spinning 3-tomo halting, her face once again radiating warmth. Then it is settled. I will strive for it, Menma. Her gentle voice faded as she prepared to attack. Katan. Gokakyu no Jutsu. Behind Menma, Yume swiftly performed hand seals, conjuring a massive fireball that surged towards him with an intense wave of heat. Menma crossed his arms. His body enveloped in the cloak of a tailed beast as his four tails waved fiercely. The colossal fireball was instantaneously dispersed. The heat in the air dissipated, and Yume had vanished from sight. Her body flickered skillfully. She appeared around Menma, launching kunai relentlessly. Menma remained expressionless, though his skin twitched in disbelief. Attempting to pierce through the tailed beast's cloak with kunai? That was utterly impossible. It was akin to trying to penetrate Susanoo with mere kunai. Menma was left speechless. However, Yume did not relent. Despite her physical attacks yielding no results, she quickly revised her strategy, resorting to ninjutsu. In rapid succession, various fire techniques erupted from her mouth. The blazing flames seemingly intent on consuming everything in their path. Clearly, this young girl was exerting herself to the utmost, desperately seeking a way to breach his defenses. Unfortunately, ordinary ninjutsu could not overcome the formidable protection afforded by the tailed beast's cloak. Only skills like Chi Yuan Slash, which possessed unique cutting attributes, could potentially shatter that impenetrable barrier. Moreover, it was crucial to note that Yume's chakra attributes were primarily concentrated in fire and lightning, rendering her somewhat hamstrung in this situation. As time wore on, Yume's body grew increasingly fatigued, ultimately forcing her to cease her assault, standing in bewilderment. At this moment, her once proud three-tomo Sharingan seemed to have lost its efficacy, for before her stood Menma, who had flawlessly mastered the powers of the perfect Jinchuriki. Menma's attack style was straightforward and forceful, lacking any embellishment. In such circumstances, the abilities of the Sharingan had become nearly superfluous. Even if Yume could perceive his movements through her Sharingan, evading them proved futile. Regardless of her prowess, Yume faced Menma. Chapter 30, Danteon. Seeing this scene, Hinata could not conceal her smile. Dream on if you think you can take him from me. Even Hinata herself was astonished at the vast disparity in strength between them. She could learn Menma's techniques, whereas Uchiha Yume simply could not. The reason lay in their respective physiques. The Uchiha clan excelled in fire techniques and the Sharingan, while the Hyuga clan thrived in taijutsu. It was not merely a preference for taijutsu, but rather a natural affinity for it. All right, Yume, do not take it to heart. Your current strength is impressive. If you doubt it, you can challenge the seniors of your team. Menma approached to comfort her, his words sincere. His situation was exceptional. Should he engage in combat with others, it would become evident just how formidable he truly was. You are deceiving me. Yume looked up, her big, watery eyes brimming with tears, the corners reddened as if she had suffered a grave injustice. Her small face crumpled in a manner that tugged at the heartstrings. Upon witnessing the sight of Yum, Menma was instantly flustered, hastily extending his hands to wipe away the tears on her face. However, he found himself at a loss as to where to begin, standing there in a flurry while uttering comforting words. It's all right. It's all right. Don't cry. Don't cry. He simply could not bear to see a girl in tears, especially one as beautiful and endearing as Yum. Hinata, observing this scene, couldn't help but twitch her lips, inwardly cursing, Vixen. Yet, she had to admit that she could never master the same techniques Yum possessed. Though vexed, she found herself powerless to intervene. As Menma continued to console Yum, he promised to assist her in enhancing her abilities. Gradually, Yum's emotions stabilized, and her tears ceased. Sniffling, she wiped her eyes with her sleeve and flashed a sweet smile, saying, "Thank you, Menmo-nyakin." Seeing Yum's smile brought relief to Menma's heart, albeit accompanied by a tinge of guilt. He felt it was utterly wrong to have caused her such distress. Thus, he resolved to fulfill his promise and help Yum strengthen her skills. All right. I merely wish to see your progress. Each of you. I am a genius who works diligently every day. How could I be easily defeated by you? Menma quipped. Hey, don't change the subject. Quickly tell me what marvelous techniques you plan to teach me. Hinata's dissatisfaction was evident, her words laced with provocation as her gaze remained fixed on Yum. These two boats cannot sail simultaneously, Menma thought to himself. I have developed a new ninjutsu that can augment your chakra reserves, he announced. Instantly, both girls widened their eyes. Disbelief etched across their faces. Chakra is the lifeblood of ninjas. Aside from the first Hokage, no one in the ninja world dares to claim their chakra is abundant. Even Uchiha Madara, who was never short on chakra, had to control the nine tails when facing the ancient Hokage. Impressive, as expected of Menma, Hinata exclaimed, immediately clinging to him and planting a kiss on his cheek. Menma felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. his cheeks reddening as he was momentarily distracted by the softness of her embrace. But he quickly regained his composure and gently pushed her away. I've told you countless times. You are a young lady now. You must be mindful of your words and actions. His face flushed with embarrassment. Hinata, unperturbed, sparkled with anticipation in her bright eyes. Yum's expression dimmed, her heart laden with uncertainty as she feared her inability to learn many of Menma's techniques. You can learn this one. Menma's gentle voice reached her ears, seemingly aware of her concerns. Really? Yum's eyes lit up with surprise. This time it's genuine. You won't need any special qualifications. With my assistance, you can create a unique space within your body to store excess chakra or external chakra. Menma began to elucidate the concept, which was a blend of sealing techniques and the idea of the dantian. He explained that one could assist in creating this space. With Menma's mastery of sealing techniques and his understanding of the human body, he could facilitate this process. His explanations were straightforward, and soon both girls grasped the concept. You rascal, you must have ulterior motives. Are you trying to take advantage of us? Hinata remarked, her expression peculiar as she scrutinized Menma, her gaze tinted with disdain, as if she were eyeing a pervert. When did this little boyfriend become so bold? Menma rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you spouting? The location for creating the dantian is fixed. It is not determined by me. It is well known that there are 3 special acupoints in the human body, referred to as the upper, middle, and lower dantian. The upper dantian is located at the biwi acupoint, situated between the eyebrows. The middle dantian resides at the shuahui in the chest, and the lower dantian is located 3 inches below the navel at the guanyuan point. These locations are fixed and essential pathways for the body's meridians. Only in these areas can one create a special space to store energy, known as the dantian. The upper location is too perilous, and if opened, it would attract attention. Hence, Menma initially intended to create the middle dantian. However, faced with the skepticism of the 2 girls, he faltered, as this area was indeed quite private. Particularly with Hinata, he couldn't help but glance at her again, noting her abundance. Then let's go with the abdomen, he decided. Hey, why do I detect a hint of regret in your voice, you little lecher? Hinata teased. Refusing to let go, Menma rolled his eyes again. Yum's cheeks flushed slightly, remaining silent. She was a relatively traditional girl, her attire more conservative compared to Hinata's bold style, which flaunted her thighs and midriff. Enough of this. Shall we not waste more time? Do you still desire this? Menma urged, eager to move on. Fine. I will forgive you this once. Let us begin, Hinata exclaimed, her excitement rekindled. For safety's sake, the trio decided to relocate. It was afternoon, a time when their parents were typically absent. They promptly chose to head to Menma's house. With Hinata's impatience, Menma wasted no time and utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, transporting the 2 girls to his home. Upon descending to the lower floor, Menma confirmed that his parents were indeed absent, a wave of relief washing over him. The activities they were about to undertake could easily be misconstrued if witnessed. What shall I do next? Do I need to undress? Hinata asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. A direct gaze fixed on Menma. Both girls felt a bit dumbstruck. No need, just lie on the bed, Menma replied, exasperated. Hinata, clad in a cropped vest, her midriff perpetually exposed, looked every bit the vixen, and she wouldn't need to change. Complying, Hinata lay on the bed as Menma produced a brush. With his sealing technique, he usually wouldn't require any runes for assistance. However, given that the 2 before him were his childhood friends, he aimed to ensure stability. Ah, that tickles. Hinata squirmed as the brush grazed her abdomen, eliciting an involuntary reaction. Be still, it will be over soon. Trust me, I will be gentle, Menma reassured her. You dolt, be gentler. Don't move around. I'm almost done, he added. Downstairs, Kushina, who had just returned to fetch something, paused as she recognized the voices of Hinata and Menma. Is this a bit inappropriate? She pondered, her expression torn. Was it too early for them to engage in such activities? Should she intervene? Would her interruption alter their future interactions? Kushina stood there, conflicted. All right, don't move. Menma's voice echoed from upstairs. The residence where Kushina lived was quite serene, and at that moment, she stood at the door, uncertain of what to do. No, I must be overthinking this. They are still young. How could anything happen? Menma, your hands are so cold. This remark shattered Kushina's composure. What on earth are you doing? This is unacceptable, she exclaimed, bursting through the door. As Menma's hand rested on Hinata's abdomen, eliciting a ticklish response. The sudden shout from downstairs startled him, causing his hand to tremble. Before he could comprehend the situation, the door swung open with a kick. Kushina's hair flared wildly like an octopus in midair, and the three individuals in the room froze, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. In the room, there were three individuals, one man and two women. Hinata lay on the bed, her hand resting gently upon the abdomen of the other. Yumi stood nearby, observing the scene, relieved that their attire remained intact. Nevertheless, Kushina was visibly irked. "What on earth are you doing, Menma?" she demanded, having already resolved that he must provide a satisfactory explanation. She was determined to ensure he experienced a wholesome childhood. The thought of him straddling two relationships stirred discontent within her. Although she desired to elevate the Uzumaki clan, this was not the way she envisioned it. Most importantly, the identities of the two women were significant, from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans. The potential fallout if Menma's actions backfired was unfathomable. She felt compelled to intervene. Menma, upon witnessing his furious mother burst into the room, felt a wave of despair wash over him. "Why did I have to choose my own home? Now everything is ruined." "Hello, Auntie. This is not what you think it is," he hastily replied. Both Yumi and Hinata were startled by Kushina's furious demeanor, quickly attempting to clarify the situation. "Inseal?" Kushina's expression turned skeptical as she directed her gaze toward Menma. "Something like that," he conceded, feeling resigned. "Are you certain?" The Inseal is an S-rank sealing technique. Chapter 31. Inseal. Although she recognized her son's exceptional talent, Kushina struggled to believe his claim. The difficulty of mastering the Inseal was indeed formidable, demanding a high level of chakra control. Thus far, only two individuals had successfully learned it, the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mido, and Tsunade. Even Kushina had yet to master it. The Inseal was notoriously challenging, yet its benefits were unparalleled. It not only served as a reservoir for vast amounts of chakra, but also kept the body's cells in a highly active state, allowing one to maintain youthful vitality and appearance until the end of their days. This latter effect held considerable allure for women. However, more crucially, this sealing technique was exclusively for female practitioners. Therefore, upon hearing her son assert that he had mastered this jutsu and intended to demonstrate it, Kushina's heart filled with doubt. Was he merely fabricating a story to touch a girl's belly? A look of suspicion crossed her face. It was not unreasonable for her to think this way, considering the immense challenge of learning the Inseal and the inappropriate area he had chosen for its application. Though she had not mastered it herself, she understood that the sealing position was on the forehead. Yet, this was her son. She felt reluctant to expose him. For a moment, Kushina felt awkward, realizing her intrusion had been unwarranted. Determined to clarify her thoughts, Kushina concluded that Menma was attempting to deceive the young girl. She had no faith in the Inseal. She wondered who had led Menma astray. "Menma, you are still young. There are certain things you should not do. Do not bully these two. If I find out you have mistreated them," Kushina warned, shaking her fist in a show of authority. Menma was left speechless. "Are you serious?" he thought. "You too, do not let him fool you. If he tricks you into undressing, remain vigilant. As young women, you must inform me if he dares to bully you. I will not hesitate to deal with him." Flushing with embarrassment, Kushina turned to leave. In the room, the three exchanged glances. Menma, who initially felt indifferent, now exhibited a slight blush. "What is happening?" Hinata, ever composed, quickly regained her poise and asked Menma, "Shall we continue?" Menma nodded in affirmation. "Let us proceed." Hinata obediently reclined once more as Menma prepared to inscribe runes upon her abdomen using a brush infused with chakra. This time, Hinata stifled her words, enduring the ticklish sensation on her belly, her body trembling with the effort of restraint. At last, he concluded the incantation and pressed his palm against her abdomen. Inseal. The runes seemed to come alive, slowly shifting before coalescing into a small black dot 3 inches below her navel, the surrounding markings fading from sight. "The sealing is complete. Is it successful? Let me see," Hinata exclaimed, attempting to pull down her pants to inspect the result. Menma, exasperated, quickly intervened. "You really do not view me as a stranger, do you? I cannot look at that area." "Tch, how pretentious," Hinata muttered, though she did turn away to sneak a glance at the small black dot below her navel, feeling a peculiar sensation as she channeled a bit of chakra into that spot, akin to pouring a small amount of water into a cup, sensing its persistent presence. "How marvelous. This is the Inseal. Menma, you are incredible." All right, keep your voice down, Menma said, waving his hand dismissively, unable to conceal his pride. To be admired by the girl he liked was an exhilarating experience. Now it's your turn. His gaze shifted to the bashful girl standing against the wall. Yumi, blushing and looking down, was naturally more reserved. After witnessing the entire process, she felt somewhat shy. Stop pretending. If you do not want to do it, then simply don't, Hinata retorted, exasperated by Yumi's coyness. You are bold enough to compete for a man, yet you act like a pure lily. The fact that Menma seemed to fall for this act only added to her frustration. Provoked by Hinata's words, Yumi lifted her head defiantly. Who said I wouldn't tea? Let us get started. She approached the bed, nervously lifting her shirt. Her skin was as fair as snow, and a slight belly was perfectly normal. Her face flushed with anxiety. Menma maintained a neutral expression, knowing that this was not the time for emotions. He picked up the brush and readied himself. As the brush touched her abdomen, her body visibly quivered. With previous experience, he worked with much greater speed this time. Yumi kept her eyes shut, biting her lip in silence. Seal, has it worked? Menma's gentle voice prompted her to open her eyes. She felt nothing at first. Standing, she closed her eyes and sent a trickle of chakra to that spot, and indeed she could feel it distinctly. Echoing Hinata's sentiments, she marveled at the experience. Do not rush to fill it up. At your age, there is no need to worry about chakra management. Let us find a place where I can introduce you to the benefits of this sealing technique. Menma refrained from doing so at home, fearing his mother might misunderstand him again. It seemed he had lost his status as a good child in her eyes. Activating the Flying Thunder God technique, the three vanished from the room. By the small river in Konoha, three figures appeared quietly. A gentle breeze caressed the water's surface, creating ripples. The grass along the bank swayed gracefully in the wind, as if performing a joyful dance. Above, the azure sky served as a stunning backdrop to this beautiful scene. The trio sat quietly by the river, relishing the tranquility and beauty bestowed by nature. At that moment, Menma began to elaborate on the myriad benefits of the sealing technique to the other two. Is it truly the case that one can maintain youthful appearances? Upon hearing this news, Huayin was utterly astonished. It cannot be said that one remains perpetually youthful. More accurately, it is about preserving one's visage at its most exquisite moment. In response to the duo's bewilderment, Menma patiently elucidated the concept. Nevertheless, he understood that, at this juncture, they might not fully grasp this notion. Thus, he proceeded to meticulously explain the underlying principles to them. The so-called eternal youth is, in fact, achieved by utilizing chakra to sustain the vitality and activity of cells. However, should one lose the support of chakra, their appearance would swiftly age. Wow, that is indeed remarkable, exclaimed Riang Huayan, brimming with excitement after Menma's explanation. So, does this mean we have the opportunity to acquire such abilities? She inquired, her eyes alight with anticipation. But wait, we are still quite young. Will we not grow taller? Huayan expressed her concern. While she felt confident about her current appearance, who would not wish to become even more beautiful? She believed she still had room for growth, particularly in height, as she gazed at her long, fair, and beautiful legs. Rest assured, it will not hinder your development, Menma remarked, somewhat exasperated. As long as they did not excessively refine the chakra within their bodies, their growth would remain unaffected. Initially, he had intended to use his chakra to directly fill their dantian, but reconsidered, realizing they needed to experience it themselves to comprehend its significance. In this peaceful world, which belonged to the realm of the ordinary and did not necessitate combat, there was no need to rush. He decided to wait until his techniques were fully perfected before imparting them to the two. So, does my technique belong to martial arts or cultivation? Menma found himself deep in thought, pondering whether his skills could lead to immortality. Although he had already acquired formidable power, the quest for eternal life is a pursuit inherent to all living beings. Even at his young age, he yearned for immortality if it were attainable. If the Akatsuki clan could achieve it, so could he. Natural energy, perhaps? This topic should be explored further. To attain immortality, the first step is to engage with natural energy, as relying solely on the energy within a living organism is utterly insufficient. It is essential to absorb the power of the world. Menma, do you have confidence in tomorrow's test? Of course, he replied. Will you give it your all? Huayan and her companion were aware of Menma's current abilities. Well, Menma hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the extent of his strength. As a perfect Jinchuriki, He had thoroughly mastered the secret technique of Jumian Suppo. Deep down, he was eager to test this ninjutsu, yet he ultimately decided against it, as it was one of his trump cards. Following was the study of summoning techniques, which he had been researching with Orochimaru over the years. The summoning techniques in this world were extraordinary. Summoning creatures for battle falls under this category, as does the Rashomon. Interestingly, even the Hiruzen, strictly speaking, is a form of summoning, albeit modified by Tobirama, evolving into the current Hiruzen. Subsequently, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, incorporated sealing techniques, thus perfecting this spatial ninjutsu. When Menma first obtained the secret of the nine-tailed beasts, he immediately discerned its intricacies, which also belonged to the realm of summoning techniques. Moreover, it could be classified as a more advanced form, possessing a fantastical quality, as it summoned entities from mythology. The more they studied, the more intriguing it became. Eventually, with Orochimaru's assistance, they collaboratively developed a summoning technique known as the Four Symbols Divine Beasts, capable of summoning the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise to battle. While Menma was leisurely engaging with the opposite sex, Naruto was experiencing a different scenario. Unlike Menma's relaxed approach to the exam, he found himself stuck at the Shadow Clone stage. Hearing his teacher declare him unqualified left Naruto feeling utterly defeated. During dismissal, all the parents arrived to pick up their children, and upon learning that their offspring had passed the exam, smiles appeared on their faces. Many noticed Naruto sitting alone on a swing. Oh, that kid didn't pass the exam. How could he possess such talent when all he does is cause trouble? They were certain he had taken shortcuts. He deserves it. As the harsh words reached his ears, Naruto lowered his head even further. Chapter 32. The Book of Seals. The ensuing events unfolded as usual, with Mizuki approaching Naruto and informing him that if he could obtain the Book of Seals and learn a ninjutsu from it, the third Hokage would undoubtedly allow him to graduate. Upon hearing this, Naruto was filled with hope and excitement. However, this time, he did not embark on the adventure alone, for he realized he was no longer solitary. He now had true friends. As night fell, Naruto returned to his room, swiftly forming hand seals and channeling all his chakra. He took a deep breath and shouted, "Summoning Jutsu." Simultaneously, in another realm, Menma, having just finished dinner and preparing to head home, suddenly felt a powerful force calling to him. He furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion washing over him, but soon understood the reason. The timelines of the two worlds were largely parallel, which meant that Naruto's world was also facing graduation exams. In an instant, an image appeared in his mind, the Book of Seals. The two worlds shared many similarities, yet had numerous differences, the most notable being the ninjutsu that existed in one world but not the other. His interest peaked. Within Naruto's home, smoke began to billow. As the smoke cleared, a tall, red-haired youth emerged, his hair reminiscent of blazing flames, radiating a warm, sunny smile. Yet his eyes exuded confidence, defiance, and a sense of abandon. "Big brother, you made it," Naruto exclaimed, his joy palpable as he realized he had successfully summoned him. However, as he scrutinized his brother's features, a wave of familiarity washed over him. This face resembled his own so closely. It was as if he were gazing at an alternate version of himself. How intriguing, Menma mused, a faint smile playing at his lips, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. He had confirmed that his true self had been summoned to this world and was astonished by the might of the summoning technique. After all, such a feat as cross-world summoning could only be accomplished through summoning jutsu. I must take the opportunity to study summoning techniques thoroughly in the future, Menma resolved. Clenching his fists as he attuned himself to his current state, he could distinctly sense his own existence. What exactly transpired? Menma feigned ignorance, inquiring knowingly. Without hesitation, Naruto recounted his day's tribulations, his demeanor visibly deflated. "Graduation exams. That's simple. If you had informed me sooner, I could have taught you a few ninjutsu, or even assisted you in cheating your way through the exam." Menma wore a knowing smile. "Thank you, big brother. Should I still resort to stealing?" Naruto's heart swelled with gratitude, yet he hesitated. With his brother's assistance, passing the exam seemed feasible. "Of course, but let's keep your situation under wraps. I will only help you navigate this challenge. Everything else is up to you. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety." Menma affirmed with a nod. This was a rare opportunity to glimpse the Book of Seals, and most importantly, it would remain undiscovered by others. "Rest assured, my elder brother, I shall undoubtedly become a ninja and ultimately attain the title of Hokage." In an instant, Naruto felt a surge of confidence. Menma nodded slightly, then vanished into the ground, disappearing from sight. What an extraordinary ninjutsu. I wonder if my elder brother could teach me. Witnessing such a remarkable individual, Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Feeling that this technique surpassed those taught by his sensei, it was only slightly inferior to his own seduction technique. After gathering his belongings, Naruto dared not delay. Glancing at the time, he concluded it was nearly time to depart and headed out. Cautiously, he sprinted towards the Hokage building. Behind him, the Umbu agents exchanged glances, suppressing their exasperation. This was a brazen act of thievery. Naruto swiftly arrived at the Hokage building and, upon confirming that the lights above were off and no one was present, he quickly entered. He effortlessly located the Book of Seals within the Hokage's office. Grasping the volume of sealing techniques, he dared not linger, fully aware that his most pressing need was to escape. Just as he confirmed Naruto had taken the Book of Seals, the third Hokage appeared in the office. Maintaining appearances, he summoned the Umbu and Jonin. Yet all the Jonin present were affiliated with the Hokage, including Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and others such as Yuhi Kurenai and the Moonlight Wind. Uzumaki Naruto has stolen the Book of Seals. You must immediately locate him and retrieve it, commanded the third Hokage, his tone calm, entirely unlike that of one who had lost something of great importance. The Umbu and Jonin below quickly comprehended, recognizing the third Hokage's demeanor. Those present were not fools and were well aware of Naruto's identity. For instance, Kakashi, disciple of the fourth Hokage, and Asuma, son of the third Hokage, along with several of the fourth Hokage's bodyguards. Upon hearing the third Hokage's instructions, they grasped the implication. It was a blatant invitation for them to take the backdoor approach. Instantly, curiosity blossomed among them. What kind of ninjutsu would the son of the fourth Hokage choose? Many hoped he would select the Flying Thunder God technique, potentially giving rise to another yellow flash in Konoha. Just as Naruto fled the Hokage building, another version of him appeared on the ground, startling him. "It's me, follow me." To avoid drawing attention, Menma transformed into Naruto's likeness, disguising himself as his shadow clone. And with a phantasmal state, he appeared convincingly as an ethereal apparition. The two sped towards the Konoha forest. Seizing a moment of distraction, Menma placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Flying Thunder God, activate." They vanished in an instant. An invaluable opportunity presented itself. Menma sensed that surveillance had yet to be implemented, making this the perfect moment to learn ninjutsu. They materialized behind a large tree. "Elder brother," Naruto exclaimed with excitement, "let us learn ninjutsu." Without further ado, Menma unfurled a scroll that contained numerous ninjutsu techniques. The first was the multiple shadow clone technique, followed by water release, dark movement technique, and etherealization technique, among others. The Book of Seals was indeed authentic. However, upon seeing the other ninjutsu, Menma's expression darkened. It turned out that many crucial techniques were sealed, rendering them inaccessible. For instance, the perilous etherealization technique offered Naruto little choice. Menma cursed inwardly, feeling frustrated that such options were mere illusions. Reflecting on his own grandson's abilities, he couldn't help but feel disgruntled. At that moment, Naruto was singularly focused on becoming a ninja, and due to the exam's requirements, he naturally chose the multiple shadow clone technique. Without hesitation, he selected the first ninjutsu. The multiple shadow clone technique was not overly complex. It was deemed forbidden due to its side effects. The act of evenly distributing chakras sounded simple, yet even a Jonin could only produce 3 or 4 clones at most. Thus, after a brief glance, Naruto memorized the hand seals for the multiple shadow clone technique. Menma hesitated momentarily, but ultimately abandoned the idea of seizing it directly. Time was running short. Someone was approaching. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the Umbu had begun to feign a search. Menma marked a discreet location within the Book of Seals. "Someone is coming. Be cautious. The third Hokage is monitoring this area. Remember the will of fire. This is an examination, and many are watching." Menma's form dissipated into a cloud of smoke, his voice echoing in Naruto's mind. Naruto was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend, when suddenly, another figure appeared before him. Iruka-sensei. Naruto, still bewildered by Menma's earlier words, now faced a familiar presence. "Well done, Uzumaki Naruto. I didn't expect you to actually obtain it. Hand over the Book of Seals, and you can graduate and become a genin," Mizuki sneered. Chapter 33. Menma takes action. Naruto had yet to grasp the meaning of Menma's earlier warning when he heard Mizuki's words. Even a fool would recognize the oddity in. Well done, Uzumaki. Naruto, now hand over the Book of Seals. As Mizuki extended a hand and approached, Naruto shook his head vigorously. No, don't you want to graduate? Hand over the Book of Seals, and you will. No. Naruto, clutching the Book of Seals, turned to flee, realizing the danger. If that's the case, then die. Mizuki's face twisted into a malevolent grin as he hurled a kunai towards Naruto. Naruto, watch out. Just then, Irika-sensei rushed in from the side, intercepting the attack aimed at Naruto. Mizuki, what are you doing? Irika questioned sternly. What's it look like? I'm pursuing greater power, Mizuki retorted. You're still as hypocritical as ever. Irika, you're the one who despises Naruto the most in the village, aren't you? A cruel smile flickered across Mizuki's face. How do you feel facing the killer of your parents every day? Naruto halted, disbelief etched on his features. Don't listen to his nonsense. Come here. I'll protect you. From the shadows of the trees, Menma observed quietly, unable to resist taking a second glance at the unfolding drama. This was Irika, a character absent from his world. And Menma had taken the effort to inquire, ultimately learning that Irika had perished during the Ninetales incident. Honest and unassuming, these were Menma's first impressions of him. Truly deserving of the third Hokage's reputation. So many jonin were searching, yet it is this Chunin who found his way here. Menma mused internally. Aware that the commotion had drawn no one closer, he knew the main event was about to commence. At that moment, countless spectators were likely observing the scene. The will of fire. How amusing. Menma smirked disdainfully. If Naruto's will of fire was inadequate, what would be the outcome? Initially, Menma had no intention of intervening. He had marked the location and planned to stealthily reclaim the Book of Seals by nightfall. However, the current situation irked him. As the so-called test of great figures was unfolding, why must one conform to their will? As a mere jester, why not to stir up a bit of trouble for them? The gaze of Menma shifted towards the already engaged Mizuki in battle, weak in physique yet grand in ambition. And with a mind clouded by confusion, he clandestinely sought refuge with Orochimaru. Who could have foreseen that by the time he learned of the village's betrayal, he would have already fled? In a bid to appear clever, he attempted to pilfer the secrets of sealing to present to Orochimaru. Such folly. With the Book of Seals in his possession, why would he still seek allegiance with Orochimaru? Naruto, are you still unaware? Irika's parents were slain by you. To strike at the heart of the adversary, Mizuki uttered the most insidious words. You lie? Naturally, Naruto could not accept this. He had never even met Irika-sensei's parents. Do you comprehend why the villagers harbor such deep-seated hatred towards you? Do you recall the way Irika once looked at you? Indeed, you are the Ninetales fox, sealed within you. Observing Naruto's disbelief, Mizuki unleashed a thunderous revelation. In an instant, Naruto was paralyzed, as if struck by lightning. His mind flooded with memories of the hostility he had endured throughout the years, the villagers' malevolent stares, their disdainful expressions, and the peculiar glances from his teachers upon his arrival at school. Was this the truth? Was he truly the Ninetales fox? Simultaneously, in the Hokage's office, a crystal ball vividly displayed the unfolding events. As Mizuki revealed the truth, the third Hokage's expression turned icy. He had anticipated many things, but he had not expected Mizuki's audacity in exposing Naruto's true identity. Although Naruto's identity was not a complete secret within the village, with most being aware of his embodiment of the fox spirit, the concept of the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales was known only to a select few among the higher echelons. Moreover, due to the infrequency with which the Jinchuriki acted, the common villagers remained largely ignorant of the implications of this status. However, for the ninjas, the situation was markedly different. The third Hokage had previously issued orders to prohibit any mention of the Ninetales fox in Naruto's presence. At this moment, the Hokage's gaze was notably frigid. He had resolved that once this spectacle concluded, Mizuki's usefulness would dissipate. Naruto was unable to accept that he was indeed the Ninetales fox. Momentarily stunned, Mizuki's eyes gleamed with opportunity. His objective had remained unchanged from the beginning, the Book of Seals. Seizing the chance, he brandished a massive wind shuriken and hurled it towards Naruto. Naruto, be careful. Irika, without hesitation, positioned himself in front of Naruto. The sickening sound of the weapon embedding itself in flesh jolted Naruto from his stupor. Irika-sensei. Naruto could scarcely believe it. Yet, at that moment, his mind was a blank slate, unable to discern friend from foe. Quickly, The Book of Seals must not fall into the hands of such a person. Iruka gazed at Naruto with unwavering determination. After a brief moment of hesitation, Naruto turned and fled. Humph, Iruka, you remain as insufferable as ever. Mizuki sneered, lacking any intent to deliver a finishing blow as he pursued Uzumaki Naruto, blocking his path. Surrender the Book of Seals, and I may spare your life. Never. Now composed, Naruto recalled the warning from his brother. Though its meaning eluded him, he understood that his adversary was merely a single individual. And he had just learned an exceptionally formidable ninjutsu. Multiple shadow clone technique. How is this possible? Mizuki's eyes widened in disbelief as thousands of Narutos materialized before him. Such a phenomenon was inconceivable. Even the Hokage could not possibly summon such a multitude of clones. Nevertheless, the reality was undeniable. Charge! Naruto shouted, and the throng of shadow clones surged forward in a sea of bodies to assail Mizuki. Unable to withstand the onslaught, Mizuki was soon left battered and bruised, sprawled on the ground. Interesting. Could this be due to your utilization of the Nine-Tails chakra? He pondered, observing the unfolding scene. Menma stood to the side, quietly watching the battle, having already discerned the crux of the matter. This was Naruto's first time harnessing the chakra within him. It seemed the Nine-Tails had played a significant role in this. As for Mizuki's remarks, Menma paid them no heed, even feeling a tinge of disdain. The Nine-Tails, much like the Uchiha clan, possessed an inherent pride. It often intimidated Naruto, yet at critical moments, it would unhesitatingly lend its aid. This was Naruto's inaugural use of the multiple shadow clone technique, and he had summoned over 1,000 clones at once. This experience deeply impressed upon Naruto the strength of this ninjutsu, and he relished its efficacy. Having triumphed over Mizuki, Naruto hastened to Iruka's side. "Iruka-sensei, how are you?" he inquired with concern. "Naruto, you performed exceptionally well. You have proven yourself to be a competent ninja." Iruka beamed with pride, presenting Naruto with the forehead protector he had worn. Naruto was momentarily taken aback, then his face broke into a radiant smile. He had successfully passed the test and ascended to the rank of a genin. At that moment, members of the Umbu arrived. "You must hand over the Book of Seals to them. Such actions cannot be repeated," Iruka advised. Obediently, Naruto surrendered the Book of Seals to Kakashi, who had arrived, though masked. None recognized him. Menma mused, contemplating whether to intervene. He was discontented with the mindset of those around him, believing they sought to control every situation. Glancing at the now defeated Mizuki, he thought, perhaps this is a fortuitous opportunity to experience the thrill of battle. Kakashi would make for a worthy opponent. Menma deliberated and transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Obito, wearing a swirling mask, with only a Sharingan missing, though he was not in a hurry. Speaking of the Sharingan, his gaze involuntarily drifted to Kakashi's eye. This was Obito's Kimui, renowned for its power, possessing its own pocket dimension and temporal properties. Even in later stages, it remained formidable against the Akatsuki clan. Should I seize it? Ah, how lively. It has been quite some time since I visited Konoha, and I did not expect it to have fallen so low. A mocking voice rang out, instantly raising the alertness of all present. Kakashi immediately assumed a combat stance, scanning the surroundings, soon noticing the masked figure crouched atop a large tree, observing them. "Who are you, and what do you want?" Kakashi demanded. Naruto swiftly positioned himself protectively in front of Iruka, unaware that this figure was his elder brother, Uzumaki Menma. "Who am I? You need not concern yourselves with that. However, Kakashi, might I borrow that object in your possession for a moment?" Menma spoke in a voice reminiscent of Uchiha Obito, his deep tone resonating in the air. "Are you jesting? Do not dream. This is Konoha, not a place for your recklessness," Kakashi retorted, prompting an Umbu beside him to immediately begin forming hand seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball surged towards Menma. Facing the incoming inferno, Menma's form became ethereal, passing right through the fireball. The two behind it observed their surroundings, aware that eliminating a skilled opponent with such a technique was exceedingly difficult. This strike primarily aimed to obscure the enemy's line of sight. Thus, the seasoned combatants remained vigilant. To their astonishment, Menma emerged unscathed from the fireball. Standing directly before them, arms raised. Wind release, gale palm. Two palms struck forth, unleashing a fierce gale that caught the two individuals off guard, sending their bodies hurtling backward. Menma's son appeared beside Kakashi. In his hand, a kunai crackled with lightning. It was a perfect opportunity. The enemy should not be able to react at such a close distance. However, what transpired next made Kakashi's pupils constrict in shock. The kunai pierced through the masked man's skull, yet his hand remained unfaltering, still reaching for the sealing book behind him. Faced with this unprecedented scenario, Kakashi was startled and instinctively retreated to protect the sealing book. Kakashi, ever the lovable fool. I shall graciously accept the sealing book. Yet this time, the masked man did not move. Somehow, the sealing book had already appeared in his grasp. How could this be? Kakashi's expression changed as he realized that the sealing book had vanished from his own hand. Chapter 34. Confrontation in the Hokage's office. The atmosphere was charged with tension. The third Hokage fixed his gaze upon the masked man before him, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. It is he, the third Hokage murmured, his voice trembling with barely contained fear. Indeed, this masked man was the very one responsible for the death of his wife and the ensuing chaos of the Nine Tails. For years, the third Hokage had discreetly pursued his whereabouts, yet to no avail. Ultimately, he entrusted this task to Shimura Danzo, unaware that Danzo had long since conspired with the masked man. Now, confronted once more by this former adversary, a wave of panic surged within him. Within Konohagakure, no one understood the enigmatic masked man better than the third Hokage. In the past, the fourth Hokage had imparted crucial information about this individual before his demise, making the third Hokage acutely aware of his formidable opponent, a master of space-time ninjutsu hailing from the Uchiha clan. Upon witnessing the masked man's appearance, the third Hokage swiftly discarded his Hokage robes, revealing his battle attire beneath. Without a moment's hesitation, he led the Umbu toward the Konoha forest, intent on thwarting the foe. Meanwhile, Menma employed the Flying Thunder God technique, finding it somewhat challenging to seize the sealing book from Kakashi, whose combat experience was extensive. Moreover, Menma had no intention of wasting time. Kakashi, you truly have made no progress. Menma mimicked Uchiha Obito's voice. Who exactly are you? Kakashi's expression grew grave as he placed his hand over his eyes, lifting his forehead protector to reveal his three-tomo Sharingan. Truth be told, Menma felt a twinge of envy. This was undoubtedly the most potent Mangekyo Sharingan in existence. In Menma's eyes, no technique, be it Amaterasu or Tsukuyomi, could compare to Kimui. Even in the later stages of the Six Paths realm, as long as one could not break the spatial barrier, there remained no means to harm the phantasmal figure of Obito. It was nothing short of miraculous. Menma's heart raced with temptation. Should he seize it? Without further ado, Menma slung the sealing book onto his back and charged toward Kakashi, aiming directly for his eyes. Kakashi's expression was tense. Despite knowing the masked man was exceedingly peculiar, he felt compelled to test the waters. Even if he could not defeat the opponent, he aimed to gather intelligence. Such was the way of the ninja. With information in hand, he would undoubtedly devise a strategy to counter his adversary. Lightning Shield, Lightning Wolf. Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, summoning lightning to his right hand, which transformed into a wolf that charged forth towards the advancing Menma. Menma did not evade. Unlike the true Obito, his phantasmal state bore no time constraints. Thus, there was no inherent fatal weakness. He boldly pressed forward in his intangible form. The lightning wolf surged through his body, only to pivot sharply and charge back once more. Menma remained unfazed. This is an illusion. No, what kind of ninjutsu is this? Kakashi mused, unable to discern the nature of the situation. However, he noticed the sealing book on Menma's back, which could not possibly be an illusion. Thus, one possibility arose. This was the opponent's ninjutsu. What an impressive technique, intangibility. Kakashi's battle intellect was keen, and he quickly surmised that if he could not strike the enemy, he must wait for the precise moment of attack to counter. Therefore, this time Kakashi did not dodge. Instead, he produced two kunai, assuming a defensive stance. Naruto, who had been observing from the sidelines, was taken aback by the masked man's extraordinary prowess. What an impressive masked man. What kind of ninjutsu is this? He recalled that his brother could also perform this technique and had previously thought it remarkable. Now, witnessing someone wielding the same technique as his brother, he grasped its true terror. Since it could disregard all attacks, he would definitely ask his brother to teach him upon his return. Naruto remained somewhat naive, unaware that the figure before him was, in fact, his brother himself. Initially, he had intended to intervene, but was halted by Iruka. Iruka was no fool. If the Umbu could not handle the masked man, he certainly did not believe his student could defeat him. Irika was a genuinely kind-hearted individual, deeply concerned for his students, especially Naruto. After recognizing his previous errors, he understood that he could not blame Naruto for his parents' circumstances. The latter was also an innocent victim. His subsequent concern for Naruto stemmed from a combination of the Hokage's orders and his own character. He had truly come to regard Naruto as a student. Out of safety considerations, as a member of Konoha and a teacher, he understood the significance of the sealing book to the village, but above all, he prioritized the safety of his student. Thus, he blocked Naruto's advance. Naruto complied, having witnessed the fierce battle between the two, and this time he obediently refrained from rushing in. Meanwhile, Menma had drawn close to Kakashi. Observing that Kakashi had assumed a defensive posture without moving, he grasped the latter's intentions. But it mattered not. As long as he could obtain the opponent's eyes, sustaining some wounds would be inconsequential. He could always depart from this world at will. Consequently, Menma did not hesitate, extending a hand directly towards Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated that Menma would target his eyes. This was the sole remnant left to him by his dear friend. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he chose not to evade. It was a gamble. Lightning flickered upon his left hand as he unleashed the Raikiri. The crackling sound resonated across the battlefield, illuminating the night with a terrifying brilliance. Menma hesitated briefly, yet in comparison to Kimui, sustaining some injury was acceptable. As long as he acquired the power of Kimui's ocular prowess, he might awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the original narrative, Uchiha Itachi, in his final moments, had sealed his ocular power within his brother to protect him, enabling Uchiha Sasuke to awaken Amaterasu. Given Uchiha Sasuke's character and abilities, he should have awakened a technique related to lightning. As for why Uchiha Itachi did this, it was to prevent Uchiha Obito, the cunning one. Itachi's ocular techniques were exceedingly effective against Obito. Both Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi were visual-based techniques. Therefore, whenever the two faced each other in physical form, it was nearly impossible to evade Itachi's ocular techniques. This explains why Obito was so inactive prior to Itachi's demise. Both were acutely aware that Itachi was a spy, and Obito's awareness instilled a sense of dread. After Itachi's death, Obito swiftly joined the Akatsuki and initiated a series of grand schemes. Thus, it becomes evident that utilizing the Mangekyo Sharingan's power could potentially influence the awakening of the anticipated Mangekyo techniques. Currently, the possibility of Menma attempting to harness natural energy is quite enticing. If he truly succeeds, he may be able to wholesale Shunhui in the future. Thus, even in the face of injury, Menma shows no intention of retreating. Neither party flinched. They appeared resolute in their mutual destruction. Their hands drew nearer, and just as Menma's hand was about to brush against Kakashi's eye, he sensed a gust of wind approaching from behind. In an instant of hesitation, Menma decisively relinquished this opportunity, his body passing directly through Kakashi. He turned around, and a golden staff halted before Kakashi, the overwhelming force of the wind propelling Kakashi backward. Third Hokage, Naruto exclaimed with delight. Yes, Naruto, quickly leave this place. This adversary is exceedingly perilous, the third Hokage remarked without glancing back. Instantly, two Umbu emerged, scooping up Naruto and swiftly departing. Menma, what brings you here? The third Hokage inquired, gripping the golden staff, his expression grave as he regarded the masked figure ahead. Meanwhile, the surrounding Umbu rapidly dispersed, encircling the area and preparing to weave seals in an attempt to ensnare the masked man. What a pity. The third Hokage appears to be as vigorous as ever. Menma couldn't help but taunt upon witnessing him. Then his gaze shifted back to Kakashi. What a shame. Should I launch a surprise attack later tonight? Contemplating the earlier possibility, Menma was indeed eager to test it. The full power of the Shunhui Mangekyo Sharingan had already been showcased during the final battle. However, recognizing the absence of opportunity, Menma chose not to pursue it further. Despite possessing the strength to overpower both Kakashi and the Hokage to forcibly seize it, such an endeavor would lack significance. Well then, I bid you farewell until we meet again, Menma stated, shaking his head. Just as his words concluded, a flash of lightning accompanied by the golden staff obliterated his form. Yet, Menma paid no heed, vanishing completely from their sight. Damn it, the third Hokage muttered, his countenance darkening as he internally cursed the situation. The sealing book had been taken by the enemy, which posed a significant dilemma. It is worth noting that the sealing technique serves as a legacy of the Hokage, containing records of forbidden jutsu developed within Konoha. Should outsiders become aware of it, Konoha's intelligence would be compromised, and if someone were to master the forbidden techniques inscribed within, it would spell disaster for the village. Menma, however, remained indifferent to the happenings in Konoha. After departing this world, he returned to his own chamber. His first action was to examine the sealing book, anxious that the third Hokage and others might have enacted some contingency. Indeed, Menma soon discerned the intricacies within. With a decisive strike, he placed his hand upon the sealing book, re-establishing a seal upon it. To attempt sealing techniques in the presence of the Uzumaki clan is sheer folly, Menma smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. His expertise in ninjutsu encompassed the arts of summoning and sealing. To attempt summoning in his presence would be akin to brandishing a sword before Guangdong. The sealing book was now inscribed with a contract, allowing summons to be called forth. However, it was now sealed by Menma. Henceforth, this artifact and the beings it contained would wholly belong to him. Chapter 35. Testing. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in a warm glow. The sky was a brilliant blue, devoid of clouds, resembling a beautiful painting. Yet, Menma remained lost in slumber, having stayed up late the previous night poring over the mysterious sealing book. To be frank, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Although the book contained numerous formidable forbidden techniques, most of them already existed in this world, having evolved and matured over time. This realization somewhat dampened his expectations of the sealing book, regarded as a precious artifact. Nevertheless, it also documented several unique ninjutsu, such as Edo Tensei and the Art of Darkness, techniques absent from this realm. However, these jutsu held little utility for Menma, lacking in completeness and practicality. As one who pursued excellence, he had little interest in jutsu that remained unrefined, preferring instead to seek singular and powerful abilities. After cataloging all the ninjutsu into his encyclopedia, Menma unhesitatingly chose to rest. At that moment, the morning sun gently caressed his face, and he remained enveloped in delightful dreams, a faint smile gracing his lips as if relishing a splendid adventure. Suddenly, a shadow appeared at the window, blocking the morning light and casting a hint of darkness over the room, allowing Menma to sleep even more soundly. "I knew this guy would be sleeping in," Hinata remarked, somewhat exasperated. Tapping on the window and finding it ineffective to awaken Menma, she opened it and slipped inside. Seizing a corner of the quilt, she abruptly yanked it off. Upon seeing Menma in his pajamas, a flicker of disappointment crossed her eyes. The commotion finally roused him, and as he groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a familiar face. "Ah, Hinata, good morning," Menma yawned lazily. "Idiot, do you realize what today entails? Why are you still sleeping? Today? What are we doing today?" Menma struggled to recall, finally remembering that it was the time for the Jonin leader assessments. His Jonin leader was Orochimaru, not that lazy Kakashi. He quickly sat up and began dressing, only to remember that there was someone else in the room. Turning, he found Hinata's wide eyes fixed on him, a black line of embarrassment crossing his forehead. "Hey, Hinata, this is my room, and I need to change. Go ahead, I'll just turn around," Hinata replied. "Do you really think I'm a fool?" Menma retorted, rolling his eyes at the absurdity of it all. There was no difference between the front and back in terms of angles. However, he was too lazy to argue. If he didn't hurry, he would surely be late. Raising his hands, he activated the fourth stage of Hiration, and in an instant, his pajamas transformed into his usual attire. "TSK, what a luxury, using ninjutsu just to change clothes," Hinata grumbled, her expression filled with dissatisfaction as she had not seen what she wished to see. Such a wealthy brat. No one else could afford such extravagant behavior. If the chakra within one's body were to be entirely depleted, it would necessitate extracting from one's bodily cells, which could lead to self-destruction. "Enough of your grumbling. Let us move." Menma placed his hand atop her head, and in an instant, they vanished. They arrived at Training Ground 7. Glancing around to see that others had not yet arrived. "What time is it?" Menma pondered, suddenly recalling that he had forgotten to ask for the time, and looked towards Hinata. With an innocent expression, her large eyes blinked. "It's probably around 7 o'clock. That early? Why did you wake me up?" "Because I knew you liked to sleep in, so I came to wake you, fearing you might be late," Hinata replied with a grin. "Well, I suppose I owe you my thanks," Menma remarked, rolling his eyes. "No need for thanks. We're friends. Just buy me breakfast," Hinata teased, revealing her true intentions. All right, let us go then. Whatever you say, Menma said, gently placing his hand atop her head again, and then slowly extending his fingers to ruffle her hair. In the next moment, the two vanished from their location. Idiot, don't just mess with my hair. A faint voice of discontent floated on the wind. Shortly thereafter, the two finished their breakfast and hurried back to the training ground, where Yume awaited their arrival in quiet anticipation. In the dense forest, Orochimaru materialized like a specter, his pallid visage and enigmatic movements evoking a chilling aura akin to that of a ghost. Good morning, Orochimaru-sensei, Menma greeted, raising a hand in salutation. A smile gracing his features. Yet, a tumult of complex emotions surged within him, for he had never envisioned that Orochimaru would become his teacher in this world. This wondrous coincidence filled him with both exhilaration and profound reflection. Orochimaru momentarily paused, disrupted by the address of Orochimaru-sensei, as Menma typically referred to him simply as Orochimaru, reserving the title Orochimaru-dano for inquiries. Good morning, Menma-kun, Orochimaru acknowledged, nodding to the trio as he approached, standing before them. My time is quite limited. Thus, I will not frequently accompany you on missions. For simpler tasks, you may undertake them independently or with other teams. Hence, I must ascertain your respective skill levels, as this assessment will determine the difficulty of your assignments. Without further ado, Orochimaru elucidated their team's situation. The trio nodded in understanding. Orochimaru was genuinely occupied, being the sole scientist in the ninja realm, perpetually immersed in his laboratory. His desire to ascend to the rank of team leader was a personal request to Tsunade, with the intention of taking Menma as his apprentice. Unleash your full strength and attack me, Orochimaru commanded, fixing his gaze on the three. They exchanged glances and nodded, retreating and assuming battle stances. Uchiha Yumi initiated the assault, her hands swiftly forming seals as she prepared to execute ninjutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu, she intoned, and a colossal fireball erupted from her mouth, hurtling towards Orochimaru. He stood still, observing the massive fireball as it approached, showing no inclination to move. He was already well aware of this young ninja's capabilities. As the fireball neared, Orochimaru subtly nodded in recognition of Uchiha Yumi's prowess. Though merely a simple fireball, it contained a considerable amount of chakra, and her control over the technique was remarkably proficient. However, as a member of the Uchiha clan, such skill was to be expected. Orochimaru regarded Uchiha Yumi with keen interest, his gaze suddenly drawn to her eyes. Within them, the three tomo of the Sharingan were distinctly visible. Orochimaru marveled inwardly. How astonishing that such youth could already awaken the three tomo Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Yumi launched another attack, seizing the opportunity provided by the fireball obscuring Orochimaru's vision. Her companions sprang into action, each casting their own ninjutsu in an attempt to inflict damage upon him. Wind style, gale palm, and air slash were unleashed, the wind intensifying the flames, causing the fire to blaze even more fiercely. Subsequently, Hinata's air slash stealthily penetrated the inferno. The arena erupted in a violent explosion, smoke billowing forth. Menma waved his hand, sending forth a blade of wind that dissipated the smoke, revealing only a large crater left in the ground. You performed admirably. Orochimaru's voice resonated from behind them, prompting the trio to turn. Orochimaru began forming seals, and upon witnessing this familiar sequence, Menma's brow involuntarily twitched. The space behind Orochimaru warped, and a pattern resembling a formation materialized behind him, rapidly expanding to envelop him. This mysterious array of patterns extended outward, connecting the four cardinal directions. As the formation activated, four radiant circles slowly emerged, casting a luminous glow upon Orochimaru's cold and imposing figure, rendering him akin to a divine warrior. Each circle bore unique inscriptions: Qing, Baizhu, Xian. In an instant, four dazzling beams of light shot forth from the circles, akin to four luminous meteors streaking across the sky. Soon after, four colossal and diverse mythical beasts soared forth, exuding an aura that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. These were the legendary Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. It became clear that this was the summoning technique, the four symbols technique, conceived through the collaborative efforts of Menma and Orochimaru. This formidable summoning jutsu could summon the fabled beasts to engage fiercely in battle against adversaries. Zhuke and Xuanwu charged toward the astonished Hinata and Uchiha Yumi without hesitation. Meanwhile, Qinglong and Baihu materialized before Menma, emanating an overwhelming presence as they launched a ferocious assault. Qinglong opened its massive maw, unleashing a torrent of searing flames, while Baihu wielded its razor-sharp claws, releasing a barrage of slicing wind blades that threatened to tear Menma apart with their piercing howls. Let's put this ninjutsu to the test. Orochimaru mused with interest, eager to discover the true extent of the power they had developed through their research. This provided the perfect opportunity for Menma to personally experience the might of this technique, a prospect he was certain would intrigue him. Orochimaru was not mistaken. Since the technique's creation, there had been no chance to experiment with its capabilities, as the summoned beasts were indeed formidable. Each possessed the strength of elite jounin, and uncovering their limits was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. The ground shook as the smoke cleared, revealing Menma, now clad in a layer of chakra, five tails swaying in the breeze behind him. He had become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You have perfectly harnessed the power of the Nine Tails, Menma-kun, Orochimaru acknowledged. Surprised that at such a young age, Menma could wield this formidable strength. With his arms crossed, Menma stood confidently, his tailed beast cloak surpassing the capabilities of most ninjas, providing both offense and defense. The tailed beast cloak was impervious to the attacks of ordinary ninjas. Particularly, the Nine Tails cloak was the most powerful among all tailed beasts, with its four tails capable of absorbing the damage from the Kusanagi sword. As his tails lashed about, the two summoned beasts before him were repelled. While Menma managed to access the tailed beast cloak with relative ease, his companions struggled against the might of the four beasts, each possessing unique abilities. Qinglong commanded the natural elements, wind, fire, lightning, and could unleash and consume them at will. Baihu boasted a solid physique, formidable attack power, and astonishing speed, capable of executing attacks reminiscent of sword techniques. Zhuke wielded the power of fire, but not just any fire. It could incinerate everything in its path. And unlike the fabled Amaterasu, its combustion speed was extraordinarily rapid. This left Hinata and Uchiha Yumi at a significant disadvantage as they faced these extraordinary beasts. Even Hinata's most powerful technique, the air slash, could not penetrate Xuanwu's impenetrable shell. Chapter 36, A Grueling Battle. Both Hinata and Uchiha Yumi found themselves ensnared in a fierce struggle, unable to breach the defenses of their opponents. As Uchiha Yumi faced Jutsu as flames, she realized that even her own fireball could be consumed by this inferno, leading her to understand that she could not engage directly. Meanwhile, Menma continued to probe the limits of the two summoned beasts. His five tails allowed him to hold his ground, their assaults remaining within his tolerance. Menma pressed on with his experimentation. Extending his right hand, a black energy sphere began to coalesce in his palm. This was the Rasengan. Every individual's Rasengan is unique. Due to the presence of the Kyubi within him, Menma's chakra manifests as a dark hue, imparting an ominous aura, and his chakra's destructive capability is unparalleled. With equivalent offensive power, his attacks are rendered even more potent. At that moment, a faint smile graced Menma's face as he remarked, "It seems you are not as formidable as you claim." Following this declaration, Menma hurled the Rasengan towards one of the divine beasts. Upon witnessing this, the beast opened its mouth, attempting to unleash a torrent of flames to counter the incoming Rasengan. However, in an instant, Menma appeared before it, delivering a powerful blow with the Rasengan directly onto its form. The Rasengan detonated upon impact, creating a resounding explosion. The Qinglong managed to withstand the strike, but subsequently lost its capacity for movement, plummeting from the sky and slowly disappearing. One adversary had been vanquished. Is this the pinnacle of defense? Orochimaru, observing the battle between the trio, noted Menma's effortless defeat of one beast, a contemplative glimmer appearing in his eyes. He was satisfied with the offensive capabilities of the four divine beasts, which exhibited a commendable balance. Yet, their performance fell short of the legendary image. Was it due to the inadequacy of the summoning technique? Orochimaru began to ponder how to enhance this ability. Menma's decisive Rasengan had felled the so-called Qinglong, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After all, these were the legendary four divine beasts, and their strength seemed lacking. Was it that their summoning technique was not sufficiently refined? Menma, while contemplating, continued his assault on the Baihu. The Baihu possessed formidable defenses and considerable offensive might, but Menma, utilizing the Kyubi chakra cloak, could endure the damage. Other jonin would have to resort to evasion. Both sides exchanged blows, with Menma probing the limits of the Baihu, which proved suitable for combat against ninjas. A typical ninja, characterized by high attack and low defense, could only wait for the opportune moment to break through the Baihu's defenses. However, such tactics were accessible to only a select few ninjas. Observing this, Menma felt a sense of satisfaction. Extending his right hand, he conjured a swirling wind blade. Futon, Hapokasen, the spinning disc was swiftly launched, striking the Baihu's head. The moment of contact resulted in a brief standoff. But the Baihu could not withstand the overwhelming force and dissipated. Menma had swiftly dealt with his opponent, his gaze inadvertently shifting towards the others. Hinata, engaged in battle with the Xuanwu, appeared to be struggling. The Xuanwu's defensive capabilities were the strongest among the four divine beasts, its formidable shell capable of withstanding any assault. Hinata's attacks seemed feeble, dissipating upon impact with the turtle's shell without leaving a trace. In contrast, the Xuanwu unleashed a powerful jet of water from its mouth, carving a deep trench in the ground. Its formidable offensive strength was evident, and crucially, the Xuanwu's tail, resembling a spirit snake, rendered close combat impossible. It appeared that it was not the four divine beasts that were weak, but rather that Menma was exceptionally strong. Orochimaru approached, his admiration evident. Indeed, you possess remarkable ninjutsu, worthy of the second Hokage. If you were to continue your research, might you summon the legendary deities themselves? That, he believed, was unattainable. Orochimaru shook his head. Despite his eagerness, such feats were evidently impossible. Was it? Menma had not considered that the true strength in this world lay not in ninjutsu or sealing techniques, but in the seemingly inconspicuous summoning techniques. The depiction of summoning techniques in anime was sparse, primarily showcasing the legendary Sannin calling upon their respective summoning beasts for battle. Yet, upon encountering the Kumian Suppo-Hi, which allowed him to summon the Kumian beasts for combat, Menma truly grasped the terrifying power and potential of summoning techniques. Summoning techniques are space-time ninjutsu, applicable in myriad ways, including techniques like Hiruzen and the Five-Elemental Gate. Meanwhile, the two combatants had noticed that Menma had triumphed in his battle. Hinata, gritting her teeth, felt resentment towards Menma for not assisting her. In her anger, she unleashed a flurry of Bagua palm strikes. However, against the Xuanwu's shell, her efforts were fruitless. Uchiha Yumi found herself equally helpless, forced to dodge endlessly as the Juke pursued her. The Sharingan proved ineffective, and her ninjutsu could not reach the airborne Juke, leaving her with no choice but to flee. In a moment of desperation, Hinata prepared to unleash her full power, spinning her body and channeling a substantial amount of chakra. The Leaf Village's body technique ultimate move, Mokuton Shindo, manifested as a tornado that surged toward the Xuanwu below. Truly reckless, Menma thought, furrowing his brow. With Hinata's current attack power, breaching the Xuanwu's shell was impossible. These summoned beasts only dissipated when inflicted with fatal damage. Very well. Their abilities are limited. Menma prepared to intervene. The tornado collided with the shell but failed to breach its defense, eventually dispersing, causing Hinata to plummet. Menma utilized Hiruzen to appear beside her, catching the descending Hinata. The Xuanwu, witnessing two mere insects daring to provoke it and appearing before it, lunged forward with its tail, aiming to ensnare the two falling figures. Menma remained expressionless as his chakra cloak activated, this time unleashing the full extent of the nine tails. Inching closer to transforming into a miniature Kyuubi, the nine tails wrapped around him, shielding him from the Xuanwu's assault. Hinata, feeling dizzy, was enveloped in a warm chakra while inhaling a familiar scent. It was Menma. That rascal had finally arrived. A look of relief crossed her face as she instinctively tightened her embrace. Beneath the Kyuubi chakra cloak, Menma dispatched the most troublesome Xuanwu, his gaze shifting towards the Juke in the sky. Since the battle was airborne, he need not worry about collateral damage. The nine tails coalesced into an arc, with the chakra emanating from between them beginning to fuse. Chakra-tailed beast bomb, a circular beam of light shot forth, striking the Juke with devastating effect. The explosion resonated throughout the heavens, creating a substantial hole in the clouds, shocking everyone in Konoha. How powerful! No, it is Menma-kun who is truly formidable. Orochimaru concealed the astonishment in his eyes. Chapter 37, Uchiha Yumi's Dilemma. Within the bustling barbecue restaurant, the group, having just endured an intense battle, gathered for a meal. However, Hinata and Yumi, the two girls, appeared rather sullen, leaving Menma at a loss for how to console them. Orochimaru, munching on food, fell into contemplation, believing there were numerous areas to improve upon in the recent battle. In this lively barbecue establishment, other ninja squads were also dining. Hinata, eat more. All you do is eat. Hinata shot a glare in response, her tone brusque. Today's performance had been abysmal, leaving her in a foul mood. Menma, shaking his head in resignation, continued to eat, seemingly unaffected. He understood that the reason for their discontent stemmed from their less-than-ideal performance against the four divine beasts. In reality, the strength of the four divine beasts should not be underestimated. Their current performance was commendable. Sitting quietly beside them, Yumi remained silent, her demeanor oppressive. In comparison, her performance had been even less impressive than Hinata's. After all, Hinata had at least held her ground against the Xuanwu, while Yumi had been hopelessly pursued by the Juke. After finishing their meal, Orochimaru led the trio to the mission hall, where they exchanged pleasantries, indicating that they could independently take on some low-level tasks. Upon Orochimaru's explanation, the mission hall immediately consented, as his prestige in Konoha was hardly inferior to that of the other two. The three, including Menma, gazed upward in astonishment, realizing that only their esteemed teacher, Orochimaru, could conceive of such an arrangement. That night, Uchiha Yumi walked home alone, feeling disheartened, unaware of how late it had become. Her grandfather awaited her in the living room. "What troubles you, my dear granddaughter? Aren't you happy to have met your Jonin teacher on your first day?" he asked, perplexed, for he knew that Yumi's team leader was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. "Grandfather, am I weak?" At that moment, Yumi felt a wave of grievance wash over her upon encountering her grandfather. "What is it, my dear? Has someone bullied you? Tell me," he replied, his expression darkening, immediately suspecting the mischief of Uzumaki Menma. The old man had heard whispers of Menma's exploits in Konoha, a genius straddling two boats. Regret flooded his heart as he recalled that he should have dealt with that rascal decisively when he had the chance. Now it was too late. He was all too aware of the Uchiha clan situation. Stubborn and dogmatic, Yumi had chosen her path early on, awakening her Sharingan with 3 tomo, which made her conviction even more intense than that of her peers. Thus, attempting to separate the two was nearly impossible, compelling her grandfather to feign ignorance. Yet, when his granddaughter returned home in distress, he instinctively thought of Menma, realizing she had finally made a choice. However, it seemed he was overthinking it. Yumi recounted her day in detail to her grandfather. "Isn't the Sharingan useless?" she lamented, feeling it was merely a decorative feature, unable to replicate Menma's techniques or assist her in her battle against Suzaku. "Ah, is that the matter?" The old man sighed with relief, but his expression soon turned somber as he recalled the Sharingan's complexities. He had long known of Yumi's situation. Her Sharingan had awakened early, yet her physical prowess did not match, resulting in a disparity where, despite possessing a 3-tomo Sharingan, her combat ability was rather lacking. In simpler terms, her intellect grasped the concepts, but her body lagged behind. Yumi was well aware of this, which is why she had consistently trained her body over the years. However, nothing could compare to the actual impact of battle. Do not dwell on it, my child. It is merely that you are currently unable to harness the full potential of your Sharingan. Our Uchiha clan has a legacy spanning millennia. Her grandfather began to console her, though internally, he sighed for his unfortunate granddaughter. "Grandfather, I heard that our Uchiha clan possesses an even more formidable eye, the Mangekyo Sharingan. How does one awaken it?" Yumi asked cautiously, glancing at her grandfather. She sensed a sudden heaviness in the atmosphere after her question. As expected, her grandfather's demeanor darkened, and he spoke ominously. "Who told you about the Mangekyo?" His voice was low, laced with an undercurrent of danger. Yumi's heart tightened, sensing she might have crossed a line. She had never seen her grandfather's face so grave, which frightened her. "I read about it in the clan's archives. It is said that the Mangekyo Sharingan is our clan's ultimate power." Yumi's voice grew increasingly faint, nearly inaudible. Stealing a glance at her grandfather, she noticed his expression darken further, like the sky before a storm. Confusion filled her heart. Why was the Mangekyo Sharingan considered taboo among their clan? "Remember, do not seek that power. It is a cursed strength. To obtain it is to descend into darkness," her grandfather warned sternly. Observing Yumi's eyes filled not with fear but curiosity, which caused him to sigh inwardly. "Yumi, great power requires a steadfast heart to wield. Do you believe you possess such fortitude?" If relinquishing Menma could grant you this power, what would you choose? The old man feared his granddaughter might stray down a perilous path, feeling compelled to dissuade her from such thoughts. For him, Yumi's safety and happiness were paramount. Although Menma was somewhat capricious, his strength and genius were undeniable. With him around, even after his demise, Yumi would not face bullying, which is why he hoped she would never delve into the depths of Mangekyo power. The Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan not only required innate talent, but also emotional stimuli. One must lose their most cherished loved one to awaken such power. Upon hearing that she would need to sacrifice Menma to gain this strength, Yumi shook her head immediately. Ultimately, she was fortunate, possessing high talent, and, due to her character, found it easy to awaken her eyes. Her initial awakening had been spurred by emotional triggers, and later, Menma's teasing had directly led to her acquiring the three-tomo Sharingan. She had never experienced the depths of life and death. Her awakening was a result of other emotions, indicating that Yumi's potential was indeed considerable. It's merely a secret technique. Our Uchiha clan possesses many. Tomorrow, I'll find a few for you, her grandfather reassured her, finally managing to lift her spirits. The room was sparsely decorated, devoid of ornamentation. Save for a wooden sculpture resting above the head of her bed, a birthday gift from Menma that she cherished dearly. Although her mood improved somewhat after her grandfather's counsel, the deep-seated turmoil within Yumi remained unchanged. She retained her kind-hearted nature, yet the Uchiha clan's intrinsic stubbornness and resolve were not easily swayed. Faced with Menma's formidable prowess, Yumi could accept defeat, yet she found herself overshadowed even by the previously timid Hinata Hyuga. If she did not strive to catch up, the rift between them would only widen, leaving her to gaze longingly at their backs. With a resigned sigh, she pondered, Menma, what must I do to keep pace with you? She murmured softly to herself, her voice barely above a whisper. As time passed, her eyelids grew heavier, and she unconsciously succumbed to sleep. In the darkened room, the moonlight illuminated the floor, revealing a figure gradually emerging from the shadows. Menma gazed at her, having heard her earlier words. Great power is not easily controlled. Menma's figure glided silently to Yumi's side. Chapter 38. Mangekyo Sharingan. The cool moonlight spilled through the window like liquid silver, enveloping the room in a serene glow. On the tatami mat, a delicate girl lay peacefully asleep, her breath soft and steady, seemingly lost in sweet dreams. Beside the tatami, a figure stood silently, backlit by the bright moon, obscuring his features. This figure silently observed the slumbering girl, his expression complex and profound, as if harboring endless thoughts and emotions. He stood there for a long time, silent, as if contemplating something of great significance. At that moment, Menma's heart was a tumult of contradictions and struggles. He could not deny that when he first approached her, he harbored some less than noble intentions. The Wenwenggang, a legendary power, has arrived in this world, and naturally, one wishes to witness it firsthand. Coincidentally, the girl beside him possesses the potential to awaken this extraordinary ability. Thus, having just traversed into this realm, he instinctively seeks to draw closer to her, hoping to find a way to stimulate her and witness the moment she unlocks the Wenwateng. To him, this may merely be an act of curiosity, but as time passes, circumstances begin to shift. Through their daily interactions, Menma gradually realizes that he has overestimated his own resolve. The heart of a child is often pure, and the Uchiha clan is renowned for its sincerity. Once they develop feelings for someone, they remain steadfast, unwilling to change their affections easily. Gazing at the girl peacefully sleeping on the bed, Menma finds himself momentarily dazed, questioning the necessity of his plans. Can he truly go through with it? Initially, his childhood plan involved nurturing their relationship, akin to the story of Uchiha Obito, hoping to present her with a demonstration, while also curious if she might awaken the ultimate power, Shui. Yet now, as Menma watches her, he feels a pang of reluctance. How could I be so heartless? Menma acknowledges his own softness, despising the person he has become, torn between the desire to be good and the reluctance to embrace villainy, caught in a state of mediocrity. Those who lack purity in their intentions find their journey through life increasingly arduous. One must either be a wholly good person or a wholly bad one. Those with wavering resolve look down upon themselves. Amidst his internal struggle, Menma's gaze gradually solidifies with determination. Yumi, let us test this. If you cannot awaken it, it simply means I do not hold enough significance in your heart. Menma has made his decision and begins to form hand seals. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous theories, some suggesting the use of Jinjutsu to create tragedies that provoke the Uchiha clan into awakening their Wangan. However, upon arriving in this world, he realized that ordinary Jinjutsu could not achieve such effects. A ninja's vigilance would alert them to the illusion, rendering it ineffective unless it were an extraordinary technique like the infinite Tsukuyomi, which transcends typical illusions, ensnaring the mind and body entirely. Yet, Menma's Duju Kaifa de Huanmeng diverges from traditional Jinjutsu. It consists of dreams, naturally occurring illusions during moments of deep relaxation. Unless the dreamer realizes they are dreaming, everything remains entirely real, as the dream's essence reflects upon the physical body. Now, Menma's intent is to cast a nightmare upon her, to see if she can awaken the Wenwatan Qingyan. The script is already written. The night stretches endlessly, and the path of life is long and fraught with uncertainties. Yet, as long as we harbor a goal within our hearts, we can maintain a steadfast direction and press forward. In the dreamscape, time flows serenely, and Menma, Uchiha Yumi, and Hinata Hyuga gradually mature into adulthood. Menma harbors feelings for Uchiha Yumi, having played together since childhood, embodying the essence of childhood innocence. However, Yumi is troubled by Hinata's persistent attachment to Menma. Finally, one day, Menma gathers his courage to propose to Uchiha Yumi, expressing his earnest desire to take her as his wife. Simultaneously, in the external world, Menma holds a colorful orb, through which he can not only manipulate and observe everything occurring within, but also sense the emotional fluctuations of the characters involved. Witnessing Uchiha Yumi completely immersed in the bliss of love, experiencing profound relaxation both physically and mentally, a glimmer of coldness and resolve crosses Menma's eyes, as if something significant is about to transpire. At this moment, the plot reaches its climax. Before the gates of the Uchiha clan, Menma stands quietly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Today, he and Uchiha Yumi have agreed to visit the elder to discuss their marriage. Sunlight bathes him, outlining his tall and slender figure. Clad in a simple black robe, his long hair flows with the wind, slightly obscuring his profound gaze. Those eyes, like deep pools, conceal their mysteries while emanating an alluring charm that captivates onlookers. Just then, a familiar voice calls from behind. Menma, I have something to discuss with you. The voice sends a jolt through Menma, and he slowly turns, his gaze landing upon the girl standing a short distance away. It is Hinata Hyuga, her hair tied in a side ponytail, tall and fierce, still exuding that familiar aura. Menma furrows his brow, his tone laced with impatience. Hinata, I have already said that I like Uchiha Yumi. Let us remain good friends, and do not entangle me further. Just as Uchiha Yumi, who had been walking behind Menma, hears these words, a smile of happiness spreads across her face, and her steps involuntarily halt. A warm current surges within her, knowing she holds a special place in Menma's heart. However, this joy is short-lived. You bastard. Only I can abandon you. How dare you cast me aside? Hinata's eyes widen, brimming with fury and resentment. If I cannot have it, no one else shall. Suddenly, Hinata's expression contorts, becoming grotesque and terrifying, her face marred by bulging veins. Her once clear eyes now filled with ferocity and determination, as if she has transformed into another being. With astonishing speed, her right arm pierces through Menma's chest, akin to a sharp sword mercilessly stabbing the heart of her enemy. This unforeseen turn of events leaves both of them stunned. Menma's face reveals shock, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he still cannot accept the reality unfolding before him. Why? Menma's voice trembles, blood spilling from his mouth and staining the ground. His gaze is laden with despair and confusion, unable to fathom why the once gentle Hinata would commit such a treacherous act against him. Hinata tightly embraces Menma's neck, leaning closer to his ear, whispering coldly, because if I cannot have it, I would rather destroy it myself. Her voice is icy and cruel, infused with an indescribable hatred and madness. Behind them, Uchiha Yumi witnesses this heart-stopping scene, her eyes wide with disbelief. She yearns to intervene, but feels utterly powerless. Don't. Uchiha Yumi's voice conveys boundless anguish and sorrow. Yet, Hinata remains unyielding, coldly regarding Uchiha Yumi, her gaze flickering with cruel intent. Hinata flashes a sinister smile at Uchiha Yumi, as if mocking her helplessness and fragility. Ah, Hinata Hyuga, you demon. I will personally kill you and avenge Menma. Uchiha Yumi screams, her heart consumed by rage and hatred, vowing to make Hinata pay dearly. In this moment, Uchiha Yumi is utterly engulfed in confusion, her mind consumed by a singular thought. I must kill her. I must avenge Menma. Her eyes gradually turn crimson, brimming with murderous intent. Before long, her three-tomo-yan begins to spin, as if drawing the entire world into its vortex. The speed escalates, ultimately converging into a mysterious and formidable pattern. The Lan is officially awakened. In the external world, Menma sits quietly, his gaze fixed upon the orb, observing everything transpiring within. Although he meticulously orchestrated these events, the sight before him, especially Hinata's grotesque smile, sends a chill coursing through his heart. Will such events truly come to pass? He muttered to himself, yet as he considered Hinata's character, his confidence immediately waned. Indeed, favoritism must be avoided. Only through equitable distribution can one maintain stability. With this thought lingering in his mind, his gaze fell upon Uchiha Yumi, who lay there, suddenly opening her eyes. Her gaze vacant, clearly still ensnared in the clutches of a nightmare. The three-tomo in her eyes began to spin rapidly, merging into a singular form in an instant. Menma was taken aback, his body instinctively entering a ghostly state. Danger! Danger! The immense ocular power erupted, and without hesitation, Menma dove underground, fleeing the scene. At that moment, Uchiha Yumi remained trapped in her nightmare, and with Menma unable to exert control, the situation deteriorated further. Yumi realized she was no match for the darkened Hinata, inciting her fury even more. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in her eyes unleashed a formidable ocular power. The elderly man, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the overwhelming surge of the kaleidoscope and sat up abruptly, glancing towards his granddaughter's room. This is bad. Something has happened. He hastily donned his clothing and rushed towards the commotion. Yumi, what's wrong? What happened? The old man opened the door, and an immediate wave of pressure hit him. Chapter 39. Comforting Yumi, the serene atmosphere was shattered, creating a slight stir in the small courtyard, but soon tranquility returned. Outside, Menma, cloaked in a ghostly state, quietly observed until silence enveloped the interior, at which point he turned to depart. Successfully unlocking the kaleidoscope felt like a significant milestone, though the method of activation caught him off guard. What could her ocular technique be? Nevertheless, it mattered little. This experiment had substantiated the safety and reliability of his method. The Uchiha clan still had numerous members with three-tomo Sharingan. As long as he obtained the Kimui kaleidoscope or the Kimui ocular power from Kakashi's eye, he could potentially recreate another kaleidoscope. Menma pondered this as he made his way home, filled with hope and anticipation for the future. Upon returning home, Menma did not rest, but diligently recorded his experimental data and thoughts. The following morning, Menma's team assembled punctually in the mission hall. Due to the proximity of Menma and Hinata's residences, they arrived first. Before long, Uchiha Yumi also appeared, yet today, she was strikingly different, her entire demeanor transformed. What is taking you so long, you vixen? What do you want? Hinata scoffed, adhering to her usual banter. Menma internally lamented, realizing the gravity of the situation. As expected, there was no time to intervene. Uchiha Yumi suddenly lifted her head, an icy aura of murderous intent enveloping the space. At that moment, Yumi's eyes had already activated the three-tomo Sharingan, and in truth, her eyes had evolved into the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The chilling ocular power surged forth, intimidating Hinata into immobility. Without a moment's hesitation, Menma dashed in front of Hinata, blocking her line of sight. The dream was too vivid, and with the recent activation of her kaleidoscope Sharingan, Yumi's mental state was exceedingly unstable. The image of Hinata's icy hand piercing Menma's body replayed in her mind, and upon hearing Hinata's voice, Yumi could no longer suppress the hatred and murderous intent towards her. What are you going crazy for, vixen? Do you want to fight? Hinata, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her composure, her rebellious nature unafraid of confrontation, and immediately challenged Yumi. Menma felt a wave of frustration. Hinata, hold on a moment. Yumi is not in the right state of mind. After explaining, he swiftly pulled both of them away using the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from the location. In the depths of the Konoha forest, three figures abruptly materialized. Once Menma released Hinata, he began to thoroughly assess Uchiha Yumi's condition. The activation of the kaleidoscope Sharingan had evidently exerted a tremendous strain on her, affecting not only her mental state, but also altering her chakra, which had turned unusually frigid. Yumi, what exactly is wrong? If there is anything troubling you, please confide in me. We are comrades and the best of friends. Menma inquired with genuine concern. Uchiha Yumi's lips parted slightly before quickly closing again. Gazing at the familiar and comforting face before her, she felt a moment of disorientation, struggling to discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or reality. Simultaneously, her heart was filled with conflict and hesitation. Should she reveal the secret of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? After all, her grandfather had repeatedly warned her never to disclose anything regarding it. Yet, in that fleeting moment of uncertainty, she resolved that Menma was not among anyone she needed to exclude, for she harbored unwavering trust in him. Menma, I feel unwell, Uchiha Yumi finally spoke, her voice hoarse and cold. Hinata also noted that something was amiss with this vixen, a flicker of concern crossing her gaze. What has happened? Take your time and explain. Menma's tone was gentle, infused with a hint of Genjutsu's calming power. With Menma's emotional soothing technique, Yumi felt a significant sense of relief. Menma, if I change, will you still like me? Upon uttering this, Yumi noticed Menma's reaction was delayed, as both heard the sound of clenched fists. Hinata glared at Yumi, her teeth gritted. The sight of Hinata's face reignited Yumi's emotions, threatening to overwhelm her once more. All right, Yumi, we have grown up together. Surely you know my character by now? Please tell me what troubles you. I will surely help you. Menma ruffled her hair, simultaneously giving Hinata a reassuring glance to calm her down. Having soothed both their emotions, Menma's presence radiated a wave of tranquility, enveloping the three of them in a languorous aura, akin to a lazy cat basking in the sun, exuding an atmosphere of relaxation. Have you heard of the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Uchiha Yumi's spirit was thoroughly calmed, her tension and animosity dissipated. Of course, we have heard. The most powerful member of the Uchiha clan, Lord Uchiha Madara, activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Madara was renowned in this world, within Konoha, and countless individuals idolized him. There was ample documentation about him, and textbooks detailed his exploits extensively. Madara excelled in the kaleidoscope Sharingan. While Senju Hashirama was adept at wood release, this was no secret within Konoha. Yes, Menma, I activated the kaleidoscope Sharingan, Uchiha Yumi stated calmly. What? How could this be? Are you joking? Hinata nearly leapt in disbelief, her expression one of incredulity as she scrutinized Yumi. This was the legendary kaleidoscope Sharingan. How could it be possible? They had grown up with tales of it, the wood release of the first Hokage, the kaleidoscope Sharingan capable of contending with him. This was akin to a friend suddenly claiming to be Superman. The typical reaction would not be shock, but rather skepticism, as such claims were utterly unbelievable. At this moment, a hint of astonishment flickered across Menma's face, yet it was perfectly measured. With a delighted expression, he exclaimed, Wow, really? The kaleidoscope Sharingan? As expected of Yumi. You truly are the best. After speaking, Menma could not help but reach out to gently stroke Yume's head, as if comforting an adorable little kitten. This gesture was entirely natural for Menma, for he greatly cherished the act of caressing a girl's silky hair, a sensation that brought him immense comfort. Over time, this fondness had evolved into a habit. Yume, being petted by Menma, appeared to revel in the experience, her eyes narrowing to mere slits in delight. I can show you my Mangekyo Sharingan. Yume hesitated momentarily before speaking to Menma in a somewhat uncertain tone. Upon hearing this, Hinata's eyes widened in alarm as she exclaimed, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Hinata jumped into action, fully aware of the dangers of gazing directly into the eyes of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, especially since it was likely that Yume had activated her Mangekyo. She began to doubt whether this vixen intended to stir trouble. Menma maintained his composure. Although he felt a flicker of reluctance within, he outwardly trusted Yume, nodding without hesitation. The courage to meet the gaze of the Mangekyo Sharingan was not something many would dare without a strong belief in the other person. Upon hearing Menma's agreement, Yume was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to contain herself as she embraced him again. Indeed, only Menma is the best. Hey, you vixen, let go of Menma. It's getting serious. Hinata silently fumed, feeling that Yume's actions today were a relentless provocation of her patience. Chapter 40, Mangekyo Technique, Dreamscape. The morning sun, though somewhat scorching, illuminated the forest with an extraordinary brightness. By the riverside, the three sat quietly, with Menma gazing curiously at Yume's eyes, his own wide with wonder. What a pair of beautiful eyes they were. They were both stunning and enigmatic, captivating all who beheld them. The intricate patterns within her eyes were natural and mysterious. And when one locked gazes with her, it felt as if one could plunge deep into the essence of their being. Indeed, these were the unique Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, Yume unabashedly revealed her Mangekyo Sharingan. The three interlocking tomo in her eyes formed a circular, complex design, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Yume widened her eyes, locking gazes with Menma. Thanks to the special abilities of the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan, Yume could see the fine pores on Menma's face, the subtle tremors of his muscles, and every nuance of emotion reflected in his eyes. There was no hint of fear or dread on Menma's face. Instead, it was filled with curiosity. His eyes, clear as water, radiated innocence and wonder, allowing Yume to feel completely at ease. Experiencing the true Mangekyo Sharingan at such close proximity, Menma's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a new world. The disparity between the second dimension and the third dimension was immense, akin to the difference between a robot and a human. Though a robot could be incredibly lifelike, it always exuded an unsettling aura. Similarly, the Mangekyo Sharingan was no exception. In reality, it was often portrayed as demonic, emanating an aura of malevolence and mystery. However, it was only upon witnessing it in reality that one could truly appreciate its mystique and power. Indeed, the Mangekyo Sharingan contained traces of a sinister chakra, yet the beauty and enigma it exhibited were utterly irresistible. Menma instinctively leaned closer, seemingly eager to scrutinize this wondrous eye. Yume sensed Menma's proximity and stiffened slightly, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue. Her eyes involuntarily blinked, revealing her shyness and nervousness. It was then that Menma realized they were too close. While Hinata had long since turned away, unwilling to witness the scene, Menma chuckled, contemplating, and suddenly leaned in closer, gently touching Yume's eye before swiftly pulling back, barely giving her time to react. Yume's eyes widened in astonishment, her beautiful Mangekyo Sharingan reflecting a look of bewilderment. Excited and delighted, she felt the urge to speak. But Menma had already ruffled his own hair. It seems Menma truly likes me. Menma sensed that Yume had reverted to her former self, a sigh of relief escaping him. He feared that his actions might lead to her complete descent into darkness, but it seemed that the awakening of the Mangekyo had not greatly altered her personality. The most significant factor was that the person she cared for, Vortex Menma, was still alive, serving as an anchor, as long as he remained. She would not succumb to darkness. How beautiful. How do you feel about it yourself? This was Menma's immediate impression of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Yume blushed slightly, her demeanor becoming somewhat bashful. It feels fine. At present, she did not experience any negative effects, and as long as she did not utilize Susanoo, her body suffered no significant strain from the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, Menma's curiosity lay primarily with her ocular techniques, although it appeared Yume had forgotten to mention them. Does your Mangekyo Sharingan possess any new abilities? Upon hearing this question, Hinata, who had averted her gaze, perked up with interest. Well, each Mangekyo Sharingan has its unique ocular technique. Yume hesitated for a moment, glancing at Hinata. Still, considering Menma's presence, she ultimately decided to reveal the information. Ocular technique. Hinata's curiosity was unmistakable as she turned back to Yume. Yes, my ocular technique is called Dreamscape. These two individuals beside her were her closest friends. Although Hinata was her rival, the relationship they shared was a blend of both competition and camaraderie, prompting Yume to be candid about her ocular technique. Menma felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed not to be the Kamui he had longed for. After planning for so long, it felt as if he had missed the mark by just a fraction. If only she could wield the power of Kamui, the outcome would likely have been different. Nevertheless, he accepted that while Kamui was indeed formidable, the most suitable ocular technique would ultimately align with his own desires. Yume's ocular technique was simple, it was one of negation. In the instant she activated the Mangekyo, her thoughts were of denial, rejecting everything before her as false. Thus, her ocular technique, Dreamscape, embodied the power of negation. Menma was somewhat speechless upon hearing this, his expression a mix of complexity. The process may differ, but the outcome remained the same. Her ocular technique could also achieve a state akin to phantasm. If Obito's Kamui belonged to the realm of spatial properties, then Yume's technique could be classified as illusionary, akin to his Anaji. The principles behind Yome's ocular technique were somewhat similar to that of illusions, both deceiving the world. A remarkably powerful ocular technique, Menma concluded, acknowledging its strength. I will no longer be a hindrance. Yume seemed resolute in her promise. Menma's expression turned serious as he focused on the two, determined to instill a new perspective within them. Although he had traversed into this world, his mature worldview did not align with its principles. Nor did he wish for those around him to lose their lives over missions. In this regard, he strongly resonated with Kakashi's stance. Those who violate the rules of a ninja are deemed worthless, but those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than worthless. For him, whether or not he became a ninja was inconsequential. His dream was to grow stronger while living alongside his family, ensuring their safety. Thus, missions held little significance to him. Failure mattered not, but the safety of his comrades would always be paramount. Menma speaks with sincerity this time. For him, concepts like ninjas hold little weight. His arrival in the extraordinary world is driven by the desire to grow stronger. His focus lies in the study of chakra and the pursuit of martial techniques, which genuinely pique his interest. However, these words invigorate his two companions, their eyes brimming with emotion. Thus, he emphasizes that preserving one's life is paramount at all times. I possess the Flying Thunder God technique, ensuring my safety is guaranteed. If I decide to flee, no one in the ninja realm can hinder me. Therefore, remember this, if danger arises. I will hold the rear while you two escape without hesitation. Menma gazes seriously at Hinata and Yumi, devoid of any jest. Understood, they reply, exchanging a solemn glance that affirms their comprehension of Menma's heartfelt words. Observing their earnestness, Menma finally feels a sense of relief. He claps his hands together and proclaims, "Let us proceed and seek suitable missions to undertake. After all, this is our inaugural task as ninjas." With that, a familiar, warm smile graces Menma's face once more. At this moment, Hinata suddenly recalls something and frowns, complaining, "Speaking of which, that teacher is quite irresponsible. How could he leave us like this?" Upon hearing Hinata's words, Menma teases, "Haha, I think it's rather splendid. Are we not aware of our own situation? There is no need to enhance our strength through trivial tasks. Such a carefree existence suits us far better." The two girls chuckle at Menma's words, offering no rebuttal. Unlike ordinary ninjas, they hail from prestigious clans, endowed with inherited bloodlines, wealth, and ninjutsu, rendering relentless struggle unnecessary. Even though the higher-ups have tacitly accepted Menma as a candidate for the next Hokage, he remains indifferent to such hollow titles. At this moment, he desires nothing more than to relish this rare freedom alongside his friends. Menma, completely unaware of his own potential, has no aspiration to become Hokage. The burdens and troubles it entails are hardly appealing. The trio returns to the mission hall, with Menma leading the two girls inside. The hall is presided over by a chunin, who had already greeted them the previous day, and thus shows no surprise upon their arrival. "Ah, it's Uzumaki Menma. What type of mission are you seeking?" Those who work here possess certain connections. Even if Orochimaru has not specifically instructed them, they still afford Menma some courtesy. Their warmth has only increased. Menma glances at the clan emblem, recognizing it as belonging to the Nara clan. In this sweltering summer, the sun hangs high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. Silence envelopes the surroundings, with not a whisper of wind. Only the cool river water flows gently, meandering through Konoha before drifting toward the unknown horizon. This marks Menma's first mission, and after much deliberation among numerous tasks, he ultimately selects a seemingly simple, yet somewhat challenging river-clearing task. Presently, the three stand by the riverbank in the forest. "Menma, why did you choose such a task?" Hinata cannot help but complain, "It's far too filthy here." Indeed, such a dirty place makes this task quite troublesome. Both girls express their confusion and dissatisfaction. Having envisioned their first mission as one where they protect a princess of a small nation or a wealthy merchant, or perhaps delivering items, never anticipating it would involve cleaning up garbage. Menma rolls his eyes, secretly muttering to himself that he chose this task precisely because it was less crowded, easy, and offered high rewards. Although it appears simple, this task carries certain difficulties and technical requirements. It primarily tests the ninja's water walking skills, which can prove challenging for students freshly graduated from the academy. Hence, such tasks are typically assigned to genin. "Alright, enough chatter. I'll handle this. You two should practice your ninjutsu," Menma states with an eye roll. He acknowledges he may not have fully considered the feelings of the two girls. This small river's primary purpose is to carry away the city's wastewater and refuse, indeed the same river that feeds into Konoha's sewer system. While lacking technological advancements, the refuse is quite unpleasant. Observing the so-called task of cleaning the river, Menma senses the impending trouble. Who do you think you're looking down on? Hinata retorts defiantly. We should tackle this together, Yumi asserts with determination. All right. What I mean is to use ninjutsu for the cleanup, Menma replies, rolling his eyes. Ninjutsu. The two exchange glances before looking back at the river. Though it is narrow, spanning 3 meters in width, its length is uncertain. They are genuinely puzzled about how Menma intends to employ ninjutsu for this task. Stepping back, Menma extends his right hand. Futon, Taifu Iko, a whirlwind materializes in his hand. Infused with chakra, he swiftly casts it forth, causing the whirlwind to expand rapidly in the air until it reaches a towering height of 5 meters. Chakra attributes refer to understanding the inherent characteristics of power. Here, the understanding of wind attributes equates to cutting, yet as is widely known, all elements possess multiple attributes. Menma's comprehension of nature surpasses that of anyone else. However, such understanding does not guarantee others can grasp it. For instance, everyone knows fire is hot. Yet incorporating the heat of flames into one's chakra attributes is a formidable challenge requiring time for experimentation. For Menma, this process is relatively simple due to his innate talent and the application of the multiple shadow clone technique for simultaneous training. This form of perceptual training is ideally suited for employing this ninjutsu as a shortcut. Thus, the whirlwind he creates embodies the principle of rotation. When the typhoon descends upon the river, it stirs up waves, pulling the tranquil waters into a whirlpool, ultimately transforming them into droplets that scatter. Meanwhile, the refuse and silt within the river are securely contained within the typhoon. As the typhoon advances, it transforms into a black mass filled with garbage and silt after traveling 10 meters. Menma directs the typhoon into the woods, allowing it to disperse. The trees should grow even better in the coming years. Fortunately, this world lacks plastic waste. This river connects to the sewer, which is why Menma dares to act in this manner. Menma, you've mastered the nature transformation, both girls exclaim in astonishment. Those from clans with lineage understand what this signifies. Of course I have, Menma replies, slightly proud, and I've mastered more than just one. In Menma's view, only by mastering nature transformation can ninjutsu be truly wielded with proficiency. That's incredible. How did you achieve it? Uchiha Yumi expresses her amazement. Although she has activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, her other skills remain at the Chunin level, and she finds herself lacking compared to Menma, who has trained for 3 years under Orochimaru, thus solidifying his foundational skills. Well, you can practice it yourselves, Menma suggests, contemplating the method of cultivation. Simply use shadow clones to push your limits. For instance, immerse your hand in flames, and combat the flames with chakra. Eventually, when you grasp the concept, your chakra will naturally embody the properties of fire. Upon hearing Menma's explanation, the two girls exchange glances, their mouths twitching. Unable to suppress their reactions, they simultaneously roll their eyes. Does that even make sense? Do you think everyone is like you? Hinata was the first to complain, noting that for a typical ninja, splitting their chakra to create a shadow clone was already a maximum exertion. To use shadow clones recklessly was simply courting disaster when engulfed in flames. The shadow clone had already vanished. Such a training method was beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, who could not afford the excessive chakra consumption nor endure the strain on their bodies. Thus, they could only resort to slow and laborious methods. Menma shrugged helplessly and continued to use a tornado technique to clear the silt and debris from the riverbed. The speed with which he employed ninjutsu was remarkable. Within a few gusts of wind, the entire stretch of the river was rendered pristine. Menma couldn't help but marvel at the convenience and efficiency of it all. Reflecting on the state of the world where extraordinary powers existed, yet all ninjutsu seemed to be focused solely on the art of killing. Could there not be some innovative techniques developed for daily life? However, that was merely a fleeting thought, as normal ninjas had limited chakra and viewed its utilization as akin to sacrificing their own life force. Except in life-and-death situations, ninjas constantly sought ways to conserve their chakra. While Menma undertook the task of clearing the river, the other two were engaged in their own training. Uchiha Yumi was acutely aware of her greatest deficiency. She had created a shadow clone to practice her chakra attributes while her main body focused on rigorous physical training. Only when her physique kept pace could she fully harness her Sharingan. Hinata was also training physically. Her path comparatively simpler due to the unique genetic heritage of the Hyuga clan, which had inherited certain traits from the Akatsuki clan. For instance, unlike ordinary ninjas, the Hyuga could unleash chakra from all their tenketsu. Furthermore, their chakra could be altered in nature, making their physical gifts particularly suited for the development of peculiar techniques. This reminded Menma of his childhood dream of replicating the fantastical techniques seen in anime, many of which he had indeed accomplished, with most being learned by Hinata. Albeit some lacked attribute variations and consumed a significant amount of chakra, the task of clearing the river, even for ninjas, would typically take an entire day. However, Menma, with his penchant for competition, had opted to use ninjutsu to clear the entire river and simultaneously enrich the Konoha forest. Thus, in just a few hours, the river was impeccably cleaned, leaving ample time for Menma and his companions to train. Initially, Menma had planned to spend the entire day training there and settle the task's remuneration in the evening. Yet, both women opposed this idea. Although the river had been cleaned, a lingering foul odor remained, which they found quite unpleasant. Reluctantly, Menma decided to finalize the task at midday. Upon entering the task hall, they encountered Narasuki, a woman from the Nara clan who was preparing to leave for lunch. She looked surprised upon seeing the three of them. "Is there something you wish to inquire about, Menma-kun?" she asked with a warm smile, fully aware of their identities and her teacher's presence, thus displaying a friendly demeanor. Menma, with a gentle smile, replied, "We are here to submit our task." His voice was soft, yet it astonished Narasuki. "How is that possible?" she exclaimed, her brows furrowing instinctively, filled with doubt. She scrutinized the trio before her, noting their immaculate appearance, devoid of any signs of having undertaken a task. Instantly, her frown deepened as she thought, "These three little brats can't be here just to make fun of me, can they? Now, Menma-kun, you cannot jest about task matters," Narasuki said with a serious expression, preparing to deliver a lecture to the young boy before her. However, Menma felt quite helpless, inwardly sighing, as expected. The inevitable has arrived. In truth, he had intended to linger there the entire day, but the two youngsters behind him adamantly disagreed. Just as Narasuki was about to speak, Menma unhesitatingly interrupted her, stating, "The task is indeed complete. If you doubt it, you may send a shadow clone to verify." He had no desire to engage in disputes, especially with someone as verbose as Narasuki. Upon hearing his words, Narasuki displayed a skeptical expression. "Are you certain of that?" Gazing at Menma's somewhat teasing smile, she found it difficult to discern whether he had truly completed the task or was merely toying with her. Despite her lingering doubts, considering the identity of the young ninja before her, she ultimately decided to send a shadow clone to inspect the situation. During this time, they could only remain in the hall, enduring the tedium. At that moment, a group entered through the door. "Ah, Menma, long time no see," Uchiha Sasuke exclaimed, immediately spotting the red-haired Menma. A smirk crept across his face as he teased, "Well, if it isn't Menma, it truly has been a while." "What do you mean long time no see? We just met a couple of days ago," Menma retorted, rolling his eyes. He also noticed his teammates, Haruno Sakura and Kuruma Yakumo, behind Sasuke. Sakura's gaze flickered with a subtle emotional shift upon seeing Menma, but when her eyes fell on the two women beside him, that emotion quickly dimmed. Uchiha Sasuke was notorious for his flirtatious demeanor, exuding an air of frivolity, especially when standing next to Menma, who radiated maturity and warmth. Not only powerful, but also eager to help others. This stark contrast left Sasuke overshadowed and powerless. Consequently, many harbored secret affections for Menma. Unfortunately for them, he was flanked by two formidable women, Uchiha Yumi and Hyuga Hinata. They were both rivals and comrades, constantly vying against each other, yet always presenting a united front before outsiders, leaving no room for other suitors to encroach. Of course, the primary reason was that Menma did not oppose their actions. He was not a stallion, and in comparison, he was presently preoccupied with the extraordinary power of chakra, devoting most of his energy to studying ninjutsu. "How is your progress? Do you need me to teach you a few more techniques?" Uchiha Sasuke lightly nudged Menma, raising an eyebrow and displaying a subtle, mischievous grin. Menma rolled his eyes again, internally muttering, "Is that really necessary? Ahem, are there any particularly formidable techniques?" Menma coughed lightly, glancing over at Hinata and Yumi, who were engaged in their own conversation, feeling a sense of relief. Throughout history, genuine feelings have often been elusive, and success lies in the skillful application of strategy. Although these methods may not always be applicable, it is always beneficial to learn more. This was also one of the reasons he and Uchiha Sasuke had become friends. Initially, Menma sought to enhance his rapport with Uchiha Yumi, but was unsure how to proceed, prompting him to seek advice from the romantic expert, Uchiha Sasuke. To his surprise, Sasuke had quite the knack for charming young girls. Thus, the two gradually became closer and eventually forged a strong friendship. I tell you, when pursuing a girl, you must engage their emotions. Even though you are childhood friends, occasional surprises are essential, Uchiha Sasuke whispered, lowering his voice as he began to impart his wisdom. To which Menma nodded frequently. Indeed, impressive. This guy was truly a master of romance, dedicating time and energy to the art of courtship. Hello, wide forehead. Mind your own, Uzumaki Sasuke. That rascal is once again teaching Menma a plethora of nonsensical things. If Menma gets led astray by that scoundrel, I shall hold you accountable. Upon witnessing the two whispering to one another, Hinata instantly clenched her fist, glaring fiercely at them. Sakura, feeling awkward, knew precisely what the two were conversing about. The reputation of Uchiha Sasuke had spread far and wide, marking him as a notorious playboy, either chasing after girls or plotting his next conquest. Cough. I still have tasks to handle, so you two continue your chat. Sakura promptly turned and approached Nara Yoshino, who immediately displayed a respectful demeanor, wearing a warm and courteous smile. Ah, Sakura, have you completed your mission? How did it go? As a paragon of the village, being the daughter of the fourth Hokage who sacrificed himself for the village, Sakura was met with friendly attitudes from many. She smiled and replied, "It went well, quite smoothly." Nara Yoshino inquired further, "Is there any difficulty you need assistance with?" Sakura shook her head. "No, thank you." The politeness of her interlocutor placed considerable pressure on Sakura. As the child of a hero, she felt compelled to emulate her parents and excel in every aspect. At school, she assisted her classmates, striving to achieve top marks. Oh, it was quite easy. The only issue was the teacher being somewhat unreliable, she internally grumbled. After completing the task, the teacher had dashed off to challenge his best friend, claiming that youth should not be wasted. The mere thought of her teacher made Sakura's lips twitch involuntarily. His personality was exceedingly vivid. Meanwhile, Menma, having listened to Sasuke's tale, couldn't help but give a thumbs up. All experience-based advice. Brother, you are indeed reliable. I shall rely on you from now on. Menma raised an eyebrow. In the world of shinobi, there are no marriage laws. If possible, Menma would love to experience marrying two at once. Hehe, you understand me. Rest assured, I won't forget you when new knowledge arises. The two exchanged conspiratorial laughter, a tad raucous. Uchiha Yumi, unable to bear the scene any longer, approached them. Keep your distance from Menma. Casting a fierce glare at Uchiha Sasuke, Yumi swiftly pulled Menma back. Menma shrugged helplessly and offered a thumbs up to Yumi. All right, Yumi. Sasuke is our classmate, and moreover, he is the son of your clan leader. We should give him some respect in public. Menma nervously defended Sasuke. The moment he spoke, Yumi's irritation only intensified. You know what kind of person he is, right? Stay away from him, or you might end up just like him. Uchiha Yumi was visibly upset. All right, no need to be angry. I'll avoid him in the future. I'm just a straightforward person. I simply wanted to learn some skills to amuse you. Menma's fibs flowed easily from his lips. Whether it was Hinata or Uchiha Yumi, their camaraderie developed naturally, not something Menma had deliberately pursued. Though Yumi suspected he might be lying, she still felt a sense of delight. As the group engaged in nostalgic conversation, the shadow clone technique was dispelled. Nara Yoshino received the memories and images from the clone, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. Her gaze towards Uzumaki Menma was laden with confusion. The task had been executed flawlessly, to the extent that she could scarcely comprehend how it had been accomplished. The river cleaning assignment was routinely issued, funded directly by the Hokage, and what could these genin accomplish? At most, they could merely clear some debris from the riverbed. However, she had not anticipated that Uzumaki Menma, this clever one, would defy expectations. Rather than merely cleaning, he had completely revitalized the entire river, eradicating all the silt and refuse. With such thoroughness, there would be no need for cleaning for months, effectively halting the river's economic activity. Shocked yet speechless, She pondered how seasoned genin might react upon discovering this. Chapter 43. Summoning Technique at the Konoha Barbecue Restaurant. Both teams simultaneously settled their mission accounts, coincidentally reaching mealtime, leading to a joint celebration. What a splendid idea. Everyone agreed they should joyously celebrate the successful completion of their tasks. After all, they were financially secure, and this was the commission from their inaugural mission. So they decided to indulge without further ado. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded in the barbecue restaurant. Two teams sat facing each other, the boys seated in the center, flanked by enchanting young ladies on either side. The six of them were already quite familiar with one another, sharing a candid conversation that traversed a variety of topics, from their respective squads and missions to their teachers, leaving no stone unturned. When discussing their leading jonin, the girls simultaneously exhibited expressions of exasperation. Meanwhile, within the Konoha laboratory, Uzumaki Menma's shadow clone was collaborating with Orochimaru on research. Now a disciple of Orochimaru, Menma could freely observe the proceedings. How do you find it, Menma-kun? Incredible. It surpasses my expectations. The sights before him left him utterly astonished. This was a vast laboratory, filled with an array of sophisticated instruments and experimental equipment, with data charts of various materials adorning the walls, each detail exuding an aura of science. Gazing at all this, Uzumaki Menma felt somewhat abashed. In comparison, his previous experiments seemed trivial. Orochimaru's work was evidently far more scientific and professional. However, despite the scientific ambience, Menma found much of it too esoteric to grasp. At that moment, Orochimaru spoke up. It seems Menma-kun has a keen interest in these matters. I certainly did not choose wrongly. We are kindred spirits. A faint, nearly imperceptible smile graced Orochimaru's lips. Subsequently, he guided Menma through the laboratory, introducing him to various experimental projects, encompassing technological research, innovative ninjutsu, and biological experiments. Leaving Menma in awe, he internally mused that there existed a plethora of wondrous phenomena in the world awaiting his exploration. Particularly, upon witnessing the scientific ninja tools developed by Orochimaru, he felt a sense of numbness. These tools could harness electricity or directly utilize chakra. After observing, Menma could only utter a single phrase, impressive. Most notably, he was captivated by the advanced technologies, such as the chakra lightsaber, which, when infused with wind chakra, would sprout razor-sharp blades. Simultaneously, he gained a general understanding of Orochimaru's recent research endeavors. The summoning technique had piqued Orochimaru's interest ever since Menma provided insights into it. The four divine beasts were merely ancillary products of his experiments. What stage have you reached in your research, Master? The two returned to the main laboratory, which was relatively spacious, and Menma curiously posed his question. We are jointly researching this ninjutsu, though our progress varies. Periodically, we exchange updates on our advancements and directions. Hehe. Ever since I heeded your advice, my approach has become bolder, especially after witnessing your chakra cloak. It inspired me to contemplate an alternative application of this ninjutsu. An alternative application? Could it be? Astute individuals speak in hints, and without a doubt, Uzumaki Menma was clever enough to instantly conceive of another potential use. If it is all about borrowing power, might one also be able to borrow from oneself? Menma contemplated the methods of Dongbei Mashien, which essentially involved transforming oneself into the summoned creature. Just like the Nine Tails, despite one's own formidable strength, one would still be unable to surpass Hashirama. However, if one aligned their intentions with Naruto and collaborated, there might indeed be a possibility. This exemplifies the phenomenon where 1 + 1 exceeds 2. For the summoned entity's existence remains uncertain to them. Although capable of combat, they possess merely instinctive abilities. When paired with human intellect, they could potentially surpass the creatures summoned. Upon witnessing this, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, realizing that he had indeed found the apprentice he desired, intelligent, bold, and imaginative. Orochimaru began to introduce the ninjutsu he had developed, even conducting a personal experiment. Teacher, this transcends the realm of summoning beasts. Should we not bestow upon it a new name, perhaps summoning technique? Summoning technique? A commendable name indeed. Summoning legendary entities for battle? Simple yet comprehensible, Orochimaru was quite satisfied, considering he had developed a ninjutsu that rivaled the Flying Thunder God technique. Meanwhile, Menma was also deep in thought, as the two had effectively grasped this newfound power together. Orochimaru's approach was ingenious, enveloping oneself in a layer of unique capability. However, Menma understood that this level merely paralleled his tailed beast cloak. To genuinely unleash this power, one must become a perfect Jinchuriki or something akin to Mashin. Nevertheless, this was already sufficient. In fact, achieving this step was a significant challenge for an ordinary ninja. The ninjutsu they had developed, in essence, followed the same path as summoning techniques, adhering to one of the fundamental principles of summoning, exchanging one's chakra from within. Thus, a deficiency in chakra would render one incapable of summoning a beast. Yet, the Flying Thunder God technique resolved this issue by allowing one to summon oneself. Coupled with sealing techniques, minimizing the need for traditional summoning, the two engaged in extensive discussion until evening, when Menma dispelled his shadow clone. Eagerly awaiting the clone's return, he immediately began to sift through its memories from the day. Upon reviewing, a satisfied smile graced Menma's face. This teacher was indeed commendable. The summoning technique? It was quite apartment. However, this world seemed to boast an array of peculiar creatures. The Six-Paths Sage, the Shinigami, evil deities, and various supernatural beings were all confirmed to exist within this realm. The soul of the Six-Paths Sage still resided in the Pure Land. And Menma was not the reincarnation of Ashura. He was merely an impostor, afraid to draw upon the sage's power. This task could be entrusted to Naruto to observe the sage's reaction. The evil deity was the first to be discarded, while the Shinigami, though possessing commendable abilities, was somewhat perilous and could be tested later. Next were the various supernatural beings. Before the arrival of the Akatsuki clan, individuals and entities wielding extraordinary powers existed in this world. Ninjas were a creation of the Six-Paths Sage, and prior to that, the world was abundant in natural energy, giving rise to numerous supernatural beings, alongside corresponding figures like priestesses and monks who wielded extraordinary powers. After considerable contemplation, Menma prepared to retire for the night. He then sensed the summoning from Uzumaki Naruto. Curiosity piqued regarding Naruto's progress. Menma was aware that his previous acquisition of the sealing book would undoubtedly impact Naruto. Yet he felt indifferent. They were not true brothers, and Menma was unconcerned. Rising, he activated his abilities, and in an instant, his consciousness traversed worlds, arriving at Uzumaki Naruto's side. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding following the previous incident. Upon Menma's removal of the sealing book, the third Hokage instantly recognized the gravity of the situation. He attempted to recall the sealing book through summoning techniques, yet the endeavor ended in failure. Konoha fell into a state of extreme anxiety. For the third Hokage had indeed lost the sealing book. Chaos reigned within Konoha, with much uproar for an extended period. Fortunately, the third Hokage's influence extended deeply into various clans, allowing him to cleverly shift all blame onto the masked man, Uchiha Obito. To further exaggerate the masked man's power and to showcase his own competence, the third Hokage publicly unveiled the true cause of the Nine Tails incident. As the populace learned of the masked man's unique abilities, they couldn't help but furrow their brows. He possessed the capability to render his body intangible, thus becoming immune to all attacks, revealing vulnerabilities only when the opponent struck, allowing him to retaliate. Undeniably, this ability posed a significant headache. Simultaneously, the entire village of Konoha dispatched numerous personnel to seek information regarding the masked man within the ninja world. However, disappointment was inevitable. As knowledge of the masked man was already scarce in the ninja world, Uchiha Obito, wary of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan, remained discreetly hidden in the shadows. Yet, the third Hokage's inability to locate him did not imply that others were equally uninformed. In the depths of Konoha's roots, the enigmatic Danzo, known for his vast knowledge, was far more aware of the situation than most. Although others were oblivious to the specifics of the masked man, Danzo had previously collaborated with him and thus had some understanding of the basics. Upon discovering the inside story of the masked man's theft of the sealing book, Danzo felt a surge of excitement. If he could successfully reclaim the sealing book, not only would he gain recognition among the higher-ups of Konoha, but he might also deliver a resounding slap to the third Hokage's face. With this boost in reputation, perhaps he could even ascend to the Hokage's seat. Thus, Danzo eagerly contacted the Akatsuki organization, expressing his willingness to offer a price to retrieve the sealing book. When Nagato received this news, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. What was going on? After acquiring specific information from Danzo, Nagato was equally confounded, pondering to himself, What could Uchiha Madara possibly want with a stolen sealing book? Did it hold some special significance for him? At Nagato's level, the so-called forbidden techniques were beneath his notice. Such things would crumble before the might of the Six Paths. In a dimly lit room within the Rain Country's tower, two figures were present. Nagato, calm yourself. Konan gently assisted Nagato in regulating his breathing. A golden opportunity had arisen to extract a substantial sum from Danzo. If possible, they could even eliminate this old nuisance. A cold glint flashed in Nagato's eyes as he struggled to forget the death of his dear friend, Yahiko, which was intertwined with Danzo's actions. Had it not been for Danzo's swift escape back then, they would not have had to endure such suffering. However, would Uchiha Madara truly relinquish the sealing book? Konan expressed concern, noting that their relationship with the masked man was one of cooperation without a hierarchical dynamic, and his abilities were exceedingly enigmatic. Thus far, they had been unable to contend with him. Let us summon him for inquiries first. Ignoring her concerns, Nagato promptly instructed Zetsu to relay the information to Obito. In a dark cave, Obito sat silently in the same position once occupied by Uchiha Madara, his gaze vacant as he stared ahead. At that moment, a shadowy figure stealthily appeared. It was Kaguya. Is there something you need? Obito inquired, his tone icy. Kaguya chuckled softly, stating, an intriguing incident has transpired outside. He then recounted Nagato and Konan's plan in its entirety. It turned out that Nagato intended to arrange a meeting with Danzo under the pretense of returning the sealing book, while laying a trap to not only swindle Danzo out of a significant sum, but also to eliminate this potential threat. Upon hearing Kaguya's account, Obito's expression beneath the mask contorted with displeasure and anger. He had not anticipated that someone would dare impersonate him. Are you certain that he employed the same ninjutsu as I? Obito's voice remained calm. Very well, had I not known your position, I too would have begun to doubt whether this was indeed your doing. Heiju, with a face devoid of expression, fixed his gaze upon Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito found himself ensnared in contemplation, his eyes reflecting a haze of confusion. The information could not be erroneous. Who could be impersonating him? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the impostor possessed abilities identical to his own. Such occurrences could yield significant consequences, thus warranting his utmost attention. Uchiha Obito was acutely aware that his greatest asset for survival was his Kimui. Should his intelligence be compromised or his weaknesses exposed to others, it would spell disaster. You must inform Nagato. I have agreed to this matter. Although he was unaware of who was impersonating him, he was nevertheless eager to observe, especially since he still needed to leverage Nagato to collect the tailed beasts. He could not refuse. And he also wished to test whether the one impersonating him would make an appearance. Was that truly your doing? Heiju inquired, perplexed. No, it was not. Then how did you come by the Book of Seals? One could easily fabricate a fake, considering that fellow is aware of the book's existence in my possession. Our objective is merely wealth and the head of the leader. Uchiha Obito's voice was frigid. A splendid idea. I shall notify Nagato immediately. Heiju vanished into the depths below, leaving only Uchiha Obito alone in the dark cave. Could there still be surviving members of the Uchiha clan? Or perhaps Kakashi? Uchiha Obito struggled to comprehend who could mimic him. The ability to replicate his techniques was nothing short of unfathomable. Kimui was unique, and the Uchiha clan had perished at his hands. Now only Uchiha Itachi and his inept brother, Uchiha Sasuke, remained, both of whom were unlikely candidates. Thus, he could not help but harbor his final suspicions toward Kakashi. Kakashi, though currently unaware, was oblivious to the fact that as the master of Kamui, Uchiha Obito had a profound understanding of that eye's capabilities. If there were even a sliver of possibility for imitation, only Kakashi could achieve it. However, Uchiha Obito quickly dismissed this notion. His mastery was solely due to the powers granted by his Hashirama cells. Even if Kakashi were to discover Kamui, he could never reach Obito's level of proficiency. So who could it be? Obito pondered, while Nagato was elated, and Danzo soon received the news and began preparations. Simultaneously, the third Hokage had temporarily quelled the uproar surrounding the Book of Seals. On the other hand, Naruto was released, as the matter ultimately fell upon him, for it was he who had stolen the book. However, the final blame rested on Mizuki, and Kakashi and the others understood that this was a scheme orchestrated by the Hokage, hence no one truly doubted Naruto. After being confined for a day, Naruto was finally freed. Chapter 45. Induction. Upon returning home, Naruto's first instinct was to summon Uzumaki Menma, for he was beset by a multitude of questions. Who are you truly? Did you take the Book of Seals? His eyes brimmed with indignation and uncertainty as he fixed his gaze upon Menma, his voice trembling slightly. Menma, having just appeared, exuded a hint of cunning in his voice. Who am I? I am you, the darkness within your heart, the vortex of shadows. His tone was deep, laced with mockery. As for the Book of Seals, indeed, it was I who took it. As for why, it was simply because I found it intolerable. Malice flickered in Menma's eyes as a smirk graced his lips, unhesitatingly exposing the third Hokage's machinations. Naruto's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he exclaimed, "You lie. Grandpa Third would never be that kind of person." His voice was filled with fury and desperation, refusing to believe that the third Hokage could be as Menma described. "Humph, you foolish child." Menma scoffed. "The third Hokage is merely a hypocritical old man. While he feigns concern for you, he is actually exploiting you. Do you truly believe he cares for you? He sees you as nothing more than a tool, a means to an end." Naruto's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. "No, it cannot be. Grandpa Third would never treat me this way." His voice trembled, and his body began to quiver slightly. "Haha, you really are naive." Menma's laughter echoed in the room. "Do you think you are special? You are merely an abandoned orphan. A monster ridiculed and scorned by all." Naruto gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly. "No, I am not a monster. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I will prove to you all that I am not a useless waste. Then tell me, if he is truly the Hokage, why do you suffer so? If he genuinely wished to help you, he would not allow others to bully you. Look." Menma manipulated his chakra, transforming the ground into a pitiful stray dog, then proceeded to kick it mercilessly, eliciting anguished cries from the creature. "You see, if you simply comfort it now, it will become the most loyal dog, and you will be its master, obedient to your every command." Menma smiled at Naruto, who remained silent. Though still a child, he was remarkably mature for his age. Not truly a fool. The example was too glaringly evident. How could one offer warmth only after inflicting suffering? There was something fundamentally amiss. So, was the so-called Book of Seals merely a test? Uzumaki Naruto's voice choked, his face a mask of incredulity. "What else could it be? Do you truly believe you possess the strength to steal the Book of Seals?" Menma retorted, while Naruto fell silent, tears slipping uncontrollably down his cheeks. Why? Grandpa Third could never act this way. He still struggled to accept the reality. Uzumaki Menma found the situation rather peculiar. A person's character is generally cultivated through experience. Yet Naruto's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of Senju Hashirama, the reincarnation of Ashura. Could it be attributed to chakra? Menma knew that even if he revealed this to Naruto, he would remain unchanged, perhaps merely distancing himself from the third Hokage. Yet, that was sufficient. The seed had been sown, and he was curious to witness how it would grow. "The Book of Seals holds no value for me. If you desire it, I can give it to you." Menma spoke again. Naruto hurriedly shook his head, though he was somewhat naive. He was not foolish enough to accept something that could lead to trouble. If it were discovered in his possession, he would find himself at a loss for words. What a pity, there are quite a few jutsu inscribed within. Menma was indifferent. Since he had arrived in this world, Uzumaki Menma was in no rush to leave, preparing to gather various jutsu from this realm. However, shortly after Menma stepped outside, he sensed unusual activity within Konoha village. A group of masked, enigmatic figures began to congregate, and he keenly perceived that something was amiss, prompting him to observe closely. Before long, he discerned the peculiarities of these individuals. These masked figures bore a resemblance to the Umbu, yet the designs of their masks were far more intricate. Those well-versed in the inner workings of Konoha would recognize them as members of Root. Could it be that Danzo was preparing for some grand scheme? Shimura Danzo was notorious within the ninja world for his reputation as a troublemaker, and from such titles, it was evident that he was not to be underestimated. Whether it concerned matters within the village or events occurring outside, he would seize any opportunity to interfere, sowing chaos in his wake. Thus, the moniker of troublemaker was well-deserved. Menma's interest was piqued. Activating his intangibility, he stealthily followed the Root members, ultimately arriving at Danzo's secret base, located beneath Konoha village. Upon witnessing the vast scale of this base, Menma could not help but marvel inwardly. It seemed that Konoha would soon be thoroughly drained by this individual. Within a spacious and enormous underground cavern, Danzo stood upright, surveying the closely arranged members of the Root organization beneath him. After delivering a motivational speech, Danzo scrutinized everyone present and then gestured with his hand. Most of the personnel below vanished in an instant, leaving only a small group of elite jonin remaining. This operation was of utmost importance. Mu, you will impersonate me and participate in the mission in my stead. I will remain here to support you, Danzo instructed, pointing at one of the ninjas, who immediately stepped forward, bowing respectfully to accept the task. Subsequently, Danzo began to meticulously outline the battle plan. Though elated, Menma retained his composure. While others may be oblivious to the Akatsuki situation, Danzo's influence had long been felt throughout the ninja world. With Yakushi Nanoyu assisting him in gathering intelligence, he was acutely aware of the Akatsuki's formidable strength. Even with the protection of his Izanagi, he would never gamble with his own life without complete assurance. In a corner, Menma's face was pressed against the wall, and after listening to the entire meeting, he wore a peculiar expression. Well done, Danzo. As he had predicted, the blame was deftly placed upon Uchiha Obito. Yet he had not anticipated that Obito would neither refute nor oppose this transaction. Everything felt suspiciously orchestrated. However, being well versed in the narrative, Menma quickly deduced that this was likely a deliberate ploy to ensnare the old man. Should this be discovered, it wouldn't spark a ninja world war, would it? Menma mused. Yet the excitement on his face remained undiminished. The state of the world mattered little to him. His own realm was undoubtedly secure, and a ninja world war would never erupt there. Casting his gaze around, having arrived at this place, he decided to inspect it. Danzo's domain was replete with treasures. Everything found in Konoha could be located here, and more besides. For instance, Izanagi, many high-ranking members of the Uchiha clan were unaware of its existence. Following the turmoil of war, this forbidden technique had been sealed away by the Uchiha, with even few among the clan's elite knowing how to utilize it. Yet, here was Danzo possessing it. This indicated the richness of Danzo's resources. As a schemer, he was also a collector, amassing an unknown number of jutsu. Simultaneously, within Danzo's own laboratory, various experiments were being conducted fervently. Danzo claimed that his research spanned a wide array of fields, including Hashirama cells, the Uchiha clan Sharingan, and many other mysterious phenomena. Nevertheless, all these studies ultimately served the same purpose: to maintain his physical vitality and combat prowess. This goal became particularly evident when compared to the third Hokage and his contemporaries. They had been classmates, yet while the other three elders were now fraught with white hair and deep wrinkles, seemingly ravaged by time, Danzo boasted a head of lustrous black hair, appearing significantly younger than the rest. This stark contrast undeniably attested to his relentless pursuit of vitality and combat capability. Meanwhile, Menma remained in a state of ethereal concealment, wandering curiously throughout the base. The sheer size of this facility was astonishing. It not only possessed a complex structure, but also formed a complete ecological system. Here, individuals diligently performed their designated roles in a tense yet orderly manner. As Menma walked, he observed everything around him, his heart swelling with an intense curiosity. He yearned to uncover the myriad secrets hidden within this vast organization, now wholly his to explore. The laboratory, training grounds, dining areas, and rest zones overwhelmed Menma with their abundance. Eventually, he stumbled upon a repository of documents. However, upon examination, he found himself unable to comprehend the contents, which pertained to research on sealing techniques. It was evident that Danzo was fixated on the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Menma was speechless. He materialized, sealing all the documents into a scroll, which he promptly transported to his own home, and then continued his search for other valuable items. In the dimly lit laboratory, a pungent odor of formaldehyde pervaded the air. Several enormous glass jars stood in place, each filled with a murky yellow liquid, within which floated various corpses. Some had decayed beyond recognition, while others remained well-preserved, albeit with an eerie pallor to their skin. At that moment, a figure silently descended from the ceiling of the laboratory, clad in a long black robe and mask. This mysterious individual gazed down upon the scene below, their eyes glinting with a cold light. Disgusting, the mysterious figure muttered, their voice tinged with revulsion and fury. They surveyed the surroundings, their gaze landing on the bodies within the glass jars, brows furrowing slightly. These were once vibrant lives, now reduced to mere experimental subjects in Danzo's hands, cruelly tortured and exploited. With this realization, a surge of uncontrollable rage welled up within the mysterious figure. "Damn you, Danzo," they hissed, their tone brimming with loathing and contempt. Despite having anticipated such a sight, the reality of it still ignited their anger. Chapter 46. The Root Base. Human experimentation was no secret. Almost all engaged in biological research would partake in such practices. Moreover, in this world, moral considerations were virtually non-existent. As long as one could successfully conduct human experiments without detection, no repercussions would follow. Nevertheless, when Menma beheld those being used for experimentation, even his resilient spirit could not suppress a wave of anger. For he recognized several familiar faces among the experimental subjects, including Uzumaki Kushina and Senju Rope Tree. There were others he did not recognize, but the sight was enough to ignite his fury. Those vile wretches, I must find an opportunity to eradicate them completely. Menma silently cursed. Just as his anger reached a boiling point, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that these individuals were, in fact, clones. It appeared that this was a laboratory for creating artificial beings. Although Menma possessed a steadfast heart, gazing at the experimental subjects submerged in nutrient solution elicited a profound discomfort within him. After gathering some Hashirama cells, Menma promptly departed from this place. As for why he did not destroy the experimental subjects, he felt powerless. A mere moment of emotion would quickly draw the attention of the root members within. Such actions were inconsequential. He must not act impulsively. Even if he were to obliterate these subjects, as long as they retained their cells, experiments could continue. Unless he completely annihilated this place and eliminated all personnel, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Moreover, to kill everyone here would be too merciful for them. If given the chance, he would ensure that the atrocities committed here would be exposed. With this thought in mind, Menma equipped himself with a camera. He intended to document the wickedness of this place. Darkness was ever present, yet most people, basking in the sunlight, remained oblivious to the filth lurking in the shadows. After collecting evidence, Menma sighed as he departed, continuing to gather information within the root laboratory. He discovered several other intriguing items, one of which was a particularly fascinating plan, the Nyotu Tianwang plan. After reading it, Menma felt a surge of interest, primarily due to its focus on summoning techniques. However, I only took a cursory glance at the research methods of the other party, and compared to Orochimaru's summoning technique, it felt somewhat lacking. Meanwhile, Menma was vigorously plundering the resources of the root organization, while on the other side, Shimura Danzo had already gathered his forces, preparing to depart from Konoha to the Rain Country for a significant transaction. The root organization possessed their own secret exit from the village, a passage so well concealed that it was nearly impossible for the average person to discover. Just as Danzo stealthily left Konoha with his subordinates, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stationed in the Hokage's office, swiftly received this news. He furrowed his brow slightly, approached the window, and gazed outside, contemplating. What scheme is Danzo concocting this time? Nevertheless, the third Hokage did not dwell too much on the matter. After all, these affairs bore no direct relation to him, and it appeared that Danzo was intent on stirring up trouble elsewhere. In such a scenario, he was quite willing to facilitate it. As long as Danzo was to wreak havoc on other villages, it would be a boon for Konoha. On the journey to the Rain Country, Danzo remained in a state of extreme excitement. He was acutely aware that if this transaction were to proceed smoothly, it could very well afford him the opportunity to ascend to the coveted position of Hokage. He had waited far too long for this moment, and now that such a rare opportunity had finally presented itself, he intended to seize upon the third Hokage's misstep to unseat him and fulfill his long-held aspirations. Prior to leaving Konoha, Danzo had instructed the remaining members of Root to prepare. Once he signaled, they would launch a campaign within Konoha to publicize the third Hokage's loss of the sealed scroll of their ancestral heritage. This matter was significant, though it had currently been suppressed by the third Hokage. Nonetheless, the scroll contained the most crucial jutsu recorded in Konoha, and should news of its loss spread, it would deliver a devastating blow to the third Hokage's reputation, forcing him to resign in order to provide an explanation to the populace. The Rain Country received confirmation from both parties and began its preparations. Perhaps it would be wise to delegate this mission to others. Conan harbored concerns about Nagato's health. No, this is an opportunity. I must personally eliminate Danzo. Nagato's breath quickened, his eyes glimmering with fervor, his hands trembling slightly as he seemed eager to take action. However, your true body, Conan's voice carried a hint of worry and unease. She understood that Nagato's real body had endured severe injuries, not only from explosive tags, but also from the ceaseless siphoning of his life force by the outer path's Gedomazo. Nagato now teetered on the brink of death. Should anyone discover his true body, he would face a mortal threat. Konan comprehended the dangers all too well and was resolute in preventing Nagato from taking such risks. Yet, Nagato appeared unusually steadfast and confident. Rest assured, with pain present, no one can approach my true body. He trusted in his own abilities and the strength of Pain's 6 paths, believing they could adequately protect him. Nagato merely wished to draw closer, enabling him to better wield his power. The location for this transaction was chosen at the same site where Danzo and others had previously besieged the Akatsuki, situated just outside the rain country. Even if Nagato's true body remained stationary at this distance, he could still effectively control Pain's 6 paths. However, Nagato disagreed. He yearned to get closer, fearing that Danzo might once again evade capture. He must be eliminated. It is because of this scoundrel that the Akatsuki has faced such a dire fate. Observing Nagato's obstinance, Konan could only acquiesce. They commenced their actions, with Konan leading Nagato as they soared through the skies, selecting a position and preparing their disguises, ready to strike at any moment. Simultaneously, Uchiha Obito was being monitored by Kurizetsu, who kept a vigilant eye on the 3 factions, ready to report back to Obito. Madara, Danzo has already exited Konoha. Nagato and Konan have left the Rain Shadow Village. Are they all in such a hurry? Obito's voice was calm, devoid of emotion. Has the imposter I sent out uncovered any information? Not a single lead. Were it not for the confirmation of this occurrence, I would suspect that such a person does not exist at all. This mysterious figure did not seem to be from Konoha. Over the past few days, Obito had harbored doubts about numerous individuals, even questioning his deceased mentor. Yet, without seeing the real person, suspicion served no purpose. He only hoped that this time would draw out the masked man. He was eager to discover who dared impersonate him. Obito's form began to distort and fade from sight. Meanwhile, Nagato was prepared. Konan was not idle either, as this operation involved both him and Uchiha Obito. To ensure the success of this endeavor, Konan employed her secret technique, surrounding the area with explosive tags. With her camouflage technique, even the Sharingan would be unable to detect it. Danzo's life would end here. The space warped as Uchiha Obito materialized beside Konan. Did you bring the item? A scroll identical to the sealed scroll appeared in Obito's hand. Konan couldn't help but gaze at it longer than intended, intrigued by the contents it might hold. However, regrettably, Obito had no intention of allowing the other party to inspect it. The less known about this fake, the better. Chapter 47. The transaction time flew by, and before long, Danzo had reached the outskirts of the Land of Fire. One step further, and he would be within the borders of the rain country. Gazing at the overcast sky ahead, Danzo furrowed his brow tightly. What a foreboding place, Danzo muttered to himself, a surge of inexplicable irritation welling up within him. He looked upon the land before him, recalling a past event. The Akatsuki the last time, also at this location, they had encircled the Akatsuki, resulting in a heavy blow to the root organization. Had he not fled swiftly, he too might have met a grim fate. Lord Danzo, we are approaching the transaction site, one of his subordinates reminded him. Yes, I am aware. Remember, the sealed scroll is of utmost importance. We must find a way to reclaim it at all costs. Danzo's gaze sharpened. In truth, he was not foolish and understood that the other party would not easily relinquish the sealed scroll. Yet, he was confident in his own strength, having brought the elite of Root for this mission. Understood, Lord Danzo. Mitsuki led the oil girl and Yamashiro to the transaction site, while Danzo himself sought a vantage point to observe the situation. On the other side, Uchiha Obito sat upon a large stone, meditating. They have arrived. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from the ground, Kurizetsu. Upon his arrival, he addressed the 2 individuals. Is it the real Danzo? Obito inquired without lifting his head. No, the real Danzo remains outside. His subordinates have entered. Kurizetsu replied calmly. As expected, this was the fellow's style, truly contemptible. Obito's tone was laced with disdain and derision. He was akin to a rat in a sewer, only capable of lurking in the shadows, never daring to stand in the light. Then let us first eliminate his subordinates. A glint of coldness flickered in Konan's eyes upon hearing this. Yes, I share that sentiment. Pain nodded in agreement. However, Obito stood up and waved his hand. Not so fast. Let us see if we can extract any useful information from these individuals. After all, I am quite curious who dares to impersonate my identity. On the other side, Menma, having thoroughly plundered the root organization, chuckled with satisfaction, only to suddenly recall the impending transaction between Danzo and Uchiha Obito. Hey, how could I miss such an interesting event? With that thought, he swiftly activated his Flying Thunder God technique. Originally, he had quietly inscribed the Flying Thunder God mark on the clothing of a member of the root organization. The mark, crafted by Menma, was not the traditional form of a technique. Rather, it was a subtle black vortex pattern, discreet and challenging to detect unless one scrutinized it closely. With a flash of light, Menma's figure vanished in an instant, reappearing on the battlefield. However, the moment he materialized, he immediately dove underground. A member of the root organization stationed in the rear sensed something amiss and turned his head in confusion, only to find no one behind him, prompting him to frown slightly in bewilderment. Meanwhile, hidden beneath the earth, Menma cautiously peeked out his eyes to survey the situation above. He observed that Danzo and Uchiha Obito had met and were engaged in conversation. "Did you bring the money?" "The scroll." Danzo slightly raised his hand, signaling his two subordinates to bring in 3 boxes filled with wealth and place them on the ground. He then gestured lightly, directing them to open the boxes, revealing an abundance of glimmering bills. Witnessing this spectacle, Menma could not help but curse inwardly. This old dog is indeed wealthy, as expected of an elder from Konohagakure. His financial resources are astonishing. Even Obito, usually composed, revealed a glimmer of greed in his eyes upon seeing the 3 overflowing boxes of money. This wealth was undoubtedly a significant boon for the Akatsuki organization. If they could seize it, they would secure better development and expedite the implementation of the second phase of their plan to capture the tail beasts. With this thought, Obito felt a surge of excitement within him. "We must obtain this money." However, Danzo, maintaining a stoic expression, said, "Now may we take a look at the sealing book?" His gaze remained fixed on the sealing book beside Obito without wavering. Obito refrained from indulging in idle chatter and directly retrieved the sealing book from his robe, flipping open a corner, revealing the renowned multiple shadow clone technique. Prior to this meeting, Obito had gathered considerable intelligence, and this sealing book was a remarkable imitation. Menma, watching from afar, was somewhat surprised. The original still resided with him. "Perhaps I should return it to them, as it has become useless to me." Menma stroked his chin, having already incorporated the contained jutsu into his own compendium. The exchange was to be straightforward, money for the goods. Danzo remained vigilant. Very well. After negotiations, Danzo's 2 subordinates proceeded to trade with Uchiha Obito. Pain and Konan did not intervene, as it was not yet the time for them to make their presence known. As the 2 parties drew closer, their bodies became increasingly tense, as if poised for an imminent fierce battle. The sky appeared particularly dreary, devoid of any light, while the ground lay barren, with only 2 figures slowly edging toward one another. The masked man, Obito, moved with ease, holding a large scroll, while Yono Takagane carried 3 equally massive boxes, advancing steadily. Beneath his wide sleeves, Takagane's hands had turned pitch black, the boxes he carried stained with dark specks. As the 2 sides drew within 3 meters, then 2, their steps gradually slowed, ultimately halting at a mere meter apart. "Here is 300 million in cash." Takagane gently set down the boxes, signifying his sincerity. The masked man Obito remained silent, merely placing the enormous scroll on the ground beside him. They exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously reached for each other's goods. In that instant, the tension on the battlefield reached its zenith. For all present understood that a great conflict was likely to erupt at that moment. All members of the root organization were fully prepared. At the slightest disturbance, they would act immediately to seize the precious sealing book. Menma observed with keen interest, unaware that the Danzo before him was a counterfeit, and his eyes gleamed with cunning. "Seize the sealing book." Suddenly, a member of the root shouted, and the already taught members of the organization reacted almost instinctively, charging forward like arrows released from a bow, racing toward their target with astonishing speed. However, at that moment, the commotion alerted Yono Takagane. He cursed silently, realizing the gravity of the situation, and had no choice but to reach for the enormous scroll on the ground. He knew that if he lost this opportunity, the consequences would be dire. Meanwhile, Obito also sensed the surrounding anomalies. He was no fool and understood the intentions of his adversaries. Thus, he acted without hesitation. Although he recognized the possibility of a trap, the allure of the actual money was undeniable. The space around the 3 boxes of money began to warp, as if being kneaded by an invisible hand. In the blink of an eye, the money vanished without a trace, absorbed into Obito's Kamui dimension. At that moment, Takagane caught a glimpse of this astonishing scene from the corner of his eye, his pupils constricting in shock and fury. Failed. Although he had received intelligence indicating that the opponent might possess space-time ninjutsu, he never anticipated their level of vigilance. Takagane swiftly grasped the scroll, instantaneously black spots spreading across its surface as nanoscopic poison insects enveloped it, while his body began to retreat. You clearly do not intend to uphold the agreement. In that case, let us all perish. At this moment, Obito reached out toward the retreating Takagane. Takagane had long been prepared as his body moved. The upper half of his clothing fell away, and blackness rapidly engulfed him. Obito glanced without concern and continued to reach for Takagane's form. You seek death. Takagane extended his left hand toward Obito's palm. Should he make contact, Obito would undoubtedly meet his demise. Their hands collided, yet at that moment, Takagane's hand passed right through Obito's body. Shinra Tensei. Simultaneously, a chilling voice echoed across the battlefield, and before the onlookers could react, a powerful repulsive force swept through. Both ninja and jutsu alike were flung backward by this immense force. Many among them, caught off guard, met their end on the spot. Takagane, too, failed to react, feeling as though his body had been struck by a massive truck, sending him hurtling backward. Chapter 48, Danzo Exposed. TSK, so this is Tendo Pain? What an overwhelming sense of pressure. On the ground, Menma gazed at Tendo Pain in the distance, his eyes betraying a glimmer of envy. The Rinnegan, coupled with the mastery of both attraction and repulsion, was indeed an enviable ability. Across the world of Naruto, many possessed the Rinnegan, yet among the Akatsuki clan, it was commonplace. However, Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan was the most striking, for he could control it at will, having gradually evolved his eyes from ordinary ones to a Sharingan with 1 tomo, then 2, 3, the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, and finally the Rinnegan, allowing him complete mastery over his ocular powers and the ability to switch states at will. In contrast, the eyes of the second son could not be turned off, a consequence of his unique advantages. Understanding this, Menma naturally aspired to awaken his own Rinnegan, primarily for its aesthetic appeal. The battlefield lay in ruins, smoke billowing, and flames soaring into the sky. At this moment, the pile of stones on the ground began to tremble violently, and hands emerged from the crevices, as if countless malevolent spirits were about to rise from the earth. The roots that had not perished gazed ahead with fear in their eyes. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Tiandao Pain appeared in midair like a deity, his gaze cold and devoid of emotion, emanating a chilling aura. His formidable presence exerted an invisible pressure that instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. It's you. I never expected you to still be alive. You are indeed the founder of Akatsuki. Danzo painfully crawled out from the ruins, immediately spotting Tiandao Pain in the sky. He was all too familiar with this person. Years ago, he had witnessed the demise of this individual while hunting down Akatsuki. However, Danzo was now filled with astonishment, unable to fathom that the person before him was still alive. Danzo, you are the root of all this suffering. Today, I shall take your life, avenging Yahiko. Although Tiandao Pain knew that the Danzo on the ground was merely a substitute, his fury remained unabated. Killing this imposter and then the real one. Anyone bearing the name Danzo deserved death. Tiandao Pain slowly raised his right hand and uttered, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a powerful gravitational force erupted from his hand. The false Danzo on the ground was helpless against this force, being violently pulled into the air, heading straight towards Tiandao Pain. How is this possible? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Danzo's pupils constricted in disbelief upon witnessing this new form of ninjutsu for the first time. Meanwhile, Danzo remained vigilant, observing the commotion in the center of the battlefield, his secret techniques allowing him to perceive all changes within. Upon seeing the oil woman successfully obtain the scroll, a joyful expression crossed his face. However, his demeanor shifted when he saw Tiandao Pain appear. It's him. This face is unforgettable. It was because of this man that the roots suffered substantial losses. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Why has he reappeared now? And how does he possess the Rinnegan? ISNT that in the hands of that red-haired brat. Did he steal his eyes? A multitude of questions flooded Danzo's mind. The oil woman has acquired the sealing book. Retreat now. Danzo commanded immediately. None of this was important to him. As long as he could bring the sealing book back to Konoha, the position of Hokage would undoubtedly belong to him. With that thought, Danzo turned to leave. However, at the moment he turned, he noticed a woman quietly hovering in the sky behind him. So it's you. So Akatsuki is indeed under your control? Upon seeing the woman, Danzo instantly recognized her identity. Danzo, you should not exist in this world. Xiaonan's voice was icy, her eyes betraying her murderous intent. How laughable. You little brats are the true source of chaos in the ninja world. Danzo scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He understood that the current situation was beyond redemption, but he had no intention of conceding easily. He swiftly released the seals on his arms and unhesitatingly activated his Anaji. Then, he rapidly formed hand seals, chanting, Futon, Shinkajyoku. Just as he finished speaking, countless air bullets were expelled from his mouth, shooting towards Xiaonan in the sky. Menma, hidden in the corner observing the battle, brightened at this sight. Shinkajyoku, an S-rank ninjutsu, despite its small size, possessed immense destructive power. The small bullets expelled from his mouth could rival a heavy sniper rifle, exhibiting formidable penetration. Xiaonan did not evade. Her body was instantly riddled with holes. Yet, she remained unfazed, raising her hands. In an instant, the entire ground transformed into paper. Danzo's expression changed dramatically as he recognized this familiar scene. It was this very technique that Hanzo had used to trap Nagato, resulting in the latter's lower body becoming incapacitated. Danzo attempted to dodge, but this was a technique developed by Xiaonan specifically for dealing with ninjas like him, seamlessly integrated with her paper ninjutsu. Danzo-sama. The root organization members nearby instinctively rushed to protect him. Don't mind me. Evacuate quickly. Danzo had no concern for his subordinates. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, and Danzo was obliterated into fragments. Yahiko, your vengeance has been avenged. Xiaonan gazed at Tiandao Pain in the distance, who was slaughtering their foes. A flicker of sorrow crossing her eyes as memories of the time spent with Yahiko resurfaced. At last, their great revenge had been realized. Yet, at that moment, an incongruous voice echoed from behind. Women are indeed incapable of achieving anything. Xiaonan turned sharply, only to find Danzo had appeared behind her without her noticing. Just as she was about to react, Danzo unleashed a torrent of Shinkajyoku, densely raining down upon her. Xiaonan attempted to evade, but it was too late. After a cacophony of sounds, her head was shattered into countless pieces, fluttering like paper in the air. Useless. What is happening? What kind of ninjutsu is this? Danzo stared in astonishment at the scene before him, realizing that what he had attacked was not the true Xiaonan. He sensed something was amiss and immediately turned to flee the scene. At that moment, the paper coalesced once again into Xiaonan, who regarded the retreating Danzo with a look of uncertainty. She thought, shouldn't this guy be dead? Why has he suddenly appeared here? Could it be that I fell under an illusion? Her expression was filled with doubt, but regardless, Danzo must die. Xiaonan pursued him once more. However, mere moments after turning around, Danzo was struck by another attack. Hotan, Bofu Randen. The space where Danzo stood began to warp, his figure distorting as flames transformed into serpentine dragons, twisting and enveloping him. Danzo could not evade and lost yet another life. However, 3 seconds later, he reappeared in another location. Izanagi? Unlike other Uchiha, Obito had been personally taught various ninjutsu and techniques by Uchiha Madara and was well versed in the Uchiha clan's secret arts. Observing this scene, Uchiha Obito scanned Danzo's body, his gaze finally resting on his hands. Even Obito found himself instinctively frowning at the sight of Danzo's grotesque hand. Meanwhile, Xiaonan in the sky also noticed Danzo's arms, a feeling of revulsion rising within her. It was utterly inhumane. His hands and arms were covered with Sharingan, each eye seemingly possessing independent thought, constantly revolving and observing their surroundings. What the hell is this? Watching this scene in the anime had been one thing, but experiencing it in reality was entirely different. Menma felt a chill run down his spine. Particularly the sensation of those eyes rotating gave him a nauseating feeling. A ruthless individual, Danzo's unflinching demeanor confirmed him as a truly formidable character. A dark glint flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He was not angered by Danzo's method of acquiring the Uchiha clan's eyes, but rather by Danzo's exposure of such a life-saving technique to Xiaonan and the others. Danzo, this troublemaker, truly deserves death. Obito simply wished to eliminate this disgusting being. Chapter 49, Detachment from Heaven, indeed a waste. Menma observed this spectacle, unable to help but shake his head and sigh. The very thing meant for preservation of life was being treated as a mere expendable resource. Moreover, the crucial point was that with Danzo's level, he couldn't even manage to escape against foes he could not defeat. The current scene is quite peculiar. Xiaonan soars through the skies like a bird, surrounded by countless explosive tags that form an impenetrable defensive net. On the ground below, an overwhelming number of explosive tags cover the terrain, making it nearly impossible to discern their true quantity and locations. Each time Tuanzang attempts to approach Xiaonan or escape, he is met with a barrage of explosions. Each detonation triggers a colossal shockwave, leveling everything in the vicinity. Such a dense onslaught renders Tuanzang utterly incapable of closing in on Xiaonan. Despite his formidable strength, he finds himself at a loss in the face of this overwhelming situation. As time progresses, Tuanzang has already lost 3 lives in succession, his complexion growing increasingly grim. He finally realizes that he has fallen into an unprecedented predicament, and a wave of anxiety surges within him. Yet, confronted with the current circumstances, he is at a complete loss, unsure of how to proceed. Observing this spectacle, those nearby feel utterly speechless. They are profoundly disappointed in Tuanzang's performance, having expected him to unveil some formidable tactics, only to find him trapped in a deadlock. What is going on? At this moment, Tiandao Pain has dealt with the fake Tuanzang and his subordinates and has just arrived to witness the bizarre scene of Xiaonan flying in the sky, controlling the explosive tags that ultimately led to Tuanzang's demise, only for him to reappear from another location. This Tuanzang possesses the ability to resurrect, likely due to the Sharingan embedded in his arm. A clone of Xiaonan materializes before Tiandao, recounting the current situation while subtly casting a glance at Uchiha Obito. Tiandao Pain's gaze involuntarily drifts towards Tuanzang's arm. Even Nagato feels a shiver of revulsion upon seeing that grotesque limb. Does your Uchiha clan possess such forbidden techniques? Tiandao Pain inquires, directing his attention towards Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito snorts derisively, harboring even greater animosity towards Tuanzang. In the world of ninjas, intelligence warfare is paramount. Once a trump card is revealed, it can drastically influence the outcome of a battle. Just like the confrontation between Hashirama and Madara, if they were to learn that the Uchiha clan possesses such forbidden techniques, the results of their clash would undoubtedly change. Uchiha Madara remains silent, not surprised, but silently commits this intelligence to memory. Observing Tuanzang's arm, Tiandao prepares to strike. Tuanzang has only 3 chances of resurrection left. Tuanzang, feeling the pressure of impending humiliation, flashes a look of defiance. He possesses the sealing book, and once he returns to the position of Hokage, it will all be his. Damn Akatsuki, just wait. Once I become Hokage, I will eradicate you at the first opportunity. Tuanzang resurrects once more, scanning his surroundings. What is he plotting? Menma, watching from the edge of the battlefield, raises an eyebrow at Tuanzang's actions. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in his head. Tuanzang has another trump card, Shirzue's Kodoemet Tsukumi. This is indeed a valuable asset, and his gaze instinctively drifts towards Tuanzang's eyes. However, at present, those eyes are still bandaged. This fellow intends to utilize Kodoemet Tsukumi, but alas, he lacks a suitable target. Menma smirks, reveling in the unfolding drama. Among the 3 present, Xiaonan soars in the sky, making it challenging to approach. Obito, as a member of the Uchiha clan, wields his own Mangekyo Sharingan, while Tiandao Pain's Rinnegan gleams ominously. Menma is genuinely curious about whom Tuanzang will choose to control. He cannot help but draw closer, believing that an even grander spectacle is about to unfold. Indeed, after surveying the 3 individuals, Tuanzang ultimately resolves to control the masked man. Among the 3, this masked individual is the best target to control. According to the intelligence gathered in Konoha, the masked man possesses the ability to become intangible, allowing him to disregard any ninjutsu during that period. Thus, I must activate Kodoemet Tsukumi before he becomes intangible. Seizing the moment of his recent resurrection, Tuanzang rushes towards Tiandao and Obito. The 2, momentarily taken aback by Tuanzang's sudden approach, find themselves puzzled by his thought process. Surely, he does not intend to engage in a mutual destruction scenario. Obito remains silent, contemplating the absurdity of it all. Tuanzong, witnessing the two standing motionless, is momentarily elated. With Shirzue's two Sharingan both possessing Kotoeme Tsukumi, the capability becomes extraordinarily potent, one eye for close combat, and the other for long range. Tuanzong possesses the eye capable of long-range influence, which does not require direct eye contact, merely being within a certain range to affect another's will. Menma. This power is considerably diminished, and since Tuanzong is not a true Uchiha, its efficacy is further weakened. What a waste of potential. Menma has already surmised Tuanzong's intentions, watching him rapidly approach the duo, and he finds himself at a loss for words, unsure of what Tuanzong is thinking. With one Rinnegan and one Mangekyo Sharingan, how could he possibly control them with his half-baked ability? Menma is unaware that it is precisely this belief that leads Tuanzong to feel capable of exerting control, and he has chosen Uchiha Obito as his target. Menma's impersonation in Konoha has led Tuanzong to receive erroneous information. Obito stands by, prepared to observe, flanked by Tiandao Pain, who shows no intention of intervening, as he harbors a grudge against Tuanzong. As Tuanzong draws near, Tiandao Pain raises a hand. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, Tuanzong, still approaching, is lifted off the ground and propelled rapidly towards Tiandao Pain. Damn, not this again. Tuanzong has already encountered this technique and finds himself utterly helpless against it. Yet, when he sees his chosen target standing beside Tiandao, he relinquishes all resistance. Shaonin descends from the sky. Menma's eyelids flutter at this scene. Tuanzong falls into Tiandao Pain's grasp, and in an instant, Pain's 6 black rods pierce Tuanzong's body, sealing away all of his chakra. Tuanzong's expression shifts. He had not anticipated this move and realizes he has miscalculated, forced to rescind his Izanagi. Tuanzong, Hanzo is waiting for you below. Do you have any last words? Tiandao Pain conjures another black rod, aiming it at Tuanzong's head. Heh. I am the darkness of the ninja world. Do not underestimate me. Tuanzong catches a glimpse of 2 shadows on the ground, a wave of relief washing over him. A triumphant smile flickers in his eyes. Such powerful subordinates will surely lead to great success. Kotoeme Tsukumi, activate. Obito stands by, ready to inquire about the information regarding the imposter. Suddenly, he feels a wave of dizziness, inwardly cursing his misfortune as he attempts to activate his intangibility. However, it is too late. A massive windmill pattern appears in his mind. Kotoeme Tsukumi. Tiandao Pain, hearing this, ceases his chatter and prepares to send him to the Pure Land. The black rod lunges toward Tuanzong's head. In that critical moment, an arm shoots out, grasping the black rod. Madara, what are you doing? Tiandao Pain questions, confusion lacing his tone. However, at this moment, Obito remains silent, directly seizing Tuanzong's body. No need to call anymore. This fellow is already under my control. How is that possible? You control Uchiha Obito? Shock paints Tiandao's face. Uchiha Obito? Him? Tuanzong could not help but chuckle at the words of this scoundrel. How dare he impersonate Uchiha Madara while casting a pitying glance at Tiandao? It was astonishing that such lies could find credence. Indeed, such naive individuals were ill-suited to exist in this world. Chapter 50. Counter-Control. What a narrow-minded perspective. Do you believe you can impersonate Uchiha Madara? Tuanzong's obsession with the power of the Senju and Uchiha clans stemmed from having witnessed their titanic battles firsthand. The terrifying Mokutan and the formidable Sharingan deeply stimulated everyone present. Consequently, there was no opposition from the higher-ups in Konoha regarding the research on Mokutan, leading to countless losses. But now what had Tuanzong heard? This fool dared to claim that the masked man of the vortex was none other than the Azura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara. Tuanzong thought to himself, are you jesting? How could such a wretch be worthy of the name Uchiha Madara? What was Uchiha Madara's character? This individual was not fit to utter his name. Tuanzong felt a sense of indignation, as if Madara himself had been insulted. It was akin to how one might tolerate the scorn of their own kin, yet a mere outsider dared to defame him. Regardless of Madara's unpopularity in Konoha, he was one of its founders, a veritable Azura of the ninja world. Could a petty rascal like you dare to insult him? At that moment, Tuanzong genuinely desired to issue in order to eliminate these people. However, who was Tuanzong? A rat in the ninja world, lurking in the shadows for too long. He had lost the courage to face the light. He lacked the will to fight. With his ambitions unfulfilled, he did not wish to perish here. Take me away from here, Tuanzong commanded, and Obito controlled him, vanishing into the vortex. Shinra Tensei Tian Dao Pain, enraged, unleashed his ultimate technique. Myanmar watched the spectacle, retreating into the earth once more. Why does this feel so surreal? Can Tian Shin truly control Uchiha Obito? Myanmar found it hard to believe. Had Shursui come personally, he might have accepted it. Nevertheless, this presents an opportunity to acquire Tian Shin's ocular power and perhaps create a pair for my own amusement. Myanmar's mind wandered with fantasies of his own creations. He planned to return to Konoha to observe. After all, everyone needed sleep, and as long as one slept, he would have a chance. Within the Kamui space. Upon Tuanzang's sudden arrival, he marveled at his surroundings. Where's this? Kamui space, came Obito's ethereal voice. At this moment, he had regained his consciousness, and his gaze towards Tuanzang was profound. This old man had some skill. He hadn't anticipated that his target was me, nearly falling into his trap. Indeed, he had briefly succumbed to Tian Shin's influence. Kamui space was an extraordinary domain, reliant on this ability for intangibility. Tuanzang believed he had uncovered a grand secret. A fleeting expression of excitement flickering across his face. If he understood the principle, could he replicate such ninjutsu himself? With this technique, he would be truly invincible. Haha. Fortune truly favors me. Tuanzang could not suppress his laughter. However, unbeknownst to him, Obito had already approached his side. Noting the black rod of Tian Dao Pain still embedded in Tuanzang, he hesitated no longer. In an instant, he ensnared his opponent. What do you intend to do? How can you use Mokutan? Tuanzang's face displayed confusion as he found himself entangled in wooden shields. I never expected to be outwitted by you, kid. Shursui's Tian Shin is indeed a terrifying ocular technique. Fortunately, this fellow was eliminated early. I ought to express my gratitude to you. Now, this I was in my possession. Obito scoffed coldly, peeling back Tuanzang's eyelid and extracting Shursui's Mangekyo. Gazing at the Mangekyo in hand, Obito could no longer contain his manic laughter. The vast Kamui space echoed with his maniacal glee. You are of the Uchiha clan. Hearing such frenzied laughter, Tuanzang's expression changed. Realization dawned too late, yet he had to concede that this trump card was expertly played. Had he not also possessed a Mangekyo, he might have indeed fallen under Obito's control. This I was utterly wasted in his possession. This was Tian Shin. Even Obito's gaze flickered with a hint of greed. Yet, upon further reflection, his brow furrowed. The ocular power within was nearly depleted. This realization left Obito feeling irked. To utilize Tian Shin once more might take considerable time, despite the presence of Hashirama's cells nurturing him. After contemplating, Obito removed his mask and placed the Mangekyo into his own eye. Each use of the Mangekyo represented a toll, diminishing his vision and making the restoration of ocular power exceedingly difficult. Only by pairing it with the Sage Body or the Eternal Mangekyo could such side effects be entirely mitigated. Fortunately, Obito possessed Hashirama's cells, ensuring his Mangekyo would never lead to blindness. After a brief blink, he donned the mask once more, eager to test the capabilities of this new Mangekyo. The eye concealed behind the mask resembled a venomous serpent in the dark, fixating intently on the bound Tuanzang. As his will stirred, the illusion was instantly unleashed. Tuanzang, who had been thrashing violently, suddenly froze as if time had ceased. His eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit, as if his soul had departed. Having been mentored by Uchiha Madara, Obito possessed profound mastery over Jinjutsu. He had previously manipulated the fourth Mizukage and the Nine Tails using this method, and now, armed with Shursui's Mangekyo, his Jinjutsu's potency had received a tremendous boost. Although he could not directly utilize Tian Shin, employing it to execute other Jinjutsu could yield even greater power. Empowered by the Mangekyo, the Jinjutsu he cast was as deep and formidable as an abyss. In that moment, Tuanzang was utterly ensnared within Obito's grasp. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. He had not anticipated such an unexpected gain. Obito's heart swelled with joy, akin to planting a time bomb within Konoha that could erupt at any moment. Moreover, he was already well versed in such affairs. At this moment, the ambitions within him began to stir restlessly. Tell me about the masked man's affairs. Yet, Obito had not forgotten the impersonation incident. Tuanzang, dazed and bewildered, began recounting the events that transpired within Konoha. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Myanmar activated the Flying Thunder God technique, returning to Konoha. He made a round at the roots, discovering that Tuanzang and the others had yet to return. However, he was surprised to find that the sealed book, that counterfeit, had been summoned back first. It turned out that Tuanzong and his companions had prepared in advance, the moment they secured the counterfeit. They immediately utilized the summoning technique to retrieve it. How intriguing. Since that is the case, I shall lend a hand. Menma knew the item was counterfeit, but now he could assist them in exchanging it for the real one. Stealthily, he approached while everyone was distracted, swapping the counterfeit for the genuine article. Menma eagerly anticipated the aftermath. Chapter 51, The White Tiger's Cloak. However, when Tuanzong returned to the roots, Menma was astonished. In such circumstances, how had Tuanzong managed to escape? Truly, it echoed the saying that good people do not live long, while calamities endure for 1,000 years. Upon Tuanzong's return to the roots, an eerie silence enveloped the place, with no immediate action taken, leaving Menma perplexed by the unfolding events. On Naruto's end, he had squandered 2 days and still had not evaded the bell-stealing test. In the early morning, the sunlight cascaded down like golden threads, so radiant that it was blinding. The sky, devoid of clouds, was a deep blue resembling a sapphire, as if a vast canvas were unfurling over the earth. Within the training grounds, the expansive area appeared as a grand stage, yet 3 individuals languidly sat there, seemingly enchanted, exuding an air of lethargy. How ridiculous. That guy clearly told us to arrive early, yet he hasn't shown up yet. Sakura could no longer contain her dissatisfaction, her frustrations spilling forth like a torrent. Her delicate face was flushed with indignation, her eyes aflame with anger, particularly since they had skipped breakfast on the teacher's insistence, and now, as noon approached, their stomachs were growling in protest. Uchiha Sasuke sat silently, resembling a cold statue, emitting no sound. However, upon closer inspection of his countenance, one could discern the impatience brewing within him. The slight furrow of his brow and the flicker of agitation in his gaze hinted that his mood was far from pleasant. Naruto, on the other hand, sat vacantly, staring blankly ahead as if lost in his own world. In the past, he would have eagerly rushed to Sakura's side for playful banter, but recent experiences weighed heavily upon him, like a burdensome shackle, rendering him somewhat taciturn. He was no longer the vibrant, buoyant person he once was. Instead, he found himself ensnared in introspection, pondering the confounding issues that once left him bewildered. "Hey, Naruto, why are you so quiet?" Sakura inquired, casting a curious glance at Naruto's vacant expression, which was utterly at odds with his usual demeanor. What could possibly have cast such a pall over him? Naruto merely replied in a detached tone, "Oh, just daydreaming," and chose not to elaborate further. As if guarding all his secrets deep within, he felt at a loss for words. Once, warmth could be felt from those around him, but now, he sensed a chilling distance instead. "How peculiar," Sakura remarked, furrowing her brow, and redirected her attention to Sasuke, her expression turning somewhat infatuated. Naruto remained oblivious, lost in his reverie. "What are you thinking about?" A familiar voice echoed in Naruto's mind, startling him into a sudden leap, drawing the attention of both Sasuke and Sakura, who exchanged bemused glances. "Don't be so dramatic. It's merely a ninjutsu that allows for communication within the mind," the voice clarified. "What's wrong with Naruto?" Sasuke queried, glancing over. "Nothing, just a bug," Naruto waved dismissively, settling back down. "What do you intend to do?" The voice inquired within his mind. "That question should be directed at you. What is your dream?" "Naturally, to become Hokage." "Are you certain that dream belongs to you and not one imposed by the third Hokage?" Naruto fell silent. Memories surfacing of the third's persistent declarations that becoming Hokage would earn him the village's recognition. "Yet, I still aspire to become Hokage. To protect those who bullied you?" Once again, Naruto was left speechless by the question. "Your examination is about to commence." The familiar chakra surged through him. He noticed Kakashi sauntering leisurely from afar. Glancing between the sky and Kakashi, realizing with exasperation that it was already noon, and having deliberately skipped breakfast, he now felt utterly drained. "Good morning. I helped an elderly lady on the way here. I hope you don't mind," Kakashi announced, prompting an internal eye roll from the trio. "Everyone seems quite spirited." "And it's nearly noon," Kakashi mused, producing a clock from his pocket and placing it on a nearby stump. He then retrieved 2 bells with his left hand. "Before noon, you must seize these bells. The one who obtains a bell passes the test. Those who do not must return to the Ninja Academy for remedial training." "But, Sensei, there are only 2 bells and 3 of us." Sakura timidly raised her hand. "Exactly. Only two of you can pass, Kakashi replied, his tone nonchalant. The tension grew palpable as the trio exchanged glances, their expressions laden with unspoken emotion. This is absurd. I refuse to return to playing ninja games. Sasuke's eyes darkened, haunted by memories of a man from his past. He had already squandered too much time in the academy, consumed by vengeance and a burning desire to grow stronger. At least there are 2 slots. That dead last Naruto will surely be the one left behind. Sakura mused dreamily, her hands covering her face in delight. 2 slots, Naruto thought. Purely focused on passing the exam and growing stronger, dreading the humiliation of returning to the academy. As Kakashi observed their reactions, he declared the test to begin. The trio swiftly dispersed. Sasuke and Sakura chose to hide and observe, while Naruto, lacking theoretical knowledge of combat, remained blissfully naive, fixated on a straightforward confrontation. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto conjured several clones and charged forward. From a distance, the familiar voice observed the unfolding conflict with interest. Kakashi effortlessly dispatched Naruto's clones using only taijutsu, exclaiming, "Is this it? I must have overestimated you." The trio's expressions turned grave, believing Kakashi was about to employ weaponry. Yet, as they fixated on his hand, they were taken aback by what he produced, an alluring book titled Ika Paradise. How dare he underestimate us? They collectively muttered, their frustration boiling over. Don't underestimate us. Naruto, stirred by Kakashi's actions, cast aside his previous thoughts and became singularly focused on defeating Kakashi. He summoned clones again and charged once more. However, in his fury, he left himself vulnerable, and Kakashi, wielding the book with one hand, effortlessly dispatched all of Naruto's clones with a languid demeanor. The trio scrutinized Naruto's battle from a distance. At this rate, Naruto is truly lacking. He relies solely on this technique, and against a stronger opponent, he is utterly helpless, resorting only to the Nine-Tails chakra, the voice remarked. Your reckless approach is futile. You lack a strong offensive ninjutsu. I happen to have one. Do you want to learn it? As Naruto was sent flying once more, the familiar voice echoed in his mind. Stop talking and give it to me. Naruto was now consumed by his desire to win, oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. As his clones clamored excitedly, without hesitation, the voice transmitted the 20-version summoning technique Naruto had developed. Unlike Orochimaru's summoning technique, the 20-version borrowed power from others. Naruto's momentum halted abruptly. A wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, but he focused solely on the method of usage. He faced westward, a surge of chakra erupting from him as he began to form seals, albeit clumsily. White Tiger descends. He slammed his palm onto the ground, and instantly, the chakra enveloping him began to coalesce, forming a shape reminiscent of a tailed beast cloak, the White Tiger tailed beast cloak. What is this? Such powerful chakra. The scene here is truly captivating for those over there. Chapter 52, Seizing the Bell. The flicker of doubt in Kakashi's eyes grew increasingly evident as he fixated on Naruto, his mind swirling with thoughts. In that fleeting moment, his initial reaction was the indication of the tailed beast going berserk. Yet now, observing Naruto in his current state, a calmness intertwined with an unusual aura left him momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the unfolding events. Ha, you one-eyed bastard, meet your end. Naruto's fervent battle cry echoed through the air, as he acutely felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, akin to a torrential flood raging within. Simultaneously, a savage fury ignited deep within him, burning like a fierce flame. The White Tiger, known for its dominion over slaughter, glimmered with a murderous intent in its eyes. At that moment, the Nine-Tails, which had been quietly slumbering within Naruto, stirred from its slumber, its eyes slowly opening, revealing a fleeting expression of confusion. What is this power? Such a heavy aura of slaughter, the Nine-Tails murmured softly, its sharp claws instinctively scratching the ground, bewildered by the events unfolding before it. Menma observed Naruto's unexpected success with a hint of intrigue. Although the jutsu was simple, achieving it on the first attempt seemed improbable. Was this fellow truly a genius? Regardless, he became curious about the practical application of this technique. The White Tiger was characterized by its formidable defense and offense. At this moment, Naruto, adorned in a radiant cloak of chakra, appeared to transform into a brilliant beam of light, the cloak shimmering under the sun's rays. Resembling a ferocious beast driven by rage and power, emanating an aura that instilled fear. He planted his palms firmly on the ground, propelling himself forward like a sharp arrow. His speed so swift it seemed to tear through the air, leaving a deafening rush in its wake. His right hand rose high, wielding an immense power as it came crashing down, unleashing 3 tangible blades of chakra that sliced through the air like lightning. Each blade infused with a terrifying chakra fluctuation capable of effortlessly severing anything in existence. The unsuspecting shadow clones, caught off guard and unable to react, burst like fragile balloons under the assault of the chakra blades, dissipating into wisps of smoke. Hey, what are you doing, main body? Oh no, you hit your own. The myriad clones exclaimed in discontent, their eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Yet, at that moment, Naruto seemed entirely absorbed in the battle, as if under the influence of a mysterious force, transforming into a beast solely focused on combat, utterly disregarding the injured clones as he charged forward with reckless abandon. His relentless momentum capturing the attention of all present. Kakashi evaded, leaving deep gouges in the ground. His gaze sharpened, recognizing the formidable power of the attack. Meanwhile, 2 individuals in the forest also noted the fissures in the earth. Is this really that underachiever? How could he be so strong? Sakura pondered in disbelief. Both the shadow clone technique and the jutsu he employed were unfamiliar to her. Sasuke clenched his fists, feeling deceived. He had always been the one to dominate Naruto. Yet now, what did this performance signify? Was he being toyed with? This realization ignited a sense of betrayal and fury within Sasuke. Damn it, Naruto. I'll settle the score with you later, he muttered through gritted teeth, deciding to observe further. His temperament was easily swayed. Menma, who was analyzing the situation, concluded that indeed there were no shortcuts in this world. This borrowed power was formidable, yet if one could not master it, they would be adversely affected. It was akin to the chakra of the Nine Tails. Even if the Nine Tails did not exert control, Naruto, merely borrowing its chakra, would still be influenced by the emotions contained within. Once the emotions were stripped away, the tailed beast's chakra would lose its potency. The summoned white tiger was no different. However, Menma quickly revised his earlier hypothesis. The influence was limited. The chakra was his own, merely intermingled with fluctuations of celestial phenomena. Kakashi, engaged in battle while observing, noted the impressive offensive capabilities and beast-like instincts, intrigued by Naruto's jutsu. I am now curious about your defensive capabilities, Kakashi remarked, forming hand seals. Futon, de Tapa, he initiated a minor C-rank technique to test Naruto's current defense. Facing the approaching gale, Naruto did not flinch. Instead, he raised his right hand. The chakra-formed claw slashing downward. The fierce winds generated by the de Tapa were torn apart by that single strike. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Tearing through a jutsu with bare hands was something he had only heard of in tales. The ninjutsu of the 4th Raikage from Kumogakure, the lightning armor. Observing Naruto's current form, he noted a striking resemblance. Both exhibited formidable offensive and defensive prowess, as well as remarkable speed. Yet, there were evident distinctions. Naruto's appearance resembled that of the tailed beast chakra mode. Kakashi's gaze sharpened, piquing his curiosity once more as he formed hand seals again. However, Naruto, possessing an astute battle intuition, swiftly wielded his hands, launching an attack reminiscent of wind blades toward Kakashi. Bang, bang, bang. Smoke billowed as Kakashi vanished, leaving only shattered stumps in his wake. Just as Kakashi reappeared behind Naruto, intent on testing the strength of the chakra cloak, a sharp sound sliced through the air, prompting him to retreat once more, realizing that the chakra-formed tiger tail was striking toward him. Impressive, it can be controlled for offense, Kakashi marveled. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke leaped forward, quickly forming hand seals. Katon, Gokaku no Jutsu, a colossal fireball erupted from Uchiha Sasuke's mouth, hurtling toward Kakashi. Unfazed, Kakashi swiftly formed seals. Doton, Shinshu no Jutsu, his body gradually sank into the earth. Meanwhile, Naruto, growing impatient with the approaching fireball, opened his mouth. With a fierce roar, the fireball was dispelled by the sheer force emanating from him. Sasuke staggered, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Naruto. How is this possible? He actually dispelled my fireball. Naruto, not glancing at Uchiha Sasuke, suddenly turned his attention toward the ground, where 2 hands had emerged. Such potent perception. Too bad it's already over. The hands seized Naruto's legs, pulling him toward the earth. Kakashi furrowed his brow, directly touching the chakra cloak surrounding Naruto to gauge its strength. As his hands made contact, it felt akin to grasping iron, both burning and exceptionally heavy. In the blink of an eye, half of Naruto's body had sunk into the ground, while Kakashi appeared behind him. "I wonder if I can restrain you." Roar. Just as Kakashi finished speaking, the ground erupted in an explosion. Amid the smoke, a beast surged forth. Kakashi deftly dodged the white tiger's pounce. However, before he could rejoice, a white tail lashed out. Crack! It struck him with a speed akin to a whip, directly impacting Kakashi's body. The three onlookers brightened at the sight, believing victory was at hand. Yet, the struck Kakashi suddenly transformed into earth midair. Doton, Bunshin no Jutsu. Indeed, you have done well, yet there remains a slight deficiency. Kakashi's gaze shifted towards Naruto, presuming that the latter would charge forward once more. However, at that moment, Naruto's chakra was gradually dissipating, having been fully consumed. Chapter 53, The Origin. Naruto, once brimming with vitality and determination, now found himself tightly bound to the stump, as if all his zest for life had vanished, leaving him despondent and dejected, evoking a sense of pity in onlookers. The conclusion felt akin to the cyclical nature of fate, quietly returning to the starting point. Naruto, powerless and captured, displayed a flicker of unwillingness and confusion in his eyes. The other two individuals remained unfazed. One sat beside him with an air of indifference, seemingly unaffected by the unforeseen turn of events, while the other stood quietly to the side, his expression revealing a hint of complex emotions. Kakashi granted them another opportunity, announcing that they would resume their examination after their meal. Sasuke, having picked up his food and poised to take a bite, suddenly recalled something. Turning to gaze at the downcast Naruto, an inexplicable hesitation welled up within him. "Would you like to eat something?" Sasuke finally broke the silence, his voice carrying a note of concern. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that the typically proud Sasuke would utter such words. He opened his mouth to respond, yet found himself at a loss for words. "Kakashi-sensei," Sakura interjected, hastily stepping forward to mediate the situation. "It's fine. After all, he isn't here. I merely wish to ensure that our strongest asset does not hinder us due to hunger," Sasuke retorted, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Deep down, he was more inclined to inquire about the mysterious jutsu Naruto had just employed, the power of which had left him in awe, but he hesitated to voice it, bound by his pride. At that moment, an awkward and subtle atmosphere enveloped the air. The dynamics among the three seemed to shift into something more intricate. Naruto blinked in surprise, realizing for the first time how kind Sasuke could be. "Sasuke," Naruto felt a surge of emotion, nearly brought to tears. What followed was a heartwarming scene, as the bond among the three deepened significantly. Observing this from the shadows, Kakashi nodded in approval, sensing that they had nearly finished their meal, when he suddenly appeared atop the stump. The three were startled, with Naruto nearly choking. "You three have passed," he announced, causing all to freeze momentarily, their mouths agape, unable to articulate any response. It was Sakura who voiced her confusion. In the ninja world, those who do not abide by the rules are deemed worthless, yet those who do not cherish their comrades are even less than that. Kakashi imparted his philosophy upon them, recalling his own teammates with a tinge of melancholy. The memories of Obito's demise and Rin's tragic end weighed heavily on him, each recollection a reminder of his perceived failure to protect them. From afar, Menma observed the unfolding events with a sense of ennui. The narrative had reverted to its original conclusion, pondering what, if anything, he had altered. There has indeed been a change. Naruto did not learn the Chidori, and it is somewhat regrettable that he did not witness that iconic moment. While absorbing Kakashi's teachings, Naruto felt a sudden chill, as if a draft had swept through him. Menma gradually departed, returning to his own realm. As his powers grew, traversing worlds became increasingly effortless. Within the enigmatic realm of Tsukuyomi, the luminous moon hung high in the sky, resembling a splendid jewel, casting a gentle and serene glow. A soft breeze caressed the willow trees by the shore, their branches swaying gracefully, as if dancing, adding a touch of vibrancy to the tranquil night. In his chamber, Menma gradually released his shadow clones, contemplating and organizing his thoughts. He began to comprehend the arrangements of the past 2 days. These mundane affairs appeared trivial, yet for him, they marked significant milestones on his journey of growth. Although devoid of extraordinary highlights, they constituted an indispensable part of his experience. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had imparted systematic knowledge to him, memories accumulated over these days. Concepts and theories, once foreign, surged into Menma's mind like a refreshing stream, leaving him momentarily dizzy. Overwhelmed by an influx of information, he felt his mind struggling to accommodate the knowledge. This sensation was disconcerting, leaving him lightheaded, prompting him to forcefully recline on his bed and succumb to slumber. On the following morning, the sun shone brilliantly, illuminating the earth in a golden hue, as if draping all of existence in a shimmering veil. A gentle breeze carried the faint fragrance of flowers and fresh grass, awakening dormant spirits. Menma opened his eyes, recalling the day's plans. The three had decided to forego tasks in favor of leisure, first indulging in shopping before heading to the hot springs. After tidying himself, he stood before the mirror, observing a handsome young man with crimson hair and calm eyes. His tall frame clad in a stylish coat, reminiscent of his father. With longer hair, he would bear an even closer resemblance to Minato. Menma couldn't help but admire his reflection. Indeed, he appeared quite dashing, with the distinction that he was destined to become a Jinchuriki. Untouched by the influence of the Kyuubi at this stage, his features still more akin to Minato's. Simultaneously, he contemplated the faux Kyuubi within him, lacking in intellect. It had merged with the divine tree's essence, rendering it a mere beast, one that could be controlled. The techniques must be refined. I cannot become one of those abominable creatures. Reflecting on the Kyuubi led him to ponder the Akatsuki clan, who had undergone peculiar transformations due to their fusion with the divine tree. Menma was resolute in avoiding such a fate, especially considering the bizarre entities that roamed this world, like Kisame Hashigaki, exemplifying how chakra could be invasive or, perhaps more aptly, radioactive. The optimal approach was to stabilize his cells, or in other words, to maintain his appearance, achievable through the Yin seal or by attaining a certain level of strength. However, Menma found the current Yin seal inadequate, as he was focused on researching improvements to integrate it into his cultivation system. This endeavor was no small feat, fortunately. Hinata was there to assist. "Hey, Menma, over here." As if summoned by fate, he heard a familiar voice, two girls perched at his window. Menma sighed in exasperation. Hinata had repeatedly advised against such poor habits for a girl, while Yum had inexplicably emulated Hinata's behavior. These bad habits were not to be imitated. "Hee. Don't mind those trivial matters. Let me see. You look great today." Hinata, undeterred, skillfully climbed through the window, circling around Menma with a teasing demeanor. Menma's lips twitched in response. Yum chuckled to herself, feeling a mix of envy and warmth. This was the essence of bonds. All right, let us go." Menma hurriedly ushered the two girls toward the window, fearing his mother would discover them and misunderstand the situation. The trio leaped out, just as Minato approached to call his son for breakfast, exchanging a knowing glance with Kushina, both unable to suppress their smiles, resigned to their child's antics. This child. Shuemin felt a sense of helplessness, unable to comprehend how the other party could be so capricious. It was manageable during their childhood, but now it posed a dilemma. The crux of the matter was that Hokage Darren seemed to have a peculiar thought process, assigning three individuals into the same class. Why should he concern himself with their affairs when they could resolve them on their own? Joshinai was unfazed. One might say she had already come to terms with it. In his resignation, Shuemin chose to ignore the matter, settling onto the sofa to peruse the newspaper. The streets of Mai were indeed vibrant, bustling with the ebb and flow of people akin to a surging tide, showcasing its prosperity. It seemed as though the world's liveliness converged here, and apart from the renowned Fire Country, it would be arduous to find a place that could rival its grandeur. "Hey, it's Menma. Come, take a look at the delicious offerings here. What shall we eat?" A cheerful vendor greeted Menma with a broad smile. "Look at this. Fresh little fish just arrived today. Their flavor is simply exquisite. Would you care to try?" He waved a small fish enticingly before Menma, its scales glinting enticingly in the sunlight. "And these three-colored dumplings, they are sweet and delightful. I assure you, you won't be able to stop eating them." Another vendor chimed in, eager to showcase his specialty. As they strolled along, the familiar vendors were exceptionally warm, greeting Menma and inviting the trio into their shops to sample various treats. Menma, not one to be overly polite, would generously purchase items that caught his fancy, savoring each bite. As they walked, Menma became akin to a little celebrity, basking in the attention. This was partly due to the illustrious reputation of Bo Feng Shuemin, a renowned ninja who lent him prestige, but also because of Menma's own charm. Unlike the serious and stern demeanor of other ninjas, Menma, much like Shueiman, radiated a sunny warmth, remaining amiable and approachable towards ordinary folk. In contrast to other ninjas, it was only natural for people to adore this child. Menma was indeed well received, and Yume felt a twinge of envy. "You can be like that too," Menma said, affectionately ruffling her hair, which bore a faint, pleasant fragrance. Both enjoyed this intimate gesture. Hinata, in contrast, was only interested in food. While meandering here, they encountered other friends, who, upon noticing the trio's date, wisely refrained from interrupting. After traversing only a third of the snack street, Menma's stomach was already protesting, while his two teammates remained enthusiastic. Suddenly, Menma found the shopping experience rather daunting. "This won't do. Food is a great joy, and I cannot forfeit it over such trivial matters." An idea sparked in his mind, reminiscent of various techniques he had encountered in his past life, recalling the philosophical tenet of Shungren Dao and Ryoku Xianzei. Perfect digestion was key, and the sages also emphasized consuming the winds and drinking the dew. Although he had acquired extraordinary powers, he was still fundamentally an ordinary human, subject to mortal wounds. Is it a power related to the stomach? Chapter 54. Secret techniques mastering the enigmatic Ryoku Xianzei could achieve immortality, yet deep down, Menma possessed a degree of self-awareness regarding such matters. He understood clearly that even if he grasped the underlying philosophy, his current level was insufficient to create it. Nevertheless, while reaching the lofty heights of Ryoku Xianzei might be unattainable, it was not entirely implausible to enhance his stomach's absorption capabilities and diligently research to develop a technique akin to the chewing iron method. In fact, such techniques already existed in their world, much like the unique secret arts of the Chiu Dao clan. However, the understanding among the Chiu Dao clan members regarding this technique remained overly limited and narrow. They merely opted to store the absorbed energy in the form of fat within their bodies, which allowed them to enhance their strength and, at critical moments, rapidly convert that fat into chakra for use. Yet, this secret art bore a significant weakness. They perpetually maintained a corpulent appearance, as if their obesity had become a symbol intertwined with the technique. This state of being, in certain specific situations, could lead to unforeseen troubles or disadvantages. Activating his external brain, he quickly researched the Chiu Dao clan's secret art, focusing on the aspect of storage capacity. However, disappointment soon followed, as they had not explored methods to enhance the stomach but had merely resorted to gaining weight. Their foremost concern was converting fat into chakra. What use is this? Is it for weight loss? Menma pondered, bemused. In a peaceful world, this could indeed be effective, enabling fat conversion into energy, potentially establishing a weight loss gym that would surely thrive. Yet in this context, it was utterly pointless. In such an environment, gaining weight was a challenge. What was Menma dazing off about? Hinata tugged at his sleeve, her eyes sparkling, pointing out a vendor selling rice cakes, expressing her desire to indulge. Menma rubbed his stomach, realizing he had yet to digest his first meal and found eating to be a painful endeavor. "This is truly excruciating. I must expedite my plans." He promptly instructed his clone, still studying in Orochimaru's laboratory, to swiftly research a capability akin to Ryoku Xianzei. The clone in the laboratory paused, having forgotten about Ryoku Xianzei, acknowledging it as an excellent ability. Unable to resist stroking his chin, he reflected that for living beings, eating was the sole method of energy replenishment. However, animals' bodies were inherently fragile, and their stomachs had limited capacity, spending most of their time consuming food. A technique to enhance the stomach proved to be quite troublesome. He decided to create several clones to conduct experiments. Meanwhile, Menma gazed at the half-eaten rice cake in his hand, feeling immense distress. His smile faltered, his face stiffening. "Menma, what are you doing? Why are you lost in thought? Do you find me unappealing?" Hinata smiled sweetly, her eyes narrowing as she observed the untouched rice cake in Menma's hand, emanating a hint of danger. "Really, I cannot eat anymore," Menma replied, despondent, genuinely lacking the appetite for food. "Humph, if you don't eat, it means you find me unappealing," Hinata retorted, her spoiled demeanor surfacing. "Hinata, spare me. Do you wish to make me burst?" Menma pleaded, fearing that if this continued, he might truly be overwhelmed. All right, I promise to impart the technique to you." Menma capitulated. "You said so yourself. No one is forcing you," Hinata replied with a haughty snort. Menma, fearing further refusal would lead to his demise, recognized that while this matter seemed straightforward, following the last battle, Hinata and her companion felt their strength lagged behind Myanmar's pace, harboring concerns. Fortunately, Myanmar had sensed their worries and reassured them, revealing that he had developed a secret technique to enhance their physical capabilities. Hinata was already aware of this, as certain meridian issues required her cooperation. Since learning of this miraculous technique, Hinata had whimsically expressed a desire to learn, but Myanmar had declined, citing its incomplete nature. However, Hinata's obstinate nature compelled her to insist on learning immediately, resulting in the current scene, with Yume showing no inclination to assist, intrigued by the technique described by Xianju Myanmar. After agreeing, Hua Tian let out a cheer and decided to reward Myanmar, considering him a good little boyfriend. Let us go to the hot springs, Myanmar. There's a mixed bathing area. Would you like to try it? Suddenly, Hua Tian leaned closer to Myanmar, her voice laced with temptation, whispering sweetly, stirring his heart like a feather gliding through the air. Myanmar couldn't help but recall scenes from anime, gulping nervously, but quickly regained his composure. Shaking his head vigorously, "TCH, such false modesty." Hua Tian shot him a disdainful glance, saying, "If your eyes weren't wandering towards my chest, I might have believed you." Myanmar's face instantly turned crimson, and he lowered his head, unable to utter a word. Konoha Onsen is indeed one of the most renowned and beloved places in Konoha village. Here, people can fully enjoy leisurely moments, sipping tea and engaging in pleasant conversations, as if the worries of the world could dissipate at this moment. It is also a favored retreat for ninjas who have completed missions, allowing the warm waters to envelop their weary bodies, alleviating fatigue, while deeply relaxing both body and mind, as if their very souls were being cleansed. From the esteemed Hokage to ordinary citizens, everyone holds this place in high regard. They willingly come here amidst their busy lives, seeking a moment of inner peace and solace. For Myanmar, this was his first venture into such a place, filled with curiosity as his eyes darted around. However, Hua Tian appeared completely at ease. Noticing Myanmar's inquisitive demeanor, she stepped forward to explain the situation here. It turned out that there was indeed a so-called mixed bathing custom, but it was far different from what Myanmar had imagined. In this ninja world, the level of openness had not yet reached that extent. The so-called mixed bathing was merely within private rooms, a privilege reserved for couples. At this moment, the three of them chose the hot spring area within a private room. Though they were in the same room, a delicate screen separated the genders, allowing them to converse while maintaining their privacy. Myanmar gently stepped into the water, immediately feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. He couldn't help but take a deep breath as his tense nerves gradually relaxed. Leaning back against the edge of the bath, he savored the comfort the hot spring water provided. Although referred to as a hot spring, it resembled a meticulously heated large bath, with the water temperature just right, enticing one to linger. It was indeed delightful. Soaking in the warm water truly helped to ease both body and mind. "Myanmar, why don't you come over and take a look? There's no one here anyway," Hua Tian called from the other side of the screen. Myanmar felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his heart racing as his face flushed. Hua Tian, enough already. He was speechless, and if it weren't for the remnants of his conscience, he would have dashed over to show this bold girl whether he had the courage. Yomei, on the other hand, held Hua Tian back, her body shrinking into the water, her gaze timid and somewhat fearful. Hua Tian, unabashed, leaned confidently against the edge of the pool, already possessing a perfect figure at her young age, which made Yomei envious. The three of them began chatting casually, and Hua Tian refrained from teasing Myanmar. After pondering, Myanmar shared his earlier thoughts from the food street with the two of them. "Hey, Myanmar, you're really something else. Wanting to study such a trivial matter to develop this ability." Hua Tian was at a loss for words. She merely intended to challenge Myanmar, but hadn't he expected this? "Don't you want to eat without gaining weight and increase your chakra capacity?" Myanmar rolled his eyes, thinking, am I really that petty? Strengthening the stomach? Can such a thing actually be researched? Hua Tian expressed doubt. In this ninja world, ninjutsu is the mainstream, while secret arts belong to family legacies, and anything involving energy manipulation falls within the realm of secret arts. Even for prominent clans like Hua Tian's, research on secret arts is minimal. Those secret techniques passed down through generations have taken countless years to develop. Hence, Hua Tian lacked confidence. Chapter 55. Transmission of Techniques. Exiting the hot spring, the three felt utterly relaxed, but Myanmar sensed a rush of blood to his head, thoughts swirling. Shaking his head to dispel the distractions, he said, "Let us find a place to teach you techniques." Yes, you're the best, Myanmar," Hua Tian suddenly rushed over and pecked him on the cheek before he could react. The girl had just emerged from the hot spring, exuding an enticing fragrance that made Menma somewhat uncomfortable. This wasn't the first time he had experienced such a thing, but this time, the temptation felt overwhelming, nearly unbearable. Noticing Yomei approaching, Menma instinctively took 2 steps back, fearing he wouldn't be able to contain himself if it happened again. What are you daydreaming about? Yomei rolled her eyes, clearly aware of Menma's current predicament. Ahem, just keep that in mind, both of you, and stop teasing me. Menma's tone softened. He was no longer a child, and his body had matured, making him vulnerable to such tests. All right, let us hurry up. Let us get started. Menma pulled the 2 of them with him, activating the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, their figures vanished from the hot spring. In an underground laboratory, the 3 appeared. Hua Tian curiously surveyed her surroundings. Where's this? Does Konoha have such places? This is one of Orochimaru-sensei's laboratories. After the previous mishap, Menma was wary of conducting experiments at home. As the transmission of techniques began, the benefits of the ocular techniques became evident. Menma did not need to teach them step by step. He simply needed to explain the release of techniques in place. Both of them possessed ocular techniques, whether it was Byakugan or Sharingan, allowing them to see the internal structure of the human body and the flow of chakra through the veins. Hua Tian's eyes widened in curiosity. It wasn't merely about seeing through walls, as Byakugan could only reveal outlines. At this moment, they were observing the flow of Menma's chakra throughout his body, and for the first time, they gained a clear understanding of chakra, with its immense quantity surpassing their comprehension. Just watching it caused a burning sensation in their eyes. The ability to circulate chakra within the organs was truly fascinating, akin to the properties of elemental attributes. Hearing is believing, but seeing is understanding. It was only when Hua Tian witnessed someone circulating chakra within the 5 organs that she believed her little boyfriend had indeed created something remarkable. As a member of a taijutsu clan, Hua Tian could better appreciate the value of this technique. They began to fully devote themselves to practicing the techniques present in this world, channeling chakra through fixed pathways into the organs, forming a small cycle. After 1 round, both were drenched in sweat, feeling utterly exhausted. This experience was abysmal. Compared to ninjutsu, this method consumed far more energy, making it hard for them to adapt. However, the benefits were also apparent. It felt as if they had shed 3 pounds of burden. Menma was not at ease either, nervously watching the 2 until they opened their eyes, collectively releasing a sigh of relief. This method of chakra manipulation through the organs was perilous. Even a slight misstep could lead to internal injuries, which was no trivial matter. Wow, this secret art is incredible. What kind of abilities does it possess? Hua Tian exhaled deeply, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Menma. Are you referring to ninjutsu? Menma seemed to anticipate her question. Yes. Hua Tian nodded eagerly. Infonin possesses the ability to store chakra while maintaining one's youthful appearance. Hinata is quite curious about the capabilities of this secret technique. The most notable characteristic of this technique is the enhancement of the body. The significance of the internal organs is self-evident. As for the so-called offensive capabilities, they certainly exist. Menma understands that cultivation requires motivation. He comprehends the meaning represented by the techniques, yet others do not grasp it. It is akin to explaining the concept of achieving immortality to someone unfamiliar with the idea. It is challenging to articulate. Therefore, the best approach is to demonstrate the power. Let us proceed to showcase it. Without further ado, Menma led the 3 individuals away from that place. The scorching afternoon sun relentlessly poured its rays upon the earth, as if intent on scorching everything in its path. In stark contrast, Konoha appeared to exude a unique coolness. A gentle breeze swept through the entire forest, transforming the once blistering heat into a refreshing and pleasant coolness, reminiscent of a tender hand gently alleviating the sweltering summer heat, leaving one with a sense of tranquility. By the banks of the small river in Konoha, a symphony of sounds intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. The cicadas chirped tirelessly, seemingly proclaiming the arrival of summer to the world. Meanwhile, the birds sang joyfully, their melodious voices akin to heavenly music. The river flowed softly, its surface rippling gently, with concentric circles of waves expanding outward, as if nature itself were performing a beautiful melody. At that moment, 3 figures suddenly appeared like phantoms. Menma spoke no words but moved slowly, allowing the 2 others to observe clearly. Behold the power of the heart. The heart, associated with fire, emanated a mysterious energy akin to a blazing current, swiftly mobilizing the chakra within, converging in his hands. With a slight lift of his hand, infused with the essence of flame, he gently exhaled towards the distance. A vast sea of blazing fire surged forth, sweeping majestically across the river's surface. The inferno resembled a colossal dragon, dancing with fervor in the air, igniting the waters in its wake, which appeared to boil as waves of heat soared upward. The once tranquil river now resembled water at a rolling boil, instantly producing a thick veil of steam, enveloping the world in a sudden wave of high temperature. Within the swirling steam, a mysterious and awe-inspiring atmosphere subtly emerged. Is this the art of fire release? The temperature is significantly higher than that of a typical fire shield, and it requires no hand seals. It can be executed solely through the ingenious transformation of chakra attributes. Truly astounding, Hinata murmured, her Byakugan glinting with curiosity. Yumi fixed her gaze intently on Menma's demonstration, her expression revealing profound contemplation. Neither of them had anticipated that ninjutsu could be employed in such a wondrous manner. This novel perspective left them both exhilarated and bewildered. Did you grasp it clearly? Menma inquired, his tone laced with anticipation. The two shook their heads in unison, their faces etched with confusion. Observing their expressions, Menma began to patiently elucidate. In truth, the principle is remarkably simple, akin to ancient tricks, reminiscent of the magical act of breathing fire. By skillfully igniting the fire attribute chakra within, and then utilizing hand movements and breath control, one can manifest such an astonishing fire release technique. As chakra circulates through the internal organs, its attributes transform, akin to compression and refinement. The chakra in the heart becomes concentrated fire attribute chakra, much like high-proof alcohol, which, when combined with the chakra within the body, enables the execution of fire-breathing techniques. There is no preliminary movement, no hand seals, and no interruptions. How marvelous! It is equivalent to mastering the transformation of chakra attributes, Hinata concluded. Indeed, Menma responded, refraining from delving into the philosophical aspects of organ attributes, allowing them to grasp the concept in their own way. Subsequently, Menma demonstrated the attributes of the 5 elements, revealing the possibility of simultaneously invoking 2 attributes. Is it still incomplete? Hinata inquired, her curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Menma's explanation, they could finally comprehend the might of this secret technique, yet they were astonished to learn that Menma considered it merely a work in progress, not yet complete. The ideal technique I envision would involve a full circulation throughout the body, ultimately returning to the dantian. What I have created thus far merely establishes a small cycle within the internal organs, a minor technique born from the principle of the 5 elements generating one another. Menma's interest was piqued as he began to share with them the principles of his technique and his imaginative concepts. The earnestness of a man is most enchanting. In that moment, Menma seemed to radiate a distinct brilliance, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he passionately recounted his ideas. The transformation in the perception of the two was profound. Gone was the usual lethargy and gentleness, replaced by a captivating charm steeped in knowledge and enthusiasm. Naturally, they could not fully comprehend Menma's discourse, yet this did not hinder their admiration. So handsome. I had no idea Menma had this side to him. It turns out this little man is passionate about developing secret techniques, Hinata exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she focused intently on Menma's face. In that moment, Menma's gaze seemed like a vortex filled with knowledge and an insatiable thirst for discovery, an allure that deeply captivated the attention of both women. Chapter 56. Kushina's curiosity. Uncertain how much time had passed, Menma finally concluded his fervent exposition of theories and dreams, looking at the two with eager anticipation. Observing their expressions, he felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. As expected, he had been speaking to the wind. They understood nothing, merely fixating on his face. Although Menma was aware that he possessed a certain charm, he desired them to recognize his talents and to hear words of praise in return. Superficial, he thought. As the energy in his eyes visibly waned, his expression settling back into its usual calm demeanor. Menma, you are truly remarkable. Although I didn't quite grasp everything, you are undoubtedly the best. Keep it up. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call on me. I believe my eyes can still be of some assistance. Hinata was the first to regain her composure. She was not the obedient girl from the real world, With a quick glance, she understood Menma's current state. It was akin to a child eagerly awaiting praise after performing a demonstration. If he did not receive acknowledgement, it would dampen his enthusiasm and discourage future displays of his ideas. Thus, without hesitation, Hinata offered praise, encouragement, and ultimately, rewards. Menma scratched his cheek, feeling a bit bashful from the compliments, yet the satisfaction he felt was beyond words. It was truly gratifying to have one's principles and dreams acknowledged, especially by those closest to him. This sensation ignited a fire within him. Rest assured, if I need assistance, I will definitely call upon you. Menma's hand instinctively found its way to Hinata's head, gently ruffling her hair. Hinata's eyes narrowed like those of a contented kitten, both of them aware that Menma had this habit of affectionately ruffling their heads when he was particularly delighted. Simultaneously, Menma felt a surge of energy within him. The chakra throughout his body became invigorated, especially that within his internal organs, undergoing an unknown transformation, though he had no time to observe it now. The carefree moments of youth are unrestrained. There is no need to reminisce about the past or worry about the future. At this age, their focus is solely on the present. The day was filled with joy as the three of them enjoyed meals, strolled through the streets, soaked in hot springs, shared their dreams, envisioned the future, and looked forward to growing up. After parting ways, the three individuals embarked on their respective journeys home. Menma this time did not employ the mystical technique of Hiruzen. Instead, he strolled leisurely, as if time itself had slowed in that moment. He savored the ubiquitous aroma of the surroundings, a scent both ordinary and warm, akin to a cup of steaming tea in winter, capable of instantly soothing the soul. The essence of human life is truly comforting to the heart. This thought flowed through Menma's mind like a clear spring. He stood quietly by the street, his gaze resting upon those blissful families. A father softly comforted his weeping child, while a mother tenderly wiped away the child's tears. Or perhaps a family gathered around the dining table, relishing delectable dishes while engaging in cheerful conversation, their laughter possessing a magical quality that could dispel all gloom and fatigue. Menma could not help but feel a surge of emotion, recalling everything he had experienced that day. He nearly lost himself in the thought of such a tranquil existence. With a wife and children, enjoying a simple yet happy life, perhaps that was not a bad choice after all. In this Konoha village, such warmth and beauty abounded. Had I not witnessed the heights of the heavens, I would willingly dwell in a well. Had I not known the vastness of the world, I would not yearn for flight. Had I been an ordinary person, I would only aspire to an ordinary life. As the sunset bathed the sky in splendid hues, Menma walked along the street, lifting his gaze to the distant sky, his heart still longing to ascend and behold it. Were he an ordinary individual, untouched by extraordinary powers, he would unhesitatingly accept his current life, filled with warmth and companionship. Alas, this world is one of the extraordinary, endowed with the power of chakra. And he himself is a traveler, aware that this world is an illusion, with a true reality lying beyond it, amidst the stars where the Akatsuki plant trees. The world is vast, beautiful. How could one not desire to explore it? It is akin to climbing a mountain. Once aware, one yearns to ascend. Unbeknownst to him, he had already arrived at his doorstep. Upon opening the door, he announced, "I'm back." "Welcome back," echoed his parents' voices within the room. Even the customary greetings radiated warmth to Menma. In comparison to that unfortunate child, Naruto, Menma felt the comforting embrace of his family even more profoundly. "How was your day, Menma?" Kushina poked her head from the kitchen, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Menma felt a flush of embarrassment. Indeed, curiosity is a universal trait among humanity. However, his mother's inquisitiveness about her son made him wonder if he had returned too soon. Clearing his throat, he noticed Minato also sneaking glances their way. His eyes filled with intrigue. "Truly, he is my son," Kushina exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, as only her son could manage to date two girls simultaneously. Were it anyone else, they would likely be nursing bruises by now. Menma felt increasingly awkward, suddenly sensing that this family warmth had waned. "Kushina, is dinner ready?" Minato inquired, his gentleness unyielding. Though secretly curious about their son's affairs, he refrained from exacerbating the situation and instead shifted the topic. "All right, it's ready, time to eat." Kushina ceased her teasing, and the simple yet heartwarming meal of 3 dishes and soup was served. Yet, the look in Kushina's eyes made Menma feel as if he were being pricked by thorns, discomfort enveloping him entirely. Just ask whatever you wish, mother. Finally, Menma could no longer restrain himself. Oh, I was merely curious. Which of these two girls do you actually like? I like them both. Menma rolled his eyes. Kushina regretted posing that question, while Minato's lips twitched, momentarily at a loss for words. Both parents fell into a silence that colored the evening's meal. They sensed the awkwardness, but were unsure of what to say. In this world, no marriage laws dictated that one must marry only one spouse. Yet, everyone typically took one wife. For their son to desire to break this norm and marry two, both from prominent families, was a troubling thought. At that moment, Kushina wished to slap herself. What was the need to bring this up? It would likely keep her awake throughout the night. Having given him the Hiruzen technique was indeed the right decision. Should he ever find himself in peril, he could escape. Minato thought simply. Should he face pursuit from the Hyuga and Uchiha clans one day, he was somewhat relieved to have taught his son the technique early. The meal concluded amidst silence, and Menma excused himself to retreat to his room. Kushina wore a worried expression. Would her son truly consider marrying both? Menma and his companions were no longer young. Had they been ordinary folk, they would have already married. Even for a ninja, it was about time. Let him handle his own matters. Minato sighed helplessly. The two parents fretted over their son's future, but Menma paid them no mind. Love is love, and having traversed worlds, he was unconcerned with others' opinions. Once in his room, Menma was eager. He had sensed a change within him earlier in the afternoon, yet had not had the time to discern its nature. He immediately turned inward to inspect the transformation. Chapter 57. Change. Chakra within his heart ignited into flames, rapidly burning with a newfound intensity. The quality of the chakra undergoing a profound transformation. Menma opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his features. What is happening? A qualitative change had occurred. He began to reflect on the day's events, seeking the cause of his chakra's metamorphosis. Emotions. After much contemplation, this seemed the sole plausible reason. Since his arrival in this world, today had marked the most significant emotional shift he had experienced. Shyness, joy, excitement, affection, culminating in clarity. Those versed in biology understand that the heart is merely a standard organ within the human body, seemingly unremarkable compared to other vital organs. However, in extraordinary realms, perceptions of the heart differ. It becomes a crucial entity, its significance only slightly inferior to that of the brain. From ancient perspectives, the heart is seen as the key organ that provides energy to the body, akin to the wellspring of life, continuously supplying vitality and vigor to every part of the body. Yet, at this moment, for Menma, these distinctions regarding the heart's role across various realms were not of primary concern. What truly perplexed him was the resonance between his emotions and his heart today. What had caused this current state? Why had the chakra, which once flowed serenely through his heart, suddenly been affected? Could it be that, aside from intense emotions like anger, other feelings could influence the heart and, in turn, impact the chakra within? Not possible. He recalled conducting an experiment previously, where only extreme emotions could harm the internal organs. Menma found himself ensnared in deep doubt. Simultaneously, he began to contemplate the phenomenon of chakra's transformation. Could it be that the chakra and emotions had intertwined, sparking this qualitative change? A new and profound inquiry, like a fog, gradually enveloped his mind. He pondered for a considerable time, ultimately managing to formulate a somewhat nebulous theory. With no other recourse, he gently extended his hand, and a blazing red flame materialized in his palm, as if it were the embodiment of the unresolved enigma deep within him, flickering with a mysterious and alluring light. This was the red flame chakra from within his heart. Menma examined it, momentarily unsure of its purpose. Unable to decipher its significance, he resolved to consult Orochimaru the following day for further investigation. He then decided it was time to rest. The following morning, the warm and radiant sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window like a golden veil, gradually illuminating the entire room and enveloping everything within its bright embrace. Simultaneously, the sunlight caressed Menma's sleeping face like a gentle hand, seemingly beckoning him to awaken from the realm of dreams. Menma, still in a daze, opened his eyes wide and let out a great yawn, resembling a young kitten just roused from slumber. Instinctively, he turned his head towards the window and sighed with relief upon noticing that there was no shadow lurking outside, as if he had been startled into an anxious reaction. He stretched languidly, slowly rising from his bed, and then wobbled his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, he descended the stairs to partake in breakfast. Upon entering the dining room, he was immediately greeted by the sight of a sumptuous breakfast laid out on the table. Yet he did not see the familiar figure of his father on the sofa. Confused, he could not help but inquire, "Where's Dad?" Kushina, hearing Menma's question, emerged from the kitchen holding a steaming cup of milk. With a smile, she replied, "He has a mission today and left early this morning." A pang of disappointment washed over Menma, as he had intended to seek his father's wisdom regarding the Flying Thunder God technique. Sensing his sentiment, Kushina gently patted his shoulder and reassured him he will return soon. "Now, enjoy your breakfast." As she handed him the cup of milk, Menma, despite his aversion to its taste, could not bear to refuse the hopeful look in her eyes. Reluctantly, he raised the cup to his lips, grimacing as if he were about to take medicine, and gulped it down in one go. Once he finished the milk, Menma felt a wave of discomfort in his stomach and regretted his impulsive decision. Observing his expression, Kushina quickly expressed concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Menma, suppressing his discomfort, shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. I just drank too quickly." At that moment, Kushina suddenly had an idea and cheerfully asked, "Menma, do you have anything planned for today? Would you like to join me in making explosive tags?" "About that, I think I'll pass. I have matters to discuss with Orochimaru today." After pondering for a moment, Menma decided against it. Explosive tags are a common item in the ninja world, and while they are a luxury for lower-ranked ninjas, they serve as an extremely effective means of attack. Their expense makes them a rarity for lower ninjas unless they are assigned significant tasks. Though the process of crafting explosive tags has become relatively straightforward over time, few possess the knowledge to create them, and Kushina, being a master of sealing techniques, is certainly among the few. Their household relies on the income from explosive tags, and Menma has learned about them, as anyone well-versed in sealing techniques would understand the principles behind them. However, Menma's disinterest stems from the fact that the power of explosive tags is relatively weak, and he is currently focused solely on his own development, showing little interest in external items. "Oh, how children grow up and become less endearing." Kushina feigned a sorrowful expression. "You certainly didn't have this attitude when I taught you about explosive tags." Menma felt a chill run down his spine at her words. All right. I'll leave a shadow clone to help you with the making." He quickly conceded. "Now that's my good son." Kushina's expression brightened immediately. For making these items alone was rather tedious, and with Minato currently serving as Tsunade's right hand, he was entrusted with all the important tasks. Minato is a staunch member of the Hokage lineage. If not for his overly laid-back disposition, he could very well be the next Hokage. On the other hand, Menma is viewed by Kushina as someone who is not diligent. With a long sigh, Menma reflected on his situation. His father is an elite jonin, and his mother is similarly accomplished, plus they have their own business, which truly grants them financial freedom. Menma is not one to squander his resources. His teammates are in similar circumstances. Both hail from prominent families and lack financial concerns. With Orochimaru's busyness, their team is the least committed to tasks. After accepting a few missions, they found themselves bored and decided to refrain from taking on new ones for the time being. Such is the privilege of wealth. Having hastily finished breakfast, Menma left a shadow clone to assist his mother with the explosive tags while he set off for Orochimaru's laboratory. As a disciple of Orochimaru, he could now visit openly. Upon entering the underground laboratory, he found Orochimaru engrossed in an experiment. "Menma-kun has arrived," Orochimaru remarked. "Is there a significant project underway? If not, I have something intriguing to discuss." Menma approached, and upon hearing this, Orochimaru paused his work. Menma then revealed a small flame he had conjured. True to his reputation, Orochimaru immediately recognized the anomaly in the chakra. "This is a different nature transformation. How did you achieve this?" His eyes widened with curiosity as he regarded Menma. The chakra in Menma's hand was not only more concentrated and powerful, but also exuded a peculiar aura that seemed to influence emotions. Menma, however, did not disclose the techniques involved, but instead shared his hypothesis. Could emotions be intertwined with chakra? Orochimaru blinked in surprise. Had he not seen Menma's earnest expression, he might have thought it a jest. "Do you have any insights?" Menma's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Before him stood one of the most brilliant minds in the world, and he hoped for unique answers or perspectives. "May I experience this chakra?" Instead of rushing to a conclusion, Orochimaru prepared to personally sense it. eager to discern the differences in this high-concentration chakra. Of course, Menma responded without hesitation, extending his hand. Orochimaru, after a brief moment of hesitation, reached into the flame. Contrary to expectations, he felt no burning or pain. The flame appeared almost illusory. As numerous questions swirled in Orochimaru's mind, his expression suddenly shifted. Menma, closely observing Orochimaru's hand, saw that it had not ignited and felt a flicker of confusion. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru's face, and he was taken aback. At that moment, Orochimaru looked like a snake preparing for hibernation, his eyes half closed and languid. Menma realized the influence was taking effect. Retracting the flame, he curiously inquired, Orochimaru-sensei, what do you feel? What is happening? Orochimaru, despite his awareness of his unusual state, found it challenging to articulate the sensation, which felt almost spiritual, an overwhelming lethargy that rendered him disinterested in everything. After several minutes, he finally shook off the influence, regaining his composure from the comfortable state. Phew, Menma. I am beginning to believe your conclusion. Orochimaru's eyes still held disbelief, astonished that mere chakra could sway another's emotions, an occurrence he had never witnessed before. His gaze reflected the wild enthusiasm of a mad scientist, causing Menma to instinctively retreat a couple of steps. Orochimaru-sensei, please remain calm, Menma urged. Feeling uneasy under Orochimaru's intense stare, as if he were about to be dissected. How did you manage to infuse chakra into the heart? Orochimaru's gaze was fixed intently on Menma, and he posed a question that cut straight to the core of the matter. The chakra of an ordinary individual circulates through the meridians within their physical form, while certain specialized ninjutsu may involve the internal organs. Yet such techniques are not accessible to the average ninja. Menma's situation, however, was markedly distinct. There was no need for Menma to conceal this, as their initial encounter had been sparked by the power of emotion, during which Menma was experimenting with the effects of sound waves. As their acquaintance deepened, Menma shared his discoveries, specifically the enhancement of internal organs through the technique of tiger-leopard thunder sound, inspired by the feline grace of cats. Orochimaru, intrigued by this notion, was yet unaware of Menma's specific intentions. The techniques Menma had developed were the result of his own research, akin to when Hinata inquired about certain aspects of the meridians. Menma presented his findings, stating that the enhancement of internal organs had undergone a qualitative change in chakra the previous day. So, Menma-kun, what did you do yesterday? Orochimaru inquired. His curiosity piqued. Menma felt a twinge of embarrassment, regretting his predicament. How could he possibly explain? He had gone on a date. He had been flirted with. Such matters were not to be divulged, as they were too personal and would surely compromise his dignity. Noticing Menma's discomfort, Orochimaru surmised that this matter was likely sensitive, perhaps even involving some secret of ninjutsu, and thus ceased his inquiries. Instead, he began to ponder the quality of chakra, a subject well understood among jonin. The distinction between jonin and jinin lay in their chakra. Even with the same amount, jonin could manipulate the properties of their chakra, resulting in more potent ninjutsu. Menma-kun, you consistently manage to surprise me. You flatter me, sensei. Have you made any discoveries? Menma could tell from Orochimaru's expression that he had formed his own conclusions. The laboratory soon buzzed with excitement as the two commenced a discussion regarding the quality of chakra. Orochimaru shared insights and experiences accessible only to jonin, while Menma articulated his understanding of quality. Meanwhile, Kushina guided Menma's shadow clone to a shop on the streets of Konoha. Lady Kushina, you have arrived, and young Master Menma. A young girl in the shop greeted them cheerfully upon their arrival. Please, just call me Menma, Xiaoyunjia. The title young master feels rather awkward to me, Menma insisted, waving his hands dismissively. The girl, Xiaoyun, stood with a round face and a high ponytail that swayed behind her, her lips curving into an endearing smile. She was responsible for overseeing the shop. Menma had seen her a few times and occasionally heard stories about her from his parents. It was said that her father had once accompanied Menma's father on various crucial missions, and the subsequent fate of her father was a tale of valor leading to his sacrifice. Her mother was an ordinary individual, and Watergate felt immense guilt for not having cared for his former comrade, which prompted him to inform Kushina, resulting in Xiaoyun being assigned to work at their shop. This lively girl was exceedingly grateful to Menma's family. However, Menma found it somewhat disconcerting that she always addressed him as young master. Each time he heard this term, it filled him with embarrassment. Xiaoyunjia, I've told you countless times, please refrain from calling me young master. Our parents were comrades. We are of the same generation, and this title makes me uncomfortable. Kushina was accustomed to this exchange, and after engaging in a few pleasant words with the girl, she led Menma into the shop. Inside, various blank scrolls and tools were neatly arranged. This was where Kushina crafted scrolls and explosive tags. All right, Menma, give it a try. Let's see if you've made any progress. This is such a bother, Menma grumbled, yet he approached and began working on the explosive tags. The principle behind explosive tags was quite simple, sealing chakra within the paper, which was not ordinary paper, but rather crafted from chakra-infused trees. Each family had its unique crafting techniques. Kushina had her own distinctive methods. First, she would draw the sealing symbols and then infuse it with chakra. These advanced explosive tags could potentially shatter a tree that 3 people could barely encircle, making Kushina's creations highly sought after in Konoha. Menma was already quite proficient in sealing techniques, having invested considerable effort to improve the Een sealing method. With a gentle touch, chakra transformed into symbols, swiftly covering the paper, and in the blink of an eye, an explosive tag was successfully created. As expected of my son, your proficiency in sealing techniques has progressed. Kushina was not surprised by this display. She was well aware of her son's talent, and the term genius could only describe the shadow he cast. Menma, observing the explosive tag on the table, suddenly experienced a flash of inspiration. The limited power of ordinary explosive tags stemmed from material constraints, but now he considered himself a master of sealing techniques. Why not create a powerful explosive tag himself? For instance, sealing a Rasengan within it to use as an explosive tag. Coupled with his flying thunder god technique, it would be akin to a swift express delivery, guaranteed to arrive. However, he quickly chastised himself for his superficiality. His chakra was still too weak. It would be best to seal natural energy instead. Menma thought of the Akatsuki clan, whose members were on another level. Aside from natural energy and physical techniques, other ninjutsu were ineffective against them. If he could develop a natural explosive tag and combine it with S-rank forbidden techniques, coupled with his flying thunder god, the potential was beyond imagination. Mom, how much do you know about natural energy? He queried, turning to his mother, who was busy crafting sealing scrolls. Where did you hear that term? She asked, her hands never ceasing their work. I forgot, Menma replied, unsure of how to fabricate an excuse. Kushina paid it little mind, continuing her task while explaining the concept of natural energy. Natural chakra permeates the world, much like the chakra inherent in our bodies. However, natural energy is volatile. With your current strength, you can protect yourself, but that energy is perilous. Do not pursue it, Kushina cautioned. Watergate had practiced Sage Mode, and his teacher, Jiraiya, was the only one currently adept in it, a fact that Kushina was well aware of. She did not wish for her son to engage with such power. Menma understood the danger of natural energy. In Kushina's eyes, it was likely more perilous than the Kyubi. To the Uzumaki clan, the Kyubi was merely a plaything. But mishandling natural energy could lead to assimilation with nature itself. Nevertheless, Menma recognized that the path to strength was inextricably linked to natural energy. Human effort has its limits. Yet the universe is boundless. Even Otsutsuki's ultimate goal was to absorb the planet's energy using the Ten Tails. To become a true powerhouse, one must transcend self-sufficiency. Only by learning to harness the power of the universe can one truly be deemed strong. Chapter 59, Danzo's Rumors in the Laboratory, aided by Orochimaru. Everything proceeded smoothly. Menma's shadow clone had underestimated the complexities of creating a powerful explosive tag. However, the paper could not withstand Menma's formidable chakra, as he had nearly reached the strength of Naruto during the Sage Mode phase, especially the Menma Spiral Pill. The Great Spiral Wheel's power can effortlessly obliterate Konoha. To think that Menma wishes to seal such power within a mere piece of paper is rather naive, at least with the current chakra paper. Such a small fragment cannot contain it, unless one resorts to a large sealing scroll. Yet, the production cost of such a scroll is exorbitant, making it impractical as a consumable. Menma, you are no longer a child. Refrain from engaging in such perilous experiments. Joshinai turned her head, her expression one of exasperation. Moments ago, a terrifying surge of chakra erupted, causing Joshinai's hair to stand on end. Startled, she spun around and caught a fleeting glimpse of something. It was a glowing explosive tag, clearly on the verge of detonation, radiating a heart-stopping aura of formidable power. Haha, I merely wished to create a more potent explosive tag, but I didn't anticipate the paper's incapacity to withstand it. It nearly detonated, which was rather dangerous. Menma sheepishly admitted, scratching his head and revealing his earlier thoughts without reservation. Child, what are you doing? You mustn't create trouble for others. Fear not, mother. I sent it to the riverbed, Menma replied with a smile. In the desert of the Wind Country, a long-haired woman donned in revealing attire, her back entirely exposed. Led a team returning to Sunagakure after completing their mission. Suddenly, her brow furrowed. Her battle-hardened instincts sensed an overwhelming danger. Quickly leave this place. Having uttered those words, she swiftly seized two individuals beside her and propelled herself with a fierce momentum toward the distant horizon. The remaining individual remained in stunned silence. Yet he was abruptly engulfed by a searing and violent force, as if the very world sought to consume him. A rush of heat surged forth, making his cheeks burn and his hair dance in the wind. At that moment, a cataclysmic explosion erupted from the desert, a deafening roar reminiscent of a demon's growl. Shaking the very earth, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended rapidly, enveloping the previously tranquil desert in a thick shroud of smoke. The air within that haze was infused with scorching currents, as if capable of melting everything in its path. Once the smoke and heat gradually dissipated, Zhuang Duan Yetsong stood at the explosion's edge, his expression dark and foreboding. He squinted, meticulously sensing the surrounding movements, leaving no minute breath unnoticed. After a thorough investigation, he confirmed the area was devoid of any presence, his vigilance easing slightly, yet he remained far from completely at ease. How dare they ambush me, laying a trap in advance? Those detestable scoundrels had better not let me discover their identities. Zhuang Duan Yetsong muttered under his breath, his eyes gleaming with anger. The inexplicable near-death experience left him feeling immensely frustrated and furious, silently vowing to uncover the mastermind behind this and ensure they paid a heavy price. Menma was acutely aware of the explosive tag's latent power, and without a moment's hesitation, he teleported to the treacherous desert. Whether anyone else was present in the desert was a question he had not contemplated. If someone were indeed unfortunate enough to be there, it could only be attributed to fate. Zhou Shinai gazed at her son with helplessness, finding him a constant source of worry. I recall having warned you about these dangers before. Why do you persist in such reckless experiments? Chakra paper has its limits, regardless of your proficiency in sealing techniques. It is impossible to seal a tailed beast within a mere piece of paper. This is common knowledge. Isn't it merely an experiment? Menma replied with an awkward smile, having not anticipated that his plans would falter before they could even be set in motion. It seems he would have to delve into researching constitutional explosive tags, integrating S-rank techniques to achieve pinpoint detonations. Meanwhile, in the reality outside, beneath the roots of Danzo, two shadowy figures stood silently in the darkness. All the intel is here. There is no information regarding the Uzumaki. Incompetence. You can't even track a single person. Tobi's expression darkened. After taking control of Danzo, his first objective was to locate and seize the sealing scroll from that individual. However, since Menma was not originally from this world, and his abilities resembled those of Uchiha Obito, finding him proved impossible. Thus, Tobi's frustration mounted, a person so enigmatic, hidden in the shadows. Evading detection while seemingly reveling in chaos could only heighten his urgency. I don't care what methods you employ. Find that Uzumaki quickly and eliminate him, Tobi commanded before departing. Meanwhile, with Danzo's support, the Akatsuki organization was now well-funded and had begun preparations. Once Tobi had left, Danzo sat in contemplation. Lord Leader, the plan is set in motion. The third Hokage has grown old. We must oust him. I pledge unwavering loyalty to Lord Danzo. The darkness fell silent once more, as the underground remained quiet. A breeze began to stir on the surface. Rumors spread throughout Konoha, whispering that the third Hokage had aged. Have you heard? The third Hokage has lost the heirloom of past Hokages, the sealing scroll. What is the sealing scroll? You don't know what the sealing scroll is? It is said to contain crucial ninjutsu from Konoha's founding to the present. If it falls into the wrong hands, it would be tantamount to revealing our village's ninjutsu to outsiders. How could something like that get lost? Doesn't that put the ninja's missions at great risk? Indeed. If such a thing can be lost, the third Hokage has truly aged. How dare you speak such words? Are you not afraid the Umbu will seize you? What is there to fear? Everyone knows about this matter. The rumors spread like a tempest in spring, swiftly engulfing every corner of Konoha. their speed so rapid that they seemed to reach the farthest corners of the world in the blink of an eye. By the time the third Hokage became aware of the situation, the invisible tide of public opinion had already swept through Konoha, nearly everyone informed of the shocking news. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage sat firmly upon his imposing chair, his face, usually adorned with a benevolent smile, now shrouded in a grim expression. Akin to a sky obscured by dark clouds, the amiable grandfatherly image vanished entirely. The pipe he once held tightly was set aside, and the usual tranquil smoke no longer surrounded him. Instead, he stared intently ahead, his eyes betraying a profound anger, directed at his old comrade, Danzo. Danzo, what are you truly after? The third Hokage's voice bore an unmistakable edge of accusation. He could not comprehend why his former comrade, with whom he had fought side by side, would act in such a manner. Danzo slowly lifted his head, his expression remaining calm, as if the events unfolding before him had no bearing on him. Hisashi, you have grown old. You are no longer suited to occupy that exalted position. His words were succinct and direct, striking the third Hokage's heart like a sharp dagger. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage could not help but let out a bitter laugh. Old Danzo, do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. Let me be clear, this will never happen. His heart brimmed with disappointment and fury toward Danzo. And considering their similar ages, it was evident that even if a new Hokage were to be chosen, it would not be an elderly individual. Hisashi, I am uncertain of your words, yet this matter must be resolved. We cannot allow it to continue unchecked. Danzo maintained his calm demeanor, fully aware that both parties understood the underlying tensions. This was a political struggle. Certain actions could be taken, yet explicit statements were to be avoided, leaving both men aware of the complexities at play. What perplexes the third Hokage is the intention behind Danzo's actions. To aspire to become Hokage is no jest. This individual has firmly entrenched himself in darkness, akin to a rat that cannot behold the light. Even if a candidate for Hokage were to be selected, it could never be Danzo. He would not acquiesce, nor would others allow it. Taking a deep breath, the third Hokage's expression fluctuated between shadows of despair and hope. The situation has escalated beyond simple containment, and most critically, what was once known only to a select few within the Hokage faction is now common knowledge among other shinobi. The significance of the Book of Seals is well understood by ninjas, who recognize the catastrophic implications for Konohagakure should this knowledge fall into the wrong hands. It is likely that many are already restless. In the Hokage's office, an atmosphere of grave tension pervaded as numerous elite jonin furrowed their brows, burdened by unspoken anxieties, each arriving with heavy steps. The matter at hand was of utmost importance, directly impacting their own interests. Their gazes were laden with questioning and confusion, struggling to comprehend how such a calamity could transpire. They had gathered here in pursuit of a definitive answer to quell their persistent worries. Should the techniques contained within the Book of Seals be learned by outsiders, it would undoubtedly deal a devastating blow to Konohagakure. The Book of Seals is a closely guarded secret of the village, containing countless powerful and enigmatic jutsu, the culmination of generations of shinobi wisdom. If it were to fall into the hands of outsiders, the consequences would be unimaginable. Consider, for instance, if the formidable dust release were to be mastered by other villages. It would unleash a disaster capable of altering the course of history across the ninja world. The destructive power and lethality of dust release are astonishing. If wielded by those with ill intentions, it would plunge the ninja realm into unending turmoil and peril. As for whether anyone could learn the techniques within the Book of Seals, one must not underestimate the capabilities of individuals across the world. In this vast realm of shinobi, there has never been a shortage of exceptionally gifted and talented prodigies. Just as the once thought lost would release was painstakingly resurrected by Orochimaru and his cohorts, one cannot dismiss the potential of other ninjas. The world is rife with talent, yet why has the third Tsukuyomi failed to find a suitable heir? The reasons are complex and intertwined, reflecting the systemic issues of this world. Thus far, the legacy of the Hokage among the 5 great villages has adhered to a principle of direct succession, either from father to son or from master to disciple. While this method of inheritance provides a degree of stability and continuity, it also harbors significant drawbacks, limiting the flow and selection of talent and preventing promising individuals from receiving the opportunities and training they deserve. Returning to Konohagakure, The sight of so many Jonin deepened the third Hokage's frown. He realized that this matter could no longer be concealed. The circumstances were more convoluted than he had anticipated. None of the gathered elite wished to take the lead, yet they were acutely aware of the formidable power contained within the Book of Seals. The cases of Kato Dan and the fourth Hokage serve as reminders. Both became immensely powerful shinobi precisely because they mastered the forbidden techniques inscribed within the book. The prospect of such a ninja appearing among their enemies filled them with despair. All of this chaos stemmed from the actions of the third Hokage, and as the gaze of the assembly turned towards him in silence, they awaited an explanation. "I shall retire and pass the mantle to the one who retrieves the Book of Seals," he declared. The die had been cast. The third Hokage must provide clarity to all, though the shadows lurking in his eyes were known only to him. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the masked man, and he harbored doubts about anyone being capable of retrieving the book from such a being. As for the title of Hokage, he was willing to relinquish it, but he would never allow it to be snatched away by another. Nor would he pass it to an outsider. Therefore, he resolved to promptly inform his apprentice, ensuring the legacy of the Hokage would continue. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the assembled Jonin darkened. They were uninterested in the position of Hokage. Their primary concern was the potential adversaries they might face, who could very well resemble figures like Minato or Kato Dan. One by one, they departed, leaving only the third Hokage and Danzo in the office. "Is this the outcome you desired? To instigate panic among all?" The third Hokage questioned Danzo. "Time will prove me right," Danzo retorted, his smug smile betraying a sense of triumph he had not anticipated. Everything was unfolding according to his plan, whether the third Hokage wished it or not. The outcome was inevitable. In a few days, when he presented the Book of Seals as his own discovery, he would readily accept the title of Hokage. Thus, Danzo remained calm and collected, fully prepared. He had no desire to engage in idle conversation with the old man. Instead, he intended to return and revel in the completion of his long-held ambition. Rising leisurely, he made his way toward the office exit. "You will come to regret this," the third Hokage warned ominously. "I will be the future Hokage," Danzo shot back, his smile faltering momentarily before he regained composure. In that moment, their roles seemed to have reversed. Each experienced a glimpse into the other's former feelings. The third Hokage's expression darkened further. The aspiration to become Hokage was but a dream. No matter how flawed he might be, he would never pass the title to Danzo. Once he confirmed Danzo's departure from the Hokage building, the third Hokage immediately summoned Jiraiya and Tsunade, informing them of the grave situation in Konohagakure and urging their swift return. With all matters attended to, he sat upon the Hokage's throne, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Upon returning to the root organization, Danzo promptly summoned the Book of Seals. After a thorough examination, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was genuine, cradling it with satisfaction. He perceived it not merely as a tome of seals, but as the key to the Hokage title. In a matter of days, he would wield this artifact and ascend as the fifth Hokage, a position he had long coveted. Once he became Hokage, he was determined that under his leadership, Konohagakure would grow stronger, surpassing all predecessors. His gaze drifted beyond the village. One village would suffice. Danzo's ambitions were boundless, while protecting Konohagakure was indeed his dream. If the ninja world was limited to only Konohagakure becoming the strongest, then that too would fulfill his vision of safeguarding the village. The atmosphere within Konohagakure had shifted, palpable even to the lower-ranking shinobi. Kakashi, one of the few privy to the intricate machinations at play, took it upon himself to prioritize Naruto's safety by leading him and the others on a mission outside the village. The task in the Land of Waves, crafting a great bridge, was not one that could be completed swiftly. By the time they returned, the turmoil in Konohagakure would likely have settled. At this juncture, Kakashi was indifferent to the title of Hokage. He bore no opposition to whom might assume the role. The younger trio remained blissfully unaware of the darker struggles unfolding above them. Within Konohagakure, ninjas of all ranks sought the vortex, yet regardless of their means, they could uncover no accurate information. Whether it was Uchiha Obito or others, they remained hidden in the deepest shadows, their secrets beyond the reach of ordinary shinobi. Despair began to seep into the hearts of many. The fear of the Book of Seals falling into the wrong hands loomed large. The thought of encountering figures like Namake's Minato or Kato Dan, those who had mastered the forbidden techniques inscribed within the book, filled them with a profound sense of hopelessness. At the end, the blame fell upon Sandai, lamenting that the villagers could not learn, while outsiders might acquire the forbidden techniques. All was attributed to Sandai. On the 5th day, just as the emotions of the crowd reached a boiling point, a turning point emerged. Danzo announced that he had retrieved the Book of Seals from the vortex. Initially, the crowd was skeptical, particularly Sandai Hokage, who was acutely aware of the opponent's capabilities. The notion that Danzo, with his aging limbs, could reclaim the Book of Seals seemed ludicrous. A remarkable scene unfolded on the streets of Kanahagakure today, as Danzo, a controversial figure, strode confidently down the thoroughfare with his 2 trusted subordinates, resembling a monarch on a royal procession. Their steps were steady and commanding, each footfall resonating in the hearts of the onlookers, drawing their gazes. Today, Danzo appeared particularly concerned with his appearance, having meticulously prepared himself. His pristine garments glimmered in the sunlight, seemingly reflecting an inner sense of triumph. He clutched a massive scroll tightly, emanating an aura of mystery, as if concealing countless undisclosed secrets. His visage bore a smile that, while seemingly gentle, hinted at an elusive undertone. Regardless of whether he encountered elderly men or young children, or even those who had either forged close ties with him or harbored resentment, Danzo would nod and smile in acknowledgement. Those familiar with Danzo could not help but feel a shiver at his demeanor. It was known that he was the embodiment of darkness in the shinobi world, the root of Kanahagakure. His smile was reminiscent of the Grim Reapers, evoking an unsettling fear. With an air of unbothered confidence, Danzo approached the imposing Hokage building, his figure appearing somewhat ethereal under the sunlight, as if he could seamlessly merge into the encroaching darkness. The scroll in his arms loomed ominously, foreshadowing impending upheaval. Inside the Hokage office, the atmosphere was palpably tense. The spacious yet somewhat antiquated hall seemed enveloped by an invisible weight. "This is troublesome," Jiraiya expressed, his voice laden with concern as his penetrating gaze fixed upon Danzo's actions from the window. The previous day, he had been summoned back in haste, initially believing it to be a routine matter, only to learn that Danzo had swaggered into the Hokage building with the Book of Seals. Seated in his chair, Sandai Hokage furrowed his brow deeply, as myriad worries surged within him like dark currents. He chain-smoked, the wisps of smoke coiling above him, resembling a gathering of ominous clouds. At that moment, the realization dawned upon Sandai. This entire series of events had been meticulously orchestrated by Danzo. His confusion lay in how Danzo had managed to procure the Book of Seals from the enigmatic figure behind the mask. The book contained forbidden techniques from the 1st Hokage to the 4th Hokage. If even a single technique were to be mastered, it would grant immense power throughout the shinobi world. Given the masked figure's nature, collaboration with Danzo seemed implausible. Sandai fell into contemplation, striving to untangle the threads of this perplexing situation and devise a counterplan. Yet his thoughts were a chaotic tangle. Could it be that they reached some sort of agreement? Jiraiya pondered, harboring doubts about Danzo's integrity. Sandai remained silent, grappling with the unsettling possibility that his old comrade might betray Kanahagakure for his own ambition. "Think about what to do now. Your promise has been made, and Danzo is now here in full view with the spoils," Jiraiya remarked, feeling a headache brewing. "Why not take the position of Hokage yourself?" he suggested. "You know me. I have my own matters to attend to," Jiraiya quickly declined. "Do you truly wish for the Hokage position to fall into Danzo's hands?" Sandai glared at his pupil. "I still believe that Tsunade would be a better choice for Hokage." Jiraiya surrendered, yet did not agree. Given the current circumstances, it was clear that the Hokage position was akin to a burden, especially with Danzo lurking behind, watching him intently. The mere thought of occupying that seat with Danzo scrutinizing his every move was deeply unsettling. Whoever desired the role could have it, for he wanted no part in it. Sandai was visibly agitated, casting a frustrated glance at Jiraiya, who seemed utterly unreliable. The spirits of Sandai visibly waned. Since the death of Namikaze Minato, his 3 students had departed Kanahagakure. His most promising disciple, Orochimaru, had strayed down a dark path. Jiraiya sought the so-called child of prophecy, and Tsunade wandered the shinobi world, afflicted by her fear of blood. In a moment of despair, Sandai found himself cornered by Danzo, unable to identify a suitable successor. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Yet the urgency of the situation demanded action. As the one who understood Danzo best, Sandai recognized that his old ally was devoid of moral boundaries. The consequences of Kanahagakure falling into his hands were unfathomable. Jiraiya, the Hokage position must not fall into Danzo's grasp. Until Tsunade returns, you must act as the interim Hokage. As for who will ultimately inherit the role, I shall not concern myself. Sandai spoke with utmost clarity. Jiraiya was acutely aware of the urgency of the matter. Rest assured, I will handle it. In the shadows, there are no rules, but in the light, everything must adhere to order. I have dwelt in darkness for far too long. Far removed from the light. Sandai inhaled deeply, releasing 2 smoke rings, the frown on his face dissipating. His earlier worry stemmed from both Danzo and the issue of succession. Soon after, a gentle knock echoed through the door. All the jonin still within Konohagakure had gathered at the Hokage building. Danzo, leading his root subordinates, made his entrance, still wearing that unsettling smile. Lord Hokage, I have retrieved the Book of Seals, Danzo proclaimed, the ambition in his tone unmistakable. Ah, your efforts are commendable, Elder Danzo. Let us first have it examined, Sandai replied, maintaining his composure as his gaze swept over the assembled jonin. Nara Shikaku, standing at the forefront, serving as the Hokage's right-hand man, immediately grasped the situation upon seeing Sandai's expression, mentally cursing the old fox for his underhanded maneuvers. The selection process for Hokage was straightforward, determined solely by the votes of the jonin and the approval of the populace, culminating in the endorsement of the daimyo. However, the profound implications behind this seemingly simple process were anything but superficial. As one of Konohagakure's strategists, Nara Shikaku discerned the true intentions behind the facade. He discreetly exchanged glances with those beside him, and in that instant, the Ino, Shika, Cho trio seemed to share a silent understanding. In no time, a mysterious Umbu appeared silently, expertly taking the Book of Seals from Danzo's hands. Without hesitation, the Umbu opened it, allowing those present to witness the forbidden jutsu sealed within the scroll. Regrettably, at this moment, they could only behold the name of this ninjutsu, while the specific cultivation methods remained firmly sealed within the enigmatic sealing techniques, eluding their scrutiny. Yet, even with this mere glimpse, everyone could ascertain that this tome of seals was indeed authentic. The seals within were indisputable. Upon realizing this, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, as the time lost was relatively short, suggesting that no one had yet mastered the ninjutsu contained within. Rijan, the sealing book has been retrieved. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Tuanzong stepped forward eagerly, having awaited this day for far too long. Rest assured, Elder Tuanzong, I shall certainly keep my word. The third Hokage surveyed the room. Due to my own negligence, Konoha nearly suffered a grave loss. As I am now frail with age, Konoha requires fresh blood. Henceforth, I shall resign from the position of Hokage. Elder Tuanzong, having retrieved the sealing book, is nominated for Hokage. Does anyone dissent? The assembly remained silent, yet some astute individuals began to grasp the Hokage's intent. Their gazes towards Tuanzong were filled with pity. Tuanzong, however, had not yet discerned the underlying implications. He only heard the initial part of the third Hokage's statement, confirming that Rijan was not jesting, causing his smile to widen even further. His heart rejoiced, haha. Hokage-sama, I nominate Jiraiya-sama for the position of 5th Hokage. Just as Tuanzong was caught up in his elation, a voice instantly froze his smile. He turned with a stiff expression to see Nara Shikaku stepping forward. Hokage-sama, I nominate Tsunade-sama for the position of 5th Hokage. At this moment, another person stood up, Hyuga Hizashi, who, without regard for Tuanzong's expression, calmly declared the same. Others in the assembly nodded in tacit agreement, either nominating Tsunade or Jiraiya, all while secretly deriding Tuanzong for daring to compete for the Hokage's position, as if he were unworthy of such aspirations. Observing those who stood forth, Tuanzong's face contorted, his smile vanished, and a chilling aura emanated from him. Very well. I shall remember these scoundrels. At this juncture, Tuanzong realized he had been outmaneuvered. He shot a cold glance at the third Hokage. Since the candidates are now determined, the votes for Hokage will occur in 3 days, with Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Tuanzong competing. The one with the most votes shall succeed as the 5th Hokage. The third Hokage cheerfully announced the details of the Hokage selection. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow upon the streets of Konoha. As Tsunade stepped onto this familiar ground, her iconic golden hair danced lightly in the breeze, exuding an air of nonchalance and freedom. The third Hokage. having utilized his keen perception and intelligence network, had already anticipated Tsunade's return and swiftly informed the majority of Konoha's inhabitants. As Tsunade made her appearance on the main thoroughfare, she was met with a rapturous welcome. Whether it was the elite shinobi clad in their ninja attire or the humble, kind-hearted civilians, they all gathered from every direction to greet the princess of Konoha, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, and the embodiment of hope and warmth among the legendary Sannin. Cheers surged like waves, resonating throughout the air, with every face aglow with excitement and joy. They watched in awe as Tsunade strode gracefully by, her composed gait seemingly imbued with boundless strength, instilling a sense of reassurance in all present. Tsunade's reputation was indeed unparalleled, her renown echoing throughout the shinobi world. This was all due to her extraordinary medical prowess. She had saved countless lives, establishing herself as a savior in the hearts of Konoha and beyond. Furthermore, she had ingeniously pioneered a new system by integrating specialized medical ninjas into the shinobi ranks, a bold and forward-thinking proposal that significantly enhanced the survival of ninjas in battle. Her series of reforms within the ninja hospital greatly improved the medical environment, allowing more injured individuals to receive timely and effective treatment. Contributions of this nature reverberated throughout the medical field, with Tsunade's philosophies and actions leaving a profound impact on the entire shinobi realm. Consequently, Tsunade held an exalted status within Konoha, beloved and respected by all villagers, and even in the wider world, she garnered admiration and reverence. Wherever she went, she was regarded as a legendary figure, a beacon of hope and warmth. When Tuanzong beheld Tsunade being welcomed amid the throng, his heart sank entirely. At this point, he could no longer deny that he had been outwitted, thoroughly overshadowed by Rizhan. Standing at the back of the street, Tuanzong, gripping his cane, wore a contorted expression, his single eye flashing with murderous intent. Damn the third Hokage, damn the Jonin, damn Tsunade. All of these scoundrels deserve to perish. 2 days later, the Hokage selection commenced. Upon its conclusion, Tsunade emerged victorious with an overwhelming majority, surpassing all contenders to become the 5th Hokage. As Tuanzong exited the Hokage's office with a dark countenance, all the Jonin exhaled in relief, internally mocking him. This fool clearly does not comprehend his own position. Does he not realize who he is? A rat hiding in the gutter, yet he dares to walk openly in the streets. Tuanzong had committed too many unscrupulous deeds, alienating every clan within Konoha. Even his own family did not wish for him to ascend to the Hokage. Should Tuanzong become Hokage, the clans could only envision a dismal fate, for he was a true egoist, indifferent to familial bonds. Thus, the outcome of this election was predetermined from the moment the 3rd Hokage spoke. Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hizashi standing up were merely the most weighty representatives, one embodying the Hokage lineage, the other representing the clans. As the Jonin dispersed, Tsunade revealed her true nature, growing somewhat impatient. Old man, this is not what you indicated. I had no idea I would become Hokage upon my return. Tsunade's beautiful face was marred by impatience, her gaze directed with hostility towards the two men. Tsunade, the situation is dire, as you know. Had you returned any later, Tuanzong might have done something even more outrageous, Jiraiya said, forcing a smile as he recounted the events. The 3rd Hokage's expression grew troubled once more. So you suspect that all of this is a scheme orchestrated by Tuanzong? It should not be. That masked man is the true instigator of the Nine-Tails incident. He would not heed Tuanzong. The 3rd Hokage was firm in this belief, fully aware of Tuanzong's capabilities. Then what are we discussing? If they are indeed colluding, why allow such a menace to remain? Tsunade's gaze grew colder. If they could betray Konoha, what purpose did Tuanzong serve? Tsunade, Tuanzong's position is deeply entrenched. And with the merit of retrieving the sealing book, there is no justification for removing him from his post at this juncture, the 3rd Hokage explained. Understanding that no one held Tuanzong in high regard, and he himself did not wish to protect Tuanzong. His previous actions were merely because he needed someone to assist him in unsavory tasks while he was Hokage. On the other side, in the realm of Xuanhua Mingren, after their group departed from the village, their encounters closely mirrored those depicted in the original tale. Initially, they encountered the brothers known as the Ghost Men, marking Mingren's first confrontation with genuine ninjas, which momentarily intimidated him. This left Mingren feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger. Despite having grown significantly stronger and having resolved to overcome his fears, he found himself gripped by trepidation. In a manner reminiscent of the original narrative, he drove a kunai into his own hand, signaling his unwavering determination to never succumb to fear again. Subsequently, they came face to face with Zaibujan, and it was during this encounter that Mingren unleashed his full power, employing the White Tiger technique. The formidable prowess of the White Tiger, capable of both offense and defense, caught Zaibujan off guard. However, as a seasoned jonin, he quickly discerned Mingren's weaknesses. The impulsive nature of Xuanhua Mingren, influenced by the primal instincts of the technique, led him to attack straightforwardly, making his intentions painfully obvious. Zaibujan utilized the silent killing technique to confound Mingren, yet the summoning technique, developed by Menma, stood as a countermeasure on par with elite jonin techniques, calling forth the White Tiger, one of the 4 great sacred beasts. Consequently, Zaibujan found himself unable to breach Mingren's defenses, resulting in a stalemate. Ultimately, due to the depletion of his chakra, Zaibujan opted to retreat, marking their first encounter with a dramatic conclusion. This left several members of the team once again in awe of the formidable power of the technique, which, as long as chakra was not exhausted, rendered them somewhat invulnerable against ninjas without excessive contemplation. Watching this unfold, Uchiha Zusu felt a pang of envy, both at Mingren's mastery of such a powerful technique and at the sheer volume of his chakra. Previously, they had lacked a concrete understanding of Xuanhua Mingren's chakra reserves. But after witnessing the White Tiger, they grasped the sheer magnitude of his power. In the days that followed, the group took refuge at the home of the bridge builder, both to safeguard his life and to ensure the progress of the bridge's construction. Meanwhile, Kakashi, sensing the undercurrents within Konoha, began to instruct the trio in their training, guiding Mingren in tree climbing and water walking. Time swiftly passed, and over a month elapsed without them being aware of significant events occurring back in Konoha, including the change of Hokage. Their primary concern centered around whether the completed bridge would come under attack. In the world of Tsuki-do, Menma enjoyed a leisurely existence, collaborating with Orochimaru to study ninjutsu, nurturing relationships with his childhood friends, and occasionally taking on minor tasks for some pocket money. His days flowed by in an idyllic manner, prompting Tsunade, the Hokage, to summon him to her office for a stern reprimand and to urge him to undertake more missions. Whether aspiring to become a jonin or even the Hokage, a certain accumulation of missions was necessary. Menma, rendered speechless, found himself unable to resist the gentle yet firm admonitions from Tsunade, the beautiful and compassionate elder sister figure. However, each time he gazed at her bespectacled visage, he felt an odd sense of dissonance. What shall the next research project entail? Menma mused, lost in thought. Are you even listening? Tsunade adjusted her glasses, her tone growing more severe. Chapter 63. Natural Energy. Respect Lady Tsunade a bit more. Jingin's eyes widened in fury, appearing ready to unleash a torrent of wrath upon Menma, whose demeanor resembled that of a defeated rooster. Upon witnessing this, Menma immediately raised his hands in surrender, a sheepish smile adorning his face. Yet despite his feigned compliance, Jingin seemed determined to continue her relentless tirade. After enduring their merciless chastisement, Menma exited the Hokage building, his head drooping like that of a crestfallen fowl. Feeling drained and grumbling to himself, what bad luck. Turning around, he promptly cast aside the earlier unpleasantness. He held no interest in becoming Hokage, viewing it as an immensely troublesome endeavor meant for those who desired to be ensnared by a multitude of affairs. Shortly thereafter, he returned home, where the aroma of a sumptuous meal wafted through the air. It turned out that Kushina was busily preparing dinner in the kitchen, the enticing scent permeating the living room and prompting Menma to inhale deeply, reveling in the delightful aroma. "Mom, is dinner ready?" he inquired as he approached the kitchen door. "Welcome back. Don't worry, dinner will be ready soon. By the way, did Lady Tsunade have any business with you?" Kushina asked, her curiosity piqued. "She wants me to take on more tasks," Menma replied, scrunching his face. Having already established himself as a second-generation ninja and lacking in financial need, he questioned the necessity of exerting himself further. The life of a ninja was anything but glorious, and the nature of their work invariably involved violence, where a single misstep could be fatal. Even now, with his extraordinary prowess, he remained fundamentally human, one who could still perish from a shattered heart or severed head. In this world, bizarre ninjutsu abounded, and no one could guarantee immunity from encountering such techniques. Rather than embark on missions, Menma preferred to remain in Konoha, quietly honing his skills. So that's it, Kushina said, her tone tinged with disappointment. What did you expect Lady Tsunade would want with me? Menma rolled his eyes, fully aware that, in his parents' eyes, he resembled a capricious flirt straddling two boats, with his integrity long since diminished. Honestly, I am quite devoted, he mused internally. Devoted to loving everyone. With a sigh, Menma returned to the living room, searching through the bookshelf until he discovered his father's notes. Settling onto the sofa, he began to peruse the recorded insights, predominantly concerning the Flying Thunder God technique and sealing arts, with only occasional mentions of sage techniques. After refining his summoning technique over the past few days, Menma had established a comprehensive system, significantly enhancing his combat prowess and preparing to explore other avenues. Additionally, he had perfected the techniques within himself. The cyclical flow of the 5 elements sustained and eventually converged in his dantian. Menma also recognized the benefits of developing upper, middle, and lower dantians. With the techniques now perfected, he could strengthen his internal organs and, gradually, his entire body, achieving a form of evolution amongst cultivators. With this small yet significant advancement, he had reached a state where he would no longer be adversely affected by the depletion of chakra. After perusing the notes on Sui Min, Menma's face betrayed a hint of disappointment. Indeed, Sui Min had not provided extensive descriptions regarding the techniques of Xianshu. Understanding the inherent dangers of such knowledge, Sui Min refrained from elaborating, knowing that recklessly dabbling in these arts without guidance could lead to dire consequences. It was quite vexing, as this was an insurmountable obstacle. How could one possibly engage with it? Menma found himself deep in contemplation, stroking his chin. The 3 great sacred lands each possessed methods for cultivating the Xianren mode. Having taken Orochimaru as his master, and with his father's mentor being Jiraiya, he had connections to Mayuboka Mountain, the Dragon Cave, and the Forest of Corpses. However, after some reflection, Menma abandoned the idea. Each of the Xianren modes presented significant side effects, transforming one into a snake or a frog. It felt akin to being influenced by the 9 tails, or rather, one could say that potent chakra bore a certain radiation. In contrast, it seemed that he had yet to discover his own Xianren mode. To communicate with nature and achieve harmony with the heavens, the most crucial element was the state of one's heart. What should he do? The methods for cultivating the Xianren mode were, in essence, quite simple. The first step was to acknowledge the existence of natural energy. Menma's mind wandered back to the fantastical novels he had read in his past life, as all techniques stem from the same source. Whether chakra or chi, they were essentially the same, particularly regarding the energy of the world. Soon, Menma conceived an idea, inspired by the concept of Xiantian Ichi. This principle suggests that Xiantian Ichi originates from the void. The spirit is inseparable from chi, and chi is inseparable from the spirit, focusing the mind within a designated point. The description of cultivating Xiantian Ichi aligns perfectly with the conditions of the shinobi world. After pondering this, Menma immediately created a shadow clone, and as they exchanged glances, they were instantaneously transported to the courtyard. The Xiantian Ichi method is a vital practice in Taoist cultivation, aimed at enhancing one's inner spirit and energy. Standing with feet parallel and shoulder-width apart, head upright, chin slightly tucked, eyes gently closed, mouth slightly sealed, body straight, abdomen slightly contracted, and knees slightly bent, he relaxed entirely, forgetting about breathing. With hands positioned before his navel as if cradling a ball, he visualized holding a balloon, letting go of all distractions. He concentrated his gaze between his eyebrows, sequentially observing his nose, mouth, and heart, finally directing his intent to the lower dantian. While his mind was unsettled, he refrained from closing his eyes. He focused on his vision, reinforcing his concentration as his intent and inner vision descended together, intertwining with his spirit. Employing abdominal breathing, he allowed his abdomen to rise with inhalation and contract with exhalation, maintaining depth and consistency in his breath. Gradually, he guided his breath deeper into the lower dantian, enhancing his perception of chi. Menma stood at the entrance, observing his clone's attempts. Utilizing the chakra within to draw upon the external chakra, he simultaneously activated his external brain, beginning to sense the natural energies of the world. Indeed, with the assistance of his external brain, Menma could vaguely perceive the natural energies permeating the atmosphere. However, he was acutely aware of the dangers associated with natural energy, and without thoroughly understanding it, he dared not draw it into his own being. Thus, the current situation arose. In Myanmar's view, the most practical and magnificent jutsu in this world was the shadow clone technique. The experiences and power cultivated by the clone could be transmitted back to the original body. This jutsu was ideally suited for research on ninjutsu. As the clone entered a focused state, he gradually connected with the energies of the universe. Vibrant hues of energy swirling around him. However, the energy surrounding him was unlike what he had envisioned. It was exceedingly volatile, akin to a natural disaster, forest fires, and ocean whirlwinds. Being amidst such turbulence felt like a small boat caught in a tempest. Inhaling this energy would undoubtedly pose risks. Fear arose, and his state shattered. Chapter 64. The concept of secondary development. The clone opened its eyes, and Myanmar eagerly manifested before him. What transpired? The clone did not conceal anything and recounted the events in detail. It was exceedingly volatile. This was unexpected. Myanmar stroked his chin, feeling perplexed, as such occurrences should not have been possible. Quickly, a potential explanation dawned on him, linked to the Akatsuki clan. To discuss events on this planet, one must reference the millennium prior when Kagaya Akatsuki descended, utilizing the divine tree to absorb the chakra of the entire planet. Could it be that this has led to a significant aversion towards humanity? Myanmar pondered, allowing his thoughts to drift. With aliens existing in this world, could it not be considered normal for the planet to possess some instinct or consciousness? This might elucidate why other beings on this planet could access natural energy, while humanity, the apex of all life, continued to rely on the chakra passed down from the Akatsuki clan. Myanmar felt somewhat exasperated, recognizing that the situation was likely more intricate than he had anticipated. The original self should not overcomplicate matters, a reminder of being beneath one person. Just then, the still-present clone spoke up. Myanmar paused, momentarily taken aback, and grasped the reference. However, he could not decipher the clone's intended meaning regarding the origins of Scientian Ichi within the context of being beneath one person. The clone began to elaborate. Their memories intertwined. Thus, when the clone articulated its insights and ideas, even the original self could not help but feel a sense of peculiarity. You've had an epiphany. How could you conceive such a method? He scrutinized the clone, harboring suspicions that perhaps it had been possessed by another. The clone rolled its eyes, attributing this notion to a mere illusion born from its recent experience of the vastness of the world. The method was straightforward and radical. The philosophical concept of being beneath one person posited that upon birth, Scientian Ichi permeates the entirety of one's being. The clone proposed a simple idea, to masquerade oneself in an infantile state, seeking communion with the universe, envisioning it as an expansive womb, thereby undergoing secondary development to cultivate a unique constitution or leap in existence, evolving into something akin to the primordial body. The notion was audacious and held a degree of feasibility. Yet, how to communicate with the universe remained a question. He quickly dismissed the 5 elements ninjutsu, recalling that the previous divine tree had taken root in the earth to absorb its energy. Myanmar was genuinely concerned about the potential for the planet to exhibit stress reactions, such as rejection or assimilation. Soon, Myanmar contemplated the 4 fundamental laws, or rather, the 4 universal principles: gravity, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. Both gravity and electromagnetic forces could be manipulated through chakra in this realm, and these were within Myanmar's capabilities. What he needed to do now was to utilize these 2 methods to communicate with the universe, achieving the secondary development envisioned by the clone. Myanmar promptly recorded these associative memories and ideas in his external brain. Myanmar, it's time for dinner. Kushina's gentle and affectionate voice floated through the spacious, well-lit living room. Coming. Upon hearing his mother's call, Myanmar swiftly dispelled the shadow clone technique and trotted back to the living room with lively steps. As he entered, he instantly spotted his father, Sway Min, smiling at the dining table. Father's back. Myanmar joyfully waved at his father, extending a warm greeting. Yes, I've been quite busy with work lately and haven't had much time to spend with you all. Come, let us eat together, Sway Min replied, his expression consistently radiating warmth and kindness. The dining table was adorned with a plethora of delectable dishes, each more enticing than the last. The vibrant colors and tantalizing aromas were irresistible, and the flavors were simply exquisite. One could not help but commend Kushina's culinary skills, which were undoubtedly top-notch. with Myanmar occasionally contributing his clever ideas and suggestions. A family sat together, joyfully relishing a sumptuous dinner. The warm light enveloped the entire room like a gentle veil, creating an extraordinarily cozy atmosphere. As they savored the delectable dishes, the family engaged in the television program, occasionally exchanging words, with bursts of laughter resounding throughout. During the meal, Myanmar eagerly sought guidance from Minato regarding the training experiences associated with the Hiruzen no Jutsu. With a face full of anticipation, he looked at his father and poured forth his imaginative ideas about the technique, hoping to receive insights and enhancements from Minato, a genius in the ninja world. Minato's talent was well acknowledged, showcasing extraordinary abilities in both the comprehension and innovative application of various jutsu. In response to his son's humble inquiries, Minato generously shared his knowledge, patiently addressing Myanmar's questions and offering appropriate suggestions and avenues for improvement based on Myanmar's novel concepts. In this world, Minato, who had not met an early demise, had developed the Hiruzen beyond the capabilities of the fourth Hokage. What you propose is quite simple. It merely requires an enhancement of the sealing technique and some modifications. However, in practical combat, it might seem a bit peculiar, Minato mused, observing his son with a hint of bemusement. Myanmar possessed remarkable talent and a quick intellect. However, the modifications he proposed were no longer applicable to Minato himself. Up to this point, Minato had developed the Hiruzen to its fourth stage, which sufficed for his needs. It was not that he could not develop it further, but rather that further development was without purpose. The essence of the Hiruzen involved the principles of summoning techniques, allowing for short-distance body movement with minimal chakra consumption. Achieving long-distance transfers with the technique required an amount of chakra beyond that of an ordinary ninja. In this world, Minato found that at the fourth stage of the Hiruzen, his chakra was already insufficient. Myanmar understood that constructing a large summoning array would not overly tax his chakra, but would be a complete waste for others. It appeared he needed to delve into the study of natural energy, as understanding its composition would allow him to incorporate it into his jutsu system, resulting in reduced consumption and greater power. He even aspired to manipulate natural energy, as depicted in novels. Numerous ideas and thoughts flashed through his mind, which he diligently recorded in his external brain. These concepts would be tested and compared by his shadow clones to identify the useful ones. Observing his son lost in thought, Minato felt a sense of helplessness, wondering what occupied Myanmar's mind. Others might not perceive Myanmar's strength, but as a father, Minato keenly sensed that Myanmar had already surpassed him in terms of raw power. He struggled to comprehend why Myanmar maintained such fervor for training at this level of ability. Could it be that this child is still too young? He pondered, shaking his head and returning his focus to the meal and television. While munching on his food, Myanmar continued to drift off in thought. His ideas were meticulously noted, and he ultimately confirmed a method involving magnetism and gravity to connect with the Earth for secondary development. With his plan established, Myanmar swiftly increased his pace in eating, finishing his meal in a whirlwind and proclaiming his fullness before racing upstairs. "This child's appetite is growing larger by the day," Kushina remarked, watching as the dishes on the table quickly diminished. Unbeknownst to Myanmar, since completing the 5 organs cultivation method, his appetite had steadily increased. Chapter 65. Yamanaka Ino. On a sunny day, the warm weather enveloped the land, as golden sunlight cascaded like fine silk through the lush leaves, creating shimmering patches of light across the ground, akin to countless radiant pearls scattered about. The harmonious chirping of cicadas intertwined with the melodic sounds of insects, resembling a beautiful symphony composed by nature. In this tranquil and serene atmosphere, Uzumaki Menma devoted himself wholeheartedly to the in-depth study of magnetism and gravity. It is worth noting that these two mysterious yet potent forces had long existed within this wondrous realm. In Sunagakure, generations of Kazekage wielded the magnetic release techniques passed down through their lineage, while the seemingly unattainable force of gravity could be manifested through meticulously arranged formations, allowing individuals to experience its wonders firsthand. Notably, although few in this world could master such formations, Menma stood prominently among them. For him, mastering these two powers was almost effortless. However, his aspirations extended far beyond mere mastery. He aimed to connect with the vast expanse of the Earth and utilize his magnetic force to interact with the boundless magnetic field of the universe. To this end, Menma unhesitatingly unleashed his signature technique, instantly creating several shadow clones. Each clone had a distinct role, with some gathering data, others focusing on experimental operations, and the rest meticulously verifying results. Thanks to their collective efforts, Menma's research progressed at an astonishing pace. And soon he successfully developed a unique ability to precisely control his own magnetic field. Although he had previously understood that each person's body contained a unique and special magnetic field, it was only after mastering the technique of controlling this personal magnetic field that he profoundly realized the immense combat potential and unparalleled strength it could offer. The magnetic field could be concealed completely, rendering it undetectable to ordinary sensory ninjutsu. This concealment was unlike typical hiding techniques. It was the suppression of one's entire magnetic field. With the first phase of his plan completed, Menma prepared to research how to enter a state of hibernation to connect with the Earth's magnetic field. Consequently, those around Menma soon noticed his frequent moments of distraction, leading them to wonder if something was amiss in his mind. The bustling streets of Konoha remained as lively as ever, filled with a myriad of voices. Sunlight illuminated the ancient buildings lining the streets, casting a mosaic of shadows. Within a flower shop fragrant with blossoms, a graceful girl curiously surveyed her surroundings. Her expressive eyes sparkled with confusion and curiosity, as if she were lost in this familiar yet foreign world. This girl was Yamanaka Ino, who had been diligently practicing her family's secret jutsu at home. However, a sudden turn of events caused her to unexpectedly fall asleep during her training, and upon awakening, she found everything around her transformed into something strange. In a state of urgency, Ino first sought out her close friend, Haruno Sakura. Yet, the Sakura before her nearly made Ino question her existence. The gentle and lovable girl she had grown up with had become the daughter of a revered hero. Furthermore, Sakura's entire demeanor had undergone a drastic transformation, leaving Ino astonished. In an instant, she found herself questioning her reality, and the peculiar behavior of others she encountered only deepened her confusion. Particularly among her teammates, their transformations were beyond belief. The usually plump Akimichi Choji had morphed into a tall and handsome figure, while the typically astute Nara Shikamaru seemed to have lost his wits entirely, appearing as a somewhat naive individual. Could it be that I have fallen under some powerful genjutsu? Was she ensnared in an absurd and bizarre dream? Jinya muttered to herself, her heart brimming with confusion and trepidation. Instinctively, she reached out and pinched her arm with considerable force. A sharp pang of pain surged through her, causing her to involuntarily gasp. Ouch, that hurts. Jinya frowned, gently rubbing the area she had pinched. How could this dream feel so real? It was utterly terrifying. Just as Jinya remained enshrouded in shock and bewilderment, standing like a statue in the store, a faint sound suddenly emanated from the entrance. Shortly thereafter, a tall and handsome figure sauntered in. Jinya, lost in her thoughts, paid no heed and continued to daze. What could she possibly be pondering so intently? The weather is splendid. Shouldn't she step outside and enjoy it? A pink rose materialized before her, accompanied by its fragrant aroma, along with a familiar voice, albeit laced with a hint of frivolity. Raising her gaze, she found herself face to face with the charming Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt no joy upon receiving flowers from someone she admired. So, what is he like in this world? Jinya pondered, her curiosity about this world swelling. Well, it's rather boring anyway. She readily accepted Uchiha Sasuke's invitation. Sasuke appeared momentarily taken aback, a sly smile creeping onto his face as he led Jinya out for a date. During their outing, Jinya encountered more familiar faces, their personalities contrasting starkly with those from her own world. It became evident to her that this was no dream, but rather an alternate realm. As she diligently observed her surroundings, a figure passed by, greeting the two of them. Is that you, Naruto? Jinya exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. With a tall stature, crimson hair, striking features, and an aura of uniqueness, he captivated Jinya's attention, confirming that he was indeed a handsome fellow. Menma, initially lost in thought, suddenly halted, his expression sharpening. Jinya, what's wrong? You've even mixed up your friend's name. He called Uzumaki Menma. Uchiha Sasuke interjected. Oh, right. I must be a bit groggy from sleep. Jinya quickly responded, attempting to mask her embarrassment. However, Menma's gaze had already scrutinized her, appraising her from head to toe. Few in this world knew the name Naruto. What is the matter, Menma? Sasuke inquired, puzzled. Come with me for a moment, he instructed. gesturing for Jingya as he moved to a quieter area away from the crowd. Jingya, still somewhat baffled but intrigued by this world-esque Naruto, followed suit. As she approached Menma, an odd sensation washed over her. The lively sounds of the street faded into an eerie silence. Despite being a sensory ninja, she sensed no chakra. Perplexed by this phenomenon, just as she was pondering the cause, Menma spoke. "You are not from this world." His words startled Jingya, prompting her to take several steps back, her face reflecting incredulity. You. Menma stammered, astonished and bewildered. Turning to face him, Menma recognized the expression on her face. It confirmed she was indeed not the Jingya of this world. Taking several deep breaths, Jingya finally regained her composure, her gaze fixed on the youth before her as if he were a creature from another realm. "How did you know?" she asked. "Because in this world, I am called Uzumaki Menma," the boy replied in a matter-of-fact tone. Jingya blinked, initially slow to grasp the meaning, but her sharp mind quickly pieced it together. "You know him?" "I do." "You've been to my world?" Jingya's voice carried a note of disbelief. "If you can come here, why can't I go there?" Menma countered. "I'm now rather curious about how you arrived," he added, studying her closely. His ability to traverse both worlds stemmed from a special power, while for her, unless she had been ensnared in an infinite illusion, it was challenging to appear in this realm. Was it during the Fourth Great Ninja War? Menma contemplated. "I must have fallen asleep and arrived in this world. So where exactly is this?" Jingya inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Where?" Menma fell silent, unsure how to respond. Was this world real or merely a dream? Even he could not discern, let alone explain it to others. "You may consider this a mirror world." "Have you ever looked through a mirror?" Menma elucidated, and Jingya instantly comprehended. "Ah, I see. No wonder the people here are so peculiar. They are the opposite of those in the real world. So, what is my personality like in this realm?" Jingya appeared to have an epiphany, her eyes widening with curiosity. Menma remained silent. A gentle, generous, and kind beauty, he offered as a candid assessment. Chapter 66. A day out upon discovering that Jingya had accidentally arrived in this world, Menma lost interest and prepared to depart. "Wait, what are you planning to do? Why not accompany me for a stroll?" Jingya sought to engage with someone familiar with her situation, eager to learn more about this world. "Aren't you on a date with Sasuke? You could seek him out." "I'm not on a date. I'm just curious about this world and wanted to ask someone." Jingya hastily waved her hands. Even she was unsure why she felt compelled to argue. "I'm sorry, but I'm quite busy, and I have a girlfriend." Menma sensed a familiar chakra. "Girlfriend? Who is she?" Jingya's eyes widened in surprise, her expression morphing into one of intense curiosity. She could hardly believe that Naruto had a girlfriend. This sudden revelation struck her like lightning, igniting her curiosity. Her mind began racing, speculating who Naruto's girlfriend could possibly be. Could it be Sakura? After all, Naruto's affection for Sakura was apparent to many. "What are you doing here?" Just as Jingya's thoughts spiraled, a voice both familiar and unfamiliar broke through her reverie. Before she could raise her head to investigate, an invisible pressure enveloped her, as if someone had silently approached her and Naruto. It was not long before she encountered a classmate and exchanged a few words. Upon hearing Menma's response, she gradually lifted her gaze. However, when her eyes met the figure before her, she was utterly stunned. Standing there was Hinata Hyuga, her pure, snow-white eyes gazing intently at her. Jingya's mouth involuntarily formed a large O, her expression awash with disbelief. She had never anticipated that the Hinata before her would be the very one from this world. While she had mentally prepared herself to some extent, the actual encounter with this version of Hinata overwhelmed her expectations. With her hair styled in a side ponytail, exuding an air of confidence, she wore a short vest over a fishnet top, her slender waist exposed, complemented by a pair of shorts that showcased her long legs, all capped off with ninja sandals. This audacious attire truly astonished Jingya, as did the expression on her face, arrogant yet tinged with a hint of dominance. "Is this Hinata?" Jingya remained incredulous, her mind racing back to the Hinata of her own world, who often bowed her head, fingers fidgeting nervously, her lips twitching in an almost comical manner. The disparity was staggering. "Oh, it's Jingya. What are you doing here?" "Looking for Menma?" Hinata's eyes narrowed, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority. In the heart of Jingya, a faint sense of oppression coursed through her, her eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. Hinata in this world exuded immense strength. It was nothing of great consequence. She merely wished to inquire about something from Menma. Jinye hastily waved her hand. In an instant, Hinata vanished. Myanmar's lips twitched, foreseeing the impending events, and averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight. How swift! Jinye's pupils constricted. Before she knew it, Hinata had materialized beside her. Leaning close to her ear, "Myanmar is my man. Keep your distance. If you dare to vie for him, I will crush your skull." The low, domineering voice reverberated in Jinye's ear. Gulp. Jinye swallowed hard, genuinely frightened. Is this really Hinata? This overwhelming aura, this tyrannical demeanor. I misunderstood. Stammering, Jinye waved her hands repeatedly, retreating until her back pressed against the wall. All right, Hinata, please do not intimidate her. We are classmates. Myanmar, a bit exasperated, thought that a little intimidation was acceptable, given that they were not familiar with each other in this world. This Hinata, possessive and somewhat domineering, relished in asserting her claim. Myanmar found this appealing, despite her assertiveness. She was not a Yandere, which made her both reassuring and endearing. Hinata turned her head, casting a glare at him. Myanmar awkwardly rubbed his nose. Hinata withdrew, deactivating her Byakugan, her gaze softening as she transformed into the gentle and gracious lady, linking her arm with Myanmar to assert her claim. Allow me to introduce. This is my girlfriend, Hinata Hyuga. Hinata felt a flicker of curiosity but refrained from speaking, secretly reveling in the moment. For it was the first time Myanmar had introduced her as his girlfriend to someone else. Upon receiving Myanmar's acknowledgement, Jinye was still in disbelief. The underachiever, an orphan without parents, had such a beautiful girlfriend in this world. Yet, something struck her as odd. She recalled noticing Hinata's gaze towards Naruto had been different. Could it be? Jinye felt as if she had stumbled upon a significant secret. She must inquire further later. But for now, her curiosity about this world intensified. Myanmar. Sasuke is still waiting for me. I must go. Jinye hurriedly departed, feeling overwhelmed by Hinata's presence. Upon reaching Sasuke, he was idly observing the beautiful women in the street. Jinye took note, her lips twitching as she began to comprehend Sasuke's character in this world. What did he say to you? Sasuke asked curiously. Nothing much. Just how I've been lately, and then I ran into Hinata. Jinye recalled, a smirk creeping onto her face. Haha, she threatened you, didn't she? Sasuke chuckled, unable to contain himself. Everyone knew Hinata's personality. Whenever a male approached Myanmar, they would first face a threat, and if they dared to ignore it, they would receive a beating. This was Hinata, truly the quintessential queen bee. Observing Sasuke's laughter, Jinye felt even more speechless, confirming that Hinata in this world had indeed changed significantly. What was Myanmar's story? After pondering, she grew increasingly curious about Uzumaki Menma, wanting to glean more about him. What is it that piques your interest in that fellow? You do not harbor feelings for him, do you? I would advise you to keep your distance. You two belong to different worlds. Sasuke's tone remained nonchalant, exuding the air of a playboy. Why? Jinye became even more intrigued, desiring to understand what kind of person Naruto was in this world. He is from our world, yet different. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. Anyone considering Menma would feel a palpable sense of distance. It was the chasm between genius and the ordinary, evoking feelings of inadequacy when standing together. Although he could not fathom why Jinye was interested in Menma, he shared what he knew. Are you referring to Uzumaki Naruto? Jinye questioned, her mind reeling. Wait, his parents were Namake's Minato. He is the son of the fourth Hokage. So that's it. But Jinye felt as though she had uncovered a momentous secret. The son of the fourth Hokage lived such a miserable life. Suddenly, she thought of her dear friend, Sakura, her expression turning peculiar. So, in this world, their lives were exchanged. Sakura's father became the fourth Hokage, while Menma's parents were both present. Contemplating this, Jinye was at a loss for the appropriate expression to wear. Chapter 67. Chakra linked the brief interlude past, and Menma hardly gave it a second thought. He regarded it merely as an unexpected occurrence in this peculiar world. In the bustling streets, throngs of people brushed past one another. Hinata tightly grasped Menma's hand, excitedly weaving between the fragrant food stalls. Their joyous figures fluttered like butterflies dancing amidst a sea of culinary delights. With every stall they passed, Hinata's beautiful eyes sparkled. Upon spotting her desired delicacies, she would unhesitatingly purchase them, taking a few hearty bites before cheerfully offering the remainder to Menma. It was well known that Hinata, being exceptionally gifted, now possessed the mysterious and formidable in-sealing technique, alleviating any concerns of overeating and allowing her to indulge in the pleasures of food without reservation. Menma, in turn, followed Hinata with a blissful expression, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Despite the pressures of their rigorous training routines, he could temporarily cast aside all burdens, wholly immersing himself in the delightful experience shared with his dear friend. Each time he reflected on this, Menma felt an involuntary surge of admiration for the second Hokage. In his eyes, the most practical ninjutsu in the world was none other than the shadow clone technique. People often struggled to multitask, becoming distracted. However, by employing the shadow clone technique, one could deftly overcome this challenge. By merely establishing a clear research direction, numerous clones could be dispatched to engage in various tasks simultaneously. Ultimately, all experiences and results would coalesce into the original's mind, allowing one to accomplish multiple endeavors within the same time frame, effectively merging learning and leisure. Thus, as Menma accompanied Hinata on their delightful stroll, sampling an array of delectable treats, he simultaneously utilized his clones to conduct research and develop ninjutsu, later training and exchanging techniques with Hinata after their enjoyable outing. In the training grounds of the Konoha forest, sounds of impact reverberated through the air. "Cut it out, you!" Hinata exclaimed, tilting her head and spitting out a mouthful of water, her expression one of dissatisfaction. Menma's lips twitched as he turned away, letting out a sigh. "Why can't I seem to win?" Hinata grumbled, frustrated by the memory of their childhood promise. Yet her desire to be a queen was thwarted by her lack of strength. This Hinata, with her bold and generous nature, fought fiercely without knowing the meaning of mercy, targeting weaknesses with every strike. Yet, Menma's prowess was formidable. Even if he wished to go easy on her, he dared not do so. "You've made considerable progress. Don't be discouraged, you're almost there. Just put in a little more effort, and you'll surely succeed next time." Menma encouraged her. "Humph. Just wait until I catch you off guard," Hinata retorted, still feeling disgruntled, vowing to take her chance. "All right, let me assist you a bit." After contemplating, Menma decided without hesitation to impart the 5 elemental techniques to Hinata. They settled beneath a grand tree, where Menma began to explain while demonstrating. Hinata activated her Byakugan, observing the flow of chakra within Menma's body, growing increasingly fascinated by this unique method of training. Moreover, Hinata soon discerned a peculiar chakra, her gaze directed towards the location of Menma's heart, where a vibrant flame was fervently ablaze. How extraordinary! Hinata was astonished. It was her first encounter with such high-quality chakra. Through Menma's narration and her own Byakugan observations, Hinata felt she comprehended the essence of it. Yet it was only when she attempted the experiment herself that she realized it was merely an illusion. "Allow me to assist you. Bear in mind to resist not at all. Chakra serves as a bridge for communication between individuals. You must place your utmost trust in me." Menma's thoughts drifted to the origins of chakra, which initially stemmed from the divine tree seizing energy from the planet, subsequently consumed by Akatsuki Kagaya and inherited by her 2 sons. The Sage of 6 Paths later distributed it to his followers. In its nascent form, chakra lacked the elaborate ninjutsu of today. Humanity resembled mere vessels, capable of mutual transmission of chakra, through which one could sense another's emotions. The Sage of 6 Paths aspired for mutual understanding among people. Menma extended his hand and clasped Hinata's, the chakra invoked representing the purest form. Yet Menma's chakra was distinct, black and red in hue, of exceptionally high quality. Upon first contact with Hinata, it caused a sensation akin to touching molten lava. Release your mind and body. Harbor no feelings of resistance. Attune yourself to the chakra. Feel my emotions. Menma spoke gently, simultaneously using his abilities to influence Hinata's feelings, coaxing her into a state of relaxation. So close in proximity, Hinata trusted Menma implicitly, succumbing without hesitation, instantly relaxing and relinquishing all resistance. In that moment, chakra enveloped Hinata through their joined hands, radiating warmth tempered with a hint of chill. This was Menma's chakra. The warmth reflected Menma's emotions, while the chill resonated with the darkness of the Kyubi chakra and the shadows within Menma's heart. Each individual harbors a dark side. The issue lies merely in its extent. As a traveler from a peaceful realm in his previous life, Menma had suppressed many negative emotions within, and upon acquiring immense power in this world, he faced the risk of manifesting as a tyrant, proclaiming to all that he would not partake of beef. Fortunately, Menma remained aware of his desires, even amidst the turmoil within. Later, as the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi, the chakra became even more formidable, amplifying the darkness within Menma's soul. He naturally noticed the colors of the chakra. Having read the original work, he understood its significance, yet he had not entertained notions of expulsion or indulgence. Recognizing these as intrinsic parts of himself, ambition breeds progress. As long as one exercises rational control over desire, it fuels forward momentum. In that moment of enveloping chakra, it was as if their hearts were intertwined, each feeling the other's emotions. Menma's affection manifested as indulgence. Enamored, he longed to share everything with her. Hinata's thoughts, imbued with a sense of possessiveness, declared Menma as hers alone, desiring to triumph over him and compel him to confess his feelings. Menma felt this clearly. A faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. That shall never happen. Now, close your eyes and feel your body, Menma instructed, immediately focusing his spirit and guiding his chakra into Hinata's being. At this juncture, Menma needed to concentrate fully. The internal organs were exceedingly fragile. The Hyuga clan's renown stemmed from their gentle fist technique, which specifically targeted the body's internal organs. As Hinata closed her eyes and relaxed, she began to keenly perceive the flow of chakra within her 5 vital organs. The Hyuga clan's understanding and research of the 5 organs were predicated upon their gentle fist. With Menma's assistance, Hinata's senses and consciousness followed the chakra's flow, enabling her to learn with remarkable ease. Simultaneously, their spirits intertwined like water, creating a wondrous sensation. Menma seemed to glimpse into Hinata's life, her birth, schooling, encounters with her crush, and disputes with others, each scene unfolding like a dream. Most striking were the memories shared with Menma, nearly ensnaring him in reverie. Realizing this, he quickly severed the connection, a cold sweat breaking out on his brow. The euphoria of the spirit felt akin to a drug, addictive in nature, particularly when 2 hearts were mutually drawn to one another, creating an intoxicating blend of spiritual unity. Menma inhaled deeply, sensing the distinctiveness within himself as the second vital organ illuminated. Without time to contemplate, he glanced at Hinata, concern etched upon his face. Chapter 68. Experimenting with visual prowess. Hinata's eyelids, soft as cherry blossoms, remained tightly shut, a gentle and benevolent expression gracing her fair and delicate visage, akin to a beautiful maiden lost in a splendid dreamscape. Hinata, awaken! Menma exclaimed, anxiety evident on his face. He feared unforeseen complications might arise, prompting him to urgently call her name, striving to rouse her from her slumber. Disrupted from her dream, Hinata furrowed her brow, a hint of irritation and dissatisfaction lacing her voice as she murmured, "Oh, what is it? Can't I just sleep a little longer?" Clearly, she still yearned for the delightful sensation she had just experienced. "How do you feel now? Is there any discomfort?" Menma inquired with genuine concern, his eyes brimming with worry and tension. Upon hearing his words, Hinata paused momentarily, a touch disoriented, but soon regained her clarity. She abruptly recognized the prior circumstances and closed her eyes to sense her inner self. In an instant, she distinctly perceived a robust chakra flowing like a lively stream within her internal organs, circulating effortlessly. Every meridian and acupoint it traversed was etched in her memory. With a mere thought, this powerful chakra surged through her 5 organs with astonishing speed. The concept of the 5 elements generating each other, which Menma had shared, resonated within her. Now, with utmost caution, Hinata executed a small cycle of chakra flow, enhancing its quality, which then surged through her meridians into her dantian, invigorating her entire being. How marvelous! Experiencing it firsthand revealed the extraordinary nature of this training method. Furthermore, Hinata discovered another advantage, the interconnectedness of the 5 organs with the 5 senses, influencing speech through the mouth and nose. With the liver belonging to wood and connecting to the eyes, Hinata realized her visual prowess had significantly improved. In this world, vision could represent everything. Unable to contain her excitement, she leaped into the air like a tree-dwelling monkey, wrapping her arms around Menma's neck. "Menma, you are incredible. My visual prowess has increased." Smack. "All right, quickly let go. Do you want to attract attention?" Menma's cheeks flushed, glancing around nervously as he hastily pushed her away. "Humph, such pretentiousness," Hinata scoffed. Had it not been for their recent chakra connection, allowing them to sense each other's feelings, she might have genuinely believed him. Menma felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scratching his cheek, on one hand, he genuinely adored her, while on the other, His mature perspective reminded him that they were still children, rendering him awkward. Visual prowess. Is it perfect for a test? This was the legendary eye. Having arrived in this world, how could he not acquire a pair of his own? Initially, Menma had contemplated obtaining a pair of eyes to replace his own. However, now that he had become somewhat of a cultivator, his thoughts had shifted. After all, what could compare to one's own? It is well known that the bloodlines such as Xuanwu, Qinsho, and Uchiha are all descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. The origins of the notable figures within the shinobi world can be traced back to Otsutsuki Kagaya. Kagaya's two sons inherited the powers of the Divine Tree and the Otsutsuki clan. Thus, in essence, these individuals share a common ancestor. What others possess, one should also have. Hidden deep within their genes, with the right approach, it is indeed possible to awaken such powers. However, the most crucial factor remains that Menma possesses a self-created enhancement within his being, a fragment of the Divine Tree, which harbors the complete Otsutsuki genes. Requires the sacrifice of an Otsutsuki each time it bears fruit. What do you intend to do? Hinata's face was filled with curiosity. She knew her boyfriend must have some extraordinary ideas brewing in his mind. Transmit your ocular power to me and let me experience it, Menma said, which was typical of Hinata. Anyone else would surely be infuriated by such an unreasonable request. Yet, Hinata displayed no significant aversion, only a hint of surprise. Is that even possible? But I am unsure how to transmit it. Hinata expressed her distress. Ocular power is unlike chakra. She could sense it, but could not control its transfer to another. Moreover, she had never attempted it before. As ocular power is akin to physical strength, perceptible and usable, but not transferable. This is manageable. I have a method, Menma replied, searching for a sealing technique. This, transcription seal, is a special sealing technique developed by the ancestors of the Uchiha clan, capable of sealing one's ocular power and techniques into another's eyes. He passed this on to Hinata. Such a sealing technique exists? Hinata remarked, her understanding deepening. As long as one dares to think, it can be done. This world is never short of clever minds. Menma smiled, as even the Hyuga clan, with its millennia-old heritage, possesses some secret arts. I have mastered it. Come. Try it quickly, Hinata urged eagerly. Be cautious, Menma said, a hint of worry surfacing as he observed her excitement. After all, this involved the eyes. Directly connected to the brain. If anything were to go awry with the eyes, Menma, with his current strength, could easily remedy it. With the self-created enhancement within him, Menma awakened the unique physique of the Uzumaki clan, akin to that of a sage, enabling rapid healing and the ability to heal others, albeit not as formidable as Hashirama. More comparable to Xiangling. All right, enough chit-chat. I am aware. Hinata's expression became more serious. Menma could not help but roll his eyes. Hinata extended her hand, her delicate, white as jade fingers trembling slightly. At that moment, she felt a twinge of nervousness, as she was about to connect with the boy she admired, fearing something might go awry. Her cool, soft hand rested upon Menma's left eye, utilizing the sealing technique to allow a unique ocular power to flow into his eye. Despite the disparity in their strengths, Menma could distinctly feel this foreign energy. This is ocular power. It feels so wondrous. Do not speak. I need to concentrate. Hinata expressed her dissatisfaction. Menma quickly fell silent. The seal completed, Hinata exhaled in relief. Menma opened his eyes, blinking, feeling no particular sensation. However, with ocular power now in his left eye, his vision felt clearer, allowing him to see further. How is it? Any special sensations? Hinata leaned in, her face adorably eager. I feel my vision has improved. I can see farther now. Menma replied, stroking his chin as he articulated his current feelings. Is that all? The Byakugan's perspective is 365 degrees without blind spots. And since I can already see far, I do not perceive anything particularly special, Menma explained, somewhat exasperated. Do you think everyone possesses the same capabilities as your Hyuga clan? I feel quite impressive as is. Is that so? Should I transfer all my ocular power to you? Hinata pondered seriously. Ocular power is akin to physical strength. Once depleted, it can gradually recover. In contrast, the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo carries the risk of blindness upon exhaustion. As for solutions, they need not be elaborated upon. All right, enough for now. It is merely an experiment, so do not waste your ocular power, Menma interrupted, for ocular power was not yet crucial for him, but it was significantly important for Hinata, as it pertained to the enhancement of their eyes. Chapter 69. The Bridge Defense Battle. A day passed swiftly, and as night fell quietly, gentle moonlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the cozy room of Ino. At this moment, Ino lay peacefully on her comfortable bed, eyes closed, yet her thoughts raced like a wild horse, recalling the marvelous adventures of the day. This should allow me to return, she mused. This world is truly astonishing. With excitement swelling within her, she reminisced about the breathtaking sights, the surreal experiences, and the new friendships forged, all unfolding in her mind like vibrant scrolls. Filled with reflections on the day, Ino gradually drifted into slumber. As she slept, her consciousness seemed to traverse a tunnel through time and space, returning to the familiar world she once inhabited. When Ino slowly opened her eyes, the familiar arrangement of her room greeted her. However, having just returned from another realm, she felt momentarily disoriented, unsure if she had genuinely returned home. Without bothering to don proper attire, she hurriedly dashed down the stairs in her loose pajamas. Yet, the absence of her parents sent her heart racing. She swiftly turned and rushed back upstairs, quickly changing into appropriate clothing before hurriedly exiting her home. Eager to find familiar faces or objects to confirm her return to reality, Ino jogged along and soon spotted her friend Sakura and Sakura's parents in the distance. At that moment, the tension in her heart finally eased, and she let out a long sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I am back," Ino murmured, a smile of relief spreading across her face. Meanwhile, Naruto, after enduring a long and arduous effort, saw the completion of the bridge. However, before they could celebrate, they faced a thrilling ultimate challenge. Suddenly, Zabuza and Haku appeared like phantoms, launching a fierce assault. In an instant, the calm surface of the water was shattered by the chaos of battle, splashes erupting as the atmosphere grew tense to the extreme. Zabuza swiftly ensnared Kakashi, leading to an intense clash between the two. Simultaneously, Haku unleashed a mysterious technique, conjuring ice mirrors that divided the battlefield into numerous bizarre spaces. Unfazed by the situation, Naruto's blood surged with fervor. With a fierce roar, he recklessly charged forward, unleashing the formidable White Tiger technique. The White Tiger roared forth with cataclysmic force, crashing violently against the ice mirrors created by Haku. Each collision triggered massive explosions, sending ice shards flying, creating an extraordinarily spectacular scene. Although the destructive power of the White Tiger was astonishing, Haku's strength was equally formidable. Under her skillful manipulation, the ice mirrors continuously reconfigured and regenerated, staunchly resisting Naruto's onslaught. As time passed, Naruto's chakra began to wane, yet he grit his teeth and persevered, unwilling to concede. Ultimately, however, he found himself exhausted, unable to fully defeat Haku. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Sasuke darted into the fray like a flash of lightning. His gaze was sharp and brimming with confidence as he coldly declared, "Before my eyes, your little tricks are merely child's play." With that, Zwisu swiftly scanned his surroundings, and every shadow within the mirrors came into clear view before him. "Is that so? Then how shall you choose?" she remarked, directing her gaze toward the fallen Naruto. "This is despicable." Zwisu sensed something amiss and immediately turned to rush toward Naruto. Meanwhile, the figure in the mirror hesitated for just a moment before launching an ice spike toward the downed Naruto. A sickening sound echoed as blood dripped, and Naruto's expression turned to one of disbelief. A chilling aura, potent enough to shatter the very fabric of the space around him, erupted from Naruto's body like a surging tidal wave. The overwhelming force surged forth, resembling a ferocious tempest, accompanied by blazing red chakra that exploded with the might of a volcanic eruption. A series of cracking sounds filled the air as the once smooth mirrors began to fracture, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading across their surfaces. "What is this?" Bai's expression turned grave, reflecting an unprecedented seriousness. Simultaneously, the two combatants engaged in fierce battle were drawn to this unexpected turn of events, instinctively turning their heads in this direction. "I see now. So this is the legendary Jiuwei Renzali," Zaibujan thought, a twinge of concern rising for Bai at his side. As he feared, in a fit of rage, Naruto unleashed the chakra of the nine tails within him. In an instant, a crimson glow erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion, sweeping the surroundings with cataclysmic force. In a mere heartbeat, everything around them was rendered unrecognizable by this terrifying power. Why must you harm Zwisu?" Naruto's eyes widened, fixated on Bai. who lay grievously injured on the ground, his voice a mere whisper filled with anguish and fury. Bai's mask shattered, and Naruto recognized her as the gentle older sister he had encountered in the forest, which was a truth he found hard to accept. Ninja. They are mere tools for killing. Bai did not blame Naruto, but instead glanced toward Zabujan, who continued to fight. Zabujan, I have failed. A useless tool has no reason to exist. Bai's eyes dimmed. Naruto regained his composure. What nonsense are you spouting? You are no tool. You are a companion. Live on. He interrupted Bai's words, yet she remained unresponsive. Bai reminisced about her childhood, a time when her village hunted those with bloodline limits. When she inadvertently awakened her ice shield, her father discovered her and sought to kill her. In the end, she killed him, becoming a wanderer until she met Zabujan. And they relied on each other for survival. Zabujan often remarked that Bai was merely a useful tool in his hands, a weapon for murder. What are you doing, you fool? Naruto's pupils dilated as he witnessed the incomprehensible scene. Bai was preparing to take her own life, believing herself a burden to Zabujan. Once a ninja was injured, they might choose to commit suicide to prevent the enemy from learning their condition. This was a situation Naruto had never encountered, and he could not comprehend it. Without further thought, he dashed forward to intercept Bai's attack. You idiot, what are you doing? Don't you value your life at all? I have already failed. Bai did not understand why he would stop her from taking her own life. It's just failure. You still have companions waiting for you, don't you? Companions? I am merely a tool in Zabujan's hands. You must ask him directly. Live. Naruto urged, growing anxious. At that moment, a cacophony of heavy footsteps emerged from the mist behind them. Gradually, a figure became discernible, led by Kato and his entourage, sauntering toward them with an air of indifference. TCH, what a bunch of useless trash. They call themselves the 7 ninja swordsmen, yet they can't even handle this lot. Kato scoffed, continuing his slow advance. As he approached, he cast a casual glance at Bai, who lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, and displayed an expression of utter disdain, even spitting in her direction. Naruto's fury ignited instantly, his eyes widened, veins bulging on his forehead, ready to charge at Kato in a reckless fury. Stop, Naruto. At that crucial moment, Kakashi, having discerned the outcome of his battle, appeared beside Naruto in a flash, firmly restraining him. However, Kato paid no heed to Naruto and the others, continuing to boast. What right do such spineless wretches have to exist in this world? Just as he finished speaking, he raised his exquisitely carved cane, thrusting it toward Bai's chest with blinding speed. Bai could not muster the strength to resist, and turned her gaze toward Zabujan. Stop, you bastard! Naruto, enraged, attempted to charge forward. But Kakashi held him back firmly. Ninjas must not strike at ordinary people, or rather, they must not do so openly. This is an unspoken rule. Let me go, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto protested, he's just an enemy. Kakashi urged him to calm down, though he too found Kato's actions repugnant. You bastard, are you not concerned? He considers you the most important person. Naruto struggled against Kakashi's grip, glancing back at Zabujan, who had already risen. A tool that has been rendered useless holds no value. Zabujan's expression remained inscrutable. What kind of joke is this? Are you not companions? Ninjas are merely trash. Kato continued his reckless taunts. His audacity stemmed from the knowledge that Kakashi and the others, as shinobi of a great village, could not strike at civilians. While Zabujan and his comrades lay on the brink of death, mere rubbish in his eyes. After a tirade from Naruto, Zabujan finally faced his inner turmoil and chose to act. Trash, with hands severed, what strength do you have left? Kill him. The famed demon of the mist. Zabujan was not so easily dismissed. When Kato saw Zabujan charging at him, a cold smile crept onto his face, thinking, without hands to form seals. He is nothing but a useless husk. Zabujan taught them a harsh lesson, clutching a kunai in his mouth as he plunged into the crowd. The so-called warriors fell before him like ants, their screams of anguish echoing in the air. By the time Kato realized the danger, the Reaper stood before him. Please, spare me, Kato begged. Heh, let us descend into hell together. Zabujan approached Bai, collapsing beside her. Bai, thank you for all these years. Zabujan fell to the ground beside Bai. Naruto, watching the two fallen figures, felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. He did not want them to die. Especially Bai, the gentle and kind older brother. It was unacceptable for him to perish here. The ending should not unfold this way. Naruto murmured to himself. Bai still doesn't realize the value of the person he cherishes most. How can he die here? What can I do to save them? In an instant, Naruto thought of someone, the mysterious man he regarded as an older brother. With swift hand signs, he prepared. Naruto, what do you intend to do? Kakashi frowned. With a puff of smoke, the summoning technique was unleashed. Chapter 70. Vortex. In the center of the arena, a mysterious figure materialized out of thin air. Adorned with a peculiar mask that concealed his visage entirely, the individual possessed long, resplendent golden hair that shone radiantly like the sun, rendering his presence impossible to overlook. As the mist dissipated, the figure, known as Menma, summoned by Naruto in a unique manner, took on Naruto's appearance. Filled with confusion, he pondered the reason for his summoning at this particular moment and place. As the surrounding fog gradually lifted, Menma began to survey his surroundings. The ground beneath him was littered with lifeless bodies, the stench of blood permeating the air, evoking a sense of nausea. The few remaining survivors were gravely injured. Their breath shallow, their bodies stained with blood, as though they were on the brink of their last breath. Brother, please save them. Naruto's anxious voice echoed. Upon hearing this, Menma slowly diverted his gaze from Kakashi's somewhat pallid face to the ground. Despite the horrific scene before him, his keen insight enabled him to swiftly identify the two individuals lying in pools of blood, Zabuza and Haku. There may yet be hope. Let me give it a try, Menma murmured softly. He noticed that both Zabuza and Haku's hearts had ceased to beat, but due to their recent demise, a swift action might still bring them back from the brink of death. Without hesitation, Menma crouched down and gently placed his right hand upon Zabuza's body. In an instant, a surge of potent life energy poured forth from within him like a torrential flood, transforming rapidly into a rich green chakra that coalesced into a brilliant sphere of light in his palm. The wounds on Zabuza's body began to heal at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, Menma summoned lightning in his other hand, delivering a jolt to Zabuza's heart. Naruto, who is he? Kakashi inquired. His brow furrowed as he observed the figure summoned by Naruto, especially noting the mask adorning Menma's face. Menma wore a fox mask this time. Medical ninjutsu? Such dense chakra. Kakashi thought, his eyes widening in astonishment at the miraculous events unfolding before him. Resurrection, a feat that seemed beyond human capability. Cough. Am I in hell? Haku, where are you? Zabuza murmured as he gradually regained consciousness, his voice weak as if it belonged to another realm. Hearing Zabuza's words, Menma slightly turned his head to regard Haku, examining the exquisite and beautiful features of the latter's face. Placing a hand upon Haku's chest, he quietly mused, so he truly is a boy, remarkably beautiful. The mystery that has long troubled many has finally been unraveled. Taking a deep breath to concentrate, Menma gently placed his right hand upon Haku's chest, initiating a complex medical ninjutsu. First, he utilized chakra to mend Haku's grievous injuries, witnessing the wounds heal at a visible rate. Subsequently, he continuously infused Haku with powerful life force, like a spring nourishing parched earth. Finally, Menma performed a lightning technique, stimulating Haku's heart to restore its rhythm. As time passed, Haku's complexion gradually regained its color, and the previously shut eyes began to flutter open. Haku, you're awake? Zabuza exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and concern, a sigh of relief escaping his lips as it reached Haku's ears. Lord Zabuza, have we met in hell? Haku asked. No, we have been saved, Zabuza replied, relieved, gazing at Menma with a hint of respect. Menma, however, disregarded the others and turned his attention back to Kakashi. Who exactly are you? Kakashi asked, preparing to take action, having sensed a prior encounter with this individual. Oh, have you recognized me? You are indeed perceptive, Kakashi. Menma did not expect Kakashi to be so astute, despite his attempts at disguise. What is your connection to Danzo? Why are you approaching Naruto? The atmosphere between them grew tense, as Kakashi stood ready to strike. Danzo? Menma responded, bewildered, failing to grasp Kakashi's line of thought. Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing? Naruto interjected, noticing the escalating situation. Naruto, stay away from that person. He is extremely dangerous. Kakashi shouted sternly. Naruto, eager to explain, protested, Kakashi-sensei, he is truly a good person. However, Kakashi remained unyielding, continuing to admonish, Naruto, listen to me. Leave him immediately. I can sense his ill intentions. With that, Kakashi swiftly drew two gleaming kunai, launching them forcefully toward Menma's chest. Yet, Menma merely let out a low, cold chuckle. Ill intentions? TSK, you've caught on. He even mimicked Uchiha Obito's tone. To everyone's astonishment, Menma did not flinch or evade. He stood resolutely in place. And in the blink of an eye, the kunai passed through his body without obstruction. Seeing this, Kakashi's expression hardened, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "It truly is you. Vortex, a troublesome fellow. One day, I will reclaim that eye." Menma's gaze fixated intently on Kakashi's Sharingan as his body gradually sank into the ground, vanishing from sight. What manner of bizarre ability is this? Who on earth is this individual? Kakashi's expression turned grave, as if shrouded in a veil of unease. He scrutinized Naruto, his eyes revealing a flicker of doubt and concern, and solemnly inquired, "Naruto, who is that person? How were you able to summon him?" Approaching Naruto, Kakashi's hurried steps betrayed his inner turmoil. Naruto blinked, a look of confusion crossing his face. This time, he had learned to be cautious and fabricated a response. "Well, I'm not quite sure either. I just happened to meet him, and we became acquainted. He told me that if I ever faced difficulties, I could seek his assistance." Upon hearing Naruto's reply, Kakashi's brow furrowed even deeper. He understood that matters were never that simple, yet seeing Naruto's reluctance to elaborate, he gravely warned, "Naruto, regardless of the circumstances, you must keep your distance from that person. He is extremely dangerous, far beyond what you can handle." Naruto observed Kakashi's serious demeanor and nodded obediently, responding, "Okay, Kakashi-sensei, I understand." However, from the flicker in his eyes, it was evident that Naruto had not genuinely heeded Kakashi's warning. Beside them, Zabuza and Haku exchanged glances, each perceiving confusion and wariness in the other's eyes. They remained uncertain of the mysterious individual's true identity, yet they were undeniably aware that he had saved them both. Chapter 71. Returned to the village from a distance, Sasuke witnessed the unfolding events. So this is the vortex? Remarkably powerful, Kakashi-sensei is no match for him. And Naruto's strength is a testament to his teachings. Sasuke's gaze flickered, a desire to meet this individual stirring within him. With the situation resolved, Kakashi and the others prepared to return to the village. Zabuza and Haku decided to abandon their lives as ninjas and seek a place to live as ordinary individuals. With the completion of the bridge, the people of the Land of Waves, in gratitude, named it the Naruto Bridge. In Konoha Village, sunlight spilled onto the ancient and tranquil streets, casting shadows upon the houses and trees. Menma strolled through, his thoughts untroubled by Kakashi's affairs. However, as he stepped onto this land, both familiar and strange, the scene before him rendered him speechless, and a profound shock surged within him. The third Hokage, who should have been in office, had surprisingly retired. This sudden revelation struck him like a thunderclap, leaving his heart in turmoil. He stared wide-eyed, incredulously observing the bustling figures around him and overhearing discussions about the new Hokage. The fifth Hokage, Tsunade, he murmured to himself, his thoughts a jumbled mess. Time seemed to have advanced far beyond his recollection. The third Hokage had relinquished his position before his passing, a turn of events he had never anticipated. Even more perplexing was the fact that the troublemaker, Danzo, was still alive. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. It turned out that Naruto, Sasuke, and the others had also returned to Konohagakure, their expressions equally filled with surprise and confusion, clearly unaware of the change in leadership. The third grandfather has stepped down? How could this be? Who is Tsunade? Naruto questioned urgently, his voice laced with disbelief. Sakura, beside him, wore a look of admiration and quickly explained, "You fool, Naruto. You don't even know who Lady Tsunade is? She is one of the legendary Sannin. Come on, let's go report our mission to the Hokage." Kakashi's gaze flickered. He knew significant events were unfolding in Konohagakure, prompting him to take these youngsters on a long-term mission. Yet, even he had not anticipated such drastic changes. Having only stepped out of the village for a brief period, leading Naruto and the others to the Hokage building, they encountered the new Hokage, Lady Tsunade. "Ah, Kakashi," she acknowledged. "I am here to submit a mission report." Kakashi respectfully presented the completed task. Tsunade took it, glanced it over, and set it aside, her gaze shifting to Kakashi and the individuals behind him, lingering for a moment on Naruto's face. "Kakashi, you mentioned you encountered that masked man. What transpired?" Tsunade inquired curiously. It was only after assuming the role of Hokage that she learned of the masked man, and she could say that her ascension to the position had much to do with him. Kakashi did not withhold any details, recounting the events and his speculations about the masked individual. Are you suggesting his target is Naruto Uzumaki? Tsunade furrowed her brow and looked at Naruto. What are your thoughts? Big brother is a good person, Naruto immediately retorted, recalling how, in his moment of hunger, the masked man had taken him to steal food and taught him a powerful jutsu. Such acts of kindness had firmly entrenched the belief in Naruto's heart that Big Brother was indeed a good person. All right, you may leave for now. Dismissing everyone, Tsunade felt a headache coming on. The old man must have had some bizarre reasoning. This new Jinchuriki seemed rather naive. She ultimately grumbled. Lady Tsunade, Jiraiya has gone to find Naruto. Shizune entered. Let him handle it. I hope he can guide this child well. Thinking of Naruto's earlier demeanor, Tsunade felt a throbbing in her temples. Regardless of the masked man's intentions, they could not allow him to approach the Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, after wandering through Konohagakure, Menma discovered some other matters. This seems intriguing, he thought, as the Chunin exams continued. Truly, the legendary Orochimaru remained steadfast in his mindset. Orochimaru was an exceedingly complex individual. Regarding the Chunin exams and the destruction of Konohagakure, these were merely superficial motives. In his words, he could not abide by the sight of an aging Konohagakure. The strong should perish on the battlefield, not succumb to illness in bed. Thus, he initiated the destruction plan of Konohagakure, with the true objective being to send his teacher off in style. Had his aim truly been the annihilation of Konohagakure, he would not have killed the fourth Kazekage. Now, with the third's retirement and Tsunade's ascension to the fifth Hokage, the plan for Konohagakure's collapse still progressed, indicating that fate adhered to its original course. What an intriguing world this is, Menma mused, observing the lively activities in Konohagakure, his mischievous spirit stirring once more. Kakashi also shared the news of the Chunin exams with Naruto and the others. Whether you participate or not is up to you. Of course we will participate, they replied resolutely. Please sign us up, sensei. Kakashi handed them the registration forms. This exam is co-hosted with Tsunagakure. Be cautious, he advised as he recounted the details. The trio listened intently, and once Kakashi departed, Naruto prepared to head home, only to be stopped by Sasuke. Let us go. I have something to ask you. With that, the two left, while Sakura watched them go, feeling inexplicably distant from them. Naruto had indeed changed, maturing at least a little, influenced by Menma. Though he had not grown wiser, he had learned to be cautious, realizing that the third Hokage had not had good intentions. What did you want to ask me? Naruto couldn't help but inquire. Is that Uzumaki strong? Sasuke paused momentarily. Naturally, Big Brother is definitely the strongest. Naruto affirmed instantly, believing wholeheartedly that Big Brother was the strongest. You can contact him, right? Yes, what do you want? Naruto immediately became alert. I have business with him. What kind of business? I want him to take me as his disciple. Oh, you wish to learn Big Brother's jutsu. Naruto quickly comprehended. Help me contact him. I will try. Come home with me first. Uncertain of whether anyone was watching him, Naruto decided to return home cautiously. The two reached Naruto's house, and upon seeing the disorder and dust, Sasuke's eyes flashed with disdain. Your home isn't any better. Naruto felt a bit embarrassed, noticing Sasuke's expression. Humph. Sasuke huffed, not replying. Essentially, they were of the same ilk, both having become orphans. Naruto formed hand seals and performed the summoning technique, eager to quickly dismiss Sasuke and tidy up the place. A plume of smoke appeared, and Menma responded to the summon. However, upon his arrival, he immediately became ethereal. Observing his surroundings, he recognized Naruto's room. Big Brother, long time no see. Naruto exclaimed with joy upon seeing him. Yes, I'm back, but your room needs cleaning, Menma replied, patting Naruto's shoulder. After a moment of contemplation, he extended his hand, and a breeze swept through the room, carrying away the dust, forming a small wind ball in Menma's grasp. Instantly, the room was immaculate, the air revitalized. This display left both boys astounded. Incredible, Big Brother. Can you teach me that technique? Once I learn it, I won't have to clean my room anymore. Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chapter 72. Revelation. You are Uzumaki. I wish to be your disciple. At that moment, Sasuke, who had been silently standing by, could no longer suppress his inner desire and resolutely spoke up, having witnessed the exquisite jutsu Naruto had just performed. The shock and strength of it made him deeply realize that only by following such a powerful figure could he hope to fulfill his lifelong ambition of avenging his bitter enemy. Hearing Sasuke's words, Menma slowly turned his head to fix his gaze on Sasuke. You are Uchiha Sasuke? Sasuke stood there in a black ninja outfit, tall and upright like a pine, his glossy black hair billowing in the wind. His deep-set eyes sparkled with determination and resilience, exuding a distinctive aura. At this moment, Sasuke felt an inexplicable discomfort as Naruto unabashedly scrutinized him from head to toe. Indeed, I am Uchiha Sasuke. I wish to become your disciple. Taking a deep breath, Sasuke endeavored to calm the tumult within him and solemnly reiterated his intention. His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with boundless resolve and unwavering determination. Upon hearing this, Menma displayed a peculiar expression, instinctively rubbing his chin as if pondering something. After a brief pause, he finally inquired, "You wish to become my disciple? Why is that?" Sasuke met Naruto's gaze without flinching, candidly stating, "Because I seek vengeance. There is someone I must kill. Your strength is formidable. Thus I believe that only by becoming your student and learning ninjutsu from you will I have a chance to achieve my goal." As he spoke, his eyes widened dramatically, the hatred within them blazing like an unquenchable fire, utterly unmasked. Especially when mentioning the name of his nemesis, his expression turned ferociously intense, as if he yearned to obliterate him without delay. Menma ultimately nodded, smiling at Sasuke. "Very well, I accept." Upon receiving Menma's affirmative response, Sasuke was overcome with joy, his excitement palpable. "Splendid. From this day forth, you shall be my teacher. I look forward to your guidance." Naruto cheered, for Sasuke was one of his closest friends, and Menma was the person he admired most. Their decision heralded good news for him. "Do not rejoice too soon, you two." Observing the smiles adorning their faces, Menma doused their enthusiasm with cold water. The two exchanged puzzled glances. "You both have your share of troubles, and due to my interference with the third Hokage's plans, I am now on the blacklist of certain individuals. If you continue to utilize the ninjutsu I teach you, the repercussions could be dire. You must consider whether you truly wish to proceed." "What do you mean? What plans?" Sasuke queried, glancing between Naruto and Menma. "The power within Naruto. You must have witnessed it this time. That crimson chakra, it's the force of a tailed beast, the power of the nine tails. Naruto is a human weapon of Konoha." Menma's gaze shifted towards Naruto, his expression obscured by his mask. The look on Naruto's face had vanished. "Now you comprehend why Naruto endured such a life in his childhood, don't you?" Everyone bullied him, allowing the third Hokage to represent the virtuous and keep Naruto compliant, so he would see the third Hokage as a good man, the only one who treated him kindly in Konoha. Menma spoke this harsh truth. Upon hearing it, Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine, recalling Naruto's childhood experiences, which mirrored precisely what Menma had described. "So I truly am the demon fox," Naruto said, his eyes devoid of light, his expression somewhat vacant, tears streaming down his cheeks. As a child, he could not fathom why everyone tormented him or why they called him a demon fox, but now he understood, and the realization brought him even greater anguish. "Naruto." Sasuke turned to him, concern etched in his gaze. "What is a tailed beast?" Sasuke voiced his confusion, which also reflected Naruto's unasked questions. A millennium ago, the Sage of Six Paths created nine-tailed beasts using his power. At the very first sentence, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief. "Brother, wait. Are you referring to the Sage of Six Paths I know?" Naruto stammered, suddenly animated. Even he, who had little knowledge, had heard tales of the Sage of Six Paths. "Indeed, it is the very figure you are familiar with," Menma replied calmly. The two stared at him, mouths agape, unable to articulate their thoughts. The Sage of Six Paths was real, and he had actually created the tailed beasts. Had they uncovered an extraordinary secret? Menma's lips curved into a smile beneath his mask, for divulging such revelations was indeed delightful, especially when it was shared with the protagonists. There are nine-tailed beasts in the world. They once lived harmoniously within the shinobi realm. However, one day, a formidable figure emerged, known as Senju Hashirama. He utilized wood release to capture all nine-tailed beasts and distributed them among the 5 great villages. "Why?" Naruto involuntarily inquired. "Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage," Sasuke responded, his expression blank. "Peace." The first Hokage established Konoha, yearning for tranquility. During his lifetime, all feared his strength. No one dared instigate war while he lived. It was evident to the wise that the first Hokage naively believed that by distributing the tailed beasts among the villages, their fear of the tailed beasts would prevent unnecessary conflict. Yet, the tailed beasts ultimately lacked the power of the first Hokage and could not serve as a deterrent. Following his death, the shinobi world plunged into war, and eventually, the tailed beasts were thrust onto the battlefield. I trust you have studied this. Having recounted the origins of the tailed beasts, Menma observed the expressions of the two with keen interest. Shock, confusion, and understanding played across their faces. They were not foolish and began to comprehend the implications. Simultaneously, they gained a new appreciation for the first Hokage's might, a single individual who quelled the entire world, ensuring no one dared to provoke conflict, capturing all the tailed beasts and distributing them to other villages. Why me? Naruto finally gathered his thoughts and directed his gaze at Menma. You wish to know why you are the Jinchuriki? Menma asked. Indeed. What do you understand about Jinchuriki? Both shook their heads in unison. A Jinchuriki is a significant asset to a village, a source of deterrence. For ordinary shinobi, tailed beasts are formidable adversaries. Such immense power can only be wielded by a Kage. This holds true not only for Konoha but for all villages. Tailed beasts are invariably controlled by the Kage. In the early days, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was the first Hokage's wife, and she was the first Jinchuriki. The term Jinchuriki was coined by her. The second Jinchuriki was the fourth Hokage's wife, and Naruto, you are the third Jinchuriki. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing he might have stumbled upon some alarming news, would he be silenced? His gaze towards Naruto shifted, realizing it was akin to wielding a weapon exclusive to the Hokage. Even an ordinary person would lack the qualifications to aspire to such a role. In an instant, his eyes narrowed. Sasuke was not naive and quickly grasped that Naruto's identity was anything but ordinary. Naruto, at a loss for words, pondered, so why is it me? It is due to your lineage, the Uzumaki clan, and your unique constitution. The Nine Tails is akin to a family heirloom of the Uzumaki clan. As he spoke, Menma could not help but interject. Within Naruto's abdomen, the Nine Tails, who had been attentively listening, suddenly felt a vain throb on his forehead. The term family heirloom had struck a nerve. Instantly, crimson chakra began to emanate from Naruto. You insolent brat, are you insulting me? The chakra manifested into a fox's head. A deep voice resonating from Naruto. The Nine Tails had spoken. Sasuke, taken aback, instinctively retreated several paces. So you were listening too, Nine Tails. Menma chuckled, seemingly unfazed. The phrase family heirloom had clearly breached the Nine Tails' defenses. The two individuals found it difficult to regain their composure, especially Sasuke, who had merely sought power for vengeance and did not anticipate uncovering such a secret. Naruto was momentarily stunned, the last time. His counterpart had informed him he could engage in self-hypnosis. Now, the stark reality of fate lay bare before him, and no matter how much he wished to feign ignorance, it was impossible. All the anguish he bore was a consequence of his parents and the village of Konoha's influence upon him. In this moment, Naruto's will of fire began to falter, as red chakra erupted from him once more, not the temptation of the Kyuubi, but rather an emotional surge that stirred the Kyuubi's chakra within him, causing it to spiral out of control. Menma remained calm. He stepped forward, placing a hand on the other's shoulder, and the red chakra flowed along his arm into his body. How impressive! Sasuke's face displayed disbelief. The sheer power of the Kyuubi's chakra was palpable, akin to molten lava, making one feel uncomfortable merely by gazing upon it. Yet Menma was able to subdue such chakra with a single hand. Why me, brother? I have no desire for this power, Naruto lamented, his emotions unraveling. When he first learned of the third Hokage's intentions towards him, he could still convince himself that the third was sincere and that the Kyuubi truly resided within him. He did not blame the villagers, but now, upon discovering that the Kyuubi was likely sealed within him by his parents, a profound resentment blossomed in his heart. Why must such a burden be placed upon their child? Calm down, Menma urged, utilizing his abilities to forcibly quell Naruto's tumultuous emotions. I may have slightly overestimated your capacity to endure. If you wish to understand why, you must explore it yourselves. If you seek power, I can assist you. Menma enjoyed presenting choices to see how others would respond, indifferent to their decisions. Eventually, the three individuals in the room regained their composure. Naruto appeared visibly diminished, his spirit waning, his gaze filled with confusion. If he could not trust even his beloved third grandpa, what else in this world was trustworthy? What was he to do moving forward? Should he still aspire to become Hokage, or should he leave Konoha altogether? A myriad of questions swirled in Naruto's mind. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, concern flickering in his eyes. Naruto, how are you holding up? I'm fine. If something troubles you, just say it, Don't bottle it up. What should I do from now on? I don't know either. Wasn't your dream to become Hokage? To become Hokage and change this village? In Sasuke's perspective, although Naruto's situation appeared perilous, it had already passed. Now was the era of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade. The third Hokage was no longer in power to influence Naruto. Naruto fell silent, suddenly feeling that being Hokage may not be as desirable as he once thought. Given the revelations he had received, he no longer wished to pursue that path. He looked up at Menma. My father is the fourth Hokage, Namake's Minato, correct? Naruto was not foolish. Menma had made it quite clear that the kyubi was to be wielded only by those of the Hokage lineage, particularly the closest kin, from the first to the fourth, culminating in Naruto. Were it not for Naruto's impeccable lineage as a Hokage, he would not even qualify to become the kyubi's Jinchuriki. Isn't it obvious? If you adhere to the third Hokage's plans, you could very well be the next Hokage, Menma remarked with a hint of jest. However, this statement only served to deepen their distaste. At their age, they were inherently rebellious, and upon hearing such words, they reacted like firecrackers ignited in indignation. I refuse to be a Hokage manipulated by others. Why should my fate be dictated by them? Naruto retorted vehemently. Humph, the path we choose is our own. We need not have others choose for us, Sasuke scoffed, equally disapproving of the notion that his life should follow a preordained route. What, then, was the purpose of his existence? Menma could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Sasuke. What else with that expression? Am I wrong? Sasuke, taken aback, responded with uncertainty. It's nothing. Menma chose not to elaborate. The destinies of the two had been meticulously orchestrated from their birth. They believed they were charting their own paths. Yet in truth, it had all been predetermined by others. Ever since Naruto became the kyubi's Jinchuriki, his fate had been largely sealed. Either he must defeat all who covet the kyubi, or he would perish if the beast were extracted from him. To survive, he must grow stronger, and to grow stronger, he needed to master the kyubi's power. Sasuke, too, faced a similar plight. The Sharingan seemed like a curse. To master it, one had to endure loss, to comprehend love only to lose it, and everything he cherished would slip away. Had Naruto not shared the spotlight as a protagonist, Sasuke would have long since met his end. One must possess strength to ascend higher, to see further, and to contemplate more deeply, thus gaining insight into one's true desires. If one wished to grow stronger, then one must exert effort. Menma extended his hands. The two, puzzled, raised their right hands to fist bump with him. Upon contact, chakra intertwined, transmitting knowledge into their minds. Through Menma's extensive research on chakra, he had developed this technique. As chakra was originally intended to facilitate communication between individuals, Sasuke received knowledge pertaining to right-on techniques, including his own creative ideas and various techniques from anime that he had encountered. Whether he could successfully cultivate them depended entirely on his diligence. Naruto was imparted with an array of Rasengan techniques, interspersed with Menma's Flying Thunder God technique. If you wish to avoid trouble, do not disclose these techniques to others. Strive forward, young man. Only by possessing formidable strength can you broaden your horizons and experience more of the world. After delivering this, Menma departed, having sensed a familiar chakra nearby. In the room, only the two remained. He is incredibly powerful, Sasuke remarked, having absorbed the knowledge about those techniques. He swallowed hard, feeling that many of those techniques were far superior to what he had previously heard. Naruto, do you have any plans for the future? Sasuke inquired, turning to face Naruto. Oh, what are your thoughts? Naruto's question caught Sasuke slightly off guard, stirring a sense of surprise within him. When their gazes met, an indescribable feeling surged within him. From Naruto's bright and fervent eyes, Sasuke sensed something hidden deep within, as if Naruto had a multitude of words he wished to express. This world is utterly chaotic. Naruto took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Although his voice was soft, it resonated with strength and determination. I yearn for a world where true peace can be realized, devoid of war, hatred, and strife. The myriad misfortunes that have befallen us, I refuse to witness them befall other innocent souls. Therefore, Sasuke, let us join forces and endeavor to eradicate the endless suffering this world endures. As he spoke, Naruto's unwavering gaze remained locked on Sasuke, his eyes shimmering with resolute brilliance. That brilliance shone as brightly as the most radiant star in the night sky, impossible to overlook. At that moment, Naruto appeared as a warrior burdened with a sacred mission, unafraid of the arduous challenges that lay ahead. He wished for the tragedies he had endured not to echo in the lives of others. Chapter 74. Collaborating with Orochimaru within Konoha, sunlight cascaded over the bustling streets, creating a lively atmosphere. Beneath the calm facade, a tempest brews. As the ninjas of Shain Cun have arrived, tasked with the mission of co-hosting the Chunin exams alongside Konoha. Within a modestly appointed inn, a figure emerges silently. Tall and pallid, his eyes gleam with cunning and ruthlessness. This individual is none other than Orochimaru, who has assumed the guise of a ninja from Shain Cun. He had just meandered through Konoha, deep in thought. Truly a decayed village, he murmurs, his words laced with disdain for the lifeless surroundings. Observing the antiquated structures and the bustling yet uninspired crowd, he shakes his head. The old windmills have long ceased their rotations, their broken parts still occupying prominent positions. As Orochimaru muses, an abrupt voice pierces the air behind him. The unexpected sound strikes like thunder, startling the usually composed Orochimaru. Almost instantaneously, he whirls around, his arms transforming into four grotesque, venomous snakes, fangs bared, lunging towards the enigmatic figure behind him. The atmosphere thickens with tension, as if a fierce battle is on the verge of erupting. It has been a while. Orochimaru, the figure, disguised as Obito, emerges from the ground, the serpents weaving through his form without causing any harm. So it is you. Orochimaru recognizes the masked man, a mysterious member of the Akatsuki, who identifies himself as Uchiha Madara. Had Orochimaru not previously been affiliated with the Akatsuki, he might not have recognized him. The man's abilities are decidedly peculiar, and after a personal probe, Orochimaru is further convinced of this. What do you seek? Orochimaru inquires, his voice laced with caution. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Obito retorts. Ah, it seems my plans have not escaped your notice. Orochimaru's raspy voice echoes, accompanied by a chilling laugh. His elongated tongue slithers from his mouth, circling his face. Stop. No. I am not here to hinder you. Rather, I have come to offer you my assistance. Obito's reply is calm as a still lake, yet it harbors profound implications. Orochimaru's eyes narrow slightly, a glint of cold light emanating from them. He ponders the means by which this mysterious individual has gleaned knowledge of his plans. Few are aware of this matter, and even his closest confidants are oblivious to his true intentions. Could this person truly possess extraordinary abilities? With this thought, a palpable aura of malice radiates from Orochimaru, causing the air around him to thicken. If that is the case, you must already comprehend my desires. He fixes his gaze on Obito, scrutinizing every subtle shift in his expression. Indeed, I am fully aware. Fate has its predetermined course, and with the current deviation, I must assume the role of a corrector. Obito states, meeting Orochimaru's menacing glare without flinching. From the moment he sensed Orochimaru's unique and formidable chakra, Obito had discerned everything. He understood that Orochimaru had never relinquished his ambitious schemes, and this endeavor was, in truth, aimed at providing a final tribute to his former mentor. Such a conclusion did not surprise Obito. Rather, he was eager to lend his support. As he expressed, that which has decayed must be buried deep within the earth, never to see the light of day again. With a few antiquated figures lingering in Konoha, one cannot fathom the chaos they might unleash. Should Orochimaru take action, Obito would not mind assisting him. Orochimaru frowned, not fully grasping Obito's intentions, yet recognizing his desire for collaboration. However, Orochimaru remained uncertain of the man's true motives. Perceiving Orochimaru's wariness, Obito knew he must propose a condition to secure Orochimaru's cooperation. The cells of Hashirama, grant them to me, and I shall help you thwart Jiraiya and Tsunade, allowing you to send the third Hokage off with dignity. Ah, so Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru mused, a cryptic expression slowly manifesting on his paper-white face. He squinted, a half-smile gracing his lips, as if he had unraveled every secret. His gaze, seemingly indifferent, precisely scrutinized Obito's eyes, akin to a cold serpent assessing its prey. In that fleeting moment, Orochimaru perceived the hidden intentions within Obito's heart. After all, having conducted extensive research on Hashirama's cells and the Sharingan, he was well acquainted with the intricate relationship between the two. He understood that Hashirama's cells possess miraculous powers, significantly enhancing the ocular prowess of the Sharingan. Conversely, the potent Sharingan can exert a degree of suppression on Hashirama's cells. This interdependent, yet mutually constraining connection renders them one of the most enigmatic and alluring entities in the world of ninjas. At this juncture, Orochimaru speculated. Based on the information at hand, this individual likely sought Hashirama's cells due to the limitations imposed by his Mangekyo Sharingan, either from prolonged usage or some peculiar circumstance that diminished his power, hence the urgent desire to obtain Hashirama's cells to compensate for his shortcomings. With this thought, Orochimaru's excitement prompted him to extend his tongue, gently licking his slightly cracked lips. A glint of avarice and anticipation sparkled in his elongated eyes, fleeting and radiant like a meteor streaking across the night sky. I shall refer to you as Uzumaki. You desire Hashirama's cells. I can assist you. My experiments on Hashirama's cells are unparalleled in the world. Haha, no need for that. Just provide me with Hashirama's cells. Obito's expression remained impassive, internally bemused by Orochimaru's intentions. It was abundantly clear what the others sought. As for Hashirama's cells, had he not been concerned about Orochimaru's trepidation, he would not have made such a request. He had already acquired a significant amount from Danzo's underground laboratory, the original version extracted from the first Hokage's corpse. The Hashirama cells in Orochimaru's possession were diluted, a necessity for his research into the wood release. Although he ultimately succeeded in creating Yamato, the lack of chakra rendered Yamato's wood release somewhat lifeless. Then let us finalize our collaboration, Orochimaru declared, producing a scroll from his mouth. The scroll dripped with a viscous white substance onto the ground. Obito grimaced at the sight, finding it repulsive, much more so in reality than in the anime. Contrary to the portrayal in the world of Tsukuyomi, Orochimaru was typically quite fastidious. Never having expelled anything from his mouth, Obito conjured a water sphere, rinsing the scroll before inspecting it. Through the sealing technique, he sensed a formidable life force, confirming it was indeed Hashirama's cells. In an instant, the scroll vanished from his hand. Orochimaru merely narrowed his eyes, unperturbed. Space-time ninjutsu, he thought, attributing it to Obito's ocular techniques, feeling a twinge of greed. However, he understood that such techniques were exceedingly troublesome, leaving even him at a loss. Proceed as you will, Orochimaru. I shall fulfill my promises. The figure of Menma vanished in an instant, having activated the Flying Thunder God technique. What role does the Akatsuki organization play in all this? What are their true intentions? Are they targeting the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Or perhaps seeking to diminish the formidable combat strength of the wood style? Orochimaru fell into contemplation, but soon cast such thoughts aside. The fate of Konoha held no significance for him. His current desire was solely to send that decrepit old man to the Pure Land. After leaving the area, Menma sensed the presence of another, or rather, a familiar chakra. Having absorbed a bit of the Nine Tails chakra, the strength within me has increased slightly. It appears that the tailed beasts of this world can indeed be of use to me. This piques my curiosity. The world of Tsukuyomi also possesses tailed beasts, yet the Ten Tails is absent. I wonder if Uchiha Madara lacked the ability to summon it, or if that world simply does not harbor it. However, the existence of Uchiha fan blades suggests that the world is not entirely complete. Menma pondered, moving towards the chakra he sensed, increasingly intrigued by the authenticity of the Nine Tails within him. What is the essence of the Tsukuyomi world? Am I merely borrowing falsehoods to cultivate truth? All will be revealed once I obtain the chakra of the tailed beasts. Meanwhile, on the streets, an unusual trio swaggered confidently through the crowd, causing passers-by to instinctively distance themselves from their peculiar attire. Konoha truly lives up to its reputation as the leading nation. It is far more prosperous than our own. Kanjiro observed the bustling streets with a hint of envy. Let us not waste time here, Temari remarked, her attention focused on Gar's expression, seemingly indifferent to their surroundings. Chapter 75. The crimson moon. Gar's countenance darkened, his eyes betraying a chilling malice. The prolonged lack of sleep rendered his mental state exceedingly unstable, compounded by the voice of the One Tail, making him akin to a volatile powder keg on the brink of explosion. This is the essence of Gaara, Menma mused. Previously contemplating how to extract the chakra of the One Tail, now intrigued by the distinctive chakra emanating from Gaara. This chakra was imperceptible to ordinary individuals, yet Menma, having spent years studying his own chakra, recognized its uniqueness at a glance. The chakra was imbued with profound emotion, love. In that moment, Menma recalled Gaara's uniqueness, not due to his identity or his status as a Jinchuriki, but because of his mother, Karura, a remarkable woman who, in her dying moments, had forged an absolute defense for Gaara through sheer will. Only upon meeting him in person could Menma truly appreciate the formidable nature of this absolute defense. This self-sustaining shield was akin to a tenacious belief, reliant on Gaara's chakra, which, as a Jinchuriki, was inherently vast, thus amplifying the strength of this absolute defense. The lingering will of the deceased, or rather, the chakra born from it, was a testament to a power that perhaps only love could manifest. Menma, astonished, was simultaneously inspired. Infusing chakra with a sense of will, or integrating one's intent into chakra, could not only enhance its potency, but also imbue it with consciousness. This concept seems somewhat familiar. He mused, stroking his chin, quickly recalling its resemblance to the martial intentions found in fantasy literature, infusing one's chi with personal insights, thereby enabling it to possess greater power and autonomous counteraction. A pinnacle of spiritual transformation. As Menma experienced this epiphany, Gaara and his companions encountered a minor inconvenience. "What are you doing?" "This is Konoha," a child exclaimed after being knocked down by Kanjuro, who was somewhat irked and prepared to intimidate the boy. "Stand down. That is the grandson of the third Hokage. Do you wish to incite a conflict between our villages?" Naruto, having rushed over, revealed the identity of Konohamaru. Though initially unwilling to intervene, Naruto, despite knowing his grandfather's intentions, could not stand by when Konohamaru was in danger. "Oh, just this brat. He is merely the Hokage's grandson." Kanjuro scoffed, unimpressed. "Everyone has some semblance of status. I am the son of the Kazekage." He glared malevolently, intent on making the boy pay for the collision. "Did you not hear me tell you to stop?" Naruto swiftly intervened, blocking Kanjuro's outstretched hand. Sasuke positioned a kunai against Kanjuro's neck. "I advise you not to provoke us," he warned in a cold voice. Kanjuro was taken aback by their speed, but he was no ordinary ninja and prepared to employ his puppet technique. "Enough, Kanjuro. Do not embarrass yourself here. Let us leave," Gaara interjected, his tone laced with impatience. Upon hearing this voice, Kanjuro, as the elder brother, trembled slightly. Both their gazes shifted to the rear, where Gaara had silently appeared beside them. Startled, they marveled at his swiftness. "Who are you? State your name." "I am Gaara of the Sand," he replied. "Uchiha Sasuke. I shall remember you," Sasuke said coldly, retreating. "Uzumaki Naruto remarked, taking a moment to study Gaara. Sensing a kindred spirit within him, Gaara turned and departed with the two. Konohamaru, filled with excitement, rushed to Naruto's side. "Naruto, you were amazing. Are you all right?" After returning to their lodging, Gaara entered his own room, gently closing the door behind him. He stood quietly by the window, his gaze coldly fixed on the bustling street below. As evening descended, the setting sun cast a warm glow upon the lively crowd, illuminating the joyful faces and vibrant figures of the people. Children laughed and played in the streets while adults gathered in groups, sharing casual chatter punctuated by bursts of laughter. Yet, to Gaara, whose mood was fraught with agitation, this scene felt like a cruel mockery. "I desperately want to kill them all," he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice low and hoarse, akin to a beast trapped within a cage, roaring and struggling to break free from its confines. His words echoed in the quiet room like the ramblings of a madman, sending chills down one's spine. At that moment, an unfamiliar voice suddenly pierced the silence. "TSK, how pitiable." This unexpected intrusion ignited the fury within Gaara. He whirled around, eyes wide with rage, swiftly forming hand seals. Instantly, the sand beneath him rose as if summoned, coalescing into a colossal hand that lunged toward the source of the voice with blinding speed. However, to Gaara's astonishment, the figure did not flinch or resist. The ferocious sand hand passed effortlessly through its form, crashing into the wall and leaving a deep crater behind. Seeing this, Gaara's expression hardened, and he unleashed another wave of sand, only to find the figure was indeed like an illusion, absent from this space. "Who are you?" he demanded, the sand swirling around him, forming a protective barrier. "Just a passerby, seeking to borrow something from you." As Menma strolled, he surveyed the grains of sand surrounding his opponent. Unbeknownst to him, the gourd behind Gaara had opened, and yellow sand swiftly enveloped the entire room. Menma observed the sand with a hint of frustration, remarking on its volatile nature. Suddenly, Menma's form solidified, and 10 chains extended from his back. At the instant Menma became corporeal, the sand in the room reacted. Both combatants struck simultaneously, their proximity enabling the golden chains to swiftly intertwine. Gaara attempted to evade using his substitution technique. Yet he was caught off guard as the chains swiftly sealed away his chakra. Unfamiliar with the Kongo Fuin, Gaara suffered a setback. Just as he contemplated resistance, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. Menma exhaled in relief. He had subdued Gaara in a single encounter, a feat made possible by his prior knowledge of Gaara's abilities. Approaching Gaara, Menma extended a hand to extract the chakra of the One Tail. The sand attempted to intervene, but lacking chakra from Gaara, its power was diminished. Rest assured, I merely seek to borrow a fragment of your One-Tail chakra. Despite knowing the sand bore no consciousness, Menma felt compelled to explain out of respect for the Great Mother. Whether his explanation held any weight or not, the sand gradually settled. Menma placed his hand upon Gaara's abdomen. What do you intend, you wretched fox? A sharp voice echoed in Menma's mind. Little raccoon, allow me to borrow some power for my research. Not a chance. You have no authority here. Within the ceiling space, the golden chains traversed the passage to this realm. Damn you, Uzumaki clan. What are you plotting? The raccoon's piercing voice rang out as its body instinctively recoiled, yet it could not escape the chain's grasp. In an instant, it was ensnared, and chakra was extracted from its body. Having absorbed a significant amount of chakra, Menma felt a sense of satisfaction. The 9 tails within him now possessed a portion of chakra from this world's one-tail, two-tailed beasts combined. Concurrently, as Menma successfully acquired the One-Tail's chakra, the world within Tsuki no Kage lay enveloped in a serene, silent night. The moon hung in the sky, as round and luminous as a silver disk, casting its cool, pristine light upon the vast earth, draping the entire shinobi world in a gentle veil of tranquility. However, amidst this seemingly peaceful night, an anomaly abruptly emerged. The once clear moon transformed into a disquieting crimson hue, resembling a fiery eye gazing down upon the world below. Simultaneously, a blurry phantom flickered across the blood-red moon, vanishing without a trace. This sudden, eerie spectacle alerted many within the shinobi realm, prompting them to gaze skyward, astonished to see the once pure white moon now drenched in a shocking scarlet, as if stained by blood. This bizarre transformation stirred an inexplicable fear and unease within them, leaving them bewildered about the unfolding events. At that very moment, deep within the Hyuga clan's estate, Hinata, who had been resting, abruptly opened her eyes. Her once gentle and kind gaze was now replaced by a chilling, indifferent glint that sent shivers down one's spine. Where am I? She mused. I see. A fragment of Akatsuki Kagaya's consciousness had descended upon Hinata, simultaneously accessing her memories to comprehend the situation. Why have I awoken? A flicker of confusion crossed her gaze. While her true form lay sealed, a fragment of her consciousness had stirred from slumber. Chapter 76, Akatsuki Kagaya. Meanwhile, far away, Menma felt an overwhelming surge of heat and power flooding into his body after successfully acquiring the One-Tail's chakra. As this vast chakra coursed through him, he could distinctly sense the 9 tails within him growing stronger. Moreover, the persistent feeling of unreality that had plagued him began to dissipate like morning mist and sunlight, sharpening his awareness of himself and his surroundings. Yet, at that moment, an indescribable sense of dread washed over him. This feeling was inexplicable yet intensely potent, as if invisible eyes were scrutinizing his every move. Menma furrowed his brow, cautiously scanning his surroundings, but all he saw was the usual calm, devoid of any suspicious signs or figures. What is happening? Why do I feel such a chilling presence? He murmured, his unease intensifying. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. Could it be that the Sage of 6 Paths was observing this world from the shadows? Menma was well aware of the enigmatic existence of the sage, knowing that he had not entirely perished, his soul still lurking in the Pure Land, capable of using chakra from beings like Ashura to observe the world. Realizing this, Menma's expression grew grave. Despite his current strength, he recognized that he still fell short of the sage or the Akatsuki. This unfounded anxiety gnawed at him. Since his objective had been achieved, lingering here was ill-advised. Utilizing his abilities, Menma returned to his own world. Upon reappearing at home, he immediately sensed something amiss. The moonlight streaming through the window bore a faint red hue. Gazing outside, he found the world bathed in a crimson glow. Though it was night, it resembled a sky awash with sunset colors. Menma approached the window and, upon peering outside, His pupils constricted as he beheld the moon, which now appeared different. The moonlight had turned red, casting a hue that tinted the entire land. What is happening? What has become of the moon? Menma's form flickered as he activated Hiruzen, appearing atop the roof in an instant. Looking skyward with a mix of apprehension and disbelief. The moon hung in the sky, unclouded, casting a faint red glow. Viewed from this angle, it resembled a scarlet eye, unsettling all who beheld it. This heightened his unease, for he was aware that within this world's moon lay the seal of Akatsuki Kaguya. Yet this was the Tsuki no Kaguya realm, not reality. Just as he pondered the moon's anomaly, a voice pierced the air. "Where have you been?" Minato appeared beside Menma, his expression equally grave. "What is happening, Dad?" Menma inquired. "Just now, for some reason, the moon suddenly turned red," Minato explained, a note of concern evident in his tone as both gazed upward. "Just now?" Menma paused, a realization dawning, his expression fluctuating between apprehension and dread. Could this be a consequence of his actions? Infinite Tsukuyomi. Menma understood all too well that this was fundamentally a technique to resurrect Akatsuki Kaguya, employed to create biological weapons. Essentially her ocular technique. Grasping this, Menma's heart raced. Could his acquisition of the One-Tails chakra and the Nine-Tails chakra have triggered some transformation in this realm? Damn it! Have I caused a disaster? Menma's face twitched involuntarily. Someone observed the phenomenon for a considerable time and concluded that it was merely the moon turning red. Without any other unusual occurrences, he suppressed the unease within him. The others in the ninja realm similarly discovered that the moon was simply red, and they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Well, let's rest early. It's just an astronomical event. In the future, refrain from wandering about at night. Watergate cast a meaningful glance at his son, aware that this young man was inherently restless. Menma, however, felt distracted and harbored a sense of foreboding, believing it might be a consequence of his own actions. Watergate, without further contemplation, activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to his room. Yet, Menma's expression was far from pleasant. Should we return the chakra? Menma's eyes flickered with uncertainty. At that moment, a figure glided over like a specter. Instantly on guard, Menma relaxed slightly upon recognizing the visitor. "Hinata, what brings you here? Why aren't you asleep at this late hour?" He pondered when Hinata had acquired the ability to fly. "It is you who assisted me in reclaiming my chakra," Hinata replied in an unexpectedly cold tone. Menma's pupils dilated, and his chakra enveloped him instantaneously, activating the Nine-Tails chakra mode. "Who are you?" Menma quickly deduced that Hinata had been controlled. "You are quite special," Akatsuki Kaguya remarked, her red lips parting slightly. As her words fell, Menma felt his chakra become tumultuous, as if a wild horse had broken free. A jolt of alarm surged through him. He could not afford to hesitate and promptly activated the special ability granted by his golden finger, becoming ethereal. Hinata's delicate face displayed a hint of confusion. Menma remained filled with trepidation, his eyes wide as he fixated on the mysterious and powerful woman before him. The chilling tone of her voice, combined with the myriad associations in his mind and the current chaos of his chakra, led him to involuntarily associate her with the legendary figure, the progenitor of chakra. "Akatsuki Kaguya, what have you done to her?" Menma demanded furiously, propelling himself forward like lightning and appearing beside Hinata in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, he placed a steady hand on her frail shoulder. Surprisingly, Hinata showed no reaction to Menma's action. She merely cast a fleeting glance at him, offering no resistance. Almost instantaneously, their figures vanished as if swallowed by shadows. Shortly after their departure, a golden light suddenly illuminated the area. Watergate reappeared, his expression one of suspicion as he surveyed his surroundings, revealing deep concern. Clearly, he was bewildered and anxious about the sudden disappearance of Menma and Hinata. In an underground laboratory, the two materialized. "Your space-time abilities are commendable," Kaguya complimented. "What have you done to this girl?" Menma's face darkened. Fully aware of the Akatsuki clan's ability to hijack bodies, he feared Kaguya might seize control of Hinata. "My consciousness has descended upon this girl," Kaguya replied with apparent simplicity. Hearing only that it was a matter of consciousness, Menma felt a wave of relief wash over him. "You are quite unique," Kaguya reiterated, her gaze fixed on Menma. "This so-called illusionary world exists solely through the power of my Rinnegan." Within this realm, everyone was under her command, but she had just failed to control Menma. "What do you intend to do?" "Leave her body. You seem capable of exiting this world." A flicker of doubt crossed Kagaya's eyes. Menma was taken aback. His secret had been uncovered. Kagaya's mind was filled with further confusion, akin to a creature from one's dreams suddenly stepping into reality. It was an unfathomable phenomenon. Even Kagaya could not escape this dream, yet a little mouse had managed to do so, igniting a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "Help me gather chakra, and I shall grant you immortality," Kagaya proposed after a moment's contemplation. Menma was taken aback. "No, I cannot do that." He quickly declined. He was no fool. Knowing that outside, the Sage of Six Paths awaited, alongside numerous other matters, and he was well aware of Kagaya's character, one who was extremely self-serving and unreliable. Hinata's gaze sharpened, her Byakugan exuding an invisible pressure that radiated outward. Menma's body once again became ethereal. "If you refuse, I will annihilate everyone in this world." Realizing her tactic was ineffective, Kagaya, not truly foolish, swiftly contemplated what mattered to Menma. Menma's expression hardened, raising his hands to reveal two kunai, ready to act. The moment he brought Hinata into the real world, he believed Kagaya could no longer possess her. The crimson light enveloped the world, and Menma faced the greatest crisis of his life. Regardless of Kagaya's seemingly naive demeanor, her chakra level was formidable as the progenitor of chakra belonging to the Akatsuki clan, rendering ordinary ninjutsu ineffective against her. Menma's only confidence lay in his innate ability, the ghost cat. Transforming into a ghostly state, he surged towards her body, determined to touch Hinata before she could react. Utilizing his ability, he aimed to escape this world with her, thereby forcing Kagaya's consciousness from Hinata's form. Hinata's eyes widened, an invisible pressure emanating from her, creating visible ripples in the space around them. The Byakugan's pressure, combined with Kagaya's status as the progenitor of chakra, could influence even the strongest of the Sage of Six Paths. The invisible waves swept through Menma's body without effect. Hinata, witnessing this, displayed a fleeting expression of surprise and confusion as she began to float higher into the air. Menma gazed upward at Hinata, once brimming with confidence. Now wore an unusually grim and distressed expression, for his meticulously crafted plan had crumbled, and in his current state, he could not fly. "Retrieve the scattered chakra for me, or this poor descendant's life will be forfeit." Kagaya's cold, authoritative voice echoed above. Hinata's beautiful eyes remained icy and indifferent, her gaze fixed upon Menma with an air of detached superiority. "Release him first. We can discuss a resolution calmly." Observing the situation, Menma gradually lowered his raised hands, signaling his concession to cease his attack. As he halted his movements, Hinata slowly descended from the air, gracefully returning to the solid ground. "Listen carefully. According to your previous actions, gather all the dispersed chakra and assist me in escaping this predicament. In return, I shall aid you in awakening the potent bloodline power that lies dormant within you." After a brief moment of contemplation, Kagaya presented a new proposition. For her, it was unclear how Black Zetsu's plans were unfolding outside, yet Menma appeared more reliable and practical than Black Zetsu at this juncture. If Menma could successfully reclaim the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts, then Kagaya's sealed form would be on the path to regaining her strength. Even if one cannot completely break free from their constraints at once, at the very least, one can awaken from the slumber of complacency. However, the abilities of this peculiar being are exceedingly strange. Even Akatsuki Kagaya, in her current state, finds herself at a loss, compelled to resort to enticing offers. Bloodline regression? Menma feigned a look of confusion. "Indeed, you all are mere reflections of reality, yet you are also part of my bloodline. I can facilitate a regression of your bloodline, drawing you closer to me." Akatsuki Kagaya remained expressionless. Menma observed the distance between them, roughly 3 meters, pondering whether an ambush was feasible. As for the bloodline of the Akatsuki clan that the other spoke of, Menma dismissed it entirely. It was merely an alien bloodline. Relying on his current research and knowledge, he could not achieve immortality through cultivation, but he was confident in evolving to a higher plane of existence, living for a millennium. Moreover, Menma was acutely aware that the Akatsuki clan consisted of more than just this individual, if he wished to acquire bloodlines or conduct research. Remaining close to Naruto would eventually yield results. Therefore, the conditions presented by the other were unlikely to sway Menma's resolve. With this thought, Menma hesitated no longer and struck swiftly. Shunshin no Jutsu, a technique originating from Uchiha Shursui, executed with such speed that even Hinata could not react in time. Myanmar realized that employing space-time ninjutsu before the Akatsuki clan felt somewhat presumptuous. The 3-meter distance was crossed in an instant. This time, Akatsuki Kagaya was caught off guard, unable to react before Myanmar closed the distance. Yet, as the progenitor of chakra, Akatsuki Kagaya remained unfazed, observing intently to discern Myanmar's intentions. Myanmar's hand rested on Hinata's shoulder as he activated his ability, but his expression soon shifted. He had failed. He had underestimated the situation and quickly retreated. The essence of his ability lay in traversing dimensions, and since he was aware of the existence of the real world, he could freely navigate between the two realms. This was his unique secret, one he had no intention of exposing, especially not by attempting to bring others along. His plan to take Hinata from this world had failed. With his strategy thwarted, Myanmar's thoughts raced to find a solution. The only means to contend with the Akatsuki clan lay in ninjutsu, senjutsu, taijutsu, and sealing techniques. Senjutsu was immediately ruled out, as he had yet to master it. Taijutsu was likewise dismissed. He could not utilize it against Hinata's body. Thus, sealing techniques remained. One of Myanmar's most proficient forms of ninjutsu, a sealing technique named flashed through his mind, caged bird. A sealing method from the Hyuga clan that involved both soul and body, a highly sophisticated technique he had once researched out of curiosity. Do you not wish to grow stronger? Why resist? I can sense your desire for strength within. Akatsuki Kagaya tilted her head, her gaze filled with curiosity. Naturally, I wish to grow stronger, but I do not trust you. Myanmar began to stall for time, his chakra prepared and ready for another strike. Do you not trust me? That is understandable. You likely do not know me. Allow me to introduce myself. Akatsuki Kagaya contemplated before beginning her self-introduction. Her narrative unfolded like a tale from a different realm, starting from her arrival in this world. Initially, everything appeared mundane, but as the plot developed, the story took on a formulaic yet captivating trajectory. She elaborated on her escape from a grand and formidable clan, armed with courage and determination, yearning to forge a new life in this unfamiliar land. With her formidable and enigmatic powers, she quickly emerged as a figure of awe, ultimately revered as a divine being, worshipped in solemn shrines. Then, the wheels of fate turned quietly, giving rise to a romantic tale. She met a humble man, and they fell deeply in love, eventually walking down the aisle together. After marriage, they welcomed 2 lively children, and their family life was a picture of joy and contentment, drawing admiration from others. However, tranquility did not last indefinitely. One day, she sensed a looming threat from the depths of space and sought to prepare herself. Unexpectedly, this action triggered a cascade of unforeseen events. Influenced by some unseen force, her once obedient children suddenly turned against her, ruthlessly sealing her away on the distant, cold moon, and cruelly stripping her of the source of her boundless power. Myanmar, who had been quietly listening, could not suppress a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Had he not witnessed similar events in the narrative of Naruto, he might have been entirely convinced. It must be said that there was a certain degree of truth to her recounting, yet many crucial details were glossed over, such as the fabled god tree, her clandestine betrayal of former allies, and her ambition to control all of humanity. These pivotal pieces of information were conspicuously absent. Help me reclaim my power, and I shall grant you eternal life, bestowing upon you the same everlasting existence I possess. Akatsuki Kagaya renewed her promise. I believe you are the progenitor of chakra. I also believe you are a victim, but that does not constitute a reason to threaten me. You cannot even play the role of a villain effectively, Myanmar retorted. Drawing closer, Akatsuki Kagaya showed no signs of defense, listening intently. Neither of these are valid reasons for you to threaten me. As Myanmar approached, he swiftly extended his hand, aiming for her forehead before she could react. It is futile. I am the progenitor of chakra. The chakra within you belongs to me, and the chakra of this world is mine. As Akatsuki Kagaya reacted, a layer of white chakra radiated outward. Diamond lock, 10 golden chains rapidly entwined Hinata's body. However, in the blink of an eye, the powerful diamond lock shattered like ice. Yet, that fleeting moment was sufficient. Myanmar's hand met Hinata's forehead. Caged bird. The enhanced version of caged bird was activated, and a circle of green patterns, emitting a mysterious glow, rapidly spread across Hinata's white forehead, enveloping it entirely like a serpent. This is a sealing technique. How intriguing. But alas, such a sealing technique is utterly ineffective against me. Akatsuki Kagaya realized with a flicker of enlightenment. Simultaneously, Hinata's eyes began to close, as if all her strength had evaporated, her delicate form leaning forward uncontrollably. At that moment, Menma, who had been closely monitoring the situation, rushed forward without hesitation, catching Hinata just before she fell. He let out a long breath, tension easing slightly. However, before he could revel in his small victory, Akatsuki Kagaya's voice resonated from behind him. I must admit, this is indeed a rather remarkable sealing technique. Yet, in the end, it cannot confine me, Akatsuki Kagaya remarked with a hint of disdain. Menma turned around, momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Behind him floated a small girl, perfectly poised, her expression identical to that of Hinata just moments before. Chapter 78. The Promise. A young maiden stood quietly behind the two, her silky short hair gently swaying, as light as the willow catkins in a soft breeze. Her delightful large eyes sparkled like brilliant gemstones, captivating and bright, while her long eyelashes fluttered delicately like the wings of a butterfly. Her face resembled a finely crafted melon seed, with graceful and flowing lines that exuded an enchanting charm. Upon closer inspection, Menma immediately recognized the girl before him as Hinata's younger sister, Hinata Hanabi. He had met this young lady once before, leaving a deep impression on him. However, at this moment, Hanabi wore an expression devoid of emotion, as icy as frost, mirroring Hinata's earlier demeanor. Menma's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. Such an unusual expression could only mean one thing. Hanabi had been possessed by the consciousness of Akatsuki Kagaya. With this thought, Menma couldn't help but gasp. Feeling a chill rise from his spine, even his teeth began to ache. Confronted with such a formidable adversary, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Despite having mastered sealing techniques to an unparalleled level, his own power was still limited, leaving him far from the realm of true strength. To contend with a terrifying existence like Akatsuki Kagaya, one would require sealing techniques of the Six Paths level or above. Otherwise, the techniques he wielded would be as inconsequential to Kagaya as ordinary ninjutsu. As the atmosphere in the underground laboratory grew tense with silence, Hinata stirred in his arms, letting out a soft hum as she gradually opened her eyes. Am I dreaming? Hinata pondered, confused about how she ended up in Menma's embrace. Indeed, it was a dream. A rather terrifying nightmare. Menma responded with a resigned expression. Isn't this a beautiful dream? The girl replied, still bewildered. Look ahead. Hanabi, what are you doing here? Hinata quickly noticed something amiss. Hanabi's aura had shifted, and she now floated in midair like a ghost. Without time for explanations, Menma succinctly stated, You both have been possessed by a spirit, a rather powerful one, and I am currently powerless to assist you. What? Hinata exclaimed in shock, her expression one of disbelief. They were formidable ninjas, yet Menma now claimed that this world harbored spirits, and that they had been possessed. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Have you made up your mind? Agree to my request, Hanabi's voice echoed, still expressionless. Very well, I agree. Menma's gaze fell, feeling utterly impotent against this challenging foe. But you must show some sincerity first. Speak, what do you desire? Akatsuki Kagaya sighed inwardly, in relief. Your consciousness must not descend upon these two young ladies. Also, since they are your juniors, is there a way to help them evolve their eyes? Menma pointed at the two sisters, thinking that since a promise had been made, they might as well extract some benefit from it. I can agree to that. Remember your promise. I will watch over you from above, and within a year, a portion of my power will be granted. After Kagaya spoke, Hanabi's body fell from the air. Menma's figure flashed, swiftly catching the descending girl. Menma, what happened to my sister? Hinata rushed over with concern. She is fine, Menma replied, though his expression was grave and somewhat unfavorable. At the same time, two strands of red ocular power appeared out of thin air, entering the bodies of the two girls. What is this filth? Hinata clearly saw the red chakra approaching her, instinctively wanting to retreat. Accept it. This is the reward from the other party. Can you explain what is happening now? And who was that ghost earlier? Hinata asked. Having accepted the thread of red chakra, she felt a change within her eyes, her vision becoming clearer, her ocular power increasing significantly, and her eyes gradually transforming, seemingly on the verge of evolution. Yet, her curiosity overwhelmed her. What exactly transpired just now? Let's wait a moment. Menma began forming seals with his hands. pressing them to Hinata's forehead. The patterns of the caged bird slowly retracted, forming a green light point at her brow. "What did you do to me?" Hinata inquired, touching her forehead, puzzled. "The female spirit had attached itself to you, and I used sealing techniques to expel it," Menma explained, revealing that his modified version of the caged bird technique resembled a tight binding spell. Originally intended for control, he had never imagined it would be used to save someone for the first time. Startled, Hinata quickly checked herself, realizing her precarious state. It was nighttime, and she was clad only in a thin nightgown, feeling the chill against her chest. Instinctively, she covered herself with her hands, but then remembered Menma was present, so she slowly lowered her hands. "Never mind, I'll be more cautious from now on. Let me take you home." Menma's expression turned somber as his mind was consumed with thoughts of Otsutsuki Kagaya, leaving him little attention for anything else. Utilizing the flying thunder god technique, he returned the sisters to their home before returning to the laboratory. "I've caused trouble. What should I do?" Menma created several shadow clones, pacing in the laboratory, constantly reflecting on the events of the day. Kagaya's unexpected appearance threw him off balance. Upon crossing over, she recognized his name, indicating her awareness of her existence in a world of illusions as a villain. Yet, this world was peaceful and tranquil, devoid of significant turmoil, and with his unique advantages. He could comfortably thrive here. Now, however, with Kagaya's emergence, Menma was compelled to reconsider the essence of this world. Why had Kagaya materialized here? From the original narrative, it was known that the infinite Tsukuyomi was a technique to harvest everyone's chakra to resurrect Kagaya. During the era of the Sage of Six Paths, this technique had already existed, and Kagaya had used it to create biological weapons, with White Zetsu being a product of this ninjutsu. Essentially, Tsukuyomi and Infinite Tsukuyomi were not fundamentally different. One was a Mangekyo Sharingan technique, while the other was a ninjutsu of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. As Menma unraveled these complexities, his expression shifted. "Thus, the world in which I currently reside is likely contained within the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan embedded in Kagaya's forehead." Realizing this, Menma inhaled sharply, finding this revelation far more terrifying than the notion of being a mere illusion. The distinction between reality and illusion no longer held significance. Who could assert that the world outside was genuinely real? Perhaps the entirety of existence was merely a dream in Kagaya's mind, and he was just a figment within her dream. The lines between truth and illusion blurred, leaving one to ponder their veracity. Yet, due to his acquisition of the chakra from the Nine Tails and One Tail, Kagaya had regained a sliver of her consciousness, entangling him in a troublesome predicament. Would he truly assist her in gathering chakra to restore her fully? The expression in Menma's eyes fluctuated with uncertainty. Time flowed silently, like a river of thought, as he delved into deep contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, the long night faded, and the resplendent sun once again ascended from the distant horizon, casting its golden rays over the world, illuminating it anew and restoring familiarity to the surroundings. Chapter 79. The disappearance of Menma's sunlight cascaded down like shards of gold, illuminating the world anew, gradually restoring it to its former, familiar state. The people gazed upward at the brilliant sun, feeling its warm rays caress their faces, and could not help but feel a sigh of relief within their hearts. However, not everyone is able to entirely cast aside their worries. In the village of Mai Tsunade, the fifth Hokage is among them. With a furrowed brow, her eyes reveal a profound concern and contemplation. "What is the status of the investigation?" Tsunade inquired in a low voice. Stepping forward, Shizune respectfully presented a document delivered by the Umbu. "Lady Tsunade, the investigation results from other locations have arrived. It appears that last night, not only did our Mai village encounter unusual circumstances, but other regions within the shinobi world experienced the same phenomena. Following a meticulous analysis by the intelligence team, it has been preliminarily determined that this is likely a rare natural occurrence, rather than an attack from enemy jutsu." Tsunade took the document, skimming through it rapidly. Upon realizing that the entire shinobi world was affected, her taut nerves eased slightly. After all, if only Mai had faced such an anomaly, it would have easily raised suspicions of a conspiracy orchestrated by some hostile force against them. Now that she knew it was not the case, responding to the situation might be somewhat less burdensome. "Have we clarified the specific reasons behind this phenomenon?" Tsunade pressed on. Although human factors had been temporarily ruled out, she still wished to comprehend the cause of this unprecedented and sudden anomaly. We have not yet identified the cause. But based on the intelligence team's speculation, this celestial event may very well be caused by the moon. Perhaps there is an issue with it? Shizun's expression was conflicted, her tone uncertain. This scene was mirrored in several other villages, where individuals, upon learning that the phenomenon was not caused by jutsu, but rather by celestial events, felt a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by concern regarding the unusual nature of the occurrence. Hinata sought out Menma. Not back yet. Noticing that his room was empty, Hinata deduced he was still in the laboratory, the precise location of which remained a mystery to everyone. Each time Menma took them there, he utilized the Flying Thunder God technique. This left Hinata feeling anxious. Inside the laboratory, Menma found himself at a loss for solutions. The only way to escape his current predicament was to elevate his own strength. Moreover, his unique ability could not assist others in leaving. It seems I must expedite the plot and find a way to locate the dragon vein. With numerous challenges ahead and threats drawing nearer, Menma was adept at self-preservation against such formidable opponents. Yet he found himself unable to divert his attention to others. At this moment, his yearning for power reached its zenith. The immediate method to contend with the Akatsuki clan lay in the high potential of his unique ability, which, if harnessed, could only be achieved by absorbing the power of the dragon vein, thereby enhancing his control over space-time chakra. Menma glanced over at the shadow clones who were engaged in heated debate and let out a resigned sigh before loudly commanding, "Enough. Since we cannot devise a better strategy, let us proceed with the original plan." With that, he began to methodically assign tasks to the shadow clones, urging them to delve deeper into the techniques in hopes of uncovering a key to overcoming their predicament. Once everything was arranged, Menma resolutely turned and vanished in an instant, crossing back into the real world, filled with anticipation, eager to discover an effective method to significantly enhance his strength. Meanwhile, Hinata, unable to locate Menma, felt a rising tide of anxiety. In desperation, she hurried towards the Uchiha clan's residence. Upon entering the area, she was met with bustling crowds, lively and animated. Every individual was clad in the distinctive garb of the Uchiha clan, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, completely devoid of the arrogance typically associated with the so-called proud offspring. It was here, in the world of Tsukuyomi, that the Uchiha clan resided. As the Uchiha members caught sight of Hinata, their brows furrowed slightly, for they had noticed her unique Byakugan. It is known that within my village exist two clans with special ocular techniques, the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Although there is no deep-seated animosity between the two clans, they often find themselves at odds whenever they meet. Typically, it is quite rare to see members of the opposing clan within each other's territories. Yet, Hinata had boldly appeared in this location for the first time. Consequently, as Hinata traversed through the area, the Uchiha clansmen cast curious glances her way. Some speculated, surely this girl is not here to stir up trouble? Others chimed in, just look at her expression, she doesn't seem very friendly. Some even analyzed the situation, stating, even if she were seeking a fight, it would only be proper for our younger generation to handle it. However, judging by the aura she exudes, even our esteemed Sasuke may not stand as her opponent. On the streets, ordinary Uchiha members gathered, gossiping in hushed tones, their eyes reflecting a desire for excitement, almost wishing for a confrontation to ensue. What are you staring at? Keep staring, and I might just poke your eyes out. Hinata, already irritable, became further agitated by the gazes of those around her, and her temper flared, unleashing her fiery spirit with bold exclamations. She resembled an indignant little tiger, bristling with defiance. The onlookers flinched, but were too embarrassed to argue with the young girl. With a huff, Hinata quickened her pace. After navigating through the bustling streets, she finally spotted Sasuke in the residential area. Hinata, what brings you here? Sasuke, surprised to see her, glanced behind and noticed the crowd of onlookers. He couldn't help but admire her audacity. Cut the chit-chat and tell me where Yumi lives. I have matters to discuss with him. Hinata's disdain for Sasuke was evident in her tone. It's over there. Never mind. I'll take you. Sasuke indicated a direction. Apprehensive of her temperament and worried she might cause trouble, they remarkably did not engage in a fight. Sasuke is surprisingly timid. Perhaps Sasuke realized he could not outmatch her. Is it possible they are classmates? The spectators, initially eager for a spectacle, felt disappointment wash over them upon witnessing the two avoid conflict. At the Yumi household, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan had stirred excitement in Yumi's grandfather, who had recently begun teaching him about its usage and techniques, documented in the clan's records. Although the Mangekyo Sharingan is rare, each generation has seen individuals awaken it, and these records are accessible to elite Uchiha Jonin. Yumi remembered his grandfather's stern admonishment to use the Mangekyo Sharingan sparingly. I know, Grandpa, you've told me countless times. Yumi, still childlike in nature, had registered the warning, but it did not weigh heavily on his mind. His grandfather's frequent reminders had made him feel as though his ears might develop calluses. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, prompting Yumi to leap up and rush to answer. What brings you here? Upon seeing the girl at the door, Yumi's surprise was palpable. After so many years of acquaintance, this was the first time she had come to his home. Follow me. I have something important to discuss with you, Hinata stated seriously. Turning away without further ado, Yumi's expression grew solemn as she realized the gravity of the situation. The young girl was astute and immediately deduced that the issue at hand was surely related to Menma, for only her predicament could prompt such a visit. Grandfather, I have to step out for a moment, she said, turning to her grandfather in the room. Without waiting for a response, she swiftly followed Hinata. Wait for us. Sasuke seemed to sense something amiss and decided to follow as well. The trio moved swiftly, departing from the Uchiha clan's territory. In a secluded area, Hinata came to a halt. How did you follow me? She asked, frowning at Sasuke. Has something happened to Menma? Sasuke, being quite perceptive, voiced his concern for his dear friend. What has transpired with Menma? Yumi's demeanor shifted instantly to one of anxiety, her eyes involuntarily activating the three-tomo Sharingan. Slowly rotating within her pupils, the power surged, hinting at her urgency. Chapter 80. The search for Menma. Did you notice the strange celestial phenomenon yesterday? The entire world turned crimson. Could this be linked to Menma? Yumi queried, her face etched with confusion. Indeed, it is related, but not entirely, Hinata responded softly. What are you getting at? Stop being cryptic. If you keep this up, I swear I'll give you a beating. As the tension escalated, Yumi could no longer maintain her composure. Her delicate form trembled slightly as an icy chakra erupted from her, the chills seemingly freezing the very air around them. Sasuke instinctively took a few steps back, surprise evident on his face. However, Hinata remained undeterred by Yumi's threat. With a furrowed brow, she widened her eyes, her once pure white gaze intensifying as she activated her Byakugan. In an instant, a palpable wave of terrifying pressure radiated from Hinata, engulfing the surroundings. Feeling the immense force, both Yumi and Sasuke involuntarily retreated a few steps, their expressions betraying their astonishment at Hinata's displayed strength. Seeing that both had quieted, Hinata began narrating the events of the previous night. A female ghost? Possession? Are you jesting? Such absurdity cannot exist in this world. Yumi exclaimed, scrutinizing Hinata with skepticism, pondering whether she was caught in a dream. Hinata, growing impatient, furrowed her brow and retorted, enough with the nonsense. Do you not see the seal atop my head? She swept her hair aside, revealing a faint yet eerie rune glowing upon her forehead. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, could there truly be ghosts in this world? After all, as ninjas who had faced countless trials, they believed they possessed sufficient strength to confront any threat. If ghosts did indeed exist, could they not be vanquished with ninjutsu? Yet, Hinata's agitation reached its zenith as she admonished, stop dwelling on whether ghosts exist. I summoned you here to help me find Menma, not to engage in pointless debates. The thought of Menma's absence gnawed at her heart. At that moment, Yumi snapped back to reality, realizing that their primary task was to locate Menma, not to linger on ghostly discussions. Indeed, our urgent priority is to find Menma, she concurred. When you parted ways yesterday, he must have returned to that abandoned laboratory, though its precise location eludes us. Yumi frowned, mirroring Hinata's sentiment. They both knew of the place, but not its exact whereabouts. You can seek out someone who does know. If it's a laboratory, Orochimaru must be aware of it, suggested Sasuke, who had been silently observing. Right. How did I not think of that? Sasuke, you truly have a cunning mind, Hinata exclaimed, clapping Sasuke on the shoulder, perhaps a bit too forcefully in her excitement. Sasuke winced, stepping back and regarding Hinata as if she were a formidable specter. Let us proceed at once, Hinata declared. We must find Orochimaru. The three hastened to seek out their teacher, Orochimaru, whom they could easily locate as his students. Upon conveying the situation to Orochimaru, he seemed intrigued. What an interesting tale, a female ghost. He mused. Right now, locating Menma is of utmost importance. This is simple, there is no need to search for him. Turning around, Orochimaru retrieved a scroll from behind him. Did he not provide you with this? It is the summoning technique we developed. As he handed over the scroll, he began to explain its function. Such a ninjutsu exists? Sasuke was astounded, realizing its potential not only to summon creatures for battle, but also to call forth deities from myths for combat. Most strikingly, this technique had been devised by his friend and classmate, rivaling even the flying thunder god jutsu. Sasuke could not help but wonder why he felt so inferior despite their shared educational background. However, this ninjutsu also had its drawbacks, primarily the immense chakra required, rendering it impractical for lower-ranked ninjas. So this can summon Menma? Hinata asked eagerly, taking the scroll. In theory, as long as he consents, we can bring him here. Orochimaru nodded, explaining that summoning deities from beliefs did not require consent, as it was akin to inviting a spirit, and the price paid was merely 1's chakra. However, living beings possessed will and could not be forcibly summoned against their wishes. Before Orochimaru could finish his explanation, Hinata grew impatient and began forming hand seals, slamming her hands to the ground. Yet, when the smoke dissipated, nothing appeared. It failed. What happened? Hinata's face fell further into worry at the lack of success. Let me try, Yumi said, also forming seals. Summoning technique. A cloud of smoke arose, but similarly, no figure materialized. What is going on? Is he busy? Or has something truly happened? Orochimaru's brow furrowed in concern. What should we do now? Sasuke's previously relaxed demeanor had shifted to one of seriousness. Is there a way to confirm his current location? To teleport based on his location? Yumi proposed an idea. That could work. But none of us possess the flying thunder god technique. To achieve this, we would need to find Minato. No, we cannot inform Uncle Minato about Menma right now. They would only worry. Hinata quickly refuted, knowing Menma well and wishing to shield his parents from distress. That puts us in danger. I have some understanding of Menma's flying thunder god technique and can create a flying thunder god formation, using his chakra as a point to transport ourselves to him. However, entering that space without a spatial ability is perilous. As they had researched summoning techniques, Orochimaru recalled Menma's suggestions regarding formations, instantly connecting the dots to the flying thunder god teleportation array. The faces of Hinata and her companions were etched with expressions of conflict, particularly since the two young ladies had previously heard from Menma about the perils associated with the flying thunder god technique. During their initial training, even Menma resorted to using clones for experimentation. Only after mastering the technique did she dare to attempt it in person, for the dangers of time and space are insufferable for ordinary individuals. Just as the atmosphere was about to descend into silence, Yumi stepped forward. Hinata lifted her gaze, her eyes wavering as if she wished to speak but hesitated. She seemed to understand what the other intended to do and longed to dissuade her. Yet thoughts of Menma made her hesitate. Allow me. I possess a way to circumvent the danger. The young girl's face shone with determination, her tone calm, yet imbued with confidence. This is no jest. The dangers of time and space are beyond your current comprehension. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, believing his student to be unaware of the spatial risks. I know my limits, sensei. No, you do not. I am aware of Menma's strength, and it remains uncertain whether there is danger. There is no need for you to take such risks. Orochimaru shook his head, clearly unconvinced. Hinata hesitated, for only she had witnessed the ghost's abilities, fully grasping the formidable power of the adversary Menma faced. Until she had seen Menma, she would never feel at ease. I can do this. Yumi looked up, her eyes revealing 3 tomo, which began to spin rapidly before gradually connecting to form a circular pattern. This was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Orochimaru was struck with shock, as if he had encountered a bolt from the blue, his body involuntarily retreating. He stumbled back several paces before barely managing to steady himself. At that moment, a myriad of emotions flickered across his previously stoic face. First astonishment, then fear, followed by confusion and shock, ultimately crystallizing into an expression of disbelief. Simultaneously, Sasuke, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt his handsome visage drain of color, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, seemingly attempting to voice something yet unable to produce sound. The incredulity was unmistakably etched upon his face, mirroring Orochimaru's own reaction. It is well known that the kaleidoscope Sharingan is not a hidden secret within this world of ninjas. During the era of the first Hokage, Uchiha Madara, renowned as the Shura of the ninja world, wielded the immensely powerful kaleidoscope Sharingan to dominate the land and establish his formidable reputation. Since then, the Uchiha clan has taken pride in their possession of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, viewing it as a symbol of their family's power. Additionally, throughout generations, members of the Uchiha clan have successfully awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan. The most notable in the previous generation was Uchiha Itachi, the leader of the Akatsuki organization and the elder brother of Uchiha Sasuke. In this world of infinite Tsukuyomi, the Akatsuki is an organization dedicated to maintaining peace, with Uchiha Itachi as its leader. You, at such a young age, have awakened the kaleidoscope Sharingan? Orochimaru finally regained his composure. Despite the evidence before him, it remained hard to believe that the highest power of the Uchiha clan, the kaleidoscope Sharingan, was now in the hands of a mere girl. I am confident in my ability to traverse time and space. As Yumi activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, her entire demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat chilling. Hinata's gaze dimmed, and she sighed, realizing that this secret had been revealed. One could only imagine the trouble that would ensue should this information spread. As a friend, she wished to protect Yumi from such exposure. A kaleidoscope ocular technique? It seems her eye technique is quite extraordinary. A contemplative glint flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. He had researched the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, possessing a deeper understanding of the kaleidoscope's power than most. Each pair of kaleidoscope Sharingan reflects the innermost desires of its wielder at the moment of awakening. The ability to navigate the dangers of time and space is undoubtedly a unique power. Though Orochimaru was curious, he respected Yumi as his student and recognized that in this world, he was a revered scientist who would not force others into perilous situations. Since you have confidence, then give it a try. Orochimaru did not hinder her and nodded in agreement to proceed. He retrieved a brush and ink, carefully crouching down to meticulously draw the intricate patterns of the formation upon the hard ground. Each stroke was executed with utmost seriousness, as if any slight error would lead to all efforts being in vain. As time ticked away, each moment felt interminably prolonged. The three anxiously awaited, growing increasingly impatient. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had completed the drawing of a circular formation that appeared exceedingly complex, covered in a dense array of symbols resembling tadpoles, leaving one dizzy and mesmerized merely by glancing at it. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Orochimaru gradually straightened up, exhaling deeply and announcing, "It is done." This was his first attempt at creating such a formation, and he had approached the entire process with heightened caution, fearful of any misstep. Upon hearing this, Yumi, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, could no longer contain her excitement and hurriedly asked, "Is that all? What must I do next?" Concurrently, her two companions fixed their gazes on Orochimaru, eagerly awaiting his instructions. Orochimaru replied at a measured pace, "It is quite simple. You merely need to stand in the center of this formation." Upon receiving clear instructions, Yumi nodded without hesitation, affirming, "All right." She swiftly moved to the center of the formation, standing there with poise. With everything in place, Orochimaru took a deep breath, his expression grave, and called out loudly, "Prepare to begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he swiftly raised his hands, his fingers deftly weaving through a series of hand seals. At that moment, a mysterious and unfathomable power seemed to emanate from his hands, and as he struck the ground, the formation's patterns began to glow. A burst of light flashed. The space warped momentarily, and the figure standing in the center vanished without a trace. Was that a success? Hinata inquired anxiously. "It is done. I hope you find him and confirm his safety," Hinata silently prayed. In the vast and enigmatic world of ninjas, there exists a place known as Konoha Village. Recently, Konoha has been bustling with activity, as it is jointly hosting a highly anticipated Chunin exam alongside Sunigakure. The participants in this examination include not only ninjas from these two major villages, but also numerous elite talents from various smaller settlements. The convergence of such diverse ninjas has rendered the already prosperous Konoha village even more vibrant and lively. Today marks the commencement of this thrilling Chunin exam's first round. Inside a spacious and well-lit classroom, all candidates were seated in an orderly fashion, eagerly awaiting the official start of the examination. The stern and serious instructor, Marino Ibiki, ascended the podium and meticulously outlined the examination rules for all to hear. Some astute and quick-witted candidates swiftly grasped the true intent behind the instructor's words, while many others looked bewildered, anxiously fidgeting like ants on a hot skillet. With a commanding signal, the exam officially commenced. Candidates began showcasing their unique ninjutsu and skills, creating a truly spectacular scene. Naturally, as long as the candidates' cheating was not overtly blatant and utilized their ninja abilities, the examiners would largely choose to overlook it. For this examination was fundamentally a test of a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. At this moment, Naruto sat quietly in his seat, his brow furrowed in distress as he stared at the examination paper before him. It was evident that he belonged to that unfortunate group who failed to grasp the true essence of the test. As he racked his brain for answers, a shadowy figure, Menma, lurked within the confines of the examination room. He observed the happenings with keen interest through a crack in the wall. Eventually, his gaze settled upon the demure and graceful girl seated beside Naruto, prompting him to ponder silently. With her short hair grazing her ears, head bowed, and an aura of gentle kindness enveloping her, she was unmistakably Hinata. Menma's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Despite their identical appearances, the two Hinatas were starkly different in temperament, resembling twin sisters. Faced with the girl, Menma found himself at a loss regarding how to perceive her. As Naruto grew anxious, Menma remained in a daze. Meanwhile, in the classroom, various students employed their unique skills. Niji utilized his Byakugan to glimpse at the answers of the person in front of him, while Ino resorted to her secret technique to enter another's body and jot down answers. Others, like Kankuro, brazenly stole glances, while Gaara used his sand eye for observation. Even if the proctors caught sight of these antics, they chose to overlook them, secretly amazed. The purpose of the examination was to train them in gathering intelligence on the battlefield. Using ninjutsu for intelligence collection was fundamental to a ninja, as battles were essentially contests of information. At the podium, Shernai watched the top students below, his expression inscrutable, yet internally satisfied. He nodded approvingly at those employing ninjutsu for intelligence, while his countenance darkened at the sight of those idly glancing around, deeming them unworthy of being ninjas. Such fools would not even know how they perished in a real battle. They were hardly more than cannon fodder. Upon seeing Uzumaki Naruto, his lips curled in disdain, and he turned his head away. What to do? What to do? Naruto's heart raced. Will I fail even the first round? As time dwindled, his anxiety mounted. The proctor had already announced that if one among the trio failed, the others would be eliminated as well. The thought of Sakura's wrath and Sasuke's stern gaze made Naruto feel guilty. Yet, as he stared at the questions on the paper, his mind spun. He recognized the characters, but failed to comprehend their meaning. Menma found the situation amusing. Eager to see if Naruto would still bluster his way through as in the original story, passing with a score of 0. Meanwhile, in the external world, on a rooftop, a ripple in space heralded the arrival of a phantom. The newcomer appeared somewhat ethereal, akin to a reflection on water, exuding an otherworldly aura. Where am I? Where's Menma? Uchiha Yumi glanced around, but upon failing to find her beloved, she felt a surge of anxiety. Just as she was about to act, she noticed something amiss. What is this? Gazing at her own hands, which felt as insubstantial as a moonlit reflection, Yumi finally sensed the peculiarity. Her Sharingan spun into motion. Her powers surged, and her body shifted from ethereal to corporeal, gradually manifesting in this world. In that instant, Uchiha Yumi truly transitioned from the realm of illusion to reality. Menma's entry into this world was facilitated by his unique ability, while Yumi's eye technique, Dreamscape, was also a form of Jinjutsu. Thus, as she stepped into this reality, her ocular technique allowed her to fully enter the tangible world. However, Yumi quickly discerned the oddity of her situation. This world seemed to reject her presence. Or perhaps her body was slowly becoming insubstantial. To maintain her true form, she needed to utilize her ocular powers, suggesting that her time in this world was limited. Her gaze instinctively darted to the Hokage rock in the distance. Chapter 82. Uchiha, am I still in Konoha? No, the fourth Hokage. Yumi soon noticed the differences in the Hokage's likeness. The fourth Hokage was not Haruno Sakuya, and the more she gazed, the more familiar it became. Moreover, this Konoha appeared somewhat different from her memories. Surveying her surroundings, she realized that the layout was slightly altered. This is not Konoha. This is not the Konoha I know. As a fundamental principle of being a ninja, the first action upon arriving in an unfamiliar place was to gather intelligence. After merely glancing around, Yumi had already perceived numerous details. Orochimaru's theories were not mistaken. Menma was indeed here, but where should she begin her search? Yumi scanned her surroundings in confusion. However, As a ninja, she stood brazenly atop the rooftop, especially during such a sensitive period, quickly attracting the attention of patrolling Umbu. Notice a strange chakra at 12 o'clock. The patrolling Umbu sensed the unfamiliar presence. Let us investigate. This chakra exudes a chilling aura. We should proceed with caution. The three-man team approached, quickly spotting the young girl atop the building. Upon realizing she was merely a young girl, they collectively sighed in relief. Whose subordinate is this? Doesn't Tishi know this is a sensitive time? The leading ninja felt a twinge of irritation, perceiving her presence as an unnecessary burden. She's just a little girl. Perhaps she's unaware of the situation. Captain, her attire looks somewhat familiar, remarked a younger ninja, squinting at the girl's clothing. Following his lead, the others also took note. When they recognized the prominent Uchiha fan emblem on her back, their pupils dilated in shock. The Uchiha clan. Expressions of disbelief crossed their faces. Perhaps she's an imposter? The young woman offered a somewhat forced explanation. Within Konoha, discussions regarding the Uchiha clan were considered taboo. Those who understood the implications knew it was a matter of upper-class conflict, and speaking of it carelessly could invite trouble. Thus, following the Uchiha clan's massacre, aside from the ordinary villagers who might gossip, ninjas seldom mentioned it, adopting an air of discretion. The notion of an imposter was even more ludicrous. In this world of rigid hierarchy, each clan's unique attire symbolized their identity, and outsiders wearing such garments would be tantamount to provocation. Even if the clan had perished, others would not dare to provoke them in such a manner. Should we investigate further? The captain proposed. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Cautiously, the three approached the rooftop. Yumi sensed their approach and instinctively turned her gaze toward them. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed. The trio felt as though their minds had been struck by a terrifying explosion. They beheld the sight of the Sharingan, the emblem of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, it was the three-tomo Sharingan, which all but confirmed her identity as a member of the Uchiha clan. But how could this be possible? It was common knowledge that only two members of the Uchiha clan remained, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Who was this girl? Who are you? Demanded the Umbu squad leader. I am here to find someone, Uzumaki Menma. Do you know him? Uchiha Yumi's eyes sparkled with urgency as she gazed at the three individuals clad in the Konoha Chunin vests. Their familiar attire stirred a sense of warmth within her. In that world, under the leadership of the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, her gentle demeanor had earned her the affection and respect of her subordinates. A sentiment that naturally extended to the upper echelons of Konoha. Upon hearing Yumi's words, the three ninjas instantly became vigilant. One of them raised his voice, looking for someone. Who are you? State your name at once. Meanwhile, as the team leader, he astutely noticed the wood-leaf forehead protector adorning the other party's forehead. This revelation caused a sudden tightening in the hearts of the trio, making them increasingly anxious. Although Uchiha Yumi found the cautious demeanor somewhat peculiar, she replied honestly, I am Uchiha Yumi, a genin from Konohagakure. No sooner had she spoken than the three Chunin exchanged glances, their faces betraying an indescribable expression of bewilderment. After all, it is widely known that the Uchiha clan has suffered a tragic extermination, making the emergence of a self-proclaimed genin from the Uchiha family utterly astonishing. You seek someone. I do not know the person you mentioned, but I can take you to Lady Tsunade, the leader of the Konoha Umbu team cautiously probed. Lady Tsunade. Yumi hesitated slightly. Meanwhile, after a struggle, Naruto stood up resolutely and declared his dream, affirming that he would never give up. Menma, the sly one, was hiding nearby, thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle, when he suddenly sensed something and turned to a specific direction. Leaving the room, he found a place and exited his ethereal state. Shinra Tensei, with 2 fingers raised, he closed his eyes to sense his surroundings. In an instant, numerous human silhouettes appeared within his perception amidst the dark expanse. That familiar feeling had been found. It was Yumi. How could she possibly be here? Menma was utterly astonished, disbelief clouding his gaze. While it was conceivable for individuals from this world to enter the Tsuki no Mi world, how could those from that realm emerge here? It was akin to someone from a dream stepping into reality. His own ability allowed him to emerge, but could it be due to her ocular technique? Menma quickly deduced. Recalling the other party's ocular technique, dream, it transformed everything into a power of illusion. He couldn't help but remember when Uchiha Itachi had relied on Uchiha Shirsue's Koto Amatsukami to escape the control of Edo Tensei. His explanation was that he used Koto Amatsukami to override the opponent's control. Thus, it was conceivable that Yumi, using her ocular technique, could negate the negation. She was here to find him. This discovery could not be overlooked. Menma swiftly pieced together the events while also sensing what was occurring over there. No, if my identity is exposed, it could lead to dire consequences. Menma now resembled an observer of a chess match, with this world akin to a vast chessboard. Each plot entangled with another, while he remained an outsider, watching and guiding. If his identity were revealed, others might remain oblivious, but Kagaya and Obito, those two cunning individuals, could very likely deduce his true identity. Yumi hesitated for a moment before deciding to meet Tsunade, as her preconceived notion led her to believe that this Tsunade was the same as the one from her world. Follow us, the three gradually approached. Preparing to take the young girl to meet the Hokage, just then swish. A figure suddenly appeared beside the girl. In an instant, a hand reached out, aiming to rest upon her shoulder. Yumi, already alert and with her three-tomo Sharingan activated, captured the figure's presence the moment the masked individual materialized. Shunshin no jutsu. The figure swiftly retreated, evading the grab. Who are you? Yumi demanded, instantly on guard. Menma, wishing to avoid unnecessary conversation and conceal his identity. As he currently resembled Uchiha Obito, spread his arms, employing Shunshin no jutsu. You seek death. Utilizing Uchiha Shuriken Jutsu, he hurled a kunai that swiftly altered its trajectory, encircling the masked figure from an uncanny angle. However, the masked individual showed no intention of evasion. Uchiha Yumi's hands moved, manipulating invisible threads to guide the kunai towards the center. It was that mysterious vortex. What an impressive young girl. This time, the opponent was doomed. This was the Uchiha clan's prowess. How formidable. The three who had approached involuntarily halted their steps, watching the sudden clash between the two. Chapter 83. Recognition. The woman's expression turned grave as she swiftly produced a firework from her pocket, decisively igniting it. A sharp sound pierced the night sky, followed by a dazzling display of colors soaring into the heavens, blooming into a brilliant firework. Simultaneously, the patrolling Umbu members keenly sensed the sudden disturbance. They halted, gazing upward at the resplendent firework, their expressions reflecting vigilance and alertness. On the rooftop, a thrilling confrontation was unfolding. Menma refrained from revealing his true identity, moving with an ethereal grace, appearing as a specter, merging with the darkness. His movements were akin to a phantom, elusive and difficult to grasp, with his Shunshin no jutsu executed with remarkable finesse. At that moment, Menma's figure lunged towards his opponent, extending a long, powerful hand, striking with lightning speed toward the opponent's body. However, to his astonishment, when his hand made contact, it passed through as if traversing air without obstruction. Finally grasping the correct use of the ocular technique, Menma mused inwardly. He suddenly lifted his head, locking eyes with his opponent. In that instant, he distinctly saw the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in the other's gaze, dream, enabling her body to become ethereal and effortlessly evade attacks. This was the true application of the ocular technique. Menma realized that this battle was meant to teach him the genuine use of his abilities, and it was evident that his opponent had now comprehended it. The ethereal state of Uchiha Obito concealed his body within the Kamui space, while his physical form in reality was merely a projection. Menma's ethereal state allowed him to enter a ghostly condition, traversing all matter, whereas Uchiha Yumi's ethereal state was a Jinjutsu, transforming her into a genuine projection. While their abilities were similar, their principles differed. Menma understood Yumi's capabilities, and thus, when she activated her ethereal state, he felt a surge of joy. This girl has finally discovered the true application of her ocular technique. For ocular techniques with only one ability, while powerful, their true utility lies in self-application, thereby minimizing consumption while maximizing effect. As their figures intertwined, Yumi felt a flicker of familiarity in the brief moment of eye contact. Yet there was no time for contemplation as the opponent attacked once more. Yumi furrowed her brow tightly, her heart laden with conflict and hesitation over whether to continue attacking. Just as she wavered, a rustling sound echoed around her, and countless shadows suddenly sprang forth. Upon closer inspection, numerous figures clad in mysterious masks emerged like phantoms from all directions. "Capture them," commanded one of the masked figures decisively, his voice cold and resolute. At this command, the other masked individuals swiftly sprang into action, surging towards Yumi and Menma like a tide. The captain, observing from the sidelines, seemed ready to convey something to the woman beside him, but before she could finish, her captain swiftly covered her mouth and shook his head gently. Then, leaning closer to her ear, the captain whispered, "Shu, this is the root, not the umbu." It turned out that the root, while nominally part of the umbu, was in actuality a private military force under Danzo, heeding only his commands. For those who possess a genuine understanding of this peculiar faction, distinguishing between the Jinbu and the umbu is not a daunting task. One merely needs to observe the distinctive aura exhibited by both sides and the contrasting patterns on their masks. In comparison, the masks worn by the members of the Jinbu are notably more intricate and diverse. Upon hearing the term Jinbu, the woman trembled violently, her complexion instantly paling, with fear evident in her expression. Clearly, the mere mention of the Jinbu instilled within her an immense psychological burden, rendering her utterly speechless. In the blink of an eye, Yumi and Menma found themselves completely encircled by a throng of Jinbu members, ensnared in a dire predicament. The masked individuals, without uttering a word, unleashed their ninjutsu towards the two at the center. Menma's form momentarily became ethereal, while all the attacks converged upon Uchiha Yumi. She attempted to explain, but was entirely engulfed by the ninjutsu. The air thickened with smoke. Suddenly, the third Hokage arrived with several umbu members, having received word of the masked individual's resurgence. Lord Third. The surrounding individuals greeted him. What is the situation? They were still amidst the smoke. The third Hokage, upon hearing this, swiftly formed hand seals and expelled a gust of wind, dispersing the smoke. What transpired next was astonishing. The pink skeleton amidst the ruins began to dissipate slowly. At the center of it stood a girl, observing them with a cold, indifferent gaze. Anyone subjected to such unprovoked aggression would naturally become incensed, especially one from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha? How could there be an Uchiha here? The third Hokage pondered in astonishment, as the Uchiha clan was believed to be extinct. How could a young girl still exist? The first thought that crossed his mind was whether Danzo was scheming. Uchiha Yumi, filled with indignation, sought to voice her thoughts, but suddenly her body stiffened. A voice resonated within her mind. Casting a deep glance at the assembly, Menma's form began to rise from the ground. "Let us depart." Menma extended a hand. "Not good. They are attempting to escape." The third Hokage's penetrating gaze discerned the intentions of the two. With a flick of his wrist, the Rui Jingu Bang in his hand seemed to come alive, erupting with astonishing power, rapidly extending towards the swirling Menma. The Rui Jingu Bang, carrying an overwhelming force, produced a deafening shriek as it sliced through the air. Its speed rivaled that of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it closed in on the two. At that moment, the two appeared frozen in shock, completely unresponsive to the sudden turn of events. Standing beside them, Uchiha Yumi felt a tightness in her chest. Having heard countless legends of the third Hokage since childhood, she held a profound apprehension towards this formidable figure. As she witnessed the powerful Rui Jingu Bang hurtling towards them, she instinctively sought to summon her Susanoo to defend against this terrifying assault. However, in that instant, Menma appeared remarkably composed. He casually placed a hand on Uchiha Yumi's shoulder and softly stated, "No need, we shall leave." Before his words could fully resonate, the two figures vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the formidable Rui Jingu Bang continued its relentless advance, ultimately passing through the very spot where they had just stood. They have escaped. Is this a space-time ninjutsu? It feels remarkably akin to the Hiruzen no Jutsu. Someone muttered softly, and the third Hokage's expression darkened further, as he too sensed the resemblance to Namake's Minato's Hiruzen no Jutsu. Could it be related to the previous incident? The third Hokage's gaze grew grim as he contemplated a terrifying possibility. The opposition might have learned the Hiruzen due to the sealing book. If that were indeed the case, the responsibility would fall upon him. The atmosphere in the area turned ominously tense. Elsewhere, in the forest, two figures suddenly emerged. "What brings you here?" Menma reverted to his original voice. "Menma, it's wonderful to finally find you," Yumi exclaimed, unable to contain her joy as she embraced him. Menma instinctively brushed his fingers through her long hair. "All right, tell me how you found your way here." Menma remained somewhat puzzled, without any clues or coordinates. It seemed implausible for her to have located this place. It was impossible for someone to arrive in a realm beyond their comprehension, especially for individuals like them who resided within a dream. As Yumi's emotions gradually settled, She began recounting how Hinata had discovered their whereabouts. So that's how it is. The Hiruzen transmission array, Menma said, realizing the situation while also feeling a sense of admiration for them. It was not something that just anyone could achieve, but fortuitously. Due to Uchiha Yumi's unique Sharingan, she had successfully navigated to this world and found him. You've endured much, and I apologize for the worry caused. It seems there are matters that require my explanation. As Menma consoled her, he contemplated how to convey the truth. To directly state that they were in a world of illusions or dreams would be too harsh for them to comprehend. I trust you have noticed the differences between this world and our own. The two found a large rock to sit upon, and after some reflection, Menma began to elaborate. Chapter 84, The Mirror World. So this is what they call the Mirror World. Uchiha Yumi blinked her large, watery eyes. A mixture of confusion and curiosity evident in her gaze, appearing adorably naive, as if she partially grasped the spectacle before her. Yes, one could say that, Menma nodded, patiently explaining. It resembles a colossal mirror that reflects two worlds, yet they are entirely opposite in nature. To illustrate, if we liken our original world to the front of this mirror, then the mirror world represents its reverse. Upon hearing this, Yumi's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she had grasped a crucial piece of information. So, our world is filled with peace, while this one is rife with conflict and chaos. Menma regarded her with approval and continued, precisely. Moreover, to my knowledge, this world has endured 3 major ninja wars thus far. Each has wrought untold destruction and suffering upon this land. After such a vivid and illustrative explanation from Menma, Yumi finally understood, nodding to indicate her comprehension. So that's how it is. No wonder this world feels so foreign and incongruous. It is entirely inverted from the world we are familiar with. Is there a Menma in this world as well? Compared to other inquiries, this one intrigued her more, as she was eager to meet this world's version of Menma. Yes. Why has the 4th Hokage become Uncle Minato here? Yumi hesitated for a moment before directly posing the question, as she had been astonished upon seeing the Hokage rock. That is because he was brainwashed into aspiring to be a hero. Menma's gaze turned complex as he looked towards the Hokage rock. The spirit of self-sacrifice for the greater good is not possessed by everyone. While Menma admired those with such a spirit, he had no desire to embody it. One could discern the suffering that Naruto endured. If he had parents, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. Brainwashed into being a hero? Yumi questioned, puzzled. You are likely aware of the Joe no Ran, where the 2 figures who emerged from this world were indeed those 2, leading to their ultimate sacrifice. Is that truly the case? Yumi appeared somewhat dazed. Are you contemplating whether their actions might have been justifiable? I do not deny that notion, yet was it necessary? If they had been free of burdens, it would have been their own choice. However, they have family and loved ones. This choice, Menma chose not to continue, simply casting his gaze towards the direction of Mai. What would Mai have become had the 3rd Hokage perished back then? Menma slowly articulated the differences and developments of the 2 worlds. Uncle Shuemen became the 4th Hokage. In this world, is Menma referred to as Naruto? Such a peculiar name. Yume commented, expressing her preference for Menma. Menma rolled his eyes. Given a choice between Menma and Naruto, he would still favor the latter, as it signifies to soar to greatness. Yet, regrettably, upon his arrival, his name was already predetermined, leaving no room for alteration. When Menma disclosed the shocking truth that the Uchiha clan had been utterly annihilated in this world, Yume felt as though she had been struck by a thunderbolt. Her previously calm demeanor suddenly shifted, and an overwhelming surge of chakra erupted from her, as if ignited. Her face darkened, exuding an icy aura. What? The Uchiha clan has been exterminated? The words escaped her tightly clenched teeth, laden with disbelief and profound confusion. How could a clan with a legacy spanning a millennium, rich in glorious history and formidable strength, meet such a facile demise? This outcome was utterly inconceivable and difficult for Yume to accept. Subsequently, a barrage of questions erupted from her lips. What has Uchiha Itachi been doing? As a genius of the clan, was he oblivious to the impending danger? And what of our clan leader? How did he confront this calamity? And Shursui, they are all top-tier warriors within the clan. It is worth noting that all 3 possess the Mangekyo Sharingan, their combat prowess deemed terrifying. Yet despite this, the entire Uchiha clan still fell victim to destruction. A notion that was utterly unfathomable, even bordering on absurdity. Even Menma found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To be candid, confronted with this seemingly preposterous scenario. Even he felt a blend of amusement and exasperation. After all, the Uchiha clan, guarded by 3 Mangekyo Sharingan wielders, inexplicably faced annihilation, rendering the plot's progression rather farcical. Should Uchiha Madara, residing in the Pure Land, learn of this, he would likely erupt into laughter. What are you so angry about? This is not our concern. Menma gently smoothed the furrowed brow of the girl, offering soft comfort. Yet, Yume, unable to articulate her frustration, felt a sense of oppression at the thought that her counterpart in this world might have been killed. It was infuriating to think that at such a young age, having yet to marry Menma, she could meet an untimely demise. All right, this matter is quite complex. I shall explain it to you when you feel better. Menma, fearing that discussing it further might provoke her into a reckless outburst in Mai, deemed it unnecessary. He maintained a relaxed perspective on these matters, never allowing his emotions to intertwine with them. Enjoying life, seeking longevity, and pursuing romance were the pursuits he wished to chase in this lifetime. As Menma continued to comfort her, he felt the girl in his arms growing faint. What is happening? My eye power is waning. I cannot remain in this world for too long. Yume expressed her distress, her small face scrunching up, having discovered such an intriguing world. She wished to linger a while longer, but staying required a toll on her eye power. I have already devised a solution for the eye power issue. You should return first, and I will follow shortly. The matter of eye power is easily resolved. I now possess Hashirama's cells, and with Orochimaru also present in that world. Addressing the eye power issue is relatively simple, especially with an ancestor keeping watch. Very well, return quickly. Hinata is quite worried. Yume recalled Hinata's agitated demeanor from that morning and stuck out her tongue. Rest assured, my abilities should remain undisclosed for now. Menma chuckled at her adorable expression, wishing he could steal a kiss, but lamented her ethereal state. He thought of his own circumstances. While his prowess was formidable, he could not guarantee immunity from countermeasures, especially with an ancestor vigilant at this time, prompting him to exercise caution. Fear not, I shall not utter a word of today's events. Yume's expression hardened, recalling Hinata's comments about the ghostly presence. Well then, let us return. Upon uttering these words, the girl in his arms vanished completely, like a mirage. Menma's previously smiling visage turned grave. The mere thought of the formidable Otsutsuki Kagaya invoked a heavy sense of pressure, causing him a headache. It appears that my strength is still inadequate. Menma mused inwardly, realizing that he needed to take action swiftly while there was still time. With this determination, his indomitable spirit stirred within him, and he resolved to personally explore the legendary dragon vein, hoping to uncover some hidden treasures. Without hesitation, Menma activated the Flying Thunder God technique, and in a flash, he departed from my village. He soared into the sky with astonishing speed, akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, racing towards the vast, boundless desert. Menma flew swiftly through the air, utilizing the advantages of the Flying Thunder God technique. And before long, he had reached the borders of the Land of Fire, successfully entering the territory of the Land of Wind. Before him lay an endless expanse of golden sand dunes, rising and falling like relentless ocean waves. However, despite being enveloped by the vastness of the desert, Menma had no knowledge of the precise location of the ancient city of Lulan. To seek out that mysterious relic here would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Menma would not easily concede. Even with the faintest glimmer of hope, he was willing to take a chance. Thus, he decisively conjured hundreds of shadow clones, each one darting off in different directions like arrows released from a bow. Simultaneously, he heightened his sensory capabilities to the utmost, determined to capture even the slightest hint. In the vast desert, where solitary smoke rises straight and the sun sets in a perfect circle, Menma felt a wave of fatigue wash over him as he traversed the endless sands. With nothing but sand as far as the eye could see, he had to continuously activate wind release to defend against the elements. Without a target or a map, and with the dragon vein still sealed, this truly felt like an impossible quest. Chapter 85, The Legend. Could it be that there are truly no clues to be found? After wandering in the endless wasteland for an indeterminate length of time, Menma could not help but abandon this endeavor. A dilapidated relic hidden within the desert, perhaps buried beneath the sands, was impossible to locate alone, a veritable needle in a haystack. Feeling disheartened, he returned to the Tsuki no Yomi world, instinctively glancing at the sky, relieved to find it still day. Meanwhile, A minor commotion was unfolding within Mai, unbeknownst to ordinary ninjas, but known to those in high positions. In the headquarters, Orochimaru received news relayed by Yakushi Kabuto, his gaze flickering. Since we have encountered Konoha, is this merely for my observation? Or is there a genuine confrontation with Konoha? Orochimaru found himself perplexed by the intentions of his adversary. Simultaneously, another piece of information captured his attention. The Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha bloodline. Could this possibly be a clone? The extermination of the Uchiha clan was executed by the combined forces of Konoha, including Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. And it was a surprise attack. Moreover, with Danzo overseeing the aftermath, it was impossible for any remnants of that bloodline to survive. Only 2 individuals remained. Orochimaru shared the same thoughts as the 3rd Hokage. Upon encountering such matters, the first person that came to mind was Danzo. This method might be beyond the capabilities of others, yet Orochimaru believed he could replicate it with ease. Cloning or transplanting the Uchiha bloodline sparked his interest. Such actions were once considered taboo, and if discovered, would incite a vendetta that could last generations. Has Danzo's experimentation progressed? Orochimaru was aware that, like himself, Danzo had long coveted such power, and he wondered how many individuals were researching this in the underground routes. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the atmosphere was tense. Tsunade sat resolutely at her desk, her expression dark and her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Danzo across from her. By her side were the 3rd Hokage and several close friends. Danzo, what exactly is going on with that Uchiha? Tsunade broke the silence, her tone stern. At her inquiry, the gazes of the others shifted to Danzo, filled with suspicion, as if attempting to pierce through him. This scrutiny left Danzo feeling quite displeased. How would I know? After all, he is merely a member of the Uchiha clan. What does that have to do with us in the roots? Danzo turned his head, seemingly irked by their doubts. However, his explanation did little to quell the rising suspicions. Danzo, it was your roots that were responsible for the aftermath of the Uchiha clan's extermination. The 3rd Hokage said, furrowing his brow and speaking in a tone laced with skepticism. In truth, the assembled individuals were well aware of Danzo's long-standing desire for the Uchiha's formidable power, and even the 3rd Hokage was no exception. Hisashi, what do you mean by that? Do you think I ordered my subordinates to take action against the Uchiha clan? Danzo retorted, his anger boiling over. He felt unjustly accused, having no connection to the matter yet being subjected to such blame. He himself stated that he is a ninja of Konoha. Hisashi fixed his gaze on Danzo's eyes. Feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, Danzo shifted slightly. What are you quietly cultivating an Uchiha expert for? Tsunade narrowed her eyes, her aura bursting forth, thickening the air in the Hokage's office, as if she were on the brink of erupting into violence. Calm down, Mito Minjo interjected. Tsunade afforded him the chance to clarify. You are unjustly accusing me. I lack the power to control a Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's face turned ashen as he faced the collective ire of the others. How do we know you didn't cultivate him from a young age? You were directly involved in the Uchiha massacre. Perhaps there are survivors you have secretly adopted and nurtured, Tsunade scoffed. You. Danzo's arms trembled in frustration. The other 3 friends refrained from supporting Danzo this time, silently scrutinizing him. On one hand, they believed he was indeed capable of such deeds. On the other, they saw an opportunity to suppress Danzo regardless of his involvement. In the world of Tsuki no Tachi, Menma had finally returned. After a brief respite, he decided to seek out Orochimaru and Hinata. Upon his appearance, Hinata immediately spotted him, her eyes flashing with a mixture of joy and concern, and she rushed forward, diving into his embrace like a jubilant bird. You fool, where have you been? Why didn't you even say a word to us? Do you know how worried everyone was? Hinata clung tightly to Menma, her voice laced with mild reproach, but predominantly filled with care. Menma gently patted her back, smiling as he reassured her, Don't worry, Hinata. I was merely out training for a while, with my strength. How could I be in any danger? However, Hinata did not relax at his words, instead furrowing her brow and asking, Then what was the matter with the female ghost that appeared last night? At the mention of the female ghost, Menma's smile faltered, and he stammered, Well, that was actually an accident. Internally, he lamented his hasty return to confront these issues. Just then, Orochimaru, who had been silently observing, spoke up, Menma-kun, why not enlighten us about that female ghost? I find myself quite intrigued by your tale. Orochimaru's gaze locked onto Menma, glimmering with curiosity. To be frank, Had this matter not been personally experienced by Menma and the others, Orochimaru's scientific mindset would have led him to dismiss the existence of such a ghost outright. Menma set up a barrier. Sensei, to what extent do you comprehend this vast, enigmatic world? Menma asked earnestly, his youthful visage betraying a depth beyond his years. Upon hearing his student's unexpected question, Orochimaru paused his work, looking up with keen interest. Oh, the world? That is an exceedingly broad concept, my child. Which aspect are you specifically inquiring about? Without hesitation, Menma responded directly. History, deities, and legends. Please, tell me about them. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, very well, let us first discuss history. I am certain you have encountered some of this knowledge in school, but I can certainly provide a more in-depth explanation. The history of ninjas is not particularly lengthy, spanning merely a little over 1,000 years. However, a millennium ago, the predecessors of today's ninjas were known as the Shinshu, and their leader was the legendary Sage of Six Paths, who possessed unparalleled powers. Of course, regarding the existence of the Sage of Six Paths, I cannot ascertain its veracity. After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, as for legends and deities, to be honest, most individuals like us tend to harbor skepticism toward them, even if such legendary deities truly exist, in my opinion. They are merely exceptional life forms born from the power of chakra, perhaps akin to tailed beasts. Even the Sage of Six Paths is merely a legend. Orochimaru reflected on his knowledge, revealing his disbelief in deities. To him, even if the Sage of Six Paths existed, he would merely be a powerful ninja. Much like the first Hokage. Had it not been for his research on the first cells, Orochimaru could scarcely imagine just how formidable the first Hokage truly was. Such power transcended human limits, and even now, the first cells retained a remarkable vitality, seemingly possessing infinite division potential. Orochimaru found it difficult to fathom how the first Hokage had met his end. Alas, it appears that Orochimaru-sensei's research into history is woefully inadequate. Are you not aware of the saying that science ultimately leads to theology? I had thought that someone with your insatiable thirst for knowledge would be curious about such mysterious realms. Menma sighed, shaking his head in exasperation, a hint of bemusement gracing his features. Upon hearing Menma's words, Orochimaru narrowed his elongated, cold eyes slightly, a flicker of contemplation crossing his face. Oh, are you suggesting that? Menma took a deep breath and slowly continued. Let us entertain a bold hypothesis. If the legendary Sage of the Six Paths truly exists, how might we go about proving such a claim? As soon as his words fell, the other individuals present turned their gazes towards him in unison, evidently intrigued by the topic Menma had introduced. However, Orochimaru seemed to grasp Menma's intentions only partially. He furrowed his brow and countered, even if this Sage of the Six Paths indeed exists, he would likely just be an extraordinarily powerful ninja. After all, as time passes, even figures as formidable as the first Hokage can fade into legend after decades. At least the first Hokage left behind traces of miraculous deeds. It is said that the environment of the Land of Fire was shaped by his wood release. Yet the various tales surrounding the Sage of the Six Paths have nearly been forgotten, and those that remain are merely that, tales. For instance, the concept of chakra, or the moon in the sky. Nevertheless, Menma's audacious assertion prompted Orochimaru to ponder. Had he uncovered something significant? His gaze turned towards Menma, eager for his next words. Chapter 86. The bloodlines of the ninja world. The Sage of the Six Paths undeniably exists in this world, and I possess ample confidence and substantial evidence to support this assertion. Through extensive investigation and research, I have successfully acquired a wealth of critical information related to this subject. The most pivotal piece of information is that the tailed beasts were created by the Sage of the Six Paths himself. Upon hearing this revelation, the three individuals present widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could accommodate an egg. It is worth noting that the devastating power of the tailed beasts is deeply ingrained in the hearts of every citizen of the ninja world. In the collective consciousness, tailed beasts are almost synonymous with calamity. For a long time, no one had contemplated the origins of these terrifying creatures, believing them to be mysterious beings that emerged naturally from the world. After all, the tailed beasts possess traits akin to immortality. For ordinary ninjas, the notion of completely annihilating a tailed beast is akin to chasing a wild dream. However, the truth is otherwise. Tailed beasts are not, in the absolute sense, immortal. Although they have indeed perished, after a certain period, they can regain life in this world. Are you absolutely certain? Even Orochimaru, who was usually calm, composed, and well-versed in knowledge, could not help but display an expression of incredulity. He furrowed his brow, his gaze intensely fixed on the speaker, seemingly searching for even the slightest trace of deceit upon their face. A figure of his caliber, with extraordinary prowess and profound knowledge, found it hard to fathom the kind of awe-inspiring power required to create 9 such formidable tailed beasts. This I can confirm. I have perfectly mastered the power of the 9 tails. To enhance the persuasiveness of his statement, Menma activated the 9 tails chakra mode. In an instant, a torrent of surging black golden flames erupted from his body, enveloping him entirely in a tempestuous embrace. The flames danced with a life of their own, radiating a disquieting heat and pressure. Simultaneously, the chakra that had lain dormant within him surged forth like an awakened beast, rapidly coalescing into an opulent black and gold cloak, which gracefully draped around Menma. Mysterious patterns resembling tomo began to emerge upon his skin, akin to ancient runes that glimmered with an eerie light, intertwining and enveloping him entirely. At that moment, Menma was surrounded by black golden flames, adorned in a striking cloak and embellished with intricate tomo markings, presenting an image reminiscent of a demonic deity emerging from the depths of hell. The impact of his appearance was enough to instill fear. It is noteworthy that Menma's 9 tails chakra mode appeared to differ from the original, since the tailed beast within him was not the true 9 tails, but rather a counterfeit. The chakra possessed an ominous quality, tinged with darkness. When he wielded this power, it stood in stark contrast to Naruto's radiant golden light and righteous aura. Menma's chakra mode seemed to declare to the world, "I am the villain." In the blink of an eye, the terrifying and malevolent aura had enveloped the entire laboratory. However, Menma swiftly retracted his chakra mode, restoring tranquility to the surroundings. Despite this, the brief yet shocking spectacle left an indelible impression on the hearts of all present, filling them with lingering unease and awe. It was also their first recognition of Menma's formidable strength. Indeed, impressive. Is this the chakra mode? Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long been aware that his disciple was the host of the 9 tails, but had not anticipated Menma's prowess in mastering the 9 tails so rapidly, thereby becoming a perfect Jinchuriki. It must be noted that this was an achievement previously unattained by anyone. Compared to other tailed beasts, the 9 tails in this world was a true beast, emanating dark and ominous chakra. Furthermore, the bloodline of the Sage of the 6 Paths genuinely exists within the ninja world. Ginkaku, Uzumaki, Senju, Uchiha, all of these are bloodlines of the sage. What did you say? How is that possible? Still reeling from the prior shock, they were confronted with an even more astonishing claim. The expressions of the group were tinged with agitation. I have indeed heard of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. I even encountered them in my youth. Those two certainly did not appear to be ordinary humans, and they themselves claimed to possess the bloodline of the Sage of the 6 Paths, although no one believed them. Orochimaru licked his lips. As for the Senju and Uchiha, are you certain they are of the sage's bloodline? Yes. Beneath the Uchiha clan's shrine lies a stone tablet that records the history of the ancestors of the Uchiha clan. Menma explained slowly. He had confirmed this when he entered the Uchiha clan in his youth. Such a stone tablet exists in this world as well. Uchiha Yum blinked in surprise, glancing at Menma, puzzled about how he knew this. However, she quickly became engrossed in the narrative he was weaving. So, they inherited the body and eyes of the Sage of the 6 Paths. I see. Orochimaru appeared to be deep in thought. So, the method to prevent my eyes from going blind lies within the Senju clan's physique. The power of Yin and Yang combined. Orochimaru could scarcely believe it. He had previously delved into the intricacies of wood release and the Sharingan, but he had only understood their antagonistic relationship, never imagining that these two powers could be fused into one. At this moment, his gaze instinctively turned toward Uchiha Yum, his intense stare burning with fervor, as if he longed to strip away her clothing and dissect her like a specimen to uncover the secrets contained within her being. Had it not been for the other 3 present, who were well acquainted with Orochimaru's usual temperament, they would have unequivocally regarded his current demeanor as that of a complete pervert. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yum, feeling the weight of his scorching and predatory gaze, instinctively shrank back, retreating behind Menma like a frightened rabbit. Hey, is Menma getting off topic? Are we not discussing the matter of the female ghost? Why divert the topic? Hua Tian is disinterested in such matters. Her primary concern lies with Menma's safety. Could the female ghost be connected to Liu Daoxianren? Orochimaru has come to understand the nature of his disciple. He would not utter irrelevant topics. Since the subject has shifted to Liu Daoxianren, it must indeed pertain to him. Indeed, the legend of Liu Daoxianren. I wonder if you have heard of it. Menma gently patted Hua Tian's head, soothing her emotions before continuing his tale. He spoke of the legend surrounding Liu Daoxianren's creation of the moon. Many in this world have heard of this tale. It is said that in the earliest times, there was no moon in the sky. The moon we see today was created by Liu Daoxianren when he sealed away the demons. This legend is known by both ninjas and ordinary folk. Many believe in it, and some even worry about what would happen if the moon were to disappear or fall one day. Thus, the legend holds some truth. If Liu Daoxianren exists, then something must indeed be sealed within the moon. Orochimaru felt that the revelations of the day had utterly upended his understanding. The female ghost is that which is sealed within the moon, and the celestial phenomenon they witnessed was indeed caused by her. Hua Tian explained. Perhaps, by tonight, we shall find out. If the moon remains red, then it is likely that there is an issue with Liu Daoxianren's seal. Menma's expression grew solemn. If it truly is the awakening of Akatsuki Kagaya's consciousness, then this world would be irrevocably altered, and the truth would be revealed tonight. Are you suggesting that the moon in our world could turn red? Yumi finally grasped Menma's last words. She refrained from saying more. Everything would become clear by nightfall. The group silently processed Menma's narrative. Then, why would the Hinata clan choose me to possess? Hua Tian suddenly realized something amiss. Her reminder drew the gaze of others. Orochimaru's eyes locked onto Hua Tian's. The three great ocular techniques of the ninja world, Rinnegan, Byakugan, and Sharingan, are intertwined with Liu Daoxianren, and the Hinata clan cannot be without connection. Orochimaru could not help but look at Menma, feeling immense curiosity towards his student, who had surpassed the knowledge of most, which seemed somewhat abnormal. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to his curiosity about the secrets of this world. Are you certain you wish to know? Is it forbidden to speak? It is not that it cannot be spoken of. I merely fear it may burden you. Menma was hesitant to divulge matters concerning the Akatsuki clan. While the situation surrounding Liu Daoxianren could be discussed, the Akatsuki clan's affairs were more delicate. Chapter 87. Kagaya's weakness. Ultimately, after struggling within her heart, Hua Tian could not muster the courage to pose that question. She sensed Menma's reluctance to share. In this world of dream manipulation, Hua Tian's strong and domineering nature might lead her to become obstinate upon learning of Kagaya and their current predicament. Hua Tian refrained from asking, as did Menma. Though curiosity filled the others' hearts, for various reasons, none dared to shatter the silence. As time passed, the sun gradually sank in the west, like a golden fireball slowly descending beyond the horizon. Simultaneously, a brilliant moon quietly ascended, suspended high in the night sky. The individuals outside the laboratory stood in silence, instinctively gazing upward. When their eyes met the moon radiating an eerie red light, their expressions turned grave. Especially Menma, whose brow furrowed tightly. A surge of intense unease welled within him. The bizarre sight before him confirmed his fears. Events were indeed unfolding as he had anticipated. Kagaya's consciousness had awakened. The crimson moon in the sky resembled a colossal eye, coldly observing the world below. Such an extraordinary celestial phenomenon naturally drew the attention of many. Yet even those with extraordinary abilities among the ninja were rendered powerless against this mysterious and formidable force. Menma realized that matters were heading towards the worst possible outcome. Orochimaru's gaze flickered. He had become intrigued by the moon above, understanding the immense distance separating it from the earth. Alas, what a troublesome entity. Menma, who is the one sealed away by Liu Daoxianren, human or ghost? Orochimaru turned, his curious gaze fixed on Menma, the progenitor of chakra, the origin of the ninja world, Akatsuki Kagaya. Menma spoke these words with a blank expression. What does that mean? Orochimaru questioned, his tone tinged with skepticism, struggling to grasp the meaning. It means all of your chakra belongs to me. A cold, emotionless voice suddenly interrupted, sounding somewhat unfamiliar, causing the others to instinctively retreat. Menma turned, his expression darkening. Even the Uchiha clan can be possessed? Menma regarded Yumi, who had transformed entirely. Her body floated, exuding an overwhelming and domineering aura. her gaze upon the others akin to that of a predator surveying mere insects. After retreating, Orochimaru and the others turned their attention to Uchiha Yumi, their pupils constricting. Yumi's current condition was alarming. Her demeanor had dramatically changed. This is the power of Yui. Kagaya seemed to state a fact. The others were momentarily taken aback, not comprehending the significance of her words. Only Menma recognized the name of Liu Daoshinran. So you can possess anyone? Menma inquired cautiously. Not anyone, at least not you. Kagaya regarded Menma with a peculiar gaze. Although she could sense the bloodline within him, she was unable to descend into his body. What brings you here? Our agreed time has not yet arrived. I merely wish to observe. Kagaya's gaze drifted skyward, as if seeing beyond this world. To Kagaya, this realm was merely a dream. She existed in a state akin to a lucid dream, aware yet unable to awaken. Even so, it was far better than before. That state of unconscious slumber had been the most tormenting. To become a stone for eternity would be a form of suffering. The moment Kagaya awakened her consciousness, she had no desire to remain within that confinement. Even knowing it was a dream, Kagaya had no intention of returning. As their conversation deepened, Menma gradually discerned Kagaya's predicament, feeling a wave of exasperation. It turned out that this entity long sealed away, yearning for companionship to alleviate her loneliness, had sought someone to converse with. Realizing she was not here to cause trouble, Menma felt a sense of relief. Remember our previous agreement. You must not possess anyone close to me, Menma stated earnestly, observing that Kagaya had not exhibited any overt malice at the moment, thus mustering the courage to voice this condition. Kagaya tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment, then began to rapidly scan the memories of the person she had possessed. Before long, she acquired a comprehensive and clear understanding of the situation here. Very well, do not forget your promise to help me reclaim my powers swiftly, Kagaya responded softly. Then, her consciousness slowly withdrew from the body, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Menma swiftly rushed forward and steadily supported the girl who was about to fall due to the loss of her balance. Menma-kun, has that person truly departed? The anxious Orochimaru scanned the surroundings nervously, simultaneously exhaling a long sigh of relief, as he could distinctly perceive the chilling aura of terror that had previously enveloped them dissipating completely. Perhaps she has gone to play elsewhere, Menma speculated, aware that given the current situation, it was uncertain where she might have gone. Orochimaru contemplated their earlier conversation, his expression caught between hesitation and clarity. Sensing that the other person seemed less fearsome than he had imagined, exuding a rather innocent demeanor, which left him with a peculiar feeling. It felt as though the seal had been broken, revealing a naive little girl within. Does Orochimaru-sensei think she is not that bad? Menma glanced at the two, seemingly aware of Orochimaru's unspoken thoughts. Indeed, Orochimaru conceded. Do you believe children are inherently good or evil? Menma retorted. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. Menma, can't you speak properly? Hinata, feeling irritated, swatted Menma on the head. Menma's lips twitched. It's difficult to say whether children are good or evil. But what if a child easily gains the power to destroy the world? What would you say then? Menma looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's body trembled, realizing the implication of Menma's words, while also recalling the identity of the other party, the progenitor of chakra, the origin of the ninja world. Uncontrollable factors? A deep wariness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Indeed, this individual shares a profound connection with the Sage of Six Paths, yet the sage chose to seal her away. Can you guess why? Menma offered a sinister smile. Why? Hinata instinctively inquired. Because she wishes to destroy the world, Menma stated matter-of-factly. Upon uttering this sentence, a chill simultaneously washed over the hearts of the three. Destroy the world? You must be joking? Hinata's voice trembled as she instinctively took 2 steps back. Moreover, she possesses the capability to annihilate the world. To be precise, all the chakra within every ninja originates from her. You must be joking. How is that even possible? Hinata was incredulous. Is this the true value of the progenitor of chakra? Orochimaru felt his understanding of the world shatter. What does she want you to do? To help her reclaim her power? To kill everyone? Orochimaru questioned, puzzled. No, the feeble power of humanity is something she can harvest herself. The real prize lies in the dispersed powers of the Sage of Six Paths, the 9-tailed beasts. Orochimaru, not foolish, blurted this out instinctively. Correct, Menma nodded. But not the tailed beasts of this world, rather those of reality. Menma? Hinata, feeling a twinge of worry, reached out to grasp his hand. Do not worry. Nothing will happen, Menma dismissed, though only he knew what truly lay in his heart. Initially, Menma harbored some trepidation towards the other party, intimidated by her numerous titles. But through their recent interaction, he realized he had overthought the matter. Kaguya possessed an abundance of attributes, yet in combat, she was truly lacking. Her personality akin to that of a naive innocent. Menma couldn't help but entertain different thoughts, envisioning how he could grow stronger through her, bit by bit mastering greater power. Menma-kun has shared so much with me. Could it be that you need my assistance with something? Orochimaru, unable to conceal his excitement, licked his slightly crimson lips. Menma slowly extended a hand, his gaze unusually calm and profound, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Yet, within that seemingly tranquil gaze lay the power to perceive the world in its entirety. He quietly focused ahead, as if transcending the boundaries of time and space, witnessing distant and mysterious realms. What shall we do, Sensei? Are you not filled with curiosity and interest in the world we inhabit? Have you ever considered stepping beyond this realm to explore more vast and magnificent landscapes? Menma spoke softly, his voice, though low, carried an irresistible allure. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's heart surged with excitement. He widened his eyes, fixating intently on this young disciple before him, his eyes sparkling with joy and anticipation. Subarashi, the decision to take you as my disciple was indeed the wisest choice of my life. At that moment, Orochimaru was deeply captivated by the powerful aura emanating from Menma. Although he remained unaware of the grand plans Menma harbored, the extraordinary spirit unique to true strength radiating from him was enough to leave him in awe. Chapter 88. Methods of Empowerment. Riding the winds of fortune, Menma had not thought much of it. Yet the emergence of Otsutsuki Kaguya inspired him to create an organization that would assist in his growth. Meanwhile, Yumi slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her stupor. She gazed around in confusion, her mind blank, with no recollection of the events that had just transpired. All she remembered was standing firmly, only to suddenly lose consciousness in an instant. Upon regaining her senses, she found herself nestled in Menma's warm embrace. This bizarre experience left Yumi feeling bewildered and terrified. As she pondered, she suddenly recalled Hinata recounting a similar experience earlier that day, connecting it to her current state. Yumi realized with a start that she had just been possessed by a terrifying female spirit. A shiver ran down her spine, causing her to tremble involuntarily. I have been possessed. Do not worry, it is fortuitous that you have awakened, for I have an announcement to make. Menma led the group back to the laboratory. The tip of the iceberg of the world has already emerged. Do you wish to stand atop a higher peak and behold the vistas of this world? Menma addressed the group. Hee, Menma-kun, I eagerly anticipated. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed brightly. Let us take a look. From today onward, we shall officially establish our organization. Codenamed Moon, setting a modest goal to reach her level, hoping that all our strengths will ascend to her heights in the future. Menma's words held deeper implications. Yet the others understood who the her referred to. An organization? Quite intriguing. Menma-kun, you know quite a bit. So, what is the primary objective of our organization? The tailed beasts? Orochimaru inquired. Tailed beasts? No, our sole objective is to enhance our strength. Based on the story I just recounted, what thoughts does Orochimaru-sensei have regarding their power enhancement? Menma turned his gaze toward the two girls beside him. Initially, he had not considered leading them down the path of bloodlines, confident that he could carve out a new path for chakra cultivation in the future. He intended to hand it over to them, yet Kaguya's appearance had disrupted his plans. The two by his side could be in danger at any moment. With their potential unknown, in comparison, strength was the ultimate safeguard. Do you mean bloodline regression? Orochimaru, ever perceptive, queried. Indeed, Hinata's eyes should evolve soon. I will have a method for that. Yumi requires Hashirama cells. I possess some, but currently, Hashirama cells are too dominant. Menma produced a scroll from his hand, handing it to Orochimaru. Inside was the original version of Hashirama cells that he had acquired from Danzo's laboratory, possessing immense aggressiveness. Transplanting directly to Yume, even if she possesses the kaleidoscope Sharingan, would likely not quell the potency of the Hashirama cells. The best outcome would be a visage of Hashirama sprouting from her chest. A thought that is utterly repulsive. Not everyone is like Uchiha Madara, who tattooed the face of his rival on his chest. Thus, this endeavor should be entrusted to professionals. With the theoretical foundation established earlier, Orochimaru will inevitably discover a method to synergize the two forces. You've already mapped out their paths, but what do you plan for me? Upon hearing Menma's blueprint, Orochimaru, without objection, eagerly inquired about his own path. Long ago, Orochimaru had reached the zenith of his power, not due to personal limitations, but rather the constraints of humanity. At this juncture, without external intervention, regardless of the outcome, he would no longer experience breakthroughs in strength. Although he had grown accustomed to this reality and sought nothing further, today he witnessed a glimpse of the true world, and judging by Menma's expression, it seemed that enhancing one's power was still a possibility, potentially even to the level of the first Hokage. So, Orochimaru-sensei, how do you intend to pursue greater strength? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering, "Oh? From your words, it seems there are multiple avenues to attain strength?" His voice was deep and magnetic, imbued with the essence of boundless wisdom and profound contemplation. Indeed, he then began to elucidate in detail. The first method, I presume you have already witnessed, is akin to the path chosen by those two individuals. It is known that within this world, there exist several exceedingly powerful clans, almost all of which are descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, if one could devise a way to merge the powers of various formidable bloodlines, it might be possible to attain the terrifying strength akin to that of the Sage of Six Paths. After absorbing this information, Orochimaru furrowed his brow and slowly articulated, "This is indeed a possibility. However, I am unlikely to possess the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths." His words carried a hint of regret. While you may not possess the Sage's bloodline, given your capabilities, Orochimaru-sensei, the issue of bloodline alone should not pose an insurmountable obstacle, right? Upon hearing this, Orochimaru frowned once more and retorted, "Umph. Do not underestimate this matter. Both the enigmatic Sharingan and the fearsome Hashirama cells are not easily transplantable by ordinary individuals." With that, his gaze fixed intently on the other, seemingly attempting to discern clues from their expressions. "No, Orochimaru-sensei, transplants do indeed come with formidable side effects. Have you not considered an alternative method, such as cloning?" Menma prompted. "Ah, I see, cloning the body, or perhaps even further, utilizing the bloodline of another to clone one's own body and then conduct a body swap." Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with realization. To him, the body was merely a vessel, and acquiring a stronger vessel was not out of the question. With this new perspective, a myriad of inspirations flooded Orochimaru's mind. This indeed is a path to transcendence, but what of the next method? Orochimaru was not in haste to conclude. He wished to hear more. What is the limit of a ninja? The pinnacle of ordinary ninjas is the strength of a Kage. To surpass the Kage level and reach the heights of Hashirama and Madara is nearly impossible. The second method is to cultivate oneself and break through existing limits. Do you know what powers the Sage of Six Paths wielded? Yin-yang and the five elements. Thus, theoretically, if one could unify the five elements and master the powers of yin-yang, one could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Sage of Six Paths, Menma said with nonchalance. However, others could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. "Menma, are you jesting?" Even now, the dust release of the third Tsukuyomi, recognized as the strongest in the ninja world, only merges three natures. Five is beyond human reach. Hinata could not resist interjecting. The dust release of the third Tsukuyomi is considered the most potent bloodline limit in terms of attack power, where two attributes can create a bloodline limit, and three attributes are termed as bloodline elimination. Yet, in a millennium, only two individuals have mastered bloodline elimination. Its formidable strength is well known, yet no one envies it, for it is exceedingly perilous. The third Hokage mastered the transformation of five elemental natures, earning the title of Doctor of Ninjutsu, yet he had no thoughts of merging attributes, for the dangers were too great. Orochimaru also felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. With his current power, he had mastery over all five elemental attributes. Yet even he had never contemplated merging them, because of the danger, but learning of the powers held by the Sage of Six Paths from Menma, Orochimaru was once again enlightened about the Sage. The convergence of five elemental attributes to birth a bloodline limit was something he could scarcely imagine. What is birth from the fusion of five elemental attributes? Hinata could not contain her curiosity and asked. The bloodline limit known as the Pursuit of the Way, referred to as the Shinjutsu, is the culmination of techniques. All attacks constructed from ninjutsu are rendered ineffective against the Pursuit of the Way. This revelation left the three once more astonished, as ninjutsu proved ineffective. Chapter 89. Departure from the village. The organization is established, codenamed Moon. Currently comprising only 4 members: Vortex Menma, Hyuga Hinata, Uchiha Yume, and Orochimaru. The founding intention of this organization is to transcend human limitations and achieve the pinnacle of power. Initially aiming for the Sage of Six Paths, Menma contemplated creating communication rings for better coordination, mimicking the Akatsuki organization. The Akatsuki's rings serve as receivers made from the Tintail's husk, and Menma possesses something similar. Although small, it can serve as a receiver. After some tinkering, 4 rings appeared in his hand: azure, white, vermilion, and black. That's it. Choose one. If all goes well, this can serve for urgent communication in the future. Menma extended his hand, revealing the 4 rings. You toiled for so long just to learn this? Hinata asked curiously, picking up the ring representing the white tiger. She examined it, finding no apparent anomalies. What is its purpose? In this world, Orochimaru had yet to join the Akatsuki, thus unaware of the abilities of the Akatsuki rings. By wearing it and activating its power, one can convene in dreams. Menma explained. This ninjutsu is based on the illusionary realm of dreamscape that I developed, allowing all consciousness to gather in one space using the 9 tails as a coordinate. Such marvel. How did you accomplish this? Orochimaru inquired, surprised. Glancing at the ring representing the black tortoise. It was crafted using a combination of illusion techniques and sealing techniques. Illusions can achieve such feats? Yume raised her head. Among them, she was arguably the most adept in illusion techniques. Yet even she felt a hint of astonishment at the extent of what illusions could accomplish. The development of abilities can lead to many possibilities. Menma offered no further explanation, as some things needed to be realized independently. What will you do next? Orochimaru turned to Menma. I plan to visit Iwagakure. You intend to spy on the 3rd Tsuchikage, Inoki's dust release? Orochimaru raised an eyebrow, deducing the other's intentions. Previously, Menma had discussed the methods to reach the level of the Sage of Six Paths, outlining 2 primary paths, one being self-cultivation, the other a shortcut by merging all bloodlines of the sage. At that time, Menma did not specify which path he would take, and Orochimaru, in his excitement, did not inquire further. However, now it seemed he was beginning to discern, and from Menma's past understanding and behaviors, he could glean some insights. Isn't that too dangerous? Menma need not take such risks. Hinata hesitated to voice her concerns, knowing Menma's pursuit of strength, yet she did not understand why he would choose this path. By gathering the bloodlines of others, one can achieve remarkable feats, and Menma has already amassed considerable power around him, including the cells of Hashirama and the Sharingan. These are resources within his reach. Rest assured, it is not as perilous as you might imagine, and the collection of ninjutsu from the ninja world will indeed benefit our own development. Menma shows no intention of relinquishing his pursuits. The most suitable power is that which one cultivates oneself. This is evident from the 4th Great Ninja War, when Naruto's Rinnegan, after its use, was never able to be reformed, highlighting the distinction between the power of others and one's own. In light of this, do exercise caution. Orochimaru offered no further comments. His primary objective now is the study of Hashirama's cells. Shall I accompany you? Hinata pondered for a moment. There's no need. We must continue our lives in the village. Someone must remain. Menma interrupted Hinata's thoughts. He is now a significant figure who must consistently appear in the village. Although their team adopts a laid-back approach, if they were to undertake no missions at all, it is likely that Lord Hokage would grow anxious. Very well. Hinata, realizing that Menma's shadow clone would accompany her, abandoned her earlier plan. The following morning, as a gentle breeze stirred beneath the bright sun, Orochimaru led his team on a simple mission outside the village to provide cover for Menma. The group set forth towards the village's outskirts. Upon exiting the village, Menma left behind a shadow clone, casually waving goodbye before turning away. I shall take my leave. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished in an instant. Menma's chakra is indeed enviable. It seems that the study of sage techniques should be prioritized. Orochimaru's shadow clone excitedly licked its lips. Sage techniques? I wish to partake in this endeavor too, Orochimaru-sensei. Presently, only Orochimaru's shadow clone remains outside, while the real one is collaborating in the laboratory with the embassy on research. Among the team, only Hinata is the real entity venturing out. Observing her fellow team members engrossed in their tasks, she felt somewhat restless. Very well, you may first come to my room for research. Along the way, I will impart all my knowledge of sage techniques to you, and you can experiment with shadow clones. After a moment's consideration, Orochimaru did not refuse, for he had already compiled the information necessary for practicing sage techniques when Menma first mentioned it. Iwagakure, as one of the 5 great hidden villages, boasts a formidable reputation that commands respect. It is home to what is currently regarded as the strongest Kage, renowned for its exceptional dust release techniques. The might of dust release is astounding, its destructive power formidable, rendering it impossible for anyone to underestimate it. After leaving the borders of the Land of Fire, Menma employed the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse swiftly. Before long, he set foot on the territory of the Land of Earth. Gazing around, he beheld endless yellow earth hills, with fierce winds swirling clouds of sand that relentlessly erode the land. Such a harsh environment indeed inspires trepidation. Among the 5 great ninja villages, aside from the Land of Fire, which enjoys a temperate climate and abundant resources, the natural conditions of the other 4 countries can be described as extremely harsh, often making it difficult for ordinary people to adjust. For instance, in Sunagakure, villagers live throughout the vast deserts, facing severe shortages of various supplies, particularly rainwater. In contrast, Kirigakure, though nestled on an island, is plagued by heavy humidity and relentless sea winds. The arid yellow hills of Iwagakure present conditions that are equally as harsh as those in Sunagakure. Lastly, Kumogakure, located atop a plateau, is characterized by variable weather, scorching sunlight, and scant vegetation. These nations, despite their immense strength, do not consider how to improve the abysmal conditions within their own borders, instead attempting to seize resources and territory from others through invasion. It is truly lamentable. Menma could not help but shake his head in dismay. As Menma soared above the yellow hills, surveying the boundless plains and towering mountains, he felt a wave of introspection. The weak adapt to their environment, while the strong alter it. The power of a ninja is formidable, capable of transforming the surrounding environment with ease. Yet, apart from the first Hokage, others do not share such aspirations. Once endowed with strength, they seek only to plunder. They covet the environment of the Land of Fire, yet fail to consider transforming their own surroundings. Indeed, one can trace the roots of this issue back to the Sage of 6 Paths. Once, the ninja world was abundant in natural chakra and possessed a beautiful environment. However, during the conflict with the Akatsuki clan, they nearly leveled the land, rendering vast areas uninhabitable. As for the Land of Fire, it was later transformed by the first Hokage using his wood release techniques. Is it possible that the first Hokage perished due to excessive chakra consumption? Menma pondered, stroking his chin while his figure glided through the skies, his mind wandering through a myriad of thoughts. Chapter 90. Yellow Earth. The vast expanse of the cerulean sky, clear as a gem, seems capable of embracing all things in the world. High above, 2 small figures are leisurely soaring through the air. Upon closer inspection, one can discern a man and a woman. The man in front is robust, resembling a moving hill. His visage is rugged and sincere, exuding an aura of simplicity and honesty. The vibrant red attire he wears billows gently in the breeze, adding a touch of vivacity and fervor to his persona. Beside this towering figure, a girl flits about like a spirited little bird, her movements light and agile, occasionally emitting a melodious, tinkling laughter that infuses the entire sky with vitality. Father, ever since Brother Deidara left, why has grandfather become increasingly strict? The girl suddenly paused, turning to the robust man with a playful pout. The man smiled gently, revealing a set of immaculate white teeth, his voice warm yet slightly endearing. Heiko, grandfather is doing this for the sake of our village. It turns out that these 2 figures soaring through the sky are none other than the Jonin, Kori, from Iwagakure, and his daughter, Heiko. They have just concluded a challenging mission and are now on their way home. Heiko pouted, clearly dissatisfied with her father's answer. Father, why don't we go find Brother Deidara? If he were still in the village, he would surely create some ruckus to draw grandfather's attention. And then grandfather wouldn't be so fixated on me. It's simply exasperating. With that, she huffed and turned her head away, refusing to look at her father. However, Heiko received no response to her wish. Kori merely shook his head in resignation and continued flying forward in silence. After all, locating the departed Deidara is no simple task. And even if they were to find him, it remains uncertain whether it would alter the Tsukuyomi's scrutiny of his granddaughter. Thus, Heiko could only sulk while trailing behind her father, continuing their journey towards a Wagakure. Letting him venture out is fine. It's best not to disturb him. Heiko thoughtfully scratched her head. Then why doesn't grandfather seek you out? Heiko's irritation grew. She had no desire to learn that troublesome dust release technique. Alas, I am rather dim-witted, Cory replied helplessly, scratching his head. Since Deidara's departure from the village, grandfather's temper has grown increasingly irritable and fearing a lack of successors. He has focused his attention on his granddaughter, hoping she will master dust release. However, dust release is an exceedingly challenging jutsu, not something just anyone can learn. The second Tsukuyomi relied on his innate talent, while the third Tsukuyomi depended on time. Yet today's ninjas lack the pressure of war and the patience to study dust release. Deidara could not tolerate such monotonous learning, hence his departure from a Wagakure. Alright, enough complaining, let us return. Huangtu found himself helpless in this situation, unable to assist his daughter. As they neared the village, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He sensed the presence of others. He turned his gaze behind him, alerting his daughter while positioning himself protectively in front of her. The little girl, Haitu, craned her neck to peer in that direction. Menma was soaring through the sky, his mind occupied with the concept of magnetism. After extensive research, he had developed a rough idea. Now it was time to refine his technique. Perhaps he was too engrossed in thought to notice his surroundings, and given that flying ninjas were a rarity in the shinobi world, the sky was entirely his domain. Yet, fate had other plans. For today he encountered two flying ninjas. Upon sensing a powerful chakra ahead, Menma halted abruptly, his gaze drawn involuntarily forward. The two figures were distinct, a burly man and a little girl. How could he have forgotten? Menma slapped his forehead, reminded that a Wagakure was one of the few villages proficient in flight techniques. It was indeed unfortunate that he had stumbled upon this father-daughter pair so soon after his arrival. Who are you, and what is your purpose in a Wagakure? Huangtu questioned, raising his hands defensively, ready to form seals. Apologies. I am merely passing through and will take my leave, Menma replied, his masked visage preventing recognition as he swiftly descended. Stop, don't run. Huangtu would not allow him to escape and immediately pursued. His father might catch him. He could fly too and was undoubtedly no good. The little girl, Haitu, bounced excitedly in the air. Doton, do sure no aim. Huangtu formed seals and unleashed a torrent of stones toward Menma below. Menma did not evade. Instead, he activated his intangibility. I can't even dodge that. How pathetic, he thought. Haitu, trailing behind, grimaced as the stones threatened to strike Menma. Being hit by such debris would surely cause serious injury. However, the next scene left both stunned. The massive boulders passed through Menma as if he were an illusion. Illusion? Huangtu pondered. Yet his assault did not cease as he initiated another ninjutsu. Nevertheless, Menma, with no intention of looking back, focused solely on escape. He landed and, maintaining his intangibility, vanished into the earth. Damn it, don't let him get away. Huangtu exclaimed, hastening his descent and crashing into the ground, creating a large crater as he quickly formed seals. Employing sensing ninjutsu, he attempted to locate Menma, yet he failed. Father, you were outsmarted by that person. Haida floated in the air, disbelief etched on her face. Astonished that Menma had eluded her father, Huangtu's expression darkened. That masked individual's jutsu is quite peculiar. I have never encountered anything like it. We must return to the village. I have a feeling that person is targeting a Wagakure. What are you worried about? Isn't Grandpa here? Haitu replied nonchalantly, believing her grandfather to be invincible. If that individual truly entered the village, he would undoubtedly meet his demise at her grandfather's hands. Let's head back. As an elite jonin, Huangtu understood more than most. He could deduce the formidable nature of their adversaries. With physical attacks rendered ineffective, he felt a weight in his heart, uncertain if the old man's dust release could even reach the opponent. At the village's edge, Menma emerged from the ground, cautiously surveying his surroundings before leaping up. That was terrifying. I never expected to encounter those two so soon. Unsure if he was fortunate or unfortunate, he gazed ahead at the vast, earthy city, surrounded by mountains that formed a natural barrier. In the magnificent Tsukuyomi building within a Wagakure, a somewhat diminutive yet commanding elder floated serenely in the center of the room. His weathered eyes, filled with the weight of experience, gazed through the clear window, reflecting an ineffable depth of concern for the village's future. What direction will a Wagakure take? Oyama sighed softly, murmuring to himself. Time had not been kind. As the years progressed, his worries regarding the village's destiny grew heavier. While other villages cultivated capable successors, Iwagakure, due to various circumstances, had yet to find a worthy heir. Just as Oyama sank into his profound contemplation, a series of urgent knocks disrupted the tranquility of the room. Before he could respond, the door was forcefully kicked open with a resounding bang. "Grandpa, we're back." A lively figure burst into the room, and Oyama's initial irritation at the disturbance was quickly extinguished upon recognizing his beloved granddaughter. "How many times must I remind you to knock before entering?" he admonished, furrowing his brow slightly. "But I did knock," Haida retorted, pouting defiantly. Seeing her defiance, Oyama could only shake his head in resignation. However, he soon noticed the unusual expression on his granddaughter's face and quickly inquired, "What happened? You seem quite flustered." "Grandpa, it's a big deal. We encountered a particularly strange individual outside the village." Haida leaned closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Huangtu stepped forward, interrupting their exchange, and succinctly recounted their encounter with the masked man. A special ability, perhaps related to Doton? Oyama mused, not overly concerned, having witnessed countless unique ninjutsu in his lifetime. "No. It felt distinctly unusual," Huangtu replied gravely, detailing his experience. "I witnessed the ninjutsu pass through him. Grandpa, that person's behavior was quite suspicious the moment he saw us. He turned and fled. He must harbor ill intentions towards our village." Huangtu felt an unsettling certainty that this masked individual was no ordinary foe. Yet, Oyama merely squinted his eyes, dismissively waving his hand. "What is there to fear? If I were to encounter him, a single use of dust release would ensure he never returns." With that, Oyama gracefully glided to his seat, settling down with poise as he lifted a delicate teacup, savoring the fragrant, steaming tea. Haidu, standing beside him, gazed at him with admiration, nodding in agreement. "Indeed, Grandpa, your dust release is unmatched." Her sparkling eyes shone with reverence. Hearing his granddaughter's praise, Oyama's face lit up with a smile, though he quickly adopted a stern expression, playfully glaring at Haitu. "If you understand how powerful my dust release is, why are you not dedicating yourself to your studies?" Though his words carried a hint of reproach, they were laced with deep affection and hopeful expectations for her future. It must be noted that Haitu, despite her tender age, was a prodigy with exceptional talent that left many in awe. Now, she has skillfully mastered 3 distinct chakra nature transformations, and throughout her training, she has successfully fused her own unique bloodline limit, Yoton, thanks to her exceptional innate talent. Such an achievement is exceedingly rare, even when viewed from the perspective of the entire shinobi world. In response to her grandfather's reprimand, Kuratsuchi playfully stuck out her tongue and whimsically shook her head, saying, "Oh, Grandpa, Doton is so difficult to learn. I really don't want to study it. Why don't you go ask Brother Deidara?" As she spoke, she deliberately made a funny face at Inoki, appearing quite adorable. The conversation gradually veered off course, and the matter of the masked man was scarcely on their minds. Although Inoki was aware of the masked man's threat, neither he nor his granddaughter seemed concerned, prompting him to silently sigh. Meanwhile, Menma had easily infiltrated a Wagakure, not rushing to gather ninjutsu, but instead leisurely wandering about to collect information about the village. Concurrently, within Konoha, in an underground laboratory, Orochimaru and Uchiha Yumi were conducting experiments. With Menma's enlightening discourse, Orochimaru had now found the correct research direction, utilizing the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan to suppress the wooden nature of Hashirama's cells. "Subarashii," Orochimaru exclaimed. Standing before the experiment table, his eyes fixed intently on the microscopic view of Hashirama's cells, unable to contain his astonishment. "So this is the right path. Truly, the first Hokage possesses such formidable vitality." At that moment, Orochimaru was wholly engrossed in his experimental procedures, his instruments shifting positions and angles as if engaged in a silent conversation with the minuscule cells. Beside him, Uchiha Yumi silently fulfilled the role of assistant, nervously observing Orochimaru's every move and accurately completing each task according to his instructions. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to form on Yumi's forehead, as she could distinctly feel the depletion of her chakra. Yet, despite this, she expressed no complaints, occasionally revealing a hint of helplessness. Orochimaru-sensei, how much longer until the Hashirama cells can be injected into my body? Yumi finally could no longer contain her anxiety and inquired. Without lifting his gaze, Orochimaru casually replied, "Don't rush, little girl. Within a week at the most, I will enable you to utilize the most perfect Hashirama cells." Though he spoke lightly, he was acutely aware that achieving this goal would not be easy. However, ever since hearing Menma's detailed description of Hashirama's cells, Orochimaru was filled with confidence in his research outcomes. He not only aimed to make Yumi stronger, but was also determined to bestow this tremendous power upon every member of his organization, thereby forging an invincible team. Upon hearing Orochimaru's time frame, Yumi breathed a sigh of relief, yet simultaneously began to anticipate the changes that would unfold a week later. What transformations would her Mangekyo Sharingan undergo after the injection of Hashirama's cells? She felt a surge of excitement, and a bright glimmer shone in her eyes, as if her Mangekyo Sharingan had become even more vibrant. Meanwhile, Hinata had also experienced alterations in her eyes due to a fragment of chakra bestowed upon her by Kagaya Akatsuki, her eyes fluttering as if on the verge of evolution. As nightfall quietly descended, casting a vast and heavy black curtain over the land, the crimson moon hung high in the sky like a mysterious lantern. It emanated a scarlet glow, tinting the surrounding clouds a blood-red hue, as if the entire world were submerged in a sea of blood. Within Iwagakure, Inoki, who had just concluded a busy day, wearily lifted his gaze towards the red moon. A hint of worry and confusion flickered in his deep-set eyes, and his brow furrowed, forming a pronounced crease. "Grandpa, will this moon remain in such an abnormal state indefinitely?" Hozuki, who had also noticed Inoki's gaze, followed his line of sight and found himself frowning upon seeing the eerie red moon. "Grandpa, that moon looks quite unsettling. It's as if the eyes of a demon are staring directly at us." Kuratsuchi chimed in, wide-eyed and shivering at the sight of the moon. Inoki gently shook his head and sighed. "As of now, we have yet to uncover the true reason behind this lunar anomaly. Since the moon changed color, the 5 great shinobi villages have dispatched personnel to investigate its mysteries, but to no avail." With that, he turned with resignation and walked back inside, waving his hand as he said, "Let us head back for now." Hozuki and Kuratsuchi exchanged glances and silently followed Inoki into the dimly lit room. Under the dark sky and gusty winds, a perfect setting for clandestine dealings, Menma, having roamed throughout the day, finally donned his attire and prepared to venture out to collect ninjutsu from the village. The red moonlight illuminated him, casting an ethereal glow upon his figure. "What is happening with the moon?" Menma whispered softly. "It is influenced by my ocular power," a cold voice echoed in his ear. "You truly can observe the entire shinobi world." Despite his prior suspicions, receiving confirmation from the voice left Menma somewhat astonished. "What do you intend to do?" "To grow stronger. By learning these inferior ninjutsu, I can assist you in enhancing your strength, enabling you to reclaim your power more effectively." The chilling feminine voice continued to resonate in Menma's ear. He couldn't deny that he felt a strong temptation. "Aren't you afraid I might seize your power as well?" Suppressing the stirrings of his heart, Menma resisted the allure. After all, the strength of others ultimately belongs to them, and there would come a day to reclaim it. Menma had no desire to tread the same path as Naruto. No, Kagaya Akatsuki exuded confidence in this regard, for the world was one bound by her Rinne Sharingan. And no matter how strong Menma became, he could not escape its constraints. "As long as you agree, I can bestow upon you power that surpasses that of a ninja right now," the cold voice continued. Menma believed in her capabilities, yet when it came to power, he still trusted in what he could acquire himself. "No thanks, I prefer the strength I gained through my own training." Without hesitation, Menma rejected the offer and ascended to the rooftop, joining his hands together to begin sensing. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, he perceived the chakra of all the jonin in Iwagakure, and the number was surprisingly high. Menma felt a surge of joy. His encyclopedia of ninjutsu would soon be enriched once more, prompting him to take action. He began with the jonin closest to him. Entering a state of etherealness, he approached a jonin and confirmed that the individual was soundly asleep before employing his ninjutsu. Jinjutsu. A colorful bubble floated forth, entering the mind of the man in bed. The individual began dreaming of practicing ninjutsu, and his memories and experiences were copied and stored in Menma's external brain. After completing the recording, Menma proceeded to the next ninja's room. After several encounters, Menma grew bolder. Chapter 92, Delaying Time. With the magnetic fields around him sealed, and thanks to his Shinra Tensei, no one could detect his approach. Multiple shadow clone technique. Menma created hundreds of clones, each setting off on their own path. Meanwhile, his original self stood atop a rooftop, contemplating the use of the illusion technique, pondering whether he could employ a large-scale genjutsu for better efficiency. However, he suspected that top-tier experts would likely be on guard against such tactics. As he stood there reflecting, he made his way toward his latest target. In the residence of Dayemu, as he reclined on his bed, an unsettling sensation suddenly enveloped him, akin to being scrutinized by an unseen presence. He tossed aside the covers and sat up, perplexed by this instinctual feeling. As a ninja, he had profound faith in his instincts. With a decisive gesture, he formed hand seals and invoked the rarely used ninjutsu, perception technique, placing his palms against the wall. Instantly, a radius of 100 meters fell within his perceptual grasp. To his astonishment, someone indeed dared to spy upon him. Dayemu's eyes widened in fury, his countenance darkening as he propelled himself towards a specific location, his granddaughter's room, where his perception indicated the presence of an additional individual. This revelation ignited a blaze of rage within him. Inside a room belonging to a young girl, everything appeared meticulously arranged, immaculately clean. The space exuded warmth and vitality. A lovely maiden with short hair lay peacefully atop a soft, comfortable bed, her closed eyes resembling two slumbering gems. Yet, the slight quiver of her lashes betrayed a hint of unease. Her knitted brows marred her otherwise cherubic visage, conveying a palpable sense of distress, as if ensnared in a nightmarish dream. Meanwhile, an unexpected head protruded from the wallpaper in the room, a figure known as Menma. He had long awaited the opportune moment here. However, he was taken aback to discover that the seemingly delicate girl had already mastered the profound and elusive art of dust release. Menma's clone couldn't help but murmur in admiration. She truly embodies the legendary leg shadow, to blossom into such elegance at such a tender age. With keen interest, he turned his gaze to the tranquil girl on the bed, scrutinizing her features. Her face was pristine and vibrant, and even in slumber, her lively eyes sparkled with brilliance. Her physique was nothing short of flawless, especially the long, straight legs that drew attention. Though reclining, her skin glowed with a pearly sheen. Intriguingly, her dainty feet peeking from beneath the covers resembled lustrous pearls, their delicate toes occasionally flexing as if resisting some fear or threat within her dream. Menma observed with fascination, fully aware of the turmoil she was experiencing in her dream, her grandfather reprimanding her, imparting techniques about dust shield cultivation. As Menma calculated the passage of time, a radiant beam of light suddenly enveloped him through the door. Ninjutsu, dust shield boundary separation technique, such audacity. Daring to wreak havoc in my abode. The luminous beam, accompanied by a commanding voice, obliterated a section of the door and wall. Oh dear, have I been discovered? An elderly figure darted through the breach, his gaze landing upon his granddaughter, safe and sound, prompting a sigh of relief before his eyes narrowed at the intruding silhouette. Did I miss? Impossible. Could it have evaded my attack? Dayemu gaped in disbelief at the unscathed figure before him. It was known that he wielded the formidable dust release. That someone could so effortlessly evade it was beyond his comprehension. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. What manner of being stood before him, capable of disregarding his dust release? On the other hand, Menma, the target of the dust release, patted his chest lightly, feigning significant fright. His exaggerated gestures accompanied by mutterings, "Oh my, how terrifying." To be greeted by such formidable dust release almost frightened me to death. Yet, the mask he wore concealed his true expression from onlookers. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Huang Tu rushed in from behind. Upon crossing the threshold into his daughter's room, his gaze was immediately captured by the masked figure standing by the bed. "It's you. I suspected you had ill intentions towards Yenny-chan, but I never anticipated you would come directly to our doorstep, targeting Hei-tu." Huang Tu's demeanor darkened, an aura of intense vigilance radiating from him. Simultaneously, he noticed his daughter, peacefully slumbering on the bed, stirring a flicker of concern within him. A disturbance has been detected. It's an illusion. He has caught in an illusion. I will hold him off while you escape with Hei-tu, Dayemu declared, encasing his right hand in rock before launching a punch towards the stationary Menma. When ninjutsu proved ineffective, he opted to test his physical prowess. Oh dear, what a fearsome ninjutsu. Myanmar danced about, prolonging the encounter. Dayamu's fist passed through Myanmar's form. Be cautious, old man. This is the enemy's bizarre ninjutsu. Huang Tu swiftly followed Dayamu to his daughter's bedside, scooping up the covers with her in tow as he turned and fled. Without a moment's hesitation, Myanmar pursued them. From Huang Tu's head, a small, multicolored bubble floated forth. What is this? Destroy it. Dayamu, seasoned and wise, instantly recognized the technique associated with the colorful orb. However, his warning arrived too late. Myanmar had reached Huang Tu's side, extending his hand to seize the orb. Huang Tu reacted swiftly, brandishing a kunai towards Myanmar's body. With a resounding thud, the kunai embedded itself in Myanmar's form. Simultaneously, Myanmar collided with the floating orb, causing it to vanish. Myanmar transformed into a wisp of smoke. A shadow clone. Huang Tu's expression shifted as he surveyed his surroundings. Dayamu soared closer. Grandpa, what are you doing? The young girl in his arms yawned, blinking awake in a state of confusion. At the same moment, as the shadow clone dissipated, Myanmar received the memories transferred from that location. Discovered? This could pose a bit of a problem. After processing the memories, Myanmar stroked his chin, acknowledging the exposure of his intel. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that he had acquired what he sought, and the outcome was rather fruitful. Ninjutsu, dust release original realm separation technique. As Myanmar prepared to depart, an iridescent beam of white light streaked across the distant skyline like a bolt of lightning. The intensity of the light seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of night as it raced through the sky, illuminating everything in its path. When this beam swept over the roof where Myanmar stood, there was a tremendous explosion, and the roof disintegrated in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Myanmar, taken aback, reacted swiftly, activating his phasing state, rendering his form indistinct as he narrowly evaded this lethal blow. In quick succession, several figures emerged like specters, surrounding Myanmar in an inescapable encirclement. At their forefront stood a petite girl clad in black, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes wide and filled with fury as she glared at the masked Myanmar, exclaiming, "You vile intruder, daring to spy on me while I sleep. Today, you shall pay dearly for your transgressions." Faced with the girl's accusations, Myanmar could only feel a mix of injustice and helplessness. He quickly shook his head and firmly protested. "Hey, little girl, one must not speak carelessly. How could I possibly have such a peculiar inclination? Moreover, with your rather unremarkable physique, who would be so dull as to steal a glance?" In the end, Myanmar realized that his words might have been inappropriate and hastily fell silent, but it was too late. "What? You scoundrel dare to say that my figure is plain?" The girl, upon hearing this, was instantly infuriated, her fair face flushing crimson, her brows furrowing as she without hesitation swung her fist towards Myanmar. The young girl's defenses crumbled in an instant. Not everyone is like Hinata, who can mature early. The mention of her physique struck a nerve, prompting Kuratsuchi to abandon all restraint as she charged forward with her fist raised. "You little rascal, do you truly think that Iwa Shin Village is without capable individuals?" Daidoku was enraged. "Doton, Kasen no Numa." With a series of hand seals, he pressed his palms against the ground, and in an instant, the earth transformed into a swamp. Myanmar's body became intangible, evading the girl's punch, and he remained unaffected atop the mire as Daidoku's ninjutsu rained down from the sky. Myanmar weaved and dodged, buying time. Chapter 93. Fetal-breathing Daidoku observed the unfolding scene, his seasoned and wise eyes narrowing slightly as his profound and experienced mind began to race. Drawing upon years of accumulated experience and keen insight, he quickly discerned some irregularities. He slowly shifted his gaze, meticulously scrutinizing every corner, leaving no detail overlooked. At that moment, the surrounding Kuratsuchi seemed to sense Myanmar's true intent as she turned to Daidoku. Their eyes met, and a tacit understanding seemed to pass between them. Kuratsuchi nodded without hesitation, indicating her comprehension of the current situation. Meanwhile, the circumstances on Myanmar's side began to shift. The memory-collecting clones gradually dissipated one by one. As these avatars vanished, the dreams they had gathered surged into Myanmar's mind like a tidal wave, all sealed away in his external brain. It's about time to depart," he mused. With a gentle wave of his hand and a smile, he remarked, "Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again." He then turned to leave. However, Kuratsuchi was already brimming with fury. Watching Myanmar prepare to escape so effortlessly, her face flushed crimson, Her beautiful eyes widened in indignation. You despicable thief. You shall not escape so easily. Stay right there. With a fierce shout, she swiftly formed hand seals, and moments later, opened her mouth wide, unleashing a torrent from her lips. This was no ordinary stream of water. It was a deluge composed of concrete, surging like tumultuous ocean waves towards Menma, intent on sealing him away completely. In the face of Kuratsuchi's sudden onslaught, Menma remained remarkably calm and composed. He did not even glance back at the approaching concrete wave, instead sinking into the ground, vanishing without a trace. What an odd ninjutsu he possesses, Kuratsuchi fumed, stamping her foot in frustration. Rest assured, he won't escape. Daidoku approached with a grim expression. Grandfather, Kuratsuchi queried, as Tsukikage led someone over. Tsukikage-sama, a rather unremarkable ninja, greeted Daidoku with a bow. All right, let us commence the pursuit immediately. Daidoku commanded solemnly, his slightly aged yet authoritative visage leaving no room for negligence. Upon receiving the order, the ninja swiftly reached into his robe, cautiously producing a peculiar worm. This worm resembled an earthworm, but upon closer inspection, one could discern subtle patterns and a faint glow emanating from its body. The worm raised its head slightly, seemingly sensing something, and then resolutely pointed its front end in a specific direction. Found it, Tsukikage-sama, the ninja exclaimed excitedly. Daidoku's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope as he waved his hand decisively. Let us go. Pursue him. With his command, Tsukikage led several ninjas into the air, soaring like a flock of birds towards the direction indicated by the worm. Meanwhile, Menma, having successfully left Iwa Shin village, slowed his pace and turned his gaze towards the distant locations of other villages. He pondered to himself, since I am here, should I also pay a visit to Kaminari no Kuni? With this thought, a confident smile appeared on his lips. Having made up his mind, Menma promptly executed the shadow clone technique. In an instant, several identical figures appeared beside him. He then mentally instructed these shadow clones, assigning them their respective tasks. Some were dispatched to the land of lightning, while Menma himself activated the flying thunder god technique. At this moment, Menma felt exceptionally elated, for he had already grasped the rich ninjutsu heritage of Iwa Shin village, coupled with his intellect and theoretical understanding. The complete methodology of the techniques had emerged in his mind. This is truly something to look forward to, Menma declared as he activated the flying thunder god technique. Instantly returning to Konohagakure, without meeting anyone, he headed straight back to the underground laboratory. At the same time, those tracking him lost all traces of their target. What is going on? Tsukikage exclaimed, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The opponent vanished in an instant, escaping our pursuit range, Tsukikage explained, panic evident in his voice. So, he has fled. Daidoku's expression darkened. Old man, the opponent can fly, and their speed surpasses ours, Kuratsuchi quickly clarified. In which direction did they disappear? Daidoku inquired. Not ready to give up. Tsukikage pointed out the direction taken by the shadow clones. The land of lightning. Could it be those brash individuals? Daidoku's countenance darkened again as he followed the direction of Tsukikage's finger. The others remained silent, apprehensive. Could they have developed space-time ninjutsu? Daidoku muttered, reflecting on the battle from that evening. The abilities of the masked man were quite predictable. His space-time abilities could only strike when he was attacking. However, Menma's capabilities had no such temporal limitations, and since he had not come to engage in battle, but merely to collect ninjutsu, they had failed to find an opportunity to attack him. On the other side, after returning to the laboratory, Menma immediately began his simulations, simultaneously producing hundreds of clones. Whenever one clone made progress, it would dispel, while the other clones would continue to advance based on that progress. At that moment, the shadow clone unleashed its most terrifying ability, the simulation of techniques. This was the correct application of the shadow clone, allowing for cultivation and simulation without the fear of falling into obsession. Any insights gained could be transferred back to all shadow clones. An infinite accelerator was established in the underground laboratory. With no concept of time, all Miamas began their simulations, based on the theories from his previous life. Combined with the ninjutsu of this world, Menma's simulation speed was remarkably swift. In the mountains, one remains unaware of the passage of time, in the blink of an eye. A millennium has passed, aptly describes Menma's current state. Immersed in his simulations, he completely lost track of time. Finally, after an indeterminate number of shadow clones had been utilized, Menma successfully derived the technique he sought. The The boy, seated cross-legged on the ground with closed eyes in the laboratory, suddenly opened them, a bright light illuminating the world around him. I did it. The innate divine is within reach today. Menma could not help but feel a surge of excitement as the technique he had envisioned materialized. If everything played out as he imagined, he felt a thrilling anticipation to try it out. The recent simulation has caused an overload in his mind, leaving him in a state of profound fatigue, which provides the perfect opportunity to experiment with the wonders of this particular technique. The method of Tai Shi Tue Bien, akin to a form of sleep cultivation, is based on mimicking the unique state of a fetus within the womb, allowing one's body to undergo a second development and achieve a state of innate sanctity. In this context, the mother symbolizes the world itself, or in other words, the earth, which nurtures the self through the power of heaven and earth. Menma conjured a shadow clone, and the two exchanged nods of understanding. On the floor of the laboratory, Menma curled up, cradling his arms as if he were an infant, lying on his side with a unique magnetic field enveloping his entire being, connecting him to the earth. Menma allowed his mind to relax, entering a state of breathing akin to that of a fetus, anchoring his personal magnetic field into the greater magnetic field of the cosmos, forming a natural barrier akin to the womb. His body, akin to that of a fetus, underwent a second development. With thoughts and emotions set aside, Menma felt a profound connection between his heart and the entire universe. At that very moment, outside, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who was indulging in merriment, suddenly cast her gaze in this direction, her expression becoming somewhat peculiar. What is happening to my body? She pondered, furrowing her brow as she sensed the power within her waning, accompanied by a strange feeling reminiscent of when she was pregnant with 2 children. However, she dismissed it as mere illusion, for she had been sealed and could not possibly be with child. Could it be that she simply missed Ue and the others? Within the underground laboratory, Menma's clone remained transfixed, observing the state of the original through sensory techniques, particularly noting the layer of magnetic field resembling a womb that tightly enveloped the original's body. The natural energy was indeed increasing, just as anticipated. This was a method for cultivating an immortal state. Should the body undergo this second transformation, it would be capable of absorbing natural energy without the necessity of merging with its own chakra, thus achieving a natural immortal body. The clone calculated while jotting down observations in a notebook, contemplating that in a fantastical world, this might equate to a state of innate perfection, with the potential for further cultivation into a truly innate body. Chapter 94, Awakening of Wood Release in the village of Konoha. The sun shone brightly in a clear azure sky, with radiant beams of sunlight bathing every inch of the land, as if draping the entire village in a golden veil. In such delightful weather, the lives of the villagers appeared particularly relaxed and languid. Thanks to the formidable strength and stable position of Konoha, the state of affairs in the shinobi world did not trouble them excessively. There were no frequent outbreaks of shinobi wars, and everyone could enjoy their tranquil and pleasant days. In the warm home of Yamanaka Ino, she gently opened her eyes, sleepily surveying the familiar arrangement of her room before suddenly sitting up with excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! I'm back here." The young lady, known as Yamanaka Ino, found herself amidst a crucial Chunin exam. This examination held immense significance for her. Yet she was acutely aware that, given her current strength, passing the 3rd round would not be an easy feat. Thus, harboring a touch of anticipation, she reflected on this enchanting world. After some contemplation, Ino resolved to take a chance here, hoping to acquire methods and advice for enhancing her abilities from others. She mused, "Perhaps I should seek out Naruto from this world. I wonder if they have a Chunin exam here as well?" With her decision made, Ino swiftly rolled out of bed, completed her morning routine, and after a brief exchange with her parents, hastily made her way toward the residence of Uzumaki Menma. Along the way, her heart raced with both anxiety and excitement, her mind swirling with possibilities. Since her last encounter with Menma, his handsome visage and formidable prowess had left an indelible impression on her. Though she had met Naruto in reality, he appeared somewhat foolish and disheveled, entirely different from the Menma of this world. In the warmly inviting living room of Menma's home, sunlight streamed through the windows, casting dappled shadows across the floor. The aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, where Kushina had just meticulously prepared a sumptuous breakfast. Meanwhile, Minato sat leisurely on a comfortable sofa, engrossed in the day's news from a newspaper. What has gotten into Menma to suddenly take on a village mission? It's been several days, and he hasn't returned, Kushina murmured with concern as she set the steaming breakfast on the table. Hearing his wife's words, Minato set down the newspaper, smiling reassuringly. Don't worry too much, dear. The child is growing up. He needs to venture out and experience the world to grow and develop. Minato had complete faith in his son's abilities, fully aware of Menma's innate talents and capabilities as a father. Moreover, should any danger arise, he could ensure Menma's safe escape using his Flying Thunder God technique. Just as Kushina was about to say more, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the house, shattering the tranquility within. Kushina promptly rose and hurried to the door. Upon opening it, she was met by the adorable figure of Yamanaka Ino, who greeted her with a beaming smile. Hello, Annie. I'm here to see Menma. Is he home? As she spoke, Ino's curious gaze swept over the gentle and beautiful woman before her, and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. So, this is the legendary Uzumaki Kushina. Ino had become well aware of Naruto's true identity in this world through her experiences and interactions. Reflecting on the hardships and struggles Naruto faced in her own world, a wave of indescribable sympathy welled up within her. You must be the young lady from the Yamanaka family. Menma is out on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Kushina recognized her instantly, given the proximity of their families. Oh, then I'll just head back. Ino's face visibly fell with disappointment. Kushina instinctively furrowed her brow, watching the young girl depart, unsure of what to say. Having such an excellent son posed its own troubles. It seemed he had attracted yet another young admirer, which left her feeling rather vexed. Who came by and didn't invite her in for a seat? Minato's voice resonated from within. Kushina closed the door and returned to the room. It was the young lady from the Yamanaka family, Yamanaka Ino. She's a classmate of Menma's, come looking for him. Who else could she be looking for? Ino thought, disappointment lingering in her heart, Menma's handsome face still vividly etched in her mind. In the underground laboratory, Menma trembled slightly, slowly opening his eyes as the magnetic layer dissipated. After yawning and stretching, he had never felt such comfort in slumber. His body was filled with energy, light as a feather, and his spirit felt unprecedentedly at ease. After moving about, he felt as though an inexhaustible power coursed through him. This simple experience of Tai-Chi sleep had transformed him entirely, both inside and out. How do you feel? The clone approached, scrutinizing him from head to toe, unprecedentedly relaxed. From an outward perspective, the body appeared more coordinated, and the overall demeanor had undergone a transformation, alongside an increase in the amount of chakra. The doppelganger observed while drawing conclusions, finding it undeniably beneficial, and to his surprise, he had awakened this ability. Menma extended his right hand, and a small sapling sprouted from his palm. Strange, how did you awaken Mokutan? The doppelganger questioned, puzzled. In this world, there were neither Ashura nor Indra, and Menma was merely a prodigy. Logically, he should not have awakened Mokutan. Yet, inexplicably, he had. I am unsure. Perhaps it is due to the QB within me. Menma mused, stroking his chin. The QB was fused with the trunk of the divine tree, which might be the only connection to Mokutan. Regardless, the outcome surpassed his expectations. The results of this experiment astonished both individuals. The success filled Menma with an unprecedented joy. With this new technique, he could grow stronger with every night's sleep. Moreover, once his body fully matured, he would become a sage in this world. The miraculous nature of the Tai-Chi method not only enhanced the physical body, but also allowed the chakra within to be influenced by the natural energies of the universe, amplifying its potency. With the doppelganger dismissed, Menma exited the laboratory, eager to celebrate with Hinata and others. He had discovered the path to enlightenment. Having undergone a second development, he embodied a preordained divine being, or in other words, a primordial god of this world. With a heart brimming with joy and anticipation, he stepped lightly into the mysterious laboratory. Upon entering, he could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, Orochimaru-sensei. Orochimaru, engrossed in his research, slowly raised his head, a look of surprise crossing his face. Menma, you returned so swiftly. Have you acquired what you sought? Menma vigorously nodded, unable to suppress his exhilaration. Yes, Orochimaru-sensei. And not only that, my experiment was a tremendous success. As he spoke, a smile crept across his lips, as if harboring boundless joy. However, upon hearing Menma's response, Orochimaru furrowed his brow in confusion. Menma? Evidently, he found this answer unexpected and perplexing. Menma continued to explain, "Indeed, Orochimaru-sensei, I truly succeeded. And the results are beyond imagination." His eyes sparkled with confidence. Orochimaru, now grave, inquired, "What do you mean? Have you perhaps mastered the powerful ninjutsu, Doton?" He paused, astonished, setting aside his work and focusing intently on Menma. In response to Orochimaru's skepticism, Menma shook his head, smiling as he said, "Not Doton, Orochimaru-sensei. I have discovered a path to becoming a sage." Orochimaru was taken aback by this revelation, falling silent. Yumi, beside him, wore a shocked expression, and they exchanged glances, both seeing disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. They regarded Menma, who appeared exceptionally pleased, and began to question whether he had experienced something outside that had unhinged his mind. Just then, Menma seemed to sense their misunderstanding and hurriedly added, "Oh no, it's not as you think. What I meant is that I have learned Sage Mode." Upon hearing the word Sage Mode, Orochimaru's eyes widened, and he scrutinized Menma's features but found no signs characteristic of Sage Mode. Menma extended his hand, conjuring a fireball. Orochimaru sensed its terrifying power and recognized a peculiar chakra within it. "You truly have learned Sage Mode. How did you accomplish this? And why are there no signs of Sage transformation?" Menma candidly recounted how he had mastered Sage Mode. Orochimaru was taken aback, sleeping, like a fetus? This defies logic. Although he understood each word, the overall concept eluded him, presenting a surreal experience. The idea of mastering Sage Mode through sleep and mimicking an infant to absorb the natural energies of the universe seemed like a dream to Orochimaru. This method of cultivation lacked scientific rationale. Observing the bewildered expressions of both Orochimaru and Yumi, Menma realized he was speaking to those who could not grasp his perspective, akin to foreigners struggling to comprehend the nuances of Chinese cultivation. They found it difficult to understand his theory of growing stronger through sleep. Nevertheless, Menma's chakra had indeed strengthened, now infused with natural energy. "Is Hinata not back yet?" he inquired. "She is still on her way back," came the response. "Then I will go fetch her. Let us celebrate today." Menma, filled with joy akin to that of an infant, could hardly wait to share his news. With that, he activated the Flying Thunder God technique and vanished from sight. Orochimaru and Yumi exchanged glances, both struggling to comprehend Menma's current state of mind. Chapter 95. The mission to eliminate bandits outside the village of Konoha. A band of enigmatic bandits had recently emerged in the vicinity of Dawang Mountain. In the vast expanse of the shinobi world, the existence of bandits was nothing new, even in a powerful land like the Fire Country. With its sprawling territories and abundant resources, numerous bandit groups lurked among its many mountains. In the face of these bandits, who frequently roamed the forests, the major ninja villages adopted a remarkably consistent approach. They entirely disregarded their presence. This meant that unless there was a specific mission to eliminate bandits, even when encountering such situations, ninjas often chose to overlook them, allowing events to unfold. Understanding the rationale behind this behavior is not difficult. Firstly, while the rewards for eliminating bandits were relatively high, the actual execution often proved to be troublesome and thankless, especially for wealthy merchants engaged in extensive cross-border trade. Traversing numerous treacherous mountains posed significant challenges. Compared to the substantial costs incurred in eradicating potential bandits along the way, hiring powerful ninjas as escorts was evidently more cost-effective. Over time, this practice became a customary trend. Anyone embarking on long journeys would invariably hire ninjas as guards. When bandits detected the presence of ninja escorts within their target groups, they often chose to conceal themselves wisely, avoiding unnecessary trouble and danger. In this instance, Hinata and others were tasked with eliminating a group of bandits who, in their ignorance, had offended a noble. The noble directly issued a mission for their eradication within Konoha. Orochimaru accepted this task. Dawang Mountain loomed like a colossal beast, its towering peaks shrouded in clouds. Its unique and perilous terrain, with sheer cliffs on three sides, appeared as if hewn by the hand of nature itself, instilling a sense of trepidation. The only path leading to the summit meandered like a great dragon, narrow and uneven, making it an ideal hideout for bandits. Dawang Mountain was renowned within a 100-mile radius. Everyone knew of it, for bandits would continually emerge, and when one group fell, another would swiftly take their place. At this moment, two figures stood at the mountain's base, Hinata and Menma. "Should we just charge in?" Menma inquired. Hinata clenched her hands, her face etched with anxiety. Truthfully, she had never harmed anyone, let alone taken a life, throughout her life. This is also the reason why Orochimaru chose this mission. A ninja can only be considered mature after experiencing the brutality of killing. As ninjas, we must adhere to the ways of our kind. Menma spoke seriously. The ways of a ninja? Indeed, it naturally involves assassination and straying from the righteous path. Menma's words were deceptive. I understand now. Hinata immediately grasped the situation, and the two turned towards the cliffside. The terrain was steep and smooth, nearly impossible for an ordinary person to scale. Even a monkey would struggle to ascend such a sheer surface. Yet, one of the fundamentals of being a ninja is to traverse any terrain as if it were flat ground, whether on water or atop a great tree. One must stand firm and engage in battle. Let us proceed, Menma declared, stepping forward to stand sideways on the cliff. What does this have to do with assassination? Hinata couldn't help but comment as she joined him on the cliff. Because it's so cool, Menma replied with a smile. If one possesses the ability, why not display it? The two dashed along the cliff, quickly approaching the summit. At the peak, a bandit dressed in samurai attire stretched lazily, yawning widely as he meandered to the edge of the cliff. He held a finely crafted telescope, squinting his eyes to scrutinize the winding path below. However, to his dismay, there was not a single sight of a fat sheep, which rendered the once enthusiastic bandit utterly dejected. What a strange occurrence. What is going on? Not even a merchant caravan in sight. If this continues, we will be left to drink the cursed northwestern wind. The samurai-dressed bandit mumbled in frustration, wildly waving his telescope and peering left and right, seemingly hoping to find a glimmer of hope along the desolate path. After a futile search, he finally confirmed that indeed no one would pass this way. With no other option, he reluctantly tucked the telescope into his cloak and loosened his tightly cinched belt. Without regard for appearances, he stood atop the cliff, facing the howling wind, striking a pose as if to relieve himself into the gust. Suddenly, a sound cut through the air, a danger instinct flaring up. The samurai bandit barely had time to adjust his trousers before his head was pierced by a kunai. His entire cranium vanishing, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground in a disgraceful manner. Two figures emerged from the mist. This is what you refer to as assassination, Hinata remarked, her brow instinctively knitting together. Killing everyone who sees us. This is precisely what assassination entails, is it not? Initially engaged in a playful game of ninjas, they found themselves in a dire situation when this rogue attempted to urinate from above. Menma could hardly tolerate it, and promptly hurled a kunai back. Menma's kunai was no ordinary weapon. With extraordinary force and the enhancement of wind chakra, its power surpassed that of an armor-piercing round. With the head on the ground now gone, Menma frowned, delivering a swift strike to make the body disappear over the cliff. An alarm sounded. An alert echoed from the mountaintop as the iron blocks were struck, instantly reaching the bandits within the hideout who were indulging in merriment. Menma turned to observe. Atop a wooden tower, a bandit gazed down, his face filled with terror. He too held a telescope, and upon realizing the presence of Konoha ninjas, his expression shifted drastically. Though they were samurai and possessed some chakra, they lacked mastery of ninjutsu. The samurai as a group had fallen into decline in this world, with ninjas reigning supreme. Boss, ninjas are attacking. Run. The vigilant samurai shouted to alert the others in the hideout. A whoosh echoed through the air. A kunai pierced through before anyone could react. The bandit's head exploding instantly, his decapitated body falling. Could you refrain from being so grotesque? Wasn't this task meant for me? Hinata frowned. Her Byakugan reaching a radius of 5 kilometers, her vision continuously enhancing, encompassing the entire mountaintop. The bloody and gruesome slaughter made her feel exceedingly uneasy, as it was her first encounter with such brutality. All right, you take over. Menma recognized that the purpose of this mission was indeed to serve as a trial for Hinata. Instinctively disapproving of the samurai, Menma calmed himself and ceased his actions. Hinata charged forward. At the entrance of the hideout, a group of samurai had gathered. Seeing two mere children outside, the leading samurai breathed a sigh of relief, cursing loudly in an unsavory manner. Menma's gaze turned icy, a kunai appearing in his hand, though he reconsidered and lowered it. Hinata, having overheard, narrowed her eyes, raising her hand. Chakra formed a rapidly spinning disc in her palm. Chi Yuan Zhan, Hinata declared. Her favorite technique and one of her most powerful. With a whoosh, the sound of air slicing filled the air as the chakra-formed disc surged towards the leading samurai. Kill these two brats. The samurai commanded angrily, drawing his sword and enveloping it in chakra, preparing to confront the ninja head-on. Kill them. The other bandits, emboldened by their leader's bravado, drew their swords and charged forward. The disc appeared unassuming yet moved with incredible speed, reaching the leading samurai in the blink of an eye. The samurai assumed a stance, ready to perform a draw cut aimed at the disc, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Ninjas are nothing but trash. Today, you will witness the might of the samurai. As the two forces collided in midair, time seemed to freeze. The Chi Yuan Zhan spun rapidly, slicing through the samurai's long sword, shattering the chakra enveloping it. The samurai had no time to react as his sword snapped in two. A flash of sharpness passed, and soon a headless corpse stood, still gripping half of the long sword. Why does this person seem familiar? Oh, it turns out I'm dead. Awareness began to fade into darkness. Chapter 96. Two variations of would release after unleashing the Chi Yuan Zhan. Hinata's attention shifted to the approaching group of bandits. A ragtag assembly. Hinata frowned as her Byakugan revealed their true abilities. Although they possessed chakra, they were inferior to even a low-ranking ninja. While a low-ranking ninja at least mastered the three body techniques, these samurai could only utilize chakra to enhance their physical agility. And only the strong could wield their swords to unleash chakra-infused strikes. Yet, their power was mediocre, as long as one avoided close combat. These samurai were nothing but garbage in the ninja hierarchy. Hinata assumed a stance and struck. Bagua Kongjong. A massive shockwave surged towards the group. Damn it! Do not underestimate our ninjas. One samurai stepped forth, drawing his long sword to deliver a strike towards the oncoming air currents of the Bagua Kongjong. A thunderous boom erupted as the two forces collided. Damn it! How can this child be so strong? Quick dodge. It was too late. Get down. The scene descended into chaos as several were struck by the Bagua Kongjong, sent flying and already lifeless before they hit the ground. Bagua Lian Huan Kongjong. Hinata's eyes sharpened, remembering Menma's advice to avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. She unleashed a series of palm strikes, swiftly eliminating the remaining samurai in mere moments. Hinata let out a sigh as she gazed at the scene before her, filled with severed limbs and broken arms, and instinctively turned away, unable to bear the sight. Are you all right? Menma approached with concern. It's nothing, Hinata replied, taking a deep breath to regain her composure. Though her face still bore a hint of pallor from witnessing such a gruesome sight for the first time. Let's hurry back. There's good news from the main body. Menma explained, attempting to divert Hinata's attention. What good news? The technique I've been researching has succeeded, significantly enhancing my strength. I've mastered Sage Mode and am eager to celebrate with you. Menma smiled, feeling the joy of the accomplishment as he absorbed the memories. Though it might seem like a small step, every journey begins with a single stride, and this was the foundation for longevity. Sage Mode, Hinata exclaimed in surprise. The concept of Menma's successful technique was somewhat abstract to her, as their worldviews differed vastly. In her realm, only Orochimaru pursued immortality. Others merely sought to live day by day. This was the prevailing mindset. Let us go back quickly. Hinata recalled the last time they spoke of the technique, when her boyfriend's eyes shone with excitement, his vigor and charm captivating. She found herself eager to experience that moment again. All right, let us go. Menma placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, and in an instant, they vanished. As for the tragic aftermath left behind, the natural order would take care of it. Shortly after their departure, wolves and leopards, drawn by the scent of blood, arrived at the scene, eagerly rushing towards the buffet laid out before them. At the entrance of Konoha, two ninjas on guard sat quietly as usual, their gazes somewhat vacant, lost in thought. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and without warning, two figures emerged before them. The abruptness startled the two guards, snapping them back to reality, causing them to tremble involuntarily. Upon regaining their composure and focusing, they expected to see the legendary yellow flash, Namake's Minato, but instead, they were met with an unfamiliar young boy. This boy wore a smile, his bright eyes shining, with his striking red hair swaying in the breeze. Hey kid, you can't just pop up like that. It's quite frightening. Do you not understand basic manners? Kamizuki Izumi could not help but retort upon recognizing him. Hearing this, the boy scratched his head sheepishly and replied, Sorry, uncle. I was in a hurry and didn't mean to interrupt. This boy was, of course, Menma, already a renowned genius in Konoha despite his young age. with his distinctive red hair marking his presence. The other guard, Lao Tai, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, kid. Just get inside already. Don't keep us from our daydreaming. Our guard duty." He shot Menma a glare, clearly displeased at being interrupted. However, as Menma prepared to step into the village, he suddenly turned around and gently placed his hand on Hinata's shoulder. In the next moment, with a whoosh, both of their figures vanished again, as if they had never been there at all. Observing this, Lao Tai could not help but twitch his mouth, muttering to himself, "Umph. Using the flying thunder god is quite impressive," his words laced with envy and jealousy. "Are you envious? It makes tasks much easier. I wonder how many would want to team up with him." At the Konoha barbecue restaurant, Menma and Orochimaru awaited their companions. Swish. A figure appeared at the entrance. The shadow clone dissipating. "You're here." Menma stood and waved as Hinata approached, still carrying a trace of blood and an aura of killing intent. As she walked, Hinata scrutinized Menma, noticing a change in his demeanor. He seemed ethereal, almost imperceptible if not for her focused gaze. "You've indeed grown stronger," she remarked. "Hee. Don't worry. Once it's perfected, I'll hand it over to you all." Menma scratched the back of his head. "Then I shall eagerly await it." Hinata replied confidently, showing no signs of bashfulness, knowing that if Menma continued to grow, she could not fall behind. They joyfully indulged in the delicious barbecue, the charcoal flames roaring, the aroma of meat wafting enticingly. In this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, Menma began to share his unique theories and the arduous journey of his creation. Though this was not the first time she had listened, Orochimaru still found it hard to believe. When Menma mentioned that one could enhance their strength through sleep and absorb natural energy to fortify the body, Orochimaru's brows furrowed tightly, as if confronted with an unsolvable riddle. He was well aware of the dangers inherent in the training methods for Sage Mode, which was precisely why he had abandoned them. Regarding aspects that could be explained scientifically, such as enhancing physical abilities through reinforced cells, Orochimaru could reluctantly accept. However, he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of Menma's seemingly abstract and illogical training philosophy. Unlike Orochimaru, the two girls, though equally confused by Menma's discourse, simply found him remarkable. In their eyes, the notion of becoming stronger merely by sleeping and potentially achieving Sage Mode, eventually rivaling the strength of the Sage of Six Paths, was utterly enchanting. Thus, they both independently concluded that this technique was indeed extraordinary. They eagerly anticipated how powerful they could become if they also learned it. Menma relished the meal, boasting while observing the two childhood friends gazing at him with admiration, a feeling akin to quenching one's thirst with ice water on a scorching summer day. After their meal, Orochimaru insisted on conducting a full-body examination on Menma, as he could barely contain his excitement. The group returned to the laboratory, where Menma was laid on the examination table, thoroughly checked from head to toe. "Incredible. Menma-kun, do you realize just how powerful your body has become?" Orochimaru exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with astonishment at the data in his hands, which was nearly on par with the Senju cells he had been studying. "I suppose I have a sense of it," Menma smiled, feeling as though he had embarked on the path of cultivation, now considered a sage body, albeit different from Hashirama's. "Are you interested in injecting some Senju cells?" Orochimaru inquired. "But I've already awakened wood release, Haven Ti?" Menma replied, puzzled. No. Although you've awakened wood release, I've detected that yours is different from Hashirama's. Yet, you both share commonalities. I'm eager to see how the two types of wood release will manifest. How powerful can they become?" Orochimaru's voice was laced with temptation. Chapter 97. Sage Body Wood Release is a unique ability in the ninja world, derived from the God Tree and inherited by Ashura, flourishing in the hands of Senju Hashirama. With his wood release, Hashirama dominated the world. His abilities could seal, defend, and absorb chakra, boasting vast attack ranges and achieving comprehensive development. After him, wood release became rare, and many coveted its power. However, even with the enhancement of Hashirama's cells, the wood release that others could wield merely sufficed for trivial tasks like landscaping. In this transformative journey, Menma acquired the elusive wood release, a true bloodline limit awakened through the synergy of the divine tree within him and his own elemental powers. Although Menma's wood release pales in comparison to that of Senju Hashirama, it boasts formidable abilities, including the capacity to absorb chakra and assimilate cells. In the dimly lit and enigmatic laboratory, Myanmar's eyes widened in trepidation as he beheld the figure of Orochimaru, a mad scientist seemingly stepped out of a horror film. His pallid visage, shrouded in shadows, emanated an unsettling aura that ignited a surge of fear within Myanmar's heart. Orochimaru-sensei, are you certain your hypothesis is correct? Myanmar's voice trembled slightly. Despite his efforts to maintain composure, an undercurrent of anxiety seeped through. After all, the current state of the embassy appeared rather dubious. The mere thought of Hashirama's immense power sent a flutter of excitement through Myanmar. The ability to effortlessly alter the geographical landscape of an entire nation was an existence beyond imagination. Although he had mastered the art of wood release, the disparity compared to the legendary Senju Hashirama was insurmountable. At that moment, Orochimaru's captivating words reached Myanmar's ears. Fear not, Myanmar-kun. After meticulous comparison and analysis, I have discovered a remarkable similarity between yourselves and those of Senju Hashirama. Moreover, when combined with your previously proposed exquisite theories and my years of profound research, merging these three elements harmoniously alongside the vast reservoir of chakra within you, there lies an undeniable potential to replicate the earth-shattering prowess of the first Hokage. As he spoke, a fervent gleam sparkled in Orochimaru's eyes, as if he had already glimpsed the dawn of success. The anticipation in his gaze burned like an unquenchable flame, too intense to behold. After much hesitation, Myanmar resolved himself, gently licking his dry lips before articulating, "Very well, let us proceed." Though a sliver of doubt lingered in his heart, the yearning for power ultimately triumphed over his fears. In that case, prepare yourself, Orochimaru instructed, turning to retrieve a syringe filled with a green liquid that shimmered with an enigmatic light, radiating an overwhelming vitality. Orochimaru-sensei, there won't be any side effects, will there? Myanmar inquired instinctively, his scalp tingling at the sight of the thick needle. Rest assured, I comprehend your concerns. Such a scenario will not arise. Orochimaru assured him as he approached the experimental bed, aiming for Myanmar's arm and delivering the injection. Myanmar's gaze remained fixed, feeling the icy liquid coursing through his veins, racing towards his heart, and subsequently permeating his entire being. In an instant, a chilling sensation enveloped him, as if countless ants scuttled across his skin, compelling Myanmar to squirm. Endure it, it will soon pass, Orochimaru remarked, stepping back. At that moment, Myanmar's body erupted with an overwhelming surge of chakra. The torrent of chakra surged forth from him like a flood breaching a dam, an oppressive force akin to a mountain pressing down upon an egg, suffocating in its weight. The air distorted violently under the impact of this formidable energy, as if an invisible giant hand were carelessly kneading it. Surrounding objects began to levitate, detached from the ground, floating weightlessly in the air. Control yourself. Myanmar, what is happening? Please, do not falter. In that moment, Myanmar felt as though the chakra within him was a wild stallion, galloping uncontrollably upwards. Being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he innately possessed an extraordinary amount of chakra. Furthermore, having become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, his chakra intertwined with that of the beast, complementing one another. It was no exaggeration to assert that, aside from the legendary first Hokage, few in the ninja world could rival him in chakra. However, with the awakening of the first Hokage's power, Myanmar's chakra experienced an unprecedented surge. This sudden change propelled his already impressive chakra reserves beyond the limits that the Nine Tails could provide, completely overshadowing the beast's chakra and establishing his own as the dominant force. Simultaneously, Myanmar's physique began to undergo a metamorphosis, evolving into that of a sage body. Stay away from me, he gritted through clenched teeth, recalling his prenatal breathing technique. He closed his eyes, striving to enter that state, yet the pain coursing through his cells rendered him unable to achieve it. Myanmar recognized this as a critical moment of transformation. If he could enter the prenatal state, it would herald an unprecedented opportunity for his body's evolution. Employing a secret technique, Myanmar shielded himself from the pain, controlling his magnetic field to form a circular barrier around himself. Dadi Taima, he whispered, invoking the prenatal breathing technique. Orochimaru and his companions, observing from a distance, beheld a wondrous sight, a visible layer of blue chakra enveloping Myanmar's body, cocooning him within. Concurrently, an inexplicable force seemed to connect heaven and earth. As the potent chakra emanating from Myanmar gradually attained tranquility, for the second time, Myanmar entered the prenatal state. allowing the chaotic energies within his body to be harmonized by nature. A surge of powerful natural energy flowed into him, and had anyone adept in sage mode been present, they would have witnessed an astonishing phenomenon, the natural energy within Konoha converging towards a singular direction. Intricate patterns began to manifest across Menma's body, forming bizarre designs that spread throughout him, with the underlying currents of natural energy enhancing his cells and facilitating his evolution. Yet, this extraordinary transformation remained imperceptible to outsiders. Menma, in a state of serene tranquility akin to that of an infant, closed his eyes and relinquished all thoughts. Outside, Orochimaru, captivated by the miraculous scene, found himself yearning to observe further. However, no matter what sensory techniques he employed, he could not discern the specifics of what transpired within. How can I not perceive this? What on earth is happening? Orochimaru fretted, desperate to comprehend the rare occurrence unfolding before him, his curiosity about Menma's condition intensifying. Do not fret, Orochimaru-sensei. This is likely the result of natural energy. I can see the situation within Menma. His chakra continues to amplify, Hinata stated, activating her Byakugan, perceiving everything with clarity. Similarly, Itachi's Sharingan revealed the unfolding events. Only Orochimaru remained in the dark. Is this what natural energy truly is? How astonishing. Orochimaru mused, extending his hands. Feeling the wind rising inexplicably within the laboratory, he understood that it was natural energy, yet it eluded his sight and touch. Menma, trusting in his body's inherent wisdom, ceased to interfere with its choices, believing it would evolve into something more perfect. Concurrently, all his cells underwent regression, expelling vast amounts of chakra that surged through his veins and concentrated within his dantian. This dantian, once a mere lake, now expanded infinitely as torrents of rain poured from the sky. Simultaneously, within his 5 internal organs, unknown transformations unfolded. During his slumber, the principles of the 5 elemental rotations he comprehended continued to spin. The flame within his heart grew stronger as the 5 organs generated divine energy, influencing the 6 hollow organs. However, all of this transpired within him, and Menma had succumbed to a deep slumber, utterly oblivious. Chapter 98. Transformation sleep resembles death. Devoid of thought and resolution, each awakening in life is akin to a rebirth. Yet, for ordinary individuals, the transformations are so minuscule that they remain imperceptible. Time flowed without awareness. As consciousness returned, akin to the creation of the heavens and the earth, Menma opened his eyes and instantly sensed his own transformation. Like a fish in water, the former version of himself seemed to traverse a desert, while now he felt as though he resided within the depths of a sea, his thoughts causing his body to levitate effortlessly above the ground. It was neither magnetic levitation nor wind manipulation. It felt as if he had always possessed the ability to float. Observing his own form, he noted the plethora of impurities and dead cellular tissues adorning his exterior. With a mere thought, a stream of water enveloped him, swirling around his body, and the grime vanished without a trace. Menma, you have finally awakened, Hinata exclaimed as she and Yume rushed over, scrutinizing the floating Menma. How long have I slept? He inquired, feeling as though it had merely been the blink of an eye. A day and a night. Lord Orochimaru has shifted his focus to other research topics, Hinata explained. Menma, you have grown exceptionally powerful. I can no longer sense your aura, Yume remarked, examining the levitating Menma in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that a living person stood before her. Yes, my body has transformed once again. I feel an alarming strength within me, Menma replied. Clenching his right hand, overwhelmed by a fleeting sense of invincibility, a mere illusion brought on by the rapid enhancement of his power. After a brief moment of physical activity, he gradually descended to the ground, returning to normalcy. What changes have occurred? Hinata asked, her excitement palpable. Please wait a moment while I assess, Menma said, closing his eyes to attune to his own essence. First, he felt the heightened vitality of his cells, youthful and brimming with energy. Such robust vitality suggested that even without the Ein seal, he could achieve eternal youth. With this cellular activity, living to 100 years posed no challenge. Then he sensed the state of his inner being, quickly discovering an anomaly, a small flame within his heart, while chakra within his other organs had transformed into distinct, extraordinary representations. A revelation dawned upon him. He had irrevocably imprinted his essence upon the chakra, and from this point forth, he would no longer require hand seals to perform ninjutsu. As for other wondrous aspects, he would need to explore them gradually. In his dantian, a vast expanse of blue ocean lay exaggeratedly. After a brief assessment, he realized that he could manifest the Takoka Butsu solely through his own chakra. It is known that even the first Hokage required the absorption of natural energy to enter sage mode. Yet, Menma could effortlessly execute this feat, signifying the sheer magnitude of his chakra. Furthermore, he had undergone a transformation termed Sage Body in this realm, acquiring 2 additional abilities, Doton and Mokuton. These were not mere ninjutsu, but rather ninjutsu techniques allowing one to traverse freely through earth and trees, akin to the Kage's technique. Once submerged within the earth or trees, his presence would completely meld with nature, rendering him invisible to all sensory ninjutsu and ocular techniques. Gradually opening his eyes, his vision cleared, revealing 2 pairs of luminous eyes, sparkling with curiosity and astonishment, fixated upon him. My transformation is indeed monumental. To express it in terms you might comprehend, my current form has transcended the limits of ordinary humanity, Menma stated calmly. He worried that the 2 might not grasp the profound significance of his words. Thus, after a moment of contemplation, he performed a startling act. He raised his left hand, which instantaneously transformed into an exquisitely sharp long blade, and without hesitation, he struck down upon his right arm. Menma, what on earth are you doing? Have you gone mad? Hinata gasped, her round, cherubic eyes wide with disbelief, as if witnessing the most horrifying scene imaginable. Beside her, Yume was equally horrified, her face blanching with fear as she called out Menma's name in panic. However, before they could recover from their shock, an even more astonishing sight unfolded. Menma extended his left hand, confidently catching his severed right arm, and with blinding speed, reattached it to his shoulder. In that instant, wisps of white smoke billowed forth. As the smoke dissipated, the 2 women were astonished to discover that Menma's right arm was perfectly intact. The gruesome wound vanished without a trace, leaving not even a hint of its previous existence. Hinata and Yume gaped, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. They stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their expressions filled with shock and awe, as if time itself had frozen in that moment. The curse words that Hinata had nearly uttered were forcefully swallowed back down. Is this still human? She stammered, unable to restrain herself from grasping Menma's hand, inspecting it from every angle, confirming that what had transpired was not an illusion. Is this what it means to possess a sage body? Yume recalled the tales Menma had shared about the origins of the 6 paths. At the time, they had felt as though they were listening to a myth, lacking a true understanding of the sage eyes or the sage body. Yet now, witnessing Menma's demonstration, they finally grasped the essence of what it meant to possess a sage body. Just then, Orochimaru, who had recently entered, witnessed the previous spectacle. Reacting quickly, he approached Menma with excitement and disbelief in his eyes. Indeed, you have acquired Lord Hashirama's sage body, he murmured, perceiving this as the perfect specimen for his experiments with Hashirama's cells. Although Yume had also been injected with Hashirama's cells, no sign of their immense power was evident within her. The most alarming fact was her lack of formidable regenerative abilities. In Orochimaru's eyes, she was a failure. Why was Hashirama regarded as the god of the ninja world? While wood release was one aspect, the true strength lay in his physique, extraordinary chakra, and powerful healing capabilities. Calm down, Orochimaru said, gripping Menma's hands. Menma felt as though his arms were ensnared by a cold, slippery serpent, sending a shiver down his spine as he quickly withdrew his hand. Menma-kun, please describe the changes in your body, Orochimaru requested, unfazed, as he prepared for another examination. Having learned from previous experiences, Orochimaru understood that the simplest way to transcend human limitations was to gather the bloodlines of the 6 paths. As an aspiring immortal and scientist, his chosen path was to amalgamate all bloodlines. Orochimaru's personal ambition was to clone a perfect body for himself, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of the ninja world. Now, he seemed to have discovered something even more intriguing. If he could directly clone Menma's body, it appeared he could achieve immediate success. After a series of examinations and explanations, Orochimaru scrutinized the data in his hands, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Incredible! This body has shattered the cognitive limits of ninjas. Immortal recovery, boundless chakra. This surpasses the understanding of any ninja. Is this truly still a ninja? Orochimaru pondered, astonished, unaware of Orochimaru's shifting demeanor. Menma continued to expound upon his theories and deductions. So, your wood release has surpassed that of the first Hokage? Hinata's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Menma, shall we unify the ninja world? Suddenly, Hinata uttered a statement that left Menma momentarily speechless, his previously animated discourse abruptly silenced. He turned to Hinata, incredulous, struggling to comprehend that such words had escaped her lips. Chapter 99. A warm home. Menma was taken aback, his expression slightly dazed, hardly able to fathom that such a statement could come from the mouth of a charming young girl. The ninja world has been embroiled in chaos and strife, with nations vying for power since a millennium ago. The notion of unification appears deceptively simple, yet in reality, no one dares to entertain such thoughts. After all, achieving world unity requires not only unparalleled strength, but also a bold and audacious spirit capable of confronting the myriad challenges of existence. In this realm, no one has emerged with the grand vision akin to that of Qin Shi Huang, nor has anyone successfully illustrated the myriad benefits of unification. Not everyone possesses such lofty aspirations and insights. Most can merely perceive immediate gains and losses. Perhaps in the innocent eyes of Hinata, Menma now possesses extraordinary strength and must demonstrate his worth through action. This is the essence of childhood innocence. Once endowed with a capability or possession, there is an eager desire to showcase it and earn recognition and admiration from others. In Hinata's mind, with Menma's remarkable prowess and exceptional talent, only the feat of unifying the ninja world could truly manifest his unparalleled charisma. Why do you all look at me with such strange expressions? Hinata inquired, scratching her head in confusion, pondering whether she had uttered something inappropriate. Do you genuinely believe that? How could you come to such a conclusion? Menma was taken aback, never anticipating that Hinata would express such an unexpected viewpoint. If you possess the strength to do so, why not act upon it? The Sage of Six Paths did not create the ninja sect. Your power is already comparable to his. Surely, you must do something rather than remain inconspicuous. Hinata's tone reflected her inner thoughts. Oof. Orochimaru was speechless, realizing he had overestimated the young girl. Upon hearing her declaration, he was momentarily startled, suspecting that her burgeoning power had ignited some ambitious aspirations within her. After all, this idea was not without precedent. Uchiha Madara had once voiced a similar concept, only to be thwarted by Senju Hashirama. It was unexpected that the girl merely wished to flaunt her strength. If you desire it, why not give it a try? I am only interested in power, Menma remarked, scratching his head. The notion of unifying the ninja world and assuming the throne was something he had dismissed, primarily due to his lack of attachment to this realm. Moreover, this was a world of illusions, with its inhabitants merely projections from the realm of Akatsuki Kagaya. Even if he were to unify this world, the awakening of Akatsuki Kagaya could very well lead to its obliteration. Can I do it? I can. Hinata's heart raced with excitement. Her inherently restless nature drove her thoughts. Having been a bit of a delinquent in her youth, she often had several followers trailing behind her. The prospect of becoming a queen thrilled her. That should be feasible, Menma contemplated. Given Hinata's current strength, which was already formidable, and the evolution of her eyes, if they could reach the level of Rinnegan, then the unification of the ninja world would not be an impossibility. All right, it is getting late. Menma, you should rest now. Orochimaru interjected, interrupting the group's discussion. He had little interest in world unification. The others had not made an appearance in quite some time, and Menma was under the scrutiny of the higher-ups in the Hokage. Let each return to their own homes. The evening glow blazed like flames, painting half the sky crimson, as if a magnificent tapestry unfolded before them. The streets of Konoha were sparsely populated, with only a few figures hastily passing by, most accompanied by their families, savoring the tranquility and warmth of the evening. On a winding path, a young man and woman walked side by side, Menma and Yumi. By chance, their paths had converged. A gentle breeze tousled their hair, bringing a refreshing chill. Is this world truly real or merely an illusion? Yumi suddenly broke the silence, gazing at the blood-red sunset, slowly extending her hand to touch the rays of light that fell upon her, yearning to feel the warmth of the sun. Finally, she mustered the courage to voice the lingering question in her heart. As Menma ambled along, he halted abruptly at her words, swiftly turning his gaze towards her, a flicker of surprise evident in his eyes. Clearly, he was taken aback by Yumi's inquiry. Ever since awakening this ocular technique a few months ago, I don't know if it's my imagination, but I feel as though this world has become somewhat ethereal, Yumi gently articulated, her voice akin to a whisper in the wind. Imbued with a hint of confusion, her mind involuntarily recalled vivid scenes from another world, those memories so clear and profound that had she not ventured to that realm, she might never have harbored such doubts. Yet, following that extraordinary journey, Yumi began to deeply question the reality of her current existence. Is the world real? Or is she real? Is it due to another world? Menma, perceptive as he was, immediately grasped the underlying reason, though he had previously explained it as a mirrored world. It remained perplexing, akin to how many in the past believed in parallel worlds. If one day parallel worlds truly emerged, individuals would inevitably fall into self-doubt, questioning which world is genuine and which is false, or perhaps all worlds are mere illusions. Indeed, and have you not noticed, Menma, that in this world, you two are somewhat out of place? Yumi turned her serious gaze towards the boy beside her. In the past, when she had observed Menma, she merely sensed a unique aura about him, an ethereal quality reminiscent of a celestial being. However, since awakening her ocular technique and venturing into the unknown, she understood more clearly what that aura truly represented. Feeling out of place, existing in this world yet seemingly isolated from it, was a sentiment he too experienced. When he entered a state of illusion, he too felt that disconnect. Haha, you truly are astute, yet you may be overthinking things. The distinction between reality and illusion is inconsequential. What matters is possessing one's own consciousness, aspirations, and choices. I am real, Menma said, affectionately ruffling Yumi's hair before extending a hand to grasp the air. Yumi, due to her abilities and realizations, harbored doubts about the authenticity of this world and her existence. But upon hearing his words, her heart felt a bit lighter, even though her uncertainties lingered. Menma's gaze drifted forward. When he first arrived in this world, he shared similar doubts. However, upon gaining power and the ability to traverse the ninja world, the distinction between reality and illusion became trivial. Even if he were a being of illusion, a mere phantom in this world, he would leverage his strength to transform the false into the genuine and escape the confines of dreams. Upon reaching an intersection, they paused. Let us return. The fog before you merely arises from the limitations of your vision. Strive to grow stronger, and when you reach my current height, the truth will no longer matter. Menma smiled warmly, waving his hand as he departed, leaving behind a graceful silhouette as he headed home. The sunlight enveloped Menma's back, as if he bore the weight of the sun, illuminating Yumi's path forward. To grow stronger? Yumi murmured to herself, her gaze gradually becoming resolute. Indeed, it was merely her overthinking, regardless of any doubts. It is strength that fundamentally clarifies everything. She resolved to become stronger. The Rinnegan, huh? I wonder if I can awaken it. With this determination, she turned and left. Menma, I'm back. As she spoke, she gently pushed open the familiar door, casually uttering these words as she always did. Welcome back. A bright and excited voice immediately responded, and soon, Uzumaki Kushina came running towards her with a beaming smile. Her eyes sparkled with joy, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Upon reaching Menma, she opened her arms and embraced him tightly without a word. The embrace was so strong that Menma could distinctly feel the warmth and heartbeat of his mother. Cough, cough. Mom, what are you doing? The sudden hug caught Menma off guard, causing his cheeks to flush slightly as he attempted to free himself from her grasp. However, Kushina showed no intention of letting go, instead tightening her hold. Silly child, it's because I haven't seen you in such a long time. I missed you so much. While saying this, Kushina gently ruffled Menma's hair, her tone filled with love and affection. Feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace, Menma initially felt a bit shy, but gradually he relaxed. After all, such familial love always brings immense happiness and comfort. After a while, as if suddenly remembering something, Menma spoke up. All right, Mom, is dinner ready? I haven't had your home-cooked meals in ages. I really miss that taste. Hearing this, Kushina seemed to snap out of her reverie and released him with a hint of apology. Oh dear, look at my memory. I was so caught up in happiness that I almost forgot the meal I was preparing. But don't worry, it will be ready soon. With that, she turned and hurried towards the kitchen. This warm scene brought Menma a sense of complete tranquility. As he had said, the truth of the world was irrelevant. It contained everything he cherished. All he needed to do was one thing: enhance his strength in order to protect all of it. In the following days, the group immersed themselves in their respective training. Menma's rise in power created significant pressure for the others, with Hinata most acutely sensing Menma's strength. After acquiring the ocular power of Akatsuki Kagaya, Hinata's eyes began to evolve, experiencing slight movements as her pupil power fluctuated. For these days, she remained at home, quietly awaiting the evolution of her eyes. Yumi, having just injected Hashirama's cells, awaited her body's adaptation while also studying would-release ninjutsu. Meanwhile, Menma diligently researched ninjutsu at home, never neglecting his training. Each night of sleep served as a session of body refinement, his strength growing almost daily. As for Naruto, the Chunin exams had long been forgotten in his mind. Increasing his power was far more important than causing mischief. However, he overlooked that not everyone shared this sentiment. Yamashiro Ino, the fortunate soul who unexpectedly arrived in this world, discovered that she could utilize her family's secret technique to enter this realm simply by sleeping. Menma had left a deep impression on her. His charm, strength, and gentle demeanor were unforgettable. Coincidentally, the third round of the Chunin exams was approaching, with a month-long pause providing ample time for preparation. Her companions were busy sharpening their skills, and Ino, wishing to grow stronger, sought out Menma, though her luck had not favored her in previous attempts. At that moment, the sun poured over the bustling streets of Kanehagakure, teeming with life and activity. Dressed in a pink dress, Ino walked briskly into Menma's shop. "Hello, Auntie." She greeted Kushina, who was busy with her tasks, her voice bright and melodious, reminiscent of a spring aureole. Kushina looked up upon hearing the voice, and, upon recognizing Ino, her face lit up with joy. "Oh, it's Ino. You're here. Are you looking for Menma?" Ino nodded enthusiastically, replying, "Yes, Auntie. Is Menma home?" As Kushina organized items on the counter, she replied, "He just returned not long ago. He should be at home training." Upon hearing that Menma was home, Ino's eyes sparkled with excitement. "That is wonderful. Auntie, I'll go find him. I have something to discuss." Without waiting for a response, she dashed out like a joyful deer. Watching Ino rush away, Kushina shook her head with a gentle smile. This child was always so spirited. Yet, it was evident from her eyes and smile that she held a fondness for Ino, appreciating her gentle and generous nature, as well as her beauty. Meanwhile, Menma sat at his window, engrossed in a book detailing a ninjutsu. The forbidden technique created by the second Tsukuyomi division could split a person's cells, truly dividing one individual into two. Unlike the shadow clone technique, this resulted in a genuine entity. The split-off person was identical to the original, and should one perish, the original would suffer severe damage, effectively losing half of one's life force and cells. This ability seemed somewhat superfluous, especially with the existence of shadow clones, which rendered it redundant. However, Menma's perspective was broader, quickly recognizing the vast potential of this ninjutsu. The most practical application resembled that of Son Goku from Dragon Ball, where one could split themselves to train separately, ultimately merging back into one, resulting in a significant boost in power. Moreover, critically, his own method of taijutsu required entering a deep sleep, during which one would be oblivious to the outside world. This was akin to being a stone. While rapid progress could be made, one might ponder the meaning of life if training continued in such a manner. Additionally, the taijutsu method could not utilize shadow clones for training, and it appeared Menma had stumbled upon a loophole. Could I utilize this division technique, entrapping half of my body in slumber while the other half remains active? Menma mused, contemplating the possibilities. With his current strength, even with just half of himself, he could dominate the ninja world. This ninjutsu was not overly complex. Its lack of practitioners stemmed from the fact that, for many, the existence of shadow clones rendered it unnecessary. "Menma, are you home?" Just as Menma felt he was nearing a breakthrough, a knock echoed from downstairs. Sensing with his keen perception, he was somewhat surprised by the visitor's arrival. Downstairs, Ino stood nervously at the door, aware that she was about to meet him, uncertain if he remembered her. Just as she raised her hand to knock again, a voice startled her. "Is that you?" Ino jumped, turning to find a young man standing beside her. With red hair, soft facial features, and calm eyes, he exuded a comforting aura reminiscent of jade. "You startled me. How did you get so close? Are you Ino?" Menma tilted his head, his gaze curious. He could discern that she was not from this world, sensing the unique aura about her. After a moment of contemplation, he seemed to grasp the situation. She had discovered how to traverse into this realm. "You recognized me? How did you know?" Ino blinked in surprise. Your demeanor is distinct from others. Are you here for something? Menma smiled. You did not invite me inside to sit for a while. The girl beamed with a bright smile, her sunny disposition radiating an effervescent charm. Come in. Menma gently pushed open the door, and with a soft creak, the scene in the living room unfolded before them without reservation. The entire room was bathed in warm, gentle light, creating an atmosphere that felt exceptionally cozy and bright. On one side of the living room, there was a beautifully framed family portrait. The figures within appeared so lifelike that one might imagine they could converse across the boundaries of time and reality. In the picture, a red-haired woman and a blonde man stood side by side, their faces aglow with happiness and warmth, cradling a rather adorable blonde infant with utmost care. Jingye followed Menma into the room, her gaze immediately drawn to the family portrait. Driven by curiosity, she hurried to the picture and scrutinized it closely, questioning, Is this you as a child? Why do you have blonde hair? Menma smiled gently, explaining, I awakened the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Cultivation is essentially a journey of exploration and development of one's potential. Within every individual lies a myriad of hidden powers, with persistent effort in cultivation and exploration. These latent abilities will ultimately manifest. Upon hearing this, Jingye's face reflected surprise, but she quickly regained her composure, muttering playfully, honestly, I think your blonde hair as a child looks quite charming. With that, she mischievously winked at Menma. In the spacious, well-lit living room, the two sat facing each other. Menma subtly raised his hand, and the exquisite teapot beside him floated into the air as if guided by an invisible force. Gradually, a mass of water vapor began to coalesce in the surrounding air and gently poured into the suspended teapot. Next, Menma extended his right hand once more, and in an instant, a surge of intense energy erupted from his palm, enveloping the teapot entirely. The formerly cold surface of the pot became scorching hot, releasing wisps of steam that curled upward like delicate smoke. In a short while, this steam flowed gracefully from the spout into the waiting teacups. As the hot water filled the cups, the tea leaves seemed to come to life, unfurling and spreading outward. Each leaf released its unique fragrance, and in an instant, the rich aroma of tea permeated the entire room. Menma's series of actions flowed as naturally as a gentle stream, devoid of any hesitation or pause. As if he had practiced this countless times, his skillful artistry could only be described as a true display of gongfu, tea preparation. Watching in awe, Jingye could not help but exclaim in astonishment, How remarkable! This is truly exquisite. Such mastery of chakra control is simply unbelievable. As a ninja, Jingye's eyes widened in shock. She never imagined that chakra could be utilized so ingeniously to reach such an extraordinary level. Enjoy your tea. With a simple gesture, the teacup gracefully floated to her before settling down, the liquid within remaining perfectly still. Your prowess is formidable, Jingye remarked sincerely, realizing that such control was unprecedented and perhaps even beyond what a Hokage could achieve. Now, can we discuss why you came here to find me? Menma smiled while sipping his tea, gazing at her. As he mentioned this, Jingye hesitated slightly. We are currently conducting the Chunin exams, and I would like to request your assistance. Assistance with what, cheating? Menma inquired with curiosity, nearly forgetting the matter at hand. Though he felt the importance of the Tai Sui technique loomed larger. No, please train me. I want to become stronger, Jingye said respectfully, though her true thoughts remained her own secret. Chapter 101. Divided paths faced with the girl's earnest and fervent request. Menma did not hesitate for even a second before resolutely declining her. After all, he was currently immersed in his own rigorous training, having no time to indulge in the childish antics of others. Please, I promise it won't take up much of your time, Jingye pleaded, her voice sweet and soft, as if it could coax water from a stone. However, to her utter surprise, even confronted with such a pitiful and captivating request, he remained unyielding in his refusal. In an instant, her previously radiant face was marred by an unmistakable expression of grievance. Pouting slightly, with tear-filled eyes, she unconsciously resorted to a display of charming vulnerability, hoping to sway the heart of the seemingly unyielding individual before her. Observing her behavior, Menma felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He mused to himself, I had heard that Jingye and Sakura were both hopeless romantics, but I never imagined that even in a different world, Jingye would remain the same. At this moment, merely watching her expressions made it easy for Menma to discern her true intentions. The desire to enhance her strength and seek his training was nothing but a ruse. Enough with the theatrics. The techniques you practice are unique to your clan, and I am afraid I cannot be of any assistance, Menma stated coldly, his expression betraying no sign of emotion. Nonetheless, Jinye was not ready to concede. With wide eyes, she defiantly declared, "No, if you do not agree to my request today, I will not leave this place." With that, she unhesitatingly plopped down onto the floor, reclining in a manner reminiscent of a petulant child. Seeing Jinye's unreasonable antics, Menma's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened slightly. He responded with annoyance, "I have important matters to attend to and cannot waste time indulging you in this nonsense." As he spoke, he turned to begin implementing his plans. Yet, Jinye continued to protest, "No, I refuse to leave." Simultaneously, she rolled around on the ground, disregarding her appearance entirely. Faced with Jinye's obstinacy, Menma reluctantly rose and slowly approached her. Sensing his movement, Jinye instinctively clutched her chest. Her face filled with alarm as she inquired, "What do you intend to do?" To her wary question, Menma replied nonchalantly, "Just sending you home." As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly extended his right hand, striking her before she could react. A strange light burst forth from his palm, enveloping Jinye entirely. In the blink of an eye, the light dissipated, and the once pouting Jinye vanished without a trace. In front of the tranquil and serene entrance of Jinye's home, a peculiar light flickered, and suddenly, a dainty young girl appeared out of nowhere, landing with an unceremonious thud on the ground. "Ouch, that hurts," Jinye groaned, sitting on the ground and rubbing her sore backside. At that moment, a strange sensation washed over her, prompting her to look up and survey her surroundings. To her astonishment, the once busy passers-by on the street had halted in their tracks, staring at her with bewildered expressions. Jinye's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She felt an overwhelming wave of embarrassment and shame, hastily covering her face with her hands before dashing towards her home like a startled rabbit. "How infuriating!" cursed Naruto. "It is all because of you that I am left in such an embarrassing predicament." "Humph, just you wait," Ino muttered silently to herself as she ran. "I shall not give up easily." Meanwhile, after successfully bidding farewell to that enigmatic figure, Menma found himself alone in a spacious, yet somewhat desolate laboratory. Within the vast confines of the lab stood a tall young boy, eyes firmly shut, his expression focused, as his hands continuously shifted through intricate hand seals. He seemed to be wholly absorbed in sensing the surging chakra within him, as if striving to master every subtle shift of its essence. His movements were deliberate and slow. Outside, his form began to blur, separating into another individual, an exact replica of himself. Upon the completion of the ninjutsu, Menma opened his eyes, and the two exchanged an extraordinary gaze. This ninjutsu is truly wondrous. They scrutinized each other, simultaneously releasing their sensory perception, confirming that one had indeed transformed into two. The chakra had divided into two portions. While his strength was somewhat diminished, it was not significant for me. Clenching his fist, Menma offered his assessment. "Is the plan commencing? Perhaps we should wait a moment, or rather, we cannot act in this world." Suddenly, he recalled something and promptly abandoned his original strategy. This world harbored danger. Fundamentally a Jinjutsu realm birthed by Akatsuki Kagaya. The two exchanged a knowing glance, instantly comprehending each other as thoughts, and nodded in agreement. "Let us give it a try." With those words, one Menma stepped forward and vanished. Success. Menma's gaze deepened, as his abilities seemed to take effect, the other half completely disappearing from his perception. Simultaneously, Menma activated his golden finger, instantly vanishing from this world. In the ninja world, they were in the early stages of the third round of the Chunin exams, delayed by the need to accommodate the daimyo and noble officials, with Konoha scheduling the third round a month later. During this time, all the genin were diligently honing their skills. At Naruto's home, the space was empty and somewhat chaotic. In that instant, a spectral figure gradually solidified in the living room. Menma had arrived. He glanced around, confirming he was alone. Truly, the golden finger is remarkable, even in a divided state. It remains operational. He had prepared for the possibility that, post-division, the golden finger would be unusable, especially since powerful ninjutsu couldn't be executed in such a state. To his astonishment, the golden finger proved reliable. However, he was uncertain. Just as he pondered this in his mind, another figure appeared in this world. It was yet another version of himself. Both could utilize it. It appeared the golden finger indeed possessed immense developmental potential, unfortunately. He currently had no means to locate the dragon vein. No need for haste. Attaining sage mode is of greater importance. Which of us shall proceed? Both were embodiments of consciousness, indistinguishable. Thus they exchanged glances. Rock, paper, scissors. They spoke in unison. Upon concluding, both made their moves. The left Menma threw a punch, while the right Menma chose scissors. Very well, it shall be me. What misfortune, yet I shall enjoy a restful slumber. The right Menma expressed with resignation. Go. Have a lovely dream. Menma's form gradually sank into the earth. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. When he felt it was adequate, he curled into a fetal position, lying on his side beneath the ground. From his being, a tree root began to grow upward, breaking through the surface to become a small tree. The magnetic field activated, connecting with the earth, as the entire ground enveloped him like a warm ocean. Akin to a swaddled infant, his body succumbed to slumber, his consciousness slipping into a chaotic state. The state of embryonic breathing commenced. The natural energy from the earth flowed into his body through the unique magnetic field, gradually transforming him. The true sage body. I cannot help but anticipate just how powerful it will ultimately become. Menma lifted his head, his eyes filled with expectation and exploration. This division is splendid, one for cultivation, the other for deduction, one evolving while the other lives. A harmonious balance between entertainment and growth. Since I am here, Menma prepared to sense which step Naruto had experienced. At this moment, in the training grounds of Konoha Onsen, Naruto and Sasuke had arranged to train together. Naruto, are you messing with me? Why can't I achieve what you do? Sasuke glared at Naruto, frustration evident in his demeanor. It's impossible. I am clearly doing it this way. Just look. As Naruto spoke, he formed hand seals once more, and in an instant his chakra manifested as a cloak of tailed beast energy, amplifying his entire presence. So why can't I do it? Sasuke, having activated his Sharingan, meticulously observed Naruto's every action, but no matter how he attempted to mimic, his attempts always ended in failure. This is frustrating, Naruto exclaimed, scratching his head, yet he could not discern the issue. Haha. Hey, are you two boys trying to be funny here? Suddenly, a booming laugh echoed from nearby, causing both to turn simultaneously. Who is it? Chapter 102. Jiraiya's probing. Since you have inquired with such sincerity, I shall graciously enlighten you. I am the embodiment of charisma and strength, a blend of beauty and wisdom, the legendary sage of the toads, Jiraiya. As both turned to face the source of the voice, an unexpected spectacle unfolded. A dense cloud of smoke suddenly erupted, enveloping the air. As the mist gradually dissipated, an enormous toad appeared before them. Even more astonishing was the sight of a peculiar man standing atop the toad's head. This man's posture was extraordinarily odd, his body contorted in ways unimaginable. His voice resonated strangely, as if emanating from another realm, while he muttered bizarre phrases that left one perplexed. This sudden scene left Naruto and Sasuke dumbfounded, and an awkward silence settled over the atmosphere. After a considerable pause, Sasuke regained his composure. Casting a dubious glance at Naruto, he questioned, "Is this guy someone you know?" Naruto vigorously shook his head, wearing an expression of confusion. "I don't know him at all." "Hey, you odd uncle, who exactly are you?" Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, the strange man frowned in displeasure and replied loudly, "Hey brat, how can you be so rude? Didn't I already introduce myself?" Before he finished speaking, he vanished in a flash, appearing right before Naruto. He then raised his right hand and gently patted Naruto's shoulder. Witnessing this, Sasuke felt a surge of alarm, his eyes widening, pupils constricting. The speed displayed moments ago was so astonishing that even his Sharingan could not track the man's movements. Sasuke's nerves instantly tensed, instinctively adopting a defensive stance, ready for battle. "You say your name is Sage of the Toads? What a peculiar name," Naruto remarked curiously. "Fool, my name is Jiraiya." Jiraiya was taken aback by the child's thought process. "Little brat, the ninjutsu you just used is quite remarkable, and the reason this other little brat cannot learn it is that your chakra is too insufficient." Jiraiya gazed at Naruto with keen interest. Prior to meeting him, he had received information about Naruto from the third Hokage and Tsunade, including details regarding the masked man, which piqued his curiosity, especially after witnessing Naruto's white tiger. Such exquisite ninjutsu, even Jiraiya encounters for the first time. Although he is oblivious to the principles behind this technique, having witnessed its application, Jiraiya has discerned both its merits and shortcomings. Its strength is formidable, akin to entering a tailed beast transformation, yet its excessive chakra consumption renders it unattainable for ordinary shinobi. Sasuke's hands instinctively clenched. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was the first time he had been told he possessed insufficient chakra. Compared to ordinary individuals, the Uchiha clan's chakra is not lacking, and when juxtaposed with Naruto, the disparity is stark. Little Naruto, your ninjutsu is quite intriguing. Would you mind engaging in a battle with me? Jiraiya expressed his newfound interest, eager to further explore the wonders of this technique. Battle? Uncle, can you handle it? My ninjutsu is exceptionally powerful. Naruto hesitated, though he was now aware of many things, perhaps influenced by Ashura's chakra. His demeanor began to align more closely with his original character. He had validated the strength of his ninjutsu time and again in combat. Naruto, being somewhat single-minded, found that the white tiger form suited him well. In that state, he need not overthink, as his formidable offensive and defensive capabilities were sufficient to confront any adversary. Fear not, for I am the sage of the toads, Jiraiya declared with confidence. Naruto acquiesced, and the two assumed a friendly stance. As he entered the white tiger state once more, chakra enveloped him, forming the shape of a tiger, exuding a fierce aura. Though it was not his first encounter with this phenomenon, Sasuke could not conceal his envy. Such a powerful mode never failed to astonish. With a mighty roar, the white tiger surged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Jiraiya in the blink of an eye. What incredible speed! Jiraiya marveled, given Naruto's status as a genin. Such velocity seemed implausible without the augmentation of this mode. A tiger paw descended upon Jiraiya, who made no attempt to evade but instead formed hand seals. Ninjutsu Needle Hell. His hair rapidly grew and hardened, enveloping his entire body. As Naruto faced the spiky Jiraiya, he struck without hesitation, slamming his left hand against the hardened hair. An explosive sound resonated as Jiraiya's body was propelled backward. What extraordinary attack and defense! Jiraiya, unharmed, remained focused on Naruto even while airborne. The speed was remarkable, and the defensive capabilities were unquestionable. The special chakra formed a tailed beast cloak around him, allowing him to withstand even ninjutsu attacks, while the offensive power was undeniable. As the white tiger was a harbinger of destruction, one could say this technique was nearly flawless, save for its excessive chakra consumption. Naruto refrained from pursuing Jiraiya, feeling a slight relief upon seeing him unscathed. In this state, he found it challenging to control himself, as his emotions grew increasingly volatile and bloodthirsty. Although he had held back, he still worried about injuring Jiraiya. Don't underestimate this sage. Jiraiya landed and swiftly formed seals, striking the ground. Earth Release, Yellow Spring Swamp. He aimed to ensnare Naruto, transforming the ground within a 10-meter radius into a bog. Naruto's body swayed as though standing on the ocean. Despite having learned to walk on water, the terrifying pull of the swamp began to draw him down. Realizing this, Naruto's agitation heightened, and he channeled more chakra, solidifying the white tiger's spectral form until he appeared as a genuine white tiger. Raising both hands, he struck the ground forcefully, sending dirt flying. Using this momentum, Naruto leapt into the air, landing on the ground like a cheetah, swiftly escaping the swamp's grasp. Jiraiya was astonished, not merely by Naruto's ingenuity, but by the speed of his reactions. The two resumed their combat. Naruto, utilizing the white tiger's combat intuition, countered Jiraiya's ninjutsu attacks through a combination of evasion and sheer resilience. Meanwhile, Jiraiya gradually amplified his attack power, eager to gauge the limits of this technique. After being sent flying by Jiraiya's wind shield, Naruto chose not to close the distance. While airborne, he quickly swung his hands, preparing to unleash another strike. Here it comes. That technique again. Sasuke's eyes lit up, recognizing the power of this ability he had longed to master. A sharp slash aimed at Jiraiya. Jiraiya instinctively dodged. Swish, swish, swish. The ground was shredded into fragments, and Jiraiya's pupils constricted. He can attack from a distance. How formidable! Internally astonished, he recognized that such sharpness could likely slice through even a fireball. The more they fought, the more Jiraiya found this ninjutsu terrifying. To bestow such a powerful technique upon a Jinchuriki, that individual surely harbors ulterior motives. What exactly do they desire? Jiraiya increasingly perceived the suitability of this ability for Naruto. Chapter 103, White Tiger Transformation. Ninjutsu is seldom passed down, A shinobi without a family legacy typically learns only 1 or 2 techniques before death, let alone powerful ones like Chidori, Rasengan, or summoning jutsu, which are exclusively transmitted through bloodlines and mentors. Yet the ninjutsu Naruto now wielded had already attained S-rank potency. To entrust such a technique to a child without any nefarious intent is something Jiraiya found hard to believe. Who is targeting Naruto? Could it be the Akatsuki? A flicker of doubt arose within Jiraiya. Naruto's true identity remained closely guarded, with the only widely known fact being his status as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Thus, it was highly probable that enemies would fixate on the formidable and enigmatic Nine Tails. It seems I must pay closer attention to Naruto's growth and protection, Jiraiya pondered. Yet his actions remained relentless in the face of his formidable opponent. Concurrently, his mind raced with various possibilities. Naruto had indeed matured and was now capable of training alongside him. After all, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, should he lack sufficient strength, he would face immense danger, becoming a target for enemies and struggling to confront any crises that may arise. Acknowledging this, Jiraiya understood the weight of his responsibility and resolved to dedicate himself to nurturing Naruto, helping him to continually surpass himself and become a formidable force in his own right. Meanwhile, Menma had just arrived and was taken aback by the spectacle before him. This is Jiraiya. Why is he fighting Naruto? Menma watched the battle with keen interest. Still a rudimentary application, he mused, observing that Naruto remained in the initial stage. Menma felt a pang of disappointment, recognizing that Naruto's innate talent was exceedingly lacking. Moreover, due to the influences of the third Hokage and others, Naruto's potential was being squandered, leaving his foundations unsteady. Menma's summoning was developed based on the tailed beast chakra model. In the initial phase, the chakra envelopes the entire body, granting one the rudimentary abilities of the 4 divine beasts. However, this is merely the foundation. In the second phase, the chakra solidifies and manifests into a tangible form, transforming into a small white tiger, thus unleashing the true might of this technique. As for the third phase, it exists in his imagination as a hybrid form akin to the devil fruit, where one can truly command the power of the divine beast through human strength. Currently, Hinata, Menma, and others have barely managed to enter the second phase, while Naruto remains stuck in the first, indicating a certain deficiency in his comprehension. Do not resist. Allow me to lend you a hand, so you can personally experience the true power of this technique. Just as the fierce battle raged on, Naruto suddenly heard the familiar and authoritative voice of his elder brother. He paused, a wave of indescribable astonishment and confusion washing over him. However, during this fleeting moment of distraction, Naruto was taken aback to find an unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar consciousness emerging within his mind. Upon closer inspection, he realized that this consciousness was unceremoniously seizing control of his body, preparing to take action. At that moment, the Nine Tails, which had been lurking within Naruto, suddenly became agitated. "Get away from me, you wretched creature." With a deafening roar that seemed to echo from the depths of hell, this furious cry burst forth from within Naruto. The immense power of this outburst momentarily disoriented Menma, nearly forcing him out of Naruto's body. Nevertheless, Menma was no ordinary foe. As a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, he was a true sage. How could a mere half of a Nine Tails easily intimidate him? He quickly steadied his mind and engaged in a thrilling battle of wills with the raging Nine Tails. His consciousness instantly arrived in Naruto's ceiling space, a dimly lit sewer, with the sound of dripping water echoing from above. As he traversed the darkened tunnel, he found himself in an open area, confronted by a massive iron door that towered before him, making him feel like an ant. Behind the enormous door lay a shadowy space, where a pair of gigantic eyes, resembling lanterns, gazed at him, filled with various negative emotions. "Little brat, whoever you are, get out of here at once." Accompanied by the Nine Tails bellow, a tremendous chakra emanated from behind the door. "What is this, brother?" Naruto found himself there as well, his eyes filled with fear, trembling slightly under the immense pressure exerted by the Nine Tails. "What are you doing here?" Menma asked, somewhat surprised, but was quickly interrupted by the Nine Tails war. "It's you again." Menma's gaze shifted to the Nine Tails. Compared to the true Nine Tails, the one within him was significantly weaker in spirit, resembling a mindless beast. "Stay away from this brat." The Nine Tails showed no desire to engage with Menma. Indeed, it was merely a wild beast. Observing the Ninetales' ferocious gaze, Menma understood that he lacked the affinity that Naruto possessed. Watch closely, Naruto. This is an effective method to deal with the Ninetales, Menma declared, as a multitude of dense black chains erupted from his body. An enhanced version of the adamantine sealing chains, fortified for a superior sealing effect, with the ability to absorb chakra. The chains pierced through the iron door, binding the Ninetales securely in an instant. Adamantine sealing chains, indeed. You little brat are from the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki clan deserves to perish. The Ninetales became even more agitated, recalling a moment of humiliation when this sorcerer brought forth an unfortunate existence for it. The first and second Jinchuriki were powerful members of the pure-blooded Uzumaki clan, and in the face of the Ninetales, they chose to confine it as if it were a mere dog, sealing it tightly within, rendering it utterly immobile. It wasn't until Naruto's father, Minato, improved the sealing technique and created the 8 trigram sealing, inspired perhaps by the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails from Kumogakure, that the Ninetales received a different treatment. No longer bound in chains. Yet, Menma's current adamantine sealing chains reminded the Ninetales once again of those unpleasant memories. Brother, how impressive. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Can you teach me? Naruto's eyes lit up, especially upon witnessing the ferocious fox being obediently restrained by his brother, which filled him with envy. We can discuss it later. There is still a battle ongoing outside. Time in the sealing space passed slowly, while only a moment transpired outside. Menma returned to Naruto's consciousness, and this time, with the Ninetales no longer causing disruptions, Naruto's own chakra began to manifest. Though it paled in comparison to Menma's chakra, it surpassed that of most individuals within the village. Pay attention, Naruto, Menma advised. All right, brother. Naruto replied eagerly. During the battle, Naruto suddenly retreated, raising his gaze with a fierce expression that regained clarity. Hey, you lecherous old man. I'm about to up the ante, so don't get yourself killed. Drawing from his impressions of Jiraiya from his previous life's anime, Menma felt favorably towards him and offered a warning. What do you mean, brat? Are you implying that you haven't unleashed your potential yet? You underestimate me. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow in response. Just take a look for yourself, and you'll see. What is happening with this kid? He seems like a different person. For some reason, as Jiraiya looked at Naruto, he sensed a change in the latter's aura. However, at that moment, time was of the essence, leaving no room for contemplation. Suddenly, an exceptionally unique and chilling pressure began to emanate from Naruto's body, continually radiating outward. This pressure surged like a roaring tide, swiftly spreading in all directions, causing the air itself to feel as though it had solidified in its wake. Both Jiraiya and Sasuke felt this formidable aura simultaneously, their gazes instinctively drawn toward Naruto. In an instant, their pupils constricted, as if witnessing something extraordinarily terrifying, their faces betraying deep astonishment. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's unbelievably powerful. Sasuke's pupils widened, his previously calm demeanor now overtaken by shock. His eyes brimmed with disbelief, as if everything unfolding before him had utterly surpassed his understanding. Furthermore, he found himself perplexed. Having known Naruto for so long, why had he only now witnessed such formidable ninjutsu? Could it be that Naruto had been concealing hidden strength all along? This thought stirred a wave of intense unease within Sasuke. Chapter 104. Jiraiya's acknowledgement in the expansive and open training ground. A powerful aura akin to a roaring tide surged outward. At this moment, Naruto stood transformed, resembling a completely different entity. His entire being was enveloped in a layer of snow-white chakra, swirling gracefully like ethereal mist, coalescing into a colossal white tiger, towering at 2 meters in height. This magnificent creature boasted powerful limbs and claws that glistened with a chilling light, slightly hunched, poised to pounce. Every hair on the white tiger stood erect, brimming with boundless strength, while its blood-red eyes exuded a terrifying ferocity that sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief. He murmured to himself, what kind of mysterious and unfathomable ninjutsu is this? The transformation into a tailed beast? The astonishing aura unleashed in this moment is nothing short of remarkable. One must understand that such a terrifying pressure and state was something Jiraiya had only witnessed in those formidable beings who had successfully transformed into Jinchuriki. Currently, Naruto's prowess is nearly indistinguishable from his own four-tailed transformation. In essence, Naruto has utterly metamorphosed into an incredibly fierce, small white tiger, possessing an undeniable combat strength that commands respect. In this form, both his offensive and defensive capabilities have transcended those of a mere human. Were it not for his formidable willpower, he would be susceptible to the malevolent aura of the white tiger. As the white tiger gathered its energy, a flash of white light cut through the air, and in an instant, it lunged towards Jiraiya. The claws carved through the air, releasing 10 streaks of white light, the sharpness of which alerted Jiraiya to the imminent danger. His expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively retreated, despite his swift movements allowing him to evade the strike. The razor-sharp aura grazed his clothing, leaving 5 shallow marks of blood across his chest. Such overwhelming power, and the speed has increased further. Jiraiya was astounded, but more so by the creator of this ninjutsu. He realized that this technique mimicked the abilities of the tailed beasts, perfectly suited for a Jinchuriki. Of course, Jiraiya's contemplation was valid, yet it must be noted that the original was derived from the divine masks, drawing from celestial powers. Although this world lacks the legend of the 28 constellations, the 4 great sacred beasts do exist within its lore, giving rise to the current 4 summoning techniques. However, an ordinary individual is limited to mastering but one, for learning more would be futile without sufficient chakra. Jiraiya resolved to stop underestimating his opponent and began to fight with all his might, swiftly forming hand seals. He expelled a copious amount of toad oil, coating the ground in a layer of yellow grease. Yet, for Menma, this was of little concern. With a mere thought, a pair of white wings sprouted from his back. How can this be? Is this the white tiger? At this moment, the well-versed Jiraiya recognized this legendary creature. With such recognition, Jiraiya acknowledged that he would need to brace himself against this attack. After identifying the white tiger, Jiraiya focused intently, forming hand seals to unleash a fire technique. Coupled with the toad oil on the ground, a towering inferno erupted skyward. Brother, such a massive fire, get away. Naruto had never witnessed such a terrifying fire shield. His consciousness in a frenzy. What is there to fear? Calm down. Menma remained unfazed, and the white tiger inhaled deeply, roaring at the sea of flames below. A whirlwind erupted from its mouth, drawing the fiery tempest into a spectacular fire tornado that connected heaven and earth. This breathtaking scene captured the attention of many onlookers, who marveled at the strength and range of this ninjutsu. Incredible. Brother, how did you achieve this? Naruto watched in awe. The ability to adapt and evolve in battle is something that cannot be taught. It entirely depends on one's own understanding. The 2 combatants engaged in a fierce clash once more. Menma exhibited extraordinary control, bolstered by the power of the white tiger. Attacking like a tempest while defending like an unyielding shield, truly a paragon of offense and defense. On the other side, Jiraiya, a seasoned warrior, possessed an unparalleled wealth of combat experience. Be it physical techniques, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, even the rare art of sensory ninjutsu, he mastered them all. Moreover, he skillfully integrated his unique ninjutsu into the battle to withstand the might of the white tiger that Naruto had become. The thrilling confrontation left Sasuke, a spectator, utterly mesmerized. Especially the white tiger that Naruto had transformed into an invincible force on the battlefield. It disregarded any attacks from foes, rampaging through the ninjutsu like a streak of white lightning. Various techniques struck it, yet they were no more impactful than an ant attempting to shake a tree, failing to inflict even the slightest harm, let alone breach its impenetrable defense. At that moment, Sasuke felt a stirring within. If he could master this technique, he might stand a chance even against Itachi. The thought excited him further. He was determined to learn this ninjutsu. Mastering this technique would mean true invincibility, enabling him to disregard any ninjutsu, especially considering the inherent vulnerability of ninjas. I must find that masked man. Unable to glean knowledge from Naruto, Sasuke's gaze flickered as he recalled the masked figure. As the battle unfolded, both sides involuntarily paused, and Naruto's chakra began to dissipate. Indeed, quite impressive. I have never witnessed such a powerful ninjutsu. This technique suits you perfectly, Naruto. Jiraiya, having experienced it firsthand, did not shy away from expressing the truth regarding the might of this ninjutsu. Brother, you will come to watch the Chunin exam, right? In Naruto's mind, sensing his brother's impending departure, he spoke urgently. Despite many warning him that the masked man was not to be trusted, Naruto remained indifferent. In his weakest, most helpless moments, It was this brother who aided him, ensuring he was fed and teaching him ninjutsu. Those who have never known hunger cannot comprehend the greatness of those who offer to share a meal, especially during the innocent times of childhood. Thus, regardless of others' disparagement, Menma held the utmost significance in Naruto's heart, revered as an elder brother. He yearned for his brother to witness his efforts and strength. I will strive diligently. Call upon me for the third exam, and I shall be there. Menma's figure vanished, yet his voice echoed in Naruto's mind. Rest assured, brother, I will certainly endeavor. Naruto was exhilarated, resolved to train earnestly from this moment forth to showcase his progress to his brother. Opening his eyes, he found the white-haired elder standing before him. Naruto, how do you feel? Any issues? Jiraiya, having not heard Naruto speak for a while, approached with concern. Thank you, white-haired uncle. I am perfectly fine. Naruto possessed a keen sensitivity to the emotional shifts of others, effortlessly discerning that this elder bore no malice towards him. The white-haired elder smiled and said, little one. Judging by your demeanor, you are preparing to participate in the third Chunin exam, correct? Would you like me to offer some guidance? Naruto's eyes brightened instantly, excitedly inquiring. Teach me? What will you teach me, uncle? Jiraiya's lips curled into a sly smile as he lowered his voice to speak mysteriously. Hehe. I have mastered an exceptionally powerful ninjutsu. Are you interested in learning? Upon hearing this, Naruto's enthusiasm surged, eagerly pressing for details. A powerful ninjutsu? What kind of ninjutsu is it? At that moment, Jiraiya wore a mischievous expression, akin to a rogue uncle tempting a little girl with candy, and continued to entice. This ninjutsu is far superior to any you currently possess. Hearing this, Naruto's curiosity was piqued, his eyes widening in anticipation as he pressed, What ninjutsu? Please tell me. Seeing Naruto's eagerness, Jiraiya felt a sense of triumph as he cleared his throat and slowly declared, This is the summoning technique. It allows one to summon extraordinarily powerful beasts to assist in battle through a special series of hand seals. How does that sound? Isn't it enticing? Chapter 105, Mingren vs. Ningxi. Sasuke's lips quivered slightly, yet he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts, as if an invisible force had constricted his throat. At that moment, a low, mysterious voice echoed suddenly in the depths of his mind, like a ghost. You wish to grow stronger. This unexpected utterance sent a shiver through Sasuke's body, prompting him to instinctively glance around, yet his gaze met only emptiness. However, that voice was all too familiar to him. It belonged to the masked man he had longed to pursue relentlessly. Without needing to speak, I know what your heart desires. You wish to grow stronger, correct? The masked man's voice resonated again, imbued with an undeniable authority. Sasuke nodded without hesitation, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Excellent. In that case, I shall impart to you an extraordinarily powerful ninjutsu. The white tiger technique I taught you previously was not particularly suited for you. This time, remember it well. Before his words faded, an enigmatic light flashed, as the masked man seamlessly utilized the unique secret arts of a clan within the mountains, pouring forth the summoning technique of the phoenix into Sasuke's mind like an unending tide. Devote yourself to mastering this technique, and do not disappoint my expectations. I eagerly await your future performances. With the last of his words dissipating, the masked man's voice vanished as abruptly as it had arrived. Sasuke stood silently, eyes closed, intently absorbing the flood of knowledge and skills related to the phoenix ninjutsu that surged within his mind. Upon reopening his eyes, he murmured to himself, It seems the phoenix can hardly wait to commence the training of this newly acquired, formidable ninjutsu. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, and he cast a glance at the two individuals who had moved further away, a cold scoff escaping his lips. Once he completed his training, he would undoubtedly make them see him in a new light. Time slipped away like a gentle breeze, fleeting and ephemeral, as the days of intense practice passed by swiftly. At this moment, the eagerly awaited third exam commenced as scheduled. In the village of Mai, the atmosphere was vibrant and bustling, teeming with people. The streets were alive with a constant stream of passers-by, merchants, and nobles, laughter and chatter filling the air, especially at the venue for the third exam. The crowd had gathered tightly, every seat occupied. It was here that Menma made a quiet entrance, skillfully employing the transformation technique to disguise himself as an ordinary human. At that moment, he appeared as an innocent child, untouched by the world, filled with boundless curiosity about his surroundings. His bright eyes darted around, eager to take in the novelty of this vibrant world. Having mastered the wood release, a significant portion of his chakra had successfully transformed into natural energy. This sage chakra was exceedingly unique, imperceptible to ordinary ninjas, allowing him to stride confidently through the crowd without fear of exposure. After casually scanning the area, Menma swiftly located an empty seat in the front row and proceeded to sit down without hesitation. The layout of the exam venue resembled that of an ancient Roman Colosseum, circular in structure. While sitting in the front row offered a clearer view, it also posed greater risks. Only those with considerable strength and reflexes dared to choose such a position, while the pampered nobles, officials, and wealthy merchants typically opted for the safety of the last row. This place is quite dangerous. You might want to sit further back. A little girl with her hair styled in buns approached him, offering a kind warning. Dressed in a chi pao, she exuded beauty and grace, and her Chinese-inspired attire provided a refreshing contrast in this peculiar ninja world. She was Tian, one of the 12 little strong, a true commoner ninja. Thank you, miss. I simply wish to see clearly, Menma replied with a smile, his aura radiating comfort. Tian hesitated. Sitting in the front row was indeed perilous for an ordinary person, but Menma's presence made her feel at ease. With her kind nature, she couldn't bring herself to speak harshly, so she silently stood by. The first exam featured Mingren against Ningxi. Do you mind if I sit here? The first match is between my companion. Tian smiled, hoping to lend assistance, thinking she might help shield him from danger if needed. Suit yourself. Menma recognized her intentions and reflected on her kindness, while the others behind him regarded him as if he were a fool. Where are you from? Did you come specifically to watch the Chunin exam? Tian, a lively girl, felt relaxed in Menma's presence and wished to engage in conversation. Indeed, I traveled all the way from Inrin village. Menma fabricated a lie. As they chatted casually, important figures began to appear on the platform, including the 4th Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage. Menma took note of the two on stage. I thought I had already transitioned to the 5th Hokage, Tsunade. Why is it the 3rd Hokage instead? Menma quietly inquired of the girl beside him. I heard that the 5th Hokage entrusted the entire Chunin exam to the 3rd Hokage. Tian explained in hushed tones, glancing around. Oh, how disappointing. I came specifically to witness the remarkable strength and beauty of Tsunade. I wanted to see her in action. Menma expressed, his disappointment genuine. He had heard of Tsunade's prowess and beauty, and he wished to compare her to the Tsunade from the infinite Tsukuyomi world, who bore a stark contrast in both demeanor and appearance. Tian chuckled at his boldness. While many held such sentiments, he was the first to voice them so directly, proving himself to be quite an interesting individual. As they continued their pleasant conversation, the events in the arena unfolded according to their destined course. With the matches drawn, the first exam was set, Vortex Mingren versus Hyuga Ningxi, with Moonlight Shippuden serving as the examiner. As the first match commenced, the two contestants took the stage. Vortex Mingren strode in with a lively step, his head turning as he eagerly scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for a familiar figure. At that moment, upon spotting Mingren, Menma quickly rose, vigorously waving his arms and shouting, "Go Mingren!" Although Mingren had not initially seen his older brother, he felt a pang of disappointment, his expression visibly downcast. Yet, upon hearing that encouraging and supportive call, warmth surged within him, reigniting his fighting spirit and confidence. After all, among the myriad spectators, only this individual had offered him the most heartfelt support. Mingren's face flushed with excitement, his eyes sparkling with fervor as he leaped up like a lively little lion, shouting, "I will definitely defeat my opponent. I aim to become Hokage." Menma couldn't help but twitch his lips at Mingren's grand declaration, inwardly murmuring, truly deserving of a protagonist from a spirited anime, always so fervent. However, for some inexplicable reason, the phrase to become Hokage struck him with an odd sensation. Currently, the Hokage is Tsunade. Does this not imply that one must aspire to be Tsunade's man? Upon contemplating this notion, Menma could not help but shake his head, a teasing smile gracing his features. Do you know him? Tian inquired, glancing between Naruto in the arena and those around her. I do not know him. I merely have faith in this blonde-haired lad, Menma replied with a chuckle. Haha, your judgment seems rather flawed. The one he is up against is my comrade, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Niji. Tian retorted, confidence evident in her tone when speaking of her companion. Let us await the outcome, Menma said. Choosing not to elaborate further, a black-haired, wide-eyed youth approached with an impassive expression, and both combatants took their positions. The referee proclaimed the commencement of the match. Naruto, concede. You are undoubtedly no match for me, Neji declared. Neither made the first move. Instead, they exchanged verbal jabs. You despicable scoundrel. You are the one who injured Hinata so grievously. Today, I shall teach you a lesson, Neji retorted. She was merely overestimating her abilities. One cannot resist the whims of fate, he added, his expression blank, harboring thoughts known only to himself. Isn't she your sister? Why strike her with such ferocity? Naruto queried. Still oblivious. Why? Because this is destiny, Neji responded, his gaze flickering momentarily at the mention of his sister before returning to a calm demeanor. Are we going to fight or not? Let's get started. Naruto urged impatiently. Yes, let us commence. Enough of this idle chatter, Tion chimed in, determined to see Naruto defeat the arrogant opponent. As the spectators grew restless, urging the combatants to engage, Menma overheard their exchange and perceived Neji's words as pretentious. What infuriated him most was the way Neji vented his animosity towards a young girl, and even more so, his own sister, who was kind-hearted. Regret washed over him. Had he known that the battle would feature the spirited Hinata, he was certain she would have made Neji truly understand her prowess. Suddenly, a voice rang out in encouragement, reaching Naruto's ears. Instinctively, Naruto turned, giving a thumbs up, signaling all was well. Opening. In that fleeting moment, Neji seized the opportunity, employing the body flicker technique to appear before Naruto in the blink of an eye, delivering a gentle fist strike. The blow landed squarely on Naruto's chest, sending him hurtling backward. You scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Naruto exclaimed midair. I landed a gentle fist strike, yet you remain unscathed, Neji remarked, incredulity flashing across his face. Chapter 106. Abandoning the gentle fist. The physique of the Uzumaki clan, coupled with the unique chakra of the summoning technique, gradually enhanced Naruto's body, rendering his strength beyond that of an ordinary individual. Adjusting his angle mid-flight, Naruto propelled himself off the wall, returning to the arena. In the air, he activated the White Tiger Divine technique, enveloping himself in chakra, transforming into a tailed beast cloak. What immense chakra! What kind of ninjutsu is this? The spectators, witnessing this unprecedented ninjutsu for the first time, were awestruck, including the elite shinobi observing from the stands. What is this ninjutsu, Kakashi? I have never seen it before. Asuma remarked, curiosity piquing as he turned to Kakashi. I'm uncertain, perhaps it was taught by Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi replied dismissively, aware that information about this technique had been classified, known to only a select few under strict orders of silence. Nevertheless, this chakra is truly remarkable, remarked Yuhi Kurenai, unable to contain her admiration. After all, he is of the Uzumaki clan. As the battle commenced, Naruto quickly learned that Neji's gentle fist strikes, aimed at his chakra cloak, were rendered ineffective against his defenses. In contrast, Naruto's straightforward attacks breached Neji's defenses effortlessly. What impressive ninjutsu, Tion observed, a hint of envy in her eyes. Your companion is on the verge of defeat, Menma stated, having underestimated Naruto's strength. Tion struggled to believe that the genius Neji was being overwhelmed by someone considered the underdog. Upon witnessing Naruto's prowess, Orochimaru observed the technique with intrigue. Third Hokage, Konoha truly possesses a wealth of talent. Whose ninjutsu is this? It is undeniably formidable, he inquired, convinced that he was familiar with every ninjutsu in Konoha. Oh, this is a secret of the village. I cannot divulge it, the third Hokage replied with a smile. Orochimaru simply smiled in return, remaining silent. Concede, Neji. You cannot breach my defenses, Naruto declared, pride evident as he mirrored Neji's earlier taunts. Neji, hearing these words, felt a surge of humiliation, his face flushed with anger. This cannot be. I refuse to accept it. Why is this underdog so powerful? How does he possess such extraordinary chakra? Neji's mind raced, and he resolved to charge once more, unleashing the 8 trigrams 32 palms. Each strike landed upon Naruto, but they merely struck his chakra shield, failing to reach his vital points. Menma, observing the scene, felt a flicker of pity for Neji. Despite his proclamations of fate, he was the one most resistant to its course. What do you mean? Tion asked, drawn in by Menma's words. His defeat is all but assured. They have no means of breaking through Naruto's defenses, Menma replied. But there is still a chance. This technique consumes a great deal of chakra. If he continues to deplete Naruto's reserves, Neji might still prevail, Tion countered. That may hold true for an ordinary individual, but Menma refrained from finishing his thought. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, Neji lacked the ability to exhaust Naruto's chakra unless the battle extended for an entire day and night. The Uzumaki clan's chakra was inherently abundant and recovered swiftly. Complemented by the chakra leaking from the nine tails within Naruto, he had no fear of a war of attrition. As the battle resumed, Neji continued to struggle against Naruto's defenses, only to be sent flying by a swift tail swipe. Why? How can an underdog possess such powerful ninjutsu? Neji's frustration boiled over. Feeling unjust that his mastery of the gentle fist had been self-taught while others achieved greatness with ease. In that moment, Neji's mentality began to unravel. Undeterred, he charged forward once more, and just as the spectators anticipated another defeat, Neji halted, chakra swirling around him as he began to spin. 8 trigrams, return heaven. Neji finally revealed his trump card. Caught off guard, Naruto's claws struck the defensive technique, propelling his body backward. Witnessing this unfold, the crowd's excitement surged. Go, Neji! Tion could not contain her enthusiasm, cheering for him. Futile. This is merely a defensive maneuver and consumes a significant amount of chakra, Menma interjected, dousing her enthusiasm with a dose of reality. I believe in Neji. Go, Neji! The cheers of Lee and Guy echoed from above, encouraging their friend amidst the cacophony of the enthusiastic crowd. These individuals possess a mere superficial understanding of the intense combat unfolding before them, rendering them incapable of accurately assessing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. Nonetheless, they exhibit a straightforward and direct method of expressing their allegiance. Upon perceiving one side seemingly at a disadvantage, they unhesitatingly rally together to offer their vocal support. In that fleeting moment, a deafening roar of cheers erupted throughout the venue, as the entire assembly inexplicably began to rally for Ningxi. This surge of enthusiasm transformed into an overwhelming force, continuously flowing towards Ningxi, who stood resolute at the center of the battlefield. At that moment, Ningxi lifted his gaze slightly, allowing it to sweep across the surroundings. He first caught sight of the members of the Zongjia seated high in the stands, each maintaining a composed demeanor, their faces devoid of expression. His gaze then shifted to his sister, Hua Tian, and his younger sibling, Hua Hua. Observing this scene, an inexplicable emotion swelled within Ningxi. Even if fate has predetermined my loss, I refuse to succumb, especially not to this underachiever. It is peculiar that, despite recognizing the formidable opponent he faced, Ningxi was unwilling to concede defeat. The thought of battling against someone often regarded as the weakest, Naruto, intensified his determination. As the gentle fist technique lost its efficacy, he resolved to abandon it entirely. Ningxi clenched his teeth, solidifying his resolve. After careful contemplation, he made the momentous decision to relinquish the gentle fist techniques he had mastered in favor of employing a more fitting approach against this formidable adversary, his steel fist. Under such pressing circumstances, Ningxi found it imperative to reassess his abilities and ultimately recognize that the only means to alter the course of battle lay in the formidable might of his steel fist. Although his mentor was Might Guy, Ningxi had never truly practiced the steel fist technique. However, frequent training sessions with Xiao Li and others had endowed him with an understanding of its application. As Naruto rose once more, he remained unfazed by the blows he had endured. Yet this time, Ningxi charged forward with clenched fists, his stance entirely transformed. With a bow stance and agile movements, aided by his Byakugan, he deftly evaded Naruto's attacks. Chakra surged in his right hand as he delivered a powerful punch to Naruto's chest. The impact reverberated, causing Naruto to stagger back several steps. It works. Ningxi's eyes brightened at this sight. Seizing the opportunity, he leaped into the air, executing a Konoha hurricane. Coupled with the chakra burst technique he had just comprehended, chakra erupted from his body's chakra points, amplifying the strength of his attacks. Incredible, Ningxi. This is youth. Youth must embody the spirit of never giving up. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with pride, tears welling as he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. This is the steel fist. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. A genius from the Hyuga clan had forsaken their gentle fist to embrace the steel fist. This realization prompted the onlookers to glance towards Hinata's father, Hyuga Hayashi, eager to discern his thoughts. However, they were met with disappointment as Hyuga Hayashi exhibited no expression, silently observing the battle below. As the fierce confrontation persisted, the long-held knot within Ningxi's heart gradually unraveled and was released. In this moment, his steel fist wielded an unstoppable, thunderous force, each punch seemingly infused with a torrent of chakra that instilled fear in onlookers. On the stands, a hint of astonishment flickered across Myanmar's face. He murmured to himself, to utilize the Kaiten technique so skillfully to enhance the power of the steel fist. The genius of the Hyuga clan truly lives up to its reputation. In such a short span of time, he had swiftly adapted and devised a countermeasure. Upon hearing this, Tian expressed astonishment, never expecting Myanmar to possess knowledge of the Kaiten technique. However, before she could delve deeper into this revelation, the breathtaking clash on the battlefield captured her undivided attention once more. Ningxi's martial prowess grew increasingly adept and fluid as he artfully integrated the Kaiten technique, allowing chakra to surge forth from his body. This chakra, propelled by the reactive force of the Kaiten, further intensified the might and impact of his steel fist. Faced with such a fierce onslaught, Naruto found himself momentarily subdued, forced into a defensive stance. Despite exerting every ounce of effort to turn the tide, he ultimately fell short. What a pity. This is merely a last-minute scramble, Myanmar remarked with a gentle shake of his head, sighing. It was evident to him that while Ningxi had temporarily gained the upper hand, sustaining this advantage would likely prove challenging. What do you mean? Tian questioned, unable to grasp the implication. To her, it seemed Ningxi had clearly gained the upper hand and should persist to defeat Uzumaki Naruto. This is merely a spontaneous decision lacking practical experience. Even if he can unleash great power, his body cannot endure it. Look at his hands, Myanmar indicated. Tian's pupils dilated as she suddenly realized the grave detail she had previously overlooked. Upon closer inspection, she observed Ningxi's hands, a gruesome sight marred with blood and flesh. Unlike the gentle fist, which emphasized technique and finesse, the steel fist demanded unwavering willpower and physical prowess, honed through years of relentless training. In contrast, Naruto's innate defensive capabilities were remarkably high, akin to an impenetrable fortress. Thus, whenever Ningxi's fist struck Naruto's form, it felt as though he was hammering against unyielding steel. Although the impact was sufficient to send shockwaves through metal, Ningxi's hands could scarcely withstand the tremendous recoil. At that moment, blood dripped steadily from the ground, producing a chilling sound that resonated in the silence, gradually drawing the attention of the once enthusiastic crowd, who now bore witness to this harrowing spectacle. Consequently, the cheers began to diminish, ultimately succumbing to an eerie silence. Is that young man with the Byakugan pushing himself too hard? Someone murmured quietly. Is this what they call the spirit of a ninja? Another person whispered in astonishment. It is merely an examination. Why must they exert themselves so? Another questioned, filled with confusion. As murmurs spread, gazing at Ningxi's battered hands and his unwavering determination, the crowd felt a profound shock. They could not fathom the resilience required to continue striking with such injured hands. I cannot lose. I absolutely cannot lose. At this moment, Ningxi had completely succumbed to madness. Oblivious to the pain in his hands, his eyes ablaze as he fixated on Naruto. With each punch he threw, blood splattered from his arms. Damn it, what are you doing? Naruto noticed his opponent's fervor. You cannot breach my defenses. Are you conceding? Ningxi gritted his teeth and swung once more, landing a blow on Naruto's defenses, forcing him back several paces. Yet the outer layer of the White Tiger's illusion showed no signs of faltering. If that is the case, do not blame me for being rude. I will never yield. Naruto formed hand seals, unleashing the multi-shadow clone technique. Instantly, dozens of Narutos appeared, each cloaked in the protective guise of the White Tiger. This scene astonished everyone outside the arena. What kind of joke is this? He possesses such a vast amount of chakra. Could it be that he has not experienced any depletion? This chakra level is truly beyond limits. Indeed, the Uzumaki clan lives up to its reputation. Even the third Hokage, observing from the high platform, was momentarily taken aback by this display. After battling until now, to still possess such an immense reservoir of chakra is remarkable. The multiple shadow clone technique is a particularly unique ninjutsu in this world, allowing chakra to be evenly distributed among clones, rendering them indistinguishable from the original. Until now, no method has been discovered to discern the true body among the clones. Neither Byakugan, Sharingan, nor Rinnegan can unveil the original, which underscores the potency of this technique, although some skilled individuals may deduce the truth through experience. With Naruto's clones in play, the battle finally came to a close. Neji faded away like a fish out of water. Despite his efforts, he succumbed to the underdog, Naruto. In the center of the battlefield, the smoke cleared, revealing Naruto's clones had vanished completely. On the ground, the Byakugan youth lay there, staring blankly at the sky, his forehead protector having fallen away, exposing the grotesque green patterns that seemed to bind tightly to the smooth surface of his brow, akin to a tightening curse. This is the fate from which I cannot escape. No matter how I struggle, I am destined to lose. Neji uttered a self-deprecating remark. Relinquishing the pride of the Hyuga clan, abandoning the gentle fist, and opting for the steel fist in a desperate bid, sacrificing his very essence, yet ultimately falling short against the ninjutsu of an underdog. Ironically, as a member of the oldest clan, the Hyuga, with countless secret techniques at their disposal, he was denied the privilege of learning them as a branch family member, tasked instead with protecting the main house. How absurd is this family structure? What does being a genius matter? Neji's heart felt a profound sense of helplessness. Even a prodigy could not escape the confines of the Hyuga clan. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Naruto gazed at the seemingly dazed figure before him, puzzled. Neji remained silent as medical personnel swiftly arrived to carry him away on a stretcher. Tenten, deeply concerned, followed closely behind. With an impassive expression, she observed without any intention of intervening. The next exam continued with palpable tension. As the second match was about to commence, featuring Temari against Shikamaru. As the referee's command rang out, both combatants swiftly assumed their battle stances. Shikamaru's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, closely monitoring every movement of his opponent, while his mind raced to analyze every detail of the battlefield, calculating how best to leverage the environment and his own characteristics for an advantage. Minutes ticked by, and Shikamaru gradually seized control of the situation. He deftly maneuvered through the arena, leading Temari into a series of meticulously laid traps. Although Temari was formidable, she found herself overwhelmed by Shikamaru's masterful tactical maneuvers. Finally, Shikamaru identified the opportune moment to unleash an exquisitely crafted ninjutsu, firmly subduing Temari. At this moment, the audience erupted in cheers. Believing the outcome of the match was already determined, with Shikamaru on the brink of victory. However, just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once fervent Shikamaru suddenly appeared lethargic, as if his previous brilliance had no connection to him. With a languid tone, he remarked, what a hassle. Examiner, I concede. After uttering this, Shikamaru turned on his heel and walked away, leaving behind a striking silhouette. This unexpected action left the audience in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Even Temari, who had sensed the impending outcome, was caught off guard. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Shikamaru retreat, veins bulging on her forehead in frustration. Hey, you little brat from Konoha, what does this mean? Do you look down on me? Temari shouted angrily. Without glancing back, Shikamaru waved dismissively, replying nonchalantly, not at all. But continuing this fight seems too tiresome. With that, he quickened his pace away from the arena, leaving Temari standing there, seething with indignation. Shikamaru, being the cleverest among them, perhaps had already anticipated this outcome or simply wished to avoid further complications. After showcasing his true prowess, he decisively surrendered. His strength and intellect had earned him the respect of all the elite shinobi. That infuriating brat, Temari ground her teeth, her mind resolutely marking him, feeling as though she had been deprived of a well-fought victory. Meanwhile, Tenten observed the scene below with keen interest. Losing the match, but winning at life, truly. He is the smartest. Tenten couldn't help but admire the sophistication of his strategy, leaving a lasting impression on the hearts of the onlookers. He successfully demonstrated his wisdom and strength, leaving one to ponder whether this was all intentional. Subsequent exams continued, with the first and second matches having set a high standard. The following contests appeared somewhat mundane. In the afternoon's first match, Sasuke faced Gaara. Upon witnessing the two contenders, Tenten paused, her gaze drawn to the high platform. It was about to commence. Unexpectedly, the plot unfolded as anticipated. Gaara made a silent entrance, arms crossed before him, his face contorted into a menacing expression, as if he could engulf one's very soul. An aura of terrifying malice radiated from him, permeating the air with a palpable tension. The enormous gourd on his back trembled slightly, as if harboring a dreadful power ready to be unleashed. As the audience held their breath in anticipation, a fierce whirlwind suddenly swept through the arena. In an instant, Sasuke's figure appeared like a flash of lightning. He stood tall, his eyes sharp as an eagle-ass, exuding an unparalleled confidence and pride. "Sasuke, go!" Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Sasuke, cheering loudly from the sidelines. However, Sasuke merely cast a fleeting glance at the boisterous Naruto, offering little acknowledgement to his fervent support. His gaze swiftly shifted away from Naruto to the boy beside him. But it was merely a cursory glance before he refocused on Gaara, who stood not far ahead. A slight smirk graced his lips as he declared, "Let me test my newly mastered ninjutsu on you. But I hope you won't be defeated too quickly, otherwise, this battle will become rather dull." With that, his aura transformed abruptly, a powerful wave of chakra engulfing the arena. Gaara's eyes narrowed, his murderous intent fully unleashed, as fine grains of sand swirled around him. Sasuke, undeterred, formed hand seals, summoning jutsu. In an instant, fiery red chakra enveloped him, manifesting like an external garment. The crimson chakra cocooned Sasuke entirely, a resounding cry echoing in the ears of all present. This was the same chakra state as Naruto. Sakura's eyes widened in astonishment. As a teammate, she had witnessed Naruto in this state many times, never imagining that Sasuke had also mastered it. "What ninjutsu is this?" she inquired, looking towards Kakashi on the high platform, where many elite ninjas shared her curiosity. Kakashi merely shook his head, indicating he had no intention of explaining. "Why does Sasuke possess this ninjutsu?" Naruto boldly inquired, astonished that Sasuke had learned a technique different from his own. A smirk danced upon Sasuke's lips as the skies cleared and the rain ceased, restoring his confidence. "Naruto, we are not the same. Mine is far more powerful," Sasuke declared with unwavering assurance. "I will kill you." Gaara, in a state of rage, could no longer suppress the overwhelming urge to unleash his murderous intent. With a fierce thrust of his hands, the once tranquil sand that lay on the ground instantaneously surged to life, converging into two colossal hands that rushed towards Sasuke with tremendous force. In an instant, with a swift motion akin to a specter, Sasuke vanished without a trace. The next moment, he appeared directly in front of Gaara. "Is this the extent of your speed? How pitifully slow. With such pace, how could you possibly catch me?" Sasuke taunted, a hint of disdain gracing his smile, his arrogance palpable as he surveyed the world as if it lay beneath his feet, unmatched by any adversary. Gaara trembled with fury at Sasuke's contemptuous demeanor, causing the surrounding sand to quiver ominously. A terrifying surge of chakra erupted from within him, akin to a volcanic explosion. The sand contained within the colossal gourd on his back reacted to this formidable power, shooting skyward like a giant fountain. "I will personally end your life," Gaara bellowed, his voice echoing thunderously across the landscape. The floating sand, under his command, transformed into a barrage of countless projectiles, indiscriminately targeting Sasuke in a chaotic assault. Nevertheless, as the torrent of sand bullets descended upon him, Sasuke merely raised his right hand, enveloped in a blazing inferno. With a commanding shout, he invoked his technique, Phoenix Fire. Instantly, the roaring flames expanded, morphing into a soaring phoenix that met the oncoming sand with overwhelming force. In a blink, the two forces collided, and an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The seemingly indestructible sand began to melt upon contact with the flames, transforming into glistening droplets that fell gracefully from the sky, reminiscent of a dazzling meteor shower. "Is this all the power you possess? How utterly disappointing," Sasuke laughed, his mirth laced with derision for Gaara's abilities. He felt invincible, unable to contain the triumphant smile that adorned his face. With a sudden flicker, he vanished once more. The spectators atop the platform gasped in astonishment. "Quickly, too fast. This speed is beyond that of a genin." They observed in disbelief as Gaara's sand could not keep pace with Uchiha Sasuke's displayed velocity. "How can he possibly be this fast?" Temari exclaimed, astonished. "Are all the Leaf Ninjas monsters? First that foolish boy, and now Sasuke. All exhibiting speeds that Gaara's sand cannot outmatch." Sasuke seemed intent on showcasing his prowess and swiftness, playfully toying with Gaara instead of opting for a swift conclusion. Utilizing his speed and defense, he darted around Gaara, eliciting reactions of discomfort from the onlookers. With such speed, you couldn't even graze my clothing. How do you expect to defeat me? This is truly disappointing. I have grown weary of this game. Next, I shall end you with a single strike. Sasuke began to form hand seals, a brilliant lightning flickering upon his right hand. Kakashi, you even taught him this? Guy remarked in surprise, glancing at Kakashi. He possesses the strength to wield it, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, his mind racing with thoughts of how Sasuke had acquired this jutsu, wondering if he had encountered that masked man. Many in the audience recognized this technique, Kakashi's signature ninjutsu, Chidori. Grasping Chidori, Sasuke charged towards Gaara with unparalleled speed. Gaara, in response, formed hand seals, rapidly encasing himself in sand. Absolute defense, he declared as the sand coalesced into a massive sphere, forming a singular eye through which he could observe the external battlefield. Quite the turtle shell you have there, but it will not deter me, Sasuke remarked, showing no signs of slowing down as his speed intensified. Lightning crackled, and with a resounding clash, Sasuke's Chidori pierced through the sand, seamlessly penetrating into flesh. Blood trickled down his arm. Inside the sphere, Gaara stood in shock, staring incredulously at the blood staining his chest. Am I bleeding? How is this possible? His wide eyes reflected disbelief, but the realization ignited a furious rage within him. I will kill him. I will offer him as a sacrifice to Mother. Mother, it hurts. As Sasuke prepared to withdraw his arm, he heard Gaara's murmurs, filled with madness. Sasuke furrowed his brow, sensing the impending danger, and swiftly retreated. With a resounding explosion, the sand erupted, revealing Gaara's condition to all. His clothing was stained crimson, blood cascading from the sand. How could this be? Kankuro and Temari exchanged astonished glances, fully aware of Gaara's defensive capabilities, which consisted of 3 layers: the sand from the gourd, the self-protective sand, and the armor of sand that covered his body. They had never witnessed Gaara sustaining injuries. The sight of Gaara, who had never been wounded, left them in shock, swiftly followed by fear as they exchanged knowing glances. The beast is about to emerge. The sand on the ground began to flow like water, encircling Gaara's body and forming a tail behind him. Observing this transformation, the 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, sensing the ominous chakra emanating from Gaara. 4th Kazekage, what is the meaning of this? The 3rd questioned. Aware that Jinchuriki were the village's ultimate weapons and rarely left the village, let alone be dispatched to another. Nothing of consequence, Orochimaru chuckled. At that moment, unbeknownst to the spectators, white feathers began to descend from the heavens. Chapter 109. The collapse of Konoha's plan. Snow white and soft as silk, the feathers cascaded from the sky, resembling a dreamlike snowfall. The bewildered audience reached out with curiosity to touch the mysterious and beautiful feathers. However, the moment their fingertips brushed against the feathers, a strange power surged through them, akin to a lightning strike that penetrated their very souls. In an instant, one by one, the audience members appeared to have their life force drained, their eyes closing as their bodies slumped into their seats, falling into a deep, unfeeling slumber. Simultaneously, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense. Suddenly, Dashawan unleashed his attack, brandishing a kunai against the throat of the 3rd Hokage. 4th Kazekage, do you wish to shatter this long-awaited peace? What exactly are your intentions? Teacher, how could you be so foolish? Dashawan removed the human skin mask from his face. The 3rd Hokage's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Dashawan, whose pupils constricted in astonishment. A sinister smile adorned Dashawan's pallid visage as he taunted. He, esteemed teacher, do you still not comprehend? I have come specifically to pay a visit to my dear mentor and to showcase the magnificent achievements I have painstakingly pursued over the years. What do you think, teacher? Are you not pleased with my masterpiece? He erupted into a mocking laughter, deliberately contorting his grotesque body to flaunt the youthful form he had acquired through forbidden techniques. Observing Dashawan's face, the 3rd Hokage momentarily froze, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Have you truly mastered that jutsu? Indeed, I have attained immortality. The 3rd Hokage's expression revealed a deep sense of dismay, and Dashawan felt a surge of delight at witnessing such a reaction from his former mentor. Sparashi, he thought, relishing the moment. To see that expression on my teacher's face makes this visit worthwhile. Regardless of your intentions, Dashawan, Konoha is not yours to destroy. Relinquish your plans. The 3rd Hokage declared, taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment. Oh, are you referring to Tsunade and that fool Jiraiya? I never anticipated you would relinquish the Hokage position. That caught me by surprise. However, rest assured, someone will thwart Tsunade. Perhaps you should worry about your own safety, teacher. As he spoke, Dashawan cast a glance toward the seat of Menma, now conspicuously empty. A sigh of relief escaped him. It appeared that the man had no intention of breaking his promise. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the feathers descending from the sky, Menma rose reluctantly. The plan had commenced. Having made his decision, he would not waver. The third Hokage's survival was pivotal, given the shifting tides of the world. Thus, upon learning that Dashawan would indeed initiate the Konoha collapse plan, Menma resolved to lend a hand. If possible, he aimed to eliminate Danzo, that old schemer as well. As he stood, a swirling mask materialized in his hand. Who are you, and what do you intend? Just as Menma made his move, the subtle sound did not escape the keen perception of the Umbu. Shadows leaped forth from the darkness, converging upon Menma. Yet, at that moment, Menma remained oblivious to the imminent danger behind him. Nevertheless, he stood out remarkably amidst the fallen audience, like a solitary crimson flower in a sea of green, naturally drawing the gaze of many. Kakashi and the other elite ninja were equally captivated by the unusual sight, turning to observe him. Unfortunately, positioned at the forefront, all they could discern was his somewhat solitary silhouette. Just as curiosity swelled regarding Menma's next action, he slowly raised his right hand. The instant the mask hidden beneath his sleeve was revealed, those who beheld it experienced a visceral shock, their pupils dilating in disbelief. It's him. It's that masked man, someone exclaimed. Indeed, it is the enigmatic figure donning the swirling mask. Another echoed. Tension enveloped the atmosphere, and the crowd began to stir restlessly. Quick, capture him. He must not escape. Two Umbu members were the first to act, chains manifesting in their hands, hurling them toward Menma. Ignoring the chaos, Menma gently placed the mask upon his face. In the next moment, the chains pierced the space where he had stood, yet his figure had vanished. He has gone. What astonishing speed. This is space-time ninjutsu. On the rooftop, Kakashi had unwittingly revealed his Sharingan, observing the instant of Menma's disappearance with clarity. Such a feat could not be achieved by mere speed. It was undoubtedly space-time ninjutsu. Guy, follow me. We must protect the Hokage. Kakashi restrained the impulsive Guy. But, sir, the third Hokage, Guy hesitated momentarily. Currently, the fifth Hokage's safety is paramount. That masked man has vanished, likely targeting the fifth Hokage. We must ensure her protection. Kakashi stated solemnly, seizing Guy and charging toward the Hokage building. The remaining Jounin exchanged glances. Evacuate the crowd and intercept the Sand Ninja, Asuma commanded, stepping forward. As a Jounin and the third Hokage's son, he possessed a measure of authority, and upon his command, the surrounding Jounin swiftly dispersed. Asuma's gaze landed on the barrier, worry flickering in his eyes. I hope the old man is all right. He held some confidence in the old man's strength. Even if he could not defeat the enemy, he could likely hold them off for a while. With Tsunade and Jiraiya present in the village, capturing Dashawan was merely a matter of time. Having come to this conclusion, Asuma no longer hesitated and set off to aid the Konoha ninjas, recognizing that remaining there would be futile. The four Red Suns barrier established by the four Jounin was impenetrable, even for those of Kaga-level strength. Inside the Hokage building, Tsunade was leisurely attending to paperwork, aided by Shizune and Jiraiya, making her duties much more manageable. Just as she contemplated where to enjoy a drink after work, an Umbu member suddenly appeared in her office. Hokage-sama, urgent situation. Konoha is under attack. The third Hokage is trapped within a barrier and requests assistance. The Umbu swiftly summarized the situation. What did you say? Who is it? Tsunade exclaimed in shock. It's the S-rank rogue ninja Dashawan. The Umbu repeated, trying to remain calm. That damn Dashawan dares to show his face in Konoha. Tsunade slammed her palm on the desk in anger. What does he want? Jiraiya rose, his expression darkening. Regardless of his intentions, we must stop him. Tsunade's voice turned steely. As Hokage, it was her duty to intervene. Leave Dashawan to me, Jiraiya assured, stepping forward. That will not suffice. You both must understand. Dashawan is targeting the third Hokage, making your positions as Hokage all the more precarious. A head suddenly emerged from the ground, accompanied by a mocking voice. The countenance of all present shifted at the sound of those words. You insolent fool. Do you seek death? Tsunade roared, the implication of those words threatening her reputation. In an instant, she leaped and struck at the head protruding from the ground. The entire Hokage building trembled and began to collapse. Amidst the rising dust, wind release. Great breakthrough. Jiraiya employed wind release to disperse the smoke. As expected of Hokage-sama. You are indeed tempestuous. Are you prepared to silence him? The mocking voice persisted, revealing a figure crouched amidst the ruins, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Chapter 110. The Four Sacred Beasts of Summoning Katsumi. Exercise caution. This individual is perilous, possessing mastery over space-time ninjutsu, manifesting only in corporeal form during his assaults. Jiraiya cautioned with a grave expression. Since he last instructed Naruto, he has grown increasingly aware of this foe's formidable prowess, subsequently returning to meticulously analyze the intelligence regarding him. Alas, the exposure of intelligence poses a significant dilemma. Katsumi scratched his head, though he verbally expressed concern, internally remained unfazed. With his current strength, he deemed these adversaries inconsequential. However, he could not permit them to disrupt Orochimaru's performance. Thus, he resolved to engage them in a spirited contest. Rising to his feet, the atmosphere thickened as the others instinctively adopted battle stances. With hands clasped, a magical array illuminated behind him, forming a cross-shaped sigil. Within the center of the array were inscribed the characters Qing, Bai, Zhu, Xian. As the array glowed, four sacred beasts surged forth: Qinglong, Baihu, Zhu Ke, and Xuanwu. How could this be? The legendary four divine beasts. The sacred beasts charged towards their adversaries like bolts of lightning, their might overwhelming and awe-inspiring. Baihu opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of energy akin to a colossal flood, imbued with boundless ferocity. Tsunade adeptly leaped, her fist akin to a blazing meteor, striking fiercely at the oncoming energy. However, at that moment, a shadowy serpentine tail, like a phantom, lashed out unexpectedly. Tsunade, unable to gain leverage midair, was propelled away by the tremendous force. Her body soared, akin to a kite severed from its string, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Amidst the ruins, Tsunade struggled to rise, though her body bore no evident wounds. Her gaze was filled with wrath and defiance. She glared intently at Katsumi, who sat watching the spectacle, gritting her teeth as if intending to devour him whole. Simultaneously, Zhu Ke and Qinglong unleashed their ferocious onslaught. Their wings flapped, stirring violent winds, as flames and lightning intertwined, crafting a terrifying net of assault. Faced with this formidable barrage, Jiraiya, though seething with anger, found himself unable to assist Tsunade. The battle raged on with extraordinary intensity. The roars of the four sacred beasts, Tsunade's furious shouts, and the cacophony of colliding energies melded into a breathtaking symphony. The very fabric of space quivered under the weight of immense power, as if it were on the verge of being torn asunder. Tsunade, do not gaze at me with such ire. I am merely acting for your benefit. Today as protagonists are not me. To delay you too, I cannot even witness the grand performance over there, Katsumi lamented, subtly urging the duo to glance in that direction. Oblivious, they turned towards the third Hokage's position, just as a formidable wooden shield erupted forth from that locale. Every Konoha ninja engaged in battle witnessed the towering tree's emergence. Is this Mokutan? Tsunade's eyes widened, as if a realization dawned upon her, her fists clenched tightly. What has that scoundrel Orochimaru done? Naturally, Katsumi's expression soured as well. Regrettably, I had hoped to observe the legendary first Hokage, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. That wretched Orochimaru, Tsunade seethed, pivoting to sprint towards the third Hokage. In an instant, a massive white tiger obstructed her path, while Xuanwu flanked her, effectively restraining her. Little brat, do not underestimate me, Tsunade retorted, biting her finger and swiftly forming seals. Summoning technique. A vast cloud of smoke billowed upwards, as Jiraiya, sensing urgency, also bit his finger to utilize the summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, two colossal beings materialized, a gigantic slug and a red-clad toad. Tsunade-sama? A gentle voice resonated across the battlefield. The slug senses foreign intruders. Swiftly eliminate these bothersome foes. Understood, Tsunade-sama. Wait, are those the legendary divine beasts? The slug, poised to attack, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the two creatures below. Likewise, the toad, upon noticing the two beings before it, widened its enormous eyes in astonishment. What? How could something like Jiraiya appear here? The elder toad was equally startled by the presence of such legendary entities. Do not worry. They are not imposters, Jiraiya clarified. However, as beings hailing from the three great summoning realms, they sensed an extraordinary power emanating from these four divine beasts. Distinctly different from ordinary summoned creatures, these sacred beasts were, in essence, manifestations born of the fusion of faith and stellar energies, ethereal yet potent. Unlike typical chakra, their essence was a synthesis of faith and natural energy, forming phantasmal divine beasts. While Tsunade and Jiraiya could not discern this, the two beings adept in natural energy recognized the dissimilarity. This is becoming increasingly intriguing, Katsumi mused, remaining unperturbed, attuned to the ongoing battle while ensuring the two did not interfere. Boom. The clash of combat erupted. Even with the aid of summoned beasts, the duo found themselves obstructed by the four sacred beasts. Concurrently, the two individuals within the barrier became aware of the battle unfolding before them. Oh, quite a grand spectacle indeed. It seems the reinforcements you anticipated will not arrive, Sensei. Orochimaru's mocking voice echoed from behind. Orochimaru had not anticipated such an alliance with that individual. It appeared today was the day he must eliminate you, ensuring you could no longer bring calamity to Konoha. The third Hokage's voice was tinged with a somber gravity, as he recognized that their current predicament stemmed entirely from the masked individual, and the audacity of the embassy to collaborate with him shattered any remaining illusions he held. His bond with Orochimaru had been entirely consumed. No one comprehended the masked man's peril better than he, for he not only targeted Konoha, but also the Nine Tails. Should the two fully unite, Konoha would be in peril. Thus, today, under no circumstances, must Orochimaru survive. For the sake of Konoha, he would seek to drag Orochimaru into the netherworld for atonement. Resolutely, the third Hokage performed the summoning of Enma, transforming into the Rui Jingu Bang. What? Why would you summon such a perilous entity? Orochimaru, witnessing his mentor's seriousness, remained unfazed, directing the first and second Hokages towards the fray. Hey, monkey, it's Orochimaru again. I warned you to be merciless with him. Do you now regret it? All right, old friend, this time I shall heed your counsel. Orochimaru has become a scourge that must be eradicated. With the Rui Jingu Bang, we shall decisively end this. The third Hokage's expression turned grave as he brandished the Rui Jingu Bang, charging towards the figures of the first and second Hokages. Boom. The overwhelming aftermath of their clash sent tremors through the barrier, leaving those outside in a state of awe. The formidable wooden shield, the outrageous water techniques, and the third Hokage's Rui Jingu Bang, alongside Orochimaru's human modifications, all transcended the comprehension of ordinary ninjas. This was beyond the capabilities of mere ninjas. Chapter 111. The death of the third Hokage in the distance. The battle raged cataclysmically, and through the barrier, the immense summoned beasts could be distinctly observed. Upon witnessing this, the third Hokage felt a tightening in his chest, immediately recognizing that a significant event was unfolding. Simultaneously, he resolved to eradicate Orochimaru, this insidious threat. While engaged in fierce combat with the second Hokage, the third Hokage seized the opportune moment and decisively unleashed the Shiki Fujin technique. A formidable surge of energy erupted from his hand, rushing forth like a torrential flood towards the second Hokage. In the blink of an eye, the second Hokage found himself ensnared by this power, rendered utterly immobile. Subsequently, the third Hokage, invoking the might of his summoning beast, the Monkey King, successfully sealed the first Hokage alongside him. After this fierce battle, the third Hokage had expended a significant amount of chakra. At this moment, he stood rooted, his chest heaving violently, as if a bellows were working tirelessly within him. Sweat cascaded down his forehead, soaking his garments. Monkey, how fares the situation? Can you still hold on? A profound worry emanated from the eye revealed on the golden staff. The third Hokage gasped for breath, struggling to speak. Indeed, time is unforgiving. My old bones are beginning to falter. After uttering these words, he took another deep breath, his entire being appearing utterly fatigued. Yet, in the face of such adversity, the third Hokage refused to surrender. He steeled himself, straightened his posture, and fixed his resolute gaze upon Orochimaru in the distance. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, sneering, "Humph, old man, I never anticipated you possessed such formidable techniques. However, with such meager skills, you shall never defeat me." Despite his bravado, Orochimaru was secretly wary of the sealing technique the third Hokage had just employed. The unknown always breeds trepidation. "Come along, old man. The third Hokage charged at Orochimaru. As they clashed, a pair of hands emerged from the third Hokage's body, unexpectedly grasping Orochimaru's soul. It was at this moment that Orochimaru beheld the grim specter of the Shinigami standing behind the third Hokage. What is that? Upon witnessing it, Orochimaru realized. This is a soul-hunting ninjutsu specifically designed by the Shinigami, a jutsu that leads to mutual destruction. Those who are sealed along with the caster are condemned to be consumed by the Shinigami, fighting endlessly through eternity. The third Hokage explained calmly. What nonsense are you spouting? Old man. Orochimaru erupted in fury. He had intended to grant his adversary some dignity, but this old fool sought to drag him to the grave. Having just acquired the secret to immortality, he could not resign himself to such a fate, and thus began to struggle desperately. His soul, already half extracted, retreated significantly as a result of his efforts. Simultaneously, the third Hokage sensed his chakra waning. His body was nearing its limits. Indeed, age has caught up with me. Yet even so, I must reclaim the techniques I have imparted. Coming to terms with reality, the third Hokage understood that extracting Orochimaru's soul was impossible, and he made a decisive choice. The Shinigami's ethereal form seemed to receive a command, and the short blade in its hand swung down in an instant. Orochimaru's soul was severed from his hands, and both it and the third Hokage's soul were swallowed by the Shinigami. You bastard, what have you done? Orochimaru felt his hands grow numb, disbelief etched across his features. However, at that moment, the third Hokage had collapsed, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if he had fulfilled his final wish. Orochimaru staggered back, trembling, while the four members of the Sound Ninja immediately dispelled the barrier and surrounded him. Lord Orochimaru, are you injured? We must retreat at once. Orochimaru cast a wary glance into the distance, and the force swiftly led him away. Meanwhile, on the other side, the two individuals ensnared by the four divine beasts were becoming increasingly agitated. At that moment, Kakashi arrived, accompanied by Guy. Lord Hokage, masked man, what is your true objective? Kakashi turned, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on the crouching figure of the masked man. Guy, be cautious. That individual has the ability to phase through his body, rendering any attack ineffective during that state. Kakashi warned his companion. Understood, Guy nodded gravely. As a master of taijutsu, he possessed considerable combat experience and formidable strength, coupled with an almost animalistic intuition. Upon receiving intel about the tremors, a strategy quickly formed in Guy's mind. He drew two nunchaku from behind him. With a swift motion, he vanished like lightning, reappearing before the masked man. His left hand wielded the nunchaku like a tempest, each swing accompanied by a sharp rush of wind that pierced through the masked figure's form. The ineffective strikes did not dishearten Might Guy. He remained poised to unleash a lethal blow. The alternating attacks resembled a magnificent dance, yet were infused with boundless intent to kill. Left and right, he executed uninterrupted strikes, leaving no opportunity for the masked man to counter. The masked man appeared somewhat speechless. It was clear that this was a tactic they had previously employed against Obito. However, unlike Obito, he did not favor close combat. Having been trained by Uchiha Madara, coupled with his ocular prowess, he had cultivated his own unique fighting style. The masked man, having devoted his studies to ninjutsu from a young age, was not particularly strong in taijutsu and did not relish close-quarter combat. In his phasing state, he instinctively retreated. But Guy's speed was relentless, ever on his heels. Realizing he had no option, the masked man emulated Obito, melding into the environment and disappearing. He reappeared beside Kakashi. So fast. Sensing the chakra behind him, Kakashi reacted instantly, employing the body replacement technique. The masked man's target was Kakashi, just as he materialized. A hand reached out toward him. As the hand was about to make contact, Kakashi transformed into a wooden substitute, which shattered as a nunchaku struck it, aimed at the masked man's form. However, even in that brief moment, the masked man managed to react once more, phasing through the nunchaku aimed at his head. This isn't working. Perhaps I should change my approach. The masked man's expression remained calm as he swiftly retreated, hands coming together. What in the world is this? He performs ninjutsu without hand seals? Kakashi's Sharingan focused intently on the retreating figure, knowing that the masked man was preparing a jutsu, yet could not fathom what it might be. Lines illuminated the ground, and a magical frame-like formation rapidly expanded, encircling an area of 10 meters in the blink of an eye. This isn't good. My body won't move. Guy, who had been on the offensive, suddenly found himself immobilized. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Even Kakashi had never encountered such a bizarre technique. It resembled a barrier with a wide area of effect, and he had been careless, failing to evade promptly. This was one of the abilities of the Kyuubi, the binding formation. After developing the summoning technique, the masked man could harness one of the Kyuubi's powers. With both adversaries restrained, a black chain erupted from the masked man's body, targeting Kakashi. "Kakashi, be careful," Guy shouted urgently upon witnessing this. "Damn it, am I the target?" As the chain rapidly approached, Kakashi found himself rooted in place, unable to move. "You little brat, die." With that, a figure soared into the sky, raising a delicate white foot before bringing it crashing down. The ground trembled violently, the earth shattering as chunks of soil were sent soaring into the air. The masked man was thrown backward from the immense force. Cough, cough. Tsunade's strength is beyond my expectations. Accompanied by a fit of severe coughing, the slightly mocking words of Menma emerged through the enveloping smoke. Upon hearing this, Tsunade's forehead instantly bulged with veins, her eyes widened in fury as she glared in the direction of the smoke, as if she were about to charge forth and confront the indiscreet individual. Gradually, the smoke began to dissipate, revealing a somewhat disheveled figure stepping forward. Menma's attire was tattered. His hair appeared disarrayed, yet the mask on his face remained unscathed, seemingly mocking Tsunade's impotence. A fleeting glance towards the rooftop confirmed to him that the battle there had reached its conclusion. Possessing the ability of Kagura Shingon, Menma quickly sensed that Orochimaru's chakra was currently in a state of weakness. Moreover, the chakra of the third Hokage had completely vanished, along with that of the two elders, Midogate In and Zenkai Koa. Menma approached Tsunade nonchalantly, stating, "Lady Tsunade, look, those who obstructed your grasp on power are now gone. It is regrettable, however, that I could not locate the hiding place of that old fox Danzo. Otherwise, with my strength, I would have undoubtedly helped you eliminate this last nuisance without hesitation." At the same time, the summoning technique of the four holy beasts had been lifted, surrounding Menma in a tight circle. "You little brat, you have successfully enraged me." Tsunade's expression darkened, her fists clenched tightly. The four individuals remained vigilant, ready to strike at any moment. However, facing this enigmatic masked figure, they felt no sense of victory. His ninjutsu was far too formidable, and thus far, no weaknesses had been found. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Tsunade's veins throbbed with anger. Although she despised those meddlesome individuals, she had never contemplated killing them. "The purpose of this endeavor has been achieved, and Lady Tsunade looks forward to our future encounters." Menma indeed smiled, seemingly unfazed. "Not good. He is preparing to escape." Ninjutsu, Needle Kazashi. Jiraiya was the first to act, his white hair elongating as he attempted to intercept Menma. Menma leapt into the air, and unbeknownst to him, Tsunade had already charged forth, her right fist poised to strike. The air exploded before her as she aimed to thwart Menma once more. "Goodbye, everyone." Menma waved his hand, and just as her fist was about to make contact, he vanished instantaneously. Tsunade's punch hit nothing but air, causing a tremendous sound that reverberated throughout Konoha as waves of pressure radiated outward. "Space-time ninjutsu, that damned little brat." Tsunade's fist clenched tightly, her expression exceedingly grim. As she descended, her gaze shifted towards the third Hokage's direction. "Lady Tsunade, the enemy's chakra has completely vanished. Tsunade, how are you? Immediately conclude the battle. Kakashi, you assist the others. Jiraiya, come with me to check on the old man's situation," Tsunade commanded decisively, her mind weighed down by the events. As she sensed the barrier had dissipated, leading to a dreadful premonition, the two hastily arrived at the third Hokage's location. On the rooftop, remnants of the battle lingered, with a dozen individuals surrounding the fallen third Hokage lying on the ground, all standing in stunned silence, unsure of what to do. Upon Tsunade's arrival, everyone seemed to find a sense of resolve. Lady Tsunade. As she approached, Tsunade beheld the lifeless body of the third Hokage, his mouth moving slightly, his gaze dimming. "Old man." Jiraiya, in disbelief, instinctively moved closer, his emotions heavy as he looked upon the third Hokage on the ground. The atmosphere felt as if time had suddenly frozen, enveloped in a deathly silence. The setting sun, resembling a weary traveler, slowly descended towards the horizon, casting its final rays upon the earth. The sounds of battle in Konoha abruptly ceased, the once boisterous battlefield now rendered eerily silent. The Sand Ninja faction had suffered an unprecedented defeat, their ranks nearly obliterated. Those unable to escape became prisoners of Konoha, including the pivotal Jinchuriki from Sunigakure. This battle, while a devastating victory for Konoha, came at a great cost. The beloved third Hokage had bravely sacrificed himself, and two highly esteemed elder advisors had also perished in the fray. However, it was fortunate that due to Konoha's excellent strategic planning and defensive measures, the battle scope was effectively contained, sparing innocent civilians from suffering further loss and grief. 3 days later, before the Konoha Memorial Stone, a light drizzle began to fall, as if the heavens shared in the sorrow permeating the land, silently shedding tears in mourning for the fallen heroes. The funerals for the third Hokage and the two elder advisors were held here, enveloping the entirety of Konoha in profound grief. Amidst the crowd, Naruto stood in a daze, his gaze hollow and devoid of spirit, as if he had lost his very soul. Although he had once perceived the third Hokage's care as perhaps self-serving, he could not deny the truth. Aside from Iruka-sensei, the third Hokage had been the kindest person to him throughout his life. In Naruto's memories, the third Hokage always appeared so warm and approachable, exuding a radiant smile that bestowed upon him endless warmth and affection. Yet at this moment, that gentle old man had departed from this world, leaving him forever. Gazing at the cold gravestone before him, Naruto was overwhelmed with indescribable sorrow and desolation. Why does my heart ache so? Tears streamed down Naruto's face involuntarily. Naruto. The old man is gone. Konohamaru rushed over and embraced Naruto tightly, crying heart-wrenchingly. Naruto instinctively patted him, sharing in the grief, unsure of what to say. Tsunade's fists were clenched tightly. The events in the original narrative had not occurred before her eyes, and it was only after the fact that she learned the third Hokage had lost the respect he once commanded among his few disciples, who did not react significantly to his demise. Even at that time, Kakashi, Guy, and Jiraiya were present in the village, and under such circumstances, the third Hokage's death illustrated how he had already lost the people's hearts. This time, influenced by Menma, the third Hokage had retired early, and Tsunade succeeded him. Witnessing her mentor's death firsthand, acutely feeling her own powerlessness, Tsunade, Jiraiya expressed concern. Do not worry, Tsunade inhaled deeply. Menma could not empathize with Konoha's joys and sorrows. At that moment, he lay outside the village, resting against a great tree. Unexpectedly, he had gained something unforeseen. Menma muttered to himself, gazing at the sealed ocular power within his external brain, a satisfied smile emerging at the corners of his mouth. Kakashi's appearance had taken him by surprise. The Kemui ocular power was something Menma coveted. In comparison to other ostentatious ocular techniques, at least in Menma's view, the Mangekyo stage, Kemui was undoubtedly the most formidable ocular technique. You are impersonating me? Have you ever encountered me? At that moment, a voice suddenly called from nearby. Menma lazily sat up, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the figure ahead. Not far away stood another masked individual, dressed similarly to Menma, quietly observing him. Uchiha Obito, codename Akatsuki, self-proclaimed Madara. Impersonate you? You dare? Menma scoffed, raising his hands as a massive fireball rapidly coalesced. Gaia Energy Cannon. The colossal energy sphere was hurled forward. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted in the forest, leveling a radius of 20 meters. The ground formed a massive crater, within which stood two figures. Indeed, possessing abilities akin to mine. Who exactly are you? Daito raised his head, his gaze piercing into the eyes of the masked figure before him. To his surprise, he did not encounter the anticipated Sharingan. Instead, a look of confusion flickered across the face hidden beneath the mask. Simultaneously, his anticipation for his opponent grew, as the power exhibited in that moment was enough to startle Daito, making him hesitant to reveal his true self. The destructive force emanating from Menma exceeded the imagination of those present. The chakra within him had transformed into natural chakra, enabling chakra attacks to be unleashed at will, combined with the terrifying power of natural chakra. If this individual dared to reveal himself, Menma could assure instantaneous annihilation. Chapter 113. Danzo in the center of the vast pit. Two figures stood. Daito scrutinized the masked man opposite him, noting their identical attire and abilities. If he had not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. The ability to mimic form and appearance was one thing, but why could the power be replicated as well? Who are you to dare impersonate me? What is your true intention? Uchiha Daito's expression darkened as he glared at the individual before him, his deep voice resonating ominously, reminiscent of a voice emerging from the depths of hell, sending shivers down one's spine. However, the individual who resembled him so closely responded with disdain, arrogantly declaring, "Umph. I know not what nonsense you speak. Cease your baseless accusations, and if you persist in your entanglement, do not blame me for my ruthlessness in sending you to your end." At that moment, Menma internally lamented his predicament. Although he could temporarily impersonate Uchiha Daito, he found himself at a loss for effective means to confront the true Daito. After all, they were both products of the same master and could not easily break each other's techniques, as long as the other was determined to flee into the mysterious Kimui space. Even someone as formidable as Menma would be rendered powerless. Fortunately, Uchiha Daito had yet to uncover his true identity, allowing Menma the opportunity to brazenly exploit Daito's name to engage in nefarious deeds while simultaneously irritating this troublesome figure. Moreover, the most crucial point was that both parties seemed to be at an impasse. Neither could gain the upper hand over the other. Just then, Daito spoke coldly. "If you do not clarify matters for me today, do not expect to leave this place unscathed." Before he finished speaking, Menma was horrified to discover that they had been encircled by a group of enigmatic figures wearing strange masks, each emanating a formidable aura. Menma quickly turned to survey his surroundings, and upon recognizing the faces of the individuals, his heart sank. "Shinju Danzo, so it is you who has manipulated him." Upon seeing Danzo's appearance, Menma instantly grasped the situation and cast a glance at Uchiha Daito. Initially, he had thought the two would perish together. Although Danzo was lacking, he could easily fall victim without knowledge of the opponent's abilities. Furthermore, Daito's trump card, the Mangekyo Sharingan's Izanagi, posed a significant threat. "Oh, so it seems Danzo has met his downfall at your hands," Menma thought, a tinge of wariness in his gaze. What puzzled him was that Danzo possessed Izanagi, a technique that could counter Daito's abilities. How then could he be under Daito's control? "You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. Are you from Konohagakure?" Uchiha Daito frowned, falling into contemplation. The fact that this individual had caused trouble in Konoha without appearing elsewhere indicated much. This person hailed from Konoha. Yet, how was it that he had not found any information regarding him within the village? "Vortex, at last, I have found you. This time you cannot escape." Danzo approached the two, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Menma. "Danzo, you old rat, have your other old friends already departed? Why do you not join them?" Menma retorted with a cold smile. "Konoha needs me at this moment. I will lead the village to new heights and bring peace to the shinobi world." "Enough talk. Capture him," Daito declared, his impatience palpable. As he issued the command, the members of Root closed in. Menma observed the unfolding scene. Though he was uncertain why Daito was so confident, he had no intention of fleeing this time. Since he had arrived, he intended to leave a mark. Revealing his true form, he brought his hands together. Summoning technique, for sacred beasts. The formation behind him traced 4 patterns, and the 4 sacred beasts burst forth, roaring toward the members of Root. In an instant, one unfortunate soul was pinned down by the white tiger, which promptly severed his head. "Surround him," Danzo commanded, his greed evident in his singular eye. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, and he had fixated on it the first time he witnessed Menma employ it. It was safe, potent, and could be controlled from a distance, truly a must-have for any shinobi. If he could eliminate this individual, he could extract this ninjutsu from his mind. Danzo waved his hand, and a kunai glinting with cold light suddenly appeared. In quick succession, a pale blue wind chakra rapidly enveloped it, as if bestowing a coat of ethereal wind armor upon the kunai. Danzo, with a gaze like a hawk, gripped the wind-infused kunai tightly and surged forward with lightning speed, charging directly toward his adversary. This breathtaking scene unfolded entirely before Uchiha Daito's eyes. The face concealed beneath the mask twitched involuntarily. Although Daito was well aware that Danzo's ultimate trump card was the incomparably powerful Izanagi, he could hardly fathom that this seemingly shrewd individual would be foolish enough to treat Izanagi as a mere expendable resource. It must be noted that the Uchiha clan had already suffered a devastating massacre, leaving no fresh Sharingan to replenish. This meant that every use of Izanagi for Danzo signified a further advance of the countdown on his life. Daito sighed inwardly, simultaneously feeling exasperated and helpless regarding Danzo's thoughtless actions. He could not help but murmur to himself, "No wonder this fool has never been able to ascend to the Hokage position. Such a low level of combat intelligence is truly concerning." At that moment, Menma successfully summoned the legendary 4 sacred beasts. However, before he could exhale in relief, he turned just in time to see Danzo charging at him, kunai in hand. This sudden turn of events left even Menma momentarily stunned. Who was this person? How could he possess such reckless courage? Menma's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, Danzo was a jonin. Engaging in close combat with a kunai was precisely the kind of reckless decision only Danzo could make. Had his mind been damaged by Daito? Menma raised a hand, conjuring a massive fireball. Mini Gaia energy cannon. The fireball was released, and upon witnessing this, Danzo's pupils constricted. Sensing danger, he instinctively attempted to dodge. But the fireball's velocity was astonishingly swift. Boom. The fireball exploded before it could even approach, unleashing a powerful shockwave that enveloped Danzo's body. The temperature at the center melted the ground and incinerated Danzo's form. What a fool. Did this idiot truly think he could outsmart you? Menma cast a dismissive glance at Uchiha Daito. Hee. Uchiha Daito merely chuckled coldly, remaining silent. For at that moment, a phantom figure slowly materialized behind Menma. Transforming into Danzo's likeness, a cold smirk etched upon his face as he gazed at the back of the unsuspecting individual. Let this arrogant fool perish. Danzo's face bore a sinister grin as he executed the body flicker technique, swiftly closing the distance to Menma. The kunai, imbued with the sharp wind chakra, pierced through Menma's body in an instant. An expression of triumph adorned Danzo's face. He had not anticipated that this individual would be so foolish, so easily dispatched. One life for another, or rather, one life for an eye. Danzo had undoubtedly emerged victorious. Hey, are you getting ahead of yourself? Unbeknownst to the timing, Menma had already turned around, at which point Toanzo sensed something amiss. It was too late. Toanzo instinctively attempted to retreat, but Menma swiftly seized his neck. What a splendid opportunity. A mocking voice echoed from behind Menma. A white Zetsu, which had been concealed for quite some time, emerged. Upon realizing that they shared the same ability, Uchiha Obito understood the troublesome nature of this power. However, he was aware of both his weaknesses and those of his adversaries. At this moment, countless white Zetsu lay in ambush beneath the ground, and finding the right moment could lead to a lethal strike. Now was that moment. The white Zetsu emerged partially, transforming its arm into a wooden spike, which instantly pierced through both of their bodies. Success! The white Zetsu danced humorously. Are you sure about that? Menma's voice resonated eerily as he turned and effortlessly passed through the wooden spike. Oh dear, it missed. What a quick reaction. The white Zetsu tilted its head, glancing at Toanzo's impaled form and then back at Menma. The manifestation of abilities may be similar, but it is impossible for two entities to possess identical powers. Thus, what was the weakness in his abilities? Uchiha Obito remained observant from a distance, keenly watching the unfolding battle. You've fallen into my trap. The white Zetsu retracted its wooden spike, and Toanzo fell to the ground. A massive gash appearing on his abdomen. Chapter 114. The harvest of the white Zetsu. At this critical juncture, Menma, who had been silently standing aside, suddenly sensed something amiss with his own condition. He looked down and gasped in shock as he noticed enormous white mushrooms sprouting from his body, growing at an astonishing rate and quickly enveloping much of his form. Subsequently, a shocking scene unfolded. The white mushrooms began to tremble violently, and bizarre-shaped white Zetsu emerged from within. They sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, rapidly filling the surrounding space. With an expression as calm as still water, Menma gazed at the white Zetsu that had grown from him, displaying little surprise or fear despite the bizarre spectacle. At this moment, Kuro Zetsu, who stood beside Uchiha Obito, silently appeared. Its elongated eyes glinted with a strange light as it fixated on Menma and the white Zetsu, murmuring, "Could this fellow truly be your brother? How can he remain so composed in such a predicament? This opponent is no simple foe." His lack of surprise at the emergence of the white Zetsu suggests he possesses knowledge of our methods. Furthermore, his demeanor suggests he may be concealing some formidable countermeasure. Uchiha Obito remarked with narrowed eyes, deep in thought. The two observed Menma in silence, pondering how he would respond to this unexpected crisis. Simultaneously, Menma distinctly felt his chakra being frantically drained by the white Zetsu, his strength gradually waning. Nevertheless, he stood firm as an unyielding mountain. Oh my, what an immense chakra! Wait, this fellow's chakra seems peculiar. The once jovial white Zetsu's expression abruptly changed as it sensed something and attempted to break free. Yet, it was already too late. The white Zetsu's body began to petrify. "This is sage art," Kuro Zetsu remarked, astonished from a distance. "What do you mean?" Obito inquired, perplexed. "Natural energy is exceedingly domineering. Absorbing it leads to assimilation by natural energy, causing the white Zetsu to absorb the sage energy within him and consequently transform into wood, losing all consciousness," Kuro Zetsu explained. Uncertain, Obito pondered how someone in this era could wield sage energy, having never heard of such a person. Such a dangerous being must be eliminated swiftly. Kuro Zetsu, being a semi-six pads level entity, possessed a deeper understanding of natural energy. Once a human masters sage art, their power surpasses that of ordinary ninjas, marking them as a genuine threat. "So, this individual has achieved sage mode." Uchiha Obito's expression grew grave, fully acknowledging the teachings of Uchiha Madara, thus comprehending the might of sage mode. Sharing Kuro Zetsu's sentiments, Obito realized that a being wielding such uncontrollable power must be dealt with promptly. Even if they could not eliminate him, they must keep him under close surveillance, much like Uchiha Itachi. At this thought, his gaze flickered. In the blink of an eye, several trees sprouted beside Menma, rapidly forming a massive tree that 3 individuals could embrace. Menma observed in awe, recognizing the skill in such rapid afforestation. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of disappointment at the wasted pristine white Zetsu corpses, resolving to capture a few for thorough research. With this in mind, Menma began to show weaknesses, luring them in. It appears that trick is still effective. Obito quickly perceived Menma's vulnerability and realized that the earlier chakra absorption by the white Zetsu had indeed affected him. The revived Tuanzo also noticed this scene, but this time, he was cautious and refrained from charging forward, opting instead for a ranged attack. Futon, Shinkajouku. A white projectile was expelled from Tuanzo's mouth, piercing through the massive tree formed by Menma. Upon witnessing this, Menma narrowed his eyes, aware that another white Zetsu was poised to ambush. What a troublesome opponent. Menma feigned a struggle while simultaneously employing ninjutsu. Futon Rapusho. The nearby white Zetsu were instantly cleaved in two. Yet, the halves of the white Zetsu could still move. Menma's gaze flickered. He quickly approached, extending a hand that instantly made contact with a white Zetsu's body. The white Zetsu vanished. Obito's pupils constricted, and even Kuro Zetsu's expression turned to one of shock. "Wait, is this a joke? This fellow can't possibly have the same ability as you. Impossible. Look at his eyes. They are definitely not Sharingan," Kuro Zetsu countered, bewildered. "So, how could his ability mirror yours so closely?" Menma, however, had no time for such concerns. To him, the white Zetsu were treasures. As biological weapons spawned from the 10 tails, they possessed a myriad of extraordinary abilities. He envisioned controlling them for research, even contemplating their potential for infinite replication, provided he had sufficient chakra. Unlike the late stage of the ninja world, where white Zetsu were scarce and primarily under Kuro Zetsu's control, Menma seized this rare opportunity, rapidly harvesting the white Zetsu. Anyone he touched was instantly transported away. "How is the preparation going?" Obito turned to Kuro Zetsu. "Rest assured, I've entrusted it to Akatsuki." Upon hearing the name Akatsuki, Obito felt a wave of relief wash over him. Akatsuki was a mutant among the white Zetsu, possessing immense power and vast chakra, while also having a good rapport with Obito. Obito's gaze returned to the battlefield, filled with anticipation. Menma, now transformed into a mushroom-picking girl, delightedly bent over the abundant white Zetsu sprouting from the ground, his masked face breaking into a broad smile. A new white Zetsu emerged from the ground. "Oh dear, what a terrifying creature. Are you truly human? Before you take my life, could you perhaps enlighten me on the sensation of defecation?" This white Zetsu appeared almost comical, tilting its head curiously at Menma. Menma's outstretched hand momentarily stiffened, captivated by the familiar tone and visage. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Menma's pupils contracted. On the ground ahead, a white Zetsu unveiled half of its body, its face adorned with a swirling visage, a single eye bearing a crimson 3-tomo Sharingan that slowly rotated, ultimately transforming into the image of a large windmill. A kaleidoscope Sharingan. Upon witnessing this ocular emblem, Menma's heart sank, realizing his oversight. He had not anticipated this tactic from his opponent. In an instant, Menma's body became rigid. From a distance, Uchiha Obito beheld this scene, astonished at the ease of his success. The smooth execution of the plan left Obito himself in disbelief. Only he understood his own weaknesses. When Menma made his move in Konoha, Obito had observed from the sidelines, contemplating a surprise attack, but ultimately abandoned the notion after witnessing his adversary's capabilities. Regarding his own abilities, Obito was acutely aware that to control such a person, he would require Jinjutsu. Chapter 115, Stimulating Awakening. A gentle breeze caressed this battlefield, once rife with carnage and bloodshed, now eerily silent. The entire arena seemed frozen in time, with only the central area having come to a serene standstill. Menma's form stood as still as a statue, motionless. Directly opposite him, Akatsuki's eye tightly shut, seemingly devoid of radiance. Has it succeeded? Akatsuki murmured softly. Curiosity lacing his tone, he cautiously stepped forward, slowly approaching Menma, circling around him for a closer inspection. At that moment, deep within Menma's consciousness, a colossal windmill image surged forth, pulsating with immense energy, attempting to forcibly distort Menma's once clear awareness. Finally, Menma abruptly opened his eyes, though a hint of confusion flickered within. This bewilderment enveloped him like a thick fog, obscuring his true thoughts. Not far off, Uchiha Obito observed this development, his tone laced with uncertainty. Has he been controlled? We shall find out. Beside him, Kurozetsu replied. In an instant, his form melded into the ground, racing toward Menma like a specter. Meanwhile, Menma remained in a daze, unresponsive to the unfolding events. Soon, Uchiha Obito and Kurozetsu stood before him. Obito scrutinized Menma cautiously. He must have been subdued, indeed, a troublesome opponent. Remove your mask. I wish to see who you truly are, Obito commanded. If you dare impersonate me, it seems my intelligence has been compromised. If you prove useless to me, your life shall end today. Menma slowly raised his fair, powerful right hand, fingers curling slightly, resembling an eagle's claw as it reached for the mysterious mask covering his face. With his movement, all held their breath, their gazes fixated on the moment he would unveil his mask, as if yearning to glimpse the true visage hidden beneath. However, just as anticipation peaked, Menma's figure suddenly vanished like a wraith, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Body flicker technique. This is bad. He hasn't been controlled. Obito's expression shifted abruptly, a sense of alarm washing over him. He understood Menma's formidable strength. Should he close the distance, the consequences would be dire. Without hesitation, he entered a phasing state. Yet even so, Menma's speed surpassed all imagination. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Obito, his right arm swinging fiercely, unleashing a tremendous blast of palm power, futon, rapusho. Instantly, a flurry of razor-sharp wind blades erupted from his palm, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. Racing toward Uchiha Obito with blinding speed, a thunderous crack resounded as several wind blades pierced through his form, with a few severing one of his arms. That severed limb fell limply to the ground, producing a sharp sound, while white viscous fluid dripped from the wound, splattering the earth and creating ghastly stains. After striking true, Menma did not relent. He pivoted, darting like a whirlwind toward Kurozetsu. In tandem, his left hand struck out again, unleashing a torrent of power with astounding might. However, Kurozetsu, being cunning and experienced, reacted swiftly. Just as Menma's palm was about to connect, his entire form transformed into a shadow, merging into the earth below, vanishing without a trace. Menma's strike landed heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently, accompanied by a resounding boom, as a massive crater formed before him, dust swirling and debris scattering. Indeed, your ability requires time to activate, and it cannot conceal your entire body in an alternate space instantaneously. Menma remained expressionless, gazing at Uchiha Obito, who stood there with a grim countenance, having been careless in his belief that Menma was subdued. The rapidity of Menma's surprise attack had left him no time to fully transition, resulting in the loss of one arm. Menma's peripheral vision caught sight of Akatsuki's disappearance. That had been his true target. He aimed to capture him, but the latter's swiftness and vigilance allowed him to meld into the ground, eluding capture at the moment of Menma's strike. Even the kaleidoscope's ocular technique proved ineffective against you. Just who are you? Obito's solitary eye fixated intently on Menma's gaze, disappointment creeping in as he noticed the normality of Menma's eyes. He could not fathom why Menma was immune to the kaleidoscope's ocular techniques. Guess who I am, Menma replied, raising his head as 3 crimson tomo materialized in his eyes. It was indeed the 3 tomo Sharingan. You are undoubtedly a remnant of the Uchiha clan, having survived. You dare to flaunt your identity and wreak havoc. It seems you are tired of living. Upon witnessing the three-tomo Sharingan in Menma's eyes, Obito felt a sigh of relief. Only the Sharingan can counter the Sharingan. The previous concealment was likely a deliberate act on the opponent's part. A remnant, you say? What about you? I'll remember you. Uchiha scum. Menma sneered, his form gradually retreating, before vanishing in an instant. A troublesome adversary. It appears he has awakened a similar ocular technique to mine. Obito felt an inexplicable tension rise within him, fully aware of the true might of his ocular power. Not to mention, he possessed only one eye, while Menma wielded two. Should I assist you in reclaiming that eye? Kuro Zetsu's voice drifted from beside him. No need. This eye will suffice for now. Akatsuki emerged, extending his left hand and swiftly severing his own arm, directly handing it to Uchiha Obito. Obito caught the limb, placing it against his wound, and in an instant, his arm regenerated. He simultaneously accepted Shirzue's kaleidoscope, positioning it within his eye. With two kaleidoscopes, even if they are not from the same pair, they can still be utilized, albeit with difficulty. Meanwhile, in Konoha village, with all matters arranged, Tsunade and the others commenced the Jonin meeting. The elite Jonin participating included esteemed figures from the village such as Asuma, Kakashi, Narashikaku, and Jiraiya. Within the spacious and luminous Hokage office, an atmosphere of exceptional gravity enveloped the room. Each individual occupied their respective positions, their faces marred by clouds of worry, brows furrowed tightly in concern. The calamity we most dreaded has, alas, come to pass. The masked man from the Uzumaki clan has likely mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Narashikaku's voice was low and heavy, his once wise eyes now brimming with anxiety and unease. From the moment they learned of the theft of the sealing book, they had foreseen the potential for such dire circumstances, yet a flicker of hope had lingered within them, wishing it to be naught but a false alarm. However, reality proved to be ruthlessly unyielding, as the worst outcome now lay starkly before them. It is imperative to note that the Flying Thunder God technique is a forbidden art of Konoha. Since its inception, only two individuals, apart from its creator, have successfully grasped this mysterious and formidable ninjutsu. One of them is the renowned fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Through the utilization of the Flying Thunder God technique, he earned the title of the Yellow Flash and was lauded as the swiftest ninja in the shinobi world. Now, this fearsome technique has fallen into enemy hands, posing an immense threat to Konoha. Alas, what a troublesome old man. Even in death, he leaves behind such a catastrophic legacy, Asuma lamented quietly. Although the others were somewhat taken aback by his words, they felt it inappropriate to comment further, given that he was the late elder's own son. In such times, everyone was consumed by anxiety and helplessness. Reflecting on their next steps, it was evident that the masked man harbored hostility towards Konoha and had turned his sights on Naruto. Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Has he targeted the Nine Tails? Has there been any discovery regarding his identity? Narashikaku inquired, worry etched on his face. Thus far, the clues were scant. All they knew was that the masked man had last appeared during the Nine Tails incident. The information had been compiled, but it was woefully inadequate. Our immediate task is to find a way to restrain him, Tsunade interjected, interrupting the discussion. What does Lady Tsunade propose? This ninjutsu cannot remain in the hands of the enemy. Konoha must also have someone capable of wielding it. That may not be feasible. Even the fourth Hokage struggled with it, and for even an elite Jonin, mastering the Flying Thunder God technique is exceedingly challenging. Narashikaku shook his head. Moreover, he did not mention that the techniques inscribed in the sealing book are not accessible to all. One must make significant contributions to learn them. Let us give it a try. Propose a few candidates right away. Tsunade insisted, asserting that these techniques were invented by her great-grandfather, and she would choose who to pass them on to. Hearing Tsunade's resolute tone, the others fell silent, pondering who among them possessed the capability to master this ninjutsu. The forbidden arts are not only immensely powerful, but their learning curve is equally formidable, fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to death. Chapter 116, Daily Opportunities. I believe Naruto should be allowed to attempt it. After all, he is Minato's child, Jiraiya stated after a moment of contemplation. At that moment, Kakashi, who had been silent, furrowed his brow upon hearing this. As a teacher, he was intimately familiar with this ninjutsu. Its power is indeed overwhelming. Yet the inherent dangers are equally apparent. Jiraiya, if I may speak candidly, I must firmly oppose allowing Naruto to learn such a technique. Given his current talent, he is ill-suited to engage with such a high-risk skill, Kakashi stated seriously. However, before Kakashi could finish his thought, Jiraiya interrupted without hesitation. Enough, Kakashi. There is no need for further discussion. I am well aware. I will personally instruct Naruto when the time comes. At that moment, Tsunade cast her gaze towards him, keenly sensing the underlying implication in Jiraiya's words, and inquired, "Are you suggesting you intend to take Naruto on a journey?" "Indeed. It is unsafe for Naruto to remain in Konoha. I will take him under my wing for rigorous training," Jiraiya decisively declared. Tsunade contemplated for a moment, but chose not to oppose further, as she held great confidence in Jiraiya's abilities. The topic of Naruto was thus momentarily set aside as the others continued their deliberations. In terms of talent, perhaps that young girl could be given a chance, Asuma remarked, his mind conjuring the image of the spirited girl. Upon hearing Asuma mention the girl, the others quickly envisioned a lively young girl with her hair styled in a bun. Ah, so it is that girl who adeptly utilizes summoning scrolls. Indeed, she is the one. This girl has demonstrated considerable aptitude and skill with summoning scrolls. With proper training, she might achieve great things in the future. At this moment, Tsunade, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Thanks to Asuma's reminder. I believe this young girl does possess some potential. Let us allow her to try. If she can indeed master the relevant techniques, I would be willing to take her as my disciple and impart my skills to her. It is essential to recognize that summoning scrolls are not merely ordinary items. They are, in fact, a fusion of summoning techniques and space-time ninjutsu. The fact that this young girl can wield summoning scrolls with such proficiency is indicative of her notable talent and potential in this area. Thus, the group held a glimmer of hope, wishing she could pass this trial and earn Tsunade's favor, ultimately becoming her pupil. Meanwhile, in another realm, Menma returned to the world. In the underground laboratory, before a mirror, Menma opened his eyes, the three Tomo Sharingan slowly spinning within them. To his astonishment, he had indeed awakened the Sharingan. Menma himself was taken aback, for the concepts he had been studying resided solely in theory. Manifesting them proved challenging. The combination of the God Tree genes within him and his own latent abilities had activated the concealed genes in his body, endowing him with extraordinary strength. Awakening the Sharingan is merely a matter of finding the right method, and his awakening was triggered by external stimuli. When confronted with the Kotoame Tsukumi, Menma experienced a moment of dread, fearing he had overstepped. Fortunately, in that critical moment, his external brain initiated a reflex, successfully awakening his three Tomo Sharingan, allowing him to resist the alteration imposed by Kotoame Tsukumi. Perhaps it was his formidable will, or perhaps it was the influence of the white Zetsu utilizing the Mangekyo. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself endowed with the three Tomo, indicating that his foundation was indeed substantial. Menma could sense the abundant ocular power within his eyes, and possessing ocular techniques transformed his perception of the world, where he once perceived it through a lens of nearsightedness. Now it appeared in vivid clarity, akin to a slow-motion blue light. The fundamental abilities of the Sharingan, hypnosis, dynamic vision, chakra observation, were all within his grasp. Yet, what truly captivates him is the gradual evolution of the Sharingan. With each advancement to a new tier, one acquires a unique ocular technique. Contemplating this, Menma retrieved the Kimui ocular power obtained from Kakashi and sealed it within his eyes, hoping to be influenced by it when his own ocular technique awakens. In his view, among the Mangekyo abilities, Kimui should be the strongest, capable of both offense and defense, with its own pocket dimension. When both eyes are united and the ocular power is ample, even stronger ninjas may find themselves challenged. Her eyes flickered momentarily before returning to their usual state. In that dimly lit laboratory deep beneath the earth, the air was thick with a nauseating stench and a chilling atmosphere. Once a figure of unmatched power, the Shiwan now resembled a wounded beast, curled in a corner as he silently licked his wounds. His once elegant and nimble hands had vanished, leaving behind gory stumps where fresh blood still clung, a horrifying sight. Despair and unwillingness flickered into Shiwan's sinister eyes, as if the entire world had forsaken him in that moment. Scattered across the floor lay ancient scrolls in disarray, some torn apart, revealing the precious secret techniques inscribed within. Yet, these scrolls, which were once treasures, now held no value for Dashiwan. His pallid visage, usually as white as snow, now appeared even more ghastly. Devoid of color. Cursed old fool. What peculiar ninjutsu is this? Dashiwan seethed through gritted teeth, his voice echoing in the vast laboratory, laden with boundless rage. Is there not a single clue regarding this ninjutsu in all the records? Utterly detestable. His fury was palpable. For someone of his stature as a scientist and master of forbidden techniques, losing his hands was tantamount to catastrophe, signifying the obliteration of years of dedicated research and his once proud prowess. The torment originating from the depths of his soul gnawed at him incessantly, akin to a multitude of venomous insects devouring his marrow, rendering him almost despondent. He had attempted countless methods to heal this spiritual wound, but no means seemed effective. Dashiwan Darren, Yaoshiro entered quietly, head bowed. Have you located the man with the vortex mask? Dashiwan turned to him. The man has vanished. My subordinates lack the capability to find him. Yaoshiro kept his gaze lowered. If he cannot be found, then it is of little consequence. Bring Uchiha Sasuke here. This body cannot endure much longer. Dashiwan coughed uncontrollably as he spoke, his physical state deteriorating further. This body is already beyond salvage after the battle. I shall attend to this immediately. Yaoshiro comprehended Dashiwan's intent and exited to make arrangements. Dashiwan acted swiftly, with his subordinates establishing contact with Uchiha Sasuke. Within Konoha, the Uchiha clan's quarters, a once thriving locale, now lay in shambles. Though the third Hokage had previously sought to persuade Uchiha Sasuke to leave, he had steadfastly refused, remaining in this place. In Sasuke's home, a familiar figure stood before him. So you are one of Dashiwan's people, Sasuke remarked, a hint of realization dawning upon him. The white-haired man merely adjusted his glasses in response. Do you desire revenge, Sasuke-kun? Do you seek power? Only Dashiwan Darren can grant you the strength to exact your revenge. Yaoshiro's voice held a note of temptation. Dashiwan? Sasuke's tone betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Had he not encountered that masked man or learned the Suzuka technique, he would have had no hesitation upon hearing this. Yet, after learning of the other's accomplishments and the might of the Suzu, it became increasingly difficult for Sasuke to focus on Dashiwan. Sasuke-kun, think carefully. We shall come for you 3 days hence when you leave Konoha. Yaoshiro, oblivious to the nuances in Sasuke's tone, departed after leaving contact information. Silence enveloped the area once more as Sasuke sat quietly, lost in thought. Chapter 117. Dashiwan's research. After inspecting his Sharingan, Menma recalled the white Zetsu. These were valuable assets, especially in Dashiwan's hands. Without hesitation, Menma left to seek out his mentor, Dashiwan. In the spacious, yet dim laboratory, Dashiwan regarded it as his sanctuary and refuge. Day after day, he seldom stepped outside, immersing himself wholly in various esoteric and profound studies. However, recently, this scientific zealot faced a perplexing dilemma. Why is there such an intense rejection response? He pondered, his brow furrowed. Could it be that my theory is fundamentally flawed? His sharp, hawk-like eyes fixated on the petri dish before him, where the cells exhibited an unusual agitation, seemingly resisting fusion. This shouldn't be the case. Which critical step has gone awry? Dashiwan racked his brain, but the answer eluded him. Since committing to his exploratory path, he had plunged headlong into this monumental experiment, attempting to amalgamate various powerful bloodlines to cultivate a flawless body. Upon achieving this, he believed he could soar, stepping closer to the realm of immortality. This grand vision seemed exquisite in his mind, and the theory appeared flawless. Yet, when put into practice, Dashiwan truly grasped the multitude of challenges involved. Even with a shared progenitor, the difficulty of merging these bloodlines was beyond imagination. For instance, the relationship between the Sharingan and Hashirama cells was one of mutual exclusion. A misstep could either damage the Sharingan or cause the Hashirama cells to spiral out of control. The mere fusion of these two cell types had already consumed a significant amount of Dashiwan's time, and he found himself stuck when attempting to incorporate a third bloodline. Why is this happening? Dashiwan murmured, closely observing as the rejection phenomenon intensified. At that moment, footsteps echoed, and without turning, Dashiwan knew that only his students could enter this space. How is the progress, sensei? Menma casually greeted. There has been a slight issue. The fusion of the bloodlines is proving more troublesome than I anticipated, Dashiwan admitted candidly. That is quite normal. The body's rejection is understandable. The bloodlines have become diluted over generations, and although they share a common ancestor, their individual developments have diverged significantly. Merging them now is no simple task, Menma explained with a smile. The bloodlines have likely been separated for countless generations, and given the short lifespan of ninjas, particularly before the era of ninja villages, living to 20 was considered a long life. Under such circumstances, as bloodlines were passed down, they have already transformed, making their fusion an arduous endeavor. It was even more complicated considering that Dashi-wan was attempting to merge not merely any bloodlines, but the cells of Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Menma. Is this path truly impassable? Dashi-wan's brow furrowed, his pallid complexion reflecting a hint of hesitation. The inability to find a solution in the short term had shaken his confidence. Not necessarily. You are merely lacking one crucial element. I have brought something that will significantly aid your experimental progress, Menma revealed, a mysterious smile gracing his face. Dashi-wan, initially troubled, found his interest piqued by Menma's words. What remarkable item have you acquired? Ah, as expected of my mentor, you remain astute. This is undoubtedly a precious find. Menma replied with a smile, extending his right hand to reveal a white corpse. What is this? Dashi-wan inquired, curiosity flashing in his eyes as he approached for a closer inspection. Such a peculiar creature. It resembles a plant, yet also possesses humanoid traits. As a scientist, Dashi-wan found himself momentarily unable to discern the true nature of this entity. Menma succinctly elucidated the origins and functions of Baiju without unnecessary embellishments. Are you suggesting that this entity can merge with any bloodline without causing a rejection reaction? Orochimaru found it almost unbelievable. Theoretically, it was indeed possible. Menma nodded, explaining that Baiju was a unique organism derived from the god tree, colloquially known as a plant human. It possessed both human characteristics and botanical traits. A perfect amalgamation that required no sustenance, thriving solely on sunlight and water. It could absorb chakra and wield various abilities, including the capacity for earth manipulation, with further modifications possible. More astonishingly, as long as sufficient chakra was available, Baiju could replicate itself. This rendered it an impeccable biological weapon, which explained why Akatsuki Kagaya once contemplated utilizing it against the Akatsuki clan. With the support of chakra from this planet, coupled with modifications and Baiju's aggressive attributes, it might indeed exhaust the enemy. Eagerly, Orochimaru retrieved a sample of Baiju cells and placed it under a microscope, quickly noticing the differences. The cells bore similarities to those of Hashirama. Specifically, they contained a trace of Hashirama's cells. This batch of Baiju was replicated by Uchiha Madara using Hashirama's cells, making them more intelligent and versatile. Truly a remarkable specimen. Orochimaru could hardly contain his excitement as he directly integrated Menma's cells into the Baiju cells, and indeed, they fused flawlessly without any rejection. He then introduced a second type of cell, still encountering no rejection. However, upon adding a third type, the Baiju cells began to tremble as if on the verge of collapse. Despite this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he perceived a possibility. By utilizing Baiju cells, a perfect body could be crafted, eliminating the need for the cultivation process. The self-replicating nature of Baiju cells meant they could rapidly grow with ample chakra. Do you have any more of these corpses? Orochimaru turned, unabashed in his request. I have procured quite a few. They are all yours, Menma replied succinctly, summoning numerous Baiju corpses, including several still alive. Regrettably, the most extraordinary one had escaped, and Menma, recalling Akatsuki, expressed his disappointment and shared Akatsuki's abilities with Orochimaru. Such marvels. They can even attach to a person. This is essentially perfect biological armor. With a little modification, it could serve as clothing, complete with a built-in power source. Menma mused, drawing parallels between Akatsuki and Venom from Spider-Man. If this Baiju could be transformed into wearable armor capable of storing chakra, it would be splendid. Truly, it was a fascinating species. Orochimaru could not help but marvel as he eagerly commenced his research. After handing over the specimens to Orochimaru, Menma departed. Chapter 118. Hinata's actions. Menma slowly stepped out of the laboratory, and the moment he crossed the threshold, a brilliant and piercing sunlight cascaded upon him like a tidal wave, causing him to squint and experience a brief moment of disorientation. As his vision gradually adjusted to the dazzling light, Menma inhaled deeply, enveloped by the rich aroma of human existence that surrounded him. It was a scent exclusive to the human realm, mingling with the fragrances of food, the joyous laughter of people, and the bustling clamor of the marketplace. What a splendid place to live. Menma couldn't help but exclaim in heartfelt appreciation. He stood there quietly, relishing the serene beauty of the moment. As his thoughts shifted, Menma recalled his two beloved girlfriends, a surge of desire to deepen their relationship stirring within him. Consequently, he concentrated on sensing the flying thunder god markings. However, upon detecting their location, his previously relaxed brows involuntarily furrowed. Oddly, they were not in Konoha. Why had they suddenly ventured outside? Menma muttered to himself. Typically, unless on a special mission or under extraordinary circumstances, they rarely strayed far from the village. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he gazed in a particular direction. If he was not mistaken, that direction led to the land of lightning. What could they possibly be doing there? With a mind full of questions, Menma shook his head, deciding against wild speculation and instead activating the communication function through the special rings worn by the two. The land of lightning, one of the 5 great nations, housed the armed forces of Kumogakure. Its population and military prowess subtly surpassed that of Konoha, characterized by towering peaks echoing with thunderous roars, thus earning its name. The rivers of the central mountain range carved a winding coastline at their estuaries. The nation also boasted numerous hot spring regions, and its ninja village, Kumogakure, revered martial prowess and ninjutsu. At that moment, not far from Kumogakure, there existed a tranquil village. Within an inn in this village resided 2 young women. The inn's backyard featured an exquisite hot spring facility, surrounded by lush greenery, creating a serene atmosphere. Steam rose from the bubbling springs, enveloping the air in a misty haze. Through this ethereal fog, 2 graceful figures could be faintly discerned, their alluring curves rendered even more mysterious and enticing by the water's sheen. Hinata, do you think this course of action is too perilous? A gentle, slightly timid voice emerged from the mist, belonging to a girl named Yumi, whose tone conveyed uncertainty. A contrasting, assertive voice followed. Yumi, how can you be so cowardly? Channel the spirit of the Uchiha clan. Remember, you are a member of the Uchiha. Having awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, and with your perfect fusion of Hashirama cells, you are among the elite in the entire shinobi world. What is there to fear? With hands on her hips, she displayed an exasperated demeanor, exuding a spunky attitude reminiscent of a rebellious youth. During Menma's absence, both had experienced a surge in strength. Hinata had successfully awakened an eye akin to the reincarnation eye, albeit not as powerful, comparable to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Yumi had also successfully fused Hashirama cells, elevating her vision to the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, alleviating her fears of blindness. With Menma away and their mentor uninvolved, Hinata felt restless and persuaded Yumi to partake in some mischief. Yet, they were in Kumogakure. The thought of what they were about to do, facing an entire village, caused Yumi to feel trepidation. What is there to fear? With our current strength, even if discovered, we can escape, Hinata said defiantly, dismissing the notion of a formidable village. Why don't we wait for Menma to return and act together? Yumi suggested, still lacking confidence. The 5 great villages were undeniably titanic forces in the shinobi world. No one had ever accomplished the feat of challenging an entire village single-handedly. Even the legendary Third Raikage had perished against the thousands of ninjas from Iwagakure. While there were tales of Uchiha Madara and Nagato performing such feats in their respective villages, in this world, no one had ever achieved such a thing. In the collective consciousness, it was believed that no matter how strong an individual was, they could not single-handedly confront a village. Can't you think for yourself? Must you wait for him for everything? Don't you want to grow stronger? Hinata, filled with exasperation, stood up, droplets of water cascading down from her chest. One hand rested on her hip, while the other pointed accusingly at her companion. Enough with the idle chatter, let us proceed as planned. At the appointed time, I shall divert their attention, and you will find a way to pilfer their sealing book. Hinata was weary of further discussion. After listening to this straightforward and somewhat crude plan, Yume felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her thoughts spiraling into anxious scenarios. What if they were discovered? What if they were captured? Would this bring trouble upon the village? It was no wonder she was troubled, whether it was the Byakugan or the Sharingan. As long as they dared to use them, they would be recognized, even behind a mask. Just as the two were finishing their preparations, a sudden vibration emanated from the rings on their fingers, and a voice echoed within their minds. What are you doing? It was Menma returning. Yomei's eyes lit up with the desire to respond, only to be met with a fierce glare from Hinata. Startled, Yumei instinctively recoiled, since maturing. Hinata's physical development had not only accelerated, but her once carefree demeanor had transformed into a more domineering personality. Coupled with a rapid increase in strength that exuded an aura reminiscent of Tsunade's authority. Not only Yumei, but even Menma appeared resigned in Hinata's presence. Just taking on a mission to clear our minds, Hinata replied. Menma, not dwelling on it, asked if she needed assistance. Instinctively, Hinata quickly declined, assuring him to rest, as they would return soon. Menma, not pondering further, ended the communication after a brief exchange. Should they encounter any danger, Menma could swiftly arrive using the Flying Thunder God technique through the rings. The technological sophistication of these rings was remarkable, crafted from the body of the 10 tails. With a core that utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, they facilitated cross-dimensional communication and could serve as a phone, albeit not in real-time conversations, but in a manner akin to messaging apps. In essence, one could send a voice message through the Flying Thunder God technique. Hinata, with a faint smile, ended the communication, her expression swiftly hardening as she cast a fierce glare at Yumei. Do you intend to merely be an ornament? A decorative vase following him around? If you wish to stand by his side, you must enhance your own abilities. How can you improve without engaging in battle? Hinata's tone was stern. Yumei, feeling aggrieved, nodded in acquiescence. Let us prepare to take action, Hinata stated, donning her mask. But won't our eyes still be exposed? What use is this? Yumei remarked, her expression puzzled. As long as we do not admit to it, what can they do? Hinata scoffed, asserting that even if they were recognized, who would believe that 2 young girls were responsible? The two set off toward Yunin village, their target being the sealing tree of Yunin. As for why they were the chosen ones, it was inherently due to Hinata's vendetta against them and her desire to test her newfound strength. They soon arrived at the outskirts of Yunin village. Knowing they could not enter through the main gate, let us proceed without being detected, Hinata advised, glancing ahead at the large barrier that enveloped the entire village. Breaching it unnoticed would be exceedingly challenging. Do you truly not require my assistance? Yumei, entering a phantasmal state, inquired. Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and enter, Hinata replied impatiently. Yumei stepped forward and effortlessly crossed through the barrier, entering Yunin village without detection. Hinata raised her gaze, her pure white eyes now adorned with a pair of blue pupils, enhancing their beauty. Activating her ocular technique, Hinata vanished in an instant, reappearing beside Yumei. The two successfully infiltrated the village. Chapter 119. Hinata draws attention within the imposing and magnificent Reikage building that towered into the clouds. The spacious and bright office housed the Reikage himself, who sat at a grand desk, engrossed in a thick stack of documents. However, as he delved deeper into the material, his previously furrowed brow became increasingly knitted, and his countenance darkened with growing displeasure. Finally, upon reaching a particular page, Reikage could no longer suppress the burning fury within him. He abruptly raised his right hand and slammed it down hard upon the sturdy surface of the desk. With a resounding crash, the entire room seemed to tremble slightly. What on earth does that old fool want? Is he truly intent on severing all ties with Yunin village and declaring war? Reikage seethed, his voice echoing thunderously through the empty office. His face was a mask of rage, and his eyes, round as saucers, seemed ready to ignite with flames. Simultaneously, Reikage was engulfed in confusion and disbelief. Ever since the 5 great villages reached a peace agreement, large-scale wars had become a relic of the past. However, minor conflicts and skirmishes persisted unabated. Especially between Iwagakure and Yunin, historical enmity had long sown discord, resulting in frequent minor altercations along their borders. Yet this time, the situation was markedly different. That Tsukuyomi had personally appeared near the border. Such an occurrence was exceedingly rare, catching even the typically composed and decisive Reikage off guard. At that moment, Reikage's secretary, standing nearby, spoke softly. Lord Reikage, in my humble opinion, this situation is indeed quite peculiar. Given that the enemy leader has personally ventured to the border, there must be significant intent behind it. We must not let our guard down. Certain preventative measures must be implemented without delay. The secretary was not only strikingly beautiful, with skin as pale as snow and a figure that was both graceful and curvaceous, but her demeanor remained calm and collected, devoid of any hint of panic. Upon hearing her words, Reikage took a moment to temper his agitation, scoffing softly. Umph. That detestable old man shall not escape unscathed if I uncover any incriminating evidence or flaws. With that, his keen, hawk-like eyes returned to the documents, re-evaluating the current situation. Reikage couldn't help but recall the death of his father. In this world, the third Reikage had also perished under the siege of Iwagakure. This tragic history had propelled the fourth Reikage to vigorously bolster the military strength and to amass formidable bloodline limits, ultimately setting his sights on Konoha's Byakugan. Despite the Byakugan not standing out among individual powerhouses, at least not compared to the top-tier elite, it was undeniable that possessing the Byakugan on the battlefield was akin to wielding a map, fueling envy in other villages. Let Yomi lead a small team to the battlefield for support. Reikage hesitated momentarily, considering his troublesome younger brother, but ultimately decided to let him accompany them. As the shadow of a village, Laying appeared somewhat brutish, yet he possessed a keen discernment of priorities. He longed to lend his support on the battlefield. Yet the third Tsukuyomi was one of the few ninja who commanded the art of flight. Should he carelessly leave the village, it would be easy for the Tsukuyomi to launch a surprise attack, with catastrophic consequences. Reflecting on his own father's fate, who had sought to infiltrate the Tsukuyomi's domain only to fall victim to a well-laid ambush, Laying understood the gravity of the situation. He ordered the village to bolster its defenses, particularly in the skies. Upon this thought, he instructed emphatically, ensure that the airspace is secure. Rest assured, Lord Laying. I've already issued the orders. We are on high alert in the skies. Not even a bird will breach our defenses, replied his confident secretary. However, scarcely had the words left her lips when a thunderous explosion erupted within the village. The swift arrival of reality left both of them momentarily stunned. Is this what you call heightened vigilance? Lei Ying's expression twitched. His secretary's face flushed crimson, equally vexed. They approached the window to survey the situation. The Laying building was centrally located within the village, elevated in the air, offering a vantage point over much of the village, including the ongoing battle. A thick cloud of smoke billowed ahead, and ninjas rapidly converged toward the scene. At the heart of the smoke stood a figure clad in black robes and a mask, unmoving in the face of the incoming ninjas. What audacity! How dare he wreak havoc in Yunin village? Capture him and deliver him to Lord Laying. The surrounding ninjas shouted, quickly encircling the masked figure. A bunch of rubbish. If you have the guts, come at me. I will crush you. The fiery young girl, Hinata, donned her mask, confident that no one would recognize her, fully embracing her true nature as she raised a fist in provocation. The surrounding ninjas were momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with rage upon realizing that the intruder was merely a young girl. Her youthful voice was unmistakable. You little brat, how dare you be so arrogant? A jonin stepped forward, hands forming seals. A terrifying lightning aura flickered around him, causing the onlookers to instinctively retreat. It's Lord Darui. Excellent. His intervention will surely capture this little girl. The young girl, emboldened, thought to herself, today, you shall witness my prowess. Hinata smirked beneath her mask as she raised her right hand. Chakra slash. Instantly, she unleashed a powerful attack, hurling it forward. The air whistled ominously as the attack sliced through the atmosphere, causing the encircled ninjas to pale in fear. Observing this, Darui's expression shifted dramatically as he hastened his hand seals, unleashing a torrent of lightning toward the incoming attack. The two forces collided midair. Darui's lightning held for but a fleeting second before being cleaved in two. Not good, evade, Darui exclaimed, employing body flicker technique. Damn it, do not underestimate me. Earth style, earth flow wall. Two jonin sprang forth, rapidly forming hand seals and slamming their hands into the ground. Two earthen walls erupted upward. As the chakra slash struck the first wall, it penetrated effortlessly, proceeding to the second. A resounding explosion followed. The surrounding ninjas were caught off guard as nearby buildings were cleaved in two, collapsing at odd angles. Lord Yuntai, a cry of alarm echoed, drawing the gaze of the nearby ninjas. Their pupils constricted in horror as the two jonin who had attempted to block were bisected. With the upper halves crawling on the ground, eyes wide with terror, blood gushing forth. Is this the caliber of Yunin village? A disdainful voice rang out, glancing around as if they could see the contemptuous expression despite the mask obscuring their face. How dare you underestimate me? Finish him. The surrounding ninjas, now incensed, began forming seals, preparing to annihilate the intruder. Hinata's expression shifted, her hands coming together. Summoning technique. 4 sacred beasts. A summoning circle appeared behind the masked figure, forming 4 rings inscribed with the characters Qing, Bai, Zhu, and Xian. The roar of beasts erupted as 4 sacred beasts leaped forth. Beneath her mask, Hinata's face paled slightly, as summoning these beasts placed considerable strain on her. Had her eyes not evolved, enhancing her chakra, she would not have been able to summon them at all. Yet her chakra was already depleting. She cast a glance toward the Laying building, silently wishing for swift assistance. I hope you find him soon, she murmured to herself, spotting the 4th Laying racing toward the scene. How dare that scoundrel come to Yunin village and sow chaos. Regardless of who you are, today is your demise. A thunderous roar echoed from afar, resonating like a thunderclap. The combatants, hearing this, felt a surge of renewed morale, igniting their spirits like a roaring flame. Ah, it's Lord Laying, someone exclaimed with excitement. At last, Lord Laying has arrived. The crowd erupted in cheers. Alas, we have proven too inept to handle a mere intruder, some lamented, their faces reflecting shame. Meanwhile, as Laying soared through the air, he beheld the devastating scene that ignited his fury. Countless bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood staining the earth. At the center of the battlefield, for enormous, fearsome beasts wreaked havoc upon the surrounding ninjas. The ordinary Chunin and Jonin were clearly encountering such ferocious summoned beasts for the first time, and their ignorance led to their swift demise in battle. Witnessing this chaos, Lei Ying's anger surged, causing his lightning armor to radiate with blinding brilliance, amplifying its power. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, speeding toward the center of the battlefield where Hinata stood. As he tore through the air, it felt as though the atmosphere were being rent asunder, leaving behind a cacophony of sonic booms. What incredible speed! It's Lord Laying's lightning armor. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the astonishing velocity. Hinata's pupils widened in shock. She had heard tales of Lei Ying's swiftness, but as a lower-ranking ninja, she had never grasped its magnitude until now. He is so fast. Just a moment ago he was far away, and now his fist is right before me. Even now, Hinata found herself unable to react. In an instant, Lei Ying's fist was poised to strike the masked figure. Yet, in a stunning twist, as his fist neared the mask, Hinata vanished without a trace, as if she were a specter. Lei Ying's fist met empty air, and his sharp eyes darted around, scanning every inch of space in disbelief, trying to deduce how she had evaded his thunderous blow. Lord Laying, she is behind you, a keen-eyed ninja shouted. Without hesitation, Laying pivoted swiftly, and indeed, he spotted Hinata standing elegantly several meters behind him, serene and poised. The master of space-time ninjutsu, Laying, whispered softly, his face momentarily betraying a hint of surprise. Yet, this fleeting expression quickly vanished as he regained his composure and launched another assault. Almost simultaneously, Laying's figure vanished from sight as swiftly as lightning. Although Hinata had prepared herself for this encounter, Laying's speed was astonishingly rapid, leaving her with no opportunity to react. Before Hinata could devise a countermeasure, she caught a fleeting glimpse, and in the next instant, Laying had seemingly teleported beside her. His massive fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, advanced menacingly toward her cheek. How infuriating! How is this man capable of such swiftness? A wave of uncontrollable frustration surged within Hinata. Faced with Lei Ying's terrifying speed and formidable strength, she felt an unprecedented pressure. Nonetheless, she refused to succumb passively to her fate. In this critical moment, Hinata made a decisive choice, once again invoking her ocular technique, causing her figure to vanish from the sight of the onlookers. Humph, little brat. Don't think you can escape my grasp so easily. I have thoroughly seen through your little tricks. This time, there will be no escape. Laying's roar reverberated throughout the battlefield. Just as Hinata reappeared in the distance, she heard Laying's voice, accompanied by the crackling sound of lightning before her. Her pupils dilated in shock as she realized she had underestimated the might of these shadow-level warriors. Her ocular technique had been deployed only once, yet it had already been discerned by him. Hinata understood that it would be too late to evade his assault. The pressure, the White Eye's other ability. The White Eye pressure manifested just as Lei Ying's fist was about to strike her face, unleashing a terrifying aura from his being. This caused Lei Ying to momentarily halt, his chakra slightly affected. Though it lasted but an instant, in a battle between masters, such a moment could determine the outcome. Seizing this opportunity, Hinata narrowly evaded his guaranteed blow. She could not afford to be struck by him. observing the formidable fourth Lei Ying in the center of the battlefield. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hinata's forehead, the buoyant mentality she had due to her newfound strength rapidly turning somber. With swift hands, she formed seals. Please. Spirit technique, White Tiger. In an instant, Hinata donned a garb resembling that of the White Tiger, akin to the chakra mode of the fourth Lei Ying. Feeling the strength of her chakra cloak, Hinata quietly exhaled with relief, yet simultaneously sensed a troubling scarcity of chakra within her. Damn it, hurry up. She cast a glance toward the fourth Lei Ying's office. Meanwhile, in the office, another masked figure suddenly materialized. The Umbu stationed within the office, upon spotting an unfamiliar presence, immediately revealed themselves without hesitation. The Umbu, without uttering a word, charged forth, but soon their expressions shifted. No matter the techniques they employed, they could not strike that spectral figure. It appeared as if it were a genuine apparition, leading some to ponder whether they had fallen victim to Jinjutsu. Yumi, unwilling to waste time, activated her Sharingan, entering a ghostly state to search for the ninjutsu scroll of Yunin village. The distant sounds of explosions from the ongoing battle heightened Yumi's anxiety. This cannot wait any longer. Yumi revealed her true form, abruptly raising her head, and the attacking Umbu beheld her eerie eyes. Those were Mangekyo Sharingan. Do not gaze into her eyes. Thanks to the legacy of the Akatsuki organization and Uchiha Itachi, the ninja world was now aware that the Uchiha clan possessed even higher-tier ocular powers, the Mangekyo Sharingan. However, when they glimpsed the patterns within her eyes, it was already too late. Yumi's Mangekyo, being of the Jinjutsu type, possessed formidable enhancement against illusions. Thus, as everyone beheld her eyes, they fell under the control of her Jinjutsu. All stood frozen in place. Tell me, where is the sealing book of Yunin village? A chilling voice resonated. The entranced Umbu squad leader stepped forward, his gaze vacant, and answered her question. Yumi's countenance darkened beneath her mask. She had not anticipated that such a crucial item would be kept within the home of the fourth Lei Ying. Reluctantly, she followed the entranced individuals to Lei Ying's residence. With the guidance of the Umbu and Hinata drawing attention, they swiftly arrived at Lei Ying's abode. However, upon arrival, more Umbu emerged unexpectedly. Step aside. We come at the command of Lord Lei Ying to retrieve the sealing book, the Umbu squad leader bellowed. Yet, the opposing Umbu remained unmoved, coldly regarding them. Subdue them. They have fallen under Jinjutsu, commanded the lead Jonin, his expression impassive. Yumi's gaze involuntarily shifted as she caught sight of the pupils within the eyes of her foes. And her expression shifted. White eye? She recognized that eye. What a prized possession it was. Tokudai maintained his expression, his white eye firmly fixed on the masked figure ahead. Uchiha Yumi's demeanor darkened, an aura of low pressure radiating from her. As a member of the Ocular clan, celebrated as a prodigy from a young age, her pride clashed with that of an ordinary ninja wielding the white eye, igniting her fury, a sense of sorrow for the fallen rabbit. You shall pay dearly. Suddenly, a powerful and radiant pink chakra erupted like a volcanic eruption, accompanied by a chilling cracking sound echoing all around. The onlookers stared in astonishment as the first stage of Susanoo materialized. A colossal, 3-meter-tall red skeletal figure rose from the ground with breathtaking force, its terrifying visage sending shivers down the spines of all witnesses. Those who beheld this scene could not help but gasp, their pupils narrowing in shock. Mangekyo Sharingan. Someone cried out in terror. Tokudai's expression paled. He had never imagined that the mysterious figure behind the mask hailed from the legendary Uchiha clan. Quick! Stop him. We must not allow him to succeed. Tokudai ordered hoarsely. No sooner had his words left his mouth than the surrounding ninjas sprang into action, unleashing their most formidable ninjutsu. Fireballs, water bullets, lightning, and an array of dazzling yet potent techniques rained down upon the skeleton and the figure within. A deafening explosion resonated, shaking the entire battlefield as a massive cloud of smoke soared into the air, obscuring the sun. At that moment, the combatants engaged in fierce battles elsewhere were drawn to the sudden upheaval, halting their actions to gaze toward the area engulfed in smoke and flames. Chapter 121. Six Paths Treasures You Bastard. I never thought you would have accomplices. Lei Ying roared furiously, his expression turning exceedingly grim. As his emotions surged, the aura surrounding him intensified, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, his once orderly hair now standing on end like sharp needles. Hinata felt a wave of annoyance wash over her as she heard the distant commotion. The reason she had sent Yumi to execute the theft was precisely due to her unique abilities, believing they could achieve their objective without detection. Yet, who could have foreseen that it would escalate into such a grand spectacle, akin to a brazen robbery? Though she was unaware of the specific circumstances unfolding there, Hinata understood her primary task was to intercept Lei Ying at this juncture. If he were to break through and provide support, the situation would likely spiral out of control. Humph, what a veritable bull-headed brute. As the Lei Ying charged towards her with the force of a rampaging heavy tank, Hinata scoffed disdainfully. Compared to ordinary ninjas, the lineage of Lei Ying appeared distinctly exceptional. While regular ninjas typically possessed high offensive capabilities but lacked robust defenses and were relatively frail, Lei Ying's clan was evidently an exception. Regardless of their formidable strength, if an opponent could seize the moment, even a simple shuriken or explosive tag could easily extinguish their lives. However, Lei Ying was not among such vulnerabilities. The Lei Ying clan naturally boasted great physical prowess, and the second Lei Ying had observed the 9 chakra modes of the Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao brothers, subsequently developing his own lightning release chakra mode. The resemblance between the two was striking, especially the ears atop their heads. The lightning release chakra mode was not merely a rudimentary ninjutsu or taijutsu. Rather, it amalgamated the strengths of both, possessing the power and destructiveness of ninjutsu while retaining the agility and control of taijutsu. Once activated, the chakra mode stimulated the cells, propelling Lei Ying's speed to its zenith, rendering ordinary ninjas utterly incapable of reacting in time. Coupled with prolonged lightning release training, Lei Ying's physique transcended the limits of common ninjas. Hinata now faced this insurmountable challenge. After a direct clash with her opponent, she realized that her current second stage of the Byakugan could not penetrate Lei Ying's defenses. This brutish adversary was proving to be a significant obstacle. Feeling the rapid depletion of her chakra, Hinata recognized that if this continued, her defenses might soon be shattered. Lei Ying too sensed the weakening of her defenses and quickened his pace, taunting, "If you surrender now, I might spare your life." Undeterred, Hinata devised a strategy. If the Byakugan was insufficient, she would focus on defense and employ the Xuanwu technique. With swift hand seals, the white tiger dissipated from her form. "You're seeking death," Lei Ying remarked, perceiving the enemy's voluntary cessation of her ninjutsu as an opportunity. Channeling the gathered lightning into his right hand, he unleashed his father's signature move, a technique that the third Lei Ying had used to withstand the 8 Tails tailed beast bomb. Although Hinata had never witnessed this maneuver, the immense danger radiating from Lei Ying's pointed finger sent shivers down her spine. An instinctual alarm rang within her. This was the third Lei Ying's most formidable spear. To her astonishment, Lei Ying had resorted to using this technique. The surrounding spectators dared not approach the battlefield, but upon witnessing this move, the elite ninja's spirits surged, recalling how the third Lei Ying had once shattered all obstacles with it. In an instant, the third Lei Ying vanished. Simultaneously, Hinata activated her ocular technique. Both fighters disappeared, and as Hinata re-emerged, she hesitated not for a moment, completing her hand seals. Summoning technique, Northern Xuanwu. A colossal tortoise shell enveloped her, yet she sensed an impending death. Her ocular technique had been seen through, and Lei Ying's mastery of speed was unparalleled. In a short distance, his velocity rivaled that of teleportation. As Hinata materialized, Lei Ying was already upon her. The strongest spear shot forth. A thunderous explosion resonated, shaking the ground beneath them. The clash of the strongest spear against the strongest defense. The Xuanwu resulted in a tremendous detonation, shrouding the battlefield in obscuring smoke. With a flash, a figure hurtled out at an astonishing speed, crashing through several buildings before collapsing amidst the haze. Who emerged victorious? Naturally, it was Lei Ying. The onlookers anxiously peered toward the center of the battlefield, some daring to use wind release to disperse the smoke. A collective gasp echoed as they beheld the figure standing amidst the chaos, disbelief etched upon their faces. Impossible. Why is he still standing? If the enemy remained upright, where was their Lei Ying? In that moment, the crowd felt their convictions shatter. How could Lei Ying possibly lose? That was the third Lei Ying's ultimate technique. Ignoring the spectators, Hinata stood, heart racing, still reeling from the encounter. The previous attack had profoundly frightened her. She was grateful for having activated her shell defense in time and recalled the theories imparted by her mentor. Now, encircled by a massive tortoise shell that spun rapidly. Hinata utilized the Xuanwu as armor and the Kaiten as technique, successfully deflecting the lethal strike. The strongest spear met the strongest shield, and rather than a stalemate, Hinata's technique proved superior, sending Lei Ying sprawling back. If Gaara could grasp the essence of this principle, he might devise an authentic ultimate shield. In comparison to the Hyuga clan's Kaiten, Gaara's sand was genuinely inexhaustible. Amidst the distant ruins, heavy footsteps echoed, accompanied by labored breaths and bloodshot eyes. This was the current state of Lei Ying. A disgrace, undoubtedly. His most powerful attack had been so effortlessly countered. In tandem with his fury, Lei Ying's chakra mode surged with volatility. Hinata, now increasingly cautious, could no longer afford to underestimate him. From the periphery of the battlefield, a strikingly beautiful woman with long legs approached. The onlookers bowed in respect. She was none other than Lei Ying's stunning secretary. I have already informed Lord Karabi about that enemy. Our task now is to assist Lord Lei Ying in eliminating this foe, she calmly explained to those around her. But my lady, the surrounding individuals hesitated, particularly as they observed the intensity of the battle, realizing they could not approach. Fear not, for I have brought this. The beautiful secretary produced a scroll from behind her, laying it upon the ground and forming hand seals. With the summoning technique, a colossal jar materialized, igniting excitement among the spectators. Six Paths Treasures. Chapter 122. Sealing Hinata. As Lei Ying's wrath intensified, his offensive capabilities soared. Hinata found herself overwhelmed, pressed into submission by his relentless assault. Nevertheless, she adapted her strategy, prioritizing defense while the massive tortoise shell spun around her, reflecting every technique Lei Ying unleashed. Her gaze drifted towards the distance, hoping for a successful signal from her ally. If they could coordinate their escape, no one present could thwart them. Meanwhile, Yume had initially planned to eliminate the Tsukidai, reclaim the Byakugan, and then seek the sealing scroll from the Yunin village. However, she had underestimated this elite jonin. The Tsukidai was an elite jonin from Yunin village and a former aide to the third Lei Ying. Following the latter's demise, he had become a trusted confidant of the fourth Lei Ying, possessing formidable strength and mastery over the bloodline limit, Yotan. Faced with Yume, who had activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, he matched her skill in a stalemate, neither yielding nor gaining ground. I cannot afford to remain entangled with this adversary, Uchiha Yume thought, her peripheral vision catching sight of the distant battle, its terrifying aftermath clear even from her position. No more idle chatter. On the pink skull, muscles, skin, and bones began to manifest, instantly entering the second phase of Susanoo. It was urgent to retreat. Witnessing this scene, Tuchai waved his hand, and the other ninjas immediately fell back. Thunder rumbled. A long sword materialized in the skeletal hand, and with a swing, a terrifying sword aura was unleashed. Several unfortunate souls, unable to evade in time, were cleaved in half by the razor-sharp sword energy akin to the scythe of the Grim Reaper, resulting in blood splattering and a horrific scene. At that moment, Uchiha Yumi seized the fleeting opportunity and suddenly lifted her head. Her gaze pierced like two bolts of cold lightning towards the individuals leaping into the air. Sensing her stare, they instinctively looked over. However, in just a fleeting glance, their eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit, clearly ensnared in Yumi's illusion. Stop them, Yumi commanded, her voice crisp and resolute. The ninjas, under the influence of the illusion, like puppets stripped of autonomy, unhesitatingly turned and lunged at their original comrades. In an instant, a chaotic scene of fratricidal slaughter unfolded. Damn it, they are under the illusion's control. Show no mercy. Eliminate them immediately. Tuchai cursed inwardly. He understood the urgency of the situation and knew that any hesitation would lead to dire consequences. If these controlled ninjas continued their rampage, the aftermath would be unthinkable. Thus, he decisively resolved to eliminate this trouble as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Yumi's Susanoo vanished as fleetingly as it had appeared. Her form transformed back into a spectral state, gliding effortlessly toward the Raikage residence like a wisp of breeze. It turned out that during the skirmish with the enemy, she had successfully extracted the location of the important item from their lips. In her ghostly form, Yumi remained oblivious to those rushing towards her in an attempt to obstruct her. She flashed through one body after another, advancing with the swiftness of a specter. Before long, she reached the interior of the house. In the Raikage's spacious and solemn study, a massive scroll lay prominently on the table. This must be it, Yumi whispered softly. her beautiful eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. Cautiously, she extended her hands and gently unfurled the scroll. As it unfolded, the first technique that caught her eye was the remarkable Raiden Chakra mode. Detailed explanations, intricate hand seals, and the terrifying power it could unleash made Yumi's heart race. As she continued to peruse, a dazzling array of techniques appeared. Erasure, Steel Shield, and others, each a closely guarded secret. Aware of the preciousness of these techniques, Yumi dared not delay, swiftly rolling up the scroll and securing it carefully. Without hesitation, she hefted the heavy scroll onto her slender back. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Yumi turned to leave this perilous place. However, just as she stepped out the door, a swarm of figures surged forth, encircling her. The two leading figures stood out notably, their predatory gazes fixed upon Yumi, brimming with unabashed hostility. One, a burly man with a face full of excess, was the first to speak, brandishing his thick arms and uttering a string of strange words. "Bakayaru, you wretched little thieves dare to steal our rakeage treasures. Today, you shall find no escape." Beside the hulking man stood a striking woman, her golden hair intricately braided and cascading over one shoulder. At that moment, her narrow eyes narrowed slightly, her icy gaze locking onto Yumi as she emerged from the room. Suddenly, several knives were hurled toward her. It was the greasy man, who had drawn 8 blades from behind. Unfazed by such flamboyant attacks, Yumi's thoughts were occupied with how to alert Hinata now that she had secured the item. Indeed, it was ineffective, such peculiar ninjutsu. Yumi's face displayed surprise. Although she had known of the opponent's techniques, witnessing them firsthand revealed their true strangeness. After testing the waters, Karabi retreated to the back. Seizing the opportunity, Yumi released her ghostly form, summoning a Rasengan in her hand. The surrounding people instinctively prepared to defend, anticipating an attempt to break free. However, Yumi hurled the Rasengan into the air. Boom! The Rasengan exploded in the sky, completing this sequence of actions. She re-entered her ghostly state and turned to flee. "No," she asked, trying to escape. "Think of a way to stop her," Tachai realized. However, it was already too late. Once Yumi entered her ghostly state, no tangible attack could reach her. Meanwhile, Hinata, fully focused on defending against the Raikage assault, witnessed the explosion of the Rasengan in the sky. Her masked face lit up with joy. The plan had succeeded. "Hey, that be a Kugen girl, look over here." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out beside her. "Who is calling me?" Hinata instinctively looked over, only to see several peculiar figures approaching the edge of the battlefield. A voluptuous woman was half squatting on the ground. Before her stood a gigantic urn. At that moment, as Hinata glanced over, a tremendous suction emanated from the urn. Oh no! Hinata realized she had been deceived. Just as she attempted to use her ocular technique to escape, it was already too late. The immense suction enveloped her entire body. The surrounding space seemed to warp. "Damn it, I've fallen for it," was Hinata's final thought as her body twisted, drawn into the enormous urn. The voluptuous woman promptly sealed the urn with its lid, exhaling in relief. Success! The surrounding onlookers were incredulous. They were familiar with this object, the Six Paths treasure, an important artifact passed down from their village, previously used to subdue the rampaging Eight Tails. This was their first time employing it against an enemy. Just as Yumi was reveling in her success, she suddenly received a message from Hinata. Her body froze in place. How could this be? The plan was going so smoothly. We had almost reached the finale. If we could escape from Yunin village without anyone knowing, everything would have been fine. Yet, Uchiha Yumi never anticipated that. Despite successfully navigating 99 steps, she would stumble on the final one. Just moments after sending the signal and turning to flee, she received Hinata's message. "I've fallen into their trap and have been sealed in a jar. Hurry and let Menma know." This was the reason Uchiha Yumi stood there, at a loss for what to do. I should go back and inform Menma, yet she felt a wave of embarrassment. As if returning to a parent after losing a fight, Yumi found herself unable to move a single step, her masked face shifting between emotions. What should I do? Should I take action myself? But can I rescue Hinata? Yumi hesitated, fearing for Hinata's safety. What would she say to Menma if something happened to her? Within that brief moment of hesitation, the two parties converged, surrounding the lone figure in the middle. Only this little mouse remained. Lane's countenance was clouded with fury. Today, he had nearly lost all face. Had it not been for the timely intervention of his beautiful secretary, he would have suffered a significant humiliation. Oh, brother, how ostentatious. Upon encountering his elder brother, Chi-La-Bai could not contain his exuberance and began to sing and dance, yet his words elicited grimaces from those around. Already infuriated, Lei Ying's forehead throbbed with anger at Chi-La-Bai's mockery. Chapter 123. The Decision of Uchiha Yume. Little brat. Surrender obediently, and perhaps I might spare your life. Lei Ying's eyes widened with rage, electricity crackling around him like silver serpents dancing in the air. He fixed his gaze on the enigmatic masked figure in the center, who had kept his head bowed. Deep down, he reflected, prior to arriving, he had gathered intelligence on this masked individual, rumored to possess a bloodline limit. Capturing him alongside another wielder of a bloodline limit would be an immense boon for the village. At that moment, Uchiha Yume, the masked man, kept his head lowered in silence, wrestling with an internal conflict. Should he seize the opportunity to flee or risk everything to rescue the trapped Hinata? With his unique ocular technique, escaping from this place was far from impossible, even against a formidable opponent like Ling. Yet, as Yume hesitated, the image of Myanmar suddenly flickered in his mind. No, I cannot abandon Hinata. If Myanmar learns that I left her behind to escape alone, my image in his eyes would be irreparably tarnished. With this thought, Yume sighed deeply. After a prolonged internal struggle, he resolved that he could not flee. He must attempt to save Hinata, no matter the cost. With this determination, Uchiha Yume lifted his head, the kaleidoscope in his eyes vividly imprinting itself upon all present. Do not lower your gaze. Do not meet his eyes. In that fleeting moment, chaos erupted in the arena. The eyes of the crowd fixated on the kaleidoscope, and an uncontrollable fear surged within them as they locked eyes with it. That overwhelming and malevolent aura seemed capable of piercing the very soul, striking at the deepest fears of all. Even the powerful Ling found himself retreating before the might of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, there were always a few unfortunate souls in the crowd whose reactions lagged behind the others. In that brief instant, those ensnared by the illusion suddenly drew their weapons without warning, lunging at their unsuspecting companions like phantoms. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, some individuals, caught off guard, could not react in time to defend themselves and were instantly struck by the attacks of their controlled peers. Blood splattered, and cries of anguish filled the air. The previously tranquil scene transformed into a gruesome slaughter. Susanoo, a brilliant crimson light erupted. Uchiha Yume, having made his decision, summoned forth the full power of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. In an instant, a colossal pink skeleton rose from the ground, as if emerging from the depths of hell, growing rapidly in stature. As its lower half gradually materialized, it became a towering pink giant, standing majestically in the center of the battlefield. Uchiha Yume occupied a position at the heart of the Susanoo. The third stage of Susanoo was complete. The towering figure reached the height of a tailed beast, instilling fear in the hearts of the ninjas beneath it. Damn Uchiha! The third Raikage finally recognized the identity of his opponent upon witnessing this Susanoo, understanding that it belonged to the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Yume began forming hand seals, and simultaneously, the massive Susanoo brought its hands together, creating a fire seal. Illusion, 3,000 great dreams. The chilling incantation echoed as a multitude of colorful bubbles filled the sky. These bubbles floated about, and anyone who came into contact with them instantly lost consciousness and fell into a deep slumber. Move! The third Raikage bellowed. Reacting swiftly, Chi-La-Bai began to transform into his tailed beast form, a massive bull-headed octopus materializing on the battlefield. The octopus's 8 tentacles lunged at the giant Susanoo. As the Susanoo wielded 2 long swords, the blades flashed, severing the octopus's tentacles. Meanwhile, the two-tails cat demon appeared on the scene. Its mouth agape as a dark energy sphere rapidly coalesced within. Tailed beast bomb attacked the Susanoo. At the same time, Lei Ying unleashed his own assault. The Raijin's lightning blade targeting the legs of Susanoo. Boom! The terrifying shockwaves from the battle radiated outward, leaving a significant number of those ensnared in the illusion injured or dead. Those not affected by the illusion began to rescue their comrades while retreating from the battlefield. If the conflict between Hinata and Ying could still be intervened, the clash of these titanic forces posed a grave danger merely by proximity. The beautiful secretary, recognizing the dire situation, immediately ordered a retreat, setting up barriers around the battlefield to prevent the aftermath of their clash from harming the village. With 2 colossal-tailed beasts, The formidable fourth Reikage and an immense Susanoo engaged in battle. The ferocity of the conflict escalated. Uchiha Yume's eyes bled tears, as it was the first time she had summoned her Susanoo to such an extent, and her body struggled to withstand the strain. Crack! Once more, Lei Ying's Raijin's lightning blade struck, creating fissures in the legs of Susanoo. Just as it seemed poised to shatter completely, it restored itself to its original form. The fourth Reikage's expression darkened. Despite having heard tales of the formidable nature of the shinobi world, witnessing the terrifying defense of Susanoo firsthand was a revelation. The third Reikage was skilled in both offense and defense, but even he found himself at a loss against the complete form of Susanoo. He could chip away at its exterior, but lacked the sheer power to obliterate it in one blow. However, with the aid of the 8 tails and the 2 tails, Uchiha Yume began to feel overwhelmed. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Uchiha Yume gritted his teeth, initially reluctant to reveal too much. But the battle had escalated to such a degree that withholding his trump cards was futile. He began forming hand seals. Wood release, wood dragon technique. The earth trembled, as if something was about to break through the surface, causing everyone to sway. Be careful, a voice from the crowd warned, as something erupted from the ground. When all eyes fell upon the emerging entity, their pupils dilated in shock, and they gasped in horror. Wood release. Compared to the Sharingan, the reputation of wood release was even more formidable, bolstered by the geography of the Land of Fire, leading everyone to instinctively fear it. Over the years, wood release had become almost legendary. Fortunately, the power once belonging solely to the first Hokage had completely vanished from this world, offering a sense of relief to all. Yet now, as they beheld the wood dragon rising from the earth, astonishment spread among them. Be cautious. This wood release must not ensnare us. The 8 tails cautioned, recalling how he had once been swiftly subdued by this very technique, instinctively retreating upon seeing it again. The 2 tails shared a similar sentiment, as tailed beasts. They were acutely aware of the terror embodied by wood release. The wood dragon surged forth, targeting the 8 tails. Bakayuru, do not underestimate Chi-Labai. Chi-Labai declared as he charged directly at the wood dragon. He had no option but to confront it. In their collision, the wood dragon coiled around the massive form of the 8 tails. It's absorbing my chakra, the 8 tails warned. At this moment, it was too late. Numerous small trees had sprouted atop the wooden dragon, giving it an almost lifelike appearance. Kairabi was taken aback, for it was the first time he had encountered such a formidable ninjutsu capable of absorbing the chakra of tailed beasts, and he sensed that the Hachibi was under immense pressure. Kairabi began to retract the chakra of the Hachibi, and its colossal form began to shrink, transforming towards a human shape. However, the wooden dragon entwined around him constricted tightly, leaving no opportunity for escape. How are you faring? Came the anxious voice of the fourth Reikage. Kairabi responded with a rap, indicating that he was unscathed. Damn it, who are you? Why do you wield wood release? The fourth Reikage's gaze remained fixed on the massive Susanoo ahead. Chapter 124, Wood Release, Birth of the Forest Realm. The majestic aura and overwhelming power of the wooden dragon far exceeded Yumiko's imagination. She widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the imposing wooden dragon before her, silently marveling at the might of the first Hokage. However, the strength of the wooden dragon corresponded to an astonishing consumption of chakra from its user. Merely summoning this wooden dragon had caused Yumiko's chakra to drain rapidly, akin to a flood bursting its banks. The once impenetrable Susanoo surrounding her began to degrade, ultimately reducing to a half-formed state. This was still with the aid of Hashirama's cells. Had it been reliant solely on her previous chakra reserves, she would not have withstood such depletion. I cannot allow this to continue. I must locate Hinata immediately. Yumiko understood the urgency of the moment, with no time to waste. Even with Hashirama's cells, her chakra reserves had yet to reach their peak. Ignoring the fourth Reikage's persistent inquiries, she remained resolute, her hands deftly forming seals once more without hesitation. This cannot be allowed to succeed. Stop him at once. The fourth Reikage recognized the dire situation and, without a second thought, lunged towards Yumiko. Simultaneously, the Nibi, the two-tailed cat demon, opened its gaping maw, gathering a terrifying tailed beast bomb at an alarming speed. In that critical moment, Yumiko shouted, "Would release. Birth of the Forest Realm." With her hands swiftly forming seals and striking the ground, an immense surge of chakra erupted from her, violently flooding underground. The earth trembled violently, as if a dragon stirred beneath, shaking the heavens and the earth. Accompanied by deep, rumbling sounds, colossal roots burst forth from the ground, spreading like ferocious serpents, menacingly extending in all directions. The surface transformed into a river. As great trees sprouted, their roots sprawling outward. "This is bad. We must stop him." Witnessing this scene, the onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. The destructive capacity of this technique was formidable, especially within the village. Should these roots spread uncontrollably, the hidden cloud village would suffer catastrophic losses. Those outside maintaining the barrier could no longer afford to delay their actions, abandoning their focus and combining their ninjutsu against the terrifying roots. Even the fourth Reikage and the Nibi were compelled to halt their actions to impede the roots' expansion. Seizing this moment of chaos, Uchiha Yumiko dispelled her Susanoo and reverted to her ethereal state, swiftly distancing herself from the battlefield. Placing her right hand on her ring to sense her allies. The ring allowed her to detect the general location of her teammates, and she quickly pinpointed Hinata's position. In the underground prison of the Hidden Cloud Village, a place designated for detaining criminals, access was strictly controlled, and not even a fly could enter. A trio escorted a massive ceramic jar to this location. Upon seeing it, the guards' expressions changed, for this object was well known throughout the Hidden Cloud Village. "What is inside?" one guard inquired cautiously. "It contains a significant enemy," the white-haired Omo replied gravely. "Ah, understood. Please proceed inside." The guards, relieved to hear it was an enemy and not another rampaging tailed beast, were nonetheless astonished by the honor bestowed upon such an adversary. This jar was their village's trump card against tailed beasts, and it was the first time they had seen it utilized against an enemy. The trio nodded at each other and swiftly escorted the jar into the village's dungeon. Before long, Uchiha Yumiko arrived at the location she sensed. "Who goes there?" The guards, seeing an unfamiliar face, drew their weapons, ready for battle. However, as they attempted to discern the enemy's identity, they were met with a pair of circular Mangekyo Sharingan, causing them to lose consciousness instantly. "Was there a jar brought in?" Uchiha Yumiko asked urgently, sensing that the commotion had ceased. "Yes. It was escorted inside by Lord Karabi's disciple," replied the guard, his eyes vacant and expressionless. Uchiha Yumiko's face lit up with joy. He had found Hinata. He swiftly took control of the guards as they made their way deeper into the dungeon, while those who had successfully halted the roots spread panted heavily. As the smoke cleared, they remembered the enemy. However, when they looked, where had the enemy gone? "Lord Reikage, has the enemy retreated?" Sukadai and the beautiful secretary rushed to join the Reikage. "Sukadai, you go rescue Karabi. I will block her," the Reikage stated, uninterested in further explanation, knowing time was of the essence and that the enemy would not relent easily. The beautiful secretary understood the Reikage's intent and led the way ahead. The group hastened towards the dungeon, racing against time. Inside the dungeon, the atmosphere was dark and damp, with the walls feeling eerie to the touch. The unique geography of the Hidden Cloud Village frequently invited thunderstorms. And the dungeon itself was a peculiar place with a lightning rod connecting to it, saturating the ground with electricity. Once imprisoned here, a criminal was constantly subjected to the torment of lightning. Upon entering, Uchiha Yumiko immediately sensed the peculiar nature of the place, dismissing any inclination to test its defenses and entering her ethereal state. She commanded the guide to quicken their pace. This dungeon comprised 9 levels, with the environment becoming increasingly secure as one descended. On the 9th level, the trio placed the jar in a room but did not leave. Instead, they settled down to rest. Are we essentially confined in the dungeon now? What if someone attempts a jailbreak? If the enemy is too strong, what should we do? Should we surrender? The white-haired, dark-skinned chatterbox could no longer suppress his loquacious nature, incessantly rambling as he relaxed. "Be silent. If you keep talking, I will tear your mouth apart." The hot-headed red-haired Karui tightened his fists, barely restraining himself from striking out during the mission. However, the chatterbox could not help but speak, feeling particularly anxious if he did not say something. "Someone is coming." The well-endowed beauty was the first to sense something amiss and immediately alerted her companions. The other two also sensed an approaching presence. "Hey, uncle, how did you get here? What is happening outside?" A familiar figure emerged from around the corner, the gatekeeper, surprising the trio. However, the keen-eyed blonde beauty quickly noticed the unusual expression in the guard's eyes. "Be cautious. They may be under Jinjutsu." She promptly alerted her 2 teammates. However, it was a moment too late. The guards, who had been ensnared, instantly drew their weapons upon spotting the trio. Simultaneously, Uchiha Yume, trailing behind, had caught sight of the enormous ceramic jar resting on the ground. It must be the one. Uchiha Yume's eyes sparkled with determination as she disregarded the chaos and rushed towards the jar. Block her. Yun Lu Sheng Right Hun, Shashinrai, two attacks passed through Uchiha Yume's form. Is this an illusion? Omo's expression turned perplexed. How infuriating. What on earth is this? Human or ghost? The red-haired Kirui, undeterred, launched another assault, yet her body again passed through Uchiha Yume. Her objective was the amber vessel. It needed protection. Samui remained remarkably composed, swiftly analyzing the situation at hand. With their strength, they were not a match for the adversaries. Their primary task now was to safeguard the amber vessel. However, it was already too late. Uchiha Yume approached the jar, her body solidifying into reality. A prime opportunity. Attack her. The three swiftly formed hand seals, unleashing their most powerful jutsu. Chapter 125, The Mask Revealed. Have they been dealt with? The red-haired Kirui gazed curiously towards the center of the smoke. It appeared not. Samui sensed something amiss, his expression shifting. Retreat. A pink skeletal arm suddenly swung, a gale sweeping away the smoke. Before the trio stood the formidable Susanoo. How infuriating. This group of scoundrels dared to scheme against me so insidiously. I have underestimated them. An enraged and defiant roar erupted, revealing Hinata's furious visage, her mouth spewing curses. In a fit of rage, she lifted her foot and kicked violently to the side, as if to vent her pent-up wrath. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yume curiously observed the enormous jar on the ground, her eyes glimmering with intrigue and inquiry. This jar was entirely foreign to her, yet it had managed to ensnare the powerful Hinata so thoroughly, leaving her without any means of escape. Clearly, it was no ordinary item. Contemplating this, Uchiha Yume couldn't help but ponder. What if we take this back as a gift for Menma? He has always been fascinated by such peculiar artifacts. Upon hearing this, Hinata momentarily paused, as if suddenly realizing something. She nodded, saying, "Yes, you are right. This might indeed be a splendid idea." Being trapped in that pitch-black space, no matter how hard I struggled, I could not break free. It seems this object possesses considerable power. As she spoke, Hinata reached into her bosom, carefully retrieving a mysterious card. With swift hand seals, radiant light surged from her hands, gradually converging upon the card. As the brilliance intensified, it culminated into a dazzling beam that shot directly at the large jar on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the jar vanished, successfully sealed within the small card. After completing this, Hinata let out a long sigh and turned to Uchiha Yume, saying, "All right, we shouldn't linger here. Let's hasten our departure." In her words, she had already keenly sensed a massive chakra disturbance approaching from above, surely indicating that the enemy was closing in. It may prove to be quite challenging. Likewise, Uchiha Yume felt the overwhelming chakra above, realizing they were likely surrounded. The two discussed strategies as they ascended. Now that they had acquired the item, should they inform Menma to come assist them? What a ridiculous notion. To have him come and witness their folly. Hinata furrowed her brow, instinctively rebutting. She was a fiercely competitive individual, aspiring to unify the ninja world. If she sought Menma's aid in every situation, what would that make her? A harbinger of trouble. Thus, unless in a dire situation, her pride would never allow her to call for help. Uchiha Yume felt exasperated by her stubbornness. After all, Menma was not a stranger. He could not comprehend why Hinata was so obstinate. Nevertheless, Hinata had made her decision, and Uchiha Yume dared not inform Menma, should he do so. Hinata might resent him later. It was not yet a moment of life or death, and there was no need to offend her. However, Uchiha Yume resolved that if they were truly faced with a life-threatening crisis, he would undoubtedly inform Menma immediately. Meanwhile, upon returning to the village, Menma had re-emerged within the village and his home, resuming his research on ninjutsu. Due to the split, his current power was merely half of what it once was, rendering many S-rank techniques beyond his reach. Yet, he discovered a unique aspect of his current condition, an immense reservoir of chakra within him. The chakra of ordinary ninjas dissipates after prolonged separation from the body, which is why ninjutsu can only destroy and not create. Constructs formed by ninjutsu naturally disintegrate once the chakra within them dissipates. Only high-ranking ninjas, adept at nature transformation, can truly alter the environment. The peculiar nature of Mokutan arises from the fact that trees catalyzed by the wood shield genuinely exist in the world and do not vanish when the card is inserted. The chakra within had transformed into a more advanced energy, akin to Senjutsu chakra. Thus, do I require sage arts now? Menma mused. Recognizing that the most significant distinction between Senjutsu and ninjutsu was that Senjutsu could commune with the natural energies of the world, being both powerful and perilous. For instance, the Frost Group's technique could manipulate the natural energies for offensive purposes, known as unseen attacks. While the Ryuchi Cave's Senjutsu allows for the injection of chakra into the earth, enabling control over the terrain. The might of these Senjutsu exceeds that of ordinary ninjutsu, particularly the Senjutsu utilized by Uchiha Madara, which could sever the black rods formed by the Shinju. In the training grounds of the forest, a gentle breeze rustled. Sunlight cascading upon the earth like fragments of gold, creating a tapestry of dappled shadows. In this tranquil yet enigmatic ambience, Menma stood quietly, engrossed in the study of Senjutsu. He took a deep breath, channeling chakra continuously into the ground beneath his feet, attempting to master the earth. However, the mountain of leaves on the ground remained utterly unmoved, as if entirely indifferent to his efforts. Had he failed? Menma murmured, a hint of disappointment and confusion flickering in his eyes. Yet he did not yield easily. Instead, he reorganized his thoughts and continued to explore the mysteries of Senjutsu. After much contemplation, Menma decided to alter his approach. He focused his mind, redirecting his attention to the surrounding trees. As his intent shifted, a miraculous phenomenon occurred. The once straight trees began to twist and sway as if they had suddenly come to life, animated and vibrant, resembling mythical creatures. Witnessing this, Menma could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "I have succeeded." However, he quickly regained his composure, frowning slightly and muttering to himself, "But why is this? Why does it prove ineffective on the ground, yet yield such profound effects on the trees?" Menma gazed at the trees warped into monstrous forms before him, lost in deep contemplation. With the scant information he possessed regarding Senjutsu, he felt that his research into this enigmatic art was merely scratching the surface, with countless unknowns awaiting discovery. Jiraiya. Menma recalled a certain individual, yet in this world, Jiraiya was often away, making him difficult to locate. His father seemed to possess knowledge of Senjutsu as well. Should he consider replicating his memories? Yet, would such an action be inappropriate? Menma stroked his chin, sensing that this notion might be somewhat audacious. Nonetheless, the number of individuals proficient in Senjutsu across both worlds could be counted on one hand. The thought of being caught by my father is simply too embarrassing to bear. Menma has never underestimated his father's prowess. The mere idea of probing into his memories feels akin to courting death. Thus, he has set his sights on Jiraiya, and he also recalls another individual, Asuma. The secret techniques of the Temple of Fire bear resemblance to Sage Mode, and that particular technique is undeniably more impressive. Akin to the thousand-armed Guanyin of Netero from Hunter x Hunter. With determination, Menma once again ventured into the realm of reality. Upon his sudden appearance, he donned a different visage and blended into Konohagakure. Zaze, a rogue ninja of S rank, is surprisingly from Konoha. It is said that he was responsible for the demise of the 4th Hokage. I have also heard that he exterminated the Uchiha clan. Wasn't it Uchiha Itachi who did that? How could a single fool annihilate an entire clan? He must have had assistance. The Uchiha clan, another formidable force, and their abilities are truly monstrous. As Menma passed by a noodle shop, he initially paid it no mind, but was suddenly drawn to a conversation among several individuals, causing his brows to furrow instinctively. He approached discreetly, ordered a bowl of noodles, and listened intently to their discussion. With each word, his expression darkened. His intelligence had been leaked, though not his true identity, but rather his alias. Without a doubt, Menma knew that this was the work of Uchiha Obito. Especially with Danzo under his control, these two troublemakers seemed intent on targeting him. However, Obito has truly gone to great lengths. After all, Menma has been operating under his guise, utilizing his abilities to create chaos in the ninja world, and now he has voluntarily leaked Menma's intelligence, which is tantamount to revealing his own. What does this troublemaker want from me? Menma felt perplexed, while also catching sight of a bounty notice they held in their hands. An S-rank rogue ninja from Konoha, Uchiha Uzumaki, donning a vortex mask and possessing the Sharingan, boasts immense power, with his ocular technique allowing him to become intangible and immune to any attack while in that state. Following this, the discussion turned to events Menma had been involved in, such as the Nine Tails incident, the death of the 3rd Hokage, and the Uchiha clan's annihilation, essentially significant occurrences in Konoha that this individual had participated in. Menma found himself mentally facepalming. What on earth is this name? Failing to steal a chicken has resulted in a loss of rice. Chapter 126, The Nauseating Obito. Initially, impersonating Uchiha Obito was intended to create chaos and to commit nefarious deeds under his alias, hoping to pin the blame entirely on him. Unexpectedly, Obito proved to be quite the ruthless character, immediately flipping the script and exposing both of their identities. It is worth noting that their abilities appear remarkably similar on the surface. By revealing Menma's intangibility skill, he inadvertently disclosed his own intelligence as well. Although Kamui is indeed formidable, one must remember that he possesses only one eye and has numerous weaknesses. Moreover, the most despicable aspect is that he has shifted the blame entirely onto him. Failing to steal a chicken has led to a complete mess landing on Menma's shoulders. This alias is utterly ruined. Menma is no fool. It is likely that Uchiha Obito has already adopted a new alias, continuing to lurk in the shadows. Menma's expression fluctuated between gloom and anger, increasingly feeling as though he had suffered a significant loss. Yet, for the time being, he found himself at a loss against Uchiha Obito. The latter's abilities are formidable, and targeting him would first require locating him. Not to mention that he is almost inseparable from Kurizetsu. That entity is even more sinister, and Menma currently has no desire to provoke either of them. Nonetheless, feeling repulsed by the situation, Menma could not suppress the urge for retaliation. How could he possibly target Obito? He fell into contemplation, pondering what Obito cherishes most, Kakashi and Noara Rin. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes as Menma conceived a rather vindictive idea, one so ruthless that he even questioned whether it was somewhat inappropriate. But what of it? All he could say was that he felt a twinge of guilt. 2 days later, in the early morning, gentle sunlight bathed the streets of the Land of Fire. A quaint little bookstore nestled quietly at the corner, its entrance adorned with several wooden benches for passers-by to rest and read. At this moment, a tall man donning a striking red outfit with white hair was striding purposefully toward the bookstore. This man wore a loose red vest cinched with a black belt and wooden clogs on his feet. His flowing white hair danced in the breeze, lending him an air of carefree charm. With hands tucked into his pockets and humming an unknown tune, he boldly entered the bookstore. The shopkeeper, who had been lazily basking in the sun at the entrance, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing footsteps. When he recognized the visitor, his previously vacant gaze instantly lit up, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He quickly leapt from his chair, beaming with delight as he approached the white-haired man. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya, what a rare guest we have here. It has been quite some time," the shopkeeper exclaimed, bowing and grinning in a manner that was almost unbearable to witness. Jiraiya, noticing this, allowed a slight smirk to grace his lips, revealing a trace of pride. "Haha, my dear shopkeeper, you remain as eloquent as ever. Indeed, I have brought a new work with me today." As he spoke, Jiraiya mischievously winked, adding, "This one is quite extraordinary. It will undoubtedly open your eyes." He then feigned suspense, a cheeky smile spreading across his face as he exchanged knowing glances with the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, catching on, nodded eagerly, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. In this era, where entertainment is relatively scarce, risque literature has undoubtedly become a popular means of passing the time. Among the many authors of such works, Jiraiya's name stands out as a veritable luminary. His stories are cleverly crafted, with subtle yet evocative language that avoids being overtly vulgar, while effectively stirring the innermost desires of readers. The allure of reading his works is akin to watching a film through a fog or attempting to grasp the moon's reflection in water, leaving one yearning for more. This is precisely the flavor that men adore, which is why Jiraiya's books sell like hotcakes. Virtually every bookseller in the Land of Fire is familiar with this esteemed author. What delightful creation has he brought this time? Could it be the next volume of Pleasure Paradise? The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. Ahem, this time's offering is even more unique. I wonder if you have the capacity to handle it. Jiraiya leered, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before cautiously retrieving a notebook from his robes. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow, carefully accepting the item. Upon glancing at the cover, he was immediately captivated by the illustration depicting a burly man and a beautiful girl, the latter dressed in revealing attire while seated in the man's embrace. As he turned to the first page, however, he quickly closed the book, his face turning beet red. This is not a novel, he gasped in disbelief. It's a comic. It can also be referred to as a picture book. What do you think? My artistic skills are quite commendable, aren't they? Jiraiya smirked, raising an eyebrow cheekily. The artwork was indeed impressive, but reproducing it would likely pose some challenges. Unable to resist, the shopkeeper flipped through the pages. The artistry and narrative were utterly captivating, and the color illustrations made his heart race. However, mass reproduction would be troublesome, especially the woodblock printing. I can assist with that using ninjutsu, but this time the profit sharing must be adjusted. Jiraiya pondered for a moment. Duplicating it using wood release would be a simple task. Indeed, this Jiraiya was Menma in disguise. His intention to sell risque literature was not driven by financial need, but rather to irritate Uchiha Obito. As for the protagonists of the picture book, it was obvious they were the fourth Raikage and Noera Rin. Ryoshi, as the proprietor, merely glanced at the comic. He comprehended its potential. The more risque the content, the more fervently it could be sold. And in this world, there exists no prohibition against the sale of provocative material. Consequently, the sales of such items were almost assuredly on the rise. No, 70-30, Jiraiya gestured with his hand, having invested considerable effort into its creation. He was reluctant to part with it at such a low price. Very well, the owner replied, gritting his teeth in agreement. With the agreement secured, both bore sly smiles. And Jiraiya followed the owner into the bookstore, where he employed ninjutsu to replicate the comic in bulk. Soon, thousands of copies flooded the shelves. The exchange of currency for goods left both parties exceedingly satisfied, their faces adorned with mischievous grins. He was eager to witness the expression on Uchiha Obito's face upon discovering this work. After Jiraiya departed, the bookstore owner swiftly sprang into action, reaching out to other shopkeepers to stock up. Word spread quickly, and soon, frequent patrons of the bookstore discovered the new offerings. Upon seeing the cover, their eyes gleamed with excitement. Recognizing the quality, they immediately purchased a copy and strolled down the street, engrossed in its contents. Others, intrigued by the cover and curious about the interior, could not resist buying one as well. Thus, within a remarkably short span, the comic sales skyrocketed, spreading rapidly across the 5 great nations. In Konoha, Kakashi, having completed his mission, strolled into the bookstore, yawning lazily, hoping to see whether Jiraiya-sensei had released any new works. The bookstore owner, upon recognizing Kakashi, greeted him with enthusiasm. Just in time, he had Jiraiya's latest creation. Kakashi's eyes lit up, invigorated by the news. The owner, glancing around conspiratorially, retrieved a book from beneath the counter and handed it directly to Kakashi. Upon receiving the book, Kakashi glanced at the cover, and his previously smiling countenance abruptly stiffened. The beauty scheme of ninja assassination, read the title, but that was not the most critical aspect. The illustration featured a man and a woman. While most would not recognize the figures, Kakashi was all too familiar with them. Yondaime Raikage A and his teammate, Noera Rin. A mere fleeting glance at the cover caused a thunderous shockwave to explode within his mind. Instantly, his blood surged like a tempest, and his complexion turned as crimson as a ripe apple. A terrifying chakra, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption, surged forth from his being, creating a fierce gale that swept through the vicinity. The once neatly arranged bookshelves trembled violently in the wake of this force, and heavy tomes were uprooted, soaring chaotically through the air. Kakashi-sama, what is happening? The bookstore owner gazed in terror at the unfolding chaos, his body involuntarily retreating. His previously composed demeanor now drained of color, his lips trembled, and his voice quivered with evident fear. Although Kakashi was renowned for his prowess, within the confines of Konoha, he was but an ordinary figure. Many villagers were familiar with this often lazy ninja and would greet him amicably. However, the bookstore owner, who had a closer acquaintance with Kakashi, had never before witnessed such a terrifying scene. Gazing into Kakashi's eyes, filled with murderous intent and a fearsome glare, the owner felt his legs weaken. Struggling to maintain his composure, his speech becoming stammered. Who is the accursed creator of this book? Kakashi's eyes widened, nearly bulging from their sockets, as he clenched his teeth, forcing the words out with immense effort, each syllable laden with intensity. Chapter 127. The funeral for pursuing a wife in that fleeting moment. The violent murder intent within Kakashi erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. Rin. She had sacrificed herself to protect Konoha and was the most significant companion in his life. Yet now, to encounter someone potentially linked to this matter was unbearable. Regardless of whether this incident was indeed orchestrated by Jiraiya, Kakashi felt compelled to seek an explanation, demanding clarity from the responsible party. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumultuous emotions within, Kakashi's expression darkened, as though heavy clouds loomed above him. Without hesitation, he turned and departed. Meanwhile, this enigmatic comic spread rapidly throughout Konoha. Speaking of Noira Rin, few truly knew her. A mere ordinary ninja and an unremarkable medical shinobi, coupled with her orphaned background, had rendered her largely forgotten over time, save for Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Though most were unfamiliar with Rin, Yondaime Reikage was a prominent figure within the higher echelons of the ninja world. Upon discovering that the comic featured him as a central character, many were filled with intense curiosity, eagerly purchasing and devouring its contents. As they opened the comic, readers were astonished to find not only vividly colored images unsuitable for children, but also a richly woven narrative. The plot centered around Yondaime Reikage's covetous desire for Konoha's Byakugan, leading him to send emissaries to abduct the Hyuga clan's heiress, only to be captured and killed by the branch family. This incident escalated to the third Hokage, who was pressured to provide a resolution. In his cowardice, he surrendered the father of Hyuga Niji. Soon, the village buzzed with gossip, and the third, feeling humiliated, resolved to assassinate Yondaime Reikage by dispatching a beautiful yet obscure girl. The ensuing narrative unfolded with melodrama and poignant romance, culminating in a funeral for pursuing a wife. The story, presented in comic form, took numerous twists and turns, captivating readers who had never encountered such an enthralling plot. With a blend of truth and fiction, it created a profound sense of immersion. In an instant, the populace became engrossed, simultaneously cursing the third Hokage, relieved that he had long since stepped down, having been dealt with by his own disciple, Orochimaru, a fitting retribution. Within the Hyuga residence, Hayashi Hyuga sat absorbed in the comic, growing increasingly unsettled, particularly by the earlier plot developments that made him gnash his teeth in anger. "Father, what are you doing?" A small head popped through the doorway. Hayashi, startled, hastily concealed the comic in his chest, clearing his throat. "Hana, did we not agree that I would train with you today?" Hana, puzzled, fixed her gaze intently on her father's chest. "Ahem, I nearly forgot. Let us proceed to train." Inside the Hokage Tower, the atmosphere felt oppressive and heavy. Kakashi's demeanor was dark, shrouded as if by a heavy cloud, emanating an unsettling low pressure. He hurried into the building, and those he encountered instinctively stepped aside, wary of provoking the usually mild-mannered ninja. At last, Kakashi arrived before the Hokage's office. He paused to collect himself, though his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. Then, he raised his hand and gently rapped on the door. "Enter." A languid voice emanated from within the room. Kakashi pushed open the door and stepped inside. There, Tsunade reclined in her chair, holding a document. Upon noticing Kakashi's entrance, she lifted her gaze. Instantly, she observed the stormy expression on Kakashi's face and the flickering anger in his eyes. "Kakashi, what has transpired? Who has incited such fury in you?" Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing in concern. Kakashi suppressed the tempest of rage within him, gritting his teeth, and replied in an unusually frigid tone, "Lady Tsunade, I wish to know the whereabouts of Lord Jiraiya." The mere mention of Jiraiya's name unleashed a palpable aura of murderous intent from Kakashi, surging forth like a tidal wave. Tsunade felt a shiver run through her. She could sense the intensity of Kakashi's emotional turmoil. She set aside her document, straightened her posture, and responded, "You have arrived too late, Kakashi. Jiraiya has just left the village with Naruto for a journey and may not return for some time." With that, Tsunade furrowed her brow once more, perplexed by Kakashi's vehement reaction. Upon hearing this, Kakashi inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure, yet his expression remained grim. After a moment of silence, he slowly retrieved an item from his robe and presented it to Tsunade, stating, "Lady Tsunade, perhaps you should see for yourself." Kakashi, at a loss for words, suppressed his anger as he handed her a book. As Tsunade accepted it, she noticed the cover and grimaced at its risque nature. Her gaze turned accusatory as she questioned Kakashi's intentions. Was he attempting to mock her? However, upon closer inspection of the figures depicted on the cover, Tsunade's brow arched in recognition. The distinctive features of the fourth Reikage were unmistakable. She had seen him once before. Suppressing her curiosity, Tsunade opened the first page, instinctively frowning at the unfolding storyline. She recalled having heard of this matter before and had even reviewed the relevant materials. Soon, she found herself captivated by the plot's twists and turns, expertly orchestrated and presented in a compelling comic format. Tsunade became absorbed, occasionally muttering curses, sometimes directed at the third Hokage, at other times aimed at the fourth Raikage. Meanwhile, Kakashi stood before her, his expression darkening further. I did not present this to you for your entertainment. I wished for you to see the misdeeds of Jiraiya. However, Tsunade was evidently engrossed, and Kakashi hesitated to interrupt her reverie. Even Shizune, who had been quietly attending to paperwork, found herself drawn in by Tsunade's focus, peering over with curiosity, her face flushing crimson. She shot an incredulous glare at Kakashi. It was well known that Kakashi had a penchant for perversion, often seen with the lewd writings of Jiraiya. But this was a bold new level of audacity, showing such explicit material to the Hokage. Time slipped away as Tsunade read, and upon completing the comic, her expression was one of profound regret. The mid-story narrative featured themes of spousal abuse, while the latter half turned to pursuits of love, intertwining reality with fiction. The fourth Raikage sought to retain his beloved by choosing Noera Rin as a Jinchuriki, sealing the two-tailed cat demon within her to ensure her allegiance, thereby preventing her return to Konoha. Yet, Rin remained steadfast in her identity, determined to return to her village, fully aware that she lacked the power to defeat the fourth Raikage. What followed was a harrowing chase, but fortunately, Rin's two companions arrived to assist her, only to be intercepted by the Raikage and Killer Bee. An epic battle ensued, during which Rin declared her affection for Kakashi, vehemently denying any feelings for the Raikage. The latter, disbelieving, insisted on taking her back, resulting in the tragic death of her teammate, Uchiha Obito, just as Kakashi was on the verge of losing his life. Their teacher, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze, intervened, successfully halting the Eight Tails Jinchuriki and the fourth Raikage. As the fourth Hokage provided cover, Kakashi and Rin fled toward Konoha. However, as they neared the village, the two tails within Rin erupted. In a desperate bid for her mission and village's safety, Rin chose to sacrifice herself, dying in the embrace of her beloved. The story concluded in tragedy, leaving an indelible mark on the heart. Tsunade, unable to contain her fury, slammed her palm onto the desk, exclaiming, "That damned Raikage is utterly despicable." The words escaped her lips instinctively. Hokage-sama, Kakashi's expression remained stoic. Yet the atmosphere around him crackled with tension, threatening to erupt at any moment. "What is your purpose here, Kakashi?" Tsunade finally recalled his presence. "Lady Tsunade, Noera Rin was my comrade and a hero who sacrificed herself for Konoha," Kakashi replied, his eyes heavy with an indescribable sorrow. "Ah, I remember now." Tsunade's countenance darkened as she glanced at the book's cover, where it was inscribed in the corner, "A work by Jiraiya." Tsunade's face fell, realization dawning upon her. She understood why Kakashi had brought her this book and why he was so enraged. That scoundrel Jiraiya, she seethed, unable to contain her wrath. Writing lewd material was one thing, but exploiting the deceased was a blatant affront to Konoha. Tsunade's fury erupted, and she smashed her palm against the desk, shattering it. "That rascally Jiraiya will pay dearly for this. Kakashi, I assure you, I will hold him accountable for this abomination." Taking a deep breath, her expression remained stormy, her heart racing with indignation. Shizune, who had remained silent until now, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, a look of disgust etched upon her face. No wonder Lady Tsunade held such disdain for Jiraiya. His lack of decency was appalling, capable of such acts. Kakashi felt drained, a sense of defeat washing over him. Even if he found Jiraiya, it would be futile. This book had already circulated widely, and likely many in the shinobi world were now aware of it. This realization tormented Kakashi, filling him with guilt toward Obito and Rin. Without uttering a word, he turned and exited the Hokage's office. "Hokage-sama, this matter appears to weigh heavily on Kakashi." Shizune observed his departing figure, reminiscent of a forlorn wolf cast out from its pack, eliciting a twinge of sympathy within her. "I understand. Immediately inform Jiraiya to return at once," Tsunade commanded, her breath steadying as she prepared to confront him. "Yes, Hokage-sama." Shizune suppressed her own anger and promptly set to work. Meanwhile, in the shinobi world, Jiraiya was training with Naruto, passing through a town when he habitually wandered into a bookstore. "Ah, Lord Jiraiya, welcome," the shopkeeper exclaimed, recognizing him as a significant patron, and immediately approached with obsequious greetings. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the shopkeeper continued, Your new book has been a tremendous success. My new book? Jiraiya was taken aback. Yes. When can we expect a sequel or something similar? The shopkeeper eagerly inquired. Comic? Jiraiya appeared bewildered. The shopkeeper, assuming he had simply forgotten, quickly retrieved a cherished comic from beneath the counter and presented it to Jiraiya. Upon receiving it, Jiraiya's eyes lit up as he became engrossed in the captivating plot. Meanwhile, in a dim underground cavern, a figure cloaked in a tiger-striped mask sat quietly in the shadows. He is none other than Uchiha Obito, who has now donned a new mask and assumed the name Uchiha Madara. The persona of Akatsuki is no longer viable. He has reverted to the identity of Uchiha Madara while contemplating how to deal with that individual. Madara, look, I have brought you something wonderful. At that moment, a small head emerged from the ground, holding a book and waving it at Obito above. Go play somewhere else. Don't disturb my thoughts, he replied, displaying considerable patience towards the white Zetsu before him. After all, it was this very being who had once acted on his behalf and aided him in enhancing his power. Thus, in Obito's heart, this Uzumaki Akatsuki was far more reliable than Black Zetsu. This is truly a remarkable item. It contains your story, and even I can comprehend it. Akatsuki exclaimed, handing the comic over to Obito without a second thought. Obito felt a twinge of confusion. What story of his could it contain? Had his information been leaked? Did that individual know his true identity? As he pondered, his gaze instinctively fell upon the two figures on the cover. A flash of murderous intent ignited in his dual eyes. Indeed, they were the very eyes. He had implanted Shursue's Mangekyo Sharingan into his own. In the dim surroundings, his Mangekyo Sharingan clearly discerned the illustrations on the cover, the fourth Reikage and his childhood sweetheart, the Moonlight. As he opened the comic, Obito began to read. And with each page, his expression grew increasingly grim. Obito, isn't it splendid? This book is currently a sensation. Even ordinary people are clamoring to purchase it. Akatsuki, oblivious to Obito's darkening demeanor, continued to boast about the comic. He failed to notice the oppressive aura radiating from Obito. Suddenly, Obito erupted in fury, Susanoo manifesting explosively from his body. A thunderous cloud of dust ascended, as a tremendous surge of chakra sent the chattering Uzumaki Akatsuki hurtling backward. Obito, what has happened to you? Akatsuki exclaimed, bewildered by the sudden shift in Obito's demeanor. In the shadowy, damp, poorly lit underground space, Obito's heavy breaths reverberated like thunder. Fourth Reikage. Jiraiya. Very well, you two have caught the attention of the Grim Reaper. He bellowed, his voice laced with uncontainable rage and murderous intent. Anger. This emotion was both foreign and familiar to Uchiha Obito. Once, when he witnessed the tragic demise of his beloved Rin Noera, he felt only an abyss of despair, a pain that nearly consumed him. Yet at this moment, his previously cold and numb heart ignited with a fierce blaze of wrath, erupting like a volcano in a relentless conflagration. The names of Konoha, Kumogakure, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and the fourth Reikage flickered through his mind like grotesque scars, piercing his heart. Regardless of their involvement, they all deserved to die. Even those who had merely perused tales of his story became unforgivable in his eyes. He deemed these onlookers as accomplices. Their attention and dissemination of his suffering rendered it starkly bare, leaving him nowhere to hide. Thus, they too must perish, not a single one spared. In that moment, Uchiha Obito had completely lost his sanity, his heart consumed solely by an insatiable thirst for bloodshed. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a frenzied beast bearing its fangs. And at this instant, he even entertained the notion of annihilation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having finished reading the comic, was astonished, captivated by the plot. It was the first time he realized that narratives could be designed in such a manner. Compared to this comic, his own works seemed utterly trivial. Moreover, the comic revealed an abundance of information, such as the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, the gentle fist techniques, the chakra mode of the fourth Reikage, and the combat prowess of the fourth Reikage, not to mention the host of the two tails. These were not details known to ordinary ninjas. Even the Hokage possessed scant knowledge about the Reikage's data. Yet, the comic depicted them with an unsettling realism. Jiraiya looked up, eager to inquire about the comic, when suddenly, his figure seemed to be engulfed by an enigmatic force, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Reverse summoning technique. At that very moment, atop the lofty windowsill of the Hokage building, Tsunade clenched her fists tightly, her expression dark as the sky before an impending storm. As a wisp of smoke flickered by, Jiraiya's form abruptly materialized in that location. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, his mind grasping the situation. It was the toad that had used the reverse summoning technique to bring him back. Was something amiss in Konoha? As he pondered this, he caught sight of two figures ahead. Not far away stood Tsunade and Shizune. However, upon locking gazes with them, he sensed an unusual intensity in their expressions. Tsunade's beautiful eyes blazed with an inferno of rage, a fury potent enough to kill, while Shizune regarded him with the disdain one might reserve for worthless refuse. Nevertheless, Jiraiya steeled himself and greeted Tsunade, inquiring, "Tsunade, why the urgency in summoning me back? What emergency has arisen?" Yet, in response to his question, Tsunade remained silent. Abruptly, she lifted her right leg and stomped fiercely onto the ground. In an instant, the powerful shockwave caused the entire windowsill to tremble. Following that, her body shot forth like an arrow, her fist imbued with boundless strength aimed directly at Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, you bastard, die!" A furious roar echoed throughout Konoha, accompanied by the terrifying force of her punch. By the time Jiraiya registered what was happening, it was too late. The fist was already upon him. Danger! In that moment, Jiraiya felt as though a grim reaper's shadow loomed over him. Chapter 129. Jiraiya in a daze. On this day, the sun shone brightly, and the gentle wind caressed the village of Konoha, where everyone was leisurely enjoying their lives. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the village. Instantly, all activity ceased, and everyone turned their gaze toward the Hokage building. With a resounding bang, a tremendous noise echoed through the sky as an unknown object soared towards the Konoha forest. In midair, Jiraiya was still reeling from the shock when he felt several of his ribs crack, his internal organs jolted violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His vision began to blur, and a singular thought consumed his mind. "Oh no, am I about to die? Should I check if that bastard is dead?" After delivering that punch, Tsunade was suddenly flooded with a twinge of regret. She was acutely aware of the incredible power contained within that blow. Especially when driven by her earlier fury, she had unleashed every ounce of her strength. At that moment, the sky above the Konoha forest suddenly lit up with a brilliant flash, resembling a massive meteor plummeting to earth. Accompanied by a deafening roar, it crashed into the ground, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust and creating a deep pit that seemed bottomless. Jiraiya, trapped within the pit, suffered the brunt of the impact, spitting out a spray of crimson blood. His once vibrant eyes dulled, and he appeared lifeless, collapsing to the ground, his breath faint and barely hanging on. "Quick, quick, quick!" Finally found it. The anxious cries echoed through the forest as Jingin led a group of well-trained Umbu members in haste. They quickly spotted Jiraiya, who was trapped in a deep pit, uncertain of his fate, and rushed forward with urgency. "Lord Jiraiya is in critical condition. He may not last much longer," one Umbu member exclaimed, his voice trembling. The group swiftly and carefully lifted the barely conscious Jiraiya from the pit and made their way towards the Hokage building without delay. Meanwhile, on the balcony of the Hokage building, Tsunade sat quietly, her expression still dark and foreboding. Her gaze was fixed on the distance, seemingly waiting for something. As she saw the Umbu approaching with Jiraiya, her anxious heart eased slightly. However, upon confirming that Jiraiya was still alive, her expression turned cold again, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. Despite her lingering guilt over her earlier impulsive actions, as the fifth Hokage of Konohagakure, Tsunade understood the urgency of the situation and knew she must immediately employ her medical skills to save Jiraiya. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she strode towards the injured Jiraiya. Simultaneously, Menma, having toiled diligently for several days, successfully extracted memories from Asuma. However, the cautious Menma was not yet satisfied. To ensure absolute certainty, he embarked on a journey to the Fire Temple. Upon arriving at the Fire Temple, Menma immersed himself in the vast sea of texts and documents, eagerly searching and studying. He also discreetly collected the memories of others. Through arduous efforts, he not only examined a wealth of material, but also fortuitously received exclusive insights into training from Dilu. Thus, Menma finally gained a rudimentary understanding of this enigmatic secret technique. It is understood that this ninjutsu, known as Shinzujitsai, allows the practitioner to skillfully gather and condense their chakra into a magnificent and lifelike image of the thousand-handed guanin. This chakra-constructed guanin not only possesses an awe-inspiring appearance, but also wields formidable offensive power and extraordinary agility. Undoubtedly, it is an exceptionally practical and astonishingly powerful ninjutsu. It is worth noting that the principles underlying this ninjutsu bear a resemblance to common sage arts. However, unlike the three great holy places that simply draw external chakra into the body and utilize conventional ninjutsu techniques to launch attacks, this ninjutsu places greater emphasis on a certain power deep within the practitioner's heart, perhaps a steadfast belief or an indomitable will. This unique spiritual energy distinguishes Shinzu Jitsai among numerous ninjutsu, rendering it truly exceptional. After in-depth research and exploration, Menma gradually comprehended the profound principles embedded within this ninjutsu. The secret technique of the thousand-handed guanin at the Fire Temple involves synthesizing sage energy externally to conduct attacks. Therefore, the entry threshold is remarkably low. As long as one possesses a slightly stronger mental fortitude and their chakra reaches the level of a jonin, they can learn this secret technique. Menma's observations over the past few days revealed that many individuals at the Fire Temple could perform this technique, yet none could wield it with the same agility as Dilu. Moreover, this secret technique possesses a significant weakness. When invoking the thousand-handed guanin, one must achieve a state of tranquility, remaining absolutely still. Although it may not be a flawless sage art, it nonetheless provided Menma with immense inspiration. Every beginning is challenging. Menma himself understood that when an individual's mental strength is sufficiently powerful, they can communicate with the natural energies of the universe. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of this strength or the methods required to attain it. Now, with a tangible example before him, he felt that with a bit of research and personal development, he could construct his own system of sage arts. While he lacked sage energy, he now sought a method to protect himself through techniques. Having discovered a path and methodology, a wealth of inspiration surged within Menma's mind, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to return and delve into his own sage arts. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision caught a scene that, while commonplace in this world, was one of bullying. The victim was a small boy dressed in monk's robes with long hair. Recognizing this familiar sight, Menma instantly identified the boy as Kong, a name not widely known, but whose identity was rather complex. A counterfeit Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. The boy was merely a pawn in a revenge scheme orchestrated by his father, who had sealed the escaping chakra to artificially create a Nine Tails Jinchuriki. What an intriguing subject. Menma mused, his interest piqued by the potential growth of the Nine Tails chakra. In the distance, several monks were bullying the young boy, who cowered in a corner. Hands clasped over his head, too afraid to retaliate. Do you resent them? A voice suddenly resonated within his heart. Who are you? The boy responded, instantly alert. You possess such immense power. Why do you not resist? Immense power? The boy was confused, unaware of the Nine Tails chakra sealed within him. Indeed, it is a formidable power. Come, the voice drifted ethereally from his heart, guiding the boy's consciousness into a unique space. Unlike Naruto's sealing space, the boy seal was merely the simplest five-element seal, manifesting as a vast lake of black water. The boy stood upon the surface of the lake. What is this? He suddenly noticed beneath his feet, in the black waters. A colossal fox-like shadow came to life. This is the power within you. A voice came from behind, and the boy turned to find a mysterious figure cloaked in black robes and a mask, clearly no ordinary person. Menma scrutinized the nine tails beneath the water. This manifestation resembled the beast within him, but was merely a creature of raw strength devoid of wisdom, as it was merely the chakra of the nine tails without any connection to its soul. Thus, it was a true beast, and should it unleash its claws, it would indiscriminately slaughter friend and foe alike. Is this why they despise me? The boy, not foolish, sensed the malevolent power emanating from the massive fox. He began to understand why the people at the Fire Temple held such animosity towards him. Was it because of this power? What sort of demon was he? A villain? Menma felt a twinge of disappointment upon sensing the boy's inner strength, which amounted to merely the equivalent of 4 tails of the 9 tails. While this power was considerable in the ninja world, to Menma, it was little more than a chakra. I do not desire this power. Take it away. Suddenly, the boy seemed to make a resolve, turning to confront the masked figure. Heh, an interesting little brat. You might want to reconsider, should we meet again. If you still wish to relinquish this power, I shall take it, Menma replied before turning to leave. This level of power held no interest for him. Thus, Menma completely departed from this world, returning to the realm of Suki. Chapter 130. The prophecy of the great toad sage inside the Hokage building. The atmosphere was thick with tension. Though Jiraiya's injuries had stabilized, Tsunade issued a stern inquiry. After learning the circumstances, Jiraiya felt more wronged than Do-e, as this baseless accusation had been unjustly placed upon him. Tsunade, please let me explain. While I may be a bit unruly, I would never joke about the comrades of my village. Jiraiya hurriedly defended himself. However, Tsunade furrowed her brow, her expression laden with suspicion. In her eyes, Jiraiya's character had long since diminished. Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Although he possessed numerous vices such as voyeurism, solicitation, alcoholism, and the writing of lewd literature, he was acutely aware of the boundaries and would never incorporate real-life characters into his novels, especially not those from his own village, including renowned ninjas like Kakashi. I truly did not do it. I only learned of this matter today. I was just about to inquire with the shop owner regarding the situation when you summoned me back, Jiraiya exclaimed, looking utterly wronged. Are you certain you did not commit this act? Who would indulge in such disgraceful behavior by impersonating you? Tsunade remained skeptical, for as he had mentioned, who would have the time and inclination to engage in such antics? I am at a loss as well, Jiraiya responded, his eyes clouded with confusion. The truth is, only someone who has been wronged could truly understand the depth of their grievance. Now, when he claimed his innocence, no one believed him, as it seemed this was precisely the sort of thing he would do. From the perspective of others, Jiraiya felt guilty, for the narrative and details could only stem from his unique capabilities. For instance, the appearance of the raikage and the jutsu he wielded were not knowledge easily accessible to an ordinary individual. Regardless of whether this is your doing, you must provide an explanation to Chengzi. I shall grant you 3 days to investigate thoroughly, Tsunade stated, observing Jiraiya's bewilderment and beginning to believe that perhaps he truly was innocent. If he were the culprit, his character would undoubtedly lead him to deny it vehemently. However, this left Tsunade perplexed. What could the perpetrator's motive be? To incite discord between the two villages? To annoy the raikage? Because, irrespective of how one viewed it, the central plot of the manga revolved around the conflict between the two villages, especially in its early exposition, which was written with remarkable authenticity. As for the woman Rin, Tsunade could only surmise her connection to Kakashi, perhaps aiming to provoke him. Leave this to me. I shall undoubtedly uncover the identity of the scoundrel who dared to frame the esteemed Jiraiya. Jiraiya was equally enraged. He had never suffered such a significant loss before, and he hoped that the rogue would not fall into his hands, for he would ensure the perpetrator experienced his wrath. Just as Jiraiya finished speaking, he suddenly experienced a familiar sensation. Before he could react, his body vanished in an instant. Tsunade, witnessing this scene, paused momentarily but quickly dismissed it. Soon after, Ino entered with a grave expression, holding a letter. Lady Tsunade, we have received a letter from Yuin village questioning our actions. Mount Myaboku, renowned alongside the Longdi Cave and the Shibaniki Forest as a place of legacy, is home to the great Toad Sage, who once guided the Sage of 6 Paths in mastering Senjutsu to combat Otsutsuki Kagaya. The legends of the 3 great sanctuaries have endured through time. Here, the air is filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, where flora and fauna thrive in grandeur, embodying a veritable paradise. On this tranquil day, 2 old toads stood in an open area, one of them striking the ground while employing the reverse summoning technique. A puff of smoke enveloped the scene, and Jiraiya appeared, looking utterly dazed. Little Jiraiya, how did you sustain such grievous injuries? Did you encounter a formidable foe? The old toad with a white beard was about to speak when he caught sight of Jiraiya's horrifying wounds, which seemed to have taken half his life. Little Jiraiya, what has transpired? Why did you not inform us to assist you? Are you all right? The female toad expressed her concern. Jiraiya had been raised under their guidance, representing the dignity of Mount Myaboku. Witnessing his severe injuries, the 2 toads' expressions grew serious. Sister, I am fine. I inflicted this injury upon myself, and I shall recover swiftly. Jiraiya offered a sheepish smile, hesitant to elaborate, as the truth might not be well received. Well then, we urgently summoned you for a pressing matter. The great elder has awakened, and the first thing he desires is to see you, the old toad sighed. Furthermore, given the elder's demeanor, it appears he has dreamt of something ominous. The purple toad's expression turned grave, for with the elder's power, whatever appeared in his dreams could potentially influence the outside world. Although Mount Myaboku is a sanctuary, it remains closely tied to the ninja world. Upon hearing of a new prophecy, Jiraiya's face also grew solemn. Let us proceed. He steadied himself, still feeling somewhat weak. The old toad summoned a large toad to carry Jiraiya upon its back. Within the palace, a colossal old toad lay reclined, adorned with a scholar's hat, bearing the marks of age, resembling a decrepit elder. As Jiraiya and the other toad entered the palace, the resting elder toad seemed to sense their presence, causing the bubbles of air from his snores to burst. The elder awoke. Great elder, you have awakened. Little Jiraiya has come. Oh, who are you? The elder, in his confusion, seemed disoriented. The two old toads exchanged glances, somewhat exasperated. I am little Jiraiya, he replied. Oh, little Jiraiya, I dreamt of a new scene. The ninja world will face a tremendous calamity. A red-haired youth approaches amidst flames, intent on annihilation. The one who can thwart him. The elder toad's voice faltered, as if he were on the verge of passing out, and suddenly his head drooped, and he fell back asleep. Great sage, please do not sleep yet. Quickly, who can stop him? And who is this annihilator? What are his characteristics? Jiraiya, alarmed by the notion of annihilation, nearly leaped up. As a disciple of the sanctuary, he recognized the elder toad's terrifying nature and never underestimated his prophecies. Now, hearing of someone wishing to obliterate the world, Jiraiya was filled with urgency, disregarding his injuries in an attempt to rouse the elder. However, he was restrained by the two old toads. Let it be, little Jiraiya. This old fool will not divulge anything, and besides, who knows if he was merely having a nightmare? The two old toads were more knowledgeable. The so-called prophecies of the great sage merely reflected images he had seen in dreams. Since the elder had not articulated the details, it indicated he had not seen them clearly, thus rousing him would yield no answers. Chapter 131. The Way of Heaven. When the mention of a red-haired individual arose, Jiraiya's thoughts immediately drifted to the Uzumaki clan, conjuring the image of a familiar figure. Nagato, his once promising disciple, had been a beacon of hope. Upon witnessing the awakening of the Rinnegan, Jiraiya had deemed him the chosen one capable of altering the destiny of the ninja world. However, fate seemed to have played a cruel jest, for this disciple, endowed with the legendary eye and the Uzumaki bloodline, ultimately perished at the hands of Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world. As a vanquished Jiraiya, he had never doubted Hanzo's prowess, leading him to endure prolonged sorrow. Yet now, to hear of world destruction was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Even he, Jiraiya, would not dare claim such power. To annihilate the world, one must possess strength comparable to that of the first Hokage. In Jiraiya's understanding, only one individual might hold such potential, Nagato. Could it be that you have not died? Jiraiya found himself questioning the demise of Nagato. However, now was not the time for such musings. He needed to leave this place. Jiraiya returned to Konoha, intending to inform Tsunade of the situation. As a fellow heir of the three great sage lands, Tsunade would undoubtedly comprehend the significance of the prophecy from the Toad Sage. However, after taking just a few steps, he sensed an unusual presence and instinctively glanced towards the sky. Was it an illusion? Why was the natural energy within Konoha so vibrant? He raised his gaze, and within a realm imperceptible to ordinary individuals, the natural energy surged with extraordinary intensity. After observing for a while, without spotting anything amiss, Jiraiya chalked it up to his own imagination and proceeded to seek out Tsunade. In the Konoha forest, the trees stood tall and straight, each one a testament to the wood-release mastery of the first Hokage, brimming with vitality. In a secluded corner of the forest, there was an inconspicuous little tree that appeared no different from the ordinary ones. However, to one versed in sage arts, its uniqueness would be evident. The natural energy from all of Konoha, and indeed the entire land of fire, gradually flowed towards this tree, looking down along its roots, buried deep underground. A unique magnetic field enveloped a human body. This was, of course, Uzumaki Menma, who had left half of his body here to continue growing, neglecting it thereafter. This body was situated over 1,000 meters above the ground. Not even a ninja, let alone a white zetsu, could possibly detect it. With the protection of the special magnetic field, Menma was confident that no one could perceive him, even if pain were to invade Konoha. Yet, the unpredictability of fate is a constant. Plans often falter in the face of change. After Menma had completely departed this world upon returning to the Tsukuyomi world, his body, undergoing transformation underground, suddenly opened its eyes. The irises were a stark white, clearly having awakened the Byakugan, devoid of any semblance of human emotion, cold and lifeless. Could it truly be? A voice, devoid of warmth, echoed underground. The pure white eye surveyed its hands, a flicker of emotion crossing its gaze. The body, which had been in meditation, gradually relaxed its joints and slowly rose, merging with the earth. Above the forest floor, a figure emerged as if from the ground, resembling a white zetsu. In a training ground within the forest, three chunin were practicing earth release. They were engaged in conversation when they suddenly noticed someone materializing beside them. Startled, they exclaimed, "Who are you? What do you want?" "There's an intrusion. Signal for help." Instantly on guard, the trio drew their kunai, prepared for defense. Menma's gaze, however, remained cold as he turned to face them. "This is the Byakugan. You are from the Hyuga clan. Why are you not wearing your forehead protector?" Upon seeing the Byakugan in his eyes, the three felt a wave of relief wash over them, loosening their defenses. The Byakugan was a unique dojutsu of Konoha, impossible to find outside its borders. "When did the Hyuga clan learn earth release? You nearly gave us a fright. However, I don't believe I've seen you before." As they spoke, they cautiously approached. Yet, Menma's expression remained indifferent, his gaze towards them growing increasingly unfriendly. Silence. Suddenly, Menma spoke softly, and a unique magnetic field instantly restrained the three. "What do you intend to do? You can't attack amongst comrades. Do you wish to be captured and interrogated by the Umbu?" The trio, having relaxed, now found their bodies immobilized, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Their looks towards him transformed as well. "Die?" Menma's gaze remained cold as he uttered the word, and before the three could react, their bodies began to undergo grotesque transformations, their torsos turning to wood. Before they could scream, in an instant, the three chunin had been transformed into three grand trees. Could it truly be? Menma observed the trees, his demeanor still unyielding. Yet, he mused that this body was still too weak. He frowned at his current form. It severely limited his potential. Indeed, the consciousness exhibited by this body did not belong to Menma himself. Perhaps even Menma had not anticipated the magnitude of the predicament he had inadvertently created. Did the world itself possess consciousness? Generally speaking, an ordinary world may lack such attributes. However, in this realm, not only did mysterious chakra energies exist, but the natural forces were also exceedingly hostile towards humanity. From these 2 points alone, one could glean some insights. It is known that the planet is immensely vast. While humanity exists within it, their disparity akin to that between the human body and its minuscule cells. They do not belong to the same dimensional existence, and any intersection between the two should be utterly impossible. Yet, Menma had successfully breached this formidable dimensional barrier. He cleverly utilized the power of his techniques to guide himself, perceiving his existence as an unborn fetus, with the entire planet serving as the nurturing mother of life, thereby reconstructing himself through this unique method. Simultaneously, this act awakened the long-dormant instinctual responses of the planet. This scenario resembled that of a pregnant woman. While she may not be aware of the cellular activities within her, she possesses a clear and distinct awareness of the developing fetus within her womb. In a similar vein, as an extraordinary being, he followed the faint, elusive threads of perception, successfully entering the body of the fetus, that is, Menma. Currently, the planetary consciousness, perhaps referred to as the Tao of Heaven, occupied Menma's corporeal form. With thoughts, emotions, and abilities awakened, what would the entity do? This half of Menma's body, among humans, could certainly be deemed a sage, yet to this existence, it was far too weak, insufficient for him to fully manifest his powers. It felt akin to a human consciousness inhabiting the body of an ant. Thus, he needed to enhance the strength of his body. Menma's reasoning was sound. Utilizing the entire planet to nurture himself could lead to a transcendent evolution. If Menma's method was akin to an infant absorbing nutrients from its mother for transformation, then the planetary consciousness's aim was to actively nourish this body with the power within itself. It was executing this plan. The planetary consciousness merely had to think, and the magnetic field around all of Konoha slightly shifted, enveloping Menma's body. Visible changes began to manifest in Menma's form, and at this rate, within a few short days, this physical body could potentially revert to a sage. Observing this progress, the Tao of Heaven felt an immense satisfaction. Chapter 132. Undercurrents surge within the Hokage building. The atmosphere was tense as Tsunade and Jiraiya sat across from one another, fervently discussing how to address the significant crisis inadvertently unleashed by Jiraiya. Suddenly, their expressions shifted, both furrowing their brows in alarm. What was that strange sensation they had just experienced? Tsunade's beautiful brows knitted together with confusion as she inquired, a hint of vigilance flickering in her lovely eyes, sensing that something ominous was about to unfold. Jiraiya took a deep breath and slowly replied, "It appears that the natural energy has gone awry. Tsunade, I don't know if you've noticed, but our Konoha seems somewhat off lately." As he spoke, he closed his eyes, swiftly entering a specialized state of perception, attempting to capture more information regarding this unusual phenomenon. Tsunade remained silent, patiently awaiting his findings. Time ticked by. The room enveloped in silence, punctuated only by their soft breaths. After what felt like an eternity, Jiraiya finally opened his eyes, a look of chilling horror flashing across them. Seeing this, Tsunade's heart sank, prompting her to urgently ask, "What is it, Jiraiya? Did something serious come to light?" Jiraiya steadied himself and replied with a grave tone, "The natural energy in Konoha has become increasingly volatile. Even I dare not absorb it lightly now. Moreover, for some unknown reason, I constantly feel an indescribable sense of unease." As he spoke, he unconsciously rubbed his chest with his right hand, clearly burdened by this unsettling emotion. Natural energy? Tsunade instinctively bit her nails, a habit of hers when deep in thought. As one of the three great sages' successors, she understood natural energy far better than an ordinary ninja. Grasping the gravity of Jiraiya's words, natural energy embodies the essence of this world. If it erupts, it could signify impending trouble for the region. After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade remained remarkably composed, issuing a series of commands. The umbu began to spread out, surveying all of Konoha, while Jiraiya set out to locate the source of the natural energy disturbance. Meanwhile, Menma had vanished without a trace. In the realm of Suki no Doku, Menma, who had been meditating and refining his sage techniques, suddenly opened his eyes. What is happening? A sudden wave of disquiet washed over him. Could something have gone awry? Feeling unusually restless, he activated his senses. His father was delivering a lecture at the Konoha Academy, imparting ninja wisdom, while his mother was busy at the shop, leaving him with little opportunity to undertake missions. Since his family appeared safe, Menma shifted his focus to his two close friends. They too seemed to be in no immediate danger. "Hinata, Yumi, what are you two up to?" "We are merely out on a mission," Hinata replied. "There's nothing to worry about." Menma felt a twinge of skepticism. What danger could a simple mission entail? "With our strength, we should be fine," reassured Hinata. "All right then. Stay safe." Menma concluded the communication, his brow furrowed deeply. With everyone around him unharmed, he pondered the sudden unease that plagued him. His formidable powers as a semi-immortal and his keen senses indicated that this intuition was not without cause, yet he found no discernible source for his discomfort. Reluctantly, he returned to his meditation. Simultaneously, within the land of lightning, two disheveled figures were resting in a cave. Hinata ended the communication, exhaling a long sigh. "Menma is always so fussy. What could possibly go wrong with our strengths?" Hinata rolled her eyes, her complaints belied by the smile that crept onto her lips. Yumi, hearing this, felt somewhat exasperated yet sighed internally. Though they were powerful, their current predicament was far from ideal. The two of them, undeterred by danger, had ventured into Kumogakure, stealing the enemy's inherited ninjutsu along with the Six Paths treasures. Though they barely escaped, they were pursued by the Raikage and two-tailed beasts like frightened dogs. Yet Hinata, fiercely determined, did not wish Menma to learn of their plight. "Come on, cheer up, it's just the Raikage." Upon turning, she noticed Yumi's dejected demeanor, which ignited her frustration. "Hey, sister, you're right," Yumi replied, too weary to argue. The past few days, she had been relentlessly pursued by the two-tailed beasts. Despite her eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the exhaustion was overwhelming. More critically, she had only recently implanted Hashirama cells and lacked the strength to activate a complete Susanoo. The eight tails and two tails, being perfect hosts, were overwhelming her. Were it not for the Sharingan's countermeasures and the protection of the wood release, she would have long since called for Menma's assistance. In the ninja world, beneath the calm surface of the waters, tumultuous waves brewed, and a volcano was ready to erupt at any moment. The Raikage, known for his volatile nature, was infuriated after witnessing his own abilities belittled in the recent events. "Damn it, that wretched Jiraiya dares to humiliate me so," he bellowed, his fury echoing throughout the village. Those privy to the details were also furious. The Raikage was their idol and leader, and the disgrace thrust upon him by Konoha was intolerable. Thus, the battle fervor in Kumogakure surged, as everyone's resolve unified. They must wage war to flatten Konoha and eliminate Jiraiya. Simultaneously, Menma achieved the desired effect of his scheme. This move, undeniably cunning, had provoked Uchiha Obito, who, already a madman due to the Sharingan, was now incited further. At this moment, all plans in the moon's eye were cast aside, as his sole desire became the annihilation of all who had read the story. He sought to give these complacent individuals some purpose. Thus, he summoned Kaguya. In that dark and damp underground space, the light was nearly imperceptible, and a heavy, oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, as if the very air had thickened. A catastrophe capable of annihilating the world? Kaguya gasped in astonishment, having just received an urgent message from Uchiha Obito, causing a knot of anxiety to form in his chest. Fearing a dire situation had arisen. However, upon learning of Obito's true intentions, he was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he quickly received messages from Black Zetsu. Through this information, he swiftly grasped the current circumstances. A hint of helplessness and disbelief surfaced on his otherwise dark visage, though his appearance concealed any visible expression. Are you trying to stir trouble for the entire ninja world? Kaguya pondered, an astute and cunning individual, possessing deep insights into human nature. In mere moments, he had unraveled Uchiha Obito's underlying motives. Indeed, this is straightforward. What do you propose? Obito inquired, although possessing formidable strength. He could not conceive other means to instigate chaos across the world aside from inciting civil war among the 5 great ninja villages, which is why he sought Kaguya's counsel. It's merely a matter of causing some trouble for those ninjas. This task is quite feasible, as there are many troublesome entities sealed within the ninja world. Kaguya slowly articulated, revealing another side of this world. While ninjas represented the mainstream of this realm, they had only existed for a mere 1,000 years. A millennium ago, demons and monsters were the true rulers of this world. Chapter 133, Monsters as a Mysterious Entity Existing for a Millennium. Kaguya was well acquainted with the past. He recalled the fearsome demons that once roamed the ninja world, evoking terror wherever they went, either perishing in slaughter or being sealed away by powerful ninjas through secret techniques, leading to their disappearance from the world. However, do you truly wish to proceed with this plan? Kaguya asked gravely. Uchiha Obito's expression remained cold and detached, his gaze as frigid as a frozen lake. The 5 great ninja villages have coexisted in peace for far too long. If this continues, it will undoubtedly hinder our grand designs. Therefore, we must give them something to occupy themselves with, preventing them from attending to other matters. Simultaneously, this presents an excellent opportunity for us to seize the tailed beasts guarded by each village amidst the chaos. Though he spoke thus, the truth of his inner thoughts was solely to inflict as much carnage upon the innocent as possible. Upon hearing this, Heiju nodded thoughtfully and then spoke. If one wishes to create immense chaos and trouble in this world, perhaps the only way to achieve that is to unleash the legendary Wang Liang. Wang Liang? What exactly is it? Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow and inquired further. Heiju took a deep breath and slowly explained. Wang Liang is a terrifying creature formed from the convergence of endless dark energy. It can effortlessly absorb all dark chakra from the world and, with this formidable power, attain a near-immortal body. Long ago, Wang Liang was sealed away by a remarkably powerful priestess using forbidden techniques, hidden within the distant borders of the Guejigua. Guejigua is somewhat familiar. It is a small and remote place, not truly a country in size, comparable only to a village like Konoha. Its political structure is simple, lacking daimyos and ninjas, and is instead passed down through generations of priestesses. This place is exceptionally discreet, and due to the legend of Wang Liang, even daimyos and ninjas prefer to avoid it. They steer clear even during the Great Ninja Wars. Let us break the seal and allow it to create some havoc, even if this world is destroyed. It is of no concern, for once our plan is complete, this world will surely begin anew. Uchiha Obito resolved firmly. Heiju pondered briefly before nodding in agreement, entrusting the matter to him. For Heiju, the life or death of humanity in this world was of no significance. His sole focus was on rescuing his mother, regarding ordinary humans as mere weeds, devoid of chakra and value. As for ninjas, although Wang Liang possessed considerable strength, It was overly ambitious to believe it could end the world. Obito and Heiju commenced their journey, arriving at Guejigua. The seal of Wang Liang consists of 2 layers. One that seals Wang Liang's soul, vigilantly guarded by the priestess to prevent its escape. The second seals its physical form, ensuring that it cannot fully resurrect. Heiju was well aware of these details, and they had come in search of the location of Wang Liang's soul seal. They first located the site where Wang Liang was sealed. The atmosphere was heavy with ominous energy, permeated by a foul stench. Surrounding them were inscribed runes and barrier symbols, as if narrating the vicissitudes of time. If we destroy this place, we can release Wang Liang's soul? Indeed, but breaking this seal will likely prove challenging. Allow me to handle this. At that moment, the priestess of Guejigua appeared before them, clad in a white priestess garb, with red ribbons fluttering in the wind, her gaze resolute and icy. You should not be here. If Wang Liang is unleashed, it will bring devastation to all living beings. Obito scoffed coldly. What concern is that to me? Today, I shall free Wang Liang. The priestess formed hand seals, and a beam of light surged towards Obito. He effortlessly sidestepped it and counterattacked, while Heiju seized the opportunity to approach the seal. Upon realizing Heiju's intent, the priestess conjured several illusions to ensnare Obito and turned to confront Heiju. However, Heiju's movements were elusive. He vanished and reappeared beside the seal, poised to unravel the final barrier. At that moment, the priestess bit her finger, sprinkling blood into the sky, chanting incantations. Instantly, a brilliant light enveloped Guejigua, and mysterious powers converged at the seal, reinforcing it. Be cautious. The priestess clan excels in sealing techniques, Heiju cautioned, quickening his pace. The barrier was ruptured by Heiju. As the seal of Wang Liang began to weaken, a terrifying laughter echoed, signaling its awakening. Obito, acutely aware of the complexities and might of sealing techniques, hesitated to engage directly. Lord Zishuan, flee this place at once. The priestess's guard finally arrived, his face pale upon witnessing the scene. However, it was too late. Heiju had shattered Wang Liang's seal, and a torrent of black chakra burst forth from the seal. You desire my power? Accept my strength, and you may unify the entire world. The beguiling voice of Wang Liang resounded. Heiju merely chuckled derisively, dismissive of the filthy chakra offered by a being birthed from the yin-yang shield of the 6 paths. Although Obito seethed with anger, he was not foolish enough to consider absorbing Wang Liang's chakra. However, he was not naive. He understood that Wang Liang was currently merely a soul. To unleash Wang Liang's true power, it would require a suitable body. At that moment, Obito slightly raised his hand, signaling, and a miraculous scene unfolded. The ground began to rise, and something emerged slowly from below. Upon closer inspection, it was a Baiju. As soon as this Baiju surfaced, it gazed up with wide, curious eyes at the swirling black chakra, incessantly muttering, "Oh dear, what on earth is this? How utterly disgusting, it's just like feces." As it spoke, its already peculiar face contorted into a myriad of comical expressions, eliciting involuntary laughter. Yet Wang Liang had no time to concern itself with this sudden peculiar creature. Without hesitation, it plunged into the body of Baiju. In an instant, a shocking transformation occurred. The formerly ordinary Baiju underwent a dramatic change, bizarre patterns sprouting across its body, resembling mysterious sigils, simultaneously. A powerful and malevolent chakra erupted from within Baiju, as if intent on devouring everything around it. Chapter 134. The Undying Legion. After a harrowing and tumultuous battle, the battlefield lay shrouded in smoke, saturated with the stench of blood. Zishuan's forces suffered heavy casualties. Had it not been for Wang Liang's demand for Uchiha Obito's strength, even the priestess would have struggled to survive. Wang Liang's power was not yet fully restored, and coveting the priestess's strength, it chose to retreat for the time being. Having been captured by Uchiha Obito through a mysterious and cunning method. Witnessing this, the priestess Zishuan's expression darkened to an extreme, as if she could weep tears of blood. Even though she had foreseen such an outcome, the reality of it unfolding before her was unbearable. "My lady Zishuan, are you all right?" A cautious attendant inquired, his voice trembling, clearly still shaken from the recent battle. Zishuan bit her lip and slowly shook her head. "I am fine, but the situation appears dire. They have taken Wang Liang. Their intent is surely to release it, plunging the world into cataclysm." Her gaze was grave and anxious. as if she could foresee the impending darkness. The attendant displayed fear. But, my lady Zixuan, those two possess unfathomable strength. We are utterly powerless against them. How can we possibly stop them? Zixuan pondered for a moment and decisively replied, given the circumstances, our strength alone is indeed insufficient to contend with them. However, we cannot remain idle. Immediately send word to the 5 great nations. I trust they will devise a plan to address this issue. After all, this matter concerns the survival of the entire ninja world and should be resolved by those powerful ninjas themselves. Indeed, your words ring true, my lady Zixuan. The attendant nodded in agreement. After the attendant departed to carry out orders, Zixuan stood silently in place, the gentle breeze caressing her hair, her beautiful and profound eyes gradually hardening with resolve. She understood that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Yet the fire of her inner conviction burned brightly and unwaveringly. The 5 great nations, despite their immense power and formidable resources, are evidently ensnared in a web of intricate internal conflicts. Mutual suspicion and covert rivalries among these nations render cooperation exceedingly arduous. Nevertheless, Ziyuan firmly believes that should a breakthrough be discovered, the resolution of these discordant issues is not entirely beyond reach. At that moment, news spread through the ninja world like a swift bird, reaching the 5 great ninja villages. The younger generation in each village, such as Feng Ingara and Shui Ing Terumi Mei, appeared bewildered, having never heard of the entity known as Wangliang. However, while the youth may be unaware, the elders recall the terror of this malevolent being and promptly begin disseminating information and retrieving archival documents. Within Konohagakure, the Hokage's office is engulfed in tumultuous chaos. What is this priestess truly up to? Why should we, Konohagakure, be the first to extend our assistance? I suspect she harbors ulterior motives, Danzo remarked from his chair, his countenance dark and his sharp eyes glinting with skepticism and discontent. Jiraiya, however, stood up, asserting that the safety of everyone is at stake. If Wangliang were to be fully unleashed, no one would be spared. What concern is it of ours? Even if danger arises, it is the land of earth that should be most alarmed. That old Kudanoki is no saint. And I see this as an opportunity for them to take the lead, Danzo retorted, his gaze icy and a sardonic smile gracing his lips. The land of earth is closest to the land of demons. Should Wangliang emerge, it is they who will suffer first, and it is of no consequence to us. Moreover, as the most powerful country in the world, Danzo dismisses the threat of a mere creature with their sealing techniques. Konohagakure undoubtedly possesses unmatched prowess. What fear should a being that can be sealed by a priestess evoke? In Sunagakure, Gaara gazed into the distance, resolute that they must partake in this affair. The land of wind cannot afford to remain aloof. Being a youth filled with fervor and a strong sense of responsibility, he swiftly resolved to extend aid after reviewing the information. Terumi Mei of Kirigakure, after listening to the elders recount the tale, hesitated. They had only recently stabilized. Yet the potential consequences of danger compelled her to decide to send their security team to participate in the support, while simultaneously observing the reactions of the other villages. In the skies above Awagakure, Anoki floated, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. Gazing at the sealed location, an ominous premonition surged within him. That cursed thing is about to break free from its seal. It must not succeed. I must consult with the priestess immediately. This menace cannot be allowed to linger within the borders of the land of demons, Anoki muttered. As one of the few who had personally experienced the terror of the Wangliang chaos, he understood all too well how troublesome that evil and powerful existence could be. To worsen matters, the land of demons is closest to them. Should the enemy regain strength, they would be the first to be attacked. Meanwhile, in Kumogakure, the Raikage raised an eyebrow upon hearing this news. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to dispatch Killer Bee and his 3 esteemed disciples to partake in this endeavor. However, much like Danzo, the Raikage harbored his own ulterior motives, hoping to leverage this opportunity to deliver a heavy blow to Awagakure. After lengthy and arduous negotiations, the 5 great ninja villages finally reached a consensus, collaboratively forming an elite task force composed of the finest ninjas from each faction, committed to this urgent rescue operation. Ziyuan, who had been closely monitoring the unfolding situation, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Yet, just as everyone believed the situation had improved, a shocking piece of news arrived. Wang Liang had not only successfully breached the seal and re-emerged, but had also grown even more powerful, becoming increasingly formidable. Before the ninja coalition could fully assemble, Wang Liang, with the assistance of Uchiha Obito and Kagaya Akatsuki, rapidly regained its strength. Following that, Wang Liang unhesitatingly unleashed its dreaded undead army. A colossal legion of warrior puppets materialized before the gathered assembly, exuding an aura of death and decay. They were divided into 3 directions, surging forward like overwhelming torrents. This terrifying undead army first launched its assault on the land of Earth. Along the way, they wreaked havoc indiscriminately, slaying anyone in their path, be it ordinary villagers or trained ninjas. None could halt their advance. In an instant, the land of Earth was transformed into a realm of despair, bloodshed, and chaos, where once peaceful villages became sites of carnage. Subsequently, the undead army turned its sights toward Konohagakure. Despite the courageous resistance of the Fire Country's ninjas, they ultimately found themselves unable to withstand the relentless tide of the enemy's onslaught. The battle was exceptionally brutal, with countless valiant ninjas falling in pools of blood, their lives extinguished. Finally, the undead legion swept toward the land of demons. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained, and corpses littered the ground. Rivers of blood flowed across the earth, saturating the air with a pungent scent of death. The lingering resentment and murderous intent of the deceased melded with the energy of the natural world, gradually coalescing into a unique form of dark chakra. This dark chakra surged continuously toward Wang Liang, accelerating its recovery. Chapter 135, Senjutsu Thousand-Handed Guanyin. In the realm of Suki no Yum, tranquility reigned, and time flowed gently. The minor troubles caused by Hinata and her companions were insignificant in the grand scheme of the ninja world, and Kumogakure only pursued them in secrecy, ensuring that no information leaked out. Such matters are best kept hidden, as revealing them would be quite the embarrassment. In Konohagakure, life continued as usual, undisturbed by turmoil. Menma spent his days at home, as his father had no pressing missions and was engrossed in reading, casually learning about Menma's research. One morning, after finishing breakfast, Kushina busied herself at the ninja tool shop, while Minato set aside his newspaper and turned his attention to his son. "Did I not tell you that natural energy is perilous? Why do you persist in your research?" Minato questioned, perplexed. His son's strength was already unfathomable to him. "So why pursue the power of the sage? It's not like I'm delving into it recklessly. I'm conducting research at a safe distance, and rest assured, I have always utilized my shadow clones," Menma replied, scratching his head awkwardly. "Shadow clones are still dangerous. If sage energy spirals out of control, your life could be at stake," Minato warned, his expression turning grave. This was no jest. Sage chakra is exceedingly hazardous, and shadow clones have a critical flaw: when they disperse, the chakra they contain returns to the original body. "Do not worry, there will be no danger," Menma insisted. Unsure how to explain that he had already mastered the power of wood release and had also made progress in his research with Orochimaru. "I can utilize some of the abilities that Baiju possesses, such as spore clones, floating techniques, and fusion." Menma's current clones were spore clones, akin to cellular division. They were identical to the original body and represented a more advanced form of cloning than shadow clones. "Why don't you share your progress? Perhaps I can assist you," Minato said, feeling a mix of exasperation and concern. His son was remarkable in many respects, yet his penchant for exploring dangerous ninjutsu was undeniably bold, especially for someone so young. Yet, as a father, he could only offer support. Although Minato was not adept in sage techniques, he was no stranger to them. In fact, compared to Jiraiya, Minato possessed a deeper mastery, able to enter sage mode instantaneously and perfectly execute sage transformation. However, for Shuemin, speed is his advantage, and no ninja can enable him to enter sage mode. Upon hearing this, Miyama's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "Hey, that's my dad." This was also the reason why Shuemin discovered Myanmar upon his return home. Shuemin's talent is extraordinary. He has improved the Flying Thunder God technique and invented the Rasengan. Both of these jutsu are classified as S rank, with the Rasengan's training difficulty being A rank, which becomes S rank once attributed with elemental changes. Given Shuemin's strength, a standard Rasengan is sufficient, coupled with the Flying Thunder God technique. Once he gets close, it essentially guarantees an instant kill. Myanmar happily sat down, poured a cup of tea for his father, and began to share his thoughts and aspirations. "Have you begun researching sage techniques?" Shuemin asked, astonished. Indeed, I have already mastered Sage Mode. Look, Myanmar blinked, and it was at that moment Shuemin noticed a hint of red in Myanmar's eyelids, resembling makeup. If not examined closely, it would be hard to detect. Additionally, the pupils exhibited a slight red hue. How is that possible? To maintain Sage Mode at all times, how do you manage it? Shuemin was thoroughly shocked, scrutinizing him and activating his sensory abilities. Upon entering Sage Mode himself and sensing his son's condition, he found it utterly astonishing. I'm not entirely sure, Myanmar admitted, scratching his head in frustration. It wasn't that he didn't want to share with his family, but he had long realized that their philosophies differed. Previously, he had discussed his training concepts and methods with his two girlfriends, yet it felt like playing a lute to a cow. They found it hard to comprehend and struggled to succeed in their training. Even Orochimaru, a person of great intellect, was left bewildered after hearing Myanmar's explanations, feeling it was entirely unscientific. Enough about that. It's no surprise you are my son. Your talent has surpassed that of the first Hokage. You now wish to develop your own sage techniques, correct? Share your thoughts. Shuemin interrupted his son's hesitations with a wave of his hand. All right, here's what I think, Myanmar said without delay, pouring out his knowledge of various sage techniques and sharing his small goals. The simplest one, undoubtedly, would be a sage version of the Thousand Hands. There are existing examples to draw from. All he needed to do was make slight improvements to enhance its power. If he could also replicate techniques from the Hunter series, that would be even better. Upon hearing this, Shuemin found it entirely reasonable, as he himself had learned the frog kata. Together, they pondered and discussed, eventually demonstrating in practice. In merely 2 days, they had successfully concocted Myanmar's unique sage technique. Let us go try it out, Shuemin exclaimed with excitement, pulling his son to the training grounds in Konoha, where the surroundings were serene and devoid of others. Quick, give it a shot, Shuemin urged, as this was a monumental step for humanity, a sage technique of their own. Very well, Myanmar nodded slightly in agreement, then slowly raised his hands. In that instant, a brilliant golden light surged from him like a tidal wave, rapidly converging and coalescing. In the blink of an eye, a magnificent statue of the thousand-handed Guanyin appeared at the center of the training ground. This statue emanated a sacred and awe-inspiring aura, its compassionate gaze seemingly piercing through the fabric of existence, overseeing all beings. Behind the statue, thousands of arms stretched out like branches of a towering tree, each hand striking a different pose, some holding sacred objects, others forming hand seals, each gesture unique, yet harmoniously unified. Meanwhile, Myanmar quietly stood within the statue, his eyes tightly shut, wholly focused on his current physical state. To his delight, despite summoning such a massive and breathtaking thousand-handed Guanyin, the chakra consumed was not excessive. Most of its power was derived from the natural chakra present in the environment. However, Myanmar understood that to successfully wield this formidable technique and unleash its full potential, he must maintain a high level of concentration. A moment's negligence could lead to failure. The main body cannot engage in battle. That should be due to a lack of adaptation, Myanmar communicated to Shuemin as he assessed his sensations. It's due to its size, given your current state. Forming individual arms is the most efficient method. After observing, Shuemin offered his advice. The current Guanyin, being both offensive and defensive, could rival the complete Susanoo. Yet using it for combat would be akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, unnecessary. Only the arms need to be formed, and as for defense, it requires the opponent to approach. Attacking with thousands of arms simultaneously serves as the best defense. Myanmar paused, realizing he had indeed sought grandeur, fixating solely on replicating techniques from the anime he admired, without considering practicality. For a ninja, offense is the best defense. Unless one reaches the level of the Sage of Six Paths, an ordinary ninja could perish with a mere touch. Myanmar dissipated the Guanyin's body, retaining only the thousands of arms, now floating in midair like a deity, surrounded by golden limbs that enveloped him. He appeared increasingly divine and untouchable. Experimenting with their control, he discovered that Sage Chakra is indeed a level above that of ordinary ninja chakra, as it would not dissipate immediately even when distanced from his body. The attack power would remain unweakened within a 100-meter radius. Chapter 136. Zabuza. Now that we have grasped the method to execute the new technique, let us thoroughly test its offensive capabilities, Shuemin said, his face brimming with anticipation. I believe it would be more appropriate to head outside Konoha, Myanmar agreed. nodding in affirmation of his father's thoughts. They both understood the immense power contained within this new technique, should they experiment within the village. Any loss of control could lead to chaos. Subsequently, Shuemin gently took his son's hand and activated the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from sight. On the coast of the Land of Water, a group of fishermen sat with serious expressions, gazing intently at the sea. I wonder if the ninja can defeat that giant octopus. I believe the ninjas from Kirigakure may not be reliable. I had advised you to go to Konoha to issue the mission. You fool, we are closer to the Land of Water and in sea combat. The Kirigakure ninjas should have the advantage. Enough of this. Let us await news and hope they can vanquish that octopus. One fisherman interrupted the discussion, his gaze fixated on the surface of the sea. Living by the sea, these fishermen relied on the ocean for their livelihoods. However, in this world, certain animals have an easier time acquiring chakra than humans. Thus, at some point, a colossal octopus, far from ordinary, appeared in the waters, troubling the local fishermen, who could not venture out to sea and were forced to pay for a mission to eliminate the octopus in Kirigakure. Yet, they underestimated the terror of this giant octopus. The lower-ranked ninjas of Kirigakure lacked the strength to deal with it, ultimately having to dispatch a higher-ranked ninja. At that moment, on the surface of the sea, the elite ninja from Kirigakure, Zabuza Momochi, led his team in a search of the waters. As dusk approached, the team reluctantly gathered on a massive reef. Zabuza-san. That creature is too cunning. It hides beneath the water, making it difficult to locate. Indeed, if we encounter it underwater, we would surely suffer. Is our mission really destined to fail against that wretched octopus? A group of lower-ranking ninjas gritted their teeth, having finally left the village to undertake a mission, only to find themselves facing an exceptionally unfortunate task, to locate a giant octopus in the sea. The dilemma was further compounded by their reluctance to venture underwater. What a troublesome predicament. They decided to rest for a day. The following day, the fishermen would resume their efforts. As long as the giant octopus dared to show itself, I would utilize her freezing abilities to encase the surface of the sea in ice, ensuring it could not escape. Turning to the handsome youth behind him, he spoke. It is Zabuza-sama. The striking young man nodded in agreement, albeit with a twinge of anxiety. He was uncertain about the extent of his abilities to freeze the sea surface and hoped not to hinder Zabuza-sama. Just as Zabuza was about to give the order to rest, a sudden chill coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. His executioner's blade was drawn instinctively as two figures appeared like phantoms to their left. Menma, caught off guard, felt a gust of malevolence. Be cautious, we have enemies, he warned. Watergate reacted swiftly, summoning a Rasengan. Menma raised his hand and caught the descending executioner's blade barehanded, simultaneously launching Watergate's Rasengan. With his golden hair and iconic hairstyle, Zabuza instantly recognized their adversaries, his expression shifting dramatically. It is the yellow flash of Konohagakure. You all retreat, I will confront them. Without looking back, Zabuza issued his command. I will assist you, Zabuza-sama, I declared, sensing the threat to her leader. She swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an enormous ice wall to shield the two parties. Watergate's Rasengan collided with the ice barrier, shattering it into pieces. At that moment, Menma exerted force, shattering the executioner's blade, his gaze drawn to the familiar figures before him. Is that the demon, Zabuza, and the young man by? Menma's expression changed as he recognized the familiar faces. It appeared that Zabuza had not defected from the Mist Village but had become a leading jonin, with Bai in his squad. Father, we are not here to fight. Menma intervened, trying to halt his father, who had drawn a kunai. Watergate, upon hearing this, sheathed his weapon. However, the opposing team remained vigilant. For a reputation is akin to a shadow cast by a tree. Watergate was an elite jonin of Konohagakure, a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, known for his unparalleled speed, earning him the title of Yellow Flash. His prowess made him one of the most formidable opponents in the ninja world. Watergate. This is our territory in the Land of Water. What are your intentions? Do you wish to incite war between our villages? Zabuza questioned, gripping his blade warily. Who decreed that the sea belongs solely to your Land of Water? Watergate replied, his brow furrowing and irritation evident in his eyes. What? Do you think I fear you? Do you seek a fight, you scoundrel? Zabuza remained undeterred, believing that the other party was merely looking for trouble. Enough, let us leave. We are merely here to fish. So do not seek conflict unnecessarily, Menma stated, growing impatient. Were it not for the resemblance of the two adversaries and his father's presence, Menma would have likely ended the confrontation much sooner. Do you look down on me? Zabuza retorted, oblivious to the threat in Menma's words. Menma felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He raised both hands, producing two kunai. In a swift motion, he embedded the kunai at their feet. Simultaneously, he formed rapid hand seals. Flying Thunder God technique. In a flash, Zabuza's team vanished from sight. Well done. Your Flying Thunder God technique has not faltered, Watergate remarked, pleased with his son's execution of the technique he had invented. Menma had mastered it to the point of utilizing the teleportation array with remarkable speed, leaving their opponents bewildered. Now that the nuisances have departed, we can proceed with our experiment, Menma thought eagerly, eager to test the might of sage art. The vast ocean stretched endlessly before them, bathed in the golden hues of twilight. Upon a rocky outcrop, the two stood. Menma activated sage art, lacking the gift of nomenclature. While Watergate's talent for naming was renowned, Menma borrowed a name from his past life, Buddha's palm. The technique was aptly named. Suddenly, a golden hand descended upon the sea, which rippled as if disturbed, creating a gaping void as the once tranquil waters erupted in waves, the force rivaling that of a small-tailed beast bomb. Menma raised his hands effortlessly, determination gleaming in his eyes, as thousands of arms descended in unison, causing the entire ocean to tremble joyfully, the waters swirling as if enchanted. Beneath the surface, a giant octopus, previously at ease, began to sway violently before its head collided forcefully with the ocean floor. Before it could comprehend the situation, the waters danced chaotically, rendering directions meaningless. Above, the sea swelled into towering waves, and Menma reveled in the destructive potential of his strike. Menma. Watergate's expression soured upon witnessing the 100-meter wave, his visage turning as bitter as a gourd. Should such a colossal wave reach the shore, it would spell disaster for those living there. Realizing the impending calamity, Menma's expression shifted dramatically. While conjuring a massive wave was simple, dissipating it would prove challenging. As the wave continued to swell, Menma clasped his hands together. In that instant, his external consciousness activated, rapidly flipping through pages of knowledge until it settled upon a jutsu. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. This technique, gleaned from the memories of the young girl Kuro, was too magnificent to ignore, and with a boost from his current prowess, he easily synthesized dust release. In the face of the towering wave, he knew this was the only technique capable of quelling it. As he spread his hands apart, a spherical white light manifested in his grasp, the reason for its round shape eluding even him. In an instant, he hurled the light sphere, which expanded rapidly. How is this possible? Watergate's pupils constricted as he recognized the technique, the most potent jutsu in the ninja world, dust release. Instantly, Watergate activated his Flying Thunder God technique and vanished. Meanwhile, Menma remained in place, entering a phantasmal state to observe the power of dust release up close. The white light erupted, disintegrating all it touched into atomic particles, vanishing into the ether. Once the light subsided, Menma stood firm, observing the ocean's surface as if a great bite had been taken from a jelly-like substance. The sea seemed to take a moment to respond, but after 3 breaths, the surrounding waters began to flow back, filling the gaping void. The ocean's surface returned to tranquility. Boafengsuman reappeared, his brow furrowed, casting a gaze filled with astonishment towards Menma. He hesitated, grappling with his words. As a father, he was acutely aware of his son's extraordinary talent, knowing that individuals of such potential could easily stray onto perilous paths. Wave after wave of unease washed over him as he reflected on Menma's current display, which far exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated his son would cause mischief within the confines of Konoha, prompting him to impart the Flying Thunder God technique early on. However, he was taken aback to discover that this little rascal had the audacity to clandestinely learn ninjutsu from other villages, particularly the renowned dust release. An act that could yield dire consequences, regardless of others' opinions. The third Tsuchikage of Awagakure was undoubtedly the most formidable among the 5 great village leaders in the current ninja world, possessing exceptional mobility, extensive combat experience, and the most powerful dust release techniques. He was not a foe to be trifled with lightly. Rest assured, Dad, my curiosity is piqued. This situation is unique. I assure you I will not employ it in front of others again. Menma smiled knowingly, aware of his father's concerns. I truly cannot fathom your thoughts. Watergate felt a sense of helplessness, unable to decipher his son's intentions. With the Flying Thunder God technique and the potential to be a perfect Jinchuriki, Menma's strength was already rivaling that of the first Hokage. Yet, even with such prowess, he remained unsatisfied, coveting the ninjutsu of other villages. If this were to come to light, he would become a target of animosity throughout the ninja realm. Let us depart. The experiment is complete. It would be prudent for you to venture out less frequently in the future. Watergate spoke tersely, having realized that his son was indeed a troublemaker. Let us return now. Menma, expressionless, slowly turned. However, at that moment, the sea erupted violently, and several slick tentacles emerged from the depths, ensnaring them in an instant. Before Menma could comprehend the situation, a robust tentacle had already coiled around him, swiftly siphoning his chakra. Menma, be careful, Watergate observed from a distance, his complexion shifting dramatically as a kunai materialized in his hand, which he hurled with precision. As the water splashed, a colossal octopus had surfaced, its 8 tentacles looming ominously, its grotesque visage glaring at the ensnared boy with ferocity. This immense octopus hailed from the deep sea, drawn to the bountiful resources and delectable treats it had yet to experience, albeit aware of the formidable adversaries that accompanied such riches. It was a rare giant octopus, capable of chakra cultivation, possessing a unique ability to absorb chakra, making it a daunting opponent for ordinary ninjas due to its rapid growth. A kunai soared through the air, and Watergate appeared beside it, unleashing a massive Rasengan upon one of the octopus's tentacles. However, upon contact, the Rasengan diminished and vanished entirely. This creature possesses the ability to absorb chakra. Watergate realized instantaneously as a gigantic tentacle lunged toward him, and he vanished from sight. Menma, feeling the depletion of chakra within him, was taken aback by the octopus's formidable powers. Nonetheless, a cold smile crept onto his lips. Daring to absorb his chakra was a grave mistake. The enormous octopus, wary of the bothersome insect, suddenly sensed an unsettling gaze upon it. Fear flickered in its small eyes as the tentacle that ensnared Menma began to transform. Wooden tendrils sprouted from it, resembling miniature trees. The octopus, sensing the shift, emitted a terrified shriek and instinctively severed one of its own tentacles, retreating in trepidation. Menma easily extricated himself from the tentacle, which then fell into the sea, rapidly forming a small forest on the water's surface. This transformation highlighted the terrifying nature of Menma's current abilities. Chapter 138, Parasites. Menma turned, grinning as he regarded the colossal octopus. The giant octopus spun its small eyes, observing the 2 young figures before it, its massive head swiveling in tandem. It was clever enough to recognize the potential threat posed by the duo and began contemplating an escape. Dad, this giant octopus looks quite appealing. Should we capture it and savor its flavors? It still possesses chakra, which must be delicious, Menma remarked, unable to suppress his saliva at the thought of such a chakra-infused delicacy, which he had never tasted before. Such remarkable regenerative abilities. If we mark it with the Flying Thunder God technique, it should provide us with sustenance for quite a while. Watergate noted the regrowth of the severed tentacle, his eyes lighting up as he and Menma shared a mutual realization. With the backing of their 3 sacred lands, a mere octopus was hardly a concern for them. Indeed, the octopus was a prize, a tender, delectable morsel. Menma's eyes sparkled with excitement. His father's wisdom was invaluable. They could not consume it all at once. As long as they marked it with the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be unable to escape unless it perished. The father and son exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously activating the Flying Thunder God technique. The octopus, sensing the impending threat, trembled involuntarily, its small eyes darting as it prepared to flee into the depths of the ocean. Menma led the charge, zipping toward the colossal head of the octopus with lightning speed, raising his hand to strike. The giant octopus, alarmed, recoiled in fright, its mouth resembling a cannon as it aimed at Menma, unleashing a massive jet of water. Menma's form blurred, moving like a specter as the torrent passed harmlessly through him. Concurrently, Watergate, like a phantom, silently positioned himself behind the creature, striking the giant octopus's head with a force akin to a hammer. Seizing the opportunity, Menma swiftly approached, marking the octopus's head with the Flying Thunder God technique. The 2 stood steadfast as the giant octopus turned in haste to escape. Menma waved his arm, summoning an invisible magnetic field that gathered the remnants of the battle scattered across the water. Let us return. They exchanged satisfied glances, smiles gracing their faces as they vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, in the ninja world, the 5 great nations had united, dispatching elite ninjas to confront the Undead Legion. However, they underestimated the terror of the entity known as Wraith. With the assistance of Kurizetsu and Obito, Wraith swiftly broke its seals, on the verge of resurrection with just a sliver of the Miko's power, ready to dominate the world. Yet, the ninjas recognized the Miko's significance, tightly encircling her within their ranks. Subsequently, the Undead Legion began its rampage across the land of fire, the land of earth, and the land of ghosts, slaughtering civilians. The despair of the populace before their demise transformed into dark chakra, continuously augmenting Wraith's strength. Furthermore, as the core of the Undead Legion, Wraith's existence ensured a ceaseless supply of chakra, rendering sealing techniques futile. What was initially perceived as a minor skirmish had escalated into a grave crisis, compelling the 5 great nations to take action. Within Konoha, in the Hokage's office, Tsunade furrowed her brow, rubbing her forehead, feeling that since assuming her role as Hokage, no good fortune had graced her. The office was filled with jonin, each wearing somber expressions. What shall we do now, Hokage-sama? Why in the world did that damned creature target the land of fire? The daimyo had issued urgent commands, demanding a swift resolution to this monstrous calamity. The critical issue was that the enemy was currently elusive. Even if they wished to seal it, they could not locate it. What is the situation on Jiraiya's side? They are still protecting the priestess. Damn that masked man from the Uzumaki clan. He is truly a troublemaker. Despite everyone's discussions, they could not devise a suitable plan. Tsunade listened to their deliberations and felt an intensifying headache. Enough. The priority is to halt those puppets, she exclaimed, rising to her feet, her expression turning serious as she began issuing commands. All the formidable warriors from Konoha must be dispatched this time. The puppet army lacks combat strength. Even a lower-ranking ninja can handle them, but the troublesome part is their rapid regeneration. Tsunade understands that their only course of action now is to impede their progress, hoping that Jiraiya can swiftly seal away the Wraith. Similarly, in the land of Earth, Inoki is overwhelmed, never anticipating that the situation would escalate to this point. Helpless, he must seek assistance from other nations. The Raikage, initially enjoying the spectacle, did not expect the situation to worsen so severely. Now, he too dispatches ninjas to provide support, hoping to confine the puppet army within the borders of the land of Earth. Concurrently, other nations are sending forth a multitude of ninjas to assist. In a deep cavern, Wraith, Kurizetsu, Uchiha Obito, and a red-haired youth stand in silence. This is your plan to eradicate humanity, yet the progress is somewhat sluggish. Kurizetsu's expression is grim as he hovers in midair. Matters are not as simple as you presume. The current army has reached the limit of the Wraith's power, and over 10,000 mortals have already perished. Complete annihilation is not far off. Obito snorts coldly, wary of the youth before him. This boy appeared abruptly days prior, claiming he wished to join forces with them to eradicate all of humanity. Although Obito harbored resentment and desired to obliterate humanity, he is not foolish enough to trust someone of unknown origin. The result was that Obito was pinned down and ruthlessly trampled, ultimately agreeing to the stranger's inclusion. This boy is, in fact, the Deva Path. Despite Obito's peculiar abilities, the Deva Path can subdue anyone who manifests in this world in an instant. For the Deva Path, the goal is to exterminate all of humanity, restoring the world to its primordial state, as humanity is akin to parasites, not only draining its energy, but also wreaking havoc. Upon his arrival, he encountered the Wraith's revival. Unsure of how to eradicate humanity, he chose to join their ranks. The Deva Path does not fear anyone when fighting alone, but eliminating the collective of humanity is beyond his capacity. Since you cannot accomplish that, then leave it to me. I shall lead. The Deva Path's expression is devoid of warmth. Since they are incapable, it is imperative to first eliminate the most dangerous group, the ninjas. Obito hesitates for a moment, glancing at Kurizetsu. Kurizetsu, equally uncertain of this person's origins, turns his gaze to White Zetsu, for the Wraith's power resides within him. However, the Wraith is currently in a deep slumber, having absorbed a significant amount of dark chakra, which is gradually enhancing its strength. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Kurizetsu nodded. Very well. Uchiha Obito concurs as well. Chapter 139. Request for aid on the battlefield in the frontline camp. The assembled reinforcements are seated. I still advocate for swiftly locating the exact position of the Wraith with the priestess. This course of action is utterly inadvisable. The risks are too great. Should the Wraith acquire the priestess's powers, it may fully awaken. Such a peril cannot be taken lightly. Then what do you propose we do? Without the priestess's sensing abilities, relying solely on our strength to locate the Wraith is akin to chasing phantoms. Within the cramped conference room, the assembly is divided into two factions. One faction fears the complete resurrection of the Wraith and insists on protecting the priestess at all costs, ensuring she faces no threats. The other faction, however, is exceedingly radical, believing they should strike at the source and take the priestess with them, for only she can sense the Wraith's precise location. The two factions argue incessantly, making consensus elusive. All right, everyone, regardless of the outcome, our most pressing task now is to relocate the battlefield. Otherwise, the Wraith's power will only grow stronger. Jiraiya interjected, rising to halt the discussions. The others turned their gazes toward him. On the frontline battlefield of Konoha, the sounds of battle and the dazzling displays of various jutsu intertwine, creating a breathtaking scene. Naruto and the younger generation of ninjas find themselves amidst this chaos, bravely fighting against their foes. However, after prolonged and intense combat, they are now panting heavily, drenched in sweat. These guys are incredibly tenacious. A young ninja complained while wielding his kunai. Indeed, if this continues, we will soon exhaust ourselves and succumb to the enemy. Another ninja echoed, his voice tinged with anxiety and fatigue. Sasuke, equally breathless, keeps his sharp gaze fixed on the seemingly endless undead army before him, observing the incessantly arriving enemies. Even the usually steadfast Sasuke feels a twinge of trepidation. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes flicker slightly as he swiftly turns his gaze to Naruto beside him, subtly conveying a signal. In an instant, Naruto comprehends the implication within Sasuke's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto clasps his hands together and begins to form seals. In the world of Tsuki no Doku, Menma and Minato return home and immediately rush into the kitchen, whipping up a feast of delectable dishes. When Kushina steps through the door, she is taken aback. Oh, what has gotten into you two? Why the sudden interest in cooking? Hee, since we had nothing to do, we might as well find something to occupy ourselves. Minato replied with a fond smile. All right, Mom, give it a try. This is Dad's specialty. Menma beamed, the family radiating warmth and happiness. Kushina happily plopped down, her curious eyes wide as she examined the spread on the table. 3 dishes and a soup, 2 homestyle dishes, and 1 unfamiliar dish, along with the soup. Seeing the expectant glimmer in their eyes, Kushina picked up her chopsticks, took a piece of octopus meat, and popped it into her mouth, her eyes instantly lighting up. Wow, what kind of meat is this? It's absolutely delicious. Kushina exclaimed with surprise. Octopus meat. Isn't it delicious? Menma beamed, eagerly awaiting praise. It's incredible. Where did you buy this? The flavor is exquisite, and it even contains chakra. Kushina, having enjoyed chakra-infused meat before, was thoroughly impressed. Minato did not conceal the details, briefly recounting the day's events to Kushina. Initially, Kushina's smile faded as her expression turned serious, her gaze piercing as she looked at Menma. What are you doing researching sage techniques without reason? Do you not know how perilous that power can be? No need to worry, mother. You are well aware of your son's talents. Such matters are mere trifles to me, merely an exploration of sage arts, Menma explained further, clarifying that he aimed to study sage techniques, having already mastered the sage mode. By the way, mother, would you like to learn sage mode? The version I have developed differs greatly from those of the 3 great sage territories. It belongs to the human realm. Menma inquired curiously, wishing to impart this technique to his loved ones. No thanks. I have no intention of undertaking missions outside the village anymore. With this level of power, I am more than satisfied, Kushina replied, shaking her head. She is content with her life now, having a powerful husband, an extraordinary son, and, with her connection to the Hokage, she is in a semi-retired state unless assigned a task by Tsunade. The business at their shop is sufficient for their living. I don't need it either. I've already learned it. It's of no use to me. Shuiman's face broke into a gentle smile. He had already mastered the sage mode, though it held little significance for him. Menma felt a sense of helplessness, wishing to convey that his sage mode was different. It represented a true evolution of life. Attaining the body of a sage and living for several centuries would be effortless, perhaps even allowing him to catch up with the Akatsuki clan. However, time was still on his side. His parents were quite young, and, since they were not in a rush, Menma decided to first refine his own system. At that moment, Menma suddenly sensed a chakra calling out to him. "Mom, Dad, please eat first. Someone is looking for me. I will step outside to check." Menma looked up and smiled warmly at his parents. Kushina furrowed her brows, but refrained from saying anything. "Go ahead, but don't cause trouble out there," Shuemin reminded him, feeling a bit exasperated with his son. "Don't worry," Menma reassured him, fully aware of his father's concerns, yet he had no intention of causing chaos in this world. His mischief was reserved for other realms, which should be inconsequential. With that thought, his figure vanished without a trace. That child. It has been a while since I last saw those two girls. I wonder what they are up to. Kushina thought of Hinata and the others. Children grow up and have their own affairs to attend to. Meanwhile, Shuemin was unconcerned, having witnessed his son's strength and possessing absolute confidence in him. With this thought, he felt entirely at ease, smiling as he continued to serve his wife more food. With their son absent, the atmosphere between the couple grew even more intimate. A cloud of smoke wafted by, and Menma, wearing a mask, made a dazzling entrance. Yet, before he could survey his surroundings, he was instantly surrounded by a throng of people. Upon closer inspection, he recognized familiar faces: Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, and Uchiha Sasuke. The entirety of the 12 little strong was nearly gathered. Kakashi glared fiercely at the masked figure before him. Wait, everyone calm down. This is someone I invited for assistance," Naruto interjected, waving his arms to prevent any rash actions. "Hey, Naruto, what is going on here? Naruto, come here quickly. This guy is not a good person. He instigated this battle." Kakashi activated his Sharingan, his hands crackling with lightning, readying for a Chidori. Hey, can someone please explain what is happening?" Menma observed the tense scene, feeling no anxiety but instead approached with a cheerful smile, inquiring with curiosity. "Uchiha Uzumaki, stop joking. This was all you're doing." Kakashi's expression darkened, his three-tomo Sharingan fixed intently on the masked figure. Had he not known the identity of this masked individual, he would have unleashed his Chidori by now. Hey, one can eat recklessly, but one cannot speak carelessly. What do you mean I caused this? Just call me Uzumaki. I am not a member of the Uchiha clan. Menma sighed, frustrated at being misnamed, blaming that wretched Uchiha Obito. "Everyone, please remain calm. I firmly believe my brother is innocent in this matter." Naruto spoke earnestly in defense. "But could anyone provide an explanation?" "Naruto, step aside. You are being deceived by him." Kakashi stood firm against Naruto. Meanwhile, the other members of the 12 Little Strong observed from the sidelines, some witnessing this legendary S-rank rogue ninja for the first time. "Shikamaru, is this person really an S-rank rogue ninja? It's hard to tell." Ino gently nudged Shikamaru beside her, whispering her inquiry, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity with this individual, as if she had encountered him before. "Yes, I heard he is from the Uchiha clan." Shikamaru, knowing of the Uchiha, did not harbor much animosity. However, Sasuke's attention was drawn to the conversation. "What do you mean? He is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan?" Sasuke's expression turned incredulous. "It has been confirmed. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan." Shikamaru nodded. "I see. Then why haven't you checked the wanted posters?" Sasuke turned and approached Menma directly. "You truly belong to the Uchiha clan? What makes you say that?" Menma rolled his eyes at Sasuke's questioning, observing the ongoing argument between Kakashi and Naruto. He felt a headache coming on and instantly vanished from sight, causing a stir among those present. When he reappeared, it was right in front of Hinata. Menma, like an inquisitive child, tilted his head, his starry eyes curiously examining the genuine Hinata from this world. Her demeanor resembled that of a delicate kitten, fragile yet resilient. Her short hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, her pure white eyes sparkling like two transparent jewels. Her cherubic face was irresistibly adorable, making one want to pinch her cheeks. Her entire presence was understated yet captivating, with an appearance that was simply enchanting. Hinata had been quietly watching Naruto in front of her when a ghostly figure suddenly appeared, startling her greatly. "Hello, little girl. Could you explain the current situation to me?" Menma's voice was gentle as a spring breeze, filled with curiosity. Hinata blinked her doe-like eyes, filled with confusion, not comprehending why this oddly masked person had approached her. This. Hinata stammered, her voice seemingly caught, her mind blank, unable to articulate a response. Get away from Hinata. Kiba's temper flared. He had just heard that this individual was an S-rank rogue ninja. To protect his comrades, Kiba rushed forward, hands reaching for Menma. Kiba, stop. It's dangerous. Brother, don't act rashly. The surrounding friends urged, but it was too late. Everyone witnessed Menma suddenly turn, his hand raised to strike Kiba's body. Kakashi and Naruto shouted in unison. Kakashi hastily formed hand signs, but at that moment, it was too late to intervene. Menma's right hand swiftly touched Kiba's arm. In an instant, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. The living person before them vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Witnessing such an eerie spectacle, the onlookers were left aghast, their pupils dilating in shock, especially Hinata, who paled in fear and stumbled backward several steps, nearly falling. Brother, Kiba, what did you do to him? Naruto, frantic, rushed forward, his face filled with anxiety as he urgently questioned. Meanwhile, Kakashi wasted no time unleashing his lightning technique. He swiftly formed hand signs and shouted, "Lightning release, lightning fawn." A dazzling array of white lightning converged into a fearsome lightning wolf, charging toward the still-standing Menma. Although he understood that such an attack might prove ineffective, he could not allow this dangerous individual to remain near his students. After all, no one could predict what terrifying events might unfold next. The lightning wolf raced forward at breakneck speed, while Menma stood composed, facing the onslaught of lightning, not even flinching, calmly extending a hand. At the moment when the lightning made contact with his palm, an astonishing spectacle unfolded once more. The violent and rampant lightning vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Such prowess. Is this the strength of an S-rank rogue ninja? What kind of ninjutsu is this? It requires no hand seals, and yet possesses such formidable power. This sensation resembles the Hiruzen no Jutsu. Tian intently observed Menma's hand, her face betraying a hint of uncertainty. The crowd turned their gaze towards her words. The ninjutsu she had just employed appeared to be the Hiruzen. Tian, brimming with confidence, spoke the answer without a moment's hesitation. Indeed, it was thanks to Menma that Tian earned the qualification to practice the Hiruzen. One must admit, her aptitude is truly remarkable. She easily grasped the technique. However, as of now, she is merely a novice, capable of marking and executing basic teleportation. To achieve instantaneous transfers like the fourth Hokage, that would be an arduous challenge for her. Not to mention, Menma has taken the Hiruzen to unprecedented heights. Presently, Menma has mastered the technique to such an extent that it becomes a manifestation of sheer will. Indeed, she has grasped the Hiruzen no Jutsu. Kakashi's expression was somewhat peculiar. During the high-level meetings, it was speculated that the masked man from the Uzumaki clan might have learned the ninjutsu inscribed in the Book of Seals, particularly the troublesome Hiruzen. Yet, the absence of any evidence of its use left everyone in doubt. Upon hearing Tian's assertion, this information has been validated, and it is evident from the onset of the encounter that the opponent's mastery of the Hiruzen is quite profound. This may have surpassed even his teacher, the fourth Hokage. At this moment, a raucous commotion erupted from behind. "You cowardly scoundrel! How dare you launch a sneak attack? Are you not brave enough for a fair fight?" It was none other than Ya, who had returned after being transported to an unknown location. The companions breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing their comrade disregard the turmoil. "Well done, young lady. You recognize the Hiruzen no Jutsu. It seems you have learned it. I wonder to what level you have advanced." Menma regarded Tian with a curious gaze, finding her quite endearing, not only in appearance, but also in character. "Forgive my inexperience, esteemed senior. I wonder how you managed to execute such a seamless transfer attack?" Tian smiled shyly, recalling her initial excitement upon beginning her training, as this was indeed the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. However, meeting a true genius like Menma made her acutely aware of the vast chasm that lay between them. In Menma's presence, she felt as though only a true prodigy could be worthy of meeting him. Only those who truly understand the might of space-time ninjutsu can grasp the immense power it wields, but similarly, only those who have mastered such techniques can appreciate the strength of Menma's prowess. Before embarking on her journey, she viewed her seniors as towering mountains. After entering the realm of ninjutsu, she now saw them as mere mayflies gazing at the vast sky. Among them, only Tian comprehended the true extent of Menma's strength. To simply enter this realm is commendable. Surely the Book of Seals does not contain such records. If that is the case, allow me to enlighten you and broaden your horizons. Menma, undeterred by the gaze of others, took an interest in Tion's curious demeanor and decided to share his knowledge. The Hirashin no Jutsu, invented by the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, utilizes principles of summoning techniques and was later refined by the fourth Hokage, creating a new version. The fourth Hokage referred to it as the 3 phases of Hirashin. The first phase is simply inscribing one's unique Hirashin mark. Menma began his explanation, and others gathered curiously around him. However, Kakashi's expression darkened. This was an S-rank jutsu from Konoha, and here it was being divulged. Fortunately, all present were from Konoha. The second phase, named by the fourth Hokage as the Hirashin transmission array, employs multiple kunai as coordinates for short-distance combat. The fourth Hokage famously utilized this technique during the Third Shinobi World War to eliminate 50 enemy ninjas in a single strike, earning his place as Hokage. The crowd was astounded, struggling to fathom how one could achieve such a feat of annihilating 50 ninjas within a brief span. The adversaries mentioned were certainly not ordinary genin, but at least chunin level. Kakashi, having witnessed his teacher in battle, found himself lost in memories as Menma recounted the tale. The third phase, referred to by the fourth Hokage as Hirashin's guiding lightning, enables the creation of a teleportation barrier using the Hirashin mark combined with barrier techniques, capable of redirecting formidable attacks, akin to the tailed beast bomb. Menma's mini-lecture left the audience in awe, their jaws nearly dropping at the revelation of such incredible ninjutsu. Simultaneously, they gained a clearer understanding of the fourth Hokage, realizing that both the second and third phases of Hirashin surpassed their previous assumptions. The fourth Hokage was truly remarkable. I aspire to become as formidable a ninja as he, Naruto exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement, feeling that the fourth Hokage surpassed even the third Hokage. Silence. Sasuke glared at Naruto, clearly annoyed at being interrupted. This was also his first encounter with such a powerful ninjutsu. Now, let me present to you my own creation, the fourth phase of Hirashin, the Hirashin transmission array. Menma declared, his voice brimming with pride. Although hidden behind his mask, his tone revealed the satisfaction of having developed something on top of the fourth Hokage's achievements. Acknowledging both his and Minato's contributions, the specific capability of this technique lies in its ability to teleport and transport, akin to the 8 gates method. The teleportation Menma had recently executed belonged to the fourth phase of Hirashin. Though the crowd did not fully grasp the intricacies, they understood the gist, regarding him with the reverence one might reserve for a deity. Incredible. Truly my big brother. Naruto's eyes sparkled, captivated by the elegance of the ninjutsu. Even Kakashi regarded him with newfound respect. The current iteration of Hirashin had eclipsed the abilities of both the second and fourth Hokage. Now, young lady, it is your turn. Since this ninjutsu has been developed, it can be further refined by any individual who possesses it. I hope you do not let this technique languish, Menma encouraged, casting an inspiring gaze towards Tion. The others also instinctively turned their gaze towards her. Tion instinctively recoiled, feeling a surge of pressure. According to Menma's earlier explanation, she was still at the first phase of Hirashin and was not yet proficient. The thought of reaching the level of Menma felt daunting. The eyes of the crowd bore down on her like an invisible weight. All right, can we discuss the situation now? Menma shifted his focus to Kakashi after completing his explanation of the Hirashin, simultaneously sensing the distant battle. The rancid chakra, reminiscent of a sewage system, made him, as a sensing ninja, feel quite uncomfortable, as if he had caught a whiff of something foul. Is this truly unrelated to you? Returning to the matter at hand, Kakashi still found it hard to believe, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the masked figure. This dark chakra, is it from the Zero Tails? No. It must be the Undying Legion. Could it be that the specters from the land of demons have been unleashed? Menma, unable to extract any clear answers, began to speculate. His words reached the ears of the crowd, and Luwan's eyes flickered as he was drawn to the terminology used by the other party. Lingwei, what could this be? From the context, it seemed to pertain to the dark chakra attribute. Could it be akin to the entity known as Wangliang? I must thoroughly research this upon returning. Luwan mentally noted this term. This incident served as a lesson for everyone, revealing that the shinobi world still harbored numerous unknowns, and that the emergence of such phenomena could trigger catastrophic disasters. How could you know so much if it wasn't you who did it? Kakashi questioned. For unless one consulted the archives, even Tsunade and the others might not recall the details about Wangliang. Only those like Inoki might possess such knowledge of this fiend. Myanmar chose to ignore the inquiry. Having learned about Wangliang, he had not dwelled on it. What puzzled him was how Wangliang emerged during this time frame. The thought of Wangliang reminded him of the priestess, a lovely girl resembling Hinata, with her golden hair, and he felt a yearning to see her. However, prior to that, Myanmar's gaze shifted towards a certain direction, and his brow instinctively furrowed. What is this strange allure? That direction evoked an odd sensation within him. Simultaneously, following Myanmar's focused gaze, there stood a towering peak that seemed to pierce the clouds. Tiandao was firmly stationed there, while Wangliang lay in an unknowing slumber before him. At that moment, Tiandao was suddenly hit by an unusual feeling, as if an invisible gaze pierced through the void and fell upon him. He sharply sensed this anomaly and immediately turned his attention to a specific area. This sensation belongs to him, Tiandao murmured to himself, quickly realizing that it was the other half of his being that had arrived at this location. How peculiar! Why had he appeared so abruptly? How was it even possible? Tiandao was filled with questions, pondering deeply yet finding no answers. Although he had successfully claimed this physical form, he could not wield its unique abilities with ease. Hence, he remained oblivious to the mysterious golden finger concealed within Myanmar. Could it be due to space-time ninjutsu? The thought caused Tiandao's brow to knit tightly. He still had numerous matters left unaddressed. If the other side chose this moment to confront him, the meticulously crafted plan could be thwarted. He had to enhance his abilities, at the very least to ensure his own safety. With this in mind, Tiandao hastened the transformation of his body. Patterns began to emerge, akin to runes, spreading across his entire form, reminiscent of the state of Choji's seal. Meanwhile, the coalition reached a unanimous decision to relocate the battlefield, striving to shift it to the Land of Wind. That region was an endless desert, and given the intensity of the current conflict, it would either affect innocent lives or devastate the surrounding environment, as they were currently within the borders of the Land of Fire. After deliberation, they advanced towards the Land of Wind, leading the priestess along. Wangliang instinctively pursued the figure of the priestess. Tiandao was devising a method to completely control Wangliang. For once he did so, he could augment its power. 3 days. Only 3 days were needed for Tiandao to gain full dominion over it, turning Wangliang into a mere puppet. On the other side, Myanmar felt the allure from that direction, a sensation that seemed familiar, as if something was beckoning him. Brother, could you lend us a hand? These puppets are indeed troublesome. At this moment, Naruto stepped forward, gazing earnestly at Myanmar. This is futile. Wangliang absorbs negative energy from the world. If not resolved, destroying these puppets would be in vain. You must swiftly consider a sealing method. Myanmar slowly shook his head. Despite being counterparts, there were inherent differences. He was unfamiliar with the lives of these individuals and felt no emotional disturbance concerning their fates. However, we currently lack the means to locate the other party, making sealing exceedingly difficult, Lu Wan remarked gravely. They were aware of this, as previous attempts had been made to capture Wangliang. Yet, with the assistance of Kuroju, Tiandao, and Obito, these individuals possessed remarkable mobility, capable of swiftly traversing the battlefield. Capturing Wangliang would be impossible unless they could defeat these three. Seek the priestess. She will surely sense their location. Myanmar maintained a calm demeanor. We have tried. There are 3 peculiar individuals by the adversary's side, all possessing formidable strength, making sealing a challenge. Tian edged closer, aiming to forge a connection with the enemy to gain insights into the Flying Thunder God technique. This is beyond my capabilities, nor am I interested. My focus lies with the priestess. I have yet to meet her. I wish to see if she truly resembles that young girl, Myanmar stated, glancing at Hinata. Hinata's face flushed crimson, instinctively shrinking back. Niji took a step forward, positioning himself in front of his sister. Enough, I shall take my leave. Naruto, protect yourself and your companions. With that, Myanmar's body gradually sank into the ground. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared underground, employing the white Jijiao technique to traverse swiftly beneath the surface. Utilizing the vast network of tree roots, his speed underground surpassed that of flight, allowing him to sense the environment above. Soon, Myanmar detected an extraordinarily unique chakra. Everyone present watched in astonishment as Myanmar vanished from sight. Is this Duduin? It seems so. Could it possibly be space-time ninjutsu? The group turned their gazes toward Tian Tian. Oh dear, I'm sorry. I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. It must just be due to an. Tian Tian scratched her cheek. How remarkable, Naruto. You know such an extraordinary person. Lee exclaimed, rushing over. Of course. He is my elder brother. Naruto replied with pride. Sasuke's eyes flickered, secretly astonished. While he recognized this individual's prowess, he now grasped the depth of their abilities. Especially with space-time ninjutsu. He wondered if he could ever learn such formidable techniques. If he did, it would be incredible. Not only could he confront Itachi, but he would be able to appear and disappear at will throughout the shinobi world. I should inquire about this next time we meet. I wonder if I could learn it. Sasuke's eyes sparkled. As a member of the same clan, the other party should agree. What was he thinking? Could he relay this information back to headquarters? Kakashi approached the young girl, observing Ino deep in thought with a puzzled expression. Nothing much. Sending it to headquarters might be difficult with my chakra levels. Ino's face showed signs of distress, her expression conflicted. As for what she had been contemplating, it was the increasingly familiar sensation she felt near him, prompting her to ponder who he was and where she had encountered him before. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall. All right then, let Naruto handle it. He has abundant chakra. Kakashi deliberated before calling Naruto over. Without hesitation, Naruto agreed when Kakashi mentioned borrowing some of his chakra. Placing a hand on Ino's shoulder, a warm surge of chakra enveloped her like a radiant sun. Wow, this feels incredible. Ino thought to herself. As a sensing ninja, she immediately perceived the cheerful and sunny emotions emanating from Naruto's chakra. Ino didn't have time to ponder. She quickly used her family's ninjutsu to tell Jiraiya at headquarters everything about their encounter with the masked man. Meanwhile, at the temporary headquarters on the edge of the Land of Wind, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He nodded. What now? Ao from Kirigakure looked over curiously. The others' gazes also turned sharply. The masked man has appeared. I just received the news. He's heading this way. What? This guy is too arrogant. Just because he knows space-time ninjutsu, he doesn't take us seriously at all. Upon hearing this, everyone present immediately became agitated, shouting that they would teach that guy a lesson. Did he really think their space-time ninjutsu was invincible? The group began discussing how to deal with the masked man, how to completely seal him away here. After sensing the priestess's chakra, Menma followed its guidance and arrived here. In the desert, in a makeshift castle constructed of sand, the priestess Cheyenne sat there blankly, gazing at the endless expanse of yellow sand, her little face lost in thought. From a young age, Cheyenne knew her mission, to protect and seal away the demons. And if she had the ability to destroy them, Mommy, can I really seal such a powerful demon? Cheyenne's eyes became hazy, her hands tightly clutching the only keepsake her mother had left her, a pair of small, exquisite bells. Having witnessed the true power of the demons, she was confused. Such a powerful demon, even these skilled ninjas were no match for it. So what could she possibly do? She couldn't even get close. Just then, Menma slowly emerged from underground, his eyes immediately falling on the little girl in front of him. Long, golden hair, a graceful figure, and a face almost identical to Hinata's. Menma's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, he thought. Girls in anime are all so cute, charming, and sweet. The power within her is truly peculiar. Is this the power of sealing? Menma sensed it carefully, his gaze also noticing the object in her hand. It resembled a magical artifact, containing immense power. It was an artifact left by Cheyenne's mother, something that could help her in crucial moments. Don't your feet hurt without shoes? The sudden voice startled the girl, who was lost in thought. Like a frightened deer, she instinctively took a few steps back and turned around. Then she saw something interesting. A strange figure with only half a body was lying on the ground, tilting its head and staring at its own feet. This strange figure had a peculiar appearance, wore a mask, and judging from its eyes and words, it looked like a pervert. Cheyenne involuntarily pulled her foot back. Menma tilted her head curiously. This little girl was barefoot. Did she have some kind of special fetish? Why isn't she wearing shoes? Menma asked again, curiously. It's you. After seeing the mask on the other person's face, a flash of resentment appeared in Cheyenne's eyes. It was this guy who released the demon. Chapter 143 The Shrine Maiden's Mission. Menma blinked, a grin spreading across her face beneath the mask. She inwardly groaned, wishing she hadn't impersonated that guy. Compared to him, she was practically a saint. Menma knew she had been misunderstood again. No matter, Menma was too lazy to explain. He sprang up from the ground in a flash. Hello? You're such a pretty little girl. It's you again? Are you here to capture me? Ziyuan looked wary, her body instinctively taking a few steps back. What do I want to capture you for? To take you back as my wife. Menma retorted with a grin. Damn it. You're definitely not a good person. Get out of here, or I'll scream. How boring. Having seen everyone he needed to see, Menma felt a bit bored and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Ziyuan noticed that the mask this person was wearing was different from what she remembered. As if realizing something, she stopped him. What is it? Menma looked puzzled. Please help me, okay? Why should I help you? Didn't you think I was a bad person just now? Menma was surprised, wondering why the other person had suddenly changed their mind. You're a good person. Cheyenne blushed slightly. Sorry, you've got a good eye for people. I'm definitely not a good person. Menma remained unmoved. And he didn't want any good person card. He wouldn't risk his life for a pretty girl just because of her words. I beg you, sealing the demon is my responsibility. I can sense that the demon's power is gradually increasing. If it's not sealed soon, this world will suffer a great calamity. Cheyenne's eyes showed pleading. As the strongest guardian of the witch demon kingdom, she had never bowed her head even when facing powerful figures. Yet now, she was the first to show the demeanor of a little girl, pleading with a complete stranger. Who do you think you are? A savior? Menma's voice was devoid of emotion as he countered. This world is ruled by ninjas, who possess immense power and can easily destroy a nation. There's an old Eastern saying, when the sky falls, the tall ones hold it up. Do you consider yourself one of those tall ones? Menma asked doubtfully. Not really. But I have the ability to do it. I just feel it's my responsibility. Cheyenne also understood this principle. But from childhood, she had been instilled with the idea that her mission was to seal away the demon. Therefore, she didn't need to think deeply. To her, the state of the ninja world was unimportant. Anyone could destroy it, but not the demon. So the girl stubbornly shook her head, looking at him with unwavering determination. What she wanted now was to beg him to take her away from here and find the demon to seal it away. What if you die? Menma found it hard to understand her question. From his perspective, it was just a small demon. He knew how deep the waters of this world ran. Ninjas aside, there were powerful figures like the Sage of Six Paths, the Akatsuki clan, and so on. This is my destiny. Ziyuan's eyes dimmed. How could she not understand this? Her mother had died because of the demon. Hearing the word destiny, Menma's brows furrowed subconsciously. He hated that word. If destiny was predetermined, what did human effort matter? I don't believe in fate. I only believe in the power I hold in my hands. Menma's voice seemed to float in the air. Whether it was boredom, a pang of conscience, or attraction to the other's appearance, Menma actually agreed to the request. Seeing the other approach, Ziyuan subconsciously took a few steps back. The mask and the other's attire made her feel very uncomfortable. As the other drew closer, her body involuntarily retreated. You don't want to leave? Upon hearing this, Ziyuan quickly took a few steps forward, extending her small hand. Her hand was white and delicate, long and straight, soft and supple, like holding a warm, beautiful piece of jade, smooth and delicate. Menma couldn't help but caress it. You pervert. Cheyenne's face instantly turned bright red as she glared at the other person. He really was a pervert. Ahem, sorry. This is my first time holding a girl's hand. Menma's face was also a little red, but because he was wearing a mask, the other person couldn't see it. Actually, his claim of it being his first time holding hands was a lie, but the other person's hands were indeed very beautiful, slender, long, and fair. Clearly someone who hadn't done any rough work. Pervert. All right, do you want to leave or not? Menma said, and the two disappeared. Time flew by. Like a white horse galloping past a crack in the wall, 3 whole days had passed in the blink of an eye. In the course of 3 days, the battlefield situation proved to be ever-changing. However, a successful withdrawal was ultimately achieved. As the conflict intensified, the ninja allied forces gradually discerned the chilling motives of Wang Liang, murder. It transpired that by ruthlessly extinguishing numerous lives, they could ceaselessly gather vast quantities of dark chakra, thereby enhancing their own power. Concurrently, deep within the boundless deserts of the Land of Wind, stood a grand and heavily fortified command center. After 3 long and tense days of preparation, the 5 great nations united to create a remarkable sensing water sphere. When the 5 great ninja villages truly banded together and devoted themselves wholeheartedly, even such a formidable and terrifying creature would find it nearly impossible to create turmoil at will. At this moment, all personnel involved in the operation gathered, their gaze fixed intently upon the colossal water sphere before them. On its surface appeared a conspicuous black, roughly the size of a yellow soybean. They had pinpointed Wang Liang's location. After enduring countless hardships, they had finally unearthed this detestable monster. Without further delay, let us depart immediately. Members of the sealing team, please stay at the rear of the formation and remain prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Jiraiya and others promptly issued orders. As each of the 5 great ninja villages sent their elite teams to seal Wang Liang. Meanwhile, atop the high mountain south of Konoha, Tiandao sat cross-legged. 3 days had passed, and he had entirely sealed Wang Liang's memories. Having fully transformed his adversary into his puppet, Tiandao opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Resembling a deity aloofly surveying the mortal realm from on high, it was finally time to act. But from where should he begin? Tiandao sought to eradicate all parasites within his grasp, including the formidable creatures of the 3 great sacred lands, the body of the divine tree, the 9-tailed beasts. And these ninjas, they all deserved death, a true manifestation of vile parasites. Thus, he decided to eliminate the toads first. Ultimately, Tiandao's gaze settled upon a certain direction within the land of fire. The 3 great sacred lands were akin to hidden realms of this planet, existing in another dimension yet intricately linked to it, with passages connecting to them. One such passage from Myobo-Kuzan was located within the borders of the Land of Fire. On the outskirts of Konoha, the passage to Ryukido lay within the Land of Earth, where Choji's clan had transformed due to the influence of Ryukido's chakra. To Tiandao, both the sacred lands and the 10 tails were parasites that must be eliminated first. Wang Liang rose, enveloping Tiandao's form in a mass of black chakra, which then morphed into an armor-like shell, rendering him akin to a venomous entity. As the two merged into one, Tiandao seized control of Wang Liang's abilities. He lifted from the ground, intending to leave. However, shadows began to shift within the forest, and in an instant, Tiandao found himself surrounded by ninjas. Wang Liang, you have nowhere left to flee. The elite ninjas from various villages encircled him. Jiraiya and Kakashi from Konoha, Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro from Sunagakure, Inoki, Akatsuki, and Kuratsuchi from Iwagakure, Ao, Chojuro, and Meitarumi from Kirigakure, and Killer Bee, Karui, Samui, and Omoi from Kumogakure. Chapter 144. Reinforcement of the Undead Legion. In this tense moment, for shadowy figures leapt forth like phantoms, their movements synchronized as they swiftly formed intricate and mysterious hand seals. As the 4 chanted in unison, 4 Red Yang formation, a brilliant red light erupted, rapidly expanding to envelop everyone present in an impenetrable crimson barrier. Haha, you shall find it impossible to escape now. One ninja exclaimed triumphantly. Indeed, Wang Liang, surrender and accept your sealing. Another echoed. The assembled crowd glared fiercely at the black figure suspended in midair, akin to a pack of hungry wolves fixating on their prey. At this juncture, someone gasped in astonishment. What a powerful and malevolent chakra! This foe seems even stronger than before. The speaker was none other than the solemn-faced Jiraiya. However, just as he concentrated intently on observing, his pupils suddenly constricted, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. There, suspended in midair, the black figure stood against the blazing sun. Its features obscured by the intense light, yet its flowing red hair was strikingly conspicuous. The crimson locks danced like flames from head to toe, swirling around its form, resembling a fearsome monster from a distance. How eager you are to meet your demise. If that is the case, I shall oblige. The black figure sneered, its voice chilling and bone-cold, invoking fear. Tiandao had initially focused on the 3 great sacred lands, intending to launch a thunderous assault upon them. Yet, at that moment, these inconsequential ants dared to emerge and provoke him, seemingly courting their own demise. Tiandao slightly raised his arm, and in an instant, the ground began to tremble violently, as if an unseen force manipulated the earth, causing it to rise swiftly. Not good. Everyone retreat. Someone shouted in terror. Is this the fabled Undead Legion? Be cautious. Sealing team, prepare yourselves. Another voice trembled. As the crowd witnessed the emergence of clay warriors from the ground, they initially paid little heed, having anticipated such an occurrence and already devised countermeasures to seal them. However, what none expected was that this time, they had grossly underestimated the enemy's strength. Wang Liang had received a potent enhancement from Tiandao, rendering the summoned clay warriors unprecedentedly powerful. Each of these warriors towered at 50 meters, their forms seemingly forged from impenetrable rock. Their colossal size is sufficient to effortlessly crush ordinary ninjas into pulp. More alarmingly, for such titanic clay warriors appeared simultaneously, launching indiscriminate and ferocious assaults without hesitation. Faced with this sudden and terrifying onslaught, the ninjas dared not falter, unleashing their respective ninjutsu in retaliation. In an instant, various resplendent and devastating ninjutsu, such as wind release and fire release, cascaded like raindrops upon the clay warriors. Yet, the dazzling techniques merely stirred up dust upon impact, leaving the clay warriors utterly unscathed. As the crowd gasped in dismay, Naruto stepped forward, shouting, "Rasengan!" He dashed towards one of the clay warriors, blue chakra swirling in his palm. However, when the Rasengan struck the warrior, it merely staggered slightly. At that moment, Sasuke unleashed a fire release technique, sending flames towards the clay warrior. Yet, a protective barrier surrounded the warrior, preventing the flames from approaching. In this critical juncture, Jiraiya conceived an idea. He swiftly formed hand seals, summoning Futon One-Tai. The giant figure of One-Tai appeared on the battlefield, unleashing a torrent of water release upon the clay warriors. The ground beneath the clay warriors became a quagmire, hindering their movements. Seizing the opportunity, the other ninjas collaborated to unleash a large-scale sealing technique. Runes flew towards the clay warriors, successfully adhering to them. The clay warriors struggled, gradually ceasing their movements, ultimately sealed beneath the earth. Well done, but with your limited power, how many can you truly handle? Tiandao stood aloft, resembling a deity, surveying the assembled crowd below. His expression remained impassive, as if nothing in the world held significance in his eyes. As his voice faded, he slowly raised both hands, an invisible force surging forth from his palms. In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently. Before long, 10 vividly lifelike, fully armed terracotta warriors burst forth from the ground, standing resolutely in the arena. Each warrior was tall and formidable, wielding sharp weapons that emanated an aura of dread. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, another 20, then 30 terracotta warriors manifested in a steady stream, their numbers swelling to a staggering 50. Were it not for the constraints of the venue, even more warriors would have undoubtedly followed. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The once independent terracotta warriors began to merge with one another, their bodies gradually fusing into a singular, colossal entity. Eventually, a giant terracotta warrior, towering nearly 100 meters, loomed before the astonished onlookers. Its massive form resembled a small hill, instilling an unparalleled sense of oppression. What a jest! This was exceedingly exaggerated. How could such a colossal figure possibly be defeated? What manner of monster was this? Did it possess no limits? Faced with this unprecedented behemoth, the ordinary ninjas had long lost their will to fight. Such a terrifying creature was beyond their capacity to contend with. At this moment, a profound sense of fear and helplessness enveloped every heart, as if the apocalypse had truly descended. The terracotta warriors possessed the ability of immortality, even if shattered. As long as there was ample energy, they could restore themselves. Currently, the only means to confront these warriors lay in binding and sealing them. But the foremost action in either case was to shatter them. As the crowd looked up, gazing at the towering terracotta warrior, they involuntarily succumbed to despair. How could such a powerful warrior ever be shattered? The red-haired figure. Could he be the prophesied destroyer? Jiraiya stood atop the toad, gazing at the sky, where strands of crimson hair danced, his brow furrowed tightly. Chapter 145, The Opponent in Sight. This is dire. The barrier may not hold. The crimson light curtain reached skyward, maintained by 4 elite jonin from Konohagakure. The strength of this barrier was such that even 4 Hokages battling within it could emerge unscathed. Yet now, faced with the barrier's tumult, the crimson curtain was on the verge of collapse, and the 4 maintaining it were drenched in sweat, their faces pale, their chakra nearly depleted. Another fierce collision occurred, and the barrier finally shattered, the shockwave of the battle radiating outward. In the distance, 2 shadowy figures stood watch. These mysterious newcomers were enshrouded in intrigue. Aside from their bloodline, no further information could be discerned. Heibai gazed intently at the floating figure of Tiandao, a glimmer of peculiarity in his eyes. He could sense that the other's lineage belonged to the Uzumaki clan. However, the power exhibited had already transcended the limits of that bloodline, evoking a faint resemblance to Senju Hashirama, the Uzumaki clan. Yet another formidable individual. How many such enigmatic beings existed in this world? Uchiha Obito displayed a deep-seated wariness upon seeing him, particularly recalling their last encounter, where he had been utterly overwhelmed. Such power surpassed even Uchiha Obito's understanding. Regardless of who he was, he would not obstruct our plans. In contrast, Heibai appeared far more composed and unflappable. On another side, two individuals quietly observed the fierce battle. One asked softly, "What do you think?" The other, with a look of astonishment, replied, "Is this truly the power of ninjas? It's simply unbelievable." The speaker was Zishuan, her heart filled with an unprecedented shock. The breathtaking scene of battle before her relentlessly shattered her previous understanding, completely redefining her perception of the world. Before her, powerful monsters rampaged, roaring with fury. Each attack possessed cataclysmic force, capable of effortlessly altering the surrounding terrain and environment with a mere casual strike. Astonishingly, the ninjas opposing them remained undaunted, bravely confronting the onslaught. Despite the ferocity of the monsters, neither side could easily claim victory, resulting in a stalemate of equal strength. At this juncture, Menma interjected with an explanation. "This is far from the peak of ninja strength. The ninjas participating in this battle can only be considered part of the second tier within the ninja world." He paused before continuing, "At least on the surface. The most formidable ninjas belong to the various villages' Kage-level powerhouses. What we are witnessing now are merely elite jonin. While their strength is indeed formidable, they still fall short when compared to the Kage of the major villages." Upon hearing this, Zishuan's eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't help but glance back at the battlefield, just in time to see a ninja unleash a massive fire jutsu, flames surging forth and nearly engulfing the entire battlefield. Such terrifying power left her dumbfounded. As she pondered, a ninja wielding such immense strength is not even the most formidable being? Not quite. Menma observed Jiraiya's fire jutsu, which, combined with the toad's oil, indeed appeared quite powerful and impressive. "And what about you? Someone like you, who plays tricks, must be quite strong, yes?" At this moment, Zishuan had entirely let go of her worries. At least she need not be overly concerned, as the strength of ninjas was far from what she had initially imagined. And the monsters had been controlled, no longer fixating on her. "Me? Merely a bunch of worthless trash," Menma scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. Even with his current strength, he regarded the so-called monsters with utter contempt, his gaze fixed instead on the individual hovering in the sky. Others might not have yet realized, but Menma had noticed the person in the sky since his arrival. How could he awaken? What precisely transpired? The moment he saw, Menma understood that his other half had encountered misfortune, evidently being possessed by some entity. Yet this was the very thing he found most perplexing. After all, that was his other half, possessing half of his strength and, moreover, a true body, not a mere clone. He could not fathom who could possibly control it with his current power. Even Uchiha Shursue's Kotoame Tsukumi could not manipulate his present self. Furthermore, what was the significance of the Byakugan in the other's eyes? Hadn't he awakened his Sharingan? How could they still awaken the Byakugan? His mind was a tumult of questions, yet no one could provide answers, and he had no intention of seeking them out. Menma clearly perceived that the other half of his body was following his plan, having already transformed into a sage body, overall surpassing his current self. On the battlefield, death stealthily approached. The monsters, now endowed with the power of Tiandao, had become increasingly terrifying, immortal, and indestructible. Unless the source of the terracotta warriors was defeated, destruction was utterly impossible, save for sealing. However, the terracotta warriors now stood 100 meters tall. Sealing them was no trivial task. In the sky, a solitary figure hovered, bearing a cold demeanor, surveying the world below. Facing the fierce battle beneath, this person's expression remained utterly impassive. The frigid visage slightly lifted, and the emotionless Byakugan abruptly turned toward a specific direction. The Byakugan disregarded the distance, piercing through layers of space, locking eyes with another. The two seemed to gaze into each other's souls. There exists a cause and an effect, a non-action and a selflessness, the only vulnerability. Tiandao parted his lips, uttering a phrase steeped in obscurity, the meaning of which was known only to him. Menma's origins were equally inscrutable to Tiandao. This was merely a series of unforeseen events. Observing that the other did not immediately intervene, Tiandao understood that the individual was not one to meddle, and given his elusive movements, it was highly probable that he was not of this world. As Menma observed the other party turning their head, there was no excessive surprise. The two were intrinsically linked, capable of sensing one another. "What are you looking at?" inquired the curious girl beside her. "Nothing," Menma replied, her brow furrowed. Could it be the old sage of the six paths? The only entities capable of seizing her consciousness and completely suppressing her awareness were either the old sage of the six paths or members of the Akatsuki clan. In this world, only two individuals fit that description, Sannin of the six paths and Akatsuki Kagaya. As a being in a spiritual state, the sage of six paths could potentially possess her, while the other, Akatsuki Kagaya, was in a rather delicate state, requiring a suitable vessel for rebirth. Menma's body was certainly not inferior to that of the Akatsuki clan. Regardless of who sought to possess her, it was certain they were stronger than she was, which troubled Menma. Simultaneously, a sense of regret washed over her. Her hasty actions had led to a fragmentation of her power, resulting in a significant decline in her abilities, thus providing an opportunity for others. Retrieving her former strength would not be a simple endeavor. She pondered whether that individual could harness her capabilities. Menma fixated her gaze intently, fully aware of the magnitude of her own powers. As a hexagonal warrior, her physique had completely transformed into that of her ancestors. She was proficient in 5 forms of ninjutsu, having developed the Rasengan to a remarkable degree, alongside mastery of Flying Thunder God and various secret techniques from distinguished clans. It could be said that Menma possessed no weaknesses. Faced with such a formidable version of herself, she felt a sense of dread. Attempting to seal away her other half would undoubtedly prove challenging. "What are you thinking? Aren't you going to help?" asked the girl. "They seem to be struggling," Menma replied. "I'm contemplating how to strengthen myself. At present, I appear to be no match for that individual." Chapter 146. The Ninetales Enhancement on the Side of the Ninjas. After enduring countless hardships and near-death experiences, they united their efforts and exerted all their strength to perform ninjutsu, ultimately succeeding in sealing a robust and imposing warrior statue. However, an unexpected event transpired. Just as they completed the sealing, another statue rapidly reformed. This unforeseen twist left all the ninjas present in shock. "This is infuriating. Does that individual possess an inexhaustible supply of chakra?" One ninja cursed in anger. "We can no longer afford to delay. If we continue to be entangled with these constantly appearing statues, we will ultimately succumb to exhaustion," another experienced ninja analyzed gravely. "Indeed, the priority must be to locate and deal with the one controlling everything. They are the root of the problem." The others concurred, echoing this sentiment. At that moment, Huangtu and Haitu exchanged a knowing glance, both nodding in silent agreement. They inhaled deeply, simultaneously channeling chakra, and their bodies began to levitate slowly. "Gaara." "Understood." Gaara raised his hands, causing sand to coalesce into a platform that ascended gradually. Naruto's team leaped onto the platform and rushed toward the figure hovering in the sky. The figure remained indifferent, observing them coldly as they approached. Upon drawing near, Naruto was struck with disbelief as his pupils constricted. "Is that you, older brother?" "No. You are certainly not him." Naruto instinctively refuted this notion, his sixth sense warning him that the person before him was not his brother, despite their identical appearance. Only young Uzumaki Naruto had witnessed Menma's true visage. Furthermore, their resemblance was striking, with Menma's appearance owing to the sage's body, making him resemble the fourth Hokage even more. Now fully revealed, the onlookers beheld the figure's features, hair cascading like a waterfall, ethereal and extravagant. A face as radiant as the sun, yet his eyes were cold and devoid of warmth, resembling a deity surveying the mortal realm. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us subdue him first," Haitu exclaimed impatiently, swiftly forming hand seals and unleashing a torrent of lime aimed at the figure in the sky, attempting to bring him down. The figure turned indifferently, and with a mere glance, it was as if an impenetrable wall had risen, effortlessly halting the incoming ninjutsu. Simultaneously, the figure's cold gaze bored down upon the group, an oppressive weight akin to a mountain. "This ninjutsu is exceedingly peculiar." Gaara felt his body plummet, struggling to control the sand beneath him. Cursed be this face that commits such malevolence. Naruto's fury ignited. His older brother held immense significance in his heart, a bond closer than blood. The thought of this impostor, masquerading under his brother's visage while perpetrating evil, intensified Naruto's wrath, especially remembering the innocents slain by the statues within the land of fire. "So, it is you, the beast that stole my power." Naruto's actions were like a stone cast into a lake, finally capturing Menma's attention. As Menma's gaze pierced through him, it felt as though his Byakugan could see the mysterious chakra within Naruto's abdomen. The nine tails, roused from its slumber within the cage, reacted like a lion disturbed from its rest, rising to confront the piercing white eyes. "What manner of being are you?" The nine tails' voice rumbled like thunder, laden with profound menace. "You deserve nothing less than death." At that moment, the intensity of the figure's gaze erupted like a volcano, emanating a terrifying killing intent. The notion of the tailed beasts being immortal was rendered a farcical joke in his presence. The tailed beasts were deemed immortal due to their vast souls, coupled with the Sage of Six Paths' covert interventions, allowing them to absorb chakra from nature and be reborn like a phoenix. However, with the emergence of this figure, it had awakened. Should he refuse consent, the adversary would face irreversible doom. The figure lifted a hand, heavy as a mountain, and an invisible force seemed to pervade the air, coiling like a tempest, forming a colossal palm capable of obscuring the heavens. This hand descended with cataclysmic force toward Naruto. "Be careful, Naruto." Gaara sensed the imminent danger, raising his hands, causing the sand from the gourd to form a sturdy shield in a desperate attempt to deflect the lethal strike. Yet, upon contact, the sand shattered like fragile glass, scattering into the air. The colossal hand continued its descent unabated. "This is outrageous. I am the one who should be enraged." Naruto's expression darkened, his form enveloped in potent chakra as he transformed into a fierce white tiger, coalescing a Rasengan in his grasp. With determination, Naruto launched himself toward the descending hand. "Naruto, you fool. Wait for me." Sasuke, unwilling to be outdone, activated his Suzuka mode, his chakra manifesting into wings, propelling him skyward like a bird. Meanwhile, the fierce battle raged below, yet the fighters kept a vigilant eye on the skyward confrontation. As they witnessed the figure's actions, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over them. The pressure was suffocating, and the absence of hand seals only deepened their bewilderment regarding the nature of this ninjutsu. Kakashi scrutinized the skirmish above with his Sharingan, discerning the technique. "It is gravity." A voice suddenly echoed within their minds. Kakashi recognized the tone as familiar, but couldn't immediately recall its owner. "Who are you?" Jiraiya asked, immediately on guard, scanning the surroundings. At the battlefield's edge, Ino, tasked with relaying messages, also surveyed the area, incredulous, recognizing the technique as their own secret art. "Certainly. I am the S-class traitor you speak of. It is I, Yuji Bo Xuanwu." "Silence. My code name is Xuanwu. Do not assign me arbitrary names. Furthermore, I reiterate, I am not of the Yuji-Bo clan." Myanmar's voice turned icily cold. "Is there a way to break the gravitational force you mentioned?" Jiraiya inquired through the channel. "By brute force," Myanmar replied succinctly and fell silent thereafter. In the sky, at the moment when Naruto's Rasengan collided with that colossal palm, the Rasengan shattered abruptly, and simultaneously, Naruto's body was sent crashing down. Following closely, Uchiha Sasuke, enveloped in flames, charged directly towards the palm. However, upon contact, he felt as though a mountain was pressing down upon him. Were it not for the layer of chakra enveloping him, his ninja body would undoubtedly have been crushed to dust in an instant. How could this be? Such formidable power. This is bad. Naruto is in danger. Gaara's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hands, transforming sand into two torrents that swept up the two figures in the sky, hastily bringing them down. Yet, the gigantic palm pursued relentlessly. Realizing there was no escape, Gaara had no choice but to command all the sand to coalesce into a massive sandball. Boom! The two collided, producing a thunderous roar as the enormous sandball was struck down with alarming speed. Doton, Huangquan now. Upon witnessing this, Jiraiya's countenance changed abruptly as he immediately performed his Doton technique to alter the underground layers of earth, dissipating the force above. Smoke billowed, and sand filled the air. "Naruto, are you all right?" Jiraiya inquired. However, no one answered, and amidst the fog, several figures began to retreat. "What is happening?" Kakashi noticed this scene from the corner of his eye, an unsettling premonition creeping into his heart. Meanwhile, outside, Myanmar's gaze involuntarily shifted in that direction. "What is this oppressive sensation?" Ziyuan frowned and asked. "You will know shortly. A large pet is about to emerge." As the battle reached this point, Naruto was finally prepared to utilize his external power. Moreover, this time, the Ninetales sensed the danger and was fully cooperating. The terrifying chakra spread outwards, drawing the attention of all still engaged in the battle. Kyubi no Jinchuriki. Chapter 147. The Nine Tails in Anger. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the dark red chakra, reminiscent of blood, cocooned around the four-tailed Kyubi, appearing as though a demonic deity had descended upon the battlefield. The malevolent chakra spread like a plague, inducing extreme discomfort in everyone present. A colossally massive Shurshuro approached slowly, attempting to eradicate the Jinchuriki in its four-tailed state. The Nine Tails abruptly turned its head, and the four tails behind it elongated like ethereal serpents, ensnaring the nearly 100-meter-tall Shurshuro tightly. The Nine Tails chakra, imbued with potent corrosive properties, seemed capable of reducing everything to ashes. I never expected that the Nine Tails would finally lose its composure. In the ceiling space of the Eight Tails, Karabi, seated upon the nose of the beast, watched the unfolding events with childlike curiosity. Hey, does the chakra of the Nine Tails possess any special effects? Each tailed beast possesses a unique ability. The Eight Tails ability is to survive by severing its tails. Even when separated from its chakra, it can thrive. The chakra of the Nine Tails? Huh. Nibby's lips curled into a mysterious smile. The most distinctive aspect of the Nine Tails chakra is its vast quantity, resembling an ocean that seems to encompass the chakra of all tailed beasts. Something is amiss, the chakra of the Nine Tails. However, the Eight Tails soon detected an anomaly. The amount of the Nine Tails chakra was actually decreasing, and the once suffocating pressure had vanished without a trace. After pondering, he inquired in the tailed beast chat channel, "Nibby, are you tired of living?" The Nine Tails exploded in fury, imagining how other tailed beasts would laugh uproariously if they learned that he, the great Nine Tails, had been cleaved in half by a human. "There is a situation, Nine Tails, you haven't had your chakra stolen, have you?" The Eight Tails remark only further ignited the Nine Tails' rage. In the external realm, another tail sprouted from Naruto, as the terrifying chakra surged skyward like a pillar. In the heavens, the gaze of Tendo fell upon him. Filled with murderous intent, that wretched beast had dared to steal its chakra. It must not be allowed to live. Is this the Nine Tails? Such potent chakra. It feels even more formidable than the Eight Tails. The surrounding individuals exhibited wary expressions. Compared to the colossal Shurshuro, the diminutive-tailed beast exuded a greater sense of pressure. What is that? The outside Ziyuan's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at the wicked little Nine Tails within. That malevolent aura, merely looking at it made her feel uneasy. In this moment, standing side by side, Naruto appeared more monstrous than Tendo, the true calamity of this world. Myanmar smiled faintly, explaining, "In this world, tailed beasts are indeed true disasters, both for humanity and the world alike. The tailed beasts are the progeny of the divine tree, an ominous entity that grows by devouring the energy of planets. This is the epitome of evil. What an abominable creature. How could such a monster have been sealed within a human's body?" Ziyuan turned her head, her face reflecting disbelief, struggling to comprehend why such a malevolent entity would be confined within a human. Of course, it was for the sake of power. However, such malevolent power cannot possibly be controlled by humanity. "Oh, are you sure?" Myanmar playfully gestured with his lips, indicating her to look over there. The little girl followed his gaze and immediately recognized Karabi from Yunin village, the octopus tails behind him unmistakably, revealing his identity. "How is that possible?" "Nothing is impossible. It is merely something you cannot achieve." "Then how do you explain the existence of the wraiths? They are monsters from another world, aren't they? Is this your own understanding? Or was it told to you by someone else?" Myanmar curiously inquired. "My mother told me so," Ziyuan replied truthfully. "What do you think about the origin of the tailed beasts?" Myanmar countered with a question. "Monsters from another realm." Ziyuan glanced at the erupting Nine Tails and spoke with uncertainty. "What if I said that this entity was artificially created?" Myanmar curiously posed the question. "Impossible." Ziyuan shook her head firmly, incredulous. How could such a terrifying monster be created by humanity? This power is beyond human grasp. Yet, it was indeed crafted by humans. It is merely that those who created it were incredibly powerful. As Myanmar spoke, he could not help but recall the Sage of Six Paths, who had created many artifacts, especially the tailed beasts. The Yin-Yang shield, if one could master this shield and combine it with chakra, a wondrous energy, along with Yin release for shaping and Yang release for bestowing life, and by adding various other abilities, one could create at will. Reflecting upon this, Myanmar gently stroked his chin, lost in thought. Endowed with pure life energy, possessing formidable yang release within, coupled with sealing techniques, the brain constructed both internally and externally. All of this facilitated his current capabilities. Now, with the Sharingan and the balance of yin and yang, in conjunction with the secret techniques of yin-yang release, it seems that I too can create at will. For instance, miraculous weapons and treasures. Even the tailed beasts could be manifested if one were to follow the proper methods. Zero Tails. He contemplated this artificially created tailed beast, capable of absorbing negative energy, nearly coming to fruition. Cultivating oneself is arduous, yet becoming a demon is not. Achieving immortality may be exceedingly difficult, but transcending the norm is remarkably simple. Myanmar stood there, lost in contemplation, while the nearby girl had grown accustomed to it. Her gaze fixed intently upon the battle unfolding within. As the Kyuubi unleashed its wrath, it fully manifested its terrifying destructive power, causing other ninjas to hesitate in approaching. The Kyuubi's chakra was imbued with formidable negative energy, and once it was inflicted upon an adversary, recovery from such wounds proved exceedingly arduous. At this juncture, the Kyuubi had sprouted a sixth tail, transforming into a miniature version of itself. Its objective was none other than the Devu above. Lord Jiraiya, what shall we do about Naruto, if this continues? Kakashi inquired, concern etched upon his face. Rest assured, I will intervene, Jiraiya replied. Clutching a sealing tag nestled against his chest, an ultimate weapon to suppress the Kyuubi's chakra. But will this not harm Naruto's body? Kakashi remained anxious. For the Kyuubi had nearly attained the stature of a small demon fox, rendering Naruto's original form nearly unrecognizable. As they spoke, yet another tail emerged from Naruto, marking the seventh. Simultaneously, white bones sprouted from his back, as if the Kyuubi sought to use Naruto's body to restore itself. This cannot continue, Jiraiya, who had previously maintained composure, was now visibly agitated upon witnessing the emergence of the seventh tail. Kakashi, keep watch, I must summon assistance. Jiraiya clasped his hands together, preparing to invoke the two great sages. In this dire circumstance, only the sage mode could suffice. Amidst the chaos, the seven-tailed Kyuubi's chakra surged dramatically. It opened its mouth, a mere curl of its lips sufficient to launch a tailed beast ball towards the Deva, resembling a bullet in its swiftness. Chapter 148. Jiraiya's sage mode. The fist-sized tailed beast ball, seemingly unremarkable, contained highly compressed chakra, powerful enough to obliterate a mountain with a single blow. Yet, as it neared the Deva, it abruptly ceased its trajectory. The Deva opened its mouth, and the encircling tailed beast ball slid into its maw like a smooth candy. It appeared to have consumed something immensely nourishing, letting out a burp in satisfaction. What manner of creature is this? Is it truly human? The onlookers below were left speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before them. The highly compressed tailed beast ball had been devoured as effortlessly as a confection. Even the contemplative Menma was drawn to this spectacle, directing his gaze toward it. This is the culmination of the sage body. Knowing one's own physical condition best, Menma understood the implications of the scene before him. The sage body complements the 5 elemental techniques, allowing one to directly absorb the elemental energies of the world. The tailed beast ball, while appearing magical, was simply energy. With his cultivated sage body and the 5 elemental techniques, this feat was indeed achievable. Clearly, the Kyuubi below was equally astonished. It was the first time it had encountered such a formidable being, one that even the legendary Senju Hashirama could not match. Roaring in fury, the Kyuubi unleashed a deafening growl, its massive form trembling violently, each hair seemingly ablaze with anger. At this moment, it could no longer restrain its inner rage and yearned to unleash an even greater power to vent its emotions. Within this enigmatic sealing space, the Kyuubi's blood-red eyes fixated intently on the young Naruto before it. It bared its fearsome fangs, its voice resonating like a thunderclap. Little one, if you can tear apart this seal before you, unparalleled power will be yours. At that moment, nothing shall impede your path. You may act as you wish. As the Kyuubi spoke, it emanated a malevolent and potent aura, endeavoring to further ensnare Naruto's psyche. Consider it, with sufficient power, you can exact revenge on all who have wronged you. Do you not wish to make that impostor who masquerades as your brother pay for his transgressions? Act swiftly. Tear apart this binding, and liberate the true power that belongs to you. At this moment, Naruto was thoroughly influenced by the Kyuubi's chakra. His gaze became dazed and frenzied. The once unwavering resolve began to waver as his body involuntarily moved closer to the seal. His heart swelled with hatred for that false brother, a desire to shred him to pieces. Simultaneously, haunting images of innocent civilians perishing within the land of fire flooded his mind. Their agonized, contorted faces seemed to implore him for vengeance. These visions clung to Naruto like a nightmare, eroding his rationality. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging deeply into his palms, blood trickling down his fingers, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. At this moment, all he perceived was the seal within arm's reach, alongside the boundless power and thirst for retribution that lay beyond it. In the outside world, Jiraiya was prepared to employ the summoning technique instantaneously. A plume of smoke enveloped the scene, accompanied by the sound of bickering emerging from within. What has little Jiraiya gotten himself into this time? What could possibly be the matter? It's time for dinner. The child's mother has important matters to attend to. As the smoke dissipated, two elderly toads were seen squabbling on the ground. Observers, well-versed in such events, began to speculate about the unfolding situation. The legendary Myobo-Kuzan was in attendance, and these conversing toads were evidently sages of the mountain. Lady Tsunade, the situation is dire. I implore you to lend me your strength. Jiraiya addressed the two sages with utmost respect. What has transpired, little Jiraiya? The white-bearded toad inquired, scanning the surroundings. Upon witnessing the rampaging Kyuubi, he merely frowned slightly, not overly concerned. However, upon seeing the figure in the sky with crimson hair, a serious expression crossed his face. The situation is as follows. I suspect that person is the one foretold by the great toad sage, the harbinger of destruction. Jiraiya's gaze turned grave as he looked toward the figure above. The two elder toads followed his gaze, sensing the formidable presence of the individual in the sky. Such a powerful being, am I mistaken? As creatures attuned to the energy of nature, they felt the might emanating from the figure above. You are not mistaken. He has mastered sage mode, and is indeed powerful, the elder toad remarked solemnly. This abundance of natural energy is a rarity, one I have only sensed from the great toad sage. This situation is quite troublesome. Little Jiraiya, prepare yourself, the elder toad cautioned. The two elder toads recognized the gravity of the situation. As they employed the symbiosis technique, Jiraiya entered sage mode. The symbiosis technique is akin to fusion. The sage mode of Myobo-Kuzan is time-restricted, and during combat, one cannot absorb the natural energy of the world. Thus, they developed this ninjutsu. By collaborating with the two elder toads of Myobo-Kuzan, they could utilize sage techniques without the constraints of time. Jiraiya's form began to transform, his visage adopting the features of a toad, while his hands and feet grew webbed. Little Jiraiya, your sage mode has shown no signs of improvement. The elder toad remarked disdainfully, particularly in front of so many onlookers, which was quite embarrassing. Those unaware might presume that this was the extent of Myobo-Kuzan's sage mode. Haha, I assure you, Sage Fukusaku, I will diligently train in sage mode after this, Jiraiya responded, feeling somewhat awkward, especially under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him. His face flushing with embarrassment. Enough, let us commence without delay. Please assist me in restraining the Kyuubi's rampage. Very well, I shall summon the sound of the toad. The elder toad replied. The two elder toads clasped their hands together, mouths agape, and simultaneously unleashed a powerful sound technique. This was a rigid illusion jutsu, directing sound waves in a fixed direction as an attack. Caught off guard, the Kyuubi was instantaneously ensnared by the combined illusionary assault from the two sages. The perfect Jinchuriki is impervious to illusions, for there exists a profound understanding and mutual assistance between humans and tailed beasts. Within the expansive narrative of the Hwaying anime, only 3 individuals have genuinely attained the status of perfect Jinchuriki: the hosts of the 8 tails, 9 tails, and 2 tails. The others merely mastered the chakra of their respective tailed beasts. For instance, the hosts of the 3 tails and 4 tails can transform into their beasts. Yet they have merely seized the chakra without forging a connection of the heart with the beasts. The current 9 tails is no exception. Without the aid of a Jinchuriki, it remains vulnerable to control after falling prey to illusions. Seizing the moment, Jiraiya approached and placed a sealing talisman upon the head of the tailed beast, swiftly suppressing its chakra, which began to retract. Jiraiya, be cautious, warned Sage Fukusaku, simultaneously performing a water release technique towards the heavens. At that instant, an enormous hand descended from the sky. It was overwhelmingly powerful, impossible to withstand. Jiraiya, retreat quickly. Sage Fukasaku's pupils constricted. Despite his prior mental preparation, the stark reality of facing the Deva path illuminated the vast chasm between their strengths. His sage techniques felt utterly powerless against the entity in the sky. Heeding this warning, Jiraiya, without a moment's hesitation, grasped Naruto's form and retreated. A thunderous crash resonated as the colossal hand struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble and a massive handprint, measuring 10 meters in diameter, to imprint upon the surface. Such strength. Entering sage mode, Jiraiya's perception sharpened. The vast natural chakra above was even more terrifying than that of tailed beasts. Chapter 149 Power. In despair, the only means to comprehend the opponent's true strength was through sage mode, and Jiraiya felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. His inherent power was already formidable, yet his adversary wielded the power of a monster, leading Jiraiya to partially believe in the capability to annihilate humanity. Will you not take action? That uncle appears no match for the foe. Meanwhile, Ziyuan cast another glance at Menma, who, possessing no ignorance, could discern the formidable nature of the monster. At present, she felt utterly devoid of confidence in approaching to seal it. Menma remained silent, gazing inward, contemplating whether to act. Yet, why should he intervene? He murmured to himself. For he was not of this world. The life and death of this realm held little sway over the moon-reading world, which existed independently and was related to Akatsuki Kagaya. As long as the other did not perish, no issues would arise in that world. This was evidently a monster, intent on world destruction. If you possess power, why not act? Ziyuan was perplexed. The entity sought world annihilation, and this mysterious individual beside her clearly possessed extraordinary strength, yet remained passive. His intention to destroy the world concerns me not. Furthermore, do not speak of world destruction lightly. Desiring to obliterate the world is beyond his capability, at best. He could only slay the humans on this planet. Menma's expression was indifferent, revealing no emotion even when discussing the death of the beings on this planet. Are you truly human? Menma's voice was steadied, sending chills down Ziyuan's spine, as if he were a demon wandering the earth. If it does not concern me, I need not interfere. This matter is unrelated to me, so why should I force myself to step forward? Menma gazed into the distance, his words cold and devoid of empathy. Crucially, he yearned to uncover the identity of the one controlling his body and to discern the true purpose behind it. Thus, he resolved to remain inactive and observe the unfolding events, curious about the adversary's actions. In the arena, Jiraiya had entered sage mode, yet faced with the Deva path. He was still utterly powerless, forced to retreat under relentless pressure. The 5 elemental ninjutsu had no effect on the Deva path, being swiftly consumed by it. Sage energy could be effortlessly dispelled by the opponent, whose techniques resembled those of Magneto, adeptly manipulating gravitational forces for both defense and offense. Such power likely approached the realm of the 6 paths. Menma's gaze tightened, revealing a hint of shock upon his countenance. In the world of Hwoying, there also existed a hierarchy of strength: Genin, Shunin, Jonin, Elite Jonin, Kaga level, and the 6 paths tier. Of course, these were merely distinctions of power. The true demarcation lay between those above and below the 6 paths. This signified a fundamental transformation of life. Those at the 6 paths level unified yin, yang, and the 5 elements, rendering conventional 5-element ninjutsu ineffective against them. A physical life transcended existence, at least not easily vanquished by a kunai. This was the essence of the 6 paths tier, while the Deva path had cultivated a body akin to a sage, wielding powers beyond yin, yang, and the 5 elements. Common ninjutsu could not harm the opponent. Aside from lacking the truth-seeking balls, there was no distinction from genuine 6 paths warriors. Menma could not help but compare himself to the adversary. His half of the body had also attained sage form, albeit distinct from the other half. His half had integrated with Hashirama's cells and numerous bloodlines, practicing sage techniques. Thus, the superiority of either was indeterminate. However, Menma felt relieved that the opponent had not grasped his unique advantages. Throughout the battle, the Deva path had not employed what Menma referred to as ninjutsu. While physical strength was applicable, the Deva path had not inherited any of Menma's ninjutsu techniques. This brought Menma some solace. Unlike Uchiha Obito's Kimyui, Menma's ability to traverse dimensions had yet to reveal any weaknesses. Should the enemy learn it, Menma would be at a loss regarding how to defeat himself. His innate advantages placed Menma in an undefeated position. Little Jiraiya, retreat swiftly. This monster is overwhelmingly powerful. We are no match for it. Amidst the desolation of the ruins, Sage Fukasaku's voice was weak yet laden with gravity, as if capable of crushing mountains. Following multiple exchanges, Jiraiya's side had fallen entirely at a disadvantage. Neither sage techniques nor taijutsu could contend with their foe. This was an absolute suppression of realms, starkly contrasting the Deva path with Pain. Pain relied on the power of the Rinnegan to exert attraction and repulsion, whereas the Deva path wielded its powers effortlessly, as if it were an innate ability. Flawless and without temporal gaps. Confronted with such a terrifying adversary, the ninjas felt as though they were trapped in an unfathomable abyss, unable to find even a semblance of a weakness. This being was as powerful as a monster, brutish and unreasonable. Where did it even emerge from? Jiraiya coughed, blood gushing forth like a breached dam, his gaze fixated ahead, heavy with a gravity akin to a mountain pressing upon an egg. I have grown weary of this game. You shall all perish here. At that moment, the figure of the Deva path descended like a meteor, slowly landing on the ground. Its icy gaze sweeping across everyone present like twin blades, mercilessly assessing each individual. Those who met its gaze felt as if they had plunged into an ice cavern, their spines chilled, ensnared by an aura of terrifying death. This is bad. Run. Shikamaru, lingering at the edge of the battlefield, was suddenly seized by the urge to flee. He uttered a quick warning and turned to dash away like a startled rabbit. For them, stepping into such a battlefield was indeed premature. Prompted by his words, the other squads instantly awoke from their stupor, pivoting to escape. The Deva path raised its hands, palms together, and calmly intoned, would release. Advent of the tree world. In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, the ground roiling like tumultuous waves. Massive roots, as thick as giant serpents, erupted from below the surface like bamboo shoots after a rain. What is happening? Jiraiya's pupils constricted, his face betraying disbelief. Would release? How is this possible? Why can this monster wield with shield, and with such strength? This is bad. Run. This creature is a monster. Be careful not to get ensnared by the wooden branches. Below, the ninjas who failed to escape let out a chorus of anguished cries. In the distant sky, Menma's expression also shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. What is going on? Why would this individual employ a wooden shield? Upon witnessing the opponent utilize Mokudo, Menma found himself questioning his earlier conjectures. If the adversary could wield their own abilities, the ramifications would be utterly terrifying. Nevertheless, Menma soon observed those afflicted by the wooden shield. Reikage, a shinobi from Yunin village, had initially served merely as a supporting character in this skirmish. Yet, upon beholding the ultimate boss's terrifying prowess, he was seized by trepidation and contemplated fleeing. However, retreat was not an option, for he dared not act on his instinct. Unexpectedly, the formidable boss unleashed a technique, the legendary Mokudo of the ninja world. Caught unawares, a wooden spike erupted from the ground, piercing through him. As he attempted to escape, he sensed his consciousness fading. To the onlookers, his entire being grotesquely transformed into a tree, eerily growing along the roots. Chapter 150, The Tailed Beasts Unite. The ability to transmute a person into what stemmed from Hashirama's cells. Menma's gaze instinctively returned to himself, pondering that it was not merely the capacity to perform ninjutsu, but rather the utilization of the power within one's own body. His own form harbored a similar potency, a unique lineage akin to the Uzumaki bloodline, Hashirama's cells, and others. Nonetheless, he could not fathom why the opponent had awakened the Byakugan. Shikamaru, save me. At the periphery of the battlefield, the members of Team Konoha were frantically fleeing. At this moment, Ino's leg was ensnared by a root, having just witnessed the dire fate of those behind her. She turned pale with fear and instinctively called for her companions. Shikamaru, upon noticing, clenched his jaw and immediately turned to assist. I will help you. Niji was coincidentally beside them, gritting his teeth and enduring his discomfort as he executed the hack kusho to attack the roots. However, these roots, crafted through sage techniques, were impervious to the mere strength of a chunin. You all must go. Ino, seeing the situation, completely abandoned her escape plan and urged her comrades to flee first. No. We are comrades. We cannot abandon you. Shikamaru, armed with a kunai, contemplated how to rescue her, prompting the others to halt in their tracks. Let me handle it. Uchiha Sasuke gritted his teeth, instantly entering Suzaku mode. With a swift motion of his wings, he effortlessly severed the roots binding Ino. Yet by this time, escape was already a forlorn hope, as they were heavily surrounded by roots. Without the ability to fly, there was no possibility of leaving this place. I'm sorry. It's my fault that you all are in this predicament. Do not say such things. We are in the same class. Indeed, there is no need for fear. Everyone, the priority is to leave this place. Tintin felt apprehensive, yet he was the only one capable of leading them to safety. Yes, we still have Tintin. He has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. Shikamaru's eyes brightened. I will do my utmost. Tintin, steeling himself, had only recently acquired this ability and had no confidence in safely transporting so many people. Do not worry, we believe in you. That's right. We have faith in your success. Go for it, Tintin. Everyone offered their encouragement. All right, I shall exert every effort. Let us all hold hands. Tintin gritted his teeth, and everyone clasped hands. Utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, they vanished from that location in an instant. Outside the battlefield, the group suddenly materialized, each doubling over and retching uncontrollably. Having experienced the Flying Thunder God technique for the first time, and under the guidance of a novice, they felt dizzy and disoriented, nearly unable to bear it. This Mokudu technique inflicted significant losses on the side of the ninjas. Those who managed to escape were the elite among elites. The expressions of Karabi and others reflected their grim reality, for even he knew that when faced with Mokudu, fleeing was the only viable option. Wow, this guy is impressive. The voice of the Kyuubi echoed within Karabi. What should we do? Karabi found himself at a loss. He had just attempted both tailed beast transformation and physical techniques, but could not approach the opponent. Then we can only use sealing techniques. We must call upon the One Tail. Is that truly feasible? I will communicate with it. The Hachibi recognized the urgency of the situation and promptly contacted the Shikaku through the tailed beast channel. What do you need from me? Shikaku's high-pitched voice conveyed a hint of impatience. We require your strength. The voice of the Yuki was deep and devoid of superfluous words, directly informing Shikaku of the circumstances outside. Are you referring to that useless entity, the Moro? Shikaku seemed skeptical, his voice tinged with disbelief, questioning how such a failure could aspire to annihilate the world. You will understand upon witnessing the situation. This being is far too dangerous to allow to continue unchecked. It would be better if all humans perished. What concern is it of ours? Let it kill as many as it wishes, preferably all of them. Shikaku seemed to relish the notion. Fool. A disdainful scoff interrupted the conversation between the two-tailed beasts. Ah, damn that Kyuubi. If you have the guts, show yourself. I will destroy you. You, a mere one-tailed creature. What grandiose claims from a foul fox, yet you were sealed away yourself. If you have the courage, come forth and witness my power. Enough. I do not have time for your bickering. Yuki grew impatient, realizing that the battle outside was reaching a breaking point. Yuki. You have grown bold, Kyuubi noted, sensing a shift in the conversation's tone. Kyuubi, you are aware of the situation outside. This is no time for squabbling. Have you forgotten the elder's admonitions? Do you truly wish to witness this monstrous entity bring ruin to the world? Yuki knew he had to invoke the elder to quell the prideful duo. As if that creature could truly annihilate the world. What a joke. Kyuubi acknowledged the strength of the opponent, but doubted the possibility of world destruction, asserting that even the Sage of Six Paths could not achieve such a feat. The three-tailed beasts continued their discussion, ultimately reaching an agreement. Karabi, seek out the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. It has agreed to assist us. We require the sealing techniques to fully subdue the adversary. Yuki's voice resonated in Karabi's ears. Understood. Karabi immediately turned and sprinted toward Gaara. Meanwhile, on Gaara's side, Shikaku's incessant chattering filled Gaara's mind, demanding to be released. Gaara felt a surge of annoyance but had grown accustomed to it, opting to ignore Shikaku's voice, which only fueled Shikaku's frustration. At that moment, Karabi approached. Gaara, what are you planning? Karabi inquired, his expression serious, aware that Gaara was the perfect Jinchuriki. The situation was becoming increasingly dire, as ninjutsu was ineffective, leaving sealing techniques as the only recourse. Time was of the essence, and Karabi, forgetting to sing, directly laid out the plan. Are you certain Shikaku will heed your call? Gaara was well aware that sealing techniques could contain such monsters, but he had no trust in Shikaku. We have an agreement, do not worry. Even if Shikaku loses its temper, we have ways to handle it. Karabi was highly confident that the creature could ignore ninjutsu, but that Shikaku would be incapable of doing so. Fool, do you underestimate me? Shikaku's voice echoed in Gaara's mind. Gaara fell silent, willingly releasing Shikaku, understanding that even he needed to contemplate this matter carefully. Hurry up, we are running out of time. Very well, I agree. Observing the unfolding battle, Gaara realized that Jiraiya was utterly powerless, while others could scarcely approach the battlefield. Only those elite jonin had the qualification to assist. However, their ninjutsu would be absorbed before they could even reach the enemy, which left everyone feeling exasperated. Chapter 151, Jiraiya's Fate. Jiraiya, you must leave this place at once. Shun's Xianren gently parted his lips, and a torrent of water erupted, blocking the advancing Tian Dao. I apologize, esteemed immortals, but I cannot depart this time. Jiraiya voluntarily released his current state. Jiraiya, what is your intention? Perhaps this was my destiny. Having realized it, I must gather more intelligence for future generations. Jiraiya's gaze was resolute. Since he understood this individual was the prophesied harbinger of destruction, he could not retreat at this juncture. Foolish Jiraiya, what are you truly contemplating? Shun's Xianren was both angry and perplexed. You two immortals, leave quickly. Jiraiya spoke no further and dashed towards Tian Dao, who had fallen to the ground. Meanwhile, Myanmar hovered high above, silently observing the fierce battle within. History often echoes itself. Within Tian Dao, the laws remained constant. Myanmar perceived Jiraiya's determination. He intended to sacrifice himself to uncover information about the enemy, thus leaving a potential path to victory for future generations. This was Jiraiya, who, in his youth, had encountered an immortal and received a prophecy that he would one day become a great ninja, and his disciple would lead the world towards a new peace. To this end, Jiraiya dedicated his life to this goal, seeking the fabled child of destiny, hoping he could transform the ninja world and bring about peace. Initially, he believed this child of destiny to be Uzumaki Nagato, but Nagato fell in battle, disappearing without a trace. Later, he encountered his second disciple, who, despite humble origins, displayed extraordinary talent. Jiraiya believed this child would usher in peace for the ninja world, yet unexpectedly, the fourth Hokage perished prematurely, leaving Jiraiya in confusion, prompting him to continue searching for the child of destiny. At this moment, as life approached its twilight, Jiraiya's thoughts involuntarily drifted to Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto, I firmly believe you are the child of destiny, the only one capable of bringing peace to this world. I can no longer teach you. I hope you grow swiftly. I am sorry to burden you with this responsibility. Jiraiya murmured softly, forming hand seals to cast his jutsu. Even knowing this act might be futile, he felt compelled to try. Tian Dao absorbed once more, his gaze landing on a nearby toad, which he summoned with a wave of his hand. Cursed creature! Shun's Xianren exclaimed, his palms pressed together, producing a terrifying croak from his mouth. Do not think to trap me with the same technique a second time. Tian Dao's expression was cold, chakra surging forth as a wooden spike erupted from the ground. Immortal, be cautious. Jiraiya hastily warned, swiftly forming hand seals. Ninja art, toad, oil fireball. A massive fireball erupted from Jiraiya's mouth, soaring towards the ground. With the assistance of toad oil, the trees ignited in fierce flames. Is this all you can muster? Tian Dao waved dismissively, transforming the flames into a tornado that shot skyward before dissipating. At this moment, Shun's Xianren sensed the impending ground attack, but he found himself unable to evade. The gravitational pull restrained his movements, having dodged once. He faced a relentless barrage of subsequent assaults. A sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. Immortal! Jiraiya's heart raced as he watched Shun's Xianren pierced by the wooden spike. Forgive me, little Jiraiya. Shun's Xianren transformed into a cloud of smoke, dissipating from the battlefield. Seeing this, Jiraiya felt no anger, but rather a surge of relief. Had his actions led to the demise of the two immortals, his guilt would have been insurmountable. One down, and he fled swiftly. Tian Dao's expression remained indifferent, having been struck by his own Hashirama cells. Unless suppressed by the power of the Sharingan, even an immortal would be transformed into wood. This was the ability Tian Dao developed after seizing this body, utilizing the cells for offensive transformation. At this moment, his body was filled with cells akin to cancer cells. Once infused with chakra, they would voraciously consume and mutate. What a genius, applying my previous thoughts to practical combat. Menma observed the battle within, noting the old toad situation. He had previously contemplated that, given the Hashirama cell's dominance. Capable of absorbing chakra, they were arguably the strongest toxin in the ninja world. Aside from the suppression of the Sharingan's ocular power, no other method could control them. Why not utilize this as a poison? Once injected into the enemy, they would be instantly transformed into a great tree. This notion was more convenient and formidable than any poison. Had Danzo possessed even a modicum of intellect, it would have been a top-tier trump card. Now, someone had realized this idea, employing Hashirama cells offensively. Once infected, these cells would consume chakra and reproduce indefinitely, leading only to one outcome: transformation into a great tree. Let us depart. There is no need to witness the outcome of this battle any longer. As for the concern of the Wraith, that individual is already under control and not one you should provoke. Come, we must leave. Menma prepared to exit. Are you truly not going to intervene? Ziyuan still found it hard to believe he would not take action. Below, the retreating group encountered a minor complication as the unconscious Uzumaki Naruto regained consciousness. Upon hearing of Jiraiya's intention to hold back, Naruto immediately sprang to his feet in disagreement. No, I must save the perverted sage. Naruto resolutely shook his head, unwilling to concede. In this world, those who showed him kindness were few, and the perverted sage was among them. He could not bear to see him perish here. Utterly foolish. Do not act rashly. That individual is beyond our capability to confront. We must leave swiftly and not cause further trouble for Lord Jiraiya. Sasuke, ever calm and collected, understood the futility of remaining. He knew that staying would guarantee their demise. The strength of the adversary surpassed their comprehension, far exceeding that of an ordinary ninja. You all go ahead. I will rescue the perverted sage. Naruto formed hand seals, summoning the white tiger, ready to charge forward. However, Sasuke, Kakashi, and the others blocked his path. Naruto, do not act recklessly. Lord Jiraiya has his own considerations. Do not bring shame upon him. Kakashi's expression was grave as he obstructed Naruto's advance. Kakashi-sensei, you once said that those who do not value their comrades are worse than worthless. Tears welled in Naruto's eyes. He was not a true saint. What he cherished were his closest friends. If it were anyone else holding back, he would not hesitate. But this was Jiraiya, his unwavering mentor, and he could not escape with a clear conscience. What ninja rules? What going to one's death? I care not for any of it. Great Fox, lend me your strength, Naruto pleaded earnestly. The Ninetales fell silent for a moment. Kid, do not wear that mournful expression. It is merely a monstrous creature. This time, I shall be particularly generous. Take as much power as you desire. With the Ninetales' voice, a surge of red chakra erupted from Naruto's body, transforming rapidly. Without the malevolence of the Ninetales guiding it, Naruto converted all that chakra into the white tiger. Chapter 152, Power of the Stars. With a thunderous roar, a powerful shockwave surged outward like a torrent, sending nearby comrades flying as if they were leaves caught in a tempest. They tumbled through the air, coughing, startled by the sudden upheaval. What just happened? Someone shouted in panic. All eyes turned to Naruto's position, filled with concern. Yet when they beheld the scene before them, their pupils involuntarily constricted. Before them loomed a massive white tiger, standing 5 meters tall, exuding an air of dominance, as if it were the sovereign of this land. This white tiger was vividly lifelike, entirely constructed of chakra, yet its appearance and form were indistinguishable from a genuine white tiger. Its fur shimmered with a dazzling radiance, each strand distinctly visible, as if dancing in the wind. The white tiger's eyes glimmered with a fierce intensity, exuding an indescribable majesty. A suffocating aura of terror radiated from the white tiger, reminiscent of a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Its roar resonated like thunder, deafening and echoing outward. The woods ahead, struck by this terrifying sound wave, were violently cleared, creating an imperceptible path. Trees toppled, splintering into fragments, as if a cataclysmic disaster had descended. The entire scene was extraordinarily magnificent, leaving onlookers in awe. The emergence of the white tiger seemed to shatter the equilibrium of the world, imparting an irresistible sense of oppression. In that moment, time appeared to freeze, and all present were stunned into immobility by the spectacle before them. The white tiger leapt forth, instantly entering the battlefield. Damn it! Naruto, hurry back! Sasuke gritted his teeth, feeling a twinge of envy. Did this infuriating fellow possess an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra? having trained alongside the four sacred beasts. Sasuke understood the implications. The opponent had already entered the second stage, their body transformed into that of a white tiger. Yet, what irked him most was its size. Was having an abundance of chakra truly impressive? Just as everyone stood in stunned silence, Sasuke, seething with frustration, a white figure raced past them without hesitation. "Hinata, come back." Niji's expression shifted as realization dawned. However, Hinata did not look back, resolutely charging forward. Niji, gritting his teeth, rose reluctantly to pursue her. "You all are unbelievable," Kakashi sighed. Feeling helpless, to join the fray now would be tantamount to courting death. This unfolding scene was fully observed by Menma, who had been prepared to depart but abruptly halted. Could it be that the protagonist's aura was about to manifest? What does being a protagonist signify? Favorable timing, advantageous terrain, and the support of the populace all align with the protagonist. Should they resolve to act, even the most formidable adversary would be rendered powerless by the narrative. Such is the essence of a protagonist. Thus, witnessing Naruto's explosive emergence, racing forth, Menma felt a flicker of interest. With the Nine Tails assisting and Hinata by his side, Naruto appeared nearly flawless at this moment. As Naruto surged onto the battlefield, he beheld the sight of Jiraiya being launched away. "You wretched fiend. Do not harm the perverted sage." The moment he witnessed this, Naruto's eyes turned crimson. The white tiger reared back, roaring loudly, its mouth agape as it gathered energy, unleashing a wave directed at Tendo. Tendo's expression shifted as he sensed a looming threat. Raising a hand, he transformed gravitational force into a barrier, resulting in a deafening explosion upon impact. Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward, the colossal white tiger attacking the ants beneath its feet. With each step and strike, the white tiger unleashed tremendous destructive power. Tendo struggled to evade. Gradually, others began to notice this as well, although they did not understand why their opponent was retreating. Naruto quickened the pace of his assault. The Nine Tails continuously supplied chakra while closely monitoring the battle. Upon witnessing Tendo's disheveled state, the Nine Tails' gaze sharpened, sensing something amiss. Why was this opponent dodging? Just moments ago, regardless of ninjutsu or sage arts, this adversary had consumed and absorbed everything. Yet now, faced with Uzumaki Naruto's onslaught, they chose to evade. Others, including Menma, also noticed this discrepancy. He too had been caught off guard. Based on the opponent's previous combat style, if they possessed the means, they would not shy away. This indicated that Naruto's attacks could indeed inflict damage. However, this seemed implausible. While the white tiger was indeed powerful, it was only on par with sage arts. Yet, Menma soon grasped the underlying mystery. The four sacred beasts ninjutsu was his creation, and he understood its principles thoroughly. Constructed from faith and the power of the stars, the four sacred beasts, while classified as chakra within this world's power system, were intrinsically linked to celestial chakra. In other words, this planet was merely a fragment of the cosmos, and although the sacred beasts appeared to lack formidable offensive power, their strength was of a significantly higher caliber, likely surpassing even the Six Paths level. How could I have forgotten this? Menma realized, since arriving in this realm, he had tirelessly sought the power of sages, neglecting the fact that strength exists in tiers, and those superior to the natural energies of the planet undoubtedly belonged to the cosmic forces of the stars. The sun, moon, and stars all fall within the domain of stellar power, possessing a treasure trove yet remaining oblivious. At this moment, Menma felt profound regret, wishing he could slap himself, as it could not be more aptly described than as being blinded by a single leaf. Compared to natural power, stellar power was the true pursuit. Observing the current situation, a slight smile crept onto Menma's lips. The ninja side was not devoid of intellect. Kakashi, Uchiha Sasuke, and others quickly recognized the unfolding scenario. If the opponent posed no threat, then it must be Naruto's power that was remarkable. "Sasuke, what is the principle behind the ninjutsu you learned?" Kakashi pondered before inquiring. "I'm not entirely sure, but according to that masked man, this power originates from the cosmos." Sasuke recalled the grandiose claims made during their initial instruction, thus conveying the information truthfully. Yet, witnessing the current circumstances, he could not help but believe a fraction of what was said. Observing this power, it seemed even more potent than he had anticipated, surpassing sage arts. Recently, he had come to understand that sage arts existed beyond ninjutsu, yet he was astonished by the rapid emergence of such strength, which transcended sage arts. "Then Sasuke, You should also join in the fray. An unknown voice cut through the air, causing Sasuke's expression to darken. The amount of chakra he currently possessed made it quite challenging to even enter the first stage. To expend energy recklessly like Naruto was beyond his capabilities. To command him to advance would be akin to inviting death, a truth he was acutely aware of. Similarly, Jiraiya had been dealt a grievous blow. However, he had gathered substantial intelligence on his adversary and intended to relay this information back to Konoha when he encountered such a dire situation. The dynamics of the battlefield shifted abruptly. Chapter 153. The death of Jiraiya. Do not be arrogant, little brat. Do you think with just a modicum of strength you can defeat me? Tendo, in an instant, employed repulsive force, sending the massive white tiger flying. Tendo's figure soared into the air, his expression exceptionally grim. Even he had not anticipated that these seemingly ordinary individuals possessed such a formidable level of chakra. This chakra was exceedingly dangerous, surpassing that of natural energy. Moreover, compared to tailed beast chakra, this chakra exhibited greater corrosiveness, akin to a parasite. Once one fell prey to it, recovery would be exceedingly arduous. Damn it! We must retreat from this place. At this moment, Naruto had regained his composure, engaging in a mental dialogue with the Nine Tails. Little brat. He is not an enemy you can confront now. The Nine Tails too acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Do not presume I cannot subdue you. Allow me to demonstrate my true power. Tendo had thus far relied solely on the innate strength of his body, yet his true abilities had yet to be unleashed. With a flicker of thought, he raised his hands, and the sky darkened ominously, filled with thunder and lightning, as if shrouded by a colossal black veil. The dark clouds loomed like ink, threatening to topple the city, as thunder rumbled like a stampede, a terrifying display of divine might that instilled fear. Lightning danced through the black clouds like silver serpents, swirling about. Naruto, be cautious. This is Raiton, Jiraiya exclaimed, astonished. He had never imagined such a terrifying ninjutsu existed, one that rendered his own abilities utterly ineffective. In stark contrast, his opponent was capable of wielding such a high-level technique. This could not simply be labeled a monster, but rather a prodigy among prodigies. With a sweeping gesture, Tiandao summoned thunder and lightning from the skies, and amidst the storm clouds, a colossal head emerged, revealing a massive lightning serpent. Following the will of its master, it opened its gaping maw and lunged ferociously at the white tiger below. Little ghost, think of a way to defend yourself. The voice of Jubian echoed within Naruto's mind, and in that moment, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. I am destined to become Hokage. I will not fall here. With unwavering determination, Naruto gazed defiantly at the serpent above, his voice resolute and powerful, his conviction blazing like an unquenchable fire, filling him with boundless strength. In his right hand, the Rasengan rapidly coalesced, growing larger and radiating brilliance, resembling a dazzling sun. I will protect the perverted sage. Two formidable attacks clashed in the heavens. Naruto charged towards the lightning serpent, wielding the gigantic Rasengan. The spiraling force of the Rasengan created a fierce wind, causing the surrounding air to whistle ominously. The lightning serpent shimmered with blinding arcs of electricity, each bolt seeming capable of tearing through space itself, as it lunged at Naruto with a cataclysmic intent. Just as they were about to collide, Naruto accelerated suddenly, shouting, "Take this!" The Rasengan crashed violently into the serpent's mouth. In an instant, a blinding explosion of light erupted, intertwining white chakra with blue electricity in a fierce struggle. The Rasengan relentlessly consumed the serpent's lightning power, causing it to writhe in agony, desperately attempting to escape. Yet, Naruto gritted his teeth, infusing even more chakra into the attack. Ultimately, with a deafening roar, the lightning serpent was obliterated, disintegrating into countless tiny currents that dissipated into the air. At that moment, however, Naruto's Rasengan, having exhausted his chakra, began to lose momentum, and the white tiger that had materialized around him vanished. Jiraiya, who had been closely observing the battle, swiftly appeared beneath Naruto, catching him securely. Looking at the boy who had grown so much, Jiraiya's face broke into a warm smile. "Naruto, you have truly matured," he murmured, his eyes filled with affection and pride. In Naruto, he saw the reflection of Minato, and his belief that Naruto was the destined child he had sought grew stronger. The world would be changed by him. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I had intended to guide you properly to ensure your swift growth, but it seems I must break that promise." From now on, your development relies solely on you. You must be strong. From the earlier battle, Jiraiya had glimpsed hope in Naruto's ability to defeat their enemy, and thus, Naruto could not remain there. However, their opponent, Tiandao, was not one to relent easily. With a cold snort, he raised his hand again, causing ripples to spread through the air. A terrifying aura began to envelop the surroundings. Do you think you can stop me with this? So naive. All of you pests shall perish. Tiandao's icy voice reverberated through the air. Just as Naruto regained his footing, he felt an immense pressure surging towards him like a tidal wave. His expression changed, sensing the imminent danger. Jiraiya, without hesitation, shielded Naruto behind him, his expression becoming grave. Naruto, listen closely. No matter what happens next, you must live and find a way to utterly defeat him, Jiraiya urged in a low voice. But, perverted sage. Naruto cried anxiously, wanting to protest, but Jiraiya interrupted him abruptly. No more whining. Naruto, do not forget that you aspire to become Hokage. What is this difficulty compared to that? Jiraiya admonished loudly. With that, he quickly formed hand seals and summoned a gigantic toad. Before Naruto could react, he was swallowed whole, and the toad vanished. Once Naruto was safely away, Jiraiya felt a sense of relief wash over him. No longer hesitating, he propelled himself towards Tiandao like an arrow, simultaneously performing a series of powerful ninjutsu, engaging in fierce combat with Tiandao. Despite Jiraiya's remarkable strength, Tiandao's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, leaving no room for Jiraiya to breathe. In mere moments, their battle reached a fever pitch, the air around them distorting from the clash of their tremendous powers. For the first time, onlookers witnessed the might of Sage Mode. Jiraiya, while still in Sage Mode, unleashed techniques of an S-rank caliber with ease. However, as the battle dragged on, a heavy feeling settled in Jiraiya's heart. This adversary was genuinely formidable. To date, apart from Naruto's techniques, the opponent was immune to most ninjutsu, and neither physical attacks nor ninjutsu could pose a threat. It seems my journey must end here. This is indeed a losing battle, Jiraiya mused, hoping that those watching would carry this message back. Fortunately, I have found the destined child. The world shall be yours to change, Naruto. As time passed, the duration of Jiraiya's Sage Mode came to an end, and his form reverted to that of the charming rogue. Seizing this opportunity, Tiandao seized control of Jiraiya's life force. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya managed to force a pained smile, his body seemingly gripped by an invisible hand, bones cracking eerily. Struggling, he cast his gaze towards Konoha, his eyes flickering like a candle in the wind, as if they would extinguish at any moment, yet a bittersweet smile lingered on his lips. Tsunade, I'm sorry. I could not fulfill my promise. With that, he closed his eyes slowly, like a wilting petal. Chapter 154. The calm of the ninja world. The sky was overcast and heavy with dark clouds, as if doomsday had arrived. The battlefield returned to silence. A cold wind sweeping through as Jiraiya's broken body lay defeated on the ground. Watching a familiar figure perish, Menma felt a ripple of emotion. Jiraiya had been a beloved character in his life, yet now he lay dead because of him, specifically because he had chosen not to intervene. Menma's expression shifted. Recognizing that he could have altered Jiraiya's fate but chose to remain passive, witnessing his demise with an impassive face. The fate of a hero is to die in battle. Perhaps this is the best conclusion. You heartless being, Xian remarked, her displeasure evident as she witnessed such a noble soul perish before her eyes. Despite having seen countless deaths over the years, this one struck her deeply. Perhaps I am indeed a cold person, Menma conceded, acknowledging the frigid nature that stemmed from his innermost being. Let us depart. This battle is concluded. Will you stay or accompany me? Menma resolved to leave, refusing to engage with his other half. He sensed that the being inhabiting him had fully exploited his innate talents, such as gravity and repulsion, abilities that Menma himself had yet to develop, as well as the Byakugan, which commanded nature's forces, proving more formidable than his own sage arts. If the other desired to play, Menma would allow them to explore their gifts to the fullest, intending to reclaim them in due course. As for why he was so confident in regaining control, it was simply due to Menma's strength. Upon confirming that the other lacked any extraordinary powers, Menma felt at ease. He had already secured a position of invincibility and discovered the other's weaknesses, so defeating them was merely a matter of time. Xian glanced at the figure in the distance and then at the masked individual beside her, a look of inner turmoil evident upon her face. The seal seemed insurmountable. and even approaching it proved to be quite a challenge. She felt a pang of guilt about escaping, as the malevolent entity had indeed escaped from her, resulting in a calamity that now plagued the world. "I shall accompany you," she declared, hastily voicing her intent as the masked man seemed poised to leave. Staying by his side was undoubtedly the safest course of action. On the battlefield, the fabric of space began to warp, and a mysterious figure donning a mask materialized. "To die in such a manner is indeed a fitting end for you," Jiraiya Uchiha Obito seethed, his teeth gritted in anger. Upon discovering that the lewd comic book was illustrated by Jiraiya, the latter had ascended to the top of Obito's kill list, though he had not anticipated that Jiraiya would meet his end so easily. Nevertheless, Obito found little satisfaction in this outcome. Unable to restrain himself from delivering several vicious kicks to Jiraiya's lifeless body. At the edge of the battlefield, the remaining elite warriors silently observed the scene before them, their expressions grave and somber. This was the masked man, a despicable individual who even desecrated the remains of the deceased. Omoy let out a muffled grunt. Such an act of disrespect towards a corpse would never be condoned, especially not for one as renowned as Jiraiya in the ninja world. "We must vacate this place," Karabi stated darkly, having not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. What had begun as merely sealing a malevolent creature had spiraled into an unceasing influx of enemies, ultimately culminating in such tumultuous upheaval that even one of the legendary Sannin had perished. The ninja world was on the brink of chaos, and he felt compelled to inform his elder brother. The individuals on the battlefield gradually departed, each intent on conveying the news back to their respective villages. The situation had grown increasingly precarious. The fourth great ninja war was likely on the horizon. In the center of the battlefield, Uchiha Obito's gaze fell upon the red-haired figure of Pain. "What are your next intentions?" "To eradicate all of humanity." "How do you propose to initiate this?" "Let us start with the weaker nations." Through this battle, Pain had recognized his deficiencies. Overall, his power was insufficient to obliterate the entire ninja world. Particularly after his recent encounter with the two elderly toads, Pain had lost confidence in directly assaulting the three great sanctuaries. Thus, he resolved to commence with the easier targets. That is, the slaughter of ordinary civilians. Obito's eyes were as inscrutable as a bottomless abyss, leaving him perplexed about Pain's true intentions. As for Pain's declaration of annihilating humanity, Obito scoffed. Such an endeavor would likely prove futile, even for the Ten Tails. What would follow in the wake of these events? The ninja world sank into an eerie silence, akin to the calm before a storm, an oppressive atmosphere that made it difficult to breathe. Everyone understood that chaos was imminent, and upon receiving the news, the five great nations were left in shock, unable to comprehend how a trivial malevolent entity could incite such a significant upheaval. Furthermore, the sudden emergence of the Uzumaki clan raised numerous questions. Within Konoha, Tsunade was struck by the news as if struck by lightning, her demeanor instantly deflating, her face a mask of disbelief. What jest is this? How could the Uzumaki clan possess such power? Shimura Danzo glared intensely at Shikamaru Nara, suspecting deception. How could such a formidable adversary exist in the ninja world, particularly one hailing from the Uzumaki clan? The major clans had studied their bloodlines, and although these bloodlines had high potential, none reached such outrageous heights. According to descriptions of the battlefield adversary, that individual's strength likely approached that of the first Hokage. By what right? Hokage-sama, Naruto is still at Myobokuzen. Should we summon him back? He is the only one capable of confronting this dreadful enemy. Shikamaru paid little mind to Danzo's outburst. The Ino Shikicho trio remained staunch supporters of the Hokage, aligning with whoever held the title, disregarding the elders. "No, you may leave." "I require some solitude," Tsunade replied, her expression somewhat vacant, her heart entangled in turmoil, longing only for a moment of peace. Understanding the gravity of the situation's impact upon her, Shikamaru sighed quietly before turning and departing the Hokage's office, followed by Danzo. The spacious office was now left with Tsunade alone, quietly gazing out the window. In a moment of hazy reverie, she thought she saw the white-haired ninja raising his hand in greeting. "Tsunade, do not be lost in thought. You are the Hokage." "What merit do I possess to be Hokage? I am unable to protect even those I wish to safeguard," Tsunade murmured softly, her expression growing increasingly forlorn. As the chilling wind swept through the fallen leaves, nature seemed to play a mournful elegy, the figures having vanished, never to return. The autumn breeze whispered sorrowfully, and the winter snow blanketed the earth, concealing the heads of the world. Jiraiya's remains were brought back, delicate snowflakes drifting from the sky. The streets of Konoha were crowded with people, both ninja and civilians alike, their gazes fixated upon the group entering through the main gate. Their expressions filled with panic and desolation. Jiraiya, a favored disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, and a renowned literary figure in the ninja world, bore many illustrious titles and was a symbol of Konoha. His passing struck Konoha like a heavy blow. The ordinary citizens felt this loss even more acutely. Realizing that even such a prominent figure could not evade the clutches of death, had Konoha truly begun its decline? The Konoha Memorial Stone, a sacred ground for the heroes of the village, housed the memories of those who had shed blood and tears for Konoha. Jiraiya, too, was laid to rest here, and the village's higher-ups gathered to pay their respects. The gentle snowfall seemed to be the heavens weeping for him, life drained from all around. As everyone watched Jiraiya's ashes interred, their eyes filled with confusion, disbelief, and uncertainty. What fate awaited the ninja world? No one knew, yet the outlook appeared grim. After attending Jiraiya's funeral, the 5 great ninja villages began to communicate with increasing frequency. Tsunade proposed convening a summit of the 5 Kage to collectively discuss countermeasures. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade sat with a somber expression, her gaze revealing a hint of sorrow as she remained composed as the Hokage, focusing on Shikaku Nara before her. What is the current situation? Hokage-sama, regarding the 5 Kage summit, all 5 nations have expressed their agreement. Considering the urgency, the summit will be held in Kusagaku. Finally, concerning the mysterious individual, since his last disappearance, he has re-emerged within the Land of Lightning, where the undying army roams freely, leaving Reikage overwhelmed. Shikaku's expression was grave. The current state of the ninja world was precarious, and the immediate priority was to forge an alliance to eliminate that enigmatic figure. Due to the pressing circumstances, the venue for the 5 Kage summit was chosen in the Land of Grass, a small nation bordering the 5 great ninja villages, serving as a front line should war erupt. This location was selected for the comfort of all present, as it lay in close proximity to the 5 major villages. As for Pain, although his chakra was immensely powerful, he could not evade Konoha's vigilant surveillance. However, this did not seem to concern him greatly. Upon recognizing his weaknesses, Pain began to contemplate ways to augment his strength. He aimed to enhance his physical form to unleash his abilities with greater potency. Concurrently, he sought to refine the malevolent entity. This endeavor differed from his previous attempts at puppet mastery. He intended to wholly consume the entity, assimilating it into himself, which would bolster his physical prowess while simultaneously enhancing his overall strength. During this process, the undying army rampaged through ordinary civilians, absorbing dark chakra to augment the malevolent entity's power, thereby also strengthening Pain himself. Menma, in his first attempt, endeavored to draw individuals from the present world into the realm of Uet-Du. The outcome was mixed. While the individuals successfully entered, their physical forms remained outside. Currently, they resemble those ensnared by infinite Tsukuyomi during the 4th Great Shinobi War, trapped in a dreamlike world while their bodies languish outside. With no alternative, Menma transported them to a secure location and marked it with a flying thunder god seal. Upon returning to the Uet-Du world, Menma could hardly contain his excitement and resolved to seek out Orochimaru. This latest discovery unveiled a new dawn, the power of the stars. This star power, in essence, surpasses the abilities of an sage. In the original narrative, the Akatsuki clan appeared formidable, yet they lacked the means to absorb energy from the cosmos. It was only during a moment of desperation that Akatsuki Shurin forcibly absorbed the chakra of the sun, nearly perishing in the process. This indicates that their inability to absorb energy stemmed not from a lack of capacity, but rather from an incapacity to assimilate it. Similarly, the natural energy of this world is exceptionally potent and, under normal circumstances, cannot be absorbed. Even the Akatsuki clan requires the 10 tails to facilitate absorption. However, the inhabitants of this planet have managed to devise methods for utilizing natural energy, albeit rudimentary, yet they represent a viable approach. Menma has successfully cultivated the sage body and now glimpses new hope in harnessing the power of the stars to forge a completely new physique. If he can allow the star power to refine his body, perhaps he too could traverse the cosmos like the Akatsuki clan. However, just as Menma returned, an unexpected figure materialized before him, startling him into a swift retreat, entering a state of intangibility. Once he discerned the identity of the newcomer, the weight in his chest lifted, though he felt an increased sense of vigilance. "I sense a unique chakra emanating from you," he remarked. Akatsuki Kagaya, with her expressionless eyes, fixed her gaze intently on him. "What do you mean? You have not adhered to our agreement," she stated, her demeanor still impassive, though her gaze turned icy. Menma momentarily faltered, recalling that during his recent encounter with the One-Tail and Eight-Tails, particularly the latter, he had been so engrossed in the spectacle that he completely neglected his task of gathering chakra. A sense of embarrassment washed over him as he stammered, my apologies. A significant incident occurred outside. I encountered a formidable adversary and completely forgot about my chakra collection duties." Menma, ever the master of deception, spun a tale of woe. Adversary? Akatsuki Kagaya's skepticism was palpable. She knew better than anyone the extent of this young one's power. She could not fathom that any entity in that world posed a threat to him. Menma then began to lament his plight, painting the adversary as overwhelmingly powerful while subtly steering the conversation to suggest that the Ten Tails was akin to the Akatsuki clan. As anticipated, a flicker of alarm crossed Kagaya's expression upon hearing Menma's description. Especially when he mentioned the adversary's Byakugan, Kagaya began to entertain the possibility. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan had long since devolved and could hardly be considered the true Byakugan. Did they come seeking me? But why? Kagaya's eyes glimmered with uncertainty. The cosmos is vast. Even the Akatsuki clan could not possibly locate her under such circumstances. Traversing the universe required coordinates, and without them, one could only meander through the stars. Presently, on that planet, the divine tree lay fragmented, Kagaya sealed away, and Ishiki in a severely weakened state, in Kagaya's understanding. The latter had perished long ago, along with her two sons. Hence, it was accurate to assert that there was nothing pertaining to the Akatsuki clan upon that planet, making it impossible for anyone to find her without coordinates. Yet, the methods described by Menma indeed bore the hallmark of the Akatsuki clan. In Chapter 156, the advantages of the Byakugan and its extraordinary abilities, along with the characteristic of disregarding ninjutsu, unmistakably belonged to the Akatsuki clan. Such detailed descriptions could not be conjured without having witnessed them firsthand. Thus, Akatsuki Kagaya chose to believe him. "What is your intention?" "Those chakras." A sense of unease crept into Kagaya's thoughts. Those chakras were derived from her own power. If they were consumed by another Akatsuki, she would lose her abilities. Was she destined to remain trapped in this realm forever? His objective seemingly revolved around the annihilation of humanity. Menma's expression grew peculiar. He had been perplexed upon learning of this objective, finding it difficult to comprehend the rationale behind such a mindset. Kagaya furrowed her brow at the notion of exterminating humanity. How would one go about such annihilation? Through consumption? The divine tree could absorb not only the energy of nature, but also living beings. In the past, she had engaged in such actions, consuming half of the planet's population, necessitating yearly sacrifices. The subsequent creation of 10,000 white Zetsu was achieved through the replication of Hashirama's cells. I cannot ascertain the specifics. The outside world is perilous. That foe is exceptionally dangerous, and to date, no means have proven effective against him. Do you possess any strategies? Menma's eyes narrowed, his tone laced with intrigue. Seeking to extract advantage from her, Akatsuki Kagaya remained silent. If he were indeed of the Akatsuki clan, then gathering chakra would undoubtedly be arduous. Her gaze once again fell upon the young man before her. Their eyes locked in mutual scrutiny. Menma's gaze held curiosity and offered no evasion, while Kagaya's expression was as still as water, her eyes devoid of life. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, features impeccably defined, and atop her head, two protrusions reminiscent of rabbit ears emerged, with a fissure on her forehead faintly glowing red. Menma recognized it as the source of her Rinnegan. What are your intentions? Just as Menma was meticulously observing her, sensing a hint of beauty, a chilling voice pierced his thoughts, bringing him back to the present. What do you possess? Many things. Yet I cannot grant you all, she replied. Then offer what you can, Menma probed. Agreed. Kagaya lifted her gaze, a flicker of white light shimmering in her eyes. And Menma felt something invade his own vision. His eyes itched slightly, and his sight became somewhat blurred. When clarity returned, Kagaya had vanished. Do I possess her ocular power? Menma grasped the significance of his acquisition, feeling both anxious and exhilarated. His concern stemmed from the understanding that Kaguya was no benign entity. She was far from merely ignorant. His excitement arose from the prospect of attaining her level of power. However, lacking sufficient strength, he had no intention of activating the Mangekyo. In an underground laboratory, Orochimaru was engrossed in his research, showing marked progress. The perfect body was beginning to take shape. With the cells of Uzumaki Menma, he could now merge the powers of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clans into a single body, just a step away from achieving perfection. Once the experiment succeeds in creating a flawless body, through possession, Orochimaru would soar to new heights, perhaps even surpassing the first Hokage. Suddenly, the laboratory was graced by a new presence. Menma had just materialized when he found himself confronted by a young boy wearing glasses, wielding a kunai, and watching him intently. Yaoshirdo, Menma, what brings you here today? Have you encountered some trouble? Orochimaru, attracted by the commotion, turned to look. He gestured toward Yaoshirdo, indicating, "This is." Menma glanced at Yaoshirdo, noting that his recent busyness had led him to recruit an assistant, whose scientific talent was indeed commendable. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes glimmering with admiration and a sense of satisfaction. This child was his most esteemed disciple, second only to Schwanwa Menma. Yaoshirdo eagerly nodded, his face alight with excitement. Having spent time in the Konoha orphanage, he had heard of the prodigious Schwanwa Menma, and now he realized that Dashawan Darren was the mentor of this genius. However, he had failed to recognize him when he had suddenly appeared earlier. "Hello," Menma greeted with a nod, surveying Yaoshirdo, unable to discern any notable difference between him and his real-world counterpart. "You haven't mentioned the reason for your visit yet." Orochimaru fixed his unwavering gaze upon Schwanwa Menma. Each time this disciple visited, he invariably presented intriguing insights. "I have discovered a new issue and sought you out for discussion," Menma stated succinctly, directly articulating his purpose for coming, before unveiling his astonishing discovery to Orochimaru. The power from the cosmos was undoubtedly a captivating subject, surpassing natural energy by an entire tier, previously unnoticed by anyone. Orochimaru absent-mindedly stroked his chin, realizing they had never contemplated this direction before. After all, the entities summoned by the summoning technique were often quite abstract. Summoning beings from other dimensions was a common occurrence. Who would delve into the nature or power of something like Rashomon? Thus, even though they had developed various versions of summoning techniques, the specifics had never been thoroughly explored. Upon hearing Menma's account, Orochimaru's interest was piqued. Indeed, this disciple consistently brought unexpected surprises. With natural energy still not fully understood, an even higher tier of energy was now emerging, making the world truly fascinating. Orochimaru trembled with excitement, unable to contain the surging thrill within him. He stared intently at Menma, eager to inquire, "So, Menma-kun, what exquisite plans do you have in mind for the upcoming actions?" Unconsciously, a thread of deep respect seeped into Orochimaru's words, for he understood that this disciple before him possessed extraordinary intellect and agility of thought. Since Menma had sought him out, it certainly implied that he had meticulously contemplated how to better harness this formidable power. Menma slightly nodded, affirming Orochimaru's speculation, before softly declaring, "Indeed, I have some preliminary ideas and directions, but they are not yet fully developed. That is why I specifically came to discuss with you, to further refine the plan. Additionally, this occasion could serve as a small-scale experiment to assess the practical effects." With that, Menma's gaze grew ever more resolute, as if he could already see the dawn of success awaiting them. Upon realizing that the power he possessed was even greater and more advanced than he had imagined, the first thought that crossed Menma's mind was to utilize this mysterious force to effect a monumental transformation of life forms, converting all the energy contained within him into the stellar power of the vast universe. However, in this uncharted territory that humanity had yet to fully explore, realizing such a bold vision would not be an easy feat after all. The emergence of any new entity is invariably tied to repeated attempts and validations. After much contemplation, Menma finally conceived an excellent method: to use the white Zetsu as experimental subjects. At that moment, Orochimaru happened to possess an abundance of white Zetsu. Furthermore, he had already embarked on an in-depth study of the white Zetsu, even attempting to replicate these peculiar beings to gather more data and samples. This meant that Menma's plan was now primed for implementation, heralding the commencement of a scientific experiment filled with excitement and unknown variables. Chapter 157. The Five Kage Summit. With a new topic at hand, he ceased to concern himself with external affairs. In the shinobi world, the failures of the five great nations instilled widespread panic, particularly among the daimyo and nobility. The Deva path had no regard for the rules of the shinobi. In his view, all were deserving of death. Thus, he fully unleashed the power of the wraiths, plunging the shinobi realm into chaos, with conflict erupting and casualties mounting daily. The survivors, overwhelmed by fear and despair, only served to amplify the Deva path's strength. Atop the snow-capped mountains of the land of snow, the Deva path floated, pondering. How is it possible? Who is he truly? His expression darkened. After the initial battle, the Deva path had felt a tremor of anxiety upon learning that there existed power capable of injuring him. This revelation rendered him cautious, prompting a thorough investigation. As the true master of this planet, he believed that any event occurring within the shinobi realm should be within his knowledge. The Four Symbols technique had been developed by that masked man, drawing upon celestial abilities. Upon learning this, the Deva path could not help but acknowledge the genius of that individual for harnessing such an abstract force. Initially dismissive of his opponent, the Deva path now regarded him as the most dangerous adversary. Thus, his first thought was to seal him away. However, an eerie occurrence unfolded. As the true master of this planet, he was unable to locate the masked man's existence. It was known that he could sense anything within this world, whether it be the three great sage regions or the Akatsuki clan, all fell within his surveillance. Yet, this enigmatic brat eluded his grasp, and even more perplexing was their peculiar connection. Unless the individual had distanced himself from this world, beyond his perception. Could this boy possess some unique ability? The Deva path closed his eyes, keenly attuning to his own body. Even a sage could not escape this planet without his awareness. The sage's body, unique aura, and special bloodline were all within his command. This only deepened the Deva path's confusion. How had the masked man evaded his scrutiny? Within the confines of Konoha's Hokage building, a room filled with shinobi bore expressions of frustration and despair, as if all hope had been extinguished. This recent battle had been a harrowing experience for the five great nations. Not only had the Jonin suffered immense losses, but even Konoha's top combatant, Jiraiya, had tragically fallen in this fierce conflict. Yet, these were not the most despairing revelations. What truly cast a shadow over all was the intelligence regarding their enemy. After considerable effort, intelligence on the Deva path had finally been compiled and presented to the five great nations. This information indicated that the Deva path seemingly possessed a sage's body, granting him immunity to the five fundamental ninjutsu, alongside mastery over unique bloodline abilities and sage techniques. Even these disclosed powers were sufficient to instill profound despair among all the shinobi. This meant that the enemy's strength was exceedingly formidable, far beyond their capacity to contend with. At this juncture, it was understood that only one force could stand against him. All eyes instinctively turned toward the youth seated beside Tsunade. Tsunade furrowed her brow. The loss of her comrades weighed heavily upon her. Yet as the Hokage of the mightiest nation, she had no time to succumb to sorrow. Naruto, I know it may not be the right moment to ask, but could you share the ninjutsu you've been training? As Hokage, I can assure you that you may learn any techniques from the Book of Seals. Suppressing her own grief, Tsunade's gaze fell upon the young Schwanwa Naruto. Those surrounding them brightened at her words, eagerly awaiting Naruto's response. Previously, they were unaware of the true strength of this ninjutsu. Only through the contrasting presence of their enemies did they come to realize its formidable power. It is more accurate to say that they have now grasped the high potential this ninjutsu possesses. Indeed, at this critical juncture for the survival of the ninja world, Uzumaki Naruto must yield this technique for the sake of global peace. Yes, indeed, the more individuals who train in it, the greater the hope. Currently, this is the sole ninjutsu capable of standing against the enemy. We have also agreed to the conditions set forth by Hokage-sama. Not yet. We shall wait for Uzumaki Naruto to speak, as the crowd below eagerly began to voice their thoughts. Each gaze radiated an intense greed, wishing to devour one another whole. Uchiha Sasuke, seated beside Naruto, darkened in expression, an involuntary chill emanating from him. He found these people utterly detestable. Naruto intended to speak, but was morally coerced by the multitude, causing his countenance to grow somber. This is not good. Upon seeing Naruto's expression, Shikaku silently lamented. Tsunade Baba, even if I teach you this ninjutsu, you will not be able to master it, Naruto's voice was cold and rigid. Oof, what do you mean by that? Do you truly consider yourself a genius? Are not all present here equally gifted? Why should you be able to learn it while others cannot? Silence. I have allowed you to speak. Tsunade's fury erupted, her powerful aura instantly silencing the crowd. Naruto did not regard those below. Instead, he directly elucidated the principles of the ninjutsu. Upon hearing him, the expressions of all present indeed shifted. A sardonic smile crept onto Naruto's lips. Summoning technique. As is widely known, the cost of summoning is equivalent exchange. To summon something of great power, one must expend an equal amount of chakra. Except for the legendary Sannin. The chakra levels of everyone else here are merely mediocre, likely insufficient even to summon the beasts of the three great sanctuaries. This reflects the current state of the ninja world, where the chakra capacity of ordinary ninjas is limited. The faces of the crowd became rigid and grim. Hokage-sama. I can attest that Naruto speaks the truth. Just as the crowd began to doubt Naruto's veracity, Kakashi stepped forward, drawing everyone's gaze. The principles of this ninjutsu are quite simple. Not only does Naruto possess it, but so do I and Uchiha Sasuke. However, to wield such an immense chakra capacity is beyond the reach of an ordinary person. With Kakashi's explanation, the crowd was reminded of Naruto's other identity as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, the most powerful tailed beast with the greatest chakra reserves. The avarice that had ignited in their eyes extinguished almost instantaneously. Naruto's conditions remain unchanged. Consider them. As silence enveloped the crowd, Tsunade spoke again, capturing everyone's attention. Shikaku observed throughout and quickly deduced the underlying principle. If a Jinchuriki can wield the power of this ninjutsu, could other Jinchuriki not also harness it? It is crucial to note that there is more than one Jinchuriki in this world, and this could serve as a means of protecting Naruto. During this period, Naruto wielding such power is hardly beneficial. Hokage-sama, the Raikage and Tsuchikage have convened a 5-Kage summit. At that moment, an Umbu burst in urgently, but the assembly immediately shared the recent intelligence they had received. So soon, the brows of the crowd furrowed. The alliance of the 5 great nations has become an inevitable trend. Yet they had just suffered defeat and had yet to devise a strategy to overcome their adversary. Why the urgency? Hokage-sama, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, has sent an urgent missive, demanding we promptly address the rampaging monstrosities in the ninja world. Another Umbu rushed in. All right, I understand. Tsunade rubbed her temples, feeling the mounting pressure. Taking a deep breath, she addressed the assembly. From now on, Konoha will enter a state of full combat readiness. Where will the 5-Kage summit take place? In the capital of the Land of Fire, the daimyo's residence. Very well. Kakashi, Uzumaki, Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, members of Team 7, accompany me to the 5-Kage summit. Shikaku Nara will assume full responsibility for matters within the village. Does anyone have any objections? Her cold gaze swept over the assembly, lingering momentarily on the 2 elders. No one dared to dissent. Meanwhile, the 5 great nations, having received the news, commenced their actions, with all ninjas in the village gathering. The strongest among them immediately set off for the Land of Fire. The choice of destination was due to the Land of Fire's geographical position. Under the current urgent circumstances, they had little time to spare. Were it not for the immense significance of the 5-Kage summit, they might have resorted to an online conference. Everyone understood that the adversary they were about to face was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving no room for retreat. This enemy is not merely against ninjas, but against all of humanity. As the Ten Tails had realized that Menma had not appeared, it unleashed its full might, utilizing monsters to commence a massacre in the ninja world. In just a few days, the ninja world had lost tens of thousands, a staggering toll given its already sparse population and dispersed settlements. The slow pace of the slaughter has led to the current dire consequences. The daimyos, in contrast to the ninjas, are even more anxious, with 2 of their capitals already in ruins. Pain, the 5 great nations have convened a 5-Kage summit. That has nothing to do with me. Where is Uchiha Madara? And who is this enemy? No news from Black Zetsu yet. Pain's adversary is formidable. From the information gathered by the 5 great nations, ninjutsu is ineffective against it. No one can challenge the majesty of a god. If it dares to come to the Land of Rain, I will personally eradicate it. The Deva Path of Pain, coldly confident, spoke with an air of certainty. It is merely immune to ninjutsu. I can achieve that as well, so I do not regard it as a threat. Chapter 158. Target Dragon Vein. In the laboratory, Mima's research had reached an impasse. The physical form was distorting. Was it a rule of this world? Or was it simply that their bodies were too weak? The greater the power, the more significant the side effects. It seems we underestimated this force. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes narrowing as the two observed the distorted form of White Zetsu before them. On the experimental platform, White Zetsu had transformed into a peculiar creature resembling a tiger, its body exuding a metallic dark hue, yet retaining an animalistic shape. This is the side effect of the power of the stars. The essence of the summoning technique is to borrow this power, and now they sought to study how to master it. Like the sage mode of the wood style, a mere ant aspires to wield advanced power, but with it comes formidable side effects. With my current physique, I cannot control it. Mima felt a pang of frustration. Having glimpsed such high-level power, yet being unable to wield it was akin to gazing at a sumptuous feast without the ability to partake. Mima-kun, give it up. This power is beyond our grasp at present. Orochimaru sighed deeply. The more one understands, the more one realizes the vastness of this world. Without equivalent information, a simple cell of Hashirama prevented Orochimaru from finding any breakthrough. Even with Sage Mode later on, he only mastered the surface and relied on Tsunade's unique physiology to develop a weakened version. The current star chakra, however, offers no information whatsoever. There is only one ninjutsu to study. This level of difficulty is akin to researching a lethal poison of the highest caliber. They only possess a sample, unable even to analyze it, let alone master it. Furthermore, this power is something even the Akatsuki clan has not mastered. Menma clenched his fists tightly, filled with a sense of frustration. Though he had glimpsed the path of the future, he found himself unable to seize it. Surrendering was an impossibility. His inability to grasp this power indicated that his own strength was insufficient. He pondered whether he could regain his former prowess and control this force once more. Originally, he had not intended to confront him just yet, but it seemed unavoidable. Menma-kun, control your current strength. You have ample time. Do not rush, Orochimaru advised as he approached, patting Menma on the shoulder. I understand, Menma replied, inhaling deeply. After all, he was still in his teenage years, and his growth had yet to reach its zenith. His impatience had clouded his judgment. It's good that you understand. I have yet to inquire about your eyes, Orochimaru remarked, gazing into Menma's eyes. Sensing the unique chakra emanating from the Sharingan. It was given to me by that person. She possesses such abilities. Who exactly is she? In due time, you shall find out, Menma replied, choosing not to elaborate further. Very well, Orochimaru-sensei. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Is there something urgent? I wish to enhance my strength. His gaze fixed ahead, as though peering through the void towards the location of the dragon vein. Orochimaru twitched slightly at the thought. Such matters seemed trivial in the mouth of his disciple. Enough, off you go, he waved dismissively. Menma nodded and, in an instant, activated the Flying Thunder God technique. Within the Tsuki no Tachi world, chaos had erupted in the ninja realm. Tensions flared between the land of lightning and the land of earth, with continuous skirmishes along their borders. Additionally, two young rogues, Hinata and Yumi, were challenging formidable opponents, being relentlessly pursued by two major villages. In a secluded cave, the duo rested, appearing somewhat disheveled. However, thanks to their escapades, both had attained strength comparable to that of a Kage. Uchiha Yumi had successfully mastered her eyes, the Mangekyo Sharingan, and with the assistance of her ancestor Akatsuki Kagaya, she had fortified her bloodline. With sufficient talent, even the Rinnegan could be awakened. Similarly, Hinata's eyes had undergone evolution, reaching the caliber of the Mangekyo, as she harnessed her unique ocular techniques. Damn it, those two old fools actually teamed up, Hinata spat, recalling the morning's battle with distaste. Initially, they had been fighting well, but suddenly, the Tsuchikage and Reikage joined forces, nearly leaving the two of them stranded. Especially concerning was Inoki's dust release, for Hinata had no means to counter it. Had it not been for Yumi's quick reflexes, Hinata might have met her end there. Hinata, should we not return? I sense the battlefield grows increasingly perilous, Yumi expressed her concern. Are you giving up so easily? Hinata shot her a sidelong glance. I feel that the two of us would struggle against an entire village. Before Yumi could explain further, a sudden rustle alerted them, and they instinctively took a defensive stance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, both exhaled in relief. Menma, what brings you to this desolate place? Naturally, I have come to train. Not everyone experiences such rapid growth and strength as you do, Hinata quipped, noticing Menma's relaxed demeanor. Menma then took note of their disheveled state, as if they had just emerged from battle. Hinata, your eyes must have evolved, correct? Ah, how did you know? I was preparing a surprise for you upon my return. Are you secretly spying on us? Menma rolled his eyes. I deduced it. As long as you have evolved, it is fortuitous. For I have a task that requires your Byakugan. Shall I join you? Then let us go together. Menma placed a hand on Hinata's shoulder, and in the next moment, their surroundings shimmered like a surface of water. Uchiha Yumi quickly grasped their intentions. Within the borders of the land of fire, destruction and cries echoed through the forest. A group of refugees fled desperately, pursued by 3 colossal clay golems demolishing everything in their path. Help! Someone save us. Run, the monsters are closing in. If we can just reach the borders of Konoha, we will be safe. Hurry. The golems, however, were not in haste, instead delighting in the torment of their prey. A black, imperceptible negative energy began to coalesce in the sky. As the time for their amusement drew to a close, a glint of red flickered in the golem's eyes. A spear was launched, aimed at the last woman in the fleeing group. With a swift whoosh, the spear flew through the air. The last woman, sensing impending doom, pushed her child away just in time. The next instant, the spear pierced her body, pinning her to the ground. Mom, please, don't come near. The woman coughed blood, desperately gesturing for her daughter to stay back. Yet the little girl, unable to comprehend, rushed towards her mother, clutching her hand tightly and sobbing uncontrollably, attempting to pull the spear from her back. In an instant, ripples of space formed, and Menma and Hinata appeared in midair, their gazes fixated on the scene below. What is happening here? Menma furrowed his brow, quickly deducing the situation. Are the 5 great nations truly this inept? After all this time, they have yet to intervene. What is the Sage of 6 Paths thinking, allowing this to unfold? Where exactly are we? Menma questioned. It seems to be another world, or perhaps a parallel one. Hinata speculated. Menma waved it off. Just then, the golem noticed the 2 hovering above. Without hesitation, it launched an attack. Seeking death, are we? Menma, aware of the golem's tenacity, wished to avoid wasting time here. He raised his arm. Dust release, the technique of origin destruction. A flash of white light enveloped the 3 golems, causing them to vanish in an instant. Ah, a divine being has come to save us. Thank you, Divine One. Your compassion is unmatched. The onlookers, witnessing the monster's demise and the figures floating above, mistook them for deities descending from the heavens, and they fell to their knees in worship. Let us proceed. I will explain everything once we arrive, Menma stated, his expression impassive. In the next moment, he transported the 2 directly to the desert of the Land of Wind. There, Menma briefly recounted the circumstances of this world and their own. In other words, this world mirrors ours. Hinata's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She was not particularly concerned with the authenticity of this world. What fascinated her was the existence of a counterpart to herself and Menma, possessing an opposing personality. She was eager to discover what their differences entailed. Let us not rush. First, assist me in locating a certain object, Menma interrupted her reverie. Meanwhile, as Menma dispatched the 3 puppets, the Deva Path sensed the disturbance. Has he appeared? This enigmatic youth. I shall uncover your true identity. In an instant, the Deva Path melded into the mountains, traversing the 2 great nations with an unprecedented speed. Arriving in the desert of the Land of Wind. Is it in that direction? The Deva Path's gaze fixed upon a point, and he soared forth. Simultaneously, Menma elaborated on the object he sought. Longmai, the focal point of chakra, is entrusted to me. Hinata activated her Byakugan and gazed towards the desert. I shall give it a try as well. Upon learning the target, Yume was also eager to participate, activating her own Mangekyo Sharingan. However, in comparison to Byakugan, the Mangekyo Sharingan revealed nothing at all. Found it, in that direction. Let us go. Menma impatiently pulled the 2 towards a specific direction. Chapter 159. Time and space traversal. The mere thought of finally encountering the Longmai she had long yearned for filled Menma with immense excitement, propelling her speed to its utmost limit. The magnetic field enveloped the 3, and within mere breaths, they arrived above the Longmai. Is this the place? Menma questioned, somewhat perplexed, as this location appeared no different from other deserts, perhaps only distinguished by a few large stones. If one were unfamiliar with the circumstances, how could they discern that this was once the Longmai? Indeed, this is the spot. There is a powerful chakra beneath us. Hinata nodded, her expression turning grave. Then it seems this is the place I seek. Can we now identify what this is? What is it? To be honest, I am at a loss to describe this entity. It resembles a tailed beast, but is a natural creation. Tailed beast? The expressions of the two women changed upon hearing this. They were already well informed, aware of the existence of tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. They also knew that Menma was a Jinchuriki. Menma, what do you seek with this entity? Is one QB not sufficient for your endeavors? Do you intend to host a banquet within your own body? No, let me explain. Menma began, but suddenly his expression shifted as he sensed something. His gaze sharpening towards a certain direction. What is it? There is no time for explanations. You must be cautious. A rather troublesome individual is approaching. As soon as Menma's words fell, a figure materialized before the three, clad in armor and donning a black helmet that revealed only two eyes. The individual gazed at them with a chilling indifference, as if observing mere lifeless objects, emanating a terrifying and repugnant aura. At last, I have found you. The figure, known as Tiandao, spoke coldly, his eyes fixating on the trio, lingering for a moment on Menma before shifting to the ground beneath them. His gaze narrowed, exuding a frigid, killing intent. So your target is him. As the master of this world, Tiandao's perception could not overlook the existence of the Longmai, which he regarded as akin to his own progeny. Yet, he had only recently gained consciousness, and with the Longmai sealed, had not yet recalled this matter. To his surprise, this mysterious figure had already set his sights on the Longmai. Hey, who do you think you are, daring to act so arrogantly, disregarding my presence? Hinata stepped forward, pointing defiantly at the adversary, unwilling to permit anyone to exhibit greater audacity than herself. You too, hold him off. I will break the seal. At this moment, Menma remained exceptionally composed. He was unconcerned with the strength of the two, but rather focused on locating the Longmai. Fear not, we shall handle this foe. Hinata confidently patted her ample chest, exuding self-assurance. After all, both of them possessed shadow-level strength. Surely, they could contend with a mere wretched being. Chi Yuan slash. Hinata commenced with her ultimate technique. Uchiha Yume had already activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, fixating intently on the opponent. The Chi Yuan slash sliced through the air, its terrifying might capable of cleaving through anything, especially suited for a decisive strike against ninja. Most ninjas, when confronted with this technique, instinctively prioritize defense, testing its lethality. Many have fallen victim to this very attack. However, Hinata was met with disappointment. Just as the Chi Yuan slash neared the opponent, he raised his hand and effortlessly dispersed it. How is that possible? He caught it barehanded. Both women wore expressions of disbelief. Tiandao remained expressionless, a hint of mockery in his eyes. On this planet, he was the true deity. In the next moment, the figure vanished. Too fast. Even with their formidable ocular techniques, the two could not discern his form. Nevertheless, their recent battles had not been in vain. They had amassed considerable combat experience, particularly Uchiha Yume, who had previously faced the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, Susanoo. Without the slightest hesitation, Uchiha Yume activated her complete Susanoo. In an instant, winds and sands surged, engulfing the area in smoke, as a towering Susanoo, 100 meters tall, loomed over the desert. The pitch-black Susanoo seemed to become the very center of the universe upon its emergence. Within the crystal of Susanoo's forehead, the two stood resolutely, surveying their surroundings. Meanwhile, Menma, through diligent searching, finally located the flying thunder god mark left by the fourth Hokage. This was the site where he had sealed the Longmai. The four-symbol seal. Thankfully, I am quite adept at this. Under his mother's guidance, he had become proficient in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. His hands began to form seals. For symbol seal, release. In the next moment, the long-stored chakra erupted forth. The terrifying chakra was on par with that of a complete QB. The chakra coalesced into a blue beam that shot skyward. This immense disturbance immediately captured the attention of the Land of Wind. Little brat, I must thank you for unsealing it for me. A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind Menma. The smile on Menma's face faltered. In the next instant, he began to phase out. At the same time, an arm pierced through his chest. Yet, it was ultimately a moment too late. Unlike Obito's phasing, Menma's was swifter and more efficient. What is this ability? A voice, now imbued with emotion, echoed from behind. Hinata, you may hold him back. Menma harbored no intention of lingering. In the next instant, he dove directly into the chakra beam. Drawing upon the experience of being a Kyubi Jinchuriki, Menma began to absorb the chakra of the Longmai. Boom. The battle reignited. This time both sides unleashed their full power. Yet, against this formidable opponent, neither ninjutsu nor their ocular techniques could penetrate his defenses. Particularly Hinata, who had hoped to showcase her abilities before her beloved, found her efforts rendered childlike in comparison to this adversary's prowess. Tiandao's methods were unadorned and straightforward. He wielded the powers of the universe with effortless grace. In his eyes, the techniques of ninjas were mere frivolities. Stop. You seek death. Tiandao noticed the unfolding situation, his expression shifting slightly. In the next moment, the heavens darkened, and a terrifying gale surged from all directions, raising a tempest of sand and grit, plunging the world into darkness as if to herald an apocalypse. This is bad. Yume's complete Susanoo was forcibly ground to nothingness, her face paling as she seized Hinata's hand, retreating swiftly to Menma's side. In the future world, within Sunagakure, Gaara was attending to his duties when suddenly, a nearby resting fat raccoon opened its eyes. Gaara sensed something amiss. I detect an immense chakra energy. What does that mean? I'm uncertain, but this feeling seems oddly familiar. Shotsu pondered deeply, yet could not recall where he had encountered this energy before. Simultaneously, Uchiha Sasuke, investigating matters concerning the Otsutsuki clan within the dimensional space, sensed the fluctuations within the fabric of space. What is occurring in the direction of the land of wind? In a special space, a mysterious man sat quietly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Amato, there have been unusual spatial fluctuations in the land of wind. Please send someone to investigate. Certainly, Chief. In the land of wind, Menma awakened from his stupor. Just moments ago, in his quest for the power of the dragon vein, he had been unable to free himself, compelling the two women to confront the heavenly path. What he had not anticipated was that the power wielded by the heavenly path was far more formidable than he had envisioned. The adversary's attacks transcended the ninja system, directly harnessing the energies of heaven and earth, akin to the sage mode of the dragon cave. Just as Menma was on the verge of fully absorbing the dragon vein, the heavenly path, employing an unknown method, detonated the dragon vein. With no other choice, Menma had to traverse through space with the two women. Cough. Hinata spat a mouthful of blood. Among the three, his defensive capabilities were the weakest, and he had borne the brunt of the impact. At that moment, her internal organs were gravely injured, and blood flowed uncontrollably from her mouth. How are you? Menma also felt considerable discomfort. The power of the dragon vein within him had yet to be completely sealed, and the potent energy surged wildly through his body. Hinata opened her mouth, another large spurt of blood escaping, mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Upon witnessing this, Menma's pupils constricted. Do not move. Ignoring his own injuries, Menma rushed to assist her. At this moment, Yumi, who had been unconscious, awoke. Let me handle it. Uchiha Yumi intercepted Menma, activating her ocular technique, and Hinata's physical wounds healed instantaneously. Simultaneously, Yumi expended all her ocular power, her body becoming ethereal, akin to a specter. I apologize. It seems I must take my leave first. I'm sorry for being a burden, Hinata expressed with a hint of remorse. It's nothing of great concern. Once I recover, I shall prepare to return. Menma interrupted their emotional exchange and immediately began to treat his own injuries. Meanwhile, Hinata curiously surveyed their surroundings. Where are we? Why does this place seem so familiar? Observing the desert around them, Hinata quickly recalled that they were in the land of wind, albeit in an environment that felt somewhat different, with a railway not far off. Chapter 160, The Future World. Once he resealed the power within him, the injuries on his surface began to heal instantly, and within a few breaths, all wounds were fully restored. Opening his eyes, he felt an unprecedented surge of strength, especially as the abilities of his golden finger underwent a qualitative transformation. Once he completely mastered the power of the dragon vein and combined it with his own capabilities, he could achieve true invincibility. A glimmer of cold light flickered in his eyes at this thought. No matter what you are, this time you are doomed. Just as he had anticipated, having acquired the power of the dragon vein, he could now traverse through time and space. Unlike mere consciousness travel, he was now capable of true physical traversal. If the world were a vast cage, then ordinary people were akin to ants. They remained unaware of the cage and could not escape it. Now, however, he could transform into a specter, disregarding the confines of the cage. How are you feeling? Hinata inquired with concern upon seeing him open his eyes. I have fully recovered. That is wonderful. It seems someone is approaching. Hinata's gaze turned toward a particular direction. Are we currently in the land of wind? This place feels somewhat odd. Hinata looked around, sensing an incongruity. Has someone arrived? We should leave this place. After some contemplation, he decided to adhere to his instincts. Although Hinata was oblivious to their location, he was acutely aware. Despite feeling invincible, he could not shed his inherent cautious nature. Without further ado, he took Hinata's hand, and in the next instant, their figures vanished into thin air. A quarter of an hour later, several groups arrived at the site. In the sky, Gaara hovered. Concealed in the shadows were members of the Akatsuki organization, and lastly, Uchiha Sasuke arrived. After finding nothing of significance, they exchanged glances and withdrew. Is it a spatial fluctuation? Could it be the Otsutsuki clan? Adult Sasuke, his Rinnegan fixated on the space from which the two had departed, hesitated on whether to pursue and discern who had arrived. Meanwhile, on the other side, Menma led Hinata through space, arriving directly in the land of fire. Where are we? Just as Hinata was about to speak, she caught sight of the scene ahead. Her eyes widening in astonishment, her mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. Wow, towering skyscrapers, dazzling neon lights, a riot of colors. Yet, what astonished her most was the Hokage rock in the distance. Indeed, she had encountered the Hokage rock in this unfamiliar place. We are now in another world. A parallel world. Menma hesitated for a moment before opting for the parallel world explanation. Upon hearing this, Hinata immediately understood, as it was not her first encounter with such a situation. Is this also your ability? Hinata inquired with curiosity. Sort of, I can now traverse worlds. At this moment, Menma's expression was complex, unsure of how to convey his feelings. Traversing through the anime world, being the protagonist, yet a mere imposter, a grand villain harboring immense ambitions. Secretly plotting and advancing step by step until finally ascending to the pinnacle of the world, shattering his original fate. Hey, what are you thinking about? Should we go in and take a look? Hinata interrupted Menma's reverie, her gaze fixed on Konoha, filled with curiosity and eagerness. This was an entirely new world. As a student of Orochimaru, she had some knowledge of scientific theories. While she was not well versed in parallel worlds, she possessed a general concept of it. Shall we check it out? Menma hesitated for just a moment before agreeing. The two, hand in hand, made their way toward Konoha. As ninjas, concealing oneself is fundamental. And since neither wore headbands, they attracted little attention as they entered this futuristic Konoha. This Konoha was bustling with activity, people jostling through the streets. Laughter and cheer resonating throughout. A true spectacle. The gigantic screens lining the streets captured the attention of countless passers-by, displaying a myriad of news and information, political updates, economic trends, cultural entertainment, and sports events. However, the most eye-catching was the frequently appearing figure of Uzumaki Naruto. His striking visage dominated nearly every screen, becoming the focal point of the crowd. At that moment, standing among the throngs, Hinata was profoundly struck by the scene before her, her eyes widening in disbelief. Is he you in this world? Yes, it can be considered a future world, Menma nodded. No, you actually became Hokage. Did you not always say you despised Hokage? I mentioned it is a parallel world. Then what is my identity in this world? Have I become the head of the Hyuga clan? Hinata, eager with excitement, tugged at Menma, wishing to see her counterpart in this world. Menma, not wanting to dampen her spirits or divulge too much information, decided to treat it as a brief respite. Accompanying her in her antics, they strolled through the streets, marveling at the future technology. The nation's openness also signified the transparency of information. In this era, many secrets were no longer concealed. For instance, all tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. Look at these adorable tailed beast figurines. Passing by a shop, they were captivated by the collection of tailed beast plushies displayed in the glass window. Ah, little sister. You have a keen eye. This is a rare complete set, especially the 9 tails, which is highly sought after in the land of fire. The shop assistant's eyes lit up instantly, eagerly promoting the 9 tails. Please wrap it up for us. Menma waved his hand and made the purchase without hesitation. All right, just a moment, he said. The shop assistant beamed with joy. Upon exiting the toy store, Hinata found herself irresistibly drawn to the nearby weapons shop. Tugging Menma along with her. Welcome, greeted Tian, instinctively smiling as she sensed the arrival of customers. However, Her brow arched slightly in surprise when she recognized the two newcomers. Menma and Hinata had only donned simple disguises, appearing as mere teenagers. A pair of young boys and girls. To those unfamiliar, they would remain unrecognizable. Simultaneously, Menma noticed Tian sitting behind the counter. She was the future counterpart he knew. Tall and slender, her hairstyle largely unchanged, perhaps due to her unmarried status, her appearance almost identical to her childhood self. He inwardly cursed, realizing he had encountered an acquaintance sooner than anticipated. Yet, his attention was soon captivated by several ninja tools displayed behind Tian. The Ludao Baogu intrigued Menma, and he pondered why Yunin village had not opted to reclaim these treasures. What do you think of this? He asked. Hinata also noticed Tian, but quickly accepted the situation, behaving like an ordinary customer as she browsed through the wares. How can there be someone who looks so similar? Tian suppressed her surprise, dismissing the thought. After all, who would be so frivolous as to impersonate the Hokage and his wife? You have a discerning eye. This is the latest kunai. Utilizing the most advanced forging techniques from the land of iron, she began to enthusiastically promote her wares, her earlier doubts dissipating as business picked up. Menma approached the Ludao Baogu, casting a sidelong glance at the two. He decisively activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. I can't discern anything. It seems my eyes are still lacking, he mused, his gaze drifting skyward. Otsutsuki Kagaya, he had not forgotten the circumstances of his world and felt the urge to meet this ancestral figure. Do you have an interest in these weapons? They are the treasures of our humble shop, Tian remarked, noticing Menma's gaze. What purpose do these weapons serve? Hinata inquired, her curiosity piqued. Realizing Hinata was unfamiliar with the weapons, Tian felt her last shred of doubt vanish. In this era, it was hard to believe any ninja would not recognize them. The reason for their lack of buyers was simply that they were rather impractical given the current environment. Those who could afford them had no use for them, and those in need could not afford them. Ludao Baogu, Hinata exclaimed, intrigued by the trio of weapons on display. She had once battled against the Rain Village and had seen their treasures firsthand. Would you consider purchasing them? How much are they? She asked. Not expensive, just 120 million. Tian replied. The price made both of them raise their eyebrows. Spending 120 million on a weapon felt somewhat excessive. For context, the legendary Kusanagi sword was worth only 30 million on the black market. After a vigorous negotiation, the two departed the shop satisfied. What do you need that fan for? It seems unnecessary, Hinata wondered aloud. It allows one to freely convert between 5 chakra types. The fan is rather intriguing, Menma explained. All right, let us not linger any longer. My wallet can't take it. Let us head directly to the Hugo estate. Are you sure? Hurry up, no time for chatter. I am eager to see what this world's version of me is like, Hinata exclaimed, her excitement revealing her true nature. Menma, accustomed to her antics, grasped her hand and activated his ability. With the power of the dragon vein, his abilities had evolved. Traversing space no longer required coordinates. In an instant, they arrived at the Hyuga grounds. Why does it feel so dilapidated here? Hinata remarked, finding the reality different from her expectations. Simultaneously, a cloaked man in black stood outside Konohagakure. Have I entered Konoha? Are they foes? It seems I must consult Naruto first, Uchiha Sasuke thought, using the fluctuations in space to track down Konoha. Without wasting time, Sasuke made his way toward the Hokage building. Inside, Naruto sat grimly at a desk piled with documents. Naruto, your schedule for the afternoon is as follows. You have an online meeting at 2 p.m. and a television interview at 3 p.m., Shikamaru announced in a steady tone. Ugh, Shikamaru, can we postpone any of these? I promised Hinata I would accompany her home, Naruto replied. I'm afraid that's not possible. You will need to use Shadow Clone Jutsu, Shikamaru shrugged, acknowledging his own busy schedule. Unlike the past, as ninjas entered a new era, the village faced an increasing array of issues. Shikamaru could only assist with paperwork. Meetings and interviews required the Hokage's personal attendance. Just as Naruto was about to explain further, a familiar chakra suddenly surged into the room. Oh, Sasuke, you're back, he recognized. An unknown powerful presence has entered the village. I cannot discern if they are friend or foe, Sasuke stated, revealing his purpose. He shared his observations, mentioning a powerful figure capable of space-time ninjutsu. The two exchanged grave looks, both aware that any ninja wielding such abilities was formidable, capable of causing significant trouble. Should we activate the barrier technique? Shikamaru suggested. Let us avoid alarming them. I'll sense it out first. Kurama, it's time to get to work, Naruto instructed. A new enemy? The Nine-Tails responded eagerly, feeling restless after a prolonged peace. In the next moment, Naruto entered his Nine-Tails Sage mode, instantly expanding his sensory range to encompass all of Konoha.